Chapter 1. Douluo Continent, Tang Bufan of Haotian Sect. In the heart of the Douluo Continent, 300 miles east of the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire, lies a secluded valley surrounded by majestic mountains. The gray stone edifices, resembling formidable castles, seamlessly blend with the peaks dominating the landscape. The grand entrance of the castle bears three powerful characters: Haotian Sect. This is the current stronghold of the illustrious Haotian Sect, the foremost sect in the world, a far cry from its former glory. In the courtyard of the Haotian Sect, all disciples convene for their monthly assembly, presided over by the sect leader, Tang Xiao, alongside the 5 remaining elders of his generation. They commence a discourse urging each disciple to diligently cultivate their skills, striving for the day when they can emerge from seclusion and restore the sect's former splendor. At the rear of the crowd stands the extraordinary 5-year-old Tang Bufan, alongside a group of third-generation disciples, attentively absorbing the teachings of the leader and elders. This group of disciples ranges from those in their teenage years to mere toddlers. Amidst the throng, Tang Bufan stands out distinctly, his intelligent eyes radiating a light of contemplation, setting him apart from his peers. Lost in thought, a subtle, enigmatic smile graces his lips. He is none other than Tang Bufan, once a master of the earth, a peak innate powerhouse. In the face of the 7th celestial thunder, he had been reduced to ashes, losing consciousness. To his astonishment, he found himself not dead, but reborn, a phenomenon that defies comprehension. After the initial fear, shock, and disorientation subsided, he gradually found his composure. In this life, he retained the name Tang Bufan, a name imbued with the hopes of his parents. This pleased him immensely, for he had carried this name for 30 years in another world, finding it deeply familiar. He learned the language of this continent at the tender age of 1, displaying remarkable agility and strength. He had never lost a skirmish against his older cousins, earning the title of king of the children, as none under 6 could best him, much to his parents' delight. Through diligent reading and study, he quickly gained a foundational understanding of this continent. This realm is called Douluo Continent, starkly different from his previous Earth. Here, individuals cultivate an energy known as soul power, which manifests in myriad forms. It is said that those who reach the pinnacle of cultivation can ascend to godhood and attain immortality. Upon encountering this account, he was filled with exhilaration, pondering whether the unfulfilled aspirations of his past life might find realization in this one. Moreover, unlike Earth, which languished in an age of spiritual decline, nearly everyone here possesses the potential to cultivate. Thus, Tang Bufan secretly commenced the practice of his former lives' techniques. Whether it was due to his rebirth or the culmination of his previous lives' spiritual essence, his soul in this life was remarkably potent, even manifesting mental energy at birth. Though still in its nascent stage, he could already turn his gaze inward. From the age of 1, he began sleeping apart from his parents. During the day, he refrained from overt displays of prowess, dedicating himself to acquiring knowledge and poring over sect literature, indulging in mischief only occasionally by sparring with his cousins. At night, he diligently practiced the techniques of his former life. Perhaps due to his superior physical constitution compared to his past life, his progress in cultivation far surpassed that of his previous existence. He had named the internal cultivation technique from his past life Great Zhou Tian Hunyuan Gong, which comprises 9 levels. Attaining the 9th level would signify the same realm he reached previously, peak innate level. Each level necessitates the unblocking of the 12 meridians within his body, totaling 108 meridians to be opened. Ultimately, he would be capable of traversing the heavens and the earth. In his prior existence, he had already achieved transient flight thanks to his robust internal energy, akin to a celestial being. He deduced that breaking through the innate realm would enable him to truly soar through the air, riding the winds. As he pondered this, he felt a deep yearning. Though only 5 years old, he had already mastered the 1st level of Great Zhou Tian Hunyuan Gong, with a surging internal energy coursing through the 12 delicate meridians, forming a miniature cycle of energy. However, despite his relentless efforts, he found himself unable to break through the pinnacle of the 1st level, which perplexed him, as he had encountered no such bottleneck when he reached the 6th level in his previous life. Upon reflection, he speculated that the unique cultivation civilization of this world, including martial spirits and soul rings, might be the cause of his stagnation. In Douluo Continent, every individual possesses a martial spirit, which varies greatly in form. Some are animal spirits, others plant spirits, and some even weapon spirits. The disciples of the Haotian Sect possess an exceptional weapon spirit, known as the Haotian hammer. It was through this hammer that the ancestors of the Haotian sect established their unrivaled reputation as the foremost sect in the world. Soul rings, on the other hand, are formed from the concentrated energy of slain soul beasts. A soul master at a bottleneck can ascend in rank simply by absorbing a soul ring, equivalent to breaking through a barrier. This knowledge was gleaned from books, and he had confirmed it with his parents in this life. Thus, he concluded that the inability to advance in his great Zhou Tian Hunyuan Gong was likely linked to martial spirits and soul rings. However, martial spirits do not awaken until the age of 6, and he still had to wait a year for his own awakening. At that moment, the sect leader and the 5 elders concluded their speeches, and the assembly dispersed. The disciples of the Haotian sect scattered in every direction, the young children eagerly returning to their parents. As they passed by Tang Bufan, their expressions were quite complex. Some hid behind their parents, casting fearful glances at Tang Bufan. These were the ones he had bested in their youth, leaving them with lasting shadows. Others, slightly older, felt a surge of indignation and even contemplated confrontation, though the sect forbade such actions. While the sect permitted sparring among disciples, it was strictly regulated. Those below 6 and above 6 were treated as entirely different categories. Those above 6 had awakened their martial spirits, and since the Haotian hammer is a top-tier weapon spirit, disciples of the Haotian sect typically awaken with innate soul power of level 4 or higher, with exceptional individuals reaching levels 8 or 9, and occasionally, even full innate soul power. Thus, the sect mandated that disciples with awakened martial spirits were not allowed to engage in combat with those who had not yet awakened. Consequently, those older disciples who had once been bested by Tang Bufan felt quite frustrated, as they could no longer spar with him after awakening their martial spirits. Every encounter with Tang Bufan ignited their resentment. Tang Bufan, however, remained unfazed, having previously held back in their encounters. Even after they awakened their martial spirits, he felt no fear as long as they had not obtained soul rings. Once a soul ring was acquired, their strength would significantly increase, along with the acquisition of soul skills. Having yet to engage in combat, he could not guarantee he would emerge victorious. Soon, a young couple approached the man around 30. The woman slightly younger. They were Tang Bufan's parents, Tang Zheng and Su Xiuqing. They held Tang Bufan's delicate hand, offering apologies to numerous clan brothers, as he had indeed sparred with many of them. Most of the clan brothers laughed heartily, for they were all kin, and childhood squabbles were hardly taken to heart. Before long, nearly 100 individuals had departed, just as sect leader Tang Xiao and the 5 elders approached. Chapter 2, Douluo Continent, Tang Bufan of Haotian Sect 2. Tang Zheng and Su Xiuqing quickly greeted the sect leader and the 5 elders, genuinely puzzled as to why they had come. As the sect leader, Tang Xiao had reached the pinnacle of 92 levels as a titled Douluo, while the elders were all above level 80, serving as the backbone of the Haotian sect. Standing beside his mother, Tang Bufan curiously scrutinized Tang Xiao and the others, feeling a mix of nervousness and excitement as he beheld the continent's top powerhouses up close for the first time. Tang Xiao, towering nearly 2 meters tall, exuded an aura of strength. Even when suppressing his soul power, Tang Bufan felt an undeniable pressure emanating from him, intuitively sensing his formidable prowess. Tang Xiao chuckled lightly. Tang Zheng, your son is quite remarkable. Even I and the elders have heard of his commendable deeds. Tang Zheng's face flushed with embarrassment. Sect leader, little fan, is only 5 years old. He is still quite mischievous. I will certainly discipline him when we return. Tang Xiao waved his hand dismissively. You misunderstand my intentions. I'm not blaming him. In fact, I find him quite lively. The atmosphere within the clan has grown rather serious in recent years, and his presence lightens it. I have high hopes for him and look forward to his martial spirit awakening in a year. The second elder, grinning, added, we need more disciples like him in the Haotian sect. His vibrancy will motivate the other disciples to cultivate. The other 4 elders, though varying in expression, seemed to concur with the second elder's sentiment. Tang Zheng and Su Xiuqing exchanged bewildered glances. Tang Xiao and the others simply advised, nurture him while we anticipate his future performance. With that, the 5 departed, leaving Tang Zheng and his family momentarily stunned. Tang Bufan maintained a composed exterior, yet inwardly he was perplexed. Had they discovered his secret? That shouldn't be possible. Tang Zheng regarded Tang Bufan with a mock scold. You little rascal, I told you to tone it down, why won't you listen? Tang Bufan's eyes twinkled as he cleverly retorted, I haven't been mischievous at all. They were the ones bullying me, just because they're older. Besides, neither the sect leader nor the elders blamed me. What? You little brat. You're using the sect leader and elders to pressure me? Just wait and see how I handle you. Tang Zheng exclaimed, though the smile tugging at his lips betrayed him. Tang Bufan would certainly not submit easily. Instead, he swiftly turned and made his way home, leaving Tang Zheng in pursuit behind him. Nearby, Su Xiuqing observed the playful interaction between father and son, a smile of happiness gracing her face. She had no choice but to follow the two back home. Within the Haotian Sect's castle resided the second generation of disciples, as well as the elder generation of the sect. The third and fourth generation disciples lived in stone houses constructed behind the castle. At merely 5 years of age, Tang Bufan still resided with his parents. However, once he turned 6 and underwent his martial soul awakening, he too would move into the stone houses alongside the third generation disciples. He had long expressed a desire to live in the stone houses, yet his mother insisted that he must wait until he turned 6. Upon returning to the castle, Tang Bufan headed to the study to peruse books, delving into soul, bistro, and the comprehensive history of Douluo Continent. He read everything he could find, as his remarkable memory allowed him to recall everything he encountered. His parents busied themselves in the kitchen, and the warmth of such a life was truly comforting. As spring transitioned to autumn, a year passed in this manner. At last, Tang Bufan turned 6, reaching the age for martial soul awakening. During this past year, his cultivation had not ceased. Even if he could not break through, his internal energy seemed to have become more robust and refined. In the study, Tang Bufan extended his right hand, revealing a sword-shaped birthmark on his palm. This sword-shaped birthmark bore a striking resemblance to the sword-shaped ornament that had hung around his neck in his previous life, leaving him to ponder whether there was a connection between the two. Having spent 6 years in the Douluo Continent, he remained perplexed about how he had survived under the heavenly thunder. Yet, gazing at this sword-shaped birthmark, a chilling suspicion began to brew within him. Quickly, he shook his head, dismissing thoughts of his rebirth. As for Earth, he seemed to have no lingering attachments, for in his previous life, he had been an orphan raised by his master, who had passed away many years ago. On a fine morning, all disciples of the Haotian Sect gathered once more in the front courtyard. Aside from the necessary assembly, they would also conduct martial soul awakenings for the younger disciples. The Haotian Sect held awakening ceremonies every 6 months, and today, 3 individuals were set to awaken their martial souls: Tang Bufan, Tang Feng, and Tang Ming. The numerous clan members quickly dispersed, leaving the space for the 3 of them. Sect Master Tang Xiao and the 5 elders looked on expectantly at the 3 children, particularly focusing on Tang Bufan. In the next moment, Tang Xiao stepped forward, intending to personally assist the 3 in awakening their martial souls. Tang Bufan felt a twinge of surprise, for this was the sect master of the Haotian Sect, one of the few titled duel on the continent. With a slight smile, Tang Xiao retrieved the prepared soul stones and soul power crystal ball. Soon, a hexagonal shape emerged on the ground, with 6 black soul stones positioned at each corner. As disciples of the Haotian Sect, they were not unfamiliar with this scene. Tang Bufan exchanged glances with Tang Feng and Tang Ming, ultimately prompting Tang Ming to step into the hexagonal formation first. Tang Xiao smiled slightly and waved his hand, channeling 6 streams of potent soul power into the 6 soul stones. In the next instant, a layer of golden light emanated from the stones, forming a faint golden barrier that enveloped Tang Ming. Following this, golden light points ascended from the soul stones, entering Tang Ming's body. Initially, Tang Ming felt a hint of nervousness, but he quickly calmed himself. Then his body began to tremble, prompting Tang Xiao to command, "Extend your right hand." Tang Ming promptly complied, gently extending his right hand. In an instant, the golden light points that had entered his body surged forth, swiftly coalescing into a pitch-black hammer in his grasp. It was not an illusory apparition, but a tangible entity. The hammer's handle was approximately half a foot long, while the head was cylindrical, resembling a miniature forging hammer. However, upon its dark surface, a unique radiance shimmered, with faint patterns spiraling around the cylindrical hammerhead. This was the esteemed weapon martial soul passed down through the Haotian Sect since antiquity, and the surrounding disciples of the Haotian Sect beamed with smiles at the sight of the hammer. Tang Xiao cast a satisfied glance at Tang Ming, instructing, "Rein in your martial soul with your mind and prepare for the soul power test." Tang Ming was naturally aware of how to retract his martial soul. Having been taught by his parents long ago, yet, being his first time, he took a while to successfully return the Haotian hammer to his body. In the background, Tang Bufan observed the scene thoughtfully, realizing that this was indeed the Haotian hammer martial soul. It seemed likely that his martial soul would also be the Haotian hammer. The only uncertainty was the level of his innate soul power. Subsequently, Tang Ming pressed his hand atop the blue soul power crystal ball, with Tang Xiao controlling the lower half. Soon, the blue crystal began to glow, radiating outward until it reached approximately 70% of the entire soul power crystal ball, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Chapter 3. Martial Soul Awakening Part 1. The Haotian Sect disciples surrounding them were astonished by this spectacle. His soul power has reached level 7. Even Tang Xiao and the 5 elders were highly satisfied with Tang Ming's potential. Though the Haotian hammer was a top-tier weapon martial soul, it was exceedingly rare for innate soul power to exceed level 7. When Tang Xiao had awakened his martial soul, his innate soul power had only reached level 8, while Tang Hao had achieved level 9. With Tang Ming's innate soul power at level 7, he possessed tremendous potential and could reach the level of a soul Douluo in the future. Observing Tang Ming's ecstatic expression, Tang Xiao gestured for him to step down. Tang Ming's cheeks flushed with excitement as he dashed over to Tang Bufan's side, exuding a sense of pride. "Boss, Tang Feng, my innate soul power is at level 7. How about that? Not too shabby, right?" Tang Bufan regarded him with disdain, lightly patting Tang Ming's shoulder, prompting a startled yelp from him. "Just a mere level 7, and you're already so boastful? Do you believe that both I and Tang Feng possess higher innate soul power than you?" Tang Ming winced at the pain and quickly dodged Tang Bufan's hand, having learned from experience just how heavy his older brother's hand could be. "I can accept that your innate soul power exceeds mine, but as for Tang Feng, I refuse to believe his soul power could surpass mine." Tang Feng, unable to tolerate Tang Ming's arrogance, snorted softly, "We shall see." With that, Tang Feng, feeling somewhat apprehensive, approached the hexagonal formation. In truth, he lacked confidence that his innate soul power would surpass that of Tang Ming. While it was true that the Haotian hammer was a top-tier weapon martial soul, and disciples of the Haotian sect generally awakened with innate soul power above level 4, the reality was that levels 4 and 5 constituted the vast majority, with level 6 being scarce, and level 7 and above exceedingly rare. Before long, Tang Feng stepped into the formation under the watchful eyes of everyone. Tang Xiao once again waved his hand, channeling 6 streams of soul power. Soon, Tang Feng was enveloped in golden light, and numerous golden light points gathered once more, ultimately coalescing into an identical Haotian hammer in his right hand. Before Tang Xiao could issue a command, Tang Feng instinctively retracted the Haotian hammer with his mind, prompting Tang Xiao to nod in approval. In the next moment, Tang Feng took a deep breath and approached the Sect Master, gently placing his right hand on the blue soul power crystal ball. Instantly, the crystal ball erupted with a brilliant blue light, even more intense than that of Tang Ming. At this moment, all attention in the arena converged upon Ma Hongjun, as the other groups momentarily halted their tests, captivated by his presence. Ma Hongjun gently placed his hand upon the azure crystal orb. Chapter 3. The Mutated Martial Soul, Dragon Soul Spear, Part 2. Ma Hongjun gently placed his hand upon the azure crystal orb, and at once, a formidable force of attraction enveloped him. His entire internal energy began to circulate autonomously, fervently surging into the crystal sphere. The once dim azure orb began to radiate with brilliance, emitting a luminous blue glow. As the internal energy was gradually absorbed by the orb, its light intensified, and before long, the entire crystal sphere was aglow with a dazzling brilliance. At that moment, only a portion of Ma Hongjun's internal energy had been siphoned away. He observed that the azure orb was nearing its capacity, and further absorption could very well lead to an explosive outcome. Ma Hongjun hastily activated the 100 Birds Chow Feng technique, quelling the tumultuous inner power within him, effectively severing the alluring force. He withdrew his hand from the crystal sphere. Innate full soul power. It is indeed innate full soul power. The entire hall erupted into a flurry of whispers. While the children might have been perplexed, the adults comprehended the profound implications of such a revelation. What is innate full soul power? A curious child inquired aloud, prompting Ma Hongjun to feign interest in Ma Ping, awaiting his elucidation. When an individual undergoes the awakening of their martial soul, the form of the soul alone does not dictate its strength. The magnitude of soul power is equally paramount. Most individuals emerge from their martial soul awakening devoid of soul power, akin to the 2 children previously mentioned. Such individuals are destined to live their lives devoid of the potential to become soul masters. However, the mere presence of soul power, even if just a trace, allows for cultivation through meditation. During the awakening of the martial soul, the quantity of soul power is of utmost significance. determining the foundational level at which a soul master commences their training. The higher the innate soul power, the swifter the subsequent cultivation, and naturally, a higher starting point affords one an advantage over others. The term innate full soul power refers to the pinnacle of soul power attainable at the moment of martial soul awakening. Our martial soul hierarchy is structured such that every 10 levels constitutes a title. Upon awakening their martial soul, one is automatically designated as a soul scholar, albeit merely at the first level. Levels are categorized according to the strength of the soul power. Innate full soul power signifies that, following awakening, the soul power reaches the utmost level of 10, which I have yet to encounter in anyone else. Hongjun, you are the first I have met with this extraordinary gift. Ma Ping has ceased to be agitated. The surprises brought to him today by Ma Hongjun are simply overwhelming. The formidable, mutated martial soul and the innate full soul power, both of which are extraordinarily rare, appearing only once in a century. Is it true that innate soul power can only reach level 10? Can it not ascend any higher? Ma Hongjun inquired with a sense of perplexity. Ma Ping shook his head and said, of course not. The enhancement of a soul master's power is not a trivial endeavor. Each advancement in title necessitates not only reaching the pinnacle of the previous title's soul power, but also acquiring a soul ring. Without a soul ring, no matter how diligently you cultivate, it is impossible to ascend to the next title. Take your current situation as an example, having attained innate full soul power. Your soul power cannot further elevate merely through meditation. You must first obtain a soul ring, and only upon entering the next tier can you continue your cultivation. Ma Ping appeared to be brimming with excitement and vitality. The emergence of such a prodigy in Ma family village is indeed a blessing for the entire community. Therefore, elaborating on this matter is not a burden at all. In truth, Ma Hongjun possesses an additional martial soul. The flame suppressed within him by the dragon soul spear is likely the evil fire phoenix. During the soul power assessment, he unleashed a mere fraction of his internal energy. Yet he achieved innate full soul power. Had he fully released his internal energy, he might have reached innate level 20. Conversely, Tang San, who also wields dual martial souls, has only attained innate level 10. The only known individual with innate level 20 is Qian Renxua, who possesses the six-winged angel martial soul belonging to the Spirit Hall. According to the principles of Master Yu Shaojiang's 10 core competencies of martial souls, the magnitude of innate soul power is proportional to the quality of the martial soul. In the early stages, Tang San's blue-silver grass was merely an ordinary variant, not the blue-silver emperor. And his innate full soul power primarily stemmed from the top-tier martial soul, the clear sky hammer. In contrast, both of Ma Hongjun's martial souls are considered top-tier. However, his evil fire phoenix did not possess innate full soul power in the past. Thus, the only explanation must lie with the dragon soul spear. The dragon soul spear is a unique martial soul, formed from the dragon dagger silver spear and the essence of the dragon vein. Previously, it existed in a tangible form, but upon arriving in this world, it has transformed into his martial soul. This in itself is extraordinary. It is certain that this martial soul is immensely powerful, but for now, its true potential can only be uncovered gradually. Please proceed with the subsequent martial soul awakenings. After Ma Ping addressed the other 6 soul masters, he led Ma Hongjun and Ma Ming into the inner hall, leaving the crowd outside in animated discussion. Indeed, Hongjun, our Ma family village has finally produced a top-tier martial spirit. However, do not let pride consume you. An exceptional innate foundation does not guarantee your ascension to a formidable soul master. Continuous learning, diligent cultivation, and the acquisition of powerful, suitable soul rings are imperative for your growth ahead. Ma Ping gently patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder and said, I will diligently cultivate my skills, third grandfather. Ma Hongjun replied obediently. Ma Ping, regardless of his strength, status, or character, is a highly esteemed figure in the village, and thus Ma Hongjun holds him in great respect. The reason I summoned you here is to deliberate on Hongjun's future. From my perspective, it is also in consideration of Hongjun's prospects that I hope you will join the Spirit Hall. Ma Ping gazed at the two with solemnity. Being a member of the Spirit Hall himself, he was acutely aware of its immense power. Furthermore, as an administrator of the Spirit Hall, he bore the responsibility of enticing promising soul masters to join their ranks. Most importantly, he perceived this as the most advantageous opportunity for Ma Hongjun. With his connections within the Spirit Hall, coupled with Ma Hongjun's extraordinary talent, he would undoubtedly receive due recognition and rise swiftly within the esteemed institution. Upon hearing this, Ma Ming was instantly intrigued. To the majority of soul masters, the spirit hall is regarded as a sacred sanctuary, and he naturally harbored hopes for Ma Hongjun to gain entry, especially with the guidance of an esteemed figure like his third uncle. Given the preeminent status of the spirit hall across the continent, joining its ranks would be a source of immense pride for most, and with a commendable martial spirit. There exists no soul master that the spirit hall cannot cultivate. Observing that both elders had formed their intentions, Ma Hongjun found himself in a quandary. For at merely 6 years of age, his voice carried little weight. Ma Hongjun yearned for an alternative path, one that would lead him to the esteemed Shrek Academy. He was aware that 3 years hence, he would encounter the four-eyed cat eagle, Flinder, who would usher him back to the academy and take him under his wing. Subsequently, he would become a member of the Shrek's 7 monsters, receiving guidance from the wise master Yu Shaojiang. However, if he were to join the spirit hall, that path would forever be beyond his reach. Moreover, Ma Hongjun had foreseen the ultimate fate of the spirit hall once Tang San matured. It would herald the end of the spirit hall's reign. Now, he needed to devise a strategy to decline Ma Ping's proposal while also persuading his father, Ma Ming. Just as Ma Hongjun was immersed in contemplation, Ma Ming inquired, "Third uncle, if Hongjun joins the spirit hall, will he have to leave Musu town?" Ma Ming's inquiry stemmed from the fact that the spirit hall in Musu town merely housed a small branch, lacking an academy for the cultivation of soul masters. Typically, the spirit hall establishes its academies only in cities that host a main spirit hall. Should Ma Hongjun decide to join the spirit hall, his nearest destination would be Soto City. Naturally, departing from this place is imperative, as Musu town is a modest locale with limited educational resources. To attain superior training, one must aspire to enter a prestigious spirit hall. Given Hongjun's exceptional talent, coupled with my endorsement, he would be more than qualified to attend the academy established by the main hall, thus necessitating not only a departure from Musu town, but also an exit from Soto City in pursuit of a larger metropolis. Ma Ping spoke with a gaze full of longing, clearly expressing his high expectations for Ma Hongjun and his desire to assist him in achieving greater heights. "Father, I do not wish to leave mother, nor do I wish to part from you," Ma Hongjun murmured, portraying the emotional reluctance of a child facing separation, even managing to squeeze out a few tears. It suddenly occurred to him that he could leverage this sentiment of not wanting to part ways to decline Ma Ping's kind offer. In Chapter 4, The Fiery Tempering of the Body, Part 1 of the First Soul Ring, after Ma Hongjun's heartfelt outpouring of emotion regarding separation, Ma Ming and Ma Ping ultimately decided that Ma Hongjun would first study at Musu Academy for 3 years. After all, he was still quite young, and the initial focus would be on foundational theoretical knowledge, which was the same at Musu Academy. Furthermore, due to Ma Hongjun's innate full spirit power, Ma Ping wished to personally assist him in acquiring his first soul ring to enhance his abilities. Observing Ma Hongjun's demeanor today led Ma Ping to believe that his character lacked the necessary fortitude to become a formidable soul master. One must possess a strong inner resolve. Thus, alongside the enhancement of Ma Hongjun's capabilities, he aimed to use these 3 years to cultivate his strength and resilience. After all, the competition within the spirit hall would be exceedingly fierce. This outcome brought a sense of relief to Ma Hongjun, as 3 years hence would mark the time for him to attend Shrek Academy. However, he felt that such a decision might cause his third uncle, Ma Ping, some emotional distress. With 3 months remaining before the commencement of classes at Musu Academy, I will personally lead the team to assist Hongjun in capturing his first soul ring. Although Ma Ping holds the position of steward within the spirit hall, he remains deeply connected to his roots in Ma Village. Naturally, he spares no effort in nurturing an outstanding successor from his village. Ma Ping appeared invigorated, as though he had suddenly discovered his purpose, brimming with enthusiasm. He continued addressing Ma Hongjun and his father, stating, "For the time being, Ma Ming, you shall refrain from joining the soul hunting team. Instead, devote your efforts to educating Hongjun about soul beasts and soul rings, ensuring he comprehends the process of absorbing them. Hongjun, you should accompany your father to learn about soul beasts, while also focusing on strengthening your physique. The duration a soul master can absorb a soul ring is intrinsically linked to their physical prowess. The more robust one's body, the greater the potential duration for absorbing soul rings. The upper limit for a soul master's first soul ring is approximately 400 years, and you must strive to approach this threshold. The first soul ring must undoubtedly be a century-old one. Having Ma Ping's assistance would be invaluable. A 400-year soul beast is formidable. The esteemed master Yu Shaojing, at level 29, faced significant challenges when accompanying Tang San to hunt for his first soul ring from a 400-year-old manta snake, illustrating the might of century-old soul beasts. Despite Master S' slightly weaker martial spirit, moreover, Ma Hongjun's potential extends beyond merely 400 years, with an innate martial spirit strength of level 20. His threshold should encompass the second soul ring. The limit for a second soul ring is 764 years, which is the aspiration that Ma Hongjun must pursue. While a 400-year soul beast can be acquired with the assistance of Ma Ming at level 27. A 700-year soul beast necessitates the support of Ma Ping at the soul master level. Presently, Ma Ping's aid is essential for hunting the first soul ring, and his unwavering commitment to Ma Hongjun's best interests is commendable. Ma Hongjun felt compelled to disclose his innate level of 20 to them. The secret of pursuing a 700-year soul beast's soul ring cannot be concealed for long. Fortunately, both individuals are his father and his third grandfather, whom he trusts implicitly. He understood the adage that a tree that stands out will inevitably be felled by the wind. It is not that he must conceal his talents, but rather that he currently lacks the strength to protect himself. Excessive brilliance may incite envy, rendering him a target and susceptible to premature downfall. Third grandfather, Hongjun added. There is another matter I have withheld from you. My martial spirit strength is not at its innate maximum. Ma Hongjun, shedding the tears of moments past, spoke with an air of feigned mystery. Ma Ping reproached, Child, everyone has witnessed this. How could it not be innate full soul power? Surely the soul testing orb cannot be fraudulent. Third grandfather, perhaps you should procure a more advanced soul testing orb, allowing me to reassess my soul power. My martial soul strength surely exceeds innate level 10. Ma Hongjun said with a hint of impatience. Upon hearing this, Ma Ping and Ma Ming were utterly astonished. They gazed at Ma Hongjun, whose expression was imbued with earnestness, and began to take the matter more seriously. Ma Ping retrieved a yellow crystal orb from his storage soul guide and presented it before Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun extended his hand and placed it upon the yellow crystal sphere, feeling the force within him being voraciously absorbed by the orb. Its pull far greater than that of the blue crystal sphere encountered earlier. As the last vestiges of his internal energy were drawn out, the yellow crystal sphere illuminated entirely, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Innate level 20. Good heavens! It was beyond belief. Observing the astonished expressions of Ma Ping and his companion, akin to those who have stumbled upon a hidden treasure, a subtle smile graced the corners of Ma Hongjun's lips. Ma Ping swiftly concealed the yellow crystal orb and cast a glance around to ensure no one was observing. Hongjun, this is remarkable. Your talent surpasses my expectations. Indeed, in such a modest locale, the experiences of Ma Ping and his companions were limited, and they had only encountered innate full soul power in texts. Their understanding of martial spirits and soul power was vastly inferior to that of their master, leaving them unable to fathom Ma Hongjun's second martial spirit. Attributing everything to a variant martial spirit, which is inherently filled with wonder. Hongjun, aside from the two of us, do not disclose your innate level 20 status to anyone. Even when you eventually enter the spirit hall, keep this a secret. When you acquire your first soul ring and undergo soul master certification, I will assist you privately with the authentication. Once you have passed the first soul ring, it will no longer raise any suspicions. Ma Ping spoke with great seriousness, his tone imbued with heightened emphasis. The talent you have exhibited is nothing short of extraordinary, akin to that of a prodigy. Throughout the annals of history in the Douluo Continent, I have yet to hear of anyone attaining the innate level of 20. Numerous factions have long engaged in the study of martial souls, the spirit hall included. Thus it is imperative that you remain inconspicuous. Otherwise, you risk being captured and utilized as a subject for experimentation. In the absence of the power to protect yourself, it is essential to conceal your abilities. Do you understand? Remember my words today. Your third uncle would never cause you harm. In retrospect, it may indeed be advantageous for you to delay your entry into the spirit hall. Once you acquire your second soul ring, your strength will be sufficient for self-preservation, alleviating any concerns regarding the exposure of your remarkable talent. At that point, your entrance into the spirit hall will place you on par with those possessing the highest innate gifts. Ma Ming was filled with exuberance as he gazed upon his son, his eyes brimming with pride. Ma Ming raised an eyebrow and remarked, At present, the limit for Hongjun to absorb a soul ring should exceed 400 years. Upon hearing this, Ma Ping's eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance as he replied, Though there has been no precedent, It is undoubtedly more than 400 years now. At that moment, a cacophony of sounds emerged from outside, indicating that the awakening of the martial soul had concluded. Ma Ping cast a glance at the palace gates and addressed the two individuals, saying, "Ma Ming, you shall escort Hongjun back today, as I instructed. Focus on studying the knowledge of soul beasts and soul rings, and enhance your physical training. I, too, shall delve into research, seeking to determine which type of soul beast would be most suitable for Hongjun's inaugural soul ring. Upon your return, ensure you are prepared to await my message. When the time comes, I will inform you. The initiation of Hongjun's first soul ring will be solely in our hands, and there is no need to involve others." "Understood, Uncle San," Ma Ming replied with unwavering resolve, nodding affirmatively. "I shall take Hongjun back now." At this moment, Ma Hongjun experienced the warmth of familial affection, a sensation of being valued, cared for, and protected. "Thank you, Grandfather San." Chapter 5, The Fiery Trials of the Body, The First Soul Ring, Part 2. Upon returning home to Majiakin, it was already evening. After hastily enjoying the meal prepared by his mother, Ma Hongjun eagerly dashed towards the back mountain. The night had fallen, and he stood alone at the summit of the mountain, facing the wind. "Evil Phoenix, arise." Ma Hongjun summoned the evil fire phoenix with his mind for the 7th time. Yet it remained elusive. Suddenly, a crackling sound resonated from within him, followed by an eruption of fervent energy. Crimson flames surged forth from his body, enveloping him entirely. The flames, impervious to the wind, coiled around Ma Hongjun as he ascended, transforming his black hair into a vibrant red. Displeased with the portrayal in the original narrative, Ma Hongjun had grown his hair long since childhood, complemented by a flowing crimson cloak. His cascading red locks perfectly showcased a refined elegance reminiscent of ancient times. The rising violet-red flames further imbued his visage with an alluring hint of malevolence. Subsequently, fiery plumage erupted from his skin, and his hands morphed into claw-like appendages. The area around his shoulder blades itched unbearably, as if something were poised to emerge, yet he lacked the requisite strength. Akin to a chick struggling to break free from its shell. Indeed, the transformation of the evil fire phoenix's martial spirit remained incomplete. Upon manifesting, it revealed only partial characteristics of the phoenix, failing to fully materialize. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun possessed a well-proportioned physique, avoiding any resemblance to an oversized hen. Otherwise, this half-martial spirit form would have appeared quite awkward. Ma Hongjun felt a sense of embarrassment in utilizing his abilities before others. However, he was fortunate to possess the Dragon Soul Gun as his martial spirit, which allowed him to temporarily conceal the evil fire phoenix. Before long, the surging malevolence ignited a reaction within his body. He began to feel an increasing warmth enveloping him, a ferocious energy threatening to rupture his form. His body swelled, and the fabric of his trousers at the thighs succumbed first, bursting open with a seam. Ma Hongjun hastily focused his thoughts, striving to withdraw his martial spirit. It took over a minute to retract the malevolent fire phoenix back into his body, the purplish-red flames receding. Parched and weary, his clothes were stretched taut, revealing several tears. Upon inspecting his physique, he discovered significant swelling. His body radiated an unbearable heat, prompting him to practice his spear techniques fervently. The wooden spear felt weightless in his hands, dancing with a grace that filled him with vigor. Tomorrow, he contemplated, he would procure a heavier spear. As the night deepened, Ma Hongjun finally returned to his chamber from the mountains, his tattered garments drenched in perspiration. Tonight, he had consumed far too much water. After taking a refreshing cold shower, he felt considerably revitalized. Lying down on his bed, the fatigued Ma Hongjun succumbed to a deep slumber, free from dreams, and slept soundly. The following morning, Ma Ming awoke early, and upon seeing Ma Hongjun sleeping peacefully, he intended to rouse him for morning exercises. However, he was halted by Li Hui. She gently led Ma Ming out of Ma Hongjun's room, softly closing the door behind them. For 6 years, Hongjun had not enjoyed a restful night's sleep. And today, having finally found such sweet repose, it would be best not to disturb him, allowing him this rare chance to rest. A mother's heart is ever the most considerate, profoundly understanding her child's needs. Ma Ming refrained from disturbing Ma Hongjun's slumber, fully aware of his son's nightmares. It was not until midday that Ma Hongjun finally awoke, stretching contentedly in a leisurely manner. Remarkably, he had not experienced any nightmares. Ma Hongjun, with a cheerful smile and a slightly plump face, appeared rather endearing when he grinned. It must be due to the awakening of his martial spirit. As he stepped outside, he found his mother busy in the kitchen. Upon noticing her son's arrival, she joyfully exclaimed, "Hongjun, you're up. Hurry and wash your face. Breakfast will be ready soon." "All right," Ma Hongjun responded with a faint acknowledgement. At that moment, Ma Ming approached, gazing at Ma Hongjun with a hint of surprise. "Oh, how is it that in just one night, you seem to have gained some weight? Or is it merely my imagination? Is that so? Let me take a look." As Ma Hongjun gazed into the mirror, he was indeed confronted with the reality of his weight gain. His youthful face appeared somewhat swollen and rounded. A gentle examination of his physique revealed that his once-fitted garments had become snug. Moreover, upon closer inspection, he noticed several short whiskers sprouting, an unsettling sign for a mere 6-year-old. After a period of calm reflection, Ma Hongjun discerned that these changes were a consequence of the malevolent energy within him, which not only contributed to his weight gain, but also hastened his physical development. If left unaddressed, he risked embodying the form of a plump hen, a notion he found utterly unacceptable. Following their meal, Ma Hongjun and his father, Ma Ming, embarked on formulating a rigorous training and study regimen for the forthcoming 3 months. After an afternoon of deliberation, they finally established a comprehensive plan. Each morning would commence with 2 hours of physical conditioning, followed by 4 hours of weapon training with a spear in the late morning. The afternoon was reserved for 4 hours of soul master education, and the evening would conclude with an additional 2 hours of physical training. The training specifics were meticulously refined, incorporating solid physical exercises such as weighted sprints, mountain climbing, and various calisthenics to increase intensity. The spear was upgraded to a hefty 20-kilogram iron spear, with intentions for Ma Ming to procure even heavier and more formidable weaponry. The spear training would also be diversified to include scenarios atop wooden stumps, beneath waterfalls, and within water bodies. The overarching aim of these regimens was to transcend physical limitations, enhance strength, and bolster resilience. On the following day, Ma Hongjun set his plan into action. He began by running 5 laps around the Ma family village, encumbered by a 5-kilogram weight, covering approximately 15 kilometers, which took nearly an hour. Afterward, he ascended the modest hill behind his home, adding an additional 20 kilograms to his load. Although the elevation was only 200 meters, the added weight following his run rendered the ascent a challenging half-hour endeavor. Upon reaching the summit, he completed 100 push-ups in 3 sets, exceeding half an hour of strenuous effort. Thus concluded the first day's morning conditioning course, lasting 2.5 hours, after which Ma Hongjun was utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. His father, Ma Ming, carried him down the mountain and into a medicinal bath prepared by Li Hui. The medicinal bath, though a luxury, was made feasible through the savings Ma Ming accrued over the years from his work with the soul hunting team and the monthly stipend of 10 gold soul coins provided by the Spirit Hall, sufficient to sustain Ma Hongjun's medicinal baths for the next 3 months. From the tender age of 4, Ma Hongjun embarked on his morning exercises. Yet the intensity of his training was far surpassed by that of today, likely only reaching a mere tenth of today's rigor. However, this period is designated for specialized training, aimed at acquiring soul rings. Following the medicinal bath, he delved into practicing with an iron spear weighing 20 kilograms, which felt considerably heavy for his 6-year-old frame. Although he was fortunate to be taller than most of his peers. After half an hour, having completed a set of Ma family spear techniques, Ma Hongjun found himself breathless. In the past, wielding a wooden spear, he could execute a series of movements in one fluid breath. Now, it felt somewhat strenuous. This was not indicative of a lack of proficiency in his spear techniques, but rather a testament to his insufficient physical strength. Next came the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear technique and the 7 explorations of the serpent coil spear technique, both of which Ma Hongjun had yet to master fully, managing only to practice the foundational moves. To unleash their true potential, he needed to cultivate the 100 birds facing the phoenix technique to a more advanced level. In the afternoon, Ma Ming provided one-on-one instruction to Ma Hongjun, imparting knowledge about martial souls, soul masters, soul power, soul beasts, and soul rings, an endless reservoir of wisdom. The evening continued with physical training, followed by another medicinal soak. Thus, after 3 days, Ma Hongjun noted a remarkable recovery in his body, with his physical strength more solid than before, having shattered his previous limits. The residual heat from the malevolent fire had dissipated. However, in the following days, he could only maintain the training volume of the first 3 days, as any increase was unbearable, and pushing his physical limits proved to be a formidable challenge. This was attributed to the malevolent fire. Its energy could transform the body, yet once refined, it could bolster his constitution. That night, Ma Hongjun summoned the malevolent fire phoenix once more, allowing the malevolent flames to engulf his body. Chapter 6. Refining the body with malevolent fire. First Soul Ring 3. Seeking recommendations. The energy of the malevolent fire is tremendously potent, if not properly guided and absorbed. Allowing it to roam freely within the body could yield severe adverse effects. The greatness of the 100 birds facing the phoenix technique became evident. After several attempts to harness the malevolent fire, Ma Hongjun realized that a significant factor in his ability to refine his body with the malevolent flames was indeed this technique. Its compatibility with the aberrant fire produced by the phoenix mutation is notably strong. Nevertheless, despite the ability to refine this malevolent fire, its effects on the body remain partially unavoidable. With the assistance of the malevolent fire, the enhancement of his physical strength accelerated significantly. 2 months later, Ma Hongjun's running weight gradually increased from 5 kilograms to 10 kilograms, with other exercises similarly augmented by 10 kilograms. At last, he could maneuver the 20-kilogram iron spear with ease, opting not to hasten toward a heavier spear, but instead commenced training in water and on wooden posts. He also introduced a new training regimen, engaging in sparring sessions with his father, Ma Ming, without employing martial souls or soul power, relying solely on their physical prowess. After the bouts, it became evident that Ma Hongjun's physical strength was not significantly inferior, allowing him to hold his ground against Ma Ming. While this surprised Ma Ming, it was within the realm of his expectations. During this period, he personally supervised Ma Hongjun's cultivation. Thus, he was acutely aware of Ma Hongjun's progress and strength. Given the intensity of Ma Hongjun's current training, he questioned whether he himself could endure such demands. In terms of soul power, Ma Hongjun stood at level 20, while he was at level 27. It is noteworthy that he was a grand soul master, possessing 200-year soul rings, one 300-year and one 600-year. His next target for a soul ring was a 1,000-year one, and his physical strength surpassed the average level of soul masters. By the 3rd month, Ma Hongjun's burden had gradually increased by an additional 5 kilograms. The iron spear remained at 20 kilograms, yet he began practicing beneath the waterfall. In addition to training with the iron spear, he allocated some time to cultivate his primary martial soul, the dragon soul spear. At this juncture, Ma Hongjun could summon the dragon soul spear at will, though its consumption of soul power remained excessively high, allowing him to sustain it for merely 1 minute. If he fully expended his soul power to wield the dragon soul spear, he could only unleash a single strike. Nevertheless, this strike held tremendous power. Ma Hongjun had tested it against his father, Ma Ming, and found its might to surpass that of Ma Ming's first soul ring skill. Moreover, when combined with the 100 birds facing the phoenix technique, its potency was further amplified. Presently, due to the inability to break through the 100 birds facing the phoenix and the limited time for cultivation, Ma Hongjun had only truly mastered the first 2 forms. The 100 birds emerge from the nest and the 100 bird spiral. Among them, he was most proficient in the 100 birds emerge from the nest, dedicating the final month exclusively to practicing this form with the dragon soul spear. After 3 months of rigorous training, Ma Hongjun had reached a level of physical combat against Ma Ming without falling behind, his physical strength now comparable to Ma Ming's. As the 3-month period concluded, Ma Hongjun had grown considerably. He had gained 5 centimeters in height and had developed a more robust physique, resembling a young boy of around 10 years. His muscles were well-defined and brimming with explosive power. The medicinal baths had imparted a slightly yellowish hue to his skin, giving him a bronzed appearance that conveyed a sense of maturity and the bearing of a youth. Speaking of medicinal baths, the expenses for the concoctions Ma Hongjun had utilized over the past 3 months had completely depleted the over 1,000 gold soul coins that Ma Ming had accumulated over the years. Indeed, nurturing a soul master is no easy feat, and it is beyond the means of an ordinary family. The slow cultivation and lack of a solid foundation experienced by most soul masters are largely influenced by such circumstances. Ma Ping finally sent word, instructing Ma Ming to take Ma Hongjun to Musu town and meet him at the entrance of the soul hunting forest. Upon receiving the message, Ma Ming diligently packed his belongings and gathered his equipment, while Ma Hongjun prepared his trusty 20-kilogram iron spear, which he had become accustomed to wielding during his training. In the soul hunting forest, possessing a weapon in hand is undoubtedly preferable to being unarmed. Ma Ming possesses a storage soul guide device, a modest ring with limited space. A rather low-end soul guide that he acquired by chance. Father, why do you need to bring so many items? Ma Hongjun inquired, observing Ma Ming as he meticulously packed various supplies. You have never ventured into the soul hunting forest, so you cannot comprehend. I have spent a significant amount of time there, and I have acquired some fundamental knowledge. Entering the soul hunting forest does not guarantee an encounter with a suitable soul beast to obtain a soul ring. If luck is not on your side, it is quite possible to spend several days, 3, 5, or even 8, without encountering an appropriate soul beast. Therefore, one must be adequately prepared, Ma Ming explained, affectionately ruffling Ma Hongjun's hair. Fortunately, with the storage soul guide, transporting items became significantly more convenient, igniting Ma Hongjun's desire to possess one as well. Once their belongings were packed, the father and son hastened their way to the soul hunting forest. The soul hunting forest near Musu town is vast, rumored to have once been home to 10,000-year-old soul beasts, though Ma Ming has never encountered one himself. Of course, given Ma Ming's strength, such an encounter would likely spell disaster. Virtually all soul masters from Soto City and its surrounding towns venture here to hunt for soul rings. The area outside the soul hunting forest buzzes with activity, with rows of houses standing in close proximity and a plethora of shops offering an array of goods. The lively atmosphere resembles that of a bustling market, where the cries of various vendors rise and fall, primarily peddling weapons and everyday supplies. Form a team to hunt powerful soul beasts, lacking a hand order, 10 gold soul coins. With a hand order, form a team to hunt agile soul beasts, requiring attack-type battle soul masters, 10 gold soul coins. Numerous soul hunting teams were calling out, either in need of personnel or hand orders, though it was evident that many were lacking hand orders. In the village of Ma, there exists a soul hunting team, of which Ma Ming is a vital member, serving as an assault-type soul master. Like other teams, they rove both within and beyond the soul hunting forest, assisting others in acquiring soul rings to earn gold soul coins. The cultivated soul hunting forest is not accessible to just anyone. Only soul masters who have been granted a permit by the Spirit Hall may enter to hunt soul beasts. Although there are those who attempt to infiltrate, their fates are often grim. The soldiers stationed at the periphery serve merely as a defensive measure, while within the forest, there exists a specialized enforcement team from the Spirit Hall, ready to inspect permits at any moment. These enforcers are known for their lack of leniency. Ma Ming pointed towards the soldiers at the entrance and spoke to Ma Hongjun, clearly feeling a degree of trepidation towards them. Their relationship resembled that of merchants and city inspectors. The Spirit Hall issues hand orders classified into 6 tiers, with the first tier being the lowest and the 6th the highest. The distinction lies in the patterns depicted on the hand orders. The number of designs indicates the respective tier. Most soul hunting teams do not possess hand orders, and I do not either, but your great uncle has one. A 3rd-tier hand order that permits perpetual use, unlike the 1st and 2nd tiers which can only be used once before being reclaimed. Without Ma Hongjun needing to inquire, Ma Ming elaborated on everything he observed, imparting knowledge as a way to broaden understanding. At a tavern near the entrance, they encountered Ma Ping, who had been waiting there for quite some time. After 3 months, seeing Ma Hongjun again prompted Ma Ping to regard him with fresh eyes. The robust physique evident from merely glancing at him spoke volumes about his dedication over the past months. He looked at Ma Hongjun with satisfaction, patted him on the shoulder, and then approached the entrance. He produced a hand order and presented it to the soldier for inspection. Upon seeing the 3 patterns on the hand order, the soldier immediately returned it with respect, signaling that the 3 could enter. Ma Hongjun also beheld the 3 emblems inscribed on the order. He recognized them as the insignia of 3 supreme martial spirits. They were the 7 killing sword, the Haotian hammer, and the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chapter 7, The Fiery Trial of the Body, First Soul Ring, Part 4. This soul hunting forest is most notable for its 7 majestic mountains, which are interconnected, forming a continuous mountain range blanketed by dense foliage. As one ventures forth, the first 4 mountains predominantly serve as habitats for soul beasts under 1,000 years old, while the latter 3 give rise to soul beasts exceeding that age. Ma Ming commenced his exposition on the environment of the soul hunting forest to Ma Hongjun. As he gazed into the distance, the view was obscured. The first mountain towered to a height of 1,000 meters, blocking a significant portion of the landscape behind it. However, the faint outline of peaks emerging from behind suggested that even loftier mountains were concealed beyond. The mountains were not the sole feature. They merely constituted the most prominent aspect of the scenery. The majority of the terrain was characterized by undulating hills and valleys, interspersed with vast expanses of forest. The atmosphere was thick with a primal essence, as dense and towering trees formed dimly lit spaces beneath their canopies, where dangers could lurk beneath every patch of greenery. Upon entering the forest, one must remain vigilant. Ma Ming had already equipped Ma Hongjun with his iron spear, urging him to be ever prepared for combat. Ma Ping is exceptionally meticulous, or rather, he genuinely cares for Ma Hongjun. He presents a set of silk armor for Ma Hongjun to don. Third uncle. This armor is far too precious, you. Ma Ming hesitated, acutely aware of the price of this soft armor, which was no less than 700 gold soul coins, and yet it was a commodity difficult to procure. Although his third uncle served as an elder in the spirit hall, presenting such a piece of soft armor would constitute a significant portion of his wealth. Without further elaboration, Ma Ping asserted, Hongjun is the hope of our Ma village. You surely do not wish for him to encounter misfortune. The more protection we can provide, the better, especially in the soul-hunting forest. This heartfelt gesture genuinely touched Ma Hongjun, who felt the sincere concern that Ma Ping had for him. Thank you, third grandpa. Ma Ping nodded with a sense of relief and then led the two onward. Soul beasts that are over 500 years old are predominantly found beyond the third mountain, so they chose to bypass the first two. A faint glow emanated from both of them, ready to summon their martial spirits at any moment. Along the way, Ma Ping and Ma Ming engaged in a discussion regarding their target soul beasts. Through my recent studies, I have discerned that the Silver Lance martial spirit differs significantly from your Wooden Lance martial spirit. Your Wooden Lance can be complemented by plant-type and beast-type soul beasts as spirit rings. However, Hongjun's Silver Lance, being of the metallic category, is unsuitable for plant-type soul beasts. I believe it is prudent to focus on beast-type soul beasts instead. The Silver Lance is undeniably an offensive martial spirit, and Hongjun's future development will hinge upon this aspect. Among soul beasts, tiger-type creatures possess the fiercest aggression and dominance, making them the prime choice to pair with the lance. Following closely are snake-type soul beasts, whose attacks are both lethal and cunning, aligning seamlessly with the lance's combat style. Next in line are bear and leopard types, both of which exhibit formidable explosive power, rendering them commendable options. Scorpion-type soul beasts also present a fitting choice. As the two discussed, Ma Hongjun listened intently, effectively narrowing down their targets. However, hunting for soul beasts also requires a stroke of luck. Even with knowledge of suitable types, one must encounter and successfully subdue them. In the vast expanse of the forest, with countless soul beasts, the pursuit of soul hunting necessitates fate. After a morning's journey, they finally entered the region of the third mountain, slowing their pace as they noticed fewer individuals around. Unlike the previous mountains where they encountered groups of people, soul beasts generally do not initiate attacks on humans, yet they possess a strong territorial instinct, especially the more powerful ones. They tend to observe from the shadows, and if one lingers too long within their domain, they may take it upon themselves to confront and expel the intruder. Here stands a solitary bamboo that has exceeded a century in age. Its height surpasses 10 meters. Indicative of its age, and this particular bamboo appears to be over 30 meters tall, marking it as a soul beast over 300 years old. My first spirit ring was derived from such a bamboo, also surpassing 300 years. Unlike other bamboo species that grow in clusters, solitary bamboo thrives alone, which contributes to its resilience compared to most plants. It was through absorbing this solitary bamboo as my first spirit ring that my Wooden Lance martial spirit acquired its enduring qualities. The soul skill it bestowed upon me is resilience, enhancing my attack power by 10% when I engage in combat with my Wooden Lance martial spirit, all while consuming minimal soul power. This consumption is equivalent to maintaining my martial spirit state, effectively rendering it negligible, allowing me to sustain this condition for up to an hour. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun immediately comprehended that an increase of 10% in attack power was not particularly formidable. Indeed, many century-old soul rings boasted even greater enhancements. However, the fact that soul skills did not expend soul power was extraordinarily remarkable, effectively allowing for their continuous usage. It is important to note that most individual skills can only be sustained for a brief period. For instance, Ma Hongjun could maintain his martial soul state for merely a minute, and if he were to attack, that duration would dwindle to mere seconds. This delineates the distinction between explosive power and endurance. Undoubtedly, Ma Ming epitomized the archetype of a highly enduring offensive battle soul master, his presence proving invaluable within a team, significantly enhancing their collective combat capabilities. Although the century-old bamboo spirit was formidable, it lacked sufficient age, and thus Ma Hongjun did not consider it further, continuing onward. As they progressed, Ma Ming and Ma Ping would elucidate various familiar soul beasts to Ma Hongjun, utilizing this hands-on, experiential method of instruction, which facilitated easier absorption and comprehension of the material. Upon entering the cavern of the mountain, an unusual tranquility enveloped them. The surrounding trees were sparse yet towering, their dense foliage obscuring the sky. Suddenly, a resounding tiger's roar echoed forth, emanating from 100 meters ahead of the trio. A pair of yellow eyes fixated upon them. Having detected Ma Hongjun and his companions first, the creature issued a powerful roar. The avian soul beasts perched upon the trees were startled into flight, and a multitude of leaves cascaded down from the forest canopy. The atmosphere appeared to chill as the three stood motionless in place. The vividly patterned tiger approached slowly, having already issued a warning. The continued presence of the three humans was met with its evident displeasure. The trio scrutinized the magnificent tiger, and Ma Ming was the first to speak, assessing, "It is a blazing magic tiger, the king among tigers. The yellow hue of its eyes confirms its status as a century-old soul beast, and judging by its physique, it should be approximately 600 years old." Upon witnessing the magnificent magic tiger, exuding an air of majesty and dominance, Ma Hongjun felt a stir of excitement, especially upon learning that it was a soul beast of approximately 600 years in age. Ma Ping had previously mentioned that a formidable tiger would be the prime choice. Ma Ping narrowed his eyes into a mere slit, gazing at the vibrant magic tiger as if deep in thought. He sighed softly, remarking, "In less than 600 years. Look at its tail. It measures roughly 80 centimeters in length. Yet, a magic tiger of 600 years would possess a tail exceeding that length." The vibrant magic tiger, known for its formidable offensive capabilities among tiger-like spirit beasts, is indeed comparable to a white tiger of the same rank, making it an apt choice for Hongjun, albeit slightly younger than desired. Clearly, he was contemplating whether to hunt this vibrant magic tiger. At that moment, the tiger quickened its pace. "Let us retreat for now. Today is merely the first day. We shall venture deeper and explore further. If we do not encounter a suitable spirit beast, we may return to consider this vibrant magic tiger." As Ma Ping finished speaking, the three prepared to retreat. However, the vibrant magic tiger had evidently exhausted its patience. It opened its enormous jaws, with a flicker of yellow light glimmering in its eyes, and lunged forward. "Hongjun, retreat." As Ma Ping and his companion concluded their conversation, their martial spirits were summoned forth. Upon the wooden spear, 2 rings appeared, one golden and the other golden. Upon the wooden staff, 3 rings manifested, one white and 2 golden. Ma Ming's first soul ring ignited, manifesting its resilient effect as he boldly confronted the resplendent demon tiger. As Ma Ping's second soul ring illuminated, he struck down from the sky with his staff towards the dazzling magic tiger. The magic tiger extended its sharp claws, golden light shimmering on its paws, as it engaged in a fierce battle with Ma Ping. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, a group of 4 approached swiftly. The newcomers comprised 3 adults and 1 child, their excitement palpable upon seeing the magic tiger. This magnificent creature, over 500 years old, was an excellent candidate for your second soul ring. Chapter 8, The Fiery Trial of the Body, First Soul Ring, Part 5. The group consisted of 2 middle-aged men, a young man, and a boy who appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, notably more robust than Ma Hongjun. "Brother, what should we do?" The boy inquired anxiously of the young man as he observed the fierce confrontation unfolding. It was evident that Ma Hongjun and his companions had discovered the magic tiger first, as they had arrived later. The young man glanced at Ma Ping's martial spirits and soul rings, shaking his head dismissively. "No need to rush, let them fight for now. This magic tiger is yours, it won't escape." The sudden appearance of this group created a tense atmosphere, unnerving both Ma Ping's trio and the magic tiger. "Hey kid, are you here to hunt for your first soul ring?" The boy, noticing Ma Hongjun, first expressed confusion before adopting a haughty demeanor to pose his question. Due to the influence of the malevolent fire that hastened his maturity, Ma Hongjun appears to resemble a child of approximately 9 years of age. At this stage, acquiring his first spirit ring is considered quite normal, and the other 3 individuals merely cast a glance, finding it unremarkable. Ma Hongjun observed the four individuals. Their intentions were manifestly evident. They sought the vibrant magic tiger. Moreover, their unwillingness to retreat in the face of Ma Ping and his companion's prowess clearly indicated their disdain, underscoring that this group possessed strength superior to their own. Ma Hongjun gave a slight nod, tacitly acknowledging his words. "Are you mute? Why do you not speak?" The young man, either failing to notice Ma Hongjun's nod or deliberately seeking to provoke, spoke in an aggressive manner. Ma Hongjun's gaze suddenly sharpened, coldly directed at the youth. The boy, seemingly unafraid of Ma Hongjun, pointed at the vibrant magic tiger and exclaimed loudly, "Oh, still not convinced? That is a vibrant magic tiger over 500 years old. Can you absorb it?" The young man, instead of stopping the boy, provided an explanation, saying, "It is not that lad who will absorb it. It is the soul master wielding the wooden spear who seeks the vibrant magic tiger as his third soul ring." Over the past 3 months, Ma Ming has made significant progress while accompanying Ma Hongjun in his cultivation, having advanced to the 29th level, just one step away from reaching level 30, with a comparable soul force. The young man evidently assumed that Ma Ming intended to utilize the colorful demon tiger to break through to level 30. Cheng Wang, cease your banter with him and observe the attack patterns of the colorful demon tiger closely. Shortly, you will need to absorb its soul ring. Understood, brother, the youth replied, turning his attention away from Ma Hongjun to focus on the arena. Ma Hongjun called out, instructing Ma Ming and the others to retreat. The vibrant magic tiger was formidable. Attempting to slay it was not a task to be accomplished swiftly. Seizing the moment, Ma Ping pulled Ma Ming back. The vibrant magic tiger, clearly not lacking in intelligence, had already contemplated fleeing upon noticing the increase in human presence. As Ma Ming and Ma Ping withdrew, it turned and bolted. "Do not let it escape," a young man shouted at Ma Ping and Ma Ming, his tone commanding. In the midst of his speech, the vibrant magic tiger had already dashed far away, its speed astonishing. "You too, hurry and pursue." He glared at Ma Ping and Ma Ming in frustration, then turned to address the two middle-aged men. Instantly, the two middle-aged men unleashed their martial spirits, 3 soul rings illuminating, all of which were white and yellow. One of them possessed the martial spirit of an eagle, enabling him to chase after the tiger with remarkable swiftness, closely followed by the other, whose martial spirit was a vine. "Did you not hear my command?" He angrily admonished Ma Ping and Ma Ming, and in that moment, his garments began to swell. A surge of intense, dark energy erupted from his being as he extended his arms outward, his chest puffed up. The sound of cracking bones echoed as his muscles expanded, straining against the fabric of his clothing. Each muscle beneath the material became distinctly pronounced, and even the air around him seemed to grow tumultuous. His originally brown hair transformed to black, a royal character forming upon his forehead. The transformation of his hands was most pronounced. They grew to twice their previous size, covered in dark fur. As his fingers flexed, short, dagger-like claws continuously emerged and retracted from his palms, each claw resembling a blade, measuring an impressive 20 centimeters, glimmering with a chilling, eerie light. This was the first time Ma Hongjun witnessed the complete manifestation of a beast martial spirit, far more comprehensive than his own evil fire phoenix, and this martial spirit appeared to possess considerable strength. Ma Ping's countenance, once poised to express anger, transformed into one of astonishment, for he evidently recognized this martial spirit. He spoke in a low, measured tone. "This is the Black Tiger martial spirit. The Black Tiger martial spirit is indeed considered a top-tier spirit. While it may not possess the overwhelming power of the White Tiger, it undeniably stands as a sovereign among its feline counterparts, ranking among the top 3 of tiger-type spirits." Soon, 3 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, swirling gracefully from the ground to the crown of his head. Their hues were yellow, and purple, with the uppermost purple ring being particularly striking and resplendent. As his second soul ring illuminated, he unleashed the Black Tiger shadow transformation. Before Ma Ming could react, he was struck in the chest by the swiftly charging Black Tiger, sending him flying into a large tree, from which he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Father!" Ma Hongjun hurriedly ran over to assist Ma Ming. "Father, how are you?" Ma Ming coughed and said, "Hongjun, father is fine." "The dragon soul spear." Ma Hongjun murmured softly, a golden dragon shadow flickering through his right hand, as a silver spear materialized within his grasp. Despite the awareness of his own inadequacy against the opponent, Witnessing his father's injury ignited an uncontrollable surge of fury within him. What are you doing? Do you intend to commit murder here? Ma Ping shouted. Yet the young man paid him no heed. The second soul ring illuminated once more, and he launched an assault, brimming with murderous intent. His actions unequivocally conveyed his intentions. Ma Ping had no choice but to confront his adversary wielding a staff, engaging in a fierce struggle. However, he was no match for the strength of the young man, and soon found himself at a disadvantage, realizing that he could not endure much longer. Enraged, Ma Hongjun charged forward with the dragon soul spear in hand. Hongjun, come back. Ma Ming called out anxiously from behind. The young man, upon witnessing Ma Hongjun's offensive move, smirked slightly. Boy, your martial spirit seems quite impressive. Allow me to entertain you. He taunted as he dashed in front of Ma Hongjun. His expression then turned serious as he shouted, Black Tiger, possess me. His martial spirit was also that of a black tiger, and a yellow soul ring rose from beneath his feet. With an unwavering gaze, Ma Hongjun remained entirely undeterred as the dragon soul spear lunged toward him. The myriad of birds took flight. The young boy's yellow soul ring illuminated brilliantly. The black tiger breaking the heavens strike ensued. The dragon soul spear met his tiger claw in midair, producing a resonant clash akin to metal against metal. The essence of the myriad birds taking flight lay in the spear's tip, where power converged to unleash a flurry of 10 spear blossoms in an instant. Akin to 100 spearheads striking forth. The youth let out a cold chuckle, contemplating how a mere boy without a soul ring dared to confront him head-on, displaying a remarkable lack of fear for his own mortality. However, in the next heartbeat, his amusement faded. The dragon soul spear pierced through his tiger claw, withdrawing to reveal a spatter of crimson blood. A piercing scream escaped his lips as the manifestation of his martial soul wavered, becoming elusive and indistinct. In the air, the dragon soul gun wielded by Ma Hongjun spun once more before striking his shoulder. The young man was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. As his martial spirit was forcibly retracted into his body, struggling to rise, he found that the pain in his shoulder rendered him unable to muster any strength. All of this transpired within the span of merely 10 seconds. Ma Hongjun swiftly retracted the dragon soul gun, conserving the scant remnants of his soul power. He then approached the youth, seizing him by the throat, proclaiming, I shall lift you up. In that fleeting span of 10 seconds, Ma Ping was also vanquished by the young man, trembling as he leaned on his martial spirit wooden staff. The young man activated his third soul ring, poised to deliver a lethal blow to Ma Ping, when a voice suddenly pierced the air. Do not move, or I shall take his life. Chapter 9. The Fiery Trials of the Body. First Soul Ring. 6. The young man turned to see a hand of the youth pierced through. A gaping wound in his palm. Blood trickled from his mouth, his face a mask of terror as he leaned against Ma Hongjun, who had him firmly by the neck. He could scarcely believe that his brother, a level 20 possessing a century-old soul ring, had been defeated by that boy, and so swiftly at that. The young man seized Ma Ping, his black claws tightening around his throat, his gaze dark and filled with malice, as he harshly commanded Ma Hongjun, Release my brother. With a firm grip, Ma Hongjun caused the young boy's eyes to widen, revealing a significant portion of the whites of his eyes. All right, you can release my third grandfather. He pleaded, his voice barely audible as he strained to raise his hand, his throat constricted. Yet, the shape of his lips conveyed his intent clearly. The two parties found themselves in a standoff. Ma Hongjun could not afford to release his hold first, for the three of them were no match for the young man, and ensuring their safety took precedence. At that moment, a small squad of 10 approached, clad in the standard robes of the Spirit Hall, 8 in yellow and 2 in purple. The purple robes signified a soul master of considerable strength, a rank Ma Ping himself held. Elder Ma, what is the situation? Inquired a robust voice from the lead figure. A man in purple. Young man, Ma Ping is one of us from the Spirit Hall. You should release him. Any misunderstandings can be clarified. As members of the enforcement team from the Spirit Hall, they typically refrained from intervening in conflicts between soul masters. However, encountering Ma Ping, one of their own, demanded their attention. Ultimately, under the enforcement team's intervention, both Ma Hongjun and the young man released their grips simultaneously. The young man's demeanor softened slightly upon realizing Ma Ping's affiliation with the Spirit Hall. The enforcement team appeared to recognize the Black Tiger martial spirit, exhibiting a degree of caution. After rescuing Ma Ping, they did not pursue the young man further, allowing him and his companion to leave unhindered. Before departing, The two brothers cast a lingering glance at Ma Hongjun, leaving him with a foreboding warning. You had better pray that we do not cross paths again. Ma Hongjun, unwilling to be outdone, retorted with equal fervor, I extend the same sentiment to you. The two pursued the vibrant magical tiger together. Their expedition had not gone well today. Both Ma Ping and his companion had sustained injuries. Ultimately, with the assistance of the enforcement team, the trio withdrew from the forest, seeking respite outside. They found accommodation at a hotel near the soul-hunting forest, and fortunately, the injuries of Ma Ping and Ma Ming were not severe, allowing for a recovery within a few days. Furthermore, Ma Hongjun learned from Ma Ping about the origins of the black tiger martial spirit. The Xiang family, one of the three prominent families in Sodu City, possesses a powerful lineage of the black tiger martial spirit, with a soul emperor residing within the family. One cannot help but marvel at the uniqueness of the black tiger martial spirit, prior to reaching the rank of soul sage. It stands on equal footing with the white tiger, both being top-tier martial spirits. However, unlike its white counterpart, the black tiger martial spirit reaches its limit at the soul emperor level, perpetually unable to transcend the 69th rank or to solidify its martial spirit's true form. The primary reason for this limitation lies in the innate malevolence that the black tiger martial spirit embodies. This malevolence bears resemblance to Ma Hongjun's evil fire, albeit with detrimental side effects. The evil fire accelerates bodily growth, causing expansion and an overabundance of yang energy, continuously generating essence. In contrast, the malevolence adversely impacts one's character, rendering individuals obstinate, irritable, and prone to violent and cruel tendencies. It is no wonder that the young man and his companion exhibited such tempestuous natures, quick to instigate trouble. A mere disagreement with a stranger could provoke them to violence. The presence of this malevolence elucidates their behavior. For Ma Hongjun, this understanding became significantly clearer, akin to the way his evil fire manifests, severely compromising his rationality. This illustrates why it is often said that when a man contemplates matters with his lower instincts, he bears little distinction from a beast. Ma Hongjun felt a profound sense of sentiment. However, it was precisely due to the fierce aura that the black tiger martial soul could rival most soul saints with the strength of a soul emperor. The Xiang family thus firmly established its position among the three prominent families of Sodo City. Nevertheless, this martial soul also garnered animosity from many, rendering them somewhat isolated in Sodo City. Yet, this can be regarded as a characteristic of a fierce tiger. Ma Ming ventured out to gather information and discovered that the young man was the eldest son of the Xiang family, named Xiang Chengxing. Aspiring to achieve sanctity is no simple feat. Upon hearing this name, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed that the martial soul could not transcend the rank of soul sage, becoming a hereditary burden for the Xiang family. The youth was his younger brother, known as Xiang Chengwang, while the other two soul sages were guests of the family. The Xiang family had come to the soul-hunting forest this time to bestow a second soul ring upon Xiang Chengwang. Regardless of the circumstances, Ma Hongjun had now crossed paths with the Xiang family, and any future encounters would not be amicable. It was not until the following evening that Xiang Chengxing and his companions emerged from the soul-hunting forest, with three soul sages present. Hunting the striped demon tiger was not a formidable challenge. The delay of a day was likely due to the injuries inflicted by Ma Hongjun on Xiang Chengwang. On the third day, Ma Hongjun and his companions set out once more, entering the soul-hunting forest. They did not linger, traversing the first three mountains, and upon reaching the fourth, they began to slow their pace to search. Before long, night fell, and the trio was compelled to select a spot to set up camp. Ma Ming once again provided Ma Hongjun with a practical lesson. How does one select an appropriate location to set up camp? Is it permissible to start a fire? What is snake repellent powder, and what purpose does it serve? How should it be utilized? What precautions should one take during the night in the forest? Although these are mere details, they hold significant practicality. As a spirit master, one must frequently venture into the spirit beast forest, which is fraught with peril. In the face of limited strength, possessing additional experience equates to enhanced safety. After a simple meal of rations, Ma Ping instructed Ma Hongjun to rest while he and Ma Ming took turns keeping watch. This was intended to ensure that Ma Hongjun maintained optimal physical condition. As absorbing the spirit ring, particularly the first one, is of utmost importance, and one must not be negligent. Ma Hongjun was unpretentious. The affection bestowed upon him by his two elders required no elaborate expressions. After a night devoid of events, The trio resumed their journey at dawn, in search of soul beasts. Approaching noon, they halted before a lush bamboo grove, and Ma Ping and his companions' eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. This expansive bamboo forest stretched between the 4th and 5th mountains. It was comprised of green bamboo, a type of soul beast. The green bamboo possessed no aggressive tendencies and was a remarkably gentle plant-type soul beast. Its soul rings were easily absorbable, and soul masters typically opted for those close to the maximum age limit of the soul rings. Moreover, its vibrant life force made it the preferred choice for many healing-type support soul masters. As Ma Ming finished speaking, Ma Hongjun inquired, "What does this have to do with me?" "It is quite relevant," Ma Ping responded with a hint of excitement. "If all goes as expected, your first soul ring is secured. Are you choosing the green bamboo?" Ma Hongjun asked, puzzled. "Certainly not. Look closely. Over there." Following Ma Ping's pointing finger, Ma Hongjun finally discerned the serpent coiled around the green bamboo, its body partially revealed. The serpent's hue mirrored that of the bamboo, rendering it nearly invisible at first glance. Had it not been for the harsh sunlight, which illuminated the creature's emerald scales and caused them to glisten, Ma Hongjun might have remained oblivious to its presence. "Ma Hongjun, what is its name?" "Ma Ming, the sound of the green bamboo snake." "Ma Ping, the Qingzhuin snake resides solely within the verdant bamboo groves, devoid of venom, and possesses the unique ability to merge with the bamboo, inheriting a fragment of its vibrant vitality. Its most distinctive trait is its swiftness. A millennium ago, it was merely known as the Qingzhu snake, but after 1,000 years, it has rightfully earned the title of Qingzhuin snake, for it can momentarily surpass the speed of sound. Those with exceptional innate talent among the Qingzhuin snakes could attain fleeting supersonic speeds even a millennium prior. Its most formidable attack is both simplistic and rapid. It ascends into the air in a straight trajectory, then darts forth like a green arrow. In flight, it emits a crisp sound reminiscent of bamboo splintering, moving with extraordinary velocity akin to green lightning. Ma Hongjun, how can one determine its age? Ma Ming, the green bamboo sound snake bears the segmented patterns of bamboo, with each segment symbolizing a century. As the three were engrossed in their captivating conversation, the green bamboo sound snake became aware of the presence of these three outsiders. It began to weave through the bamboo grove, its body not bulky but capable of transformation. When resting upon the bamboo, it appeared wide yet slender, and when in motion, it elongated while remaining delicate. Ma Hongjun observed, counting the bamboo-like stripes upon its body. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Chapter 10. The Malevolent Flame Refines the Body. The First Spirit Ring. 7. Seeking 5-star reviews. A 900-year-old spirit beast, far exceeding the limits of a spirit master's second spirit ring. Ma Ping and Ma Ming displayed expressions of concern as they encountered suitable soul beasts on 2 consecutive occasions. The first had a lifespan that was too short, while the second exceeded their acceptable limits. If only the lifespan were 700 years, or perhaps even 800, they might have been willing to take the risk. However, with the prospect of 900 years, Ma Ming was reluctant to gamble, for he had only one son. This illustrates the difficulty of hunting soul beasts. Finding one that is both suitable and within the desired lifespan proves to be exceedingly challenging. "Let's search elsewhere," Ma Ping sighed, expressing his thoughts. The Qingzhuin snake did not actively attack humans. It merely observed from within the bamboo forest. "Third grandfather, I believe I can give it a try," one of them declared. Ma Hongjun was not being overly ambitious. Rather, he possessed a genuine confidence to give it a try. Although the risks were considerable, the potential rewards were equally enticing. His current physical strength could be compared to that of Ma Ming, but it was solely in terms of physical prowess. When it came to enduring the limits of soul rings, he surely could not match Ma Ming, whose soul power was far more robust. The estimate of an 800-year soul beast was a calculated assessment made by Ma Ming, taking into account Ma Hongjun's circumstances. However, Ma Ming was unaware of the influence of the evil fire, which significantly enhanced Ma Hongjun's endurance. This additional century of endurance gave Ma Hongjun the confidence to take it on. After much insistence from Ma Hongjun, and considering that the Qingzhuin snake had been nourished by the bamboo for an extended period and was relatively gentle, Ma Ping agreed to the attempt, recognizing that its soul ring would be easier to absorb among soul beasts. Without further delay, the two summoned their martial spirits and charged toward the Qingzhuin snake, one on the left and the other on the right. Ma Ping's second soul ring ignited, unleashing his most formidable soul skill, which elevated his attacks by an astonishing 30%. The earth-shattering strike of the staff descended swiftly and accurately from the air. The azure bamboo sound serpent, in a desperate attempt to evade, was unable to escape its fate as the staff struck its rear tail with unerring precision. Ma Ming also activated his second spirit ring. The wooden spear darted with agility in his grasp, delivering a series of powerful thrusts. Both combatants understood the nature of the Qingzhou Yinshi, known for its astonishing speed. Thus, they commenced the encounter with their most potent soul skill, hoping to inflict damage and thereby hinder its swift movements. The first round bore fruit, as Ma Ming's wooden spear carved a wound into the abdomen of the Qingzhou Yinshi, effectively reducing its velocity. The creature's attacks, apart from its most formidable aerial strikes, were not as formidable as those of the 500-year-old striped demon tiger. Consequently, the primary concern when facing it was not only its flying assaults, but also the imperative to prevent its escape. Ma Ping and his companion positioned themselves strategically, one in front and the other behind, effectively confining the creature's movement and preventing its escape. However, the explosive power of their soul skills could not be sustained for long. Once they had established their positions, they began to employ alternative soul techniques. Given that this was a soul beast of 900 years, even with lesser attack power, it was beyond their capability to vanquish it instantaneously. Their current strategy was to wear down the Qingzhou Yinshi, gradually depleting its strength while seeking an opportunity to inflict significant damage. As the creature sustained more wounds and lost blood, its speed would inevitably diminish, leading it towards its demise. The Qingzhou Yinshi grew increasingly agitated, its body accumulating more injuries. Ma Ming's wooden spear, imbued with the essence of the Guzhou soul ring, possessed formidable piercing power against the Qingzhou Yinshi, for the Guzhou was indeed the sovereign among bamboos. After half an hour, the serpent's azure form was nearly drenched in crimson, and the fate of the Qingzhou Yinshi had become all too apparent. As Ma Hongjun observed the one-sided situation on the battlefield, he gradually approached, eager to glean insights. For his practical combat experience remained rather insufficient. The azure-eyed Qingzhou Yinshi contracted its pupils, transforming into a vivid crimson. At this moment, it could no longer contend with Ma Ming and Ma Ping. Suddenly, it directed its head towards Ma Hongjun, its delicate azure scales fracturing, releasing tendrils of cerulean light. Its body swiftly coiled upon the ground, the orientation of its head unwavering, yet its elongated form spun rapidly in concentric circles, before it quivered and swept up a cloud of earth. Remarkably, it propelled itself from the ground, its body unfurling into a linear trajectory in midair. A burst of azure brilliance erupted as the Qingzhou Yinshi transformed into a verdant arrow, hurtling directly towards Ma Hongjun, leaving a trail of cerulean in its wake. Upon reaching its zenith, it emitted a crisp, resonant sound akin to the splintering of bamboo. This sound resonated, affirming its status as a soul beast of extraordinary talent. A Qingzhou Yinshi barely a millennium old. "Be cautious, Hongjun. Be cautious." Ma Ping and the other person gasped, their faces instantly paling. The most formidable strike from the Qingtishong serpent was something they dared not confront head-on. Even now, injured as they were, the immense piercing force was beyond what the 6-year-old Ma Hongjun could endure. Ma Hongjun remained fixated on the arena. His attention captured the moment the Qingzhou Yinshi shifted its focus onto him. As the serpent soared into the air, a silver spear materialized in his right hand. The creature's jaws were closed as it ascended, yet by the time it launched its attack, its maw was wide open, revealing its gleaming, ivory fangs that glistened ominously. "Return, spear." Ma Hongjun lowered his body, advancing his right foot, twisting his waist, leaning back, and gripping the gun with both hands. He thrust it forward at an angle. The return horse gun is a signature move of the Ma family's martial arts, originally created by their ancestor Ma Chao. This technique combines evasion and attack, seemingly unexpected yet meticulously planned. The return horse gun is indeed a lethal maneuver. The silver tip of the dragon soul gun plunged directly into the mouth of the Qingzhou Yinshi green bamboo serpent. In midair, the silver spear and the green serpent formed a straight line, half silver and half green. The tremendous impact caused the serpent's body to slide down the gun barrel, resembling a green sheath adorning the silver spear. Its head struck Ma Hongjun's right hand before halting, with two sharp fangs piercing into his index finger like steel needles. nearly penetrating through. Blood, tinged with a green hue, flowed from the serpent's mouth, dripping into Ma Hongjun's open mouth, carrying a faint sweetness along with a hint of bamboo-esque fragrance. The Qingzhu Yinshi emitted yellow specks of light, and soon, a yellow soul ring materialized. Since the Qingzhu Yinshi was entwined around the dragon soul gun, its soul ring also encircled the weapon. From the perspective of Ma Ping and his companion, it appeared as though Ma Hongjun's martial spirit had transformed into a long green spear adorned with a yellow soul ring. Not hastily removing the serpent's corpse, Ma Hongjun allowed it to remain in that state, then sat cross-legged, commencing the cultivation of the 100 birds, chasing the phoenix scripture to draw upon the energy of the soul ring. The yellow soul ring shrank, becoming more solid, encasing the spear-esque shaft. Immediately, an overwhelming force surged like a torrent of water from his right hand into Ma Hongjun's body. Hongjun, remain vigilant and guard your martial spirit at all times. No matter how the power of the soul ring impacts your body, remember to stay alert. Only then can you better harness the power of the soul ring in the future. The voice of Ma Ping reached Ma Hongjun's ears, yet it failed to divert his attention. The power of the soul ring had already begun to ravage his body. Unlike the volatile nature of the evil fire's strength, the energy of the soul ring was relatively gentler, yet it was overwhelming in its magnitude, as if it sought to burst his very form apart. Ma Hongjun's body trembled violently, beads of sweat visibly flowing from his pores. It was as if one were attempting to forcibly pour 100 pounds of water into a container that could only hold 80. The overwhelming force of the soul ring surged wildly within him. The 100 birds facing the phoenix technique incessantly circulated, striving to channel this power along established meridian pathways to achieve a refining effect. His remarkable endurance was evident, despite his brows knitting into a tight furrow. Ma Hongjun remained alert. However, the power of the soul ring continued to flood into his body, and instead of perspiration, blood energy began to emanate from his pores. This force was overwhelmingly potent. The 900-year-old soul ring indeed surpassed his limits. No matter how resilient his will, his body could not withstand such strain. Ma Ping and his companion fixated their gaze upon Ma Hongjun, alarmed as they observed the blood seeping from his skin, filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. However, at that moment, they found themselves utterly powerless to intervene or offer assistance. Just as Ma Hongjun felt as though his body were on the verge of splitting apart, a resonant dragon's roar echoed within him, unheard by Ma Ping and his companion. The golden silhouette of a dragon reappeared in his mind. In the 11th chapter, the dragon's soul awakens, devouring souls to grow. The golden dragon image swirled within Ma Hongjun's being, drawing upon the power of the soul rings. Operating in accordance with the intricate pathways outlined in the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix scripture. Ultimately, it siphoned a portion of the soul ring's energy, which emerged from Ma Hongjun's right hand and fused into the dragon soul spear. The remaining power of the soul ring remained within Ma Hongjun's capacity for endurance, prompting him to continue the process of refining and mastering this residual energy. An hour later, Ma Hongjun opened his eyes, only to find that his garments had once again become drenched. Both Ma and Ping let out a sigh of relief. Ma Ming removed the green bamboo sound serpent from the dragon soul spear and placed it into the soul guiding device. This was the corpse of a soul beast that had existed for 9 centuries, capable of fetching a handsome price. The green bamboo sound serpent is an exquisite delicacy, not only delicious but also rich in nutrients, beneficial for soul masters in their cultivation. Hongjun, tell me, what soul skill has your first soul ring granted you? Ma Hongjun sheathed his dragon soul gun, gazing contemplatively at his palm before clenching and then relaxing his fist, reveling in the surge of his own power. I feel invigorated, my entire being brimming with strength. Although my soul power has not increased, my physique has undoubtedly grown stronger. My first soul ring skill, derived from the most formidable strike of the blue bamboo sound serpent, is named Extreme Shadow Flying Dragon Spear. This explosive soul technique allows for a sudden enhancement of 50% in speed and a 30% increase in attack power. After hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Ma Ping and the others paused for a moment to reflect before regaining their composure. A 50% speed surge, Ma Ping exclaimed in astonishment, seemingly fearful of mishearing, and sought to confirm once more. As a powerful soul master, he was acutely aware of the immense strength embodied in a 50% enhancement. A boon that could only be bestowed by a millennium-old soul beast's soul ring. Not to mention, Ma Hongjun's soul ring provided an additional 30% boost to his attack. It was evident that the Qingzhu Yinshi was indeed a rare and exceptional soul beast, endowed with remarkable innate abilities, which also indicated its perfect compatibility with Ma Hongjun's martial spirit, the Dragon Soul Lance, enabling him to seamlessly harness its soul skills. In order to provide a more tangible experience for both of them, Ma Hongjun was eager to test the potency of his first soul skill. Stepping into the bamboo grove, he set his sights on a bamboo shoot approximately 300 years old. The Dragon's Soul Lance materialized, enveloped in a halo of golden light. Extreme Shadow Flying Dragon Lance. The lance was held horizontally at shoulder height, and as the yellow light flickered, Ma Hongjun's left hand released the shaft, gripping the tail of the lance with both hands. The weapon spun gracefully between them, its tip glinting with a hint of green. With a swift motion, the Dragon's Soul Lance shot forth, his body tilting as he propelled himself forward. The lance pierced through the air, creating a series of explosive sounds. In the wake of its rapid flight, phantoms trailed behind, and as the Dragon's Soul Lance struck the bamboo, those illusions vanished instantly. Ma Hongjun stood firmly on the ground, his right hand steadying the lance's tail, while the other end had already penetrated the bamboo's body. A glimmer of cold light preceded the lance's release, and then it surged forth like a dragon. In that moment, Ma Hongjun truly grasped the essence of that phrase, representing the finest interpretation of his first soul skill. Countless green bamboo leaves cascaded from above, as if the bamboo sensed its pain, swaying in distress. A single leaf grazed Ma Hongjun's back, sharp as a blade, gently slicing through his garments, producing a sound as it rubbed against the silk armor beneath. Explosion. With a resounding shout, Ma Hongjun wielded the Dragon's Soul Spear, causing the green bamboo to erupt as it was cleaved in twain. The falling bamboo leaves, once vibrant, now appeared mundane and powerless. Such formidable destructive power, I too cannot achieve, Ma Ming exclaimed. Indeed, just based on this soul skill alone, it has already reached the level of most Millennium soul skills. With this ability, it is likely that few among the great soul masters can rival Hongjun. Ma Ping nodded in agreement, casting a gaze upon Ma Hongjun that resembled one directed at a peculiar creature. It is worth noting that although he currently holds the rank of Soul Master, he is yet to acquire a 1,000-year soul ring. Ma Hongjun did not retrieve his spear. Instead, he was attuned to the fluctuations of his soul power. The recent utilization of this soul skill had only depleted a third of his energy, indicating that with the acquisition of the first soul ring, the Dragon Soul Spear's consumption of soul power had diminished somewhat. At that moment, a yellow soul ring floated above the fallen Qingzhu. It was a pity for this century-old soul ring. With a sigh, Ma Ming pondered the irreconcilable conflict between soul masters and soul beasts, a reality dictated by the nature of cultivation, one that could not be altered unless one forsook the pursuit of strength. As the number of soul masters increased and their levels ascended, the demand for soul rings grew, leading to an escalating consumption of soul beasts. Yet, there existed a symbiotic relationship between the two, coupled with the slow growth of soul beasts. This dynamic foreshadowed a future where extinction of the soul beasts would inevitably lead to the vanishing of the soul master profession. Of course, that day was still far off, and Ma Ming was certain he would not live to see it. Nonetheless, this sense of impending doom had crossed the minds of the majority of soul masters. Thus, within the realm of soul masters, aside from the necessity of soul rings, there was an unspoken understanding against the indiscriminate slaughter of soul beasts. There were no formal regulations, but rather a collective agreement, as most soul masters instinctively adhered to this natural order. For when one slays a soul beast and witnesses a precious soul ring arise, only to be rendered useless, dissipating into the ether, it evokes a profound pang akin to losing a fortune of 100 million gold soul coins. At that moment of reflection, Ma Hongjun approached the century-old soul ring, wielding the Dragon's Soul Gun. He directed the tip of the spear into the very center of the soul ring, driven by a conjecture he wished to test. A miraculous scene unfolded. The yellow soul ring diminished in size, encircling the tip of the gun. The golden silhouette of a dragon reemerged, first manifesting in Ma Hongjun's mind, then emerging from his right hand. As the dragon's head spiraled along the shaft of the spear, its body entwining around it. As the dragon's head reached the position of the soul ring, it opened its maw, and the soul ring transformed into a radiant yellow light, drawn in like a current. Consumed by the golden dragon. What are you doing, Hongjun? Ma Ping exclaimed in astonishment, for he and Ma Ming could not perceive the golden dragon. They only saw the yellow soul ring emanating a radiant glow above Ma Hongjun's silver spear, being absorbed into the soul of the weapon. He assumed that Ma Hongjun was in the process of assimilating this green bamboo soul ring as his second soul ring, especially since Ma Hongjun was inherently at level 20 and had yet to attach his second soul ring. Do not fret, third grandfather. I am merely testing my silver spear's soul, and not absorbing it as my second soul ring. I shall explain further shortly. It seems that my silver spear's soul has undergone some alterations. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's earnest response, Ma Ping and his companion finally composed themselves. After all, a mutated soul is a marvel in itself, imbued with a multitude of uncertainties, and they dared not intrude. The power of the soul ring instinctively began to flow from Ma Hongjun's right hand into his body, yet he withheld its absorption, understanding that doing so would grant him a second soul ring. Ultimately, the entirety of the soul ring's power was absorbed by the dragon shadow, merging into the dragon soul spear, after which the dragon shadow vanished from sight. Ma Hongjun once again wielded the dragon soul spear, and he noticed that the consumption of soul power by the spear had diminished even further. Ma Hongjun gazed at the two men and inquired, "Third uncle, father, what did you just witness?" Through their responses, he discovered that the golden dragon shadow seemed to be visible solely to him. Thus, Ma Hongjun was compelled to offer an alternative explanation. My silver spear martial soul appears to possess the ability to transform. It can absorb the power of the spirit rings and apply it to itself. Just now, while absorbing the spirit ring of the blue bamboo sound snake, my body could not withstand the influx, and the excess spirit power was absorbed by the silver spear. I conducted another experiment with the blue bamboo spirit ring, which confirmed my hypothesis that the silver spear can indeed absorb the energy of spirit rings. This revelation shattered the understanding of the two men, and it could be said that it was a miracle in the annals of martial soul history. They could not fathom the reasons behind it, and could only attribute it to the anomaly of a mutated martial soul. After absorption, did you notice any differences? Ma Ming promptly asked, as this was his primary concern. I feel splendid. The silver spear has become slightly more solid, and the consumption of spirit power has diminished somewhat. This response alleviated the worries of the two men. Regardless of the changes, as long as they were positive, all was well. Ma Hongjun felt deeply about this and consequently arrived at a conclusion. The dragon soul should possess intelligence, resembling more of a weapon spirit. It is said that within divine artifacts, there exist spirit entities. The dragon soul gun itself is imbued with mystery, and upon reflection, this notion becomes quite understandable. The ability to absorb the power of soul rings for its growth appears rather promising. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but smile as he gazed at the sky, where the sunlight shone brightly. What splendid weather. Chapter 12. The Bamboo Forest Uprising, where Ma Ming is injured. A request for a 5-star review. Since he could absorb the first, he could surely absorb the second. The Dragon Soul Spear absorbed this 300-year-old green bamboo soul ring, allowing Ma Hongjun to maintain the Dragon Soul Spear's martial soul form for an additional 3 seconds. If he were to absorb one more, 10, or even 100, the duration would extend from 3 seconds to 300 seconds to 3,000 seconds and beyond. By such calculations, ultimately, after absorbing a sufficient number of soul rings, maintaining the Dragon Soul Spear's martial soul would require no soul power at all. At that point, could the Dragon Soul Spear still be termed a martial soul? It would bear no distinction from a real firearm. The existence of a martial soul in its true form is utterly terrifying. Ma Hongjun contemplated that the current state of the Dragon Soul gun resembled a spiritual form, while the absorption of soul rings' power was akin to shaping the body of the gun. In essence, the more soul rings absorbed, the better. The green bamboo forest was vast, and the attacks of the green bamboo were feeble, making it the most suitable target for harvesting soul rings. Third grandfather, father, I implore you both to assist me in cutting down more green bamboo. I wish for my silver gun martial soul to absorb its essence. Filled with excitement, Ma Hongjun addressed the two companions. They readily consented, and together, the trio launched an assault on the bamboo grove. As leaves cascaded to the ground, 3 stalks of green bamboo fell in response. The 3 targeted century-old green bamboo, and before long, they had felled over a dozen. Having ventured deeper into the bamboo thicket, they soon encountered a green bamboo serpent. However, it bore only a single, faint stripe resembling a bamboo segment, and its length was modest, indicating it was approximately a century old. Ma Hongjun did not employ his soul skill. Instead, he executed the most ferocious thrust of the Ma family's spear technique. With a swift motion, he hurled the dragon soul spear, which soared through the air, leaving a trail of silver, and accurately pierced the serpent's vital point. Ma Hongjun approached and picked up the dragon soul gun once more. A yellow soul ring emerged, indicating that this Qingzhu Insa had only recently become a century-old soul beast. Ma Hongjun positioned the dragon soul gun at the center of the spirit ring, summoning the shadow of the dragon, which absorbed the spirit ring. A miracle unfolded once more. The power of this spirit ring did not enter the dragon soul gun. Instead, it flowed through the shadow of the golden dragon into Ma Hongjun's body. Traversing the meridians as dictated by the 100 birds, facing the phoenix scripture before merging with his first spirit ring. At that moment, the first spirit ring illuminated, and Ma Hongjun's physique tensed once again. When half of this century-old spirit ring dissipated, Ma Hongjun reached his physical limit, ceasing the influx of the ring's power into his body. The remaining energy of the spirit ring was drawn into the dragon soul gun. The power of this century-old blue bamboo sound serpent spirit ring was divided into two portions. One was absorbed by the first spirit ring, and the other by the dragon soul gun. Had it not been for Ma Hongjun reaching his physical limits, the remainder could have also been absorbed into the first spirit ring. Ma Hongjun once again experienced the profundity of his first soul skill, discovering that the enhancement of his speed had subtly increased. Although the improvement was not particularly pronounced, it was indeed evident. This implies that the power infused from the first spirit ring has extended its longevity to some degree. Consequently, Ma Hongjun arrived at a second conclusion. When the dragon soul absorbs a spirit ring from the same spirit beast as the auxiliary soul ring, the strength of that spirit ring can be integrated into the auxiliary soul ring, thereby augmenting its lifespan. However, there exists a limitation. The lifespan of the auxiliary soul ring can only extend to the physical threshold that the host can endure. Beyond that, absorption is not feasible. In the past, Ma Hongjun's physical endurance was limited to 800 years. The power of the first 900-year soul ring was partially absorbed by the dragon soul lance. Now, after the baptism of the first soul ring, his physical limits have been elevated once again, and he should now be capable of withstanding the power of a 900-year soul ring. Consequently, the 100-year soul ring that was recently absorbed has been partially integrated into the first soul ring, reaching the pinnacle of 900 years. This signifies that with the enhancement of my cultivation, my physical resilience strengthens. When the time comes to absorb the soul ring of the blue bamboo sound serpent, it can also be layered onto the first soul ring. Should I be able to endure 1,000 years, it will accumulate to that level. If I can withstand 10,000 years, it will amass to 10,000. And if I can bear 100,000 years, it will coalesce to that extent. Ma Hongjun's thoughts grew increasingly intense and exhilarating. When I reach the capacity to bear 100,000-year soul ring, will I not then be able to achieve a uniform array of crimson soul rings? In battles, the mere illumination of my soul rings could instill terror in the hearts of many. Although I am filled with excitement, I am still far from the threshold of enduring a 100,000-year soul ring. Diligent cultivation remains essential. I cannot help but marvel at the dragon soul spear. It is indeed formidable and extraordinarily powerful. Perhaps even divine artifacts pale in comparison. In the future, I shall no longer need to worry about the age of the additional soul rings, but rather focus solely on the types of soul beasts. Ma Ping and his companion remained oblivious to the transformation of Ma Hongjun, continuing their assault on the green bamboo. At that moment, a significant portion of the bamboo had already succumbed, prompting Ma Hongjun to swiftly employ the dragon spirit spear to absorb these spirit rings. The dragon spirit spear resembled a bottomless abyss, devoid of the limitations that constrained Ma Hongjun. Its shaft had absorbed over a dozen 100-year spirit rings, seemingly without consequence, indicating that it could absorb any spirit ring. However, at present, the trio lacked the strength to hunt spirit beasts over 1,000 years old, or else they might have dared to attempt it. Suddenly, the bamboo grove erupted into chaos, with one stalk after another beginning to sway wildly. The leaves of the bamboo whirled through the air, each one sharp as a blade. It was as if the bamboo forest had begun to rain down daggers. Ma Hongjun and his companions were swiftly beset by the sharp edges of bamboo leaves, leaving them tattered and bruised. Following this, a series of resounding cracks echoed through the air, heralding the approach of a colossal azure bamboo sound serpent, which rapidly lunged toward the trio, closely pursued by a throng of its kin. Run! Ma Ping shouted. Ma Hongjun, disregarding the soul ring absorption, sheathed the dragon soul gun and, under the protection of Ma Ping and the others, raced swiftly towards the bamboo grove. The enormous Qingzhou Inchi pursued relentlessly, soaring upwards and transforming its body into a colossal green arrow. The piercing sound of breaking bamboo echoed, and a deafening boom resonated through the air. The massive serpent's head was aimed directly at the trio, leaving them with no means of evasion. In this critical moment, Ma Ming forcefully shoved Ma Hongjun and Ma Ping aside, brandishing the wooden spear across his chest, poised against the oncoming Qingzhou Inchi. Bang! The serpent's jaws clamped down on the wooden spear, and the tremendous impact sent Ma Ming hurtling away, sliding along the ground for a considerable distance before finally coming to a halt. Blood gushed from Ma Ming's mouth, and his wooden spear martial spirit vanished without a trace. With the absence of this protective spirit, the azure bamboo serpent sank its fangs into Ma Ming's abdomen. Father! Ma Ming! Ma Hongjun and Ma Ping swiftly summoned their martial souls, hastening to provide support. Their soul rings illuminated. Extreme Shadow Flying Dragon Spear. Earth-shattering critical strike staff. Ma Hongjun's dragon soul lance surged directly towards the head of the Qingzhou In snake, endeavoring to compel it to release its grip on Ma Ming. Meanwhile, Ma Ping's staff aimed for its vulnerable underbelly. The strike of the lance and the thrust of the staff, however, failed to make contact with the elusive serpent. Its speed was astonishing. Just as Ma Hongjun and his companion launched their assault, the snake forcefully dislodged Ma Ming and gracefully glided away, establishing distance in preparation for its next onslaught. Hongjun, retreat. Ma Ping exhibited a remarkable calmness. He refrained from pursuing the Qingzhou In snakes and instead rushed to embrace the unconscious Ma Ming, who lay in a precarious state of life and death. Hurry! At that moment, a horde of Qingzhou In snakes emerged from behind, numbering in the dozens. This scene evoked memories for Ma Hongjun of a night long past, when he was encircled by a swarm of snakes at the tomb of Zhao Yun and Shunping. Fear rendered his thoughts stagnant, but he eventually regained his senses at the urgent call of Ma Ping. Ma Hongjun hurriedly followed Ma Ping, who was holding Ma Ming, and rushed outside. After running 100 meters beyond the green bamboo forest, the Qingzhou Inchi ceased their pursuit. They remained within the bamboo grove, their emerald eyes fixated on the trio 100 meters away, brimming with fury, infused with a murderous intent, and exuding a potent warning. This was their sanctuary, and Ma Hongjun and his companions were the invaders, the destroyers. Upon witnessing the colossal Qingzhou Inchi, adorned with 17 distinct bamboo segments, Ma Hongjun realized it was a soul beast of an astonishing age of 1,700 years. Trailing behind it were several others, each boasting more than 10 bamboo segments, undeniably formidable adversaries. Ma Ming's injuries are severe, his breathing is nearly imperceptible, and his abdomen has been punctured by 2 large bloodied wounds from sharp fangs, while his waist is grotesquely contorted. The assault from the millennia-old soul beast is truly terrifying. It is a stroke of immense fortune that he was not struck down in a single blow. Fortunately, the Kingswine snake, unlike most serpents, possesses no venom. Otherwise, Ma Ming would be in grave peril. However, the current situation appears scarcely any better. It is indeed utterly dire. A mist clouded Ma Hongjun's eyes, his heart a tumult of confusion, anxiety, and helplessness. As he gazed at Ma Ming, lying in a seemingly endless slumber, he realized that the term father, once so commonplace, held an immense significance in his heart. Chapter 13. The Body and Soul Bone. The 9 Hearts Begonia seeks recommendations. Musu Town, the Spirit Hall. A delicate blue flower floated forth, its ethereal blue pollen transforming into mist. The lower petals resembled a lotus pedestal, and the blue mist rose gracefully along the petals, resembling a lotus aflame with azure fire. From its mere exterior, one could discern the extraordinary nature of this flower. It radiated an aura of sanctity, its blue flames exuding an air of nobility. However, the most striking feature was the 4 luminous rings surrounding it, in hues of yellow and purple. At that moment, the uppermost purple ring ignited. The blue mist cascaded down, enveloping Ma Ming, melding with his being. The 2 gaping wounds on his abdomen closed at a visible pace. Before long, all traces of injury vanished from his body, leaving no sign of harm. Yet, Ma Ming remained in a state of unconsciousness, oblivious to the world. Master of the Hall, how is he faring? Ma Ping inquired, but Blue Water Lily offered no reply. Instead, She reached out, and the blue lotus floated into her hand, gradually merging with her essence. This was her martial spirit, Blue Flame Lotus. Blue Water Lily, the master of the spirit hall in Musu Town, wielded a spirit of over level 40, an auxiliary martial soul of the war spirit lineage. Though she was of a similar generation to Ma Ping, her youthful visage betrayed no hint of age. Time had left no mark upon her countenance. Her beauty was as refined and noble as her martial spirit. Master Blue, my father is going to be all right, isn't he? Ma Hongjun inquired again with a tone of prayer. Upon seeing him, Lan Shuiji's expression softened slightly. Her voice, ethereal and serene, seemed to resonate deeply within the soul as she calmly stated, there is no imminent danger to his life. However, it is likely that he may find it exceedingly difficult to rise again in the future. In a state of urgency, Ma Hongjun inquired, Master, what does this mean? Why can he not stand? Lan Shuiji remained remarkably composed. She had rescued countless individuals, many of whom were far more gravely injured than Ma Ming. Thus, she had grown accustomed to the myriad emotions exhibited by the families of her patients and empathized with their concerns and sorrow. He was grievously wounded, with his internal organs nearly entirely displaced, ribcage shattered, and his spine fractured into 8 segments. His viscera had been penetrated in 3 places. It was only due to your timely arrival that I managed to stabilize his condition, treat his wounds, and save his life. However, my Blue Flame Lotus possesses but a singular healing property, capable solely of mending his flesh wounds, yet unable to remedy his skeletal injuries. The fractures in his chest and abdomen are too numerous. He shall be confined to a bed for the remainder of his days. Lan Shuiji's words struck Ma Hongjun like a bolt from the blue, leaving him chilled to the bone. Is there truly no alternative? Ma Ping, undeterred, inquired with a sense of helplessness. There are indeed solutions, though they are arduous and not within the reach of ordinary individuals. Moreover, they are contingent upon fortune. As Lan Shuiji remarked, her expression betraying her concern. What other methods exist, Master Lan? I implore you to enlighten me, no matter how formidable the challenge. I shall not waver, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his desperation palpable. The optimal remedy for a soul master's bone injuries is, naturally, a soul bone. Regrettably, your father's thoracic and abdominal bones are largely incapacitated. Only the soul bones from his torso can be replaced to enable him to stand once more. Upon hearing the mention of soul bones, those present sighed in unison. For them, soul bones seemed an unattainable dream. Given their collective cultivation and resources, the acquisition of a soul bone was merely a distant aspiration. Soul bones are extraordinarily unique, representing the pinnacle of desire for soul masters. Similar to soul rings, soul bones also originate from soul beasts, yet they diverge significantly in nature. The probability of a soul bone manifesting is a mere 1 in 1,000, or even lower. Generally, only exceptionally powerful soul beasts that encounter extraordinary circumstances at the time of their demise can have soul bones emerge upon their death, unlike the more common occurrence of soul rings. Thus, soul bones are rendered exceedingly rare and immensely valuable. Another distinction between soul bones and soul rings is that soul bones do not require the slayer of the soul beast to be the one to utilize them. Once acquired, they may be sold. However, even the most ordinary soul bone commands an exorbitant price and yet remains elusive in the market. Ma Ping had succumbed to despair. The soul bone was beyond his reach, even if he were to purchase the entirety of Ma family village. Is it merely the trunk soul bone that is required? Ma Hongjun responded with a slightly relaxed yet resolute tone. Indeed, soul bones are notoriously elusive. Sometimes, even possessing great power does not guarantee the discovery of a suitable one, as it largely hinges on fortune. However, if only a trunk bone is needed and no further specifications are demanded, Ma Hongjun believed it was not an insurmountable challenge. With the enhancement of his strength and the accumulation of more gold soul coins, he was confident that he could eventually procure a trunk soul bone. Even if luck were to be unkind and the odds unfavorable, it merely entailed vanquishing more soul beasts. Eventually, he would succeed. Ma Hongjun no longer concerns himself with anything else. He is willing to do whatever it takes to heal his father. Not only that, the soul bone of the torso is merely a material. It requires a formidable healing-type soul master to assist in its integration. This is something I cannot accomplish. As in my understanding, there exists but one spirit that can achieve this. What spirit, you ask? You may not have heard of it. It is exceedingly unique, seldom known, yet holds considerable renown among auxiliary spirits. often regarded as a miracle within the realm of soul masters. Regardless of how many soul rings are layered upon it, it possesses but a single ability: healing. Furthermore, it is exceedingly rare, arguably the least common spirit on the Douluo Continent. At most, no more than 2 individuals in the entire soul master community possess this spirit, for one can only be born when another has perished. Upon hearing the conditions outlined by Lan Shuiji, Ma Hongjun has already deduced the identity of this spirit, the 9-heart begonia. When Lan Shuiji uttered the name, it was evident that none present were aware of it. Even the erudite master Yu Shaojing learned of this spirit only from Ning Rongrong. How could we, mere ordinary soul masters, possibly know? Lan Shuiji is merely aware of the existence of this spirit. She does not know where the individual who possesses it can be found, which is one of the reasons she deems healing Ma Ming a formidable challenge. However, for Ma Hongjun, this is not a concern. The difficulty pales in comparison to the search for the torso soul bone. If all goes as anticipated, in 6 years at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, the Shrek's 7 monsters will face the Royal Battle Team, which will include a healing-type soul master named Yilingling, whose spirit is indeed the 9-heart begonia. Thank you, Master Lan. Ma Hongjun had already come to a realization, and thus he decided to set aside the matter concerning Ma Ming for the time being, as there was no immediate solution. Subsequently, under the auspices of Ma Ping, and amidst the attendance of the esteemed Lan Shuiji, the master of the hall, along with a multitude of onlookers, the proceedings continued. Ma Hongjun underwent the Soul Master certification. A yellow 100-year soul ring attested to his identity as a soul master. During the assessment with the yellow crystal orb, Ma Hongjun skillfully controlled his soul power, refraining from its complete release, resulting in a test outcome of 13th rank. Ma Hongjun, aged 6, possesses a martial spirit, a silver spear, and is a 13th level powerful assault system soul master. Even with his strength concealed, this remains a staggering certification result. During the last martial spirit awakening ceremony, Lan Shuiji was absent. She only learned from Ma Ping's report about his innate, full soul power and mutated martial spirit. Thus, upon encountering Ma Hongjun this time, she has consistently held an appreciative attitude. Now, witnessing firsthand the potential he displays, her elegant and noble visage is no longer serene, but rather enveloped in astonishment and joy. Immediately, she once again, in her capacity as the subchamber master of the Spirit Hall, extends a sincere invitation for Ma Hongjun to join the Spirit Hall. With a resigned smile, Ma Hongjun slowly shook his head. Ultimately, he decided to postpone his decision until he grew older, politely declining her invitation. Lan Shuiji expressed her regret, but had no choice but to respect Ma Hongjun's decision. She assured him that the doors of the Spirit Hall would always be open to him and hoped that he would soon join, where he could receive comprehensive training as a soul master. With the assistance of Ma Ping, Ma Hongjun hired a carriage to transport his unconscious father, Ma Ming, steadily and slowly toward the Ma family village. Along the way, Ma Hongjun's eyes were bloodshot, and countless thoughts raced through his mind as he contemplated how to face his eagerly awaiting mother and the heart-wrenching news he must deliver. The man she loved most may never stand again. Chapter 14. The Musu Academy. The leader of Dormitory 1 seeks support. Musu Junior Soul Master Academy. Ma Hongjun entered wearing a dark red long gown. Today marks the day of enrollment for new students, with the surroundings filled with youthful faces, most accompanied by their elders. The solitary Ma Hongjun appeared somewhat out of place. His precocious demeanor made him seem far removed from the innocence of a typical 6-year-old child. Ma Hongjun gently touched the jade ring hanging from his chest and presented a certificate issued by the Spirit Hall to the guard. This ring, a storage soul guide belonging to Ma Ming, was too large to be worn on his hand, hence it was suspended around his neck. Upon returning home yesterday, Ma Ming awoke to discover the gravity of his injuries, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, he did not exhibit any sorrow in front of Ma Hongjun. Instead, he entrusted the soul guide ring to Ma Hongjun, encouraging him not to worry about his plight and to focus on his studies at the Soul Master Academy, assuring him that he should aspire to become a formidable soul master in the future. Ma Hongjun still vividly recalls the words his father spoke to him last night. "You need not carry any burdens on your heart, my son. Your well-being is my greatest wish." In truth, it is perhaps for the best. For so many years, he has been preoccupied with the responsibilities of the soul hunting team, neglecting to spend quality time with your mother. Now, he can be by her side every day, yet he finds himself reliant on her care, laughingly fearing that he might become a source of annoyance for her. At that moment, his mother stood just outside the door. Unable to share in the laughter, her eyes brimming with tears. Ma Hongjun harbors a profound envy for his parents. Their bond is truly pure and deeply moving. Soul masters seldom choose to marry ordinary individuals, creating a sense of separation between the celestial and the mundane. Yet, Ma Ming steadfastly chose the ordinary Li Hui, a decision driven not only by her beauty and grace, but also by an abundance of love. Marrying a soul master brought its own pressures for Li Hui. It represented a union of two distinct worlds, eliciting admiration, envy, and skepticism from others. Although the couple has been together for some time, they cannot completely evade the scrutiny and pressures from the outside world, even if they choose to disregard it. There remains an unspoken tension within, a testament to the inescapable nature of reality. Now that Ma Ming has become an ordinary man, they have, in fact, released the burdens of their hearts. Ma Ming urged Ma Hongjun not to dwell in sorrow. If his plight caused Ma Hongjun to succumb to despondency, then his own suffering would have been in vain, leaving him with a heavy heart. After all, parents naturally desire their children to be healthy and joyful. Here you go. You may enter. Upon completion of the gatekeeper's inspection, he handed back the identification, and only then did Ma Hongjun regain his senses, accepting it with both hands. With a smile illuminating his face, he stepped into the academy. There were no obstructions. Registration had commenced the previous day, and with fewer people today, he avoided the queues. Smoothly completing all necessary procedures, Ma Hongjun arrived before his dormitory building. The facilities of the Junior Soul Master Academy were rather modest, and as the number of individuals capable of becoming Soul Masters was limited, the entire institution was housed in a single 7-story dormitory building, accommodating all students. Freshmen resided on the first floor, which comprised 7 dormitories, and Ma Hongjun was assigned to Dormitory 1. As one moved from Dormitory 1 to Dormitory 7, the number of occupants increased, and the conditions became increasingly austere, a consequence of the registration fees imposed. Ma Hongjun paid a registration fee in the form of a golden soul coin, positioning himself as a figure of considerable wealth within the academy, especially considering his father is a prominent soul master. In contrast, many of the other children hail from ordinary backgrounds, with parents who are merely average soul masters, reflecting the modest nature of their small-town origins. The 7th dormitory, however, is designated for work-study students, essentially a residence for the less fortunate, where tuition fees are waived and stipends are provided, albeit under the most austere conditions. At this moment, Tang San from Nodding City is likely engaged in a spirited altercation with Xiao Wu within the confines of the 7th dormitory. The door to the 1st dormitory stands ajar, and the sounds of lively commotion emanate from within as Ma Hongjun steps inside. The room is spacious, approximately 300 square meters, furnished with 10 beds and an open area for activities, while one corner is cluttered with unorganized luggage. The beds are arranged along both sides, with 10 small desks and chairs positioned in the center, presumably for study purposes. At this moment, 9 individuals are gathered in heated discussion, seemingly on the verge of a confrontation. What could be the source of such fervent debate? Ma Hongjun approached with a loud voice, interrupting the discussion among the crowd. Who are you? This is Dormitory 1. You must have taken a wrong turn. Are you a senior? We are in the midst of selecting our dormitory leader. With each exchange, Ma Hongjun grasped the general situation. They were indeed electing a leader. It seemed that in the Douluo Continent, the role of a dormitory head was unnecessary, reflecting a more communal society. So, you're choosing a leader, he mused. No wonder the debate is so intense. I am Ma Hongjun, a freshman, and also a resident of this dormitory. I must ask, why commence the selection without my presence? If I am absent, your choice holds little significance. Moreover, when did we begin to elect a leader solely through discussion? Shouldn't it be determined through action? Ma Hongjun raised his fist, as large as a sandbag, towards the 9 individuals. Ma Hongjun, how arrogant you are. I thought you were someone significant, but it turns out you are just a freshman like us. Why should we wait for you to choose a leader? Another retorted. Indeed, why should we wait for you? Just because you are tall, does that make you impressive? Height does not equate to strength. Since you propose to select a leader based on strength, I concur. Let us compete. Whoever proves to be the strongest shall become the leader. Stop. A voice interjected. You little brats, your chatter is excessive. Come here, all of you. If any of you can land a blow on me, I will gladly concede the title of leader to you. Ma Hongjun strode into the spacious activity area and addressed the 9 individuals. This is outrageous. Such blatant bullying. Brothers, let's take action. Teach him a lesson. A minute later, the 9 young rascals lay sprawled on the ground, grimacing in agony. Silence, Ma Hongjun commanded, bringing forth tranquility to the world around him. He retrieved a quilt prepared by his mother from his ring, its fabric still imbued with a lingering fragrance. The sight of Ma Hongjun conjuring the quilt from thin air astonished the children. Some were taken aback by the value of spatial storage soul devices, while others marveled at the sheer magic of it all. Glancing around the room, they noticed that the only vacant bed was situated beside a pile of refuse. An unfortunate arrangement indeed. Ma Hongjun shook his head, expressing his discontent. He scrutinized all the beds once more, selecting a spot that pleased him, and rolled up the neatly arranged bedding, tossing it onto the vacant bed. The child lying on the ground gazed at him, hesitant to speak, while one among them attempted to rise. Just as he began to utter a word, Ma Hongjun turned sharply, causing him to swallow his words in fear. Tears welled in his eyes, but he dared not make a sound, resembling a child who had endured great injustice. Indeed, he was but a child. Ma Hongjun was suddenly taken aback. Does this count as bullying a child? Ma Hongjun neatly arranged the bedding, then turned to gaze at the 9 children, each bearing an expression of profound grievance. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but chuckle, pondering that although they would eventually become soul masters, they were still but children at present. From now on, what shall you call me? Boss. Louder. Boss. Rise and shine, do not feign sleep. Since I have taken on the role of your leader, I shall not treat you poorly. Come, let me treat you to a delightful meal. Boss, I can't get up. It truly hurts, boss. The cafeteria had yet to open, and its fare was notoriously subpar. As the newly appointed leader, Ma Hongjun was resolute not to be stingy. He led his 9 subordinates to a nearby restaurant by the Academy's entrance. With a grand gesture, he slammed a golden soul coin onto the reception desk, declaring, "Today, it is my treat. This is merely a deposit. Any surplus shall be returned." 1 golden soul coin was sufficient to sustain an ordinary family for an entire year. And as a soul master, the monthly stipend was merely 1 golden soul coin, equivalent to Ma Hongjun's entire monthly salary. Wow, a golden soul coin. Our boss possesses a golden soul coin. For just a meal, he was using a golden soul coin. This group of followers was truly embarrassing him. Most of them had their tuition, which amounted to 1 golden soul coin, squeezed from their families, with their living allowances consisting primarily of copper soul coins, and at best, silver soul coins. None possessed golden soul coins. Even the charming receptionist was taken aback. This child, so young, had a golden soul coin. And it seemed he possessed more than just one. He was akin to a real-life wealthy heir. She couldn't help but cast a flirtatious glance at Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun disregarded the flirtations of the receptionist, for he was no child, and his mind was resilient against temptation. Ultimately, it was the lack of stunning allure in the young lady that failed to captivate him. Recalling his past life, he had once roamed alongside a band of brothers, frequently indulging in various entertainment venues. Nightclubs were their sanctuaries. The women he encountered were countless, if not 1,000, certainly 800, and thus his standards were discerning. Having selected a private room, the group settled in, perusing the menu for an extended period, yet none dared to place an order, fixated instead on the prices. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and order whatever you desire. Ma Hongjun scolded sharply, feeling utterly embarrassed by his group of underlings, all of whom resided in the same dormitory. If they had been in the 7th dormitory, they likely wouldn't have even been able to hold the menu steady. Boss, it's too expensive. The cheapest dish costs 100 copper soul coins. Order it. Boss, I want this stir-fried vegetable. It only costs 100 copper soul coins. Order it. Boss, I desire the braised pork with vermicelli. That has 500 copper soul coins. Order it. Boss, I would like the red braised rabbit meat. It's a bit pricier at 1 silver soul coin. Order it. Boss, I want the spicy rabbit heads. That has 1 silver soul coin. Order it. Boss, I wish for the steamed tiger meat. That has 10 silver soul coins. Order it. Boss, I'll add a honey glazed bear paw. Boss, I'll also add a fried beef pupa. Boss, I want a roasted leg of lamb. Order it. Order it. Order it. The 9 underlings, initially tentative in their ordering, gradually became bolder, each selecting dishes at increasingly extravagant prices, relishing the opportunity to indulge in all the culinary delights they had longed for but never had the chance to taste. By the end, They had practically ordered the entire menu, with some dishes being ordered multiple times. Alas, how the once timid underlings had transformed. Ma Hongjun's expression turned a shade of green. However, the way they called him boss became increasingly natural and fluid, which brought Ma Hongjun a certain sense of comfort. Chapter 15. Playing the fool to overcome the wise. Outclassing the seniors, seeking recommendations. When all the dishes finally arrived, the table was laden with an impressive array of over 20 dishes, predominantly featuring soul beast meat. And none of them were inexpensive. Ma Hongjun ultimately ordered 2 jars of plum wine. It had been quite a while since he had indulged in the pleasures of intoxication, and he found himself quite tempted to drink. Don't just stand there. Let's feast, eat heartily, and no one is allowed to leave until everything is consumed. Yes, boss. Boss. You must try the rabbit head. The spicy rabbit head is the most delicious. Boss, here is a chicken leg. Boss, the tiger meat is simply exquisite. I had seen others enjoy it before, and I was salivating at the thought. I never expected it to be this delectable. It melts in my mouth. This rabbit meat is also delightful, though the tail is a bit too short. I particularly enjoy its tail. As the 9 subordinates indulged in their feast, Ma Hongjun gradually poured the plum wine. The plum wine exuded a fragrant essence of fruit. It was moderately rich, not overly potent, yet possessed an exquisite flavor. Its texture was delightful, gliding down the throat without any harshness, remarkably smooth. Wine, in any realm, shares commonalities, though the distinction lies in the ingredients used. The quality of liquor in the Douluo Continent far surpasses that of Earth. Even the frothy bubbles that rise and dissipate reveal the wine's superiority, a standard few earthly beverages could meet. Boss, what you're drinking is indeed wine. My father often indulges in it, and it seems quite delightful, though he forbids me from tasting it. Boss, could you spare me a sip? I wish to experience it too. Boss, please, let me have a taste. As Ma Hongjun pondered the essence of the plum wine, he recognized it as a type of fruit wine, mild in nature. Even children could partake without concern, in moderation. Such libations could indeed be beneficial to one's health. Moreover, these were all exceptionally fit future soul masters. Thus, he acquiesced. Each person poured a cup and raised it in toast. To the leader, we salute you. All right. No need to stand. Sit down and drink. Where did you learn all this? Hee. I observed my father and uncles enjoying their drinks in this manner. Let us not complicate things. Drinking is simply about enjoyment. Some struggled with the drink, while others embraced it with gusto, eager to clink glasses with Ma Hongjun, seeking to curry favor with the new leader. Indeed, in society, even in the realm of soul masters, such customs remained unchanged. Observing this, those who were initially hesitant felt compelled to demonstrate their loyalty, unwilling to be outdone or appear timid. Thus, the atmosphere grew lively, prompting the order of 3 more casks of wine. The private room erupted into raucous noise, with fine food and drink instilling a sense of camaraderie among the youngsters, who began to boast about their martial spirits and introduce themselves to their esteemed leader. However, the commotion reached the adjacent room. What is all this noise? Can't one eat in peace? Indeed, Yi Laoda. It's been raucous for quite some time and only seems to grow louder. Those dining nearby were likely students from the Musu Academy. Unaware that Yi Laoda frequented this establishment, they dared to make such a racket, possibly comprised of those who had yet to face consequences for their actions. Seated at the head of the table was a boy of roughly 10, the leader of Musu Academy, Yi Xingchen, a 4th grade student. His position as leader at such a young age attested to his formidable strength and talent. Kunshin, go have a look and ask them to lower their volume. Understood. Yi Laoda. Kunshin, a robust 6th grade student of 12, a former leader subdued by Yi Xingchen, approached the door of Ma Hongjun's private room. He did not knock, but simply pushed the door open. Is that the source of the commotion? A gaggle of children. You must be the new students. Do you not understand the rules? One should not speak while dining. Noticing the unfamiliar, youthful faces, 9 of whom donned the academy's blue uniforms, Kunshin surmised the situation and spoke more boldly. I am your senior, a 6th grader, dining in the adjacent room. Keep your voices down. Do not disturb us. Is that understood? The 9 younger boys, taken aback by Kunshin's imposing stature and his status as an upperclassman, felt the effects of the wine dissipate. Silenced by his presence, and turned their gaze towards Ma Hongjun. Get out and knock again. What did you say, brat? Repeat that. Leave. Are you aware of who Laozi is, to dare speak to me in such a manner? Ma Hongjun grasped the wine glass in his hand, exerting just enough force to create a narrow fissure in its surface, and then hurled it toward the entrance where Kunshin stood. Lowering his voice, he reiterated, "Leave." Kunshin glared at Ma Hongjun, a scoff escaping his lips as he caught the glass. Yet, in that very moment he grasped it, the glass shattered, and the sharp edge sliced through his palm, blood flowing freely. The pain intensified his fury, and the rage clouded his judgment, prompting him to unleash a torrent of curses. "You little bastard, how dare you harm me? Today, I shall show you my true strength." With that declaration, Kunshin clenched his fist, preparing to surge around the table towards him. Ma Hongjun was the first to rise from his seat, swiftly darting outside. "Be careful not to spill our food and drinks, for you would be unable to bear the cost." After absorbing the soul ring of the Qingzhou Yinshi, Ma Hongjun experienced a significant enhancement in his physical prowess, particularly in terms of speed, which had doubled from its original capacity. Thus, by the time he had taken just 2 steps in Kunshin, he had already arrived before his opponent. He first delivered a resounding slap to the man's face, followed by a forceful kick that sent him sprawling onto the corridor floor. Ma Hongjun clapped his hands and looked down at Kunshin, declaring, "Your mouth is unclean. Allow me to rectify it." "You little rascal, you have forced my hand," he added. Kunshin rose, his gaze sharp and venomous as he growled, "Ape, manifest." Grayish-white fur erupted from his body as he expanded in size, his arms elongated, and a grayish-white gorilla materialized before him, beneath which glowed a yellow soul ring. He was a soul master, wielding a century-old soul ring. Boss, we cannot contend with him," his 9 subordinates exclaimed, visibly shaken and at a loss. "Humph, boy, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might show you some leniency," Kunshin sneered wickedly. At that moment, the door to another compartment swung open, revealing 7 or 8 youths. "Kunshin, what is happening? Have you summoned your martial spirit?" The leader, Yi, questioned. "This brat is disobedient. I intend to teach him a lesson." "Do you really need to summon your martial spirit to discipline a child?" Yi retorted. Kunshin felt a twinge of embarrassment at having been bested by a mere child, and he hastily added, "I merely wish to broaden his horizons." "No more words. I shall impart some discipline." Without utilizing any soul skills, Kunshin's massive gray hand reached out toward Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun had yet to summon his martial spirit, yet his level 20 soul power was more than sufficient to contend with the creature before him. Fashioning his hand into the shape of a gun, he delivered a decisive blow to the gorilla's palm, following it with a series of 3 aerial kicks that sent Kunshin flying, landing at the feet of Yi Xingqian and his companions. A monkey afflicted with albinism dared to behave so arrogantly. I will slay you." Kunshin's first soul ring ignited as he charged forward, determined to unleash his soul skills. "Yi Xiao, Kuan Xiao, esteemed gentlemen, please refrain from fighting here. My establishment cannot withstand such turmoil." At that moment, the manager of the tavern rushed over, his eyes pleading as he gazed at Yi Xingqian and Kunshin. Yi Xingqian intercepted Kunshin's advance, recognizing the extraordinary nature of Ma Hongjun. "Shall we step outside to settle this?" Yi Xingqian proposed to Ma Hongjun. "Who has the inclination to brawl with you? Quickly depart and do not disturb our meal." Ma Hongjun showed no regard for them, waving his hand to signal Yi Xingqian and his companions to leave. Instantly, their expressions soured, and a few began to hurl insults at Ma Hongjun, while Kunshin edged forward. "Are you freshmen this year?" Yi Xingqian inquired. "Are you blind? Does it not suffice to see that the 9 of them were the same attire as you? Kid, with such a sharp tongue, are you also a freshman?" "What a ridiculous question. If I weren't a freshman, would I be a teacher?" Observing the ire on Yi Xingqian and his group, Ma Hongjun realized a confrontation was inevitable. Feeling that he had provoked them sufficiently, he welcomed the opportunity. Recalling the last time he had engaged in such spirited banter was in his previous life at a bar, defending his brother over a woman. All right. You wish to fight? I shall oblige. However, a dry skirmish lacks excitement. Since we are here to dine, let us wager today's meal. The loser pays the bill." "Fine, I accept your wager. Let us step outside," Kunshin urged impatiently. He remained in a battle-ready state, indicating that he would not feel satisfied without a fight. Both groups moved to the back courtyard of the restaurant, spacious and relatively secluded, ensuring they attracted no attention from the academy. "Boss, be cautious. Boss, perhaps we shouldn't proceed. Boss, if you can't win, let us concede. It will hurt to be beaten." These underlings were truly embarrassing him, and Ma Hongjun felt an urge to roll his eyes. "Enough. You must trust your leader. Say some encouraging words to boost my morale, and we shall dine for free today." "Oh, boss, go for it. Boss, show him what you're made of." Having just experienced Ma Hongjun's formidable prowess, Kunshin dared not underestimate him again and immediately summoned his first spirit ring. Furious Ape Fist. Kunshin charged forward, his attack power temporarily enhanced by 50% and his speed by 30%. Coupled with the defensive strength of his spirit, the Rock Ape. He resembled a berserker. The Rock Ape, a soul beast inhabiting rocky desert terrains, possessed formidable defensive attributes. Yi Xingqian and his companions displayed expressions of anticipation. Well aware of Kunshin's strength, for he was the second strongest at the Musu Soul Master Academy, it was primarily due to the spirit's inherent advantage that Yi Xingqian could defeat Kunshin. Ma Hongjun still had not summoned his martial soul, remaining unarmed and resolute. He sought to experience the might of his physical form, with such a powerful beast martial soul serving as the quintessential subject. The soul power in Kunshin was approximately at the 15th level, and after employing a soul skill, it became even more formidable. As a fist came hurtling towards him, Ma Hongjun swiftly engaged, the ferocious strength surging nearly double that of before, both in the velocity of the strike and the force behind it. Ma Hongjun underestimated his strength. After a flurry of punches, he managed to block only the initial few, while the subsequent 3 strikes landed squarely on Ma Hongjun's chest. Ma Hongjun was knocked back several steps before finally coming to a halt. "Boss! Boss!" they exclaimed. "This kid is utterly reckless, daring to confront Kunshin head-on. Truly, he is a naive novice, unafraid of the tiger. The new generation is becoming increasingly arrogant, yet they lack substantial strength. Indeed, it seems we must seize the opportunity this year to teach these juniors a lesson. Otherwise, they will never learn to respect their seniors." Yi Xingqian could no longer endure the scornful jests of his peers, for he too had once been an arrogant freshman, forced to step on the faces of his seniors to rise. "Open your eyes and think critically," he urged. "That kid hasn't he even utilized his martial soul." Yi Xingqian's words silenced the group, and as they pondered, they collectively gasped in realization. They suddenly recalled that the boy had been relying solely on his physical strength to contend with Kunshin, who had been employing soul techniques. They understood all too well what this implied. The group looked at Ma Hongjun in astonishment. Ma Hongjun gently patted his chest and then raised his head, declaring, "Indeed, you possess a certain degree of strength. You are worthy of witnessing my martial soul." Subsequently, the dragon soul spear materialized, accompanied by a yellow soul ring. Chapter 16. The onslaught continues. The silver spear radiated a dazzling brilliance, its tip glimmering with a serene, chilling light. At this moment, Kunshin was consumed by rage, utterly oblivious to Ma Hongjun's martial soul. Moreover, his first soul skill could not be sustained for long. Ma Hongjun did not employ his soul skills. Instead, he utilized the spear techniques of the Ma family. The Ma family's marksmanship is the discipline with which he is most familiar, primarily focusing on fundamental shooting techniques. Unlike the more systematic Bai Niao Chao Feng style, however, its practical combat efficacy is remarkably strong. When the gorilla soul initiates an attack, its massive hands undergo a petrification process, rendering Kunshin largely unafraid of sharp weapons such as blades and spears. Yet, he has evidently underestimated the formidable power of the dragon soul spear, or perhaps his gorilla soul has not achieved the defensive prowess he anticipated. As the spear tip makes contact with the petrified hands of the gorilla, a hissing sound reverberates, leaving Ma Hongjun with the impression of striking against a rock. No, it must be even harder than stone, for a typical rock would shatter upon a single strike. Kunshin felt a surge of pain. The repeated clashes made his palms feel as though they were striking against a steel spike. Ma Hongjun's marksmanship was exquisite, flowing like a gentle stream, and his weapon possessed formidable penetration, evoking a sensation akin to striking a hedgehog barehanded. Ultimately, under the onslaught of Ma Hongjun's 100 birds leaving the nest technique, Kunshin was felled to the ground. Unlike his confrontation with Xiang Chengwang, Ma Hongjun refrained from exerting his full strength, sparing Kunshin from injury. Despite the seething anger within, Kunshin found himself compelled to concede, as the tip of Ma Hongjun's gun pressed against his neck, leaving no room for defiance. "Kunshin has lost. Let him go. We shall cover your meal expenses," Yi Xingqian declared. "Excellent. Straightforward." Ma Hongjun released Kunshin, who hurriedly scrambled back. "Are you really a new student this year?" "Only 6 years old," Yi Xingqian asked in disbelief once more. Ma Hongjun raised his head slightly and nodded. To possess the first spirit ring and become a spirit master at the tender age of 6 can only occur under one circumstance. One possesses innate, full spirit power. The others were taken aback. Having attended several years of classes, they were well aware of what innate full spirit power entailed. You are quite astute to deduce this. It seems your studies are progressing well. Ma Hongjun smiled and said, I know who you are, Ma Hongjun from the Ma family village. This year, during the martial soul awakening in Musu town, you are the only one with innate full soul power, and your silver spear is a mutated martial soul. Yi Xingchen exclaimed excitedly, you know all this. It seems you are not so simple yourself. Ma Hongjun awakened his martial soul at the spirit hall. Not many at the Musu Soul Master Academy are aware of his background, yet Yi Xingchen seems to possess such intimate knowledge, suggesting he is of notable origin. To be candid, my father is the patrol general of Musu town, and it was he who informed me of your potential arrival at the Musu Soul Master Academy. I was quite taken aback to discover that you indeed came. What astonishes me even more is that you have acquired your first spirit ring so swiftly. Oh! Ma Hongjun let out an exclamation, realizing the situation. However, given that Yi Xingchen's father represents the Ballot Kingdom, how could he have obtained information about me from the Spirit Hall? It seems there are hidden dealings between the kingdom and the Spirit Hall. Well, the fight is over. Let us return for a meal. Remember to settle the bill later, he called to his 9 companions, preparing to leave. Wait, what is the rush? I propose another wager. You will soon be a member of the Musu Soul Master Academy, and as the current leader of the academy, the victor shall determine who reigns as the leader henceforth. That is rather uninteresting. I prefer gold soul coins. What is so great about being a leader? It only entails managing a group of underlings. Ma Hongjun surveyed his 9 little brothers, feeling that they still could not quite capture the essence of society, lacking the charisma reminiscent of the ancient rascals from his past life. Very well, let's wager with the soul coin. How much do you propose? I possess 10 soul coins. Then I shall wager 10 soul coins. Do you wish to take a moment to rest? No need, let us begin. Yi Xingchen took 3 steps forward, positioning himself opposite Ma Hongjun, raising his right hand to reveal a vividly colored rope that materialized in his grasp. Yi Xingchen, wielding the beast-binding rope, was a 16th level battle soul master. Ma Hongjun, with the silver spear as his martial spirit, was a 13th level battle soul master. A subtle smirk curled at the corners of Yi Xingchen's lips, a sense of triumph washing over him. His beast-binding rope possessed formidable restraining capabilities, making him a formidable presence among control-type soul masters, particularly in terms of single-target control. Control-type martial spirits significantly counter strong assault-type martial spirits. It was this very strategy that secured his victory against Kunshin, binding him effortlessly, rendering Kunshin's strength ineffective. Of course, this was only applicable against opponents of comparable rank. Should the adversary's strength surpass his own by a considerable margin, the beast-binding rope would prove futile. Ma Hongjun, being an offensive soul master, boldly issued his challenge. However, Kunshin had not compelled Ma Hongjun to reveal his first soul skill earlier, leaving an air of intrigue regarding its nature. Nonetheless, this minor regret did not diminish his ability to restrain Ma Hongjun. The beast-binding rope in Yi Xingchen's grasp gradually elongated, slithering through the air like a serpent. As it curved towards Ma Hongjun with deft agility, Ma Hongjun thrust his spear towards the rope, attempting to dislodge it from its perch. However, as his weapon made contact, the rope inexplicably softened and began to entwine itself around the tip of the spear. Ma Hongjun swiftly drew his gun and retreated, the muzzle dancing incessantly in an attempt to evade the encroaching rope. However, the rope exhibited remarkable agility, both rigid and supple, leaving Ma Hongjun momentarily at a loss, akin to thrusting into a mass of cotton. As Ma Hongjun's gaze sharpened, he understood the necessity of evading the entangling ropes. Employing the swift bird's play phoenix technique, he deftly altered his position, ensuring the ropes could not encroach upon him. This technique, a formidable embodiment of the bird's ascension scripture, harmonizes with spear techniques, rendering it exceedingly agile and versatile. Although Ma Hongjun had been training in this art since the tender age of 3, his 3 years of practice had yet to yield complete mastery. Continuing in this manner was untenable. A moment's inattention could lead to his entrapment, and he found himself in a position of excessive defensiveness. Sustaining his dragon soul spear under such conditions would prove unsustainable for long. He needed to devise a means to close the distance. Yet the ropes exhibited remarkable elasticity and sensitivity, affording him no opportunity to approach. In a moment of desperation, Ma Hongjun thrust the spear's tip into the ground, gripping it tightly with both hands. Using the spear as a pivot, he propelled himself into the air. As he ascended, a yellow soul ring illuminated, compelling him to activate his soul skill. Extreme Shadow Flying Dragon Spear. He and the spear transformed into a straight line. A glimmering cold light slicing through the air, overcoming its resistance and reaching Yi Xingqian. A smile curled at the corners of Yi Xingqian's mouth as his own yellow soul ring flared to life. Double rope crossbind. Suddenly, the ropes in his hands bifurcated and intersected in midair, forming a cross that stood resolutely before the approaching Ma Hongjun. As the spear's tip made contact with the ropes, they spiraled and twisted at an astonishing speed, intertwining from 4 directions like a net, intent on ensnaring Ma Hongjun. Yi Xingqian reveled in his triumph. Envisioning the imminent moment, he would claim Ma Hongjun as his subordinate and secure 10 gold soul coins. He had been awaiting Ma Hongjun's approach, consciously keeping the ropes within a manageable distance. To allow them to stray too far would diminish his control and drain his soul power. He anticipated that anyone would choose to close the distance, for defeating a control-type soul master from afar was simply implausible. The onlookers behind him shared in his mirth. Having witnessed the efficacy of Yi Xingqian's ropes, they knew well that not even some of the academy's instructors could escape once ensnared. It seemed that the outcome was predetermined. They awaited the moment when Ma Hongjun would be bound and thoroughly subdued. However, reality unfolded in a manner contrary to their expectations. Ma Hongjun similarly contemplated this matter. Although he was initially unaware of the nature of his soul skill, the rope merely served the function of binding individuals, varying only in its configurations. Could it truly manifest into something more intricate? As the rope entwined around the dragon soul gun, Ma Hongjun propelled the weapon vertically into the air with a swift kick, executed a flawless backflip, and gracefully detached from the dragon soul gun, landing perfectly on the ground. The force of the gun, coupled with the rope, hurtled towards Yi Xingqian. While the dragon soul gun was entirely ensnared by the beast-binding rope, Ma Hongjun lunged forward, swiftly pouncing towards Yi Xingqian. In the absence of their martial souls, they could only rely on their physical prowess. "Boss Yi, be careful." But it was too late. Ma Hongjun had arrived, delivering a powerful punch to Yi Xingqian's abdomen, instantly sending him flying in a bow-like arc. Following this, he unleashed a flurry of blows upon him, leaving Yi Xingqian utterly defenseless. In terms of physical strength, even the formidable Kunshin, who possessed a power-type martial soul, could not rival Ma Hongjun, let alone the comparatively frail Yi Xingqian. I concede. After relishing the moment, Ma Hongjun withdrew his hand and summoned the dragon soul spear, which had vanished from the beast-binding rope, into his grasp. This was the essence of a weapon martial soul, composed of condensed soul power, capable of being summoned at will. It was impossible to be restrained. And the same applied to the beast-binding rope. The reason Ma Hongjun refrained from immediately recalling the dragon soul spear was twofold. First, he sought to swiftly attack Yi Xingqian, preventing him from focusing on controlling the beast-binding rope. Second, he wished to engage in a bare-handed confrontation, as using the dragon soul spear would inflict excessive damage. They were not mortal enemies. It was merely a conflict among students, not warranting lethal force. With 10 golden soul coins secured and a group of followers amassed, Ma Hongjun emerged as the leader of Muksu Academy, with all the students here now under his command. Upon returning to dine, Yi Xingqian and his companions approached, eager to join Ma Hongjun and his friends for a meal. Upon reflection, Ma Hongjun considered them as his younger brothers, and since he would require them to foot the bill later, he acquiesced. Yi Xingqian, on the other hand, harbored his own subtle intentions. Although he did not emerge victorious, he felt no sorrow. Influenced by his father since childhood, he had cultivated a knack for social interactions, adept at forging connections with individuals who could prove advantageous to him. The potential of Ma Hongjun is evident, and his father also intends for him to cultivate good relationships. Even if he cannot be of service to him, it is best not to offend him. As the crowd grew, accompanied by the flow of wine and dishes, the meal extended into the late hours of the night, with nearly everyone succumbing to inebriation. Ma Hongjun was no exception. After 6 long years, he had finally indulged in a drink. A group of over a dozen individuals supported one another as they made their way toward the academy. The gatekeeper, recognizing the students in their uniforms, including Yi Xingqian and others, refrained from impeding their passage and courteously allowed them entry. Upon reaching the base of the dormitory building, a middle-aged man emerged before them. In the dim light, his already towering figure appeared elongated, casting a shadow that stretched down to where Ma Hongjun and his companions stood. The group, heavily intoxicated, raised their heads, swaying unsteadily as they struggled to maintain their balance. Ma Hongjun gazed at the middle-aged man, obscured by backlighting, rendering his features somewhat indistinct. However, the several underlings accompanying Yi Xingqian displayed expressions of sheer terror, including Yi Xingqian and Kunshan, both of whom turned pale in shock. In unison, they exclaimed, "The devil!" Chapter 17. I have a big bread, seeking recommendations. The man they referred to as the devil was not an actual demon, but rather an ordinary individual, albeit somewhat taller and more robust. If one were to identify any distinctive features, they would undoubtedly be his cold, profound gaze and his resolute, chiseled visage. However, in the dim light, the inebriated Ma Hongjun could not discern these traits, only hearing his calm yet frigid voice. "You went out drinking on the very first day of school, Yi Xingqian. Your audacity grows by the day. Have you loosened up after a break? It seems I must help you regain your discipline." He was a formidable figure, merciless and unyielding, unconcerned about the consequences of the children's indulgence in alcohol. He lunged forward, delivering strikes with unrelenting force. "Teacher Chu, spare us. Teacher Chu, we were wrong. Teacher Chu, please." Amidst the agonizing cries, this Teacher Chu plunged into the crowd like a wolf among sheep, causing Yi Xingqian and his companions to scatter in a frenzy, intoxication rendering them vulnerable. Teacher Chu delivered a powerful kick, sending one of them sprawling far away, akin to a soccer ball, which jolted Ma Hongjun, momentarily dispelling his drunken haze. This was no mere playful engagement. The severity of the situation was palpable. This scene evoked memories of past punishments endured at the hands of teachers, though those experiences paled in comparison to the current ordeal. After all, Earth had laws protecting minors. However, on the Douluo Continent, such protections were evidently non-existent. Teacher Chu seemed to revel in the act, striking with vigor. Though not fatal, his blows were undeniably harsh. Even Kunshan, a physically formidable soul master, was doubled over, clutching his stomach in distress. Yi Xingqian fared little better, as the contents of his stomach were forcefully ejected, his previously handsome visage now a picture of disarray. This man truly embodied the essence of a devil. His methods were brutal and degrading, showing no mercy for those he deemed children. Even the slightly plump girl, Xiao Yuanyuan, resembling a boy, was not spared, as he seized her and unleashed a flurry of punches. His strength was formidable, rendering even a powerhouse like Kunshan as fragile as a chick, all without the unleashing of their soul powers. Ma Hongjun could hardly bear to witness the scene. This was no longer a case of an adult bullying a child, but rather an act of cruelty. He pondered whether this devilish figure known as Teacher Chu was beyond reprimand. How could an institution allow a teacher to treat students in such a manner? Moreover, judging by the reactions of Yi Xingqian and Kunshan, it was evident that such occurrences were far from rare. Ma Hongjun was perplexed, yet there was no time for contemplation. To his astonishment, a group of even younger creatures emerged. The demon, observing the 10 terrified individuals frozen in shock, charged forward with a savage fist. "This is bad. Retreat quickly," Ma Hongjun shouted loudly as he advanced. Having just witnessed the formidable power of this devil, it was evident that his 9 henchmen were no match for Yi Xingqian and the others, who could scarcely withstand the force of his blows. As their fists clashed, Ma Hongjun was sent staggering back 3 paces. "Oh, how mistaken I was. It seems you possess some skill after all. Here I come again. I hope you can endure a few more hits." The devil remarked with a sinister delight, yet in Ma Hongjun's eyes, he was nothing short of a maniac. This time, the devil's punches came with even greater velocity. Before Ma Hongjun could react, he unleashed a flurry of 7 or 8 blows. In the chaos, Ma Hongjun managed to block only 3, while the remaining 6 landed squarely on his abdomen. Ma Hongjun was sent flying, an intense pain causing his stomach to churn violently as he collapsed to the ground, racked with spasms. How formidable! This was the sentiment that coursed through Ma Hongjun. And with the final few strikes, he sensed that the devil had restrained his full might. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have been left unable to rise. The devil cast a curious glance at Ma Hongjun, a wicked smile creeping across his face. Then, he charged once more towards his 9 underlings. Ma Hongjun, enduring the discomfort in his abdomen, rose to his feet. Dragon Soul Lance. As he summoned the Dragon Soul Lance, Yi Xingqian and the others grew increasingly terrified, exclaiming loudly, "Ma Hongjun, do not use your martial soul. Boss, Refrain from summoning your martial soul. Stop, please. However, it was too late. Ma Hongjun's spear had already lunged towards the demon, determined to thwart its advance and protect his comrades from harm. Ma Hongjun brandished his weapon, separating the demon from his 9 minions, standing resolutely before them, gun in hand, facing the fiend. Ah, splendid. Little imp, you possess courage. Daring to confront me with your martial spirit. Very well, let us engage, he proclaimed with a cruel laugh, extending his arms wide. Bloodthirsty wolf, manifest. In the dim light of the night, his eyes glowed with an eerie brilliance, shimmering with a blood-red hue, resembling a crimson abyss, gazing intently at you, a true demon. With a haunting howl, his hands transformed into wolf-like claws, elongated and sharp, producing white sparks as they brushed against one another. 3 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, swirling from his toes to the crown of his head. Yellow, yellow, purple. In the darkness, they appeared strikingly radiant. Ma Hongjun's complexion turned pale, and without a doubt, he realized he was no match for his opponent. It was no wonder that Yi Xingqian and his companions had suffered such a beating without summoning their martial spirits. The truth was now clear. They evidently possessed knowledge of the devil, understanding that engaging in bare-handed combat would only result in superficial injuries and pain, while confronting the devil with martial spirits would likely leave them bedridden for days. Come on, kid, let me see what you're made of. Having the courage to summon your martial spirit in my presence already sets you apart from those others, the devil said, gesturing towards Yi Xingqian and his fallen companions. Without allowing Ma Hongjun a moment to respond, the devil's claw lunged forward with ferocity. He was a decisive character, wasting no time with hesitation. 3 streaks of cold light surged toward him at remarkable speed. Ma Hongjun swiftly brandished his spear to counter the attack. Dragonfly skimming the water. This technique, employed in the Ma family spear arts, served to gauge the strength of an opponent. The spear danced adeptly in Ma Hongjun's hands, thrusting and retracting in rapid succession. A mere taste of engagement, striking and retreating with precision. Each of the 3 strikes met the devil's claws, resonating with the sound of metal against metal. Ma Hongjun braced himself, his spear held firmly against the powerful force of the wolf's claw, which, despite his efforts, surged forward, overpowering his attack. The claw latched onto the dragon's soul spear, emitting a piercing, sizzling sound as if it were being sliced apart. Shortly thereafter, the pair of blood-red gem-like eyes drew closer, and the massive wolf's head collided forcefully with Ma Hongjun's chest. Renowned for its ironclad head and formidable strength, the wolf sent Ma Hongjun flying, while the 9 subordinates behind him were also swept away, tumbling to the ground under the force of the impact. Though possessing decent physique, their strength proved inadequate. The devil nodded in acknowledgement, turning to Ma Hongjun before shifting his gaze to Yi Xingqian and the others. Yi Xingqian, I wonder how you have fared with the holiday assignment I entrusted to you. My interest is piqued, and I shall indulge in a little diversion while observing whether you have heeded my words. Pointing at Ma Hongjun, the devil continued, with this lad included. You 10 shall face off together. I grant you 1 minute to prepare thoroughly. Ensure that you meet my expectations, or else you shall commence devilish training tomorrow. Teacher Chu, it's too late now, protested Yi Xingqian. Yes, Teacher Chu, let us postpone until tomorrow. They echoed, but the devil remained indifferent to their pleas, asserting, 1 minute. The countdown begins. He turned away, retreating to a corner to meditate. Do not waste time. Gather around quickly. I will outline our strategy succinctly, Yi Xingqian urged. Rising to his feet, the other 9 swiftly encircled him, their earlier cries of pain now revealing themselves as largely exaggerated. We shall adhere to our previous drills. Dashi and Jushi will take the front lines, while Kunshin and Benson lead the assault. Yuan and Xiaoyu will provide support from the rear. Andra will handle long-range attacks. And Mufeng will prioritize the protection of Yuan and Xiaoyu, seeking opportunities to strike. I will command from the center. Yuan and Xiao will position themselves as close to me as possible, and you 2 must remain ever vigilant. Where are Boss Yi and Boss Ma? Someone interjected. Indeed. Boss Ma, hurry over. Ma Hongjun comprehended the situation, sheathed the dragon soul gun, and approached the gathering. Earlier, the leader, Ma, had expended some soul energy, and time was of the essence. Yuan, hasten and offer your bread to the leader, she urged. The girl, known as Xiao Yuan, though youthful, was remarkably ample, her figure already taking shape and surpassing that of many adult women. As the mention of bread arose, Ma Hongjun's gaze instinctively drifted toward the roundness of Xiao Yuan. and he felt an awkward thought cross his mind. Are we to eat here? Yuan's plump, round face flushed with embarrassment as she shyly retorted. What are you staring at? It's not for eating here. After speaking, her face turned crimson, and she turned away, a yellow soul ring glowing brightly around her. Ma Hongjun could not discern her actions from behind, yet the incantation resonated clearly in his ears. I possess a grand loaf of bread. Chapter 18. The 10-person team battle against the Blood Wolves. Yuan's bread was indeed large and round. When she turned to present it to Ma Hongjun, it was still warm, requiring him to use both hands to grasp it fully. Do not dawdle, ma boss. Consume it quickly. Yuan is a food-type soul master, and her grand loaf can restore soul power, Yi Xingchen urged. Ma Hongjun did not hesitate and took a hearty bite. To his surprise, the flavor was truly delightful. Ma Hongjun vowed that this was, in his 2 lifetimes, the most exquisite bread he had ever tasted. The crust was slightly crisp and sweet, while the dough was tender, infused with a delightful aroma. As he savored the bread, Ma Hongjun felt his soul power begin to rejuvenate, the bread transforming into a warm energy within him. By the way, Xiao Yezi, how did your discussions go? What position should I assume, and how can I coordinate with you? Ma Hongjun inquired, recognizing that Yi Xingchen, a control-type soul master, was essential for orchestrating their team's strategy. We don't have time to deliberate on your combat position. Just observe how our 9 members synchronize and adapt accordingly. Just focus on 2 points. First, you are an assault-type soul master, so find ways to attack the demon. Second, ensure that the demon does not harm Yuan and Xiaoyu, the 2 support soul masters. That's essentially it, Yi Xingchen swiftly explained. Ma Hongjun grasped the gist, understanding that his role was to find opportunities to support from the side. All right, time's up. Be cautious, for I shall not hold back, Yi Xingchen announced as the 9 of them swiftly arranged themselves into formation and unleashed their martial spirits. Standing at the forefront, one on the left and the other on the right, were Su Dashan and Su Jusher, both possessing the martial spirit of the mountain turtle, making them formidable defensive soul masters. In the center were Kunshin and Bansen, the primary attackers. Kunshin's rock gorilla martial spirit was impressively versatile, while Bansen wielded the mandala snake, a beast martial spirit. Though Bansen's strength was comparable to Kunshin's, his poison was ineffective against Kunshin's rocky constitution. However, against the bloodthirsty wolf demon, his prowess could prove advantageous. Next was Andra, soaring through the air, enveloped in crimson flames, his martial spirit being the flaming bird, a potent ranged attacker. Following him were the control-type Yi Xingchen and the agile Lin Mufeng. Lin Mufeng's martial spirit was the lightning marten, whose speed and agility compensated for its modest attacking power. Lastly, the 2 at the back were Yuan, whose martial spirit was bread, capable of restoring soul power, and Xiaoyu, who wielded a musical instrument, the xiao. As the 9 released their martial spirits, the appearance of their soul rings astonished Ma Hongjun and his companions. Each of them bore the rare 100-year soul rings. This was utterly unexpected, for 100-year soul rings were not easily acquired. Beyond the challenges of hunting them, the ability to absorb such rings posed a significant hurdle, especially for many auxiliary and control-type soul masters, whose physiques often could not withstand the strain. This revelation compelled Ma Hongjun to regard them with newfound respect, for many junior soul master academies could not muster such a formidable lineup. For instance, at the Nodding Soul Master Academy, when Tang Xin entered, only one, named Xiao Qinyu, had achieved the status of a soul master, and even then, it was with merely a 10-year soul ring. Indeed, being adjacent to a major city made a significant difference, the level of development far surpassing that of some remote towns. Ma Hongjun stood slightly behind to the left of Yi Xingchen's team of 9, in close proximity to the 2 support soul masters. In team combat, the initial strategy typically involves neutralizing the support soul masters, as they significantly enhance the team's overall strength and possess little to no means of defense. Once approached, they can be easily dealt with. The first to activate their soul ring was Xiaoyu, who blew into his long flute. The sound of the flute resonated powerfully. The notes transformed into melodies that reached the ears of all 9 team members. As Ma Hongjun listened to the music, it felt as though a stampede of horses surged within him, igniting his soul power. This was Xiaoyu's soul skill, capable of boosting attack power by 10% for a duration of 10 minutes. Yi Xingchen called out, "Come forth, little rascals." Blood frenzy. The devil's second soul ring illuminated, enveloping his entire being in a crimson hue. This was his second skill, which enhanced his strength, defense, and speed by 20% across the board. Kunshin, ascend to the mountaintop. The mountain turtle's soul manifested as a large black shell, charging directly towards the devil. Kunshin followed closely, delivering a furious punch that, bolstered by the flute's melody, significantly amplified his attack. You think too highly of yourself. The devil evaded a direct confrontation, nimbly leaping and using the turtle shell as a springboard to break through the initial line of defense. Banson, a colossal snake surged upward, its dark green triangular head and crimson eyes fixed on the leaping blood wolf, ready to strike with its gaping maw. Yet the blood wolf, demonstrating remarkable agility, seemed to anticipate the snake's emergence. Its long tail lashed out like a whip, striking the snake's eyes, followed by 3 glimmering arcs that sliced through the air. At that moment, a fireball descended from above, a manifestation of Andra's soul skill, fireball attack. The swift blood wolf dodged just in time, the fireball grazing its tail before crashing into the snake's head. Banson cried out in agony, clearly a result of miscommunication. 2 ropes intersected precisely where the blood wolf was about to land. This was Yi Xingqian's opportunity. The blood wolf, being a wolf, could not soar. No matter how high it leapt, it would eventually descend. As its paws touched down, they landed squarely on the ropes, which swiftly intertwined and ensnared the blood wolf in an instant. Banson, Yi Xingqian exclaimed. According to the original strategy, if the beast-binding rope ensnared the demon, it was imperative for Benson, transformed into the mandala serpent, to entwine the bloodthirsty wolf simultaneously. Under this dual control, the bloodthirsty wolf would find it exceedingly difficult to break free. Subsequently, 2 mountain turtles were to arrive and sandwich him in between. The formidable defense of their shells would ensure that even if he activated his 3rd soul skill, escape would still be improbable. This brief interval would suffice for Kunshin, Andra, and Lin Mufeng to inflict considerable damage on him. However, the cooperation evidently faltered, as Benson failed to respond in a timely manner. The prior fireball had left him dazed. Unable to regain his composure, Yi Xingqian felt a sense of urgency. This was a critical moment. After much effort to restrain the demon, further action was essential for control. Merely relying on his single soul skill would not suffice to contain a demon equipped with a 3rd soul skill for long. If this time did not allow for a significant blow, enabling the demon to extricate itself would render any subsequent opportunities elusive. Although Lin Mufeng's lightning weasel could provide timely damage, its attacks were far too feeble, incapable of penetrating the blood-maddened wolf's hide. By the time Kunshin arrived, the blood wolf would likely have already shattered the bindings. Ma Hongjun meticulously observed the battlefield, understanding that in a team fight, seizing opportunities is paramount, and some chances are fleeting and demand immediate action. He struck decisively. Extreme Shadow Dragon Spear. Under the influence of the flute's melody, his attack power surged by 10%, augmented by an additional 30% from his 1st soul skill, culminating in a formidable 40% increase. The sound of piercing air drowned out the music, as the azure tip of the spear lunged towards the blood wolf's waist. The 3rd purple soul ring, which was on the verge of illuminating, suddenly flickered and was interrupted. A sharp pain radiated from his waist, compelling him to concentrate his soul energy there to withstand the spear's force. Bound by the beast-binding rope, he could only passively endure Ma Hongjun's most potent strike. This was a soul skill of tremendous explosive power. The blood wolf, ensnared like a rice dumpling, was forcefully propelled away by the dragon's soul spear. Excellent, exclaimed Yi Xingqian and the others with delight. Seizing this moment, Banson quickly caught the bread tossed by Xiao Yuan and began to eat. Meanwhile, Yin Xing and the 2 mountain turtle brothers swiftly returned, ready to engage. As Andra gathered fireballs in the air, everyone was preparing to unleash their ultimate abilities when suddenly, a wolf's howl echoed. The purple soul ring illuminated instantly. Chapter 19. The Ruthless Werewolf and the Inferno of Destruction Boom. With a resounding crash, a powerful shockwave emanated from the blood wolf, shattering the beast-binding rope. Ma Hongjun was the first to bear the brunt of this overwhelming force, sent flying. Heavenly wolf blood crystal transformation. The demon growled, as the crimson fur upon his body began to crystallize, instantaneously transforming into shards of blood crystal, enveloping him in a red crystalline armor. His claws morphed into a brilliant red, appearing as unbreakable as diamonds. If the earlier crimson frenzy made him resemble a demon, then now, adorned in blood crystals, he embodied the essence of a demigod. Upon closer inspection, Ma Hongjun discerned that a portion of the wolf's waist was devoid of the protective blood crystal, a result of the earlier thrust from his dragon soul spear. It appeared that his previous strike had not been entirely in vain. At that moment, Andra's colossal fireball surged toward the devil, crashing upon him and scattering sparks in all directions. However, it seemed to have little effect. The wolf's body, enveloped in blood crystal, exhibited an utter indifference to the flames, rendering Andra's efforts nearly futile. Lin Mufeng advanced, his lightning weasel extending its needle-like claws behind the devil, descending upon his back with intent to strike. Yet, no sound accompanied this attempt. The weasel's claws found no purchase on the smooth, resilient surface of the crystal, barely ruffling the skin. In retaliation, the blood wolf's tail, akin to a whip of blood crystal, swept him away. At last, the rock gorilla charged forth, engaging in a flurry of punches alongside him, two massive turtles with their substantial shells colliding against the devil. The four combatants became entangled in a fierce melee. Yet the devil's augmented defenses, a consequence of the blood crystal transformation, rendered the trio from Kunshin ineffective. They could not inflict any harm upon him. Banson darted beneath the devil, his serpentine form coiling around the blood wolf. The emerald-hued triangular head of the serpent lunged down, sinking its fangs into the wolf's nape. However, its venomous teeth failed to penetrate the wolf's body, merely scraping against the blood crystal. Nonetheless, restraining the blood wolf was no small feat. A prime opportunity had arisen. Ma Hongjun steadied himself, and as the blood wolf was momentarily subdued once more, he unleashed his soul skill and charged forward. Shadowy Dragon Spear. Ma Hongjun discovered that the power of an assault-type soul master, when synergized with the control and support-type soul masters, could indeed unleash extraordinary prowess. Xiao Yu's melodious flute provided a significant enhancement to their offensive capabilities. As Yi Xingqian's rope arrived in tandem with him, it ensnared the blood wolf at the precise moment it sought to break free from the mandala serpent's grasp, effectively maintaining control. The dragon soul spear wielded by Ma Hongjun strikes as if targeting an immobile bullseye, the spear tip precisely piercing the same spot as before. Howl. The blood wolf emits a cry, not of transformation this time, but one of agony. It fiercely breaks free from the binding ropes, its claws seizing Ma Hongjun's dragon soul spear, spinning with fervor. Ma Hongjun finds himself involuntarily circling in the air, and on the third rotation, he is flung away. The blood wolf descends into a frenzy. Its crystal-clawed paws sweep through, easily dispatching two mountain turtles that dare to obstruct its path. The mandala serpent is ensnared by the wolf's claws, its head used as a whip to lash out at Andra, who is gathering fireballs in the sky. The sweeping strikes send Yi Xingqian and two support characters soaring through the air. Ultimately, the assault crashes down upon Kunshin, who is compelled to defend himself. However, the robust figure is merely knocked down, not thrown away. The mandala serpent is cast aside by the demon, transforming into Banson, though it appears to have already lost consciousness. At this moment, the battlefield is left with only Kunshin, the mighty gorilla, and the re-emerging Ma Hongjun, who charges forward, dragon soul spear in hand. Gorilla, target his waist. Ma Hongjun spoke up to remind others, then once again employed the Ma family's spear techniques, engaging in combat with the blood wolf. Utilizing soul skills proved excessively taxing on soul power, and with no one able to restrain the blood wolf, even with Ma Hongjun's formidable dragon spear, it was exceedingly challenging to strike the same spot again. Hitting another area would yield little effect. It would be far more advantageous to utilize proficient basic spear techniques, targeting its wounds directly, even if the power was somewhat diminished. Any strike to its injury would result in greater efficacy than a blow to a different location using soul skills. Without the support of the flute's melody, the attacking power significantly waned. However, the blood wolf had also sustained severe injuries, its speed considerably reduced, and its strength greatly weakened. Kunshin, despite enduring pain, stood up, invigorated by the sight of the blood wolf's abdomen wound. Consequently, Kunshin advanced from the left front, while Ma Hongjun wielded his spear from the right rear. Through their coordinated efforts, they landed several more strikes on its injury. Shameless brats. The demon exclaimed in fury. Humph, you won't be able to hold on much longer. Ma Hongjun sneered. Little gorilla, you are quite a nuisance. Be careful. The devil, disregarding Ma Hongjun's assault, raised its wolf head and charged towards Kunshin. Ma Hongjun experienced the impact of his wolf head, yet it was evident that the warning came too late. Kunshin was sent flying and could no longer endure. He fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Hongjun unleashed the most ferocious technique from the Ma family's gunplay, the gun hammer. The dragon soul gun descended upon the blood wolf like a mighty hammer, accurately striking its neck. Since piercing was futile, he opted for a blunt assault. This was Ma Hongjun's strategy. His blood crystal defense was too formidable to penetrate. However, due to the gun's elasticity, when the tip descended, it delivered a force akin to striking through mountains, allowing the impact to resonate within. The blood wolf was sent crashing to the ground, and the blood crystal enveloping it finally dissipated, with the Millennium Soul Ring's ability now on cooldown. Well done, I underestimated you, he mused. The current situation was a one-on-one encounter, yet Ma Hongjun felt no trepidation, for despite the significant consumption of soul power, his condition surpassed that of the devil. It was time for a test of physical resilience, yet this time, a sizable gunshot wound marred the blood wolf's waist, still oozing blood. Yield, for you are no match for me alone, the devil stated calmly. Haha. Ma Hongjun laughed heartily, his initial concerns dissipating upon hearing the devil's words. Although he did not yet fully comprehend the devil's nature, it was evident from his demeanor that he would not entertain negotiations, regardless of one's willingness or reluctance. He would first resort to violence. The fact that he now suggested Ma Hongjun concede indicated that he was nearing his limits. Red Wolf, you might as well surrender, otherwise, you will find yourself in a rather embarrassing predicament, he taunted. What? You think I will be defeated, you insolent wretch? What is this Red Wolf nonsense? It is not a matter of belief, it is a certainty. As for the term Red Wolf, it essentially refers to a she-wolf, does it not? How dare you insult me? The mention of she-wolf ignited a furious rage within the devil, who let out a primal scream and charged forward, wildly brandishing his claws. Indeed, he resembled a true she-wolf. Ma Hongjun continued to provoke, believing that devils were akin to wild men, reminiscent of the valiant heroes from his past life. Thus, uttering words that belittled him could easily ignite the fury within. This was also part of Ma Hongjun's strategy to undermine his opponent's psyche. At that moment, the blood wolf, wounded and slowed, lacked the strength to retaliate, making him less daunting to provoke. However, his power remained formidable, so Ma Hongjun sought to rattle his reason. Although it would render the beast more frenzied, it would also reveal more vulnerabilities. The dragon's soul spear danced in the air, eluding the grasp of the wolf's claws. And without the protection of the blood crystal, the blood wolf could not withstand the spear's sharpness. Ultimately, after a relentless exchange, Ma Hongjun's dragon soul spear found its mark against the blood wolf's neck. The creature vanished, revealing the devilish Teacher Chu, whose garments were tattered, a gaping wound in his abdomen, and numerous minor cuts adorning his body, all testament to the dragon soul spear's ferocity. Teacher Chu looked up at Ma Hongjun. The icy tip of the spear pressed against his throat. His eyes appeared vacant, lost in a haze of incomprehensible emotions, akin to a once mighty hero in decline. A ruler fallen from grace, a fleeting flower withered. The devil's expression relaxed as he spoke calmly. I concede. Chapter 20. The Devil Coach, Special Training begins. 1,000 thanks for the recommendations. The world fell silent, with only the distant chirps of insects and the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze to be heard. Yi Xingqian and his companions, along with their 9 subordinates, held their breath. The devil had surrendered, and their intoxication faded. Incredible. This is the power of a soul master. That blood wolf was formidable, nearly overwhelming us all. And the one wielding the gun was impressive, persisting until the end. The devil was actually defeated. At some point, the students in the dormitory had awakened, peering through the windows to witness the fierce battle below. Each was now perched on the windowsill, discreetly discussing the spectacle. I have a big bread. A comical chant broke the battlefield's tranquility as Ma Hongjun sheathed the dragon soul spear. Xiao Yuan cautiously presented her large bread to the devil. Teacher Chu, please eat. The once calm Teacher Chu regained his composure, inhaling deeply before accepting the bread from Xiao Yuan and consuming it in a few bites. Her bread not only replenished soul power, but also aided in healing to some extent. After consuming the bread, the bleeding from the wound in Teacher Chu's abdomen ceased, though the effect was limited, requiring further recovery. Training begins tomorrow morning, and you shall join as well. Yi Xingqian, remember to call him, Teacher Chu instructed, pointing at Ma Hongjun before turning to depart. Yes, Yi Xingqian replied loudly. He did not inquire further about the devil's words spoken before the contest. which promised satisfaction and a reprieve from training the following day. At that moment, Yi Xingqian and the others harbored but a singular thought. The devil had been defeated. Boss Ma, you are incredibly formidable. Indeed, without you, we would have stood no chance against the devil. Yuan, hurry and conjure a few more loaves of bread. Everyone has expended a considerable amount of soul energy. I possess a large loaf of bread. After receiving supplementary information from Yi Xingqian and others, Ma Hongjun finally grasped the true nature of the enigmatic figure known as the devil. The devil, originally named Chu Tianai, was once an instructor in the military of the Balak Kingdom. However, due to his explosive temperament and subsequent conflicts with others, he was reassigned to the Musu Soul Master Academy. In the academy, he was a unique presence, unlike other instructors who adhered to a fixed teaching schedule. Instead, he proposed the establishment of a special training team, a request that the academy granted, allowing him to form this elite group. The members of this training team were handpicked by him, and entry was not granted to just anyone. Yi Xingqian and Kunshan were among the inaugural recruits. Daily physical training was a non-negotiable requirement, complemented by practical combat training, which primarily involved sparring with the devil himself. Although these encounters posed no real danger, they were undeniably painful and left a lasting impression. Despite the brutality of the training, which at times bordered on inhumane, the results were astonishing. Prior to the devil's arrival at the academy, only 3 students, Yi Xingqian, Yan Xing, and Benson, had managed to attain a 100-year spirit ring, which was the highest number of such students in nearly a century. Following the establishment of the special training team, the count of students possessing a 100-year spirit ring increased from 3 to 9. The training team also took on the responsibility of assisting other academy students in procuring suitable spirit rings. Starting with Su Dashan, the subsequent 6 students acquired their 100-year spirit rings solely through the efforts of the training team, with the devil himself not intervening. The primary reason these 6 students were able to withstand the impact of the 100-year spirit rings was the rigorous training they underwent under the devil's guidance. Their repeated encounters with spirit beasts significantly enhanced the combat skills and synergy among Yi Xingqian and his peers. Currently, the devil's requirement for selecting formal team members is that their first spirit ring must be a 100-year ring. Over the past 5 years, the devil has become a legend within Musu Academy. While students privately refer to him as the devil, they address him with utmost respect as Teacher Chu in person, embodying a mix of fear and reverence. His special training team has become a coveted destination for all students, fostering a positive and ambitious training atmosphere that has significantly raised the quality of students at Musu Academy in recent years. Yi Xingqian and his companions' holiday task was to enhance their combat skills and learn teamwork, returning to engage in battle with the devil to see how long they could endure. However, they were taken aback when Ma Hongjun's participation resulted in a direct victory over the devil. This revelation astonished the group, as they had labeled Chu Tianai as the devil, perceiving him as a relentless and invincible force. What thoughts occupied the devil's mind at that moment remained the most intriguing question for Yi Xingqian and his friends, who were eager to speculate. After all, while the devil had instigated significant changes in their lives, the memories of the harsh training sessions remained indelibly etched in their minds. That evening, as they lay in bed, the weight of their experiences lingered. Ma Hongjun began to contemplate the classification of soul masters, the dynamics of team battles, and related matters. Undoubtedly, there exists a system of counteractions among soul masters, much like the relationship between him and Yi Xingqian. Thus, it is entirely possible that a foe with a lower soul power level could still emerge victorious. Additionally, with the myriad of attribute-bearing martial souls, one must ponder how many can truly be countered. In this world, everything is interdependent, and martial souls are no exception. An invincible martial soul is a myth. This reality likely elucidates the prevalence of teamwork, where individuals compensate for one another's shortcomings. Taking these considerations into account, Ma Hongjun gradually clarified his own path. His 2 martial souls undoubtedly necessitated a focus on the offensive route. Although this approach may lack comprehensiveness, pursuing a strategy that seeks to balance strengths and weaknesses would squander his innate talents. Thus, he resolved to accentuate his strengths, striving to elevate his power to its zenith. In due course, any embellishments or fanciful tactics would crumble beneath the weight of absolute strength. Furthermore, recognizing the significance of martial souls and team dynamics, Ma Hongjun discerned that his formidable offensive capabilities, when combined with robust control and support, would yield results far exceeding mere arithmetic sums. This conviction reinforced his desire to attend Shrek Academy. For support, the illustrious Miss Ning Rongrong, with her 7-treasure, glazed tile martial soul, was undoubtedly an exceptional choice. When it came to control, Tang San's blue-silver grass, with its resilience, parasitism, and toxicity, completely overshadowed Yi Xingqian's beast-binding rope, not to mention the other 4. With the synergy of these two alongside Ma Hongjun's Dragon Soul Spear, the formula was simple: control one, eliminate another. The following morning, Yi Xingqian arrived at Dormitory 1 to rouse Ma Hongjun from his slumber. At this hour, classes had yet to commence. Our specialized training sessions did not interfere with the Academy's timetable. After training, we would hasten to our classrooms for lessons. Consequently, there was scarcely any time for rest within the specialized training team. The training venue was located behind the Academy on a newly constructed expansive field, designed in a style reminiscent of military training grounds. The sight of the tracks, obstacle courses, mud pits, rope descents, and heavy stones unmistakably indicated a place for physical fortification. In addition to the 9 official team members, there were also a dozen or so younger reserve members. All of them had reached the 9th or 10th level of soul power and were required to participate in physical training daily. Once their physical prowess satisfied the demanding standards, they would accompany the specialized training team to the soul hunting forest, aiding those students in need of soul rings for their advancement. As Ma Hongjun arrived, the members of Kunshin eagerly approached him, affectionately greeting him as their leader. A group of younger individuals, led by Su Dashin, scampered over to meet their new chief. After a brief wait, the formidable teacher Chu, clad in black combat attire, made his entrance at the training ground. His injuries seemed to have healed, displaying no signs of ailment. Ma Hongjun stood in alignment with the others, awaiting his instructions. On this inaugural day, the regimen was kept simple. The younger group, under Su Dashin's guidance, was tasked with carrying a 3-kilogram load while running 5 laps. The older group, led by Yi Xingqian, would bear a 5-kilogram load for 10 laps, followed by 3 repetitions of various other exercises. Let us commence, he declared. Chapter 21. Different worlds, same social climb on the training field. 2 groups circled the expansive track, each burdened with a sandbag. In the lead were Ma Hongjun and his 9 companions, while trailing behind were the younger group, guided by Su Dashin. The training ground was vast. Completing 10 laps amounted to approximately 5 kilometers. However, this workload posed no challenge for Ma Hongjun, who had undergone rigorous self-training for 3 months back in his village. By the time he reached the 5th lap, both he and Yin Xing were subjected to an additional 5 kilograms. The devilish instructor offered no elaborate explanations. His methods derived primarily from military practices, emphasizing efficiency above all. Should one dare to negotiate with him, the consequence could very well be solitary training sessions. Following the run, the regimen transitioned to various training exercises, including rapid obstacle navigation, vertical rope climbing, sprinting while carrying equipment, and even traversing muddy pits. Ma Hongjun felt an overwhelming sense of entering a special forces training camp, perhaps even more intense than he had anticipated. Infuriatingly, the devil had evidently held a grudge, having surreptitiously added a foul substance to the muddy pit, resulting in the entire group emerging from training reeking abominably. Yi Xingqian and the others dared not voice their indignation, while Ma Hongjun, witnessing the cowardice of his companions and recalling the profound impression he had left on the devil the previous night, found himself subdued as well. The devil, meanwhile, smirked mischievously, relishing the moment and silently reflecting, a bunch of little rascals, daring to challenge me. Resorting to such petty revenge was the only recourse available to him, for he truly could not contend with a group of children. Nevertheless, it was evident that his gaze towards these youngsters encompassed not only admiration, but also a measure of affection. Return and wash up for class. We wouldn't want you to offend your teacher. Upon returning, however, after washing 2 or 3 times, the stench still lingered. Due to his inclusion in the special training team, Ma Hongjun did not join his 9 younger companions in class, but instead sat apart with a few slightly older peers, including Yi Xingqian. The instructor was a strikingly elegant woman, her long legs in a short skirt failing to conceal her statuesque figure, reminiscent of a model from the West. Clutching a book to her chest could not mask the impressive curves she possessed, while her long golden hair cascaded gracefully, radiating charm. Don't stare too much. This is the devil's beloved, teacher Qianling. She is a healing-type soul master, and the devil must have received her treatment last night after sustaining injuries. Yi Xingchen whispered to Ma Hongjun. Uncertain whether it was the presence of the beauty or the influence of his inner turmoil, Ma Hongjun discovered his self-control waning. Upon encountering her, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to particular areas, and his mind began to conjure cinematic scenarios. Returning to the classroom, which was exclusively designated for the special training team, comprised only of Ma Hongjun and 9 other students, they were met with a pungent odor. What is that smell? Did you all fall into the restroom this morning? Teacher Qianling covered her nose, yet a slight smile danced on her lips, suggesting she was suppressing laughter. It seemed she was aware of the situation. The 2 devils, one within and one in physical form, were indeed colluding. Ma Hongjun darkly mused. Yuan. Open the windows on both sides to let in some fresh air. Of course, Teacher Qianling. Today's lesson will focus on the composition of a soul hunting team. First, let us discuss the essential components of such a team. A truly exceptional soul hunting group must consist of at least 5 roles: a food-type soul master responsible for supplies, a healing-type soul master for restoration, an agility-type battle soul master for reconnaissance, a strength-type battle soul master for defense, and an attack-type battle soul master for eliminating foes. Only with these 5 components can a team be deemed complete. Furthermore, cooperation among members requires extensive practice and synchronization. The subtlety of developing rapport can take several years of collaboration. Most importantly, members of the same team must possess absolute trust in one another. Otherwise, in the face of peril, it is all too easy to succumb in an instant. I observed your battle last night. Your cooperation was commendable, and the results of your years of collaboration are evident. However, the vulnerabilities were equally conspicuous. Before assessing your teamwork, I would like to familiarize myself with our new member. I am Ma Hongjun. Allow me to introduce myself. Oh, Ma Hongjun stood up in a daze, introducing himself, though it seemed unnecessary as everyone was already acquainted, including the teacher he had just met today, who had already called out his name. I am Ma Hongjun, male, 6 years old, with a martial soul of a silver spear, a 13th rank 1-ring battle soul master. Very well, Ma Hongjun. Your performance last night was remarkably impressive. You played an exemplary role within the team. Despite having never collaborated with them before, you understood your position, seized the moment, and acted decisively. One could say that your contribution was pivotal to last night's victory. Now, I would like you to share your thoughts. Please provide an objective assessment of the coordination among the 9 of them during the battle last night. Yi Xingchen and the others looked at Ma Hongjun with anticipation, as his outstanding performance had indeed captivated them. Moreover, whether in terms of strength or talent, they could not compare to Ma Hongjun. They had no choice but to acknowledge his superiority. Teacher Qianling, this is my first experience in a team battle, and I possess little to no experience. I merely acted when I saw an opportunity. Yi Xingchen and the others displayed remarkable proficiency. Their formation from the outset was commendable, and I noticed no issues. The only mistake was when Andra's fireball accidentally struck Banson, which was due to Teacher Chu's unexpectedly swift reaction. Ma Hongjun's vague responses left Qianling somewhat disappointed, prompting her to ask him to take a seat. In truth, Ma Hongjun had discerned certain issues but could not conceive of effective alternatives. For instance, their overly linear positioning hindered the full potential of Banson, Andra, and Lin Mufeng, yet deviating from this formation would render the 2 support roles in the back vulnerable. Primarily, it was the first day of class, and a degree of humility was advisable. Even if Yi Xingchen and the others made numerous errors, Teacher Qianling would undoubtedly recognize them and address them later. Thus, there was no need for Ma Hongjun to forcefully insert himself into the spotlight. At times, being excessively outstanding can lead to isolation, an outcome that is not necessarily correlated with one's true merit. As anticipated, Teacher Qianling began her lecture. She first addressed their positioning, emphasizing that when confronting a soul master like Chu Tianai, who combines agility and brute force, the key lies in control. Yi Xingchen performed commendably in this regard, demonstrating an understanding of preemptive strategy. However, the arrangement of so many individuals in the front was ineffective. 2 defensive soul masters, lacking in agility, stood at the forefront and were incapable of countering the nimble blood wolf. It would be far more advantageous to disperse them, placing one in the front and the other in the back, allowing Deshan to protect the 2 support soul masters from behind, while Mufeng could advance to the front for lateral support, thereby enabling the agile soul master's abilities to flourish. Furthermore, Andra should position herself in the air, either to the side or behind the team, rather than directly above. From the air, she could gain a clear view of the entire battlefield, and her fireball cast should be executed with foresight rather than mere reaction. Of course, this does not imply that this strategy must be adhered to in future battles. Different opponents necessitate the adoption of varied tactics and the ability to adapt spontaneously. This is something Ma Hongjun must learn, remaining constantly aware of his role, function, and responsibilities within the team, without waiting for reminders from others. Team synergy begins with recognizing one's own value. Teacher Qian Ling's thorough analysis indeed uncovered numerous issues, and she concluded with a commendation for Ma Hongjun. This lesson imparted a wealth of knowledge to him. The Soul Master Academy is designed to teach individuals how to understand and integrate into the Soul Master community while navigating their existence within it. Although the world may differ, the essence remains unchanged. It is still a society rife with competition. In preparation for his future endeavors in the Soul Master realm, Ma Hongjun resolved to dedicate himself to his studies. Chapter 22, Soul Master Training, the 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix Spear. As my academic life begins to take shape, I engage in morning exercises, attend classes during the day, and practice combat in the evening. The rigorous training regimen is indeed quite effective. Due to the small number of participants, special training plans have been tailored for each member of the elite training team. Considering that each Soul Master possesses a unique martial spirit, enhancing its capabilities necessitates diverse approaches. Unfortunately, the Musu Academy lacks a training facility for martial spirit mimicry. For Ma Hongjun, the focus is on honing his marksmanship. Our martial spirits possess myriad potentialities. Many Soul Masters overly rely on the soul skills provided by soul rings. In my perspective, soul skills are merely techniques amplified by the power of Soul Beast's rings. The true essence of strength lies in our ability to harness the power of our martial spirits. Take your silver spear, for instance. It serves as an excellent foundation for training. If you master your marksmanship to an exquisite level, its efficacy will rival that of any soul skill. Should your marksmanship reach a certain zenith, you need not obsess over selecting attack-oriented soul rings. Instead, you could opt for those that enhance various physical attributes, bolster innate abilities, or increase immunity to control effects. It is essential to consider the holistic development of one's capabilities. Any glaring weaknesses could prove fatal. For instance, a martial spirit like Yi Xingqian's could easily counter you. If you maintain a focus on enhancing your fundamental attack power, your marksmanship, while selecting a soul ring capable of negating personal control, you would effectively mitigate one of your weaknesses. The selection of soul rings is paramount. Each ring grants you an additional ability. Your spear already possesses formidable attack power. It is merely a matter of refining your marksmanship. As your soul power escalates, so too will your attack potency, allowing for a broader array of choices in future soul rings and paving new paths for your development. These insights from the rigorous mentor have broadened Ma Hongjun's perspective, steering him away from a singular fixation on offensive growth. With the Ma family's techniques, the 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix Spear, and the 7 explorations of the Serpent Spear, he is confident in unlocking the full potential of the Dragon Soul Spear. Indeed, at a certain level, marksmanship can surpass soul skills. For instance, Ma Hongjun's execution of the 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix Spear with the Dragon Soul Spear surpasses his father Ma Ming's primary soul skill. This superiority stems not only from the Dragon Soul Spear's inherent strength, but also from Ma Hongjun's profound understanding of marksmanship, having comprehended the essence of the spear in his previous life. At present, Ma Hongjun must reflect on his priorities. He intends to maintain the first soul ring of the Dragon Soul Spear as a yellow ring for now, postponing upgrades even though his body could endure a 1,000-year ring. Currently, his strength remains insufficient, and the boost from a 100-year to a 1,000-year soul ring would yield similar results in the hands of a high-ranking soul master. Moreover, the first soul ring being purple undoubtedly attracted considerable attention and stirred a sensation. As for the second soul ring, Ma Hongjun decided to postpone its absorption for a while, setting a tentative timeline of 3 years. This decision was motivated by 2 primary reasons. Firstly, acquiring the second soul ring in a short span could draw unwanted attention, and he was reluctant to reveal his extraordinary innate talent of being at level 20. Secondly, after receiving guidance from a formidable mentor, Ma Hongjun aimed to meticulously select a suitable soul beast, shifting his focus from merely offensive capabilities to a more comprehensive approach. He intended to utilize these 3 years for in-depth study and research. Furthermore, concerning the evil fire phoenix as his martial spirit, Ma Hongjun chose to refrain from attaching any additional soul rings for the time being, preferring to keep it concealed. The mutation of this martial spirit was not yet fully realized, and the advantage of his second martial spirit lay in its potential to later accommodate high-aged soul rings. Thus, he resolved to wait until he could endure a 10,000-year soul ring before considering any additional attachments. Ma Hongjun aspires to select soul rings from soul beasts that are at least 5,000 years old for his second martial spirit. Envisioning the future, he imagines that the dragon soul within the dragon soul gun could absorb the power of the corresponding soul beast's rings, thereby enhancing the longevity of the additional soul rings, potentially transforming them into a uniform black or even a vivid red. Coupled with the second martial spirit, the evil fire phoenix, adorned entirely with black rings or higher. Such a scene would be magnificent. However, rather than dwelling on distant dreams, Ma Hongjun has devised a comprehensive plan for the next 3 years. First and foremost, he intends to acquire knowledge, for it is imperative to understand the world in which one exists to truly integrate into it. The significance of knowledge is self-evident. At the very least, when entering the soul beast forest, one must be able to identify various soul beasts, and upon encountering others' martial spirits, it is essential to discern what type they are and which faction they may belong to, among other insights. In summary, learning is of paramount importance. Secondly, he aims to train with a specialized team to enhance his physical strength, improve his combat skills, and master teamwork. Finally, adhering to rigorous theoretical principles, he seeks to unlock the potential of his martial spirit by diligently practicing the 3 distinct spear techniques, each with its own unique characteristics. The Ma family spear technique, which Ma Hongjun has become exceedingly familiar with, was practiced throughout his previous life. This set of spear techniques emphasizes skill rather than being accompanied by a comprehensive martial art. It merely includes some rudimentary methods for cultivating inner strength. Additionally, the demon imparted to Ma Hongjun a spear technique utilized within this world's military, which bears some resemblance to the Ma family's technique, albeit lacking its profound complexity. The 100 birds facing the phoenix spear is a remarkably systematic spear technique, wherein the martial art and the spear technique are intricately intertwined, in contrast to the somewhat disjointed nature of the Ma family style. Setting aside the martial art itself, this spear technique comprises a total of 100 forms, each of which can be practiced and applied independently. It can also be executed in succession, akin to Tang San's chaotic cloak hammers, with each successive strike growing in strength, demonstrating the same principles of bodily coordination and force generation. However, while the chaotic cloak hammers consist of only 81 consecutive strikes, the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear can achieve 100 consecutive attacks. Moreover, the single strikes of the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear are formidable, and its combo attacks are even more powerful. Although the cultivation of this technique is undoubtedly more challenging, in this lifetime, Ma Hongjun commenced his cultivation journey. Although he is merely 6 years old, he has only practiced the 100 birds fluttering phoenix spear for 2 years, having begun his training at the tender age of 4. Over this period, he has only mastered the initial 2 techniques. The 100 birds emerge from the nest, and the 100 birds whirl. While this progress may appear somewhat sluggish, it is essential to recognize that Ma Hongjun started his training at 4, during which his physique was still quite frail and ill-suited for spear techniques. Now, having acquired his first spirit ring, his physical capabilities have been fully unleashed, marking the onset of the most opportune age for cultivation. With his current spirit power at level 20, he is adequately equipped to practice the first 20 techniques of the 100 birds fluttering phoenix spear. Furthermore, the spear technique is complemented by a corresponding movement technique known as the phoenix playing among birds, which Ma Hongjun has only recently begun to learn, placing him at the initial stages of mastery. Thus, for the next 3 years, Ma Hongjun's aspiration is to master the first 20 techniques of the 100 birds fluttering phoenix spear and to become proficient in the phoenix playing among birds technique. As for the 7 explorations of the serpent coil spear, it is not yet within his reach for serious practice. He can merely familiarize himself with the movements at this stage. This particular spear technique is said to have been developed by Zhao Yun after achieving mastery of the 100 birds fluttering phoenix spear. It relies on the activation of the 100 birds fluttering phoenix sutra but encompasses only 7 techniques. If the Ma family's spear techniques serve as foundational skills, and the 100 birds fluttering phoenix spear represents a complete system. Then the 7 explorations of the serpent coil spear stands as the ultimate secret technique, a hidden trump card. Ma Hongjun clarified his path and subsequently visited the largest blacksmith shop in Musu town, where he commissioned a spear crafted entirely to the specifications of his martial spirit. The Dragon Soul Gun. After a considerable expenditure of 10 gold soul coins, the new Black Dragon Soul Gun was forged, composed entirely of fine iron and weighing an impressive 50 kilograms. Henceforth, in the academy, Ma Hongjun incorporated an additional training regimen, wielding the black fine iron spear to practice the 100 birds facing the phoenix technique. Chapter 23. 3 years' time, seeking recommendations for the second soul ring. 3 years later. On a serene morning, atop the back mountain of the Ma family village, holding the black iron spear, Ma Hongjun diligently practiced the 100 birds Chaofeng spear technique. After 3 years of rigorous training, he had finally mastered the first 20 forms of this formidable technique. The power unleashed by these 20 consecutive strikes surpassed that of the first spirit ring's ability, the extreme shadow flying dragon spear. In fact, by the time he reached the 10th strike, he had already achieved the effects comparable to the extreme shadow flying dragon spear. However, this does not imply that the latter is lacking. The speed enhancement provided by the extreme shadow flying dragon spear directly augments the body's basic speed by 50%. It is precisely this increase in velocity from the first spirit ring that has allowed Ma Hongjun's 100 birds play phoenix movement technique to progress at an astonishing rate. Upon mastering the phoenix play 100 birds technique, his speed had become comparable to that of agile attack-type spirit masters. Even Lin Mufeng, who possessed the lightning weasel spirit, could not match Ma Hongjun in terms of speed and agility. This illustrates the formidable nature of both the 100 birds Chaofeng spear and the phoenix play 100 birds technique. It also validates the vision of the rigorous instructor, Teacher Chu, as Ma Hongjun now relied solely on his mastery of spear techniques, which could rival spirit abilities. In the future, with the addition of spirit rings, he could easily explore other avenues of power. The black iron spear danced swiftly in Ma Hongjun's grasp, its tips slicing through the air, generating friction that seemed to ignite sparks and create swirling currents. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. Dark red flames erupted from Ma Hongjun, swiftly coalescing into the form of a fiery figure. Ma Hongjun let out a resigned sigh, having grown accustomed to his plight. For the past 3 years, the malevolent fire within him had erupted uncontrollably. Initially, the episodes were infrequent and could be subdued through brief bursts of physical exertion. However, as the occurrences increased and his body gradually matured, the infernal flames became increasingly tumultuous, threatening to spiral beyond his control. Particularly over the past year, he found it increasingly difficult to contain the blaze, sensing that at any moment he could be consumed by the flames. Armed with the dragon soul spear and enveloped in a fiery aura, he raced to the waterfall in the back mountains. Upon reaching the base of the waterfall, the malevolent fire continued to surge. Impervious to the torrent of water, the deluge could not even graze his form, evaporating before it could make contact with the flames. Ma Hongjun fervently practiced his marksmanship, wielding the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear with fervor. Each movement was executed with immense force, seamlessly transitioning between techniques. Targeting the rocky wall, which had been battered and soaked by the relentless waters over countless years, each thrust struck the surface, leaving it pockmarked and etched with myriad scars. Ma Hongjun needed to channel his turbulent emotions through this frenzied outpouring to quell the malevolent fire within him. After a full 3 hours, he finally managed to suppress the infernal blaze. The intensity of this dark power was formidable. It was no wonder that in the past, he sought the aid of others to resolve such issues, often frequenting those dubious establishments. Yet, one must empathize with the former Ma Hongjun, for his less than appealing appearance left him overlooked by many. However, the present Ma Hongjun is an entirely different story. Today, irrespective of his abilities, his striking looks alone would attract countless women eager to indulge him. His wild, crimson hair, stirred by an unseen force due to the malevolent fire, exudes an alluring charm. Imbued with a captivating seduction, his rugged features, bright eyes, and perfect facial structure not only showcase his handsome visage, but also radiate vigor and spirit. With a strong and statuesque physique, well-defined pectorals, sculpted abdominal muscles, and long, shapely legs, he embodies every quality that men yearn for, and that would make women dreamily swoon. Due to the passage of time, Ma Hongjun had suppressed these urges for 3 long years. Now, having matured, he resembles a youthful lad of 14 or 15. And his stature has only increased. It is time for him to abandon self-restriction. Nevertheless, given that Musu town is but a small locale, finding exquisite beauty is a challenge. He must venture to Suodo City. Even with the influence of the malevolent fire, he refuses to lower his standards. A beauty must be nothing short of stunning, a true vision of loveliness. This is the final stubbornness of Ma Hongjun. Upon returning home, Ma Hongjun found it was already noon, and his mother had prepared a meal. His father still lay in bed, cared for daily by his mother in all matters of nourishment and hygiene. Ma Ming remains a distinguished soul master of the second ring, receiving a monthly subsidy of 10 gold soul coins from the Spirit Hall. Ma Ping serves as a guarantor at the Spirit Hall, assisting him in collecting the annual subsidy in a lump sum, which amounts to 120 gold soul coins each year. This sum is more than sufficient for Ma Ming and Li Hui to lead a comfortable life as ordinary individuals. Although the couple enjoys a blissful existence together, inseparable and cherishing each moment, the sight of his father lying in bed fills Ma Hongjun with profound sorrow. This heartache has been the driving force behind his relentless training over the past 3 years, as he embodies the sole hope for his father, Ma Ming, to rise again. Hongjun, it's time to return to the academy today. Please pack your belongings early, his father instructed. Understood, Dad. You always complain that I interrupt your sweet moments with Mom. He replied, What a cheeky child you are. How can you speak like that? Li Hui retorted, her cheeks flushed. Ma Hongjun meticulously packed his belongings into the ring and bid farewell to his parents before making his way to the Musu Academy. 3 years had elapsed since then, and the original 9 members led by Yu Xingchen had all graduated, pursuing further studies at more prestigious Soul Master academies. Yu Xingchen, Kunshin, and Xiao Yuanyuan had enrolled in the Advanced Soul Master Academy of the Balik Kingdom, while the others seemingly ventured to Suodo City. Essentially, all the members of the special training team had ascended to Advanced Soul Master Academies. Upon returning to the academy, Ma Hongjun sought out the devil, who was engaged in conversation with teacher Qianling in the office. After 3 years of rapid development, the two had established their relationship, and the devil mentioned that they were contemplating having a child. Now, as the captain of the special training team, Ma Hongjun had absorbed most of the devil's training methods and theories over the years. Consequently, the devil often entrusted the affairs of the special training team to Ma Hongjun while he doted on his new bride. This situation irked Ma Hongjun. Not only was he subjected to the discomfort of witnessing their affection, but he was also burdened with their responsibilities, all while they indulged in their romantic endeavors. However, Ma Hongjun dared not voice his displeasure, for he still needed the devil's assistance. Teacher Chu, I am ready and can enter the soul hunting forest at any time to acquire my second soul ring, Ma Hongjun declared resolutely. A Millennium Soul Ring is a formidable challenge. I have never heard of anyone successfully acquiring one as their second soul ring, the devil expressed with concern. Ever since Ma Hongjun had mentioned his desire for a Millennium Soul Ring, the devil had been hesitant, aware of the immense risks involved and the lack of precedent for such an endeavor. Given Ma Hongjun's exceptional talents, the devil feared that any mishap would be a tremendous loss. Yet, unable to resist Ma Hongjun's determination, he ultimately agreed to assist him in hunting for the second soul ring once Ma Hongjun's physical strength met his approval. As the target was a Millennium Soul beast, they did not bring along the younger members of the special training team. Thanks to the nurturing influence of love over the past few years, the devil had reached the Soul Master realm a few months prior, with the optimal soul ring pairing of 2 yellow and 2 purple rings, combined with his powerful bloodthirsty wolf martial spirit. Facing a typical Millennium Soul beast posed no issue. Thus, it was only the 2 of them who ventured into the soul hunting forest this time. The Musu Soul Master Academy possessed a 3rd-tier order specifically for students to hunt soul rings, which had been entrusted to the devil's care. Over the past 3 years, Ma Hongjun had accompanied the devil multiple times into this forest, aiding many students who had reached level 10 in obtaining their first soul rings. Today, they entered once more, solely for the purpose of Ma Hongjun's second soul ring. Chapter 24. Peril in the Forest, Who Will Save Me? Ma Hongjun's objective in seeking a soul beast this time is to find one endowed with the skill of a dominance body effect, primarily in hopes of acquiring a soul technique capable of dispelling control. As they ventured into the soul hunting forest, both he and the devil moved swiftly. Well acquainted with the terrain surrounding the first 3 mountains, aware that no suitable soul beasts resided there. They proceeded directly towards the vicinity of the fourth mountain. The green bamboo grove remained unchanged. However, this time, Ma Hongjun and his companion chose not to traverse it, but instead circumvented it, entering from an alternative route. After all, the expanse of the bamboo grove was vast, and it was unnecessary to venture in search of trouble, especially since no desired soul beasts were present. The distinction between a millennium soul beast and a century soul beast is substantial, even the difference between a 900-year and a 1,000-year beast, though seemingly slight in terms of years, signifies a qualitative disparity akin to the gap between a grand soul master and a soul sovereign. The target age set by the devil for Ma Hongjun was 1,500 years. However, Ma Hongjun was not overly concerned about the age limit. He believed that even if he were unable to withstand or absorb the essence of a higher-aged beast, the dragon soul within his dragon soul gun would assist him in the absorption process. Thus, his primary focus lay on the soul beast itself and whether it could provide him with the desired soul technique. Upon entering the realm of the fifth mountain, they found that the soul beasts here were predominantly over 500 years old, with a considerable number of millennium soul beasts present. After meandering for a short while without encountering a suitable soul beast, dusk began to fall, signaling the time to establish a camp. It appeared that fortune had eluded them for the day. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a colossal tree was felled ahead. A gigantic shadow sprang forth from behind the tree. It was a blast bear. Ma Hongjun exclaimed with delight, as if he had stumbled upon a great treasure. Teacher Chu, this is it. Over the past 3 years, I have diligently researched numerous soul beast records in pursuit of a soul skill to break the control. The exploding bear is my top choice. Ma Hongjun was utterly exhilarated. He had never anticipated encountering an explosive bear within the soul-hunting forest. It is well known that these creatures predominantly inhabit vast, primordial forests. According to written accounts, one can only find them in the Stardow forest. It seems this truly is destiny. Ma Hongjun gazed at the explosive bear before him with eyes alight with excitement. Hold your horses, young man, he cautioned. Take a good look at this explosive bear. Whether you can acquire its soul ring remains uncertain, but at present, we might be in for some trouble. The devil's expression was grave as he spoke. Ma Hongjun was doused with a bucket of cold water by his grave words. And as he carefully scrutinized the distant explosive bear, it became evident from its violet pupils that this was a soul beast of millennial caliber. Moreover, observing its mountainous physique, it could be estimated that its weight was, indeed, an impressive 2,000 years or more. Ma Hongjun has finally regained his composure. Facing the formidable explosive bear, a creature of a millennium, and perhaps even 2 millennia in age, this situation is indeed quite troublesome. Troubling, indeed. Do you think it is merely a matter of inconvenience, you little rascal? Have you truly studied the data on the explosive bear? Beyond its astonishing speed, its defensive capabilities, strength, and the piercing power of its claws are unparalleled among attack-type soul beasts. Coupled with its explosive nature, it becomes utterly uncontrollable. Once it unleashes its fury, both its offensive and defensive powers multiply, and even its speed sees a significant enhancement. If it were merely a 1,000-year-old creature, I might stand a chance. But against one that has lived for 2,000 years, it is beyond any control. In a direct confrontation, I would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage, and my wolf claws might struggle to breach its defenses. After a rational analysis, the devilish voice lamented as it gazed at Ma Hongjun. Retreat, young man, while we still have the opportunity to avoid provoking it. The explosive bear soon noticed the two, its eyes wide with bewilderment as it regarded the 2 human figures before it. The eyes of Ma Hongjun locked onto those of the colossal bear, a glimmer of longing unmistakably evident within them. This was the soul beast he had longed for. Yet, reason ultimately triumphed over desire, prompting Ma Hongjun to retreat slowly alongside the demon. The two faced the explosive bear, intent on creating some distance. However, a deep, resonant growl erupted from behind them, and the massive bear before them suddenly surged into action. They swiftly turned to discover yet another explosive bear looming behind them. Goodness gracious, they exclaimed. This bear, with its yellow eyes and slightly smaller stature, could either be the offspring of the first or perhaps its little companion. In any case, the two were undoubtedly allies. The smaller bear exhibited a notably temperamental disposition, having approached closer to Ma Hongjun and his companion, who had previously concentrated their attention on the larger bear, thus overlooking the petite explosive bear. At that moment, The smaller explosive bear had already bounded forward, exuding an aura of cuteness. Yet its outstretched claws would swiftly alter one's perception. Run, the demon urged, having already activated his martial spirit, for soul rings of yellow and purple shimmering into existence. His wolf claws intercepted the bear's claws, and the impact of his wolf head collided with the petite explosive bear's chest, sending it sprawling to the ground. Clearly overpowered by the blood wolf's might, the dragon soul spear appeared in Ma Hongjun's hand in an instant. With a leap, he brought the spear down from the air, its tip slicing through the atmosphere like a formidable blade, exuding an overwhelming aura. The spear's point struck directly upon the bear's head, yet at that moment, the small explosive bear radiated a brilliant yellow light, preventing the dragon soul spear from cleaving through its skull. Nevertheless, the impact caused a considerable bump to rise on its head, and its two bear eyes began to spin, sparkling like golden flowers. It seemed to take on an endearing quality once more. Ma Hongjun could not help but marvel at the clumsy bear, despite its formidable strength. It remained unable to alter the bulky appearance that its robust physique imparted. Don't just stand there, run. The devil grasped Ma Hongjun's hand and dashed away. The enormous exploding bear, witnessing the smaller bear being struck, was clearly enraged, its body radiating a fierce purple light as its speed surged, emitting a thunderous roar. It charged forward, first gently patting the lump on the smaller bear's head before lifting it up. Then, its eyes blazed with fury as it fixed its gaze on Ma Hongjun and the devil, unleashing another roar. With a swift swipe at the smaller bear, it pursued the two. The smaller bear hesitated for a moment, but quickly followed suit. The rampaging exploding bear was remarkably swift, being a 2,000-year-old soul beast. Even if it faced speed disadvantages, they were only relative to other soul beasts of the same rank. The devil, possessed by the blood wolf, moved at an impressive pace, leaving Ma Hongjun struggling to keep up. Thus, the devil pulled Ma Hongjun along, maintaining a steady speed. This predicament resulted in them neither being able to shake off the exploding bear nor allowing it to catch up. The exploding bear was clearly furious, relentlessly pursuing them as darkness enveloped the forest, leaving the two lost. Their frantic and directionless escape was perilous, with a powerful soul beast on their tail. A misstep could lead them into the lair of another formidable creature, a stroke of bad luck that seemed increasingly probable. Unable to evade the exploding bear, they faced a long, treacherous night. Let go of me, go on, devil. This was the first time Ma Hongjun addressed him as devil in front of Chu Tianai. The situation was evident. If the devil abandoned Ma Hongjun, his speed alone would be sufficient to outpace the exploding bear, yet with Ma Hongjun in tow, escape was impossible. In such an extended night filled with peril, encountering another 1,000-year soul beast could spell their doom, and now was the moment to make a decisive choice. Letting go would still afford a chance for survival. You brat, what are you thinking? How could I leave you behind? The devil's voice remained as domineering as ever, leaving no room for doubt, yet it warmed Ma Hongjun's heart. If this continues, we will both perish. Devil, let go. No way, you brat. If anyone is to die, it shall be me first. Think of teacher Qianling. Devil, there are others who need your care. After Ma Hongjun spoke, he forcefully broke free from the grasp of the demon. He could not afford to be so selfish, especially in a situation where his demise was certain, and he would drag others down with him. Thank you. Having you as a teacher is a profound honor. If possible, please take care of my parents and convey to them that their kindness will be repaid in my next life. Ma Hongjun spoke swiftly and then dashed off in another direction. The devil, Chu Tianai, stood frozen in place. When Ma Hongjun shook off his hand, he mentioned Qianling, which caused Chu Tianya's heart to soften completely. Just before their departure today, Qianling had revealed to him that she was pregnant. Tears streamed down the corners of his eyes, and countless impulses urged him to chase after Ma Hongjun to protect his most proud student. However, his feet felt heavy, as if burdened by two mountains, preventing him from moving forward. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as Ma Hongjun ran away. Meanwhile, the great explosive bear disregarded the halted blood wolf devil and pursued Ma Hongjun instead. It understood that the blood wolf was a formidable opponent, difficult to contend with. And moreover, the large bump on the great explosive bear's head was inflicted by Ma Hongjun, a fact it was keenly aware of. Ma Hongjun recalled the adage learned at the academy. Those who perish at the hands of soul beasts far outnumber those soul beasts that fall victim to soul masters. Perhaps it was the impending threat of death by a soul beast that made this statement resonate so profoundly with him. Was it not promised that he would encounter Flander in 3 years? Time was slipping away, and death loomed ever closer. Flander, you old codger, where are you? Come to my rescue at once. In his heart, Ma Hongjun cursed silently, but the more he pondered, the more his anger swelled. He roared aloud, seeking to vent the last remnants of his unwillingness. Flander, come to my aid. Flander, where have you vanished? Hurry, save me. I am on the brink of demise. Suddenly, the malevolent flames within Ma Hongjun erupted, engulfing him in a fiery embrace, rendering him the center of attention in the pitch-black forest. He became a beacon, akin to a lighthouse upon a night sea. Truly, misfortune had compounded upon him. Yet, unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, the radiance of the evil flames, although perilous, simultaneously bestowed upon him a glimmer of hope for survival. A piercing eagle's cry shattered the silence of the night, resonating with remarkable clarity. Chapter 25, Flander, Daimubai. Oscar, seek your support. The great explosive bear had pursued relentlessly, startled by the sudden ignition of the young man ahead. However, the glow of the flames allowed it to see more clearly, as bears possess relatively poor vision. It leaped forth, its enormous paw outstretched in the air, aiming to strike down upon the fiery figure in motion. In this critical moment of life and death, Ma Hongjun summoned the evil fire phoenix martial spirit, and at last, the two pressing spots on his back broke free from their seal. A pair of vibrant, flame-tinged wings unfurled, accompanied by a clear, melodic cry of the phoenix. Just as the bear's paw was about to descend, Ma Hongjun flapped his wings, swiftly creating distance and evading the impending strike. He then soared into the air. But as it was his inaugural flight, he found it quite disorienting, compounded by the towering trees that obscured his path. With a resounding thud, he miscalculated and collided with a tree, akin to a plane losing control, his wings swaying erratically as he descended. Truly, what a stroke of bad luck. Ma Hongjun muttered under his breath, as the great bear roared, its cries echoing mockingly at him, the fallen phoenix. Once Ma Hongjun touched the ground, the bear swiftly lunged forward, its massive paw poised to strike once more. Suddenly, a sound erupted from the tree above. An owl swooped down, darting towards the colossal bear, its sharp talons plunging into the bear's shoulders with formidable force, lifting the beast off the ground. The owl ascended into the air, and with tremendous speed, it slammed the hefty bear against the trunk of a tree. The impact resonated with a loud crack as the trunk splintered, causing the great bear to crash down onto the earth. Yet, as it landed, the bear appeared unfazed, rising swiftly to unleash a ferocious roar. Its resilience was truly extraordinary. The owl reappeared, and Ma Hongjun finally discerned its true form, an owl with 4 eyes. However, this was no ordinary spirit beast. It was adorned with 7 resplendent soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, signifying its status as a soul sage, a manifestation of its martial spirit. Ma Hongjun has come to realize his own identity. To his astonishment, when he shouted, assistance truly arrived, evoking the legendary tales of Li Shimin and Shuerigui. However, unlike a loyal subject, Flanders is destined to be his future mentor. The expression brave as a bear and fierce as a leopard aptly applies here. The explosive bear seems oblivious to the concept of death, or perhaps its fury has stripped away the last remnants of its intellect. It launched an assault on the tree where the 4-eyed cat eagle perched, crashing forcefully against the trunk. The mighty tree trembled under the impact. The cat eagle swooped down once more, its gleaming claws aimed directly at the bear's neck. Show mercy, spare its life, Ma Hongjun shouted loudly. The cat owl, initially aiming for the neck with its sharp claws, altered its trajectory and severed one of the explosive bear's paws, sending it crashing to the ground. In the hands of the soul sage, the explosive bear's formidable defense crumbled like mere paper. The cat owl descended and transformed into human form upon landing. He appeared to be in his 50s, possessing a robust physique, with hair interspersed in black and white, tied back, and a strand cascading down the side. He adjusted the black-framed crystal glasses perched on his face. The old-fashioned square frames complemented his demeanor remarkably well, exuding a hint of unconventional flair. However, his visage was somewhat unflattering, with a protruding chin, broad cheekbones, a flat face, and a slightly hooked nose. If one were to liken his appearance to an object, it could only be described as somewhat resembling the sole of a shoe. Within the depths of Ma Hongjun's heart, a sense of disappointment lingered. The appearance of his future mentor was quite unbecoming. Did you perhaps lose your way from your esteemed guardians, young man? What is the matter? Do you not comprehend the necessity of retracting your martial spirit? Flinder observed Ma Hongjun with curiosity, noting the flames that enveloped him, though the phoenix had been recalled. The malevolent fire continued to blaze unabated. Flinder had arrived earlier, having faintly heard someone calling his name. After a prolonged observation from the trees, he witnessed Ma Hongjun's sinister phoenix martial spirit, leading him to believe that the flames were yet to be subdued. If I cannot retract it, even if I could, it would still be burning within me. It is better to leave it as is, Ma Hongjun resignedly remarked. I can only find a way to suppress it. Oh, how fascinating. And what method do you intend to employ? Just as the conversation unfolded, another explosive bear approached. The little explosive bear finally caught up, gazing at the larger bear, which lay incapacitated on the ground, one paw severed, struggling to rise beside a figure. This was a testament to Flinder's formidable prowess as a soul sage. The aura he exuded kept the explosive bear utterly immobilized. At this juncture, it seemed the only solution lay with the small bear. Ma Hongjun pointed towards the bewildered little explosive bear standing nearby. Could you kindly keep an eye on that large explosive bear and ensure it does not flee? I intend to use its soul ring for my second soul ring. Upon concluding his words, Ma Hongjun summoned the dragon soul lance, which was encircled by a vibrant yellow soul ring. He brandished the lance and directed it towards the small explosive bear. This bear appeared to possess an age of 700 to 800 years, exhibiting formidable strength. However, Ma Hongjun was currently engulfed in malevolent flames, his physical power teetering on the brink of eruption. The outcome of the confrontation with the small explosive bear remained uncertain. In this moment, a robust adversary like the bear was precisely what he needed to assist in dissipating the energy of the sinister flames. In a sudden outburst, Ma Hongjun launched an assault on the little exploding bear, who, with a fiery temperament of his own, engaged in a fierce battle. Flinder had already chosen to disregard the lad's presumptuous demeanor. Within a mere few minutes, this boy had completely reshaped Flinder's understanding of genius. The phoenix, the silver spear, and the twin martial souls. If he had not misheard, the boy had just declared his intention to claim the soul ring of that massive exploding bear as his second soul ring. Although Ma Hongjun possessed a robust physique, Flinder could discern from his slightly youthful visage that he was merely around 10 years old. Overwhelmed with astonishment, Flinder observed the clash between Ma Hongjun and the little exploding bear with great intensity. At that moment, two more individuals emerged from the forest, positioning themselves beside Flinder. Director, do not speak, just watch. The newcomers were two young boys, the taller one with golden hair and captivating eyes, undoubtedly the striking Dai Mubai. The shorter one, sporting a full beard yet possessing well-defined features and a somewhat elderly demeanor, was likely Oscar, the sausage specialist. The three stood silently, their expressions revealing utter astonishment. Boss Dai, this fiery lad seems to surpass even you. That exploding bear must be at least 700 years old, yet he is able to confront it head-on without faltering. Growing increasingly ferocious, Oscar whispered to Dai Mubai. It's not mere strength, it's truly monstrous, replied Dai Mubai, his expression grave and his throat dry. As a powerful assault-type soul master, his insights were far deeper than those of Oscar, who lacked substantial combat experience. Currently, as a second-ring, 28th level battle soul master, he could not guarantee victory over the 700-year-old exploding bear. Yet this fiery youth, possessing only one soul ring, was somehow holding his ground against the beast. What was most striking was that the fiery boy seemed considerably younger than himself. The exploding bear, lacking agility, became the perfect target for Ma Hongjun, who utilized the phoenix's dance of 100 birds with remarkable finesse. Each thrust of his spear found its mark on the bear's substantial frame, allowing Ma Hongjun to effectively execute a series of rapid strikes. After completing a combination of 20 moves, the bear's thick fur was punctured by several spear holes. The exploding bear's strength was waning, and if this continued, its demise was inevitable. Witnessing the torment of the little exploding bear, the massive bear's eyes widened with fury, emanating a purple glow as it surged forward under the immense pressure exerted by Flinder, determined to rescue its kin. Chapter 26, Successful Absorption. 1,000-year soul ring seeks votes. With a resounding roar, the great explosive bear, bearing the immense pressure imposed by Flandra, charged towards Ma Hongjun. Unbeknownst to it, the terror embodied by a soul sage was formidable. With a deft sidestep, Flandra delivered a powerful kick, sending the great explosive bear sprawling aside. Yet, the bear remained unfazed by Flandra's intervention, rising once more to madly charge at Ma Hongjun. Ultimately, It positioned itself before the little explosive bear, glaring fiercely at the four. Emitting a low, rumbling growl, its hind legs were poised protectively around the little explosive bear, conveying a clear message. You must flee. I shall hold them off. The little explosive bear let out a whimpering cry, but was ultimately propelled deep into the forest by a forceful kick from the great explosive bear, which then directed a final roar towards the depths of the woods. The four bystanders did not intervene, allowing the bears to complete their poignant farewell. At this moment, Ma Hongjun's sinister flames still blazed brightly, while the great explosive bear, having sustained significant injuries and lost a paw, found its strength severely diminished. Undeterred and emboldened, Ma Hongjun twirled his spear and launched an assault on the great explosive bear. The young one has been released. Now, let us contend with the elder. The great explosive bear, now missing a limb, struggled to maintain its balance and agility. Ma Hongjun's spear could easily strike him. However, a Millennium Soul Beast remains a Millennium Soul Beast. Its defense and strength are formidable. With its hard and sharp claws, it effortlessly deflected the Dragon Soul Spear, sending both Ma Hongjun and his weapon flying. Even if it stood still, relying on its immense offensive power and defensive attributes, Ma Hongjun would find it exceedingly difficult to overcome it. Mubai, you join as well? Yes, Dean. Dai Mubai stepped forward, and a character king appeared on his forehead. His golden hair transformed to white, his chest muscles swelled, and his limbs grew robust. White Tiger, manifest. A magnificent and majestic white tiger emerged. Two soul rings materializing beneath it, both yellow. The first soul ring illuminated. White Tiger shield. Dai Mubai charged towards the explosive bear, a gust of wind trailing behind him as his massive fist struck the bear's face. The explosive bear remained unfazed, raising its paw to deliver a crushing blow. Anticipating this, Dai Mubai collided with the paw, using its force to propel himself away. In that very instant, Ma Hongjun's first soul ring had already lit up, extreme shadow flying dragon spear. The dragon soul spear followed closely behind Dai Mubai, taking advantage of the moment when Dai Mubai obscured the explosive bear's line of sight to unleash his soul skill. As Dai Mubai was sent flying, the spear's tip precisely found its mark, piercing into the bear's neck. Observers Flinder and Oscar expressed their admiration. Well timed. Perfect. However, due to the bear's thick hide, only the spearhead penetrated, and given the bear's massive physique, the width of its neck far exceeded that of the spear's tip, rendering the strike insufficient to be fatal. Ma Hongjun executed the phoenix dance of 100 birds with remarkable speed, freeing his hands from the gun barrel as his body spun away from the ground. Concentrating his strength into his foot, he delivered a powerful kick to the tail of the Dragon Soul gun, propelling it forward with tremendous force. The ferocious beast of explosion radiated a blinding purple light, violently expelling the Dragon Soul gun from within its grasp. Unbelievable. Terrifying. Such were the sensations felt by Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. Ma Hongjun swiftly took several steps, employing the phoenix dance of 100 birds to create distance from the explosive creature. With a single gesture, the Dragon Soul gun returned to his hand. Dai Mubai's second soul ring illuminated. The white tiger's radiant wave erupted forth, unleashing a brilliant beam of light from within the white tiger itself. This was no mere intangible glow. It was a substantial manifestation of power, possessing formidable offensive capabilities. The light wave spread towards the beast of explosion, striking deep within its body and targeting its eyes with precision. Ma Hongjun raised his spear once more, yet refrained from unleashing his soul technique. The 100 birds chasing the phoenix spear. The explosive bear had already charged forward, its wounds grievously severe. Techniques such as the white tiger's radiant wave, which would typically have little effect on it, now bore a different consequence due to its dire state. The assault of the radiant wave hastened the deterioration of its injuries, particularly at the severed limb and neck. Seizing the opportunity presented by the bear's momentary sluggishness, Ma Hongjun executed a flurry of strikes with the 100 birds chasing the phoenix spear. Ma Hongjun's figure incessantly shifted and transformed, harmonizing with the phoenix's dance of 100 birds. His spear executed successive techniques with an elegance akin to flowing clouds and rushing water, encircling the explosive bear in a relentless assault. He repeatedly lifted the small mound of flesh that was the explosive bear, a testament to the sheer terror of the power unleashed in his flurry of strikes. Ultimately, on the 20th thrust, the Dragon Soul Spear once again pierced precisely through the bear's neck, transcending the mere tip of the spear. The bear's neck was completely perforated, with the spearhead protruding from the rear, the silvery shaft glinting in front, while the azure tip glimmered ominously behind. The malevolent flames that had engulfed it finally extinguished, revealing Ma Hongjun's true visage in its entirety. He was so youthful. Old Dai, he is even more handsome than you. De Xiangchong, will you not speak? Ma Hongjun retracted the dragon soul gun and stepped forward to bow in gratitude to Flender. Esteemed elder, I am deeply thankful for your timely assistance. He then turned to Dai Mubai, offering a gentle smile. I appreciate your help as well. Dai Mubai remained silent, merely nodding with a smile. Oscar interjected, What about me? What about me? Ma Hongjun, you have observed the commotion for quite some time. It must have been quite exhausting for you. Oscar, why are you alone in the forest without the company of an elder? Flander, with eyes as sharp as an eagle's, gazed at Ma Hongjun and inquired. Ma Hongjun briefly recounted his encounter with the explosive bear, dispelling the confusion of Flander and his companions. You mean to say you are still a student at the Musu Junior Soul Master Academy? You are merely 9 years old. And you wish to absorb the soul ring of this 2,000-year-old explosive bear? Absurd. A monster. You ought to join our Shrek Academy. Unable to withstand Ma Hongjun's determination, Flander and the others, after a futile attempt to dissuade him, ultimately acquiesced to assist Ma Hongjun in his endeavor to absorb the Millennium Soul Ring. Ma Hongjun adjusted his state and, under the astonished gaze of the 3 onlookers, summoned the Dragon Soul Lance, gradually drawing the resplendent purple soul ring towards it. Having learned from his previous experience, he found this absorption process much more familiar. However, the power of the 1,000-year soul ring was significantly more formidable. If the impact of the 100-year soul ring could be likened to a small stream, then the 1,000-year soul ring was akin to a mighty river. The absorption of the soul ring's power required considerable time. Yet, over the past 3 years, Ma Hongjun's body had developed rapidly, coinciding with an optimal period for cultivation. The enhancement of his physical strength was several times greater than when he first absorbed the initial soul ring, thus expediting the process considerably. Indeed, the 3 years of accumulation bore fruit, with his physical limits far exceeding the devil's expectations, leaving Ma Hongjun both astonished and delighted. The power of the soul ring from the 2,000-year-old explosive bear was entirely absorbed without disturbing the dragon's soul. As the sky brightened with the dawn and the sun ascended anew, Ma Hongjun opened his eyes, having fully absorbed the 1,000-year soul ring. As Ma Hongjun made a move, both Flender and Dai Mubai turned their gazes towards him simultaneously. How is it? Did it succeed? Ma Hongjun smiled and nodded, his right hand gripping the dragon's soul gun, from which 2 soul rings emerged, encircling the weapon, 1 golden and 1 purple. It was truly a remarkable achievement. How wonderful. Such an extraordinary talent. Director, we must recruit him into our Shrek Academy without delay. He is truly a marvel among marvels. The astonished and jubilant exchanges roused Oscar, who had been dozing nearby. Heavens! What do I see? Fiery lad, you have truly succeeded. Gold and purple. My word, it is a miracle of the world. Ma Hongjun sheathed the dragon soul gun and clasped his fists in gratitude. I sincerely appreciate the 3 of you for safeguarding me throughout the night. Your kindness shall not be forgotten, and I shall repay it in due time. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. He was eager to seek out the devil, who might be worried sick or perhaps mourning his absence. As Ma Hongjun prepared to depart, Flender and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with urgency. Flender quickly signaled Oscar with a subtle nod. Oscar immediately grasped the situation, linking arms with Ma Hongjun and saying, Oh, do not rush off. Why wait to repay your kindness? The favors of today should be settled today. We have assisted you in acquiring a soul ring. Now, we ask for your help in obtaining one in return. Our journey to the soul hunting forest is also to procure my second soul ring. Since you have delayed us for a night, you shall accompany us to help me secure my second soul ring, and thus, we shall balance the scales of favor. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Hongjun ultimately smiled wryly and nodded, conceding, very well. Chapter 27. Oscar's second soul ring. Observing the subtle gestures of Flender and the other 2, Ma Hongjun was acutely aware of their intentions. Acquiring Oscar's second soul ring essentially entailed hunting a century-old soul beast. And it was likely that Flender, the soul sage, would not even need to intervene. Dai Mubai alone could manage the task effortlessly, rendering Ma Hongjun's presence somewhat superfluous. However, he refrained from voicing this thought. Setting aside future considerations, it was undeniable that he owed a debt of gratitude and goodwill to them. Furthermore, regarding the words of the devil as a soul master, he would face little danger even in the hunting soul forest. As for his concerns, he could fret for now. It would serve as an opportunity to surprise him later. A means of alleviating the grievances and indignities he had suffered at the hands of the devil over the past 3 years. The four continued their journey through the forest, engaging in mutual introductions. Although Ma Hongjun was already familiar with these three, he attentively listened to their narratives. What is the nature of your flame? The secret of Ma Hongjun's dual martial souls has been unveiled before them, leaving them both astonished and deeply intrigued by his sinister flames. Ma Hongjun elaborated on the characteristics of the sinister fire, eliciting peculiar glances from the three companions. Oscar, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "Doesn't that imply you require a woman to quell your sinister fire?" Dai Mubai joined in laughter, declaring, "If it were merely women, it wouldn't amount to much. They are merely a resource. As long as you possess sufficient gold soul coins, you can have as many as you desire. Oh, with your appearance. You probably wouldn't even need gold soul coins. Just relying on your looks, you could attract a multitude of admirers. Thus, your sinister fire is not a problem. Rather, it seems to be a masculine asset, one that even I find myself coveting." Dai Mubai, a notorious libertine, turned the sinister fire into a source of amusement. Indeed, it was perplexing how it had once been a source of distress for Ma Hongjun. Haha, it must be due to your lack of charm. If you were even slightly more handsome, you would not be burdened with so many troubles. Ma Hongjun, once we return from this soul-hunting expedition, I shall take you to Soto City. I assure you, you will be thoroughly satisfied. Upon hearing this, Oscar began to recount Dai Mubai's reputation as a prominent figure in the Soto City nightlife. Indeed, Dai's name resonates throughout the sensual establishments of Soto City. Haha. Boss Dai is a frequent patron, and his choices are always mouth-watering. Having grown tired of the trio's risque banter, Flinder discreetly departed, casting a meaningful glance at Dai Mubai and Oscar, likely urging them to entice Ma Hongjun into Shrek Academy. Flinder, before encountering the 1,000-year soul beast, would refrain from intervening. This journey served as an experience for Dai Mubai and his companion. With a sympathetic pat on Ma Hongjun's shoulder, Dai Mubai lamented, "After all these years, you remain a virgin, enduring the torment inflicted by your sinister fire." Then, shifting the conversation, he continued, "Since we've met, let me assist you in transforming this pain into pleasure, haha." After jesting, the two quickly formed a bond with Ma Hongjun over the topic of the sinister fire, which he welcomed as a way to forge friendships. Returning to Oscar's second soul ring as a food-type soul master, he faced a relatively greater challenge in selecting his soul ring. Flinder and the others had already spent 3 days in the soul-hunting forest without finding a suitable soul beast for Oscar's soul ring. Oscar's sausage martial soul can actually accommodate a variety of soul rings. Being carnivorous, it can include animal-type soul beast rings, with his first soul ring being of that category. However, most animal soul beast rings primarily enhance soul power, and it is rare to encounter soul beasts with unique abilities. Their prolonged search without success was largely due to the inherent limitations of this semi-captive soul-hunting forest, which boasted a relatively homogeneous variety. "Let us continue to search slowly. It's a matter of fate," Oscar expressed with unwavering optimism. "This truly is fate." Ma Hongjun couldn't help but exclaim about fate, realizing why the surroundings felt oddly familiar. It was the very spot where he had encountered the two explosive bears the previous evening. At that moment, the smaller explosive bear was digging in the ground not far away. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun and his companion speaking, it startled and lifted its head, initially bewildered. It then let out a frightened roar, retreating cautiously before hastily disappearing into the woods with a final bellow. The three of them were amused by it and did not pursue it. As they approached, they discovered that the little bear was foraging for grass to eat. How pitiful! Without its mother, the young bear could only graze. This is the harsh reality, a manifestation of the survival of the fittest. Fortunately, humanity resides at the pinnacle of the food chain. Otherwise, it would be I who resorted to grazing. Ma Hongjun sighed, reflecting on the fact that the corpse of the great explosive bear remained within his spatial ring's soul guide device. He felt a profound sense of gratitude for being human, allowing him the delight of indulging in bear meat today. It was imperative to contemplate, as bear paws are a rare delicacy, suitable for an array of culinary preparations: steamed, braised, deep-fried, sweet and sour, stir-fried, cold-tossed, boiled, dry-pot, barbecued, oil-braised, grilled on an iron plate, or wrapped in foil. Ma Hongjun licked his lips and wiped his mouth with the corner of his garment, regaining his composure with a shiver. How cruel! On the other side, Dai Mubai and his companion had already begun to examine the grass on the ground. This was bare gall grass. Alas, it was only 10 years old. Oscar initially expressed joy, only to let out a sigh afterward. Oh, there's more over there. Upon observing the expanse of grass ahead, Ma Hongjun pointed excitedly at a vast area not far away. Wow, there must be over 100 years' worth of growth here, Oscar exclaimed, rushing forward with great enthusiasm. While Dai Mubai hurriedly followed suit. Suddenly, the grass in front began to stir as if possessed, akin to sentient ginseng that could teleport beneath the surface. Bang! Oscar stumbled, tripped by the grass beneath his feet, and to his horror, the exposed parts of the grass coiled like whips, striking him mercilessly. Ah! 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 Oscar cried out in agony as the grass ensnared him and lashed at him. In a startling turn, a bare gallbladder herb, resembling a small tree, swiftly approached Oscar's head. The grass blades that lay on the ground emitted a golden glow, pointing menacingly towards Oscar's skull. Xiaoyo! Dai Mubai shouted in alarm, his white tiger martial spirit manifesting. But by the time he rushed forward, it might already be too late. In a fleeting moment, Ma Hongjun summoned the dragon soul lance into his grasp. He hurled the lance. It soared through the air, narrowly bypassing Oscar's head, and embedded itself in the ground just above him, the shaft leaning precariously against his crown. Clang, clang, clang. The branches and leaves of the bare gallbladder grass incessantly clashed against the dragon soul lance. At long last, Dai Mubai arrived, delivering a powerful punch to the location of the bare gallbladder grass. The sheer force of his blow sent Oscar sprawling, the foliage ensnaring him severed by the impact. Yet the luminescent yellow bare gallbladder grass evaded capture, retreating into the earth just as Dai Mubai's fist reached its destination. Wow, Boss Dai, be a bit gentler, Oscar exclaimed, brushing the dirt from his face and spitting out a mouthful of mud, having just experienced an intimate encounter with the ground. How can you still speak? I told you to temper your impulsiveness. If it weren't for Hongjun, you would have been a lifeless corpse, Dai Mubai retorted, irritation evident in his tone. All right, Boss Dai, enough of that. We must seize the century-old bare gallbladder grass. It shall be my second soul ring, Oscar declared excitedly. It has already fled. How can we catch it now? It cannot escape. The bare gallbladder grass can only momentarily retreat into the soil. It cannot remain underground for long. Much like a person submerged in water, it too requires air. Furthermore, it cannot burrow far beneath the surface unless it evolves into a 10,000-year soul beast, which is impossible for it to maintain indefinitely. Most importantly, the bare gallbladder grass lives up to its name. It possesses ample courage and holds a grudge. It will surely confront us again. As Ma Hongjun listened attentively to Oscar's narration, his gaze was fixed upon the ground, where a patch of bare gallbladder grass had instinctively distanced itself from the three individuals. Judging by their size, they were significantly smaller than the previous specimen. The two smaller bare gallbladder grasses, which had recently been affected by Dai Mubai's punch, lay lifeless, adorned with two white soul rings. A remarkable sight for a plant-based soul beast. Suddenly, the earth quivered as if something was burrowing beneath it, hastening towards Oscar's feet. Ma Hongjun's gaze sharpened as he exchanged a knowing glance with Oscar, who nodded in acknowledgement, signifying his understanding. Ma Hongjun seized the opportunity, and the second soul ring on his gun, a radiant purple, illuminated. Boom! Ma Hongjun leaped into the air, a radiant light erupting from within him, causing the surrounding air to shatter. The dragon soul gun swung in a graceful arc, its tip gathering power, as if the invisible currents of air were about to be torn asunder by its edge. As Ma Hongjun descended from the sky, Oscar swiftly evaded, causing the tip of the dragon soul gun to penetrate the ground, which promptly erupted in a violent explosion. The formidable force unleashed was akin to that of a bomb, transforming the assault of the gun into a devastating blast. The earth was torn asunder, creating a pit of moderate size, within which a bare gallbladder herb lay, its branches and leaves having been severed by Ma Hongjun's dragon soul gun, while its robust root tuber sought to burrow once more into the soil. Rise! Ma Hongjun deftly lifted it with his spear and tossed it into the air. Then, with a powerful leap, he followed the bare gallbladder herb, the tip of the dragon soul spear puncturing it repeatedly, each thrust snapping a branch or leaf of the herb. By the time the bare gallbladder herb landed once more, it had lost its vibrant green hue, leaving behind only its sturdy root and stem. Be careful, Hongjun. Don't kill it. Let me do the finishing, Oscar shouted anxiously. Ma Hongjun's relentless assault was ferocious, and he truly feared that a moment of carelessness would result in the demise of the herb. After all, while plant-type soul beasts possess resilience, they are not impervious to destruction. Here, take this, Oscar exclaimed, taking the herb and producing a small dagger, which he plunged into the root of the bear gallbladder herb. The wonders of soul beasts revealed themselves. This was Ma Hongjun's first encounter with a plant-type soul beast. At that moment, Flander descended from a tree, commending Ma Hongjun. Well done. It seems you have been quite observant. Flander gazed at the bear gallbladder herb in Oscar's hands. Its substantial yellow root was impressively large, with 7 robust roots extending from it, significantly thicker than other specimens. A yellow root with 7 branches. This bear gallbladder herb has reached 700 years of age, making it an ideal candidate for your second soul ring, Flander remarked with a smile, his face resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. Though classified as a plant, the root of the bear gallbladder herb is a top-tier medicinal ingredient, capable of detoxification akin to bear bile. Its properties are even milder, able to neutralize a myriad of toxins. Furthermore, the soul rings of plant-type soul beasts are easier to absorb. Had it been a beast type, Oscar might not have been able to withstand even a 500-year-old one. In my research with the Academy's professors on suitable soul beasts for Oscar's soul ring, the bear gallbladder herb ranks among the top 10. This soul ring, in terms of both age and type, is exceptionally fitting for Oscar. Absorbing it could very well grant him the ability to produce detoxifying sausages, Flander earnestly explained to Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, offering a lesson in the process. Ultimately, Oscar spent an entire day absorbing the soul ring. As dusk approached, he finally rose. So, did you acquire the detoxification skill? Dai Mubai inquired, observing Oscar's exhilarated expression. Absolutely. The soul beast chosen by the Dean guarantees that, Oscar responded with a grin, casting a sly glance at Ma Hongjun as he continued. I owe you both immensely for your help, especially you, Hongjun. You not only saved my life, but also aided me in acquiring my second soul ring. From now on, anytime you need my sausages, you can have them for free. Chapter 28. Joining the Shrek Academy with a rather lewd incantation uttered by Oscar. A diminutive sausage materialized in his hand. The food-type martial soul is indeed peculiar, with soul skill incantations that are equally absurd. No one dared to sample his little sausage. Yet the trio expressed their unwavering faith in its detoxifying properties. However, Ma Hongjun was not deterred by any psychological reservations. Rather, he saw no necessity in consuming a detoxifying sausage when he had not been poisoned. Following Flander's prompt, Oscar transformed the small sausage into a larger one and presented it to Ma Hongjun. My large sausage can restore soul power, and the effects are quite remarkable, Oscar remarked with a rather mischievous grin. Ma Hongjun took the large sausage, placed it in his mouth, and bit down with a single swift motion, swallowing it in just a few quick chews. The flavor was indeed delightful, living up to its reputation as a meat-based martial soul, and its restorative effects far surpassed those of Xiao Yuanyuan's large bread. Dai Mubai looked at Ma Hongjun in astonishment. His own aversion had kept him from tasting Oscar's sausage. Hongjun, you actually ate his sausage. Dai Mubai began, his expression tinged with disgust, but upon witnessing Ma Hongjun finish it, he chose to withhold further comment. Ma Hongjun was not dismissive. He understood Dai Mubai's intentions. However, unlike Dai Mubai, he was not Na'vi, having lived 2 lifetimes. The food-based martial soul inherently possesses significant supportive capabilities, especially when it comes to meat. Although Oscar's soul abilities might seem somewhat distasteful, they do not overshadow the formidable potential of his martial soul. With the assistance of such restorative sausages, our strength could significantly enhance, providing us with greater security in the soul-hunting forest. His contribution is invaluable. I once had a food-type teammate whose soul abilities were equally awkward, yet she was the most indispensable member of our team. In moments of peril, having a companion with such a food-based martial soul to offer aid is an immensely fortunate circumstance, allowing one to readily overlook the awkwardness of their abilities. The reason you have yet to overcome this hurdle is that you have not experienced such dire straits. When faced with true adversity, you will come to appreciate the presence of a food-type soul master by your side. After Ma Hongjun finished speaking, Oscar gazed at him with a serious and heartfelt expression, entirely devoid of his previous lewd demeanor. It can be said that due to his martial soul and soul abilities, he had often been subjected to disparaging glances from others. Dai Mubai, his classmate and battle companion, had never partaken of his sausages. While he did not express disdain, He had repeatedly shown his aversion towards Ma Hongjun's martial soul. Although they often laughed and joked together, these sentiments undoubtedly became a thorn in Oscar's heart. Today, Ma Hongjun did not shy away from the awkwardness surrounding his martial soul and soul abilities. He consumed his large sausage and emphasized the significance of food-type soul masters. This marked the first time Oscar felt acknowledged by his peers, receiving a measure of esteem from them. "Thank you, Hongjun," Oscar exclaimed. "No need to thank me, little AO. You have no reason to feel ashamed or inferior. You are a formidable food-type soul master, and your value is self-evident. Albeit you have yet to find the opportunity to demonstrate it. Your restorative sausage is quite impressive, far surpassing the recovery bread of my previous food-type teammate." Ma Hongjun generously praised Oscar. However, in the original work, Oscar was initially despised by Dai Mubai and others. It was only in the end, when he consumed his sausage, that it was done under the guise of a task imposed by Flanders. Ma Hongjun felt that this was unjust for Oscar. He was a formidable food-type soul master and deserved respect. The martial spirit and soul abilities were not within his power to alter. This inherent awkwardness should not be borne by a diligent food-type soul master like him. Much of this understanding was imparted to him by the devil, a figure seasoned by life and death trials. He comprehended that, in comparison to life itself, the so-called psychological barriers, the inability to let go of pride and dignity, appeared quite fragile. Flinder regarded Ma Hongjun with appreciative eyes. This youth brought him numerous surprises. Setting aside his innate talent, the depth of his understanding and awareness was not something an ordinary youth could attain. He was deeply curious about what kind of teacher could cultivate such an exceptional student. Dai Mubai observed Ma Hongjun nonchalantly devouring Oscar's sausage, devoid of any pretense. In contrast to Ma Hongjun, he suddenly felt somewhat weak and immature. Clinging to trivial thoughts while being unwilling to relinquish his status, yet secretly resigned to his own decline, he realized he had become someone who had surrendered to life. How could he still harbor grievances over Oscar's martial spirit? Ultimately, he could not let go of that sense of nobility. Even though reality cruelly informed him of his lack of opportunity, despite his body being ensnared in the indulgences of life, his heart and some inadvertent reactions in daily existence still conveyed a message. Dai Mubai was unwilling to accept mediocrity, unwilling to yield to fate. Suddenly, he fell silent, retreating into contemplation as he walked forward in silence. He engaged in an internal struggle, grappling with his destiny and the harsh reality, pondering whether to continue his descent or rise up and fight with all his might. Ma Hongjun was aware of Dai Mubai's background and fate. His earlier words served a dual purpose, to vindicate Oscar and to provoke Dai Mubai. Observing Dai Mubai's heavy demeanor and his silent strides forward, Ma Hongjun's lips curled into a subtle smile, indicating that his words had struck a chord. Dai Mubai was engaged in an internal struggle, endeavoring to resist his predetermined destiny, and it was imperative that he first conquer his own thoughts. At this moment, Dai Mubai had taken the initial step in this journey. He successfully traversed the soul-hunting forest without encountering the formidable Chutianai, who presumably had returned to the academy. Ma Hongjun, as the Dean of Shrek Academy, I extend to you an invitation to join our esteemed institution. Throughout their journey, Flander had been narrating various aspects of Shrek Academy to Ma Hongjun, recounting the illustrious figures that emerged from this institution that exclusively accepted exceptional beings. He spoke of the faculty, each of whom was no less than a soul emperor, and elaborated on how Shrek Academy meticulously nurtured outstanding and powerful soul masters. Ma Hongjun listened attentively, remaining silent, until finally, Flandra could no longer restrain himself and formally extended an invitation. Ma Hongjun remained silent, appearing somewhat troubled. Dai Mubai and Oscar observed him anxiously. At that moment, they were the only two students at Shrek Academy. Having finally encountered a more formidable monster, they were eager to welcome him into Shrek Academy. Moreover, based on their interactions throughout the day, both felt a harmonious rapport with Ma Hongjun and held him in high regard. Certainly, Ma Hongjun aspired to join the Shrek Academy, and fate seemed to conspire in his favor. However, to accept such an invitation after merely one day's acquaintance appeared somewhat illogical. After all, the talent he now exhibited far surpassed his former self, and at this juncture, Shrek Academy had yet to establish any significant reputation. Although an official invitation had been extended, his immediate acceptance seemed rather unreasonable. Thus, he pondered how to respond in a manner that would seem more natural. You have now attained the rank of a great soul master, allowing you to graduate early from the Mu Su Junior Soul Master Academy. Subsequently, you may choose to enroll in either a middle or advanced Soul Master Academy. Given the exceptional talent you have displayed, it is likely that no institution would deny your admission should you express a desire to attend. Compared to other prestigious academies, Shrek Academy may lack renown. Yet we possess numerous advantages. For instance, have you ever witnessed an academy that directly employs a soul sage to assist its students in acquiring century-old soul rings? By joining Shrek Academy, we can aid you in obtaining the soul rings required before you ascend to the rank of soul sage, including those pertinent to your second martial soul. Our faculty is exceptionally robust, comprised of instructors who are all above the rank of Soul Emperor, capable of providing one-on-one guidance. Moreover, any concerns regarding your martial soul can be addressed, and for that, you can rely on Mubai. Ma Hongjun never anticipated that Flinder would possess such a duplicitous demeanor of a shrewd merchant. He spun his web of persuasion with an unflinching facade, articulating his points with remarkable clarity and substantiation, all while exuding an alluring charm. Mubai and Oscar could not help but turn their faces away in disbelief. Ma Hongjun collaborated with Flander in a performance. At that moment, Flander resembled a cult leader, enticing Ma Hongjun to join his ranks. Ma Hongjun's heart was as clear as a mirror, yet he feigned an expression of utmost excitement, as if to say, "Your academy is truly wonderful. I am absolutely thrilled and determined to join." Finally, his gaze swept across the three individuals, and he earnestly declared, "Very well, I am willing to join Shrek Academy." Chapter 29. Bidding farewell to Musu and setting off to Soto in search of recommendations. After receiving Ma Hongjun's affirmative response, Flinder decided to accompany him back to Musu Soul Master Academy to complete the formalities of his departure. Upon arriving at the academy's entrance, they fortuitously encountered the melancholy figure of Teacher Chu emerging from within. "Teacher Chu, where are you headed?" With a mischievous grin, Ma Hongjun dashed forward, standing before the devil. "You rascal, you're unharmed." The devil, overwhelmed with surprise, struggled to articulate a coherent sentence. Having believed Ma Hongjun to be dead after a fruitless search the previous day, he had returned in sorrow, intending to deliver the tragic news to Ma Hongjun's parents. To his astonishment, he encountered Ma Hongjun just as he stepped outside. Upon re-entering the academy, Ma Hongjun introduced the three members of the Flander trio to the devil, recounting the circumstances under which he had met them and how they had come to his rescue. Flander admired the individual who had nurtured Ma Hongjun, exchanging a wealth of pedagogical insights with the devil. Many of the devil's theoretical methods invigorated Flander, earning him the latter's approval and acknowledgement. However, upon realizing that Flander was a soul sage, the devil became somewhat reserved. This marked his first interaction with a being of such formidable strength. The prowess of Mubai and Oscar also astonished the devil, yet the presence of his prodigious disciple, Ma Hongjun, tempered his surprise. After all, few could rival Ma Hongjun in terms of extraordinary talent. Having such a disciple provided the devil with a modicum of confidence in the presence of a soul sage. "Teacher Chu," he announced, "I have now attained the rank of a soul master at the second ring. In fact, today serves as my farewell, for I have promised Dean Flander that I shall join his Shrek Academy." Ma Hongjun did not beat around the bush with the devil. He candidly expressed the purpose of his visit to the academy today. He understood the devil's character well, knowing he had no fondness for convoluted conversations. Even in the face of parting, he would not exhibit any signs of vulnerability. Failing to speak plainly would be a sign of disrespect towards him. "Rest assured, Teacher Chu. Once Hongjun arrives at our Shrek Academy, he will not be overlooked. I shall personally take him on as my disciple, treating him as my own," Flandre solemnly added. Observing the devil lost in thought, momentarily silent. Upon hearing this, the devil's countenance brightened, and he replied with a hearty laugh, "It has been 3 years. You have learned nearly all I can teach. The Musu Soul Master Academy is ultimately too small for you. With your talent, you deserve a broader horizon. To be recognized by a soul sage is indeed a blessing, and I could not be happier for you. Witnessing each of you embark on your own journeys and attain brighter and greater futures brings me unparalleled joy. You, young rascal, are the most exceptional among all the students I have taught. Your excellence stems not only from your innate talent, but also from your diligence, insight, and perseverance, qualities that set you apart from the others. I take great pride in having guided you. The road ahead is long, young rascal. You are still quite young and must learn to conceal your brilliance. Being overly outstanding and dazzling may blind others and invite jealousy." The devil's words today were unusually plentiful, and Ma Hongjun listened attentively, perceiving this as a final lesson before their parting. A phoenix may emerge from a humble valley, yet it does not belong there. It is destined to soar into higher and more distant skies. The devil understood this truth and had long been prepared for their separation. Under the devil's guidance, Ma Hongjun smoothly completed his departure procedures from the school. Ma Hongjun has become the earliest and most distinguished graduate of the Musahun Master Academy in its history. After departing from the institution, Ma Hongjun sought out the Spirit Hall to meet with Ma Ping for the authentication of his great Spirit Master identity. Oscar accompanied him in this endeavor. Following the release of their martial spirits and soul rings, as well as undergoing a soul power assessment, both Ma Hongjun and Oscar successfully attained their new identities. Oscar, at the age of 11, possesses the martial spirit of a sausage and has achieved the rank of a 22nd level, second ring Great Spirit Master. Ma Hongjun, at the tender age of 9, possesses the martial spirit of a silver spear and has attained the rank of a level 26 second ring Soul Master. Oscar's performance left Ma Ping in a state of astonishment, yet the results of Ma Hongjun's assessment fell well within his expectations, although he found it somewhat hard to believe. Having watched Ma Hongjun grow up, he was intimately familiar with his circumstances. 3 years of diligent accumulation culminated in a sudden breakthrough. 3 years prior, Ma Hongjun had already reached level 20. The combination of intense training over these years, coupled with the empowering influence of a 900-year and a 2,000-year soul ring, enabled him to achieve a remarkable leap to level 26, which, in truth, was not entirely surprising. With a heart full of joy, Ma Ping once again inquired of Ma Hongjun whether he would be willing to join the Spirit Hall. 3 years prior, Ma Hongjun had declined, citing his youth as an excuse. Now, 3 years have passed, and having ascended to the rank of Great Spirit Master, the time has come for him to make a choice. Third Grandpa, I have come today to bid you farewell. This is Flanders, the Spirit Saint and the esteemed headmaster of Shrek Academy. It is under his guidance that I acquired my second spirit ring, and he also saved my life. Just before arriving here today, I have taken him as my master and joined Shrek Academy. I sincerely apologize, Third Grandpa. I am aware of your deep affection for me. Yet this time, Hongjun cannot comply with your wishes. The Spirit Hall's hierarchy is excessively rigid, laden with constraints, and given my habitual carefree nature, I find that I am ill-suited for such an environment. After Ma Hongjun spoke, he dared not raise his head to meet Ma Ping's gaze. Instead, bowing his head in anticipation of a response. Deep within, he felt a profound sense of guilt towards Ma Ping. Failing to join the Spirit Hall was a disservice primarily to him. The effort and dedication Ma Ping had invested in him were no less than that of Ma Ming. Foolish child, it is your stubbornness that binds you. I am but a mere steward at a branch of the Spirit Hall, occupying one of the lowest rungs within its hierarchy. Inviting you to join would merely elevate my position by a notch. At this stage of life, such matters hold little significance for me. Do not forget, I am still a villager of the Ma family, your great-uncle, and my greatest wish is to witness your growth. Where you choose to go is of little consequence. Initially, I hoped for your inclusion in the Spirit Hall due to its abundant cultivation resources. However, now that you have discovered a better path, I can only rejoice on your behalf. Ma Ping gazed at Ma Hongjun with a benevolent expression, his warm hands gently lifting the boy's chin and tenderly caressing his face. He then turned his attention to Flinder, speaking with utmost respect, Lord Spirit Sage. I entrust Hongjun to your care. Flinder, placing his hands on Ma Ping's shoulders, responded earnestly, rest assured, I shall ensure that Hongjun becomes an exceptional and formidable spirit master. Granduncle, I am immensely grateful for your care over the years. Upon my return, I shall journey to Soto City, where I will bring my parents to join me. It is easier to find soul bones in the metropolis and to gather information about the nine-heart sea spider. Given the opportunity, I will do everything in my power to help my father stand once more. After we depart, please take great care of your health, for I shall return to honor and support you, Granduncle. Ma Hongjun bowed deeply. After departing from the Spirit Hall, night had fallen. He settled down in Musu town with 3 companions, purchasing 2 horse-drawn carriages, one of which he modified overnight, extending and reinforcing it. Regarding Ma Ming, Ma Hongjun recounted the situation to the trio and inquired about the soul bone and the 9-heart begonia. Undoubtedly, the rarity of soul bones left them with no immediate solutions. They could only assist in gathering information later. They had not heard of the 9-heart begonia either. Upon arriving at Ma family village, Ma Hongjun introduced his companions and explained the circumstances to his parents. His parents did not refuse the idea of accompanying him to Shrek Academy. They understood Ma Hongjun's intentions and were concerned about remaining in Ma family village, wishing to be close to him instead. For them, as long as they were together, the destination mattered little. Especially in the company of their son, there was no reason for refusal. Their primary consideration was Ma Ming's injury. Moving to the city, even if they could not find a soul bone for treatment, would allow for some rehabilitative care to ease his condition, as prolonged inactivity was detrimental to health. That very day, they packed their belongings, boarded the carriage, and departed from Ma family village, leaving Musu town behind, gradually heading towards Soto City. Chapter 30. There is a girl in the village named Tsuehua seeking votes. The two carriages proceeded slowly along the smooth road, flanked by endless farmland, bustling with farmers engaged in labor during this harvest season. This harmonious scene brought tranquility to the soul. Ma Ming gazed out the window at the scenery, and the gloom that had settled in his heart was lifted significantly. Soto City truly deserved its reputation as the granary of the Balak Kingdom. The vast fields outside the city instilled an intangible sense of security. As the saying goes, with grain in hand, one remains untroubled. Even the esteemed soul masters required sustenance, let alone the common folk. Soto City was vast, stretching beyond the horizon. Even the roads outside the city were occasionally patrolled by soldiers, reflecting the Balak Kingdom's emphasis on agriculture. Shrek Academy lay to the south of Soto City. Ma Hongjun and his companions did not need to enter the city, but instead followed the path around the farmland, arriving at a small village. The village, modest in size, approximately one-third that of Ma family village, was enclosed by a rudimentary wooden fence, exuding a rather shabby appearance. Oh, Hongjun, our academy is located in this village, occupying about half of it. It may be small, but we do not have a large number of people at our academy, Oscar said, pointing to the village with a hint of embarrassment, clearly aware of the modest nature of their institution. A simple wooden sign hung at the western entrance of the village, bearing the crooked inscription, Shrek Academy. Upon entering, one encounters a collection of simple dwellings that bear no distinction from typical residential homes, lacking the opulence of Ma Hongjun's abode in the Ma family village. Yet, this comparison is merely superficial, for these are wooden houses, and luxury is hardly applicable. However, the serenity of the surroundings is palpable. Overall, one cannot help but feel that this locale is ideal for retirement. Indeed, it serves as a haven for the elderly. Shrek Academy has now become a retirement sanctuary, comprising a total of 7 individuals, and with the addition of Ma Hongjun, the count rises to 8. Aside from the 2 students, Dai Mubai and Oscar, the remaining 5 are educators. Flander, the principal, possesses the martial spirit of the cat eagle and is a level 76 agility attack soul sage. Zhao Wujia, the vice principal, wields the martial spirit of the mighty golden bear and is a level 74 strength attack soul sage. Xiao Xian, an instructor, embodies the martial spirit of the jelly bean and is a level 69 food system weapon soul emperor. Lu Qibin, another instructor, commands the martial spirit of the starry chess and is a level 63 control system weapon soul emperor. Lastly, Li Yusong, also an instructor, harnesses the martial spirit of the dragon pattern staff, standing at level 61 as a strength attack soul emperor, with 3 emperors and 2 sages. This faculty assembly undoubtedly surpasses that of most esteemed soul master academies. 5 elderly gentlemen leading 2 students. Indeed, it is truly a retirement haven. After meeting with the teachers, Ma Hongjun, under the guidance of Dai Mubai and Oscar, proceeded to arrange accommodations for his parents. There were numerous vacant houses available, and after selecting a quaint little courtyard and tidying it up, he moved his parents in. Considering his father's mobility issues, Ma Hongjun, upon Dai Mubai's suggestion, decided to hire a servant to assist in caring for his parents. Hongjun, let me take you to Soto City to find one. When it comes to hiring help, the city offers the best options, as many servants are well-trained and knowledgeable, Dai Mubai remarked. Mubai, that may not be entirely accurate. In truth, most servants come from small villages to work in the big cities. The training is merely a superficial enhancement, Ma Hongjun replied. Ma Hongjun is distinct from Dai Mubai. He was raised in the village and is aware that many from Ma's village migrate to the city for work, with some specifically employed as servants for affluent families. Consequently, my parents chose to reside in this village, so why not seek a diligent, gentle, and considerate woman from the village to assist them? Ma Hongjun contemplated that since he intended to reside in this village, it would be most fitting to seek companionship from within the community, particularly a diligent and pragmatic individual. He considered enlisting the village chief's assistance, as the chief possessed the most intimate knowledge of the villagers. Soon, he met the village chief, an elderly gentleman. "Esteemed Master Soul Master, you seek assistance, I presume?" The elder's demeanor was exceedingly cordial. In this world, ordinary folk held profound reverence for soul masters. Dai Mubai and his companions were already well acquainted with the village chief, as he had personally selected the cook for Shrek Academy, a woman reputed for her culinary skills, said to be the finest in the village. "Indeed, Chief, are there any suitable candidates within the village?" Ma Hongjun succinctly reiterated the requirements, and then politely inquired. "There are indeed quite a few caregivers, particularly those of a more advanced age, such as Granny Zhang and Aunt Wang. These individuals are efficient in their tasks and robust in their work. Among the younger candidates, there are a handful, yet the finest is undoubtedly the maiden from the Miao family, known as Zuohua. She embodies the qualities of an exemplary young woman, not only possessing striking beauty but also exhibiting intelligence and kindness, along with a nimble approach to her tasks, eschewing rigidity in her endeavors and excelling in household duties. You may be unaware, but the young men in the village take great pride in the prospect of marrying Zuohua. Suitors congregate around her home in a veritable circle. Zuohua is gentle and considerate, showing great empathy towards others, and the villagers often proclaim that whoever is fortunate enough to marry her will indeed be blessed. This young woman is destined to become a devoted wife and nurturing mother." The three individuals, Ma Hongjun and his companions, wore expressions of disbelief as the village chief spoke. The chief's words took an unexpected turn, extolling the virtues of Zuohua to an almost exaggerated degree. It seemed as though he was not merely seeking help, but rather assessing a potential match. "Perhaps, esteemed village chief, you might consider leading us to meet this remarkable Zuohua," they suggested. Ma Hongjun felt compelled to interrupt the village chief's discourse, for the young women of the village possessed an abundance of virtues that would prolong the old man's narrative indefinitely. Soon, the chief summoned Zuohua to join them. She appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age, clad in simple attire, and her countenance radiated purity. While not conventionally beautiful, Zuohua embodied a pristine essence that resonated with Ma Hongjun, reminiscent of a crystal-clear spring, serene and unpretentious. This untouched innocence and simplicity, so characteristic of a rural girl, perhaps epitomizes the most exquisite form of beauty. From Zuohua, Ma Hongjun faintly glimpsed the visage of his mother, Li Hui, in her youth. Perhaps this is the very reason his father fell in love with her. This Zuohua must be the same one from the original story who, unable to endure the circumstances, parted ways with Ma Hongjun. How could the former Ma Hongjun have had the heart to torment such a pure-hearted girl? It was utterly cruel. As Ma Hongjun reflects on his decision, a pang of guilt washes over him. Nevertheless, he resolutely conveys his choice to the village chief. "Let it be her." The village chief, along with Dai Mubai, momentarily stands in astonishment, both exclaiming in surprise, "Hongjun, you ought to inquire if Miss Zuohua is willing." At that moment, Zuohua remains oblivious to the unfolding situation. Gazing at the handsome figures of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, her cheeks flush with embarrassment. And as Ma Hongjun expresses his intent toward her, she shyly lowers her gaze. "Ah, Miss Zuohua, do you consent?" Zuohua steals a glance at Ma Hongjun, their eyes momentarily meeting before she quickly averts her gaze in bashfulness. I agree," she stammers, initially too shy to respond, only to suddenly realize and exclaim, "Oh, wait, you haven't clarified what you mean." Upon witnessing Zuohua's reaction and hearing her words, Ma Hongjun realizes that she has misunderstood his intentions. After a round of explanations, the flush on Zuohua's face gradually fades, replaced by a growing sense of disappointment. In the depths of his heart, Ma Hongjun sighed. Being exceedingly handsome could indeed be a burden. "Zuohua, I assure you, you shall not suffer any loss. I shall offer you a remuneration of 10 golden soul coins each year. Furthermore, my parents are quite amiable. All you need to do is assist in caring for them in our daily lives." Zuohua stood there, bewildered, lost in her thoughts. "Zuohua," the village chief reminded her, I need to think it over. I must discuss it with my parents. I will provide you with an answer tomorrow." With that, Zuohua turned and hurried away, head bowed. "I shall leave the deposit with the village chief. When you have made your decision, you may seek him out." Ma Hongjun called out loudly to the figure of Zuohua. then produced 5 golden soul coins and placed them in the village chief's hands. "Esteemed soul master, this is far too generous," the chief stammered. "This is not for you. It is for Miss Zuohua," Ma Hongjun clarified, before retrieving a single silver soul coin and handing it to the chief. "This is for you. I appreciate your assistance, chief." On their journey back, Dai Mubai and his companion continuously scrutinized Ma Hongjun. "What are you two staring at?" he demanded. "Hongjun, surely you don't have feelings for Miss Zuohua, do you? How could that possibly be? Is it? Of course it is. Do you not realize how obvious your actions are? What of it? Even hiring a high-ranking servant in the city costs merely 1 gold soul coin per year, yet here you are, offering 10 gold coins in the village. Oh, does that mean I have incurred a loss? Humph, feigning ignorance while fully aware. You must have ulterior motives. Speak up. Is your infernal desire becoming uncontrollable again?" "Not at all. I merely seek assistance. It is not as complicated as your mind suggests, Mubai. Your thoughts are truly sordid." No sooner had he spoken than flames erupted from Ma Hongjun's body. "Evil fire!" Oscar exclaimed. "Haha," Dai Mubai laughed. Chapter 31. The Eruption of Evil Fire. Ma Hongjun. Dean, my evil fire has erupted again. Please, help me." Flinder, with a solemn expression, pondered to himself. "How can I assist? Do they wish to see me suffer? What has transpired? How could the evil fire suddenly flare up?" Upon seeing the village beauty, Zuohua, Hongjun's primal instincts surged forth. He's in heat," Mubai remarked. "Xiaoao, it seems you both wish to train." Ma Hongjun felt an overwhelming urge to roll his eyes. These two fellows were truly insufferable in their banter. Ma Hongjun endeavored to contain the malevolent flames within himself. Mindful of the daylight in the village, as a being of fire might frighten the villagers, Mubai, Oscar, accompany Hongjun in his practice. It will be a perfect opportunity to gauge your progress and assist him in venting his excess energy, Flander remarked with a cold smirk, finding this method a fitting way to deal with the two. "I am here, Mubai, young Oscar. My mighty spear is already eager for action." Without waiting for their consent, Ma Hongjun summoned the dragon soul gun. 100 birds take flight, he cried, aiming at Dai Mubai. "I shall refrain from using my soul skills. You two may unleash your full potential," Ma Hongjun declared with excitement. "Very well. White Tiger, manifest," Mubai responded earnestly, aware that he was at the 28th level, 2 levels above Ma Hongjun, though the latter possessed a Millennium Soul Ring. They had yet to truly engage in combat. Although he recognized he was likely no match for Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai was keen to discern the disparity between them. "White Tiger Shield," he proclaimed. "Humph, Mubai, your shield may falter. Be cautious, for my spear is designed to pierce through any protective barrier." Venomous Dragon Drill. The dragon soul spear of Ma Hongjun gleamed with a chilling light, akin to a venomous dragon launching an assault, striking against Dai Mubai's protective shield. White Tiger's Radiant Wave. The echo of 100 birds. Upon their collision, a tremendous shockwave erupted, sending Oscar tumbling to the ground beside them. In the midst of a fierce battle, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai clashed vigorously. With the augmentation of 2 soul skills, Dai Mubai faced Ma Hongjun, who fought valiantly with a solitary lance, showing no signs of retreat. Fueled by the power of his evil fire, Ma Hongjun grew increasingly formidable, leaving Dai Mubai at a distinct disadvantage. "I possess a magnificent sausage. I possess a magnificent sausage," Oscar exclaimed, as he continuously conjured 2 large sausages, tossing them to Dai Mubai, who, without hesitation, accepted them and consumed both at once. Flinder observed the scene with a subtle smile playing on his lips. Oscar, brimming with excitement, conjured 3 more sausages in quick succession. The commotion outside drew the attention of Zhao Wujia and the other 4 instructors, who were all aware of Ma Hongjun's formidable prowess and his yellow-purple soul rings. However, this was the first time they witnessed Ma Hongjun's combat abilities in action. Zhao Wujia exclaimed in surprise, "This, Mubai is being utterly overwhelmed." Xiao Xian, a food-type soul master, first regarded Oscar, then turned his gaze to Dai Mubai, smiling with satisfaction as he remarked, "Mubai has finally tasted Oscar's sausages." "Indeed. But this lad Ma Hongjun is impressively strong. He hasn't even utilized his soul skills," Lu Qibin added with a sigh. Li Yusong stroked his beard, praising, "He is truly formidable," as if under the influence of an enhancement. Flinder narrowed his eyes, looking at Li Yusong with a nod of approval. "Old Li, your perception is commendable. You hit the nail on the head." The 4 remained unaware of the issues surrounding Ma Hongjun's evil fire, yet Li Yusong's intuition proved accurate. The assault from the Dragon Soul gun was overwhelmingly powerful. Even with Oscar's sausage support, Dai Mubai could not withstand it. Soon, numerous small punctures appeared on Dai Mubai's body, a testament to Ma Hongjun's restraint in not employing lethal strikes. However, engaging in combat with Dai Mubai without fully unleashing his capabilities would not effectively resolve the issue of the evil fire. Flinders swiftly identified the problem and turned to Li Yusong, stating, "Old Li, you should go down and spar with Hongjun." "What? Me? Old Cat Eagle, are you certain?" "Yes. Go ahead. Just refrain from using your soul skills." "Nonsense. Do I really need to use soul skills against this kid?" Li Yusong summoned his dragon pattern staff, thrusting it forward to repel Ma Hongjun, positioning himself before Dai Mubai. "Mubai, retreat. I will engage him." "All right, Teacher Li, do take care." "Do I need to be careful?" As Dai Mubai stepped back, he retracted his martial soul, his attire tattered and his body marked with numerous wounds. Xiao Xian approached, producing several green candies in his hand. "Mubai, eat these." "Thank you, Teacher Xiao." Returning to the battlefield, Oscar also withdrew. Ma Hongjun's fighting spirit soared, and the power within him erupted like a volcano. Impossible to contain any longer. Flames materialized in his hands, cascading down his arms and enveloping his weapon. Just in time, he grasped the gun. The silver spear, cloaked in fire, transformed into a blazing crimson weapon. In Ma Hongjun's grasp, it resembled a fiery dragon, agile yet ferocious. The dragon soul spear and the dragon pattern staff converged in the air, heralding a spectacular clash. Li Yusong, having lived for over 60 years, had devoted more time to the mastery of staff techniques than Ma Hongjun had in both of his lifetimes combined. His comprehension of the staff arts was equally profound, allowing him to wield formidable strength without relying on soul skills. His technique was exceedingly domineering, employing straightforward and effective maneuvers to launch attacks, devoid of unnecessary flourishes. Each strike purposeful and precise. With the experience of 2 lifetimes in marksmanship and the exquisite techniques of the 3 major gun styles, Ma Hongjun, although not as powerful as Li Yusong, managed to handle the situation with remarkable ease, especially with the 100 birds playing with the Phoenix technique. He found opportunities for counterattacks amidst Li Yusong's frenzied assaults. Most importantly, facing Li Yusong, he felt no reservations and could unleash his full potential, treating Li Yusong as a mere soul beast to be vanquished. This made the battle all the more exhilarating. Li Yusong, increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed, thought to himself that this young man had indeed consumed pure medicine, growing fiercer with every exchange. What troubled him most was the tenacity of Ma Hongjun's flames. Each clash of their weapons resulted in the dragon pattern staff becoming tainted with the wicked fire, necessitating a substantial expenditure of soul power to extinguish it. The intensity of their duel escalated, with Li Yusong's staff techniques becoming domineering, while Ma Hongjun's malevolent flames surged forth, making his marksmanship even more ferocious and overwhelming. Lu Qibin, typically the calmest among them, found his composure waning. His martial soul was the star chess, which emphasized tranquility and cultivation, yet he was now unsettled. He turned to Flinder and remarked, "Director, you have truly brought back a monster this time." Flinder chuckled, offering no reply as he continued to observe the fierce clash between the two. "Haha, Old Li, are you up to the challenge? You seem to be getting old. Struggling to wield your staff." "Humph, Zhao Wujing, all you do is speak derisively. Why don't you come and give it a try?" "Haha, very well. I shall indeed give it a go. It has been quite a while since I fought, and I find myself rather eager." Zhao Wujing leaped forward, delivering a punch that severed the space between Ma Hongjun and Li Yusong. He then engaged Ma Hongjun with his bare hands. "Just right, I enjoy battling bears. You little rascal, quite audacious. Come, taste my fist." Li Yusong quickly withdrew, sheathing his dragon pattern staff. It wasn't that he couldn't hold his own against Ma Hongjun. Rather, he feared that if the fight continued, he might be compelled to use his soul skills. To use soul skills against a great soul master would be utterly humiliating. Approaching Oscar, Li Yusong said, "Give me a large sausage." Oscar responded, "Oh, I have a big sausage." Zhao Wujing, with his imposing physique resembling that of a giant bear, announced, "Little one, let's see how you fare against a bear's paw." Zhao Wujing's massive hand swept towards Ma Hongjun, who swiftly activated the 100 birds playing with the Phoenix technique, skillfully evading the impending strike. He knew he could not withstand such a blow. If struck, Zhao Wujing's might could send him flying beyond the village. Ma Hongjun leaned back, his knees gliding across the ground, narrowly missing Zhao Wujing's outstretched palm. A flurry of birds took flight. With a swift maneuver, he executed two distinct techniques of marksmanship. The dragon's soul lance pierced toward the vulnerable area beneath Zhao Wuji's armpit. A known weakness in defense. What a cunning lad. Alas, you have underestimated my fortitude. This strike, however, failed to penetrate. Ma Hongjun swiftly retreated. Yet he was still struck by a sweeping kick from Zhao Wujin, causing him to be sent flying. Ma Hongjun regained his footing, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "The blade did not pierce, yet the fire remains." Zhao Wujia felt a searing pain and, upon glancing down, noticed a small cluster of flames igniting beneath his arm, his underarm hair now completely singed, yet the flames persisted, their tenacity formidable. The onlookers exchanged furtive chuckles, particularly Li Yusong, who reveled in the misfortune. Such a wicked flame, Zhao Wujia marveled. With a smirk at the corner of his mouth, Ma Hongjun remarked, "Therefore, Teacher Zhao, you ought to exercise caution. My flames are numerous, and your bare fur may not withstand the blaze. You clever lad, I shall indulge you in a delightful contest. Unleash all your flames, and employ your soul skills to their fullest extent. Let your ferocity be as fierce as it can be." Zhao Wujia, intrigued, summoned his martial soul. The formidable golden bear, causing the flames beneath his arms to be extinguished with a powerful shock. The flames within Ma Hongjun were no longer restrained. They ignited in an instant, transforming him once again into the embodiment of the fiery youth. The true battle erupted. At that moment, Ma Hongjun was engulfed in flames, his crimson hair billowing wildly, and his garments fluttering dramatically. From a third-person perspective, Ma Hongjun, standing with his weapon, resembled Neza breaking free from his seal, embodying both magic and malevolence. Zhao Wujia's body suddenly swelled. His already formidable muscles nearly doubled in size, and even his height surged by a meter in the blink of an eye, rendering him extraordinarily imposing. Ma Hongjun circled around Zhao Wuji with his agile movements. However, after the manifestation of his martial spirit, Zhao Wuji's body resembled that of cast iron, rendering the dragon soul gun nearly incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. The first soul ring of Ma Hongjun illuminated. The extreme shadow flying dragon spear. The tip of the spear collided head-on with his bare paw, producing a resonant sound akin to metal striking metal. His claws extended, seizing the spear's tip, and with a powerful motion, he swung Ma Hongjun, along with his weapon, into the air. Once again this. How infuriating! Ma Hongjun muttered to himself. Engaging in battle with a power-type soul master is always like this. They effortlessly lift you and spin you around. As Ma Hongjun's second soul ring ignited, a brilliant radiance emanated from him. He bellowed, "Explode." This time, however, it was not merely the power of the spear's tip that surged forth, but also the might of the flames. A fiery orb coalesced at the apex of the spear as Zhao Wujia's attempt to fling him away reached its zenith. In that fleeting moment, the fiery sphere erupted within his grasp. Flames erupted, scattering sparks in every direction, with Zhao Wujia's immense frame serving as the primary target, countless embers raining down upon him. The temperature of the sinister flames was exceedingly high, and their adhesive nature proved formidable. Although Zhao Wujia could withstand physical assaults, he found himself at a loss against this fiery onslaught. Even attempts to extinguish it with his hand were futile. What an exasperating blaze! Ma Hongjun leveraged the force of the explosion to disengage from Zhao Wujia, retreating to a distance to regroup for a renewed assault. The first spirit ring glimmered once more. But this time it was not for employing a soul skill. Rather, it was to harness a 50% increase in speed. With this enhancement, Ma Hongjun's phoenix dance of 100 birds became even more ethereal and elusive. It was time to unleash his combo skill. The 100 birds greet the phoenix spear. The flames continued to envelop the dragon's soul spear, and Ma Hongjun consciously concentrated the flames from his body onto the spear. As fiery assaults proved to be more effective against Zhao Wujia. Though Zhao Wujia's immense bulk augmented his strength and defense, it simultaneously laid bare his vulnerabilities, rendering him as clumsy as a lumbering bear. The successive thrust of the 100 birds greet the phoenix spear struck true, each piercing his form and igniting small clusters of flames upon impact. Are you a mere flea? Zhao Wujia swatted left and right, yet Ma Hongjun deftly evaded. His phoenix dance of 100 birds transforming into a dance of evasion against the bear. The weight of the spear intensified with every successive strike, magnifying the force exponentially. This marked the 13th hit, and the dragon soul spear was already capable of piercing through his bare hide. One could only imagine the formidable might of the dragon soul spear, imbued with the essence of a soul sage's martial spirit, able to breach the flesh of a stalwart titan bear. This was nothing short of astonishing, evident from the expressions of the spectators. The flames began to wane, the power of the sinister fire gradually depleting. Zhao Wujie resembled a bear besieged by countless bees, with embers clinging to his form, spreading like wildfire. As Ma Hongjun's flames diminished, the blaze upon Zhao Wujie intensified. In the absence of soul skills, this cumbersome bear was, surprisingly, easier to contend with than Li Yusong wielding the dragon-patterned staff. Zhao Wujie was engulfed in searing pain, an unbearable itch that tormented him. He was a creature of strength, yet felt stifled, unable to unleash his true potential, tormented by an incessant agony akin to being gnawed upon by ants, yet powerless to eradicate the discomfort due to his own robust physique. He felt on the verge of losing control. At long last, the 20th strike of Ma Hongjun arrived, a culmination of his unyielding preparation. As he concentrated the remaining malevolent energy into the tip of his spear, the second soul ring illuminated once more. As he sought the explosive impact necessary to amplify this move's devastating power, the flame-ensconced spearhead surged toward Zhao Wujie's face. With a resounding explosion, the spearhead neared its target, and Zhao Wujie's eyes narrowed, his breath quickening. He could no longer endure such a lackluster battle. This impudent youth showed no restraint, daring to strike at his visage even in this final moment. "This is unbearable," Zhao Wujie bellowed, activating his first soul ring. Unyielding King of Light. With a thunderous impact, the spearhead successfully pierced Zhao Wujie's face, igniting flames that erupted upon his skin. Yet, Ma Hongjun's triumph was fleeting as the flames detonated. A formidable force emanated from Zhao Wujie, sending Ma Hongjun hurtling away. The flames that clung to Zhao Wujie were extinguished under this overwhelming power. Silence enveloped the battlefield as Zhao Wujie's first soul ring glowed, an invisible force dispelling all restraints upon him. Ma Hongjun lay limply on the ground, his dragon spirit spear retracted. At last, a sense of relief washed over him. Both Ma Hongjun and Zhao Wujie uttered the same words simultaneously. Dai Mubai and Oscar rushed over to assist the exhausted Ma Hongjun. Zhao Wujie also retracted his martial soul, yet he dared not gaze upon the others, feeling utterly humiliated to be so bested by a junior. However, none of his old friends chose to mock him, as they understood that if Zhao Wujie was compelled to employ his soul skills, their own circumstances would undoubtedly be even more dire. They could not help but marvel at the sheer abnormality of Ma Hongjun. In truth, when the evil fire erupted, Ma Hongjun's rationality was compromised at that moment. He yearned solely for a vigorous battle, devoid of the clarity to consider anything else. It was akin to a man consumed by desire, where even the wisest among them would think solely with their baser instincts. The evil fire must find a reasonable outlet. Relying solely on combat is not a sustainable solution, as it is too limiting. After all, such worthy sparring partners are not always available. Perhaps it is indeed necessary to engage in battle, but in a different setting and against different opponents. As mealtime approached, everyone in the academy gathered around a table to dine. The fare here was quite simple, or rather, one might say rather poor, not in flavor, but in quality of ingredients. True to its reputation as the most impoverished academy, there were scarcely any meat dishes on the table. The group began to discuss the pressing issue of how to manage Hongjun's evil fire, as continuing in this manner was unsustainable. Flander was the first to speak up. "Director, must we? I find this evil fire rather splendid. When it ignites, his combat prowess skyrockets." Dai Mubai replied excitedly. Flander grunted in response, casting a stern glance at Dai Mubai, who hastily fell silent. "Hongjun, what do you think?" The group turned their attention to Ma Hongjun, who was now considerably calmer. He gathered his thoughts and began to explain. "The evil fire possesses a dual nature. The advantageous aspect is its potency, which I believe you have all experienced. Conversely, it comes with numerous side effects and is difficult to control. The evil fire accelerates my physical development, although I am only 9 years old. I appear to be on par with Xiao Ao, excluding the beard, of course." When it came to discussing physical development, Ma Hongjun felt a twinge of embarrassment in revealing that his legs had developed particularly well. Images of prominent figures from his past life flashed in his mind. Names like Geng Shuo and Zhu Ji, and even African and American icons, lingered there. Ma Hongjun continued. "In the past, my evil fire would not manifest unless summoned. However, as I have matured, it seems to accumulate over time, ultimately reaching a tipping point that incites an eruption. I must devise methods to consume and suppress it. Recently, I have observed that the eruptions of my evil fire have become increasingly frequent. Thus far, the only means I have considered for venting this fire is through combat. Yet, this approach exacerbates my volatility, influencing my temperament. I find myself growing more ruthless in battle, experiencing a twisted exhilaration and a heightened desire for destruction that clouds my judgment and erodes my rationality. Just now, during the confrontation, Mu Bai, Teacher Li, and Teacher Zhao must have sensed this. Mu Bai remained silent, casting a glance at the other two, while Li Yusong also stayed quiet, directing his attention to Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing rolled his eyes, refraining from speech but offering a nod. Thus, while combat can provide a solution, it cannot serve as the sole method. Alternative avenues must be explored for assistance. Flanders smiled gently and continued, Hongjun, it is time for you to learn a different mode of combat. Director, what kind of combat mode? The mode of adult combat. Mu Bai, take Hongjun to Soto City tomorrow. This lesson will be yours to impart. The expenses for the class can be reimbursed, but do be mindful not to choose anything too extravagant. Ma Hongjun held an immense admiration for Flender, marveling at the latter's seasoned expertise. He had never anticipated encountering such an adept guide in the Douluo Continent, steering with such remarkable steadiness. Truly, Flender was a master of cunning, shrewdness, and unorthodox methods. Rest assured, Dean, I will take care of it. Funding is but a trivial matter. I shall treat. For I cannot let Hongjun be slighted. Dai Mubai responded with a mischievous grin. The refreshing and unconventional banter between the two left even the experienced Ma Hongjun feeling a tad bashful. It seemed that navigating this foreign realm required a period of adjustment. However, the prospect of attending classes in Soto City with Dai Mubai the next day stirred a sense of anticipation within him. After all, this body in this world had yet to experience such adventures. Chapter 33. Embarking on an irreversible journey. A new dawn at Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun rose early to engage in his morning practice, a habit cultivated over the years. Although he has now ascended to the 26th level, he feels that he is yet to reach his utmost potential and is eager to make the most of this period to strive for 1 or 2 additional levels. The power bestowed by the 1,000-year soul ring directly enhances his soul power, making the initial phase following its acquisition the most opportune time for training breakthroughs. Moreover, the accumulation of physical strength over the past 3 years has restrained his soul power, which cannot be unleashed all at once. Currently, Ma Hongjun shares a dormitory with Dai Mubai and Oscar, not due to a lack of space, but rather for the camaraderie of sleeping together. Oscar, a food-type soul master, adopts a rather laid-back approach to cultivation, where rest alone can lead to improvement, an enviable trait indeed. However, food-type soul masters tend to progress slowly and struggle to find rapid training methods. Oscar's swift advancement can be attributed to his remarkable innate talent, as he possesses a full innate soul power, a rare gift among food-type or auxiliary soul masters. Dai Mubai, on the other hand, exhibits a somewhat carefree attitude. His exceptional talent is evident both in his martial soul and his own capabilities. Despite indulging his natural advantages, his training still surpasses that of the majority of soul masters. If he were to apply himself earnestly, his speed of progress would be remarkable. Yet, he lacks a certain resolve, appearing as one who has resigned to a life of mere existence, embodying a fade of nonchalance that conceals an inner sense of abandonment. In a not-so-spacious training area, Ma Hongjun strapped numerous lead weights to his body for resistance training. Following his breakthrough, his soul power has increased, allowing him to continue refining his next set of techniques. From the 21st to the 26th forms of the 100 birds flies to the phoenix spear. Regardless of innate talent, mastery of spear techniques requires gradual refinement. Skill is honed through persistent effort over time. With the black iron spear in hand, his movements are deliberate, as he slowly comprehends how to exert force and transition between techniques. The intricacies of spear play demand precision, with each thrust varying in intensity, executed with an ordered rhythm, culminating in explosive power. Flender has also risen, observing Ma Hongjun practice with a sense of pride in the latter's diligence. His smile radiates like a blooming chrysanthemum. Ever since he took in this extraordinary disciple, his countenance has brightened considerably, no longer bearing the stern expression reminiscent of a Shu soul. Ma Hongjun's marksmanship eluded his understanding. He had little knowledge of such skills involving blades and firearms. However, observing the battle between Ma Hongjun and Li Yusong yesterday revealed that Ma Hongjun's marksmanship was not only exquisite but also more profound, surpassing even that of the seasoned Li Yusong. In that moment, Flander realized that despite having taken Ma Hongjun as his disciple, he seemed at a loss for what to impart. It was indeed a source of shame. Hongjun, I did not expect you to rise so early. It appears you are diligently practicing your morning exercises, even adding weights, Flander remarked with a smile as he approached once Ma Hongjun had sheathed his firearm. Good morning, Dean. I've grown accustomed to this routine over the years. Intense training helps to alleviate the inner turmoil I experience, Ma Hongjun replied. I find your training methods commendable. Your mentor, Chu Tianai, indeed possesses a remarkable approach. Henceforth, I entrust you with a task. Incorporate Mu Bai and Oscar into your physical training regimen. They appear rather lethargic. It is time to intensify their efforts, for a soul master must also possess a robust physique. After delivering his instructions, Flander looked at Ma Hongjun, awaiting his response. Ma Hongjun wore a look of utter disbelief as he arrived at your academy. Not only did he fail to impart any new knowledge, but he also sought to draw upon my past experiences. Yet there was indeed some teaching involved, for he would still be attending adult education classes with Mu Bai in the evening. One might consider it a form of mutual learning. Ma Hongjun, of course, would not refuse and readily agreed. Moreover, he felt a certain delight at the thought of training those two fellows, relishing the opportunity to let them experience once more the devilish techniques he had employed in the past. No problem, Director, I am more than willing, he proclaimed. Just as they were conversing, two individuals approached, the village chief and Tsuwa, spirit master. Upon spotting Flander, the village chief bowed respectfully. After Flander nodded in acknowledgement, he continued. Regarding yesterday's matter, after discussing it with her parents, Tsuwa has agreed and is willing to come help out. Tsuwa, her cheeks flushed with shyness, dared not meet Ma Hongjun's gaze. Yet, summoning her courage, she finally lifted her head and said, Spirit Master, I am willing to assist in caring for others. However, 10 gold soul coins is excessive. Just 1 gold soul coin would suffice. Flander interjected, what kind of task demands 10 gold soul coins? Ma Hongjun was inclined to cast a disdainful glance at the miserly old man, possessing the strength of a soul sage, yet lacking the grace befitting such a title. As for the director, I shall refrain from further comment. I have summoned Miss Tsuehua to assist me with the task, and the sum of 10 gold soul coins shall serve as her remuneration. I will first escort her to my residence. Ma Hongjun, weary of the incessant nagging from Flandra, hastily led Tsuehua towards his parents' courtyard. Flandra, momentarily taken aback, soon found himself reflecting on the situation as Ma Hongjun departed. This lad, so impatient, had barely arrived a day before he could no longer tolerate it. Clearly, he possessed a keen understanding, rendering Mu Bai's guidance unnecessary. However, the 10 gold soul coins he offered for the girl seemed rather steep, indicative of a lack of experience. Oblivious to Flandra's exaggerated musings, Ma Hongjun continued on his way. Otherwise, he would have surely unleashed a torrent of invectives upon him. Upon arriving at his parents' courtyard with Tsuehua, he found his mother, Li Hui, already busy preparing breakfast. The sight of Ma Hongjun accompanied by a young girl initially filled her with delight. Along the way, Ma Hongjun had thoroughly briefed Tsuehua on her responsibilities, and upon arrival, the diligent Tsuehua eagerly assisted Li Hui with her tasks, exhibiting a remarkable proficiency. Ma Hongjun retreated to the inner room to engage in conversation with his father, while outside, his mother and Tsuehua were engrossed in their own dialogue. Before long, breakfast was prepared, and the four gathered to partake in the meal. Today, Ma Hongjun took it upon himself to feed his father, assuming the role usually held by Li Hui. During the meal, Li Hui expressed her reluctance for Ma Hongjun to invite Tsuehua to assist, asserting her capability to manage on her own. Clearly, as a fellow villager, Li Hui was not accustomed to delegating tasks. Mother, you have only recently arrived in this village, and it is natural that you are somewhat unfamiliar with your surroundings, making it rather inconvenient to procure items. I scarcely have time to return home and lend a hand, so I propose that Miss Tsuehua assist us for a while. She is the finest young woman in the village. Consider her as a foster daughter. Have you not always desired a daughter? Having an additional person in the house would alleviate your boredom, and in times of need, it would be more convenient and less burdensome. Since you cannot stray far from here, having Tsuehua around means you can easily summon her should any matters arise. Ma Hongjun earnestly conveyed a multitude of thoughts, ultimately resolving the matters at hand for both parties. Ensuring the well-being of his parents was indeed a significant concern alleviated from Ma Hongjun's heart. Upon returning, he commenced his classes, with today's lecture delivered by teacher Xiao Xian from the Food Department of Soul Masters. The focus was on the various types, functions, and developments of food-based Soul Masters. These topics formed the foundational curriculum for Soul Masters, akin to the compulsory subjects encountered in high school in a previous life. Embodying essential knowledge. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in splendid hues, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, having dressed with care, embarked on their journey to Soto City. Chapter 34. The Enigmatic Land of Beauties. The distance from the academy to Soto City is not great, both being Soul Masters. They moved with considerable speed, opting to run as a form of exercise. Mubai, where do you hail from? Ma Hongjun inquired with a deliberate intent, wishing to unravel Dai Mubai's hidden concerns and encourage him to confront the realities of life. As for myself, I hail from the Star Luo Empire. Upon the mention of his origins, it was evident that Dai Mubai recoiled slightly, his responses notably terse. Your martial soul is remarkably powerful. Your family must be a prominent one in the Star Luo Empire. You certainly resemble a scion of an illustrious lineage. Indeed, it is a grand family. An exceedingly vast one, yet what does it matter? It is not my family. I am indeed a scion, but merely a scion. The tone of Dai Mubai had shifted, his self-deprecating words imbued with a profound sense of despondency. Clearly, the burden of his princely status in the Star Luo Empire weighed heavily upon him. The royal family's ruthless methods of training heirs allowed only one to smile, while the rest were left to weep. Faced with his 6 years elder brother, Davis, who possessed equal talent, Dai Mubai could scarcely tolerate any semblance of joy. He could already foresee his fate in a decade or so, either death or a fall from grace. Ma Hongjun, seizing the moment, continued, I have heard that the royal family of the Star Luo Empire bears the surname Dai. Might you be related to the royal lineage? Could it be, as the tales suggest, that a noble prince disguises himself among commoners to experience life? Haha, Mubai. How delightful it would be if you were indeed a prince. Ma Hongjun laughed heartily, keenly observing Dai Mubai's expression, wondering if he could provoke a reaction. Is it truly that amusing? Dai Mubai suddenly halted, his voice slightly unsteady as he spoke. Ma Hongjun feigned ignorance and continued jesting. What is the matter, Mubai? You wouldn't actually be a prince, would you? What if I truly am? Dai Mubai suddenly exclaimed, his voice tinged with a hint of hysteria and desperation. As his eyes transformed into a fiery red, Ma Hongjun remained silent, patiently awaiting Dai Mubai to release his pent-up emotions. For some feelings had been suppressed for far too long and required an outlet. Dai Mubai gazed blankly at Ma Hongjun, yet his eyes appeared to wander, reflecting a certain emptiness. After a considerable pause, his eyes gradually regained clarity, and his emotions stabilized somewhat. Hongjun, though we have known each other for only a few days, I consider you a brother. I hope you will refrain from asking about these matters in the future and do not mention today's events again. With that, Dai Mubai disregarded Ma Hongjun and continued walking ahead. Ma Hongjun's demeanor grew serious as he called out loudly to Dai Mubai's retreating figure. I regard you as a brother. Mubai, I can sense that you are troubled. You are evading something. Whatever it is, you should feel free to share it. In the realm of Soul Masters, strength reigns supreme. I believe that regardless of the issue, as long as one's power is sufficiently formidable, it can be resolved through strength. Even if a problem cannot be solved, one can always eliminate the source of the problem. You are 3 years my senior, yet your prowess does not surpass mine. With the effort I am currently exerting, the gap in our strengths will only widen in the future. This is not mere boastfulness, given my talent and determination. It matters not if you are 3 years older, or even 6 years. Before long, I will undoubtedly surpass you. Ma Hongjun inadvertently emphasized the word 6 with a certain weight. Before Dai Mubai could respond, Ma Hongjun continued, You are indeed older than I, granting you a considerable advantage. However, through my own efforts, I have managed to surpass you. Surely, you do not believe your martial spirit inferior to mine. The White Tiger martial spirit is a pinnacle beast martial spirit, a source of pride and faith for the Dai family. While it may not truly rival the Dragon Soul Gun, Dai Mubai could not possibly entertain such thoughts. He could not belittle his own faith in his martial spirit. Ma Hongjun intended to exploit this very point to provoke him. Dai Mubai halted, his piercing gaze fixed upon Ma Hongjun, eager to discern the underlying message in his words. What I wish to convey is that this is a golden era for cultivation. Do not squander your time. Dedicate yourself to training, and as your strength grows, your troubles shall naturally dissipate. In a world where the strong reign supreme, only power establishes fairness, only strength commands authority, and only the powerful can dictate the rules. Moreover, as your brother, I wish to share this with you. You are not alone in this struggle. The atmosphere fell silent. In the expansive farmland, two solitary figures faced each other. A gentle breeze stirring their garments, creating a soft rustling sound as their clothes brushed against one another. You are not alone in this battle. The echo of those words lingered in Dai Mubai's ears. Suddenly, he found himself choked with emotion, mist gathering in his eyes as he fought to suppress his tears. Then, he stepped forward and embraced Ma Hongjun. Amidst the boundless fields, as the evening glow painted the sky and twilight descended, the scene of their embrace radiated an undeniable harmony. A tremor coursed through Ma Hongjun's heart as he closed his eyes, pondering, I considered you a brother, yet you. After a considerable pause, Dai Mubai finally released his pent-up emotions, letting go of Ma Hongjun and transforming his tears into a smile. Thank you, Hongjun. I comprehend your sentiments. The sun is setting. Let us head into the city. For tonight, I shall guide you in the art of adult combat. The two resumed their journey. Though Ma Hongjun felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain whether Dai Mubai truly grasped his intentions, he feared a misunderstanding might arise. The evening breeze was gentle as Dai Mubai, walking ahead, appeared transformed and brimming with zeal, while Ma Hongjun trailed behind, his mind a cacophony, the melody of Jay Chou's famous song, Chrysanthemum Terrace, echoing in his ears. The chrysanthemum withers, leaving wounds strewn across the ground. By the time they arrived at Soto City, darkness had enveloped the sky. Nestled within the Barak Kingdom, Soto City was shielded from external threats, allowing its gates to remain open around the clock. The two entered the city with ease. The nightlife in Soto City was vibrant, with all shops aglow and vendors who only operated at night bustling about, selling snacks and trinkets. Dai Mubai was well acquainted with this place, leading Ma Hongjun straight to the inner city, the beauties district. Contrary to Ma Hongjun's expectations of a lively and extravagant scene, the area Dai Mubai brought him to appeared rather dim. Apart from the sign that read Beauties District, the building before them was dark and heavily adorned, devoid of any ambience of beauty. Mubai, have we come to the wrong place? Shouldn't we be heading to those red light districts? Dai Mubai turned to Ma Hongjun, astonished. What? Red light districts? Hongjun, how could such a lowly establishment befit our brotherhood? The Beauties District I have brought you to is the true gem. Here, the minimum requirement is 1,000 soul coins, and even wealth does not guarantee entry. I originally had no intention of visiting this place but changed my mind midway. For the sake of our brotherhood, let us indulge just this once. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun realized that his earlier words had indeed struck a chord, prompting Dai Mubai to cover some expenses for him. It appeared that this establishment was far from ordinary, likely surpassing any upscale bar from his previous life. It was speculated to be a gathering place for the affluent and the elite. The term Marenxiang, which translates to hometown of beauties, aptly describes this locale as a veritable source of enchanting women, each more captivating than the last. One could assert that the beauties here are limited only by one's imagination. There is no shortage of allure. Behind Marenxiang lies a vast and enigmatic force. As such places are exclusively found in major cities, accessible only to those of considerable means. Let us proceed. You shall see for yourself, Ma Hongjun urged. At the entrance stood two individuals, and to his astonishment, he sensed a fluctuation of soul power emanating from them. They did not conceal their strength. Their aura suggested that they were both Grand Soul Masters. Indeed, having two Grand Soul Masters as gatekeepers was no trivial matter. Dai Mubai stepped forward, producing a black card, which prompted the two sentinels to regard him with respect and gesture for him to enter. After traversing a dimly lit circular passage, they arrived at another door, where a man clad in black awaited them. Remarkably, he possessed the strength of a soul sovereign. Upon witnessing the scene, Ma Hongjun was filled with trepidation. Two figures emerged, the latter being a soul master. Dai Mubai once again brandished his black card, prompting the cloaked figure to push open the grand door and gesture invitingly, proclaiming, "Welcome to the land of beauties." Chapter 35. The Twin Sisters, Garments, and Martial Spirits seek recommendations. Where there is darkness, there is also light. The two are opposites that coexist. Just like this land of beauties, the exterior is shrouded in gloom, yet upon entering, one is greeted by a resplendent world. The dazzling brilliance is not blinding. Rather, it enhances the ambience. As Ma Hongjun beheld the interior, he felt as though the roles of light and shadow had been reversed. The interior was dim, while the exterior radiated brilliance. The walls, entirely crafted from colorful crystalline stones, reflected a soft, kaleidoscopic glow. The atmosphere within was vibrant and lively, with delectable food and exquisite wine readily available. The seating arrangements were orderly, filled with a diverse array of men, alongside a scarce number of women. All the servers were female, each a vision of beauty, adorned in revealing attire that varied in style. The boisterous patrons were unrestrained, their crude hands indulging without reservation. This place was undoubtedly a veritable paradise for men. Ma Hongjun personally experienced the meaning of a surging bloodline. Had it not been for his timely application of the 100 birds returning to the phoenix technique to regulate his vital energy and blood, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he could have truly shed 2 streams of nasal blood. In such a scenario, it is quite challenging for any ordinary man to maintain his composure. Even the younger brothers yearned to ascend to the role of the elder brother. Dai Mubai took 2 glasses of wine from a beautiful woman and handed one to Ma Hongjun. "Come, let us sit over there." Ma Hongjun observed his surroundings in silence, trailing behind Dai Mubai. This was his habit. Upon entering an unfamiliar place, he would first survey the area to familiarize himself with the setting. However, given the throngs of people here, he needed to pay closer attention. Do not be deceived. These attendants are merely novice commodities, easily acquired for a mere 1,000 gold soul coins. Should you find one to your liking, you may invite her to sit beside you and take her along when you depart. Nevertheless, I suggest you wait. There are more enticing options to consider. Of course, with your formidable prowess, you could afford to be discerning, remarked Dai Mubai, exhibiting an air of composure, clearly a seasoned veteran accustomed to such environments, as evidenced by his nonchalant demeanor. As the time approached, Dai Mubai proclaimed, "The revelry shall commence." Instantly, the cacophony of the crowd subsided, and the lights converged upon the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to announce the commencement of tonight's festivities. First and foremost, congratulations to you all. This evening will feature the renowned twin sisters as the highlight of our event. One can only wonder who shall capture their favor. Please welcome our first performer, Miss Huangli. Her martial spirit, a yellow aureole, resonated with a melodious and enchanting voice. A prodigy of song, her vocalizations were both captivating and soul-stirring, rendering her the ideal candidate for the leading role. "Ms. Huangli, please grace us with your performance," she was invited. The striking woman clad in yellow gracefully stepped forward, unleashing her martial spirit, albeit devoid of soul rings, indicating a seemingly untrainable martial spirit. As her enchanting melody filled the air, it indeed bore the distinctive characteristics of an oriole's call, suggesting her martial spirit had transformed her vocal timbre. Upon concluding a beautiful refrain, the young lady bowed and retreated. "Who among you wishes to hire Ms. Huangli? Bidding commences now." Already, voices from the crowd began to rise. 3,000 gold soul coins. 3,500 gold soul coins. Ma Hongjun found himself somewhat perplexed. Initially, he believed this was a straightforward transaction, but it appeared to be something far more intricate, seemingly infused with an artistic essence. "Mubai, what is the situation here?" This could indeed be considered a peculiar form of recruitment fair, where the beauty of the women served as a fundamental criterion, and their names were merely stage names rather than their true identities. Their martial souls were not suitable for cultivation, or in other words, for becoming soul masters, yet their martial souls possessed unique qualities. Much like how a scythe or hoe aids in agricultural tasks, the yellow oriole's martial soul enabled its bearer to sing. Each of these women possessed a distinct skill set. They could sing, dance, cook, or play musical instruments. Regardless, they all shared a singular talent, allowing them to work at hotel receptions, perform in upscale venues, or take center stage, all of which were perfectly legitimate occupations. Moreover, their beauty and artistry could attract considerable attention and gold soul coins for their employers. Naturally, the cost of hiring them was exorbitant, determined through competitive bidding, with the highest bidder securing their services. Were they here voluntarily? Generally, yes. The beautiful women's village conducted extensive research on these martial souls, transforming many seemingly useless ones into valuable assets. While they could not become soul masters, their martial souls could still be rendered useful. However, they only recruited women of exceptional beauty, ensuring a lucrative return on investment. It seemed less sinister than he had initially thought. Nevertheless, he observed that the venue was rife with unscrupulous individuals. It appeared that few genuine employers were present. The majority seemed to be seasoned merchants, eager for profit while also indulging in underhanded dealings. Why concern yourself with others? By your logic, are we not also tainted? Choose wisely. Today, I shall treat you. The women continued to ascend and descend the stage, each one more stunning than the last. Leaving Ma Hongjun uncertain of whom to choose, he desired them all. However, the hiring fees were indeed steep, starting at a minimum of 3,000 gold soul coins. Calculated annually, with the employment contract terminating after a year, necessitating a renegotiation of terms thereafter. Choose quickly, they are running out. Daimu Bai urged. No rush. Let us wait a bit longer, the better ones are usually at the back. Ma Hongjun recalled the opening statement about the renowned twin sisters leading the lineup. As the show progressed, the hiring fees escalated, prompting a quicker selection. There's no hurry, after all, it's your treat. At last, the twin sisters made their entrance. Please welcome Miss Schwanger and Miss Feifei. Dressed in black, slightly translucent kipeos and adorned with high heels, they moved in perfect unison to the center stage, their long legs, encased in black stockings, captivated the audience. With their exquisite curves and statuesque figures, they were a vision of allure, enchanting all who beheld them. The souls of Schwanger and Feifei manifest as garments. Although they possess a rather feeble innate soul power, it is indeed possible for them to cultivate, albeit at a sluggish pace. Currently, they are not yet soul masters. However, they can utilize their martial souls to conjure a myriad of clothing styles, including the very outfits they don at this moment. Regardless of the attire one can envision or sketch, they possess the ability to transform it into reality through their martial souls. With such a unique talent, they are undoubtedly the ideal candidates for fashion design. This remarkable ability is a lucrative skill indeed. Moreover, it alleviates the burden of purchasing clothing for them, and with such breathtakingly exquisite twin sisters, one can request any attire they desire to be manifested. Were it not for their unwillingness to remain in our beautiful town, we would be loath to let them depart. Possessing this martial soul, it can be said that as long as one can conceive of splendid garments, a continuous stream of gold soul coins can be earned. Upon hearing the host's description, the audience erupted in excitement. Indeed, the esteemed twin sisters have much to commend them. Beyond their stunning appearances, the uniqueness of their martial souls alone elevates their worth exponentially. Schwanger and Feifei are free spirits, and their employment can only be contracted for a year, after which their freedom must not be constrained. The bidding shall commence now, with a starting price of 10,000 gold soul coins, and each subsequent bid must exceed by no less than 100 gold soul coins. No sooner had the host completed their announcement than the audience erupted in enthusiasm, fervently raising their paddles in a frenzy to acquire the twin sisters. 10,100 gold soul coins. 10,200 gold soul coins. 10,300 gold soul coins. Ma Hongjun was filled with exhilaration, perceiving a tremendous opportunity within this natural clothing design martial spirit, which was nothing short of a money-making machine. Regardless of the realm, as long as there are women, the desire for beauty remains undiminished. Just consider the universities of my past life, which even established specialized programs in fashion design. The potential market is immense. In the Douluo Continent, from Ma Hongjun's observations, the attire is diverse and exceptionally trendy, particularly among female soul masters who possess a penchant for changing outfits frequently. Their wardrobes are abundant, primarily due to the physical benefits derived from their soul cultivation, which bestows them with enviable figures, thus raising their standards for clothing. This has propelled the development of fashion in the Douluo Continent to remarkable heights, making female soul masters an excellent consumer demographic. If he were to acquire these two twin sisters, Ma Hongjun envisioned the possibility of introducing an array of garments from his previous world into this one. Hanfu, kimono, hanbok. Western fashion and contemporary attire could all find expression here, with at least one style destined to gain popularity. By merging the fashion characteristics of both worlds, there lies a significant potential to monopolize the clothing market of the Douluo Continent. For Mu Bai, the two sisters represented an opportunity that was worth any price. He was determined to secure them, regardless of the cost. Daimu Bai secretly rolled his eyes, inwardly lamenting, "Of course, you won't suffer any loss. It is I who will bear the brunt of this." With no other options available, he was left with these two, and despite the expense, he was resolved to acquire them. With a resigned sigh, Dai Mubai acknowledged that parting with thousands of gold soul coins would indeed be a sacrifice for him as a prince. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun felt that any investment of gold soul coins would be worthwhile, for this clothing martial spirit not only harbored immense commercial potential, but also offered exhilarating prospects. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but think. Chapter 36. The Enchantress in the Black Trench Coat. They were all seasoned merchants, and most could perceive the latent value of the twin sisters. The bidding soared, swiftly reaching 20,000 gold soul coins. There were still 7 or 8 individuals raising the stakes. Among them was a woman clad in a black trench coat. If one were not attentive, they might mistake her for a strikingly handsome young man. Yet this masculine attire lent her an air of gallantry. In stark contrast to the majority of the greasy middle-aged clientele, she appeared quite youthful, perhaps just a year or two older than Dai Mubai. Her black trench coat elegantly fused feminine beauty with masculine charisma, making her even more alluring than Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. Her proud and upright posture unmistakably revealed her identity as a woman, yet she exuded no hint of fragility. Rather, she resembled a formidable career woman. Her features were exquisite, her aura chilling, deterring anyone from approaching her. She was akin to a thorny rose. Dai Mubai began to raise his paddle in competition, directly increasing the bid by 30,000. The woman in black turned slightly to glance at him, their eyes locking in a moment of mutual recognition. Ma Hongjun discerned her visage, reminiscent of a smoky eye makeup, exuding a chilling yet exquisite beauty akin to a darkened saint transformed into a witch. Yu Chiluo. This was the figure that sprang to his mind, a character from a past television drama, embodying the essence of a corrupted Yu Chiluo. The sinister aura emanated from her being. Dai Mubai cast a flirtatious glance her way, evidently intrigued by this enigmatic woman. The woman clad in black remained unfazed, a subtle smirk gracing her lips, the meaning behind it veiled in mystery. She continued to raise her bid, and Dai Mubai matched her offer, soon leaving only the two of them in contention, with the price soaring to 50,000 gold soul coins. At this juncture, Dai Mubai's interest in the woman in black had eclipsed that of the twin sisters. The black-clad woman began to frown, realizing that in a battle of financial prowess, she was outmatched by the prince, Dai Mubai. Ultimately, Dai Mubai secured the twin sisters for an exorbitant sum of 60,000 gold soul coins. The woman in black gazed furiously at Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, her expression reminiscent of a mother tiger poised to unleash her wrath, radiating an imposing presence. She was also a soul master, and no weakling at that. Dai Mubai, wielding the power of his martial soul, released a formidable aura and flashed a grin at her, his eyes glinting with mischief. The woman in black responded with a disdainful glance before turning on her heel and departing. Those around her seemed to recognize her, casting wary looks at her retreating figure. Whispers floated through the air. The Black Rose returns empty-handed this time. Ma Hongjun faintly heard the title Black Rose, indicating that this enigmatic woman in black was not to be underestimated. Intriguing, I like it. Dai Mubai licked his lips and mischievously remarked. Ma Hongjun hesitated, but it was evident that Dai Mubai was genuinely intrigued. Soon, they ventured backstage, where they signed an employment contract and paid 60,000 gold soul coins. To Ma Hongjun's astonishment, the establishment known as Beauty Village deducted 50,000 gold soul coins right away, leaving only 10,000 for the twin sisters. How outrageous! This, however, was quite commonplace. The cultivation of these sisters had required considerable resources from Beauty Village, and since this was a one-time transaction, the twins would thereafter be free, bearing no further ties to the establishment. Their upcoming year would belong to him, and after that, it would be a matter of whether he still desired their company or if they wished to stay with him. The twin sisters appeared to be slightly older than Dai Mubai, their statuesque figures almost matching his height, with Ma Hongjun finding them just a tad taller. The elder sister was named Shuanger, while the younger was Fei Fei. Yet, Ma Hongjun struggled to tell them apart, as they were strikingly similar in expression, movement, and voice. One could easily mistake them for reflections in a mirror when they stood face to face. Upon witnessing the youthful and handsome visages of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, the sisters exchanged knowing smiles, their laughter ringing like sweet chimes, evoking a delightful warmth in all who heard it. Dear young masters, from now on, we shall belong to you. Please cherish us, your humble servants, Shuanger said, her gaze playfully enticing as her sweet voice floated in the air. The sisters appeared genuinely joyful, their faces radiating delight, clearly pleased with their employers, who were undeniably handsome. They felt that even if no payment had been made, they would still not be at a loss. The contrast between these two young gentlemen and the lecherous older men was akin to the difference between heaven and hell. This comparison brought them an overwhelming sense of happiness, filling their hearts with joy that could not be contained, illuminating their faces with bliss. The sisters reflected on their fortunate fate, while in their minds, they began to envision their ideal companions, initially believing it would be a one-on-one arrangement. Ma Hongjun observed the Schwanger sisters as they scrutinized him and Dai Mubai, seemingly pondering who among them was the leader, eager to discern whom they should follow. A gentleman is a gentleman. There is no need for diminutive titles. Your gentleman is anything but small. Furthermore, you two shall accompany me from now on. He is merely here to settle the payment, while I am your true employer. Ma Hongjun pointed at Dai Mubai and spoke to the two sisters. The proximity was almost overwhelming. The allure of a captivating beauty lies in her profound charm. Even without deliberate effort, she can ensnare one's heart. This enchantment emanates from their very essence, a natural grace that marks them as ethereal beings. Dai Mubai, feeling a twinge of jealousy, gazed at them, his own heart stirred. After years of mingling in the realm of indulgence, he had rarely encountered such exquisite individuals as the Schwanger sisters. Why not? Dai Mubai tentatively suggested. No way. Without waiting for him to articulate his thoughts, Ma Hongjun promptly declined. What a jest! Can twins still be called twins if they are separated? Moreover, his infernal flame burned so fiercely that he craved even more. Mubai, you are unlike me. You must diligently cultivate your skills. In truth, if it weren't for the sinister fire within me, I would not wish to engage in such matters. Ma Hongjun spoke with a solemn expression, offering words of comfort. Yet even he found it difficult to believe his own sentiments. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai regained his composure, reflecting on the determination he had forged during their journey. He realized that he could not allow himself to succumb to temptation and fall once more. With renewed resolve, Dai Mubai took the lead and stepped forward. Let us proceed. Ma Hongjun chuckled softly, then gestured with his hand, causing Schwanger and Fei to gracefully link their arms with his, one on each side. Ma Hongjun, originally, I believed that after enduring 3 grueling years of tormenting training, my willpower had become unbreakable. Yet, enveloped in affection from both sides, I discovered that my resolve was not as formidable as I had imagined. A significant part of this weakness stemmed from the allure of temptation, the gentle embrace of warmth. The tomb of heroes. Indeed, the adage holds true. This is merely a physical indulgence. Should there be a spiritual intertwining, few possess the fortitude to depart from such a haven. It was already deep into the night, and the streets were desolate, illuminated by dim lights. Suddenly, a dark silhouette emerged ahead, its S-shaped figure elongated in the light, proclaiming the unparalleled allure of its owner. As I drew nearer, I recognized her, the girl in the trench coat, known as the Black Rose. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai simultaneously recognized the situation. It seemed that this woman was still unwilling to give up. Yet, she waited alone here. Was it akin to a game of shadows? The woman in the trench coat observed the twin sisters clinging to Ma Hongjun, while Dai Mubai walked ahead alone, momentarily taken aback. She felt a flicker of surprise. The alluring youth with the captivating gaze, who had seemed so flirtatious, was not embracing a woman. Instead, it was the seemingly shy red-haired youth who was surrounded by the two sisters. This unconventional scene challenged her previous judgments, yet it did not alter the inevitable fate of the two. She could not bear to see the twin sisters reduced to mere playthings. In her eyes, their worth transcended such triviality. "Ah, are you here waiting for me?" Dai Mubai exclaimed with interest upon noticing the trench-coated girl blocking his path. Earlier, he felt slighted by Ma Hongjun's indifference. Now, with this intriguing figure before him, he was determined not to let the opportunity slip away. The girl in the trench coat smiled faintly, her black attire billowing in the wind. Even in the night, the deep, dark aura emanating from her was palpable, akin to black flames ascending, while the surrounding air grew colder. Her flowing black hair gave her an ethereal quality, reminiscent of a sorceress, as she slowly extended her arms, resembling a cat raising its paws. With a soft yet icy voice, she spoke. "Indeed, I have been waiting for quite some time." Chapter 37. The Long Spear Moves. The white dragon sings. The dark aura surrounding the woman intensified. Even in the dim light of night, the rich black flames were visible. The sorceress had made her appearance. Her body began to swell, her arms stretching, as her bones creaked ominously. This scene felt eerily familiar to Ma Hongjun. and the subsequent actions of the woman confirmed his suspicions. Black tiger, possess? As expected, like the brother Xiang Chengxing he encountered in the soul-hunting forest. She too wielded a black tiger martial spirit. However, the malevolence of this particular black tiger was significantly more potent. 3 soul rings subsequently emerged from beneath her feet. Yellow, yellow, purple. Mubai, you have encountered a kindred spirit. You are the white male tiger, while she is the black female tiger. An impeccable match. Although Ma Hongjun was somewhat surprised to discover that his opponent was a soul Douluo, he remained unperturbed and playfully teased Dai Mubai. What a perfect match. I can already sense the connection between our martial souls. Hold off for a moment. Allow me to test the waters. Dai Mubai responded earnestly, his demeanor indicating he was not jesting. Could it be that their martial souls truly resonated with one another? You two little rascals, not having received proper upbringing at home. I see. I have my sights set on your twin sisters. If you wish to avoid a beating, release them, and I shall let you depart. The woman in the windbreaker spoke with a tone that suggested she preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble, indicating her desire to secure the twin sisters while being mindful of the duo's identities. To produce 60,000 gold soul coins in one breath, regardless of his appearance. One's background must be anything but ordinary. The woman in the windbreaker was clearly not foolish, a stark contrast to Xiang Chengsheng, whose temperament was similarly explosive. Let us see if you can indeed teach us a lesson, Dai Mubai said flippantly, before beginning to manifest his martial soul. The white tiger martial soul bore significant distinctions from the black tiger, their contrast strikingly apparent. If the black tiger represented darkness, then the white tiger epitomized divinity. The chilling aura of darkness stood in stark contrast to the pure radiance of white light. However, unlike typical manifestations of the white tiger and black tiger, both their martial souls exhibited subtle variations. Dai Mubai's moniker, evil-eyed white tiger, was not without reason. His eyes indeed possessed a sinister allure, akin to a faint mutation of his martial soul, manifesting solely in his gaze. Thus, amidst the white tiger's sanctity, an undercurrent of malevolence lingered. Conversely, the woman in the windbreaker exuded a particularly dense aura of darkness. Her black tiger martial soul was far more formidable than Xiang Chengxing's that Ma Hongjun had encountered 3 years prior, imbued with a ferocity he lacked. A striking dichotomy emerged, one black and one white, one male and one female, one wicked and one sinister. This tableau momentarily stunned the woman, a fierce tigress. Was it merely a coincidence? In this realm, 2 tigers cannot coexist, and regardless of their compatibility, conflict was inevitable. Moreover, the energies of the two had already clashed irreversibly. A stark opposition of black and white, male and female. Yet, it seemed that evil and malevolence could attract. The woman in black made her move, her second soul ring illuminating. Black tiger shadow transformation. Evidently, this familial lineage's martial soul, having undergone countless years of research, had developed the most suitable and powerful soul skills. White tiger shield. Dai Mubai activated his first spirit ring. The 2 majestic tigers, one black and one white, clashed in the desolate silence of the street. Their colossal forms collided, and the contrasting energies of black and white surged against one another, akin to dry kindling igniting in a fervent blaze. The faint trace of malevolence emanating from Dai Mubai ignited the dark flames enveloping the woman in the trench coat. Her black aura ascended like a fiery inferno, resembling a tiger ensconced in malevolent flames. Under the overwhelming pressure of the black fire, Dai Mubai's gaze transformed, the white tiger's eyes abruptly closed, as if subjected to an overwhelming stimulus. A resounding roar erupted, and when the white tiger reopened its eyes, a torrent of brilliant white light erupted forth, as if a valve had been released, enveloping the white tiger in a radiant blaze. Ma Hongjun gazed in astonishment at the transformation of Dai Mubai. The aura emanating from the white tiger struck him as somewhat familiar yet distinct. It was a malevolent energy, a different kind of malevolence. Unlike his own volatile and fiery nature, the dark essence released by Dai Mubai was otherworldly in its wickedness. The white tiger, once at a disadvantage, gained formidable strength with the aid of the white flames, remarkably standing toe-to-toe with the black tiger. The clash of black and white energies seemed not only to test one another, but also to intertwine. The 2 tigers engaged in fierce combat, their intense struggle leaving deep craters in the once smooth cobblestones of the street. The twin sisters were clearly taken aback by such a ferocious battle, resembling startled fawns. Utterly at a loss, Ma Hongjun hastily embraced the two sisters, who, originally towering half a head above him, leaned down to rest their heads upon his shoulders. Ma Hongjun gently patted their smooth backs, offering soothing words. "Fear not, for the young master is here." The fierce battle raged on in the arena. The woman clad in a trench coat had evidently just ascended to the spirit ancestor realm, her soul power only slightly surpassing that of Dai Mubai. However, she possessed a millennium soul ring and soul skill. At this moment, Dai Mubai managed to hold his ground against her, as she had yet to unleash her thousand-year soul skill. Although Ma Hongjun cradled the twin sisters in his arms, offering them comfort, his attention remained fixed on the unfolding events, ever prepared to intervene. It was evident that Dai Mubai was no match for the woman in the trench coat. Even Ma Hongjun harbored doubts about his own ability to triumph over her. However, should the two join forces, defeating her would pose no challenge. The woman seemed disdainful of employing her millennium soul skill, confident that Dai Mubai's inferiority, coupled with her prideful nature, would allow her to vanquish him using the same two soul rings. Yet, Dai Mubai was not merely a pampered scion, nurtured by Shrek Academy. His combat prowess was formidable. The woman would find it impossible to best him without resorting to her third soul skill. As 10 minutes elapsed without yielding any advantage, the woman finally relinquished her combative aspirations, activating her third soul ring, Black Tiger Demon Transformation. Instantly, her speed and strength surged, and the black flames she conjured roared higher. Reminiscent of a demon's arrival, ravaging the surrounding air and instigating a frenzied atmosphere that provoked irritation. In this charged environment, Ma Hongjun's malevolent fire was stirred, the forces of wickedness and sorcery resonating with one another. Similarly, Dai Mubai underwent a transformation. His gaze became infused with dark energy, intertwined with her black flames, soon turning his irises pitch black, while his momentum escalated. However, this transformation was merely a response of his martial spirit to the stimulation from the black tiger, failing to grant him any enhancement in strength. The claws of the black tiger extended, their razor-sharp tips nearly double the length of the white tiger's. With immense force, they raked downward, slicing from the left shoulder of the white tiger across to the chest, blood erupting forth in a violent spray. "Come, take a seat and witness the display of this noble young master." Ma Hongjun gently lifted the twin sisters and placed them upon a bench by the street. Suddenly, the dragon soul gun materialized before them, adorned with shimmering yellow and purple soul rings. The sisters' eyes widened in astonishment as they gazed incredulously at Hongjun's weapon. Although they were not yet soul masters, they possessed enough fundamental knowledge to comprehend the miraculous pairing of the yellow and purple soul rings, which profoundly altered their perception and compelled them to reevaluate the worth of this crimson-haired youth. Initially, they had deemed the golden-haired young man impressive, yet they were utterly taken aback by the terrifying prowess of their own red-haired companion, overwhelming excitement coursing through them. Such a prodigiously gifted and undeniably handsome young soul master had sought them out, and the twin sisters felt as though they had stumbled upon a treasure. This serendipitous joy nearly causing them to faint. With stars in their eyes, they looked at Ma Hongjun, their flushed faces betraying their eager anticipation. At last, under their watchful gaze, the silver spear-wielding Ma Hongjun sprang into action. At this moment, it would be fitting to proclaim, "As the spear moves, the white dragon sings." Chapter 38, The Last Remaining Room. I kindly request some thoughtful reviews. Ma Hongjun immediately activated his second spirit ring, and the dragon's soul gun erupted forth, striking the black tiger's paw. The force of the gun's blast repelled the woman in the windbreaker, and she looked at Ma Hongjun in shock. The unusual perception brought about by the yellow and purple spirit rings caused her expression to grow serious. "Are you all right, Mubai?" "I'm fine, just a minor injury." At that moment, Dai Mubai's eyes were a striking contrast of white and black, filled with an ominous energy, and he appeared to be somewhat irritable. "Hee, all right then. Let us continue." The woman in the windbreaker was soon at a disadvantage. The formidable penetrating power of the dragon soul gun was no trifling matter. Even before it was enhanced by the spirit rings, it had pierced through the hand of the first ring Black Tiger's host, Wang Cheng. Before long, the woman in the windbreaker found herself pierced by several bullet holes from Ma Hongjun's relentless assault and was also clawed multiple times by Dai Mubai. As the battle intensified, she gradually found herself outmatched and hastily retreated to create distance. "Stop. You can't just stop when you feel like it. My brother and I haven't had our fill yet. I'm willing to offer 60,000, No, 70,000 gold soul coins to buy those two sisters. What do you say? The woman in the windbreaker felt utterly helpless. This youth was simply monstrous. Not only did he seek women at such a young age, but his strength was also terrifying. Continuing to fight like this could very well lead her to defeat, leaving her no choice but to compromise and trade with gold soul coins. Originally, during the bidding, she could have offered a greater sum. But upon seeing the golden-haired youth's determined demeanor and his indifference to gold soul coins, she felt that she could not compete further. She thought about his youth, contemplating a potential underhanded tactic. After all, in a place like this, no one cared about such transactions. However, at this moment, the idea of underhanded dealings had manifested. But it was uncertain who would ultimately outsmart whom. Humph, do I appear to be in need of gold soul coins? No, you are mistaken. Hee. What I truly desire is you. Daimubai retorted coldly, his voice dripping with malice. Ma Hongjun cast a sidelong glance at him, while at that moment, Daimubai exuded a malevolent aura. In his heart, Ma Hongjun sighed. Mubai, you are truly wicked. Under a relentless onslaught, the spirit of the woman in the windbreaker was driven back. Her coat, torn by bullets and claws, could no longer fully conceal her radiant springtime allure. The tip of the dragon's soul spear elevated her chin, and her strikingly cold visage bore no hint of surrender. Instead, her icy gaze was filled with profound regret. Do not kill me. I would never harm you. Rest assured, I cherish you too dearly. With a mischievous smile, Dai Mubai approached her, and in the depths of her despairing eyes, he struck her down with a single blow, rendering her unconscious. Mubai, this woman must be extraordinary. I suspect she hails from the Xiong family, one of the 3 prominent families in Soto City. The Black Tiger spirit must belong solely to the Xiong family within Soto City. Ma Hongjun cautioned, expressing his concern that Dai Mubai might forcefully take advantage of her, thus inviting unnecessary trouble. I realized at the moment she unleashed her martial soul. In Soto City, the Xiong family is renowned for their Black Tiger martial soul, which is highly recognizable. However, there is no need for worry. She initiated this encounter with us, and whoever seeks to provoke us must inevitably pay a price. So, how do you intend to deal with her? We shall handle her decisively. Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai lifted the woman in the trench coat, hoisting her over his shoulder, and remarked, let us be on our way. It is rather late. We shall find a room. Resuming their journey, Dai Mubai strode ahead with the woman draped across his shoulder, occasionally striking her gently, producing a playful pat-pat-pat sound. Ma Hongjun remained surrounded by his twin sisters, who were now considerably more docile, resembling 2 adorable kittens. Their gazes towards him were imbued with a hint of flattery and affection. It was already late at night, and the streets were sparsely populated, with no one paying attention to Dai Mubai, who was carrying a person. Dai Mubai escorted Ma Hongjun to the entrance of an exquisite hotel. The establishment was brightly lit, and even at this late hour, a steady stream of patrons continued to enter and exit, suggesting that the late-night hours were a peak time for couples. The hotel boasted 3 stories. Although its size was modest, its exterior was adorned in a vibrant rose-red hue, resembling a colossal rose in bloom, instantly captivating the eye. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, one was immediately enveloped by a delightful fragrance of roses, a scent that was both intoxicating and soothing, lifting the spirits. The interior decor featured only 3 colors, white, silver, and rose red, creating a warm, unique, and elegant ambience that was quite inviting. The attire of the woman in the trench coat was tattered, revealing her fair skin, which could easily attract the gaze of unsavory individuals. To avoid unnecessary attention, Dai Mubai had draped a large black cloak over her before entering the hotel. Upon their arrival, the receptionist at the front desk greeted them with energy, recognizing Dai Mubai and rushing to welcome him. Dai Xiao, you've come so late. Who is it that you're carrying? The receptionist inquired, her gaze scrutinizing the figure concealed beneath the cloak. The staff at this hotel were quite cautious. Although identification was not required for booking a room in Douluo Continent, they still needed to ascertain the nature of their guests, ensuring they were indeed alive. Generally, such staff would refrain from questioning a distinguished guest like Dai Mubai, but seeing the person he was carrying completely still, she dared to inquire. Why the interrogation? This is my woman. She is merely intoxicated. Please, prepare another room swiftly, Dai Mubai replied with a commanding tone. The receptionist, startled, hurriedly returned to the front desk to check the room availability. After a brief moment, she returned with a troubled expression. Dai Xiao, we only have your exclusive VIP room left. We are fully booked for the night. What? Dai Mubai's expression turned icy as he pressed for an explanation. I apologize, Dai Xiao, but we have an overwhelming number of guests tonight, and your room is the only one available. What shall we do? The receptionist looked at him with concern. Very well, one room it is. We shall share it, Dai Mubai replied resignedly, then expertly retrieved his exclusive key from the front desk and began to ascend the staircase. Ma Hongjun's expression darkened, perplexed by the situation. 5 individuals, confined to a single room. Hey, Mubai, perhaps I should consider a different establishment. 2 people per room feels excessively cramped, especially since I am accompanied by twins. Fear not, my exclusive VIP suite is quite spacious. Moreover, at this hour, finding a decent hotel with vacancies is virtually impossible. Come, and you shall see for yourself. With a sense of urgency, Dai Mubai strode ahead, while Ma Hongjun resignedly embraced the twin sisters, trailing behind. The twins exchanged glances, their cheeks flushed with warmth at the unfolding scenario. Chapter 39, A Joyful Life. After Dai Mubai and his companions departed, the front desk attendant finally regained her composure. The individual carried by young Master Dai, doesn't he bear a striking resemblance to our boss? She pondered, scratching her head in confusion. Yet, she dismissed the thought, deeming it implausible, for their boss was a formidable soul sovereign. As she mulled over this, Ma Hongjun and his group ascended. They followed Dai Mubai to the 3rd floor, where each room was designated with a unique name. Dai Mubai led them to the innermost chamber, aptly titled Red Ocean. Upon entering, a delicate fragrance of roses enveloped them. The room was adorned with roses arranged in a meticulous pattern, with a heart shape formed at the center. Dai Mubai carelessly tossed the woman in the trench coat onto the sofa and reclined beside her. I shall remain outside tonight. You can escort the 2 of them to the inner bedroom. At this juncture, I trust you can manage without my guidance, Dai Mubai remarked, gesturing towards the bedroom. Oh, no need for instruction. I comprehend, Ma Hongjun responded without any awkwardness. Upon noticing the spacious sofa, which was ample enough for 2 individuals to tumble upon without fear of falling, and the thick layer of crimson carpet beneath, Ma Hongjun approached the bedroom door without hesitation. After all, he was there to address the issues concerning the martial soul, and it was only fitting that the environment be one of utmost comfort. Ma Hongjun entered the bedroom with the twin sisters, pushing open the door. The dimensions of the bedroom were not significantly smaller than those of the living room, yet its decor was minimalistic, featuring only an enormous bed. The heart-shaped bed occupied nearly half of the room's space. Delicate, pale pink curtains cascaded from the ceiling, veiling the area above the heart-shaped bed and imparting an ethereal beauty to the surroundings. Without delving into other aspects, this enchanting environment alone stirred boundless imagination. Ma Hongjun allowed the Schwanger sisters to enter and then uttered a phrase, "Prepare yourselves, await my arrival." After Ma Hongjun finished speaking, he disregarded the shyness of the Schwanger sisters, closed the door once more, and stepped outside. He then glanced back at the door, opening and closing it again, pondering to himself, quite solid. The sound insulation should be commendable. At that moment, Dai Mubai was holding a length of rope, preparing to bind the woman in the trench coat. "Mubai, what are you doing?" Ma Hongjun was momentarily speechless. Dai Mubai had truly expanded the horizons of his understanding. Could it be that princes engaged in such antics? I shall bind her, lest she awakens and is unable to restrain herself. After all, she is a soul sovereign. Can this rope truly contain her? Indeed, this is no ordinary rope. Even a soul king might struggle to break free, let alone a mere soul sovereign. Mubai, do you intend to commit such a disgraceful act against her? If she proves uncooperative, it is not impossible. Yet I, Dai Mubai, have never favored coercion. Then why are you binding her if not to elicit her cooperation? Hongjun, during our previous battle, you must have noticed that my white tiger martial soul underwent certain transformations due to her black tiger martial soul. Indeed, but what does that have to do with binding her here? It has everything to do with it. I wish to compel her to unleash her martial soul so I can study the changes in my own. Ah, I see. Do proceed with caution in your research. I shall refrain from interrupting you. Very well, off you go. Your impatience is quite evident. Ma Hongjun offered an awkward smile. Then you should cover your ears. I shall proceed inside. The soundproofing is excellent. Go ahead. Ma Hongjun pushed open the door to the bedroom. After a night filled with silence yet resonant with energy, he had finally transformed into an adult. Perhaps it was due to the dissolution of the power within his martial spirit's flames. His cultivation had ascended a level. now reaching the 27th rank. As the door swung open, only Ma Hongjun emerged. In the hall, Dai Mubai sat cross-legged on the edge of the sofa, his eyes closed in meditation. To Ma Hongjun's astonishment, Dai Mubai was indeed cultivating. It was a revelation to witness him entering a state of cultivation in such an environment. It seemed he was truly on the verge of rising to prominence. Even more surprising was the sight of the woman in the trench coat, who had awakened, her large eyes calmly gazing at him. Though she remained bound and unimpeded by any gag, she exhibited an extraordinary composure, refraining from any cries for help. Dai Mubai opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. "You haven't slept a wink, yet you're still so vibrant," he exclaimed in amazement. "Truly, the mutated martial spirit is something to envy." "What do you know?" Ma Hongjun retorted. "Wasn't it said that the soundproofing here was exceptional? Look into my eyes." Ma Hongjun leaned closer to observe Dai Mubai's eyes, which seemed to have truly transformed, now shimmering with brilliance and imbued with a captivating spirit. Ma Hongjun was taken aback and turned to glance at the woman in the trench coat. He remarked, "It's related to her." "Indeed. My white tiger martial soul has undergone a mutation under the influence of her black tiger martial soul. It should now be referred to as the spirit I white tiger. The spirit I has heightened my spiritual perception, which is why I sensed all your movements throughout the night. I must admit, you are exceedingly formidable. Are you two little rascals disregarding my presence?" The woman in the trench coat, with her fair complexion, flushed suddenly and retorted in annoyance. "Oh, Hongjun, allow me to introduce you. This is Xiang Chengxian, the esteemed young lady of the Xiang family. Her black tiger martial soul has also experienced a slight mutation, characterized by an especially intense malevolence. I conversed with her all night and discovered that our martial souls can fuse and complement each other. She is now my friend." Dai Mubai earnestly introduced Ma Hongjun, bewildered by how the relationship between these two had transformed so harmoniously overnight, even attempting a martial soul fusion that surprisingly succeeded. It left Ma Hongjun utterly astonished. Shouldn't Dai Mubai's white tiger have been destined to merge with Zhu Zhuqing's nethercat martial soul? How could it possibly fuse with this black tiger? Could it be that he is a hybrid? Ma Hongjun gazed at Dai Mubai with a perplexed expression. "Dai Mubai, aren't you going to help me untie these ropes?" "All right, but once I do, you mustn't cause any trouble. You are no match for our brothers. Hurry up." Dai Mubai shot a glance at Ma Hongjun before proceeding to assist her in untying the ropes. Ma Hongjun was fully prepared for battle. Should Xiang Chengxian dare to act recklessly, she would not hesitate to deliver a shot. After unbinding the ropes, Xiang Chengxian refrained from resorting to violence. Instead, she retrieved a garment from her storage ring and donned it. "And those two sisters? What have you done to them?" Xiang Chengxian glared at Ma Hongjun with resentment. "Oh, nothing much. They are in the bedroom," came the reply. Ma Hongjun pointed towards the bedroom door and spoke. Xiang Chengxian directly approached the bedroom, extending his hand to push the door. "Hey, don't go in." As Ma Hongjun's words hung in the air, Xiang Chengxian had already pushed open the door. Upon witnessing the scene in the bedroom, her delicate face flushed crimson, and she hastily closed the door, turning to point at Ma Hongjun, trembling as she exclaimed, "Why you? Why you? Why you?" In the 40th chapter, a resurgence is sought. He is that formidable. Dai Mubai interjected. "I cannot control myself either." Ma Hongjun lamented. Although all three were engaged in battle for the first time, Ma Hongjun possessed the wisdom of his past life, born as a lone victor. However, the two sisters were not so fortunate. Lacking experience and facing their inaugural conflict, it could be said that this was their most arduous battle yet. Xiang Qingstian continually reevaluated her perception of the two, yet she still realized she had underestimated Ma Hongjun and his companion. Initially, she regarded him as a rogue, then a pervert, until she ultimately discerned that he was beyond human, a veritable monster. Particularly with Ma Hongjun, the impression he left was not merely one of resentment, but tinged with a hint of fear. His combat prowess was so grotesquely overwhelming that it instilled a sense of despair. In contrast, Dai Mubai appeared far more agreeable. Handsome and equally as striking as Ma Hongjun, his abilities, though not as extraordinary, seemed more within the realm of normalcy, embodying the understanding of a genius. He appeared tangible, and despite his flirtatious nature, he lacked the reckless abandon of Ma Hongjun, rendering him an exceptionally commendable soul master. Indeed, one is often daunted by comparison. Well then, let the sisters rest a while longer. I suspect they are unable to rise from their beds at the moment. Their stomachs must be growling. Let us descend and partake in some sustenance. Ma Hongjun gazed at the two, who were lost in thought, and remarked, "I used to think you were invincible. It's a relief to know that even you can feel hunger." Dai Mubai chuckled knowingly, teasing, "You know very well how physically demanding this is. While I may appear fine at the moment, the essence within me has been thoroughly depleted." Ma Hongjun lamented with a grimace, with an expression of innocence. Dai Mubai spread his hands, glanced at Xiang Chengxian, and added, "Don't look at me. How would I know about these things?" Xiang Chengxian, having reached his limit, was the first to stride out the door. Upon entering the lobby on the first floor, the receptionist's jaw dropped in astonishment as she covered her mouth, staring at Xiang Chengxian, then shifting her gaze to Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. "The boss, Dai Xiao." Last night, Ma Hongjun and the others were equally astonished. The Rose Hotel, the Black Rose. As Ma Hongjun contemplated, it seemed justifiable. Were their actions last night perhaps excessive? First, they usurped another's business, then resorted to violence, kidnapped the individual, and even intruded upon their hotel, nearly violating their sanctity. The world is indeed wondrous, with fate lurking everywhere. Xiang Chengxian cast a sharp glance at the waiter, who immediately fell silent, nodding fervently to indicate discretion regarding the proprietor's fervor. "Go inform the kitchen to prepare some food for delivery." Upon completing his instructions, Xiang Chengxian pointed to a table nestled in a corner of the hall and proceeded to take a seat. "I want your sisters. Name your price." Dai Mubai hesitated, glancing at Ma Hongjun. "It's your call. You decide." It appeared they were about to engage in serious discourse. Xiang Chengxian likely harbored intentions, as evidenced by her astute business acumen in operating this hotel, suggesting she had considered ways to profit from the Schwanger sisters. Upon arriving in this realm, Ma Hongjun originally sought only to diligently cultivate his strength, shunning any side ventures. However, with Ma Ming injured and in need of soul bones, representative of vast wealth, he began to entertain thoughts of profit. Initially troubled, inspiration struck upon encountering the Schwanger sisters. He realized he could leverage the benefits of his transmigration to introduce elements from another world into this one. With just one or two unique items, he could monopolize one or two markets across the continent, thus generating a continuous stream of gold soul coins. To achieve market dominance, however, Ma Hongjun recognized his own limitations. He lacked business experience. Hence, a capable partner was paramount. Xiang Chengxian appeared to fit the bill, possessing both intellect and drive. There was no need for circumlocution. The value of the Schwanger sisters extended far beyond what was apparent to you, and I discern it as well. Moreover, I have the means to amplify their martial spirits worth significantly. The moment I beheld their martial spirits, a torrent of innovative ideas flooded my mind. Should I realize these concepts, I could monopolize the entire female apparel market across the continent. The wealth that would ensue is beyond imagination. I can surmise some of your thoughts. Hiring the Schwanger sisters primarily concerns designing garments for sale. Yet, how many designs can you produce? That relies heavily on inspiration. Fortunately, I possess an abundance of fashion models, encompassing a myriad of styles, both those you've encountered and those yet unseen. From the conceivable to the unimaginable, I can create them all. Thus, I can fully manifest the Schwanger sisters' potential and elevate their achievements to unprecedented heights. Observing Ma Hongjun's earnest theorizing and listening to his professional yet extravagant proclamations, Dai Mubai and Xiang Chengxian displayed evident astonishment, regarding him with incredulous gazes. "What is it? Do you not believe me? Surely, you do not think I would go to such lengths, spending exorbitant gold soul coins to hire the Schwanger sisters merely for that purpose?" Ma Hongjun, feeling somewhat vexed, reproached the two with a disdainful glance, implying that they were rather superficial, lacking in perspective and foresight. "Is that not the case?" Xiang Chengxian retorted coldly. "The sisters upstairs are still catching their breath. That is merely one aspect." Ma Hongjun replied, his face unflushed and ears unburned, feeling rather thick-skinned after his own response. "You are truly despicable." Dai Mubai could no longer tolerate the situation, possibly seeking to appease the formidable lady. As the formal business negotiations commenced, Ma Hongjun realized he had underestimated Xiang Chengxian. To begin with her prowess, at the tender age of 15, she was a 31st level assault system soul master. A remarkable talent indeed. Originally a student at the Balak Royal Soul Master Academy, she had withdrawn prematurely for certain reasons. Upon returning to her family, she embarked on an entrepreneurial journey, establishing 4 Rose hotels in Soto City within a year, elevating them to the pinnacle of romantic accommodations in the area. unrivaled by any competitor. Her subsequent ambition was to expand her hotel chain into other cities and diversify into various fields. She frequently visited the beauty district to recruit staff, employing the most elite receptionists from there, which set her apart in terms of service quality within the industry. Being a valued patron of the beauty district granted her insider knowledge about the twin sisters, whom she intended to hire as pivotal personnel for her new ventures. Xiang Chengxian was distinctly different from others of the Xiang family. Though she exhibited a fiery temperament, she possessed remarkable rationality and emotional control. In truth, apart from her somewhat aloof demeanor, Xiang Chengxian excelled in every regard. I cannot fathom why a young lady of the Xiang family would feel the need to engage in such endeavors. Surely, you do not lack for anything, Ma Hongjun queried. Perplexed. You do not understand. It is precisely because of belonging to a prominent family that I require these accomplishments. Moreover, I was not always the esteemed young lady of the Xiang family. This title was earned through my tireless efforts over the years. The grandeur of a great family is not as it seems. Within each lies intense competition. And fairness is a mere illusion. There are just as many tears as there are smiles. I refuse to cry, which is why I must strive to excel. Xiang Chengxian's elegantly arched eyebrows flickered slightly, which made Ma Hongjun comprehend that behind every strong facade lies a fragile heart. Perhaps this was the protective guise she had donned for herself. Ma Hongjun was not born into a prominent family. Thus, he was oblivious to the burdens that Xiang Chengxian bore. In contrast, Dai Mubai hailed from a much larger family, where the competition was fiercer. He instantly comprehended the emotions that Xiang Chengxian had unleashed. Dai Mubai's penetrating gaze deepened with furrowed brows, his eyes radiating intensity and resolve. His teeth clenched while his lips quivered slightly. If a frail woman could stand her ground and fight so valiantly, why should he, as a man, succumb to fear before the battle even began? Dai Mubai resolved not to descend further into despair. If a fierce woman could rise to become a lady, then could he, a formidable man, not rise to claim the title of prince? The motivation surged from the allure of the opposite sex. Dai Mubai's eyes lifted, brilliance igniting within them. As he focused intently, upon hitting rock bottom, he was poised to rebound. Chapter 41. Flowing Sleeves and Celestial Garments. After a morning of deliberation, they ultimately decided to establish a shop named the Celestial Garment Pavilion, dedicated to creating attire befitting celestial beings. The shop would be owned by Xiang Chengxian, who would manage the finances and the establishment, holding a 50% stake, while Ma Hongjun and the twin sisters would share the remaining 50%, contributing their skills, strength, and manpower. Through the morning's discussions, their relationship had softened somewhat. As a shrewd businesswoman, Xiang Chengxian recognized the importance of interpersonal connections in a world dominated by soul masters. Although gold soul coins held significance, it was strength that fundamentally determined everything. She had discerned the extraordinary potential of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, and recognizing her prior transgressions, she adopted a respectful demeanor. Coupled with Dai Mubai's deliberate attempts to ingratiate himself, their rapport remained amicable. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun sensed Xiang Chengxian's palpable wariness towards her, as her words were laced with excessive politeness. It was not until noon that the twin sisters began to regain some vitality. Trembling as they descended the stairs for their meal, Ma Hongjun gently guided them to take a seat with both hands. I sincerely apologize, Shuang'er, Fei, for my unruly behavior last night. Ma Hongjun has now regained his senses, realizing that his behavior last night was excessively reckless, especially considering it was the sisters' first night. Young master, please refrain from speaking. Shuang'er interjected, her cheeks flushed. Indeed, how can you still have the audacity to mention it? You behaved like a beast last night. And it seemed you heard nothing, Fei retorted indignantly. Ah, the wicked fire of desire. After preparing a nourishing dragon and phoenix soup for the sisters, Ma Hongjun recounted to them his discussions with Xiang Chengxian. To his surprise, the sisters were quite intrigued, revealing that they had harbored similar aspirations before but lacked the necessary resources to establish their shop. Hence, they contemplated seeking sponsorship through the beauty village. In truth, the sisters did not need to accompany someone like Ma Hongjun. However, they found themselves unable to resist his captivating charm, engaging in a brief internal struggle before yielding. They were discerning individuals, aware of the fortune it was to associate with such a brilliant soul master as Ma Hongjun rather than flatter an oily old man. At that moment, their timidity dissipated, and they flanked Ma Hongjun, eagerly sharing their various inspirations for clothing design. The sisters' dream was for their creations to spread across the entire continent. It seems that those who harbor dreams, once they embark on the pursuit of those dreams, are filled with vigor. Many of their ideas sparked new insights in Ma Hongjun, prompting him to escort the two back to the Red Ocean room on the top floor, where they began to transform garments. The fashion styles in this world are notably diverse, with women's clothing often embodying sensuality, ethereal elegance, and opulence. Ma Hongjun's mind immediately drifted to the garments of the ethereal realms from his previous life. When it comes to celestial elegance, without a doubt, the flowing sleeves of the fairy gown should take precedence. At that moment, Ma Hongjun began to instruct Schwanger, narrating the intricacies of the attire. Schwanger, in turn, transformed her clothing according to Ma Hongjun's descriptions. Beside them, Fei Fei also endeavored to construct the garments, inspired by Ma Hongjun's vivid imagery. Under his repeated guidance, the silhouette of the attire gradually took form. Indeed, the power of the martial spirit was unmistakable, as long as one could envision the design within their mind. It could be manifested. Young master, is this the right look? Ma Hongjun was earnestly instructing Schwanger, while Fei Fei, diligently focused, had already constructed it. Ma Hongjun tilted his head and beheld Fei Fei adorned in a flowing blue dress with wide sleeves, reminiscent of an ethereal fairy. Indeed, it was a sight to behold. The manifestation of her martial spirit brought forth an enchanting aura. Wow, it's truly breathtaking, absolutely exquisite, Schwanger exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Fei Fei. Understanding that splendid attire could effortlessly capture a beauty's heart, Schwanger, conjure a crimson ensemble. Certainly, though the twins occasionally differed in thought, their hearts resonated in harmony. In no time, Schwanger materialized a striking red gown with wide sleeves. The juxtaposition of red and blue exuded an ethereal charm. The red radiated an assertive allure, while the blue epitomized purity. Coupled with the twins' stunning visages, their beauty was amplified to an extraordinary level. The enchanting dresses elevated the sisters' allure to an entirely new echelon. Ma Hongjun held the hands of the two individuals as they descended the stairs together. The exquisite wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress immediately captured the attention of the guests at the Rose Hotel, drawing all eyes to the trio. How stunning! Xiang Qingxian was momentarily entranced. The visual impact of this attire was overwhelming. From the perspective of a discerning woman of taste, she could easily discern the potential value and popularity of this ensemble. Dai Mubai stood nearby, swallowing hard. It was evident that the already beautiful twin sisters, who were comparable to Xiang Qingxian in appearance, were effortlessly outshone by the enchanting allure of the flowing fairy dress. Did you design this? Xiang Qingxian inquired incredulously. Indeed. Our young master is truly brilliant, possessing a myriad of ingenious ideas. This wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress is merely one among many, Fei Fei proudly declared, her admiration for Ma Hongjun evident on her beaming face. For she genuinely harbored affection for him. Ah, Fei Fei, you are clever as well, Ma Hongjun encouraged, affectionately ruffling her hair. What do you think? Does it meet your approval? He asked Xiang Qingxian with a hint of pride. It is truly beyond my expectations. I have underestimated you. Xiang Qingxian realized that she could no longer assess Ma Hongjun through conventional standards, for he was indeed extraordinary. This is merely the first design I have conceived, and it ranks among the very best. Besides this, there are numerous styles, diverse and varied. In essence, I wish to convey that you need not worry about the aspect of fashion design. You only need to focus on the store, production, and sales. In due time, I will gradually instruct the Schwanger sisters to bring all my designs to life. You can also incorporate current fashion trends, and I shall see how they blend together. Very well, I can finalize the store and production staff within 3 days. Since you designed so swiftly, we can promptly open the store. In these few days, you can guide the sisters to create 10 distinct styles of clothing. I will arrange for their production, and we shall launch the first batch to assess the results. Of course, if you have the time, feel free to encourage them to produce even more garments. The more, the better. Soon, both parties finalized the various matters at hand, and if all proceeded smoothly, the shop could open in 3 days. The Schwanger sisters were temporarily accommodated in the Hotel's Red Ocean room, where they would subsequently collaborate with Xiang Qingxian in managing the fairy garment pavilion, thus becoming co-owners. The sisters possessed a modest amount of gold soul coins to invest, and they also had a natural affinity for the fashion business. Time was of the essence. Ma Hongjun utilized the afternoon to collaborate with the Schwanger sisters in their room. exploring garment designs. Their focus remained primarily on Hanfu, drawing inspiration from the distinctive attire featured in Xinxia dramas, resulting in a plethora of creative outfits. For instance, Ma Hongjun reminisced about the television series Happy Seven Fairies, recalling vividly the enchanting appearance of the seven fairies, though the plot had faded from memory. The ethereal beauty of their attire remained etched in his mind, igniting dreams and fantasies during his youth. Each fairy donned a dress of a distinct hue, showcasing a variety of styles: the maturely vibrant red, the captivatingly bright orange, the charmingly alluring yellow, the wild and spirited green, the playfully delightful azure, the sweetly gentle blue, and the elegantly refined purple. The unveiling of these 7 ensembles filled the Schwanger sisters with immense joy as they excitedly tried on one outfit after another, leaving Ma Hongjun in a whirlwind of delight and nostalgia. In that moment, he found himself reminiscing about the dreamlike adventures he had with the 7 fairies, a scenario that now seemed tantalizingly within reach. The eyes of Ma Hongjun gleamed with fervor as he pounced upon the enchanting twin sisters adorned in their resplendent, kaleidoscopic fairy garments. In Chapter 42, to the demonic, the wicked, and the adorable, amidst the battle of crafting garments, a bond between Dai Mubai and Xiang Chengxian blossomed swiftly. Whether it was due to their shared past experiences or the fusion of their martial souls, their relationship flourished harmoniously, reminiscent of a serendipitous first encounter. When the conversation turned towards Dai Mubai's academy, he boldly extended an invitation to Xiang Chengxian to join the prestigious Shrek Academy. Most of the Xiang family members, known for their formidable martial souls and tempestuous tempers, rarely remain long in the academy, often embroiled in trouble, sometimes even confronting their instructors. They could be deemed the unruly students, the delinquents of the institution. Thus, it was commendable for Xiang Chengxian to have persevered through to the Advanced Soul Master Academy, making her the most academically accomplished member of her family. Consequently, the Xiang clan established a dedicated council of elders to instruct their younger generation. However, Xiang Chengxian appeared to be at odds with her family after dropping out. She opted not to pursue further studies within the clan, but instead ventured out to start her own business, seemingly aspiring to establish her own lineage. Thus, it would be no exaggeration to label her as a capable and formidable woman. Join your academy? I possess a volatile temperament and often struggle to maintain control, which might lead to trouble. Attending your academy would only bring chaos. Xiang Chengxian did not outright decline. In reality, the Soul Master Academies in this world hold greater significance than the universities Ma Hongjun had previously known. Soul Masters are the prevailing elite. No matter how successful Xiang Chengxian's business may be, without formidable strength to bolster it, she could never truly thrive. Therefore, if an opportunity for continued learning arose, she would certainly embrace it. After all, having mentors to guide her, assistants in acquiring soul rings, and comrades to battle alongside would greatly facilitate her growth as a soul master. You needn't worry about that. While you may not have heard of Shrek Academy, with your temperament and capabilities, you would fit in perfectly. In fact, I fear you may be the one to endure hardship. Our instructors, all of whom are soul emperors or above, primarily focus on challenging us. Currently, there are just 3 students. You have already met me and Ma Hongjun. The other one is merely a little pup. As long as you refrain from tormenting him, he will only shower you with affection and would never dare to confront you. Indeed, Xiang Chengxian had never heard of Shrek Academy, but Dai Mubai's words piqued her curiosity. Is your academy far from here? Moreover, I'm uncertain whether your headmaster would be willing to accept me. I still have a hotel to manage and am in the process of reopening my clothing store. I worry that I may not have sufficient time to attend classes. Dai Mubai pondered briefly before responding with a smile. Our academy is not far from here. The first village beyond the southern gate of Soto City is our location. If you utilize your martial soul for travel, it would be exceedingly swift. In less than half a day's time, your innate talent could barely meet the academy's standards, and your martial soul exhibits a slight mutation, rendering it stronger than the ordinary black tiger martial soul. From the perspective of aptitude, there is no doubt. Based on my understanding of the Dean, he would likely not refuse. Your hotel and clothing store can be adequately managed, and we will frequently visit Soto City. As the owner, you need only to steer the overall direction while delegating the details to your subordinates. The teaching methods are quite relaxed. The elderly professors prefer tranquility and are rather laid back, showing little enthusiasm during classes. Essentially, you only need to approach the teachers if you have questions. Moreover, Our academy is rather impoverished. With your gold soul coins, you could sponsor the academy, and I am confident the dean would be immensely pleased. In turn, should you encounter any difficulties with your hotel or clothing store, our academy would be glad to assist, especially since these ventures are independent of the Xiang family's enterprises. Dai Mubai thoroughly analyzed all aspects of the situation for Xiang Chengxian, effectively alleviating her concerns. Xiang Chengxian agreed, awaiting Dai Mubai's return to the academy to inform the dean. If the dean consents, everything would be settled. According to Dai Mubai, Xiang Chengxian also recognized the advantages of this arrangement. Setting aside these matters, she felt a certain solitude and desired to have her own soul master companions. Her talents and strengths were among the finest at the Balak Royal Academy, yet Dai Mubai claimed she barely met their requirements, which astonished her. However, upon reflecting on the peculiar prodigy, Ma Hongjun, she found it less surprising. The most significant factor remains Dai Mubai. This young man stirred her heart. And beyond their harmonious interactions, there was the allure of martial soul fusion. One must appreciate how unique and powerful martial soul fusion is. This might truly be fate. Continuing her stay at the Rose Hotel for another day, Xiang Chengxian began to seek out the location of clothing stores and the seamstresses, as well as factories. Dai Mubai, with nothing pressing to attend to, voluntarily accompanied Xiang Chengxian, proposing to invest gold soul coins and become her business partner. Xiang Chengxian accepted, and thus the two began to interact shamelessly as partners. Ma Hongjun's task was to accompany the Shuangge sisters in designing garments. When fatigue from the creative process set in, he would alleviate his stress through invigorating exercises, maintaining a harmonious balance between work and leisure. The flowing celestial skirts and the multi-hued fairy dresses were crafted from exquisite materials, aimed at the high-end market, embodying sophistication and elegance. With a foothold in the upscale sector established, Ma Hongjun continued to draw inspiration from traditional Hanfu, exploring martial arts aesthetics and everyday styles tailored for the mid to low-end consumer demographic. The entrepreneurial endeavor of the clothing boutique was progressing methodically, and it would not be long before its grand opening. As evening fell, in a secluded grove outside Suwa City, a place rarely traversed by passers-by, tranquility reigned. Ma Hongjun, Xiang Chengxian, and Dai Mubai arrived at this place. The fusion of martial souls is not merely a sum of 1 plus 1 equating to 2. Even two identical martial souls may not necessarily engender a fusion technique. This process requires complementarity and a flawless synergy. When the martial soul fusion manifests, its potency transcends the mere levels of the two soul masters involved, embodying an existence beyond comprehension. I am confident that our martial souls can merge. Yet I remain uncertain about the outcome of this fusion. After all, there are no precedents. Each martial soul fusion is fraught with risks and demands a gradual exploration. Beyond the attraction of the martial souls, this fusion necessitates an unwavering trust between the two soul masters. A moment's carelessness could result in backlash, putting both individuals in peril. As Dai Mubai spoke, he cast a glance at Xiang Chengxian. Their family had inherited the martial soul fusion technique of the netherworld white tiger from the Zhu family. Thus he had been educated on related knowledge from a young age. He was filled with anticipation regarding Xiang Chengxian's black tiger martial soul. If successful, it would represent a monumental discovery, holding profound significance for their family. I believe in you, Xiang Chengxian declared firmly, locking eyes with Dai Mubai. Very well, let us commence. Hongjun, you shall observe from the sidelines, monitoring our martial soul fusion while ensuring that no passers-by disrupt us. The power following the fusion is formidable. Exercise caution and maintain a safe distance. Ma Hongjun nodded solemnly and stepped aside at a distance. During the process of martial soul fusion, refrain from any extraneous movements. Everything shall proceed according to my rhythm. Now, commence the release of your martial souls. Ma Hongjun observed from a distance as the two tigers of black and white manifested. Dai Mubai's white tiger began to swell, astonishingly larger than its usual form. Ma Hongjun could not hear the exchange between the two, but he beheld the intertwining of black and white rays of light. The black tiger, embodying Xiang Chengxian, was shrouded in a dark, malevolent aura, its form flickering and appearing almost ethereal. Xiang Chengxian began to arch her body, while Dai Mubai's colossal white tiger form merged seamlessly behind her. The postures of the two tigers stirred Ma Hongjun's imagination. However, as the black tiger became a mere shadow, the white tiger swiftly blended with her. The sacred essence of white clashed and intertwined with the sinister energy of black, creating a mesmerizing spectacle of contrasting hues that enveloped and ascended. Yet, amidst this spectacle, Ma Hongjun sensed that the atmosphere seemed somewhat amiss. The fusion of the malevolent and enchanting, the sacred and the sinister, manifested in the form of a black and white tiger. How did it transform into a panda? Indeed, it appeared to be the epitome of both malevolence and cuteness. In Chapter 43, I quietly indulged in the tiger's sustenance. Perhaps this was the ancient visage of the giant panda, unlike the modern portrayal as an adorably clumsy creature. It is important to note that while giant pandas are ferocious beasts, having historically consumed meat before adapting to a bamboo diet due to environmental changes, lately, they seem to have developed a fondness for milk. Historically, they were known by formidable names such as the Iron Eater, White Bear, and Fierce Leopard. And it is said that she once rode one. Furthermore, historical evidence suggests that the giant panda is one of the longest living species, outlasting many of its contemporaneous predators. Of course, the appearance of Dai Mubai after merging with the martial soul of Xiang Chengxian merely bears a resemblance to that of a giant panda. Upon closer inspection, Ma Hongjun discerned significant differences. While it possessed a certain charm, the overwhelming aura and the swirling black and white demonic flames instilled a sense of trepidation. The most notable distinction was its physique. Unlike the round shape of a panda, it was streamlined with a remarkably long tail resembling a whip of interwoven black and white. It moved. The black and white demon tiger. Its two forepaws swung in succession, the left emanating black light and the right radiating white light, akin to colossal blades of wind, each carrying the essence of holiness and demonic power. Wherever they passed, the surroundings transformed into stark contrasts of black and white, distinctly delineated. The small grove was cleaved by these two lines of contrasting hues. Without sound or fury, it seemed to inflict no harm, merely casting a veil of color. As the black and white demon tiger vanished, the martial soul entered the body, and Dai Mubai collapsed weakly from Xiang Chengxian's back. Xiang Chengxian still managed to stand, albeit with great effort. Ma Hongjun hurriedly rushed over to assist Dai Mubai. "How are you, Mubai? Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. My soul power is less than Xiang Chengxian's, which led to my early exhaustion. Come over and see the results." The might of the martial soul fusion technique has been unquestioned since ancient times. Their attacks could not merely be a change of hue. The trio approached to examine the trees that had been tainted with color. The black and white hues represented two distinct auras, dissipating into the air. Before long, both auras vanished entirely, and the forest regained its tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. However, when Ma Hongjun reached out to touch the trees that had been engulfed by the black flames, he discovered that they were lifeless. The trunks had shattered upon impact, reduced to mere splinters. A gentle touch was sufficient to reduce them to a heap of wood shavings. As the evening breeze swept through, the section stained by black had lost all semblance of life, transforming into mere remnants. In contrast, the white area appeared unchanged, with the trees still retaining their original form. Dai Mubai was lost in thought, while Xiang Chengxian stood in shock, witnessing the power of the martial soul fusion technique for the first time. Her expression reflected disbelief, as if she could hardly fathom the extent of the damage inflicted. Such a martial soul fusion technique would likely be beyond the capabilities of even a soul sect, posing a threat even to a soul king. Ma Hongjun marveled at the formidable power of the martial soul fusion technique. And it was no wonder that the illustrious golden iron triangle, the peerless couple of the serpent and dragon, could contend with the title Douluo. "Mubai, what are you contemplating?" Dai Mubai remained lost in thought, the might of the black and white demon tiger exceeding his wildest imaginings. The damage inflicted by the black flames alone was already comparable to that of the spectral white tiger. Furthermore, the black and white demon tiger possessed white flames as well, though their function was not immediately discernible. The fact that they stood alongside the black flames suggested they were not lacking in power. Dai Mubai had begun to surmise that this was intricately linked to the mutation of his evil eye. Perhaps, upon returning here in a few days, he would be able to confirm his suspicions. A smile crept onto Dai Mubai's lips as he laughed heartily. "Chengxian, thank you. This martial soul fusion technique has illuminated a path of hope for me. You must join the Shrek Academy. I implore you, or rather, I beseech you to save my life." Xiang Chengxian was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by Dai Mubai's affectionate address, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. What is it that you speak of so gravely? She inquired with confusion, recognizing that whatever had stirred this little man's earnestness must be of considerable significance. Indeed. Mubai, please elucidate the matter clearly. How did we arrive at the subject of life and death? Ma Hongjun pressed on, eager for clarification. Let us sit over there. Dai Mubai gestured towards a large stone, weary and in need of a moment to gather his thoughts. As the evening glow painted the dimming sky, the lights of Soto City shimmered brightly in the distance. The trio made their way to the stone beside a small grove. As Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and the others settled upon the great stone, Dai Mubai initiated a heartfelt conversation. Hongjun, to become an immortal, I must reveal that I am a prince of the Star Luo Empire. However, unlike other princes who bask in glory, our family adheres to a cruel competitive tradition, wherein the most outstanding prince is chosen to be the crown prince, to prevent internal strife. Those deemed inferior face a singular fate, death, or perhaps merely the loss of their soul power, rendering them akin to the dead. This merciless competition is the very foundation of the Star Luo Empire's strength, where emotions are cast aside in favor of recognizing only the formidable. Due to my exceptional talent, I was selected as a rival, yet prior to meeting both of you, I saw no glimmer of hope for victory. My brother Davis shares my talent but is 6 years my senior and enjoys comprehensive familial support, making him the presumptive heir. My selection as a backup was merely to provide him with additional pressure and motivation. Thus, I had resigned myself to my fate, which explains my earlier descent into despair. The family's trial is set within the elite competition of the continent's high-level Soul Master Academies, where I must surpass my brother during his participation. He is now 18, while the participation age limit for the Soul Master competition is 25, granting me 7 years to prepare. You too are my hope. The elite competition is a team event, and Hongjun, you are a formidable ally. Qingxian, it is because of you that my martial soul has undergone a dual mutation. Although I have yet to fully comprehend the implications of this change, it undoubtedly enhances my strength. Most importantly, this pertains to our martial soul fusion technique. Dai Mubai paused, gazing affectionately at Xiang Chengxian before continuing. This trial is, in fact, a joint endeavor with another family whose martial soul is the Nether Spirit Cat. They too select their heir through a similar method. The fusion technique between the Nether Spirit Cat and our family's White Tiger martial soul, known as the Nether White Tiger, has been passed down through history. This has fostered a close relationship between our two families, which have a long-standing tradition of intermarriage. My brother is to wed the eldest daughter of the Nether Spirit Cat family, and together they will participate in the Soul Master competition, wielding the formidable Nether White Tiger fusion technique. However, Chengxian, upon comparing the Nether White Tiger to the Black and White Demon Tiger fusion technique we just executed, I have discerned that the damage inflicted by the Black Flame alone rivals that of the Nether White Tiger. Aside from the Black Flame, we possess the White Flame, whose potency is likely no less significant, though its specific effects remain uncertain. If you were to join me in the Soul Master competition, our martial soul fusion technique would undoubtedly surpass the Nether White Tiger. By leveraging the might of our fusion technique, we can compensate for the disparity in soul power levels. Therefore, I earnestly require your partnership. Dai Mubai's final words were tender, his gaze upon Xiang Chengxian imbued with a blend of dominance and pleading. Ma Hongjun turned his face away, feeling an overwhelming sense of superfluity, wishing fervently for a hole in the ground to hide in. Internally cursing, he muttered, "Those scoundrels." As Dai Mubai's almost confessional request caught Xiang Chengxian off guard, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, beginning to burn with embarrassment. However, this was indeed a matter that warranted careful consideration. She refrained from responding hastily, choosing instead to avert her gaze from Dai Mubai's earnest and handsome visage, allowing herself to regain composure. Given the palpable tension in the atmosphere, Ma Hongjun stifled his breath to avoid disrupting the moment. Undoubtedly, Xiang Chengxian would affirm her willingness to assist him. Yet, Ma Hongjun was mistaken. A woman's thought processes, the angles from which she approaches problems, and her responses are realms beyond a man's comprehension. They are enigmatic beings. After half a minute of contemplation, Xiang Chengxian finally spoke. Do you not also have a betrothal? Chapter 44. Flander's Tender Heart, the Cat and Eagle Treasure Pavilion. Xiang Chengxian's retort struck at the very essence of the matter, capturing its crux. Although the previous question did not pertain directly to emotions, women possess an extraordinary sensitivity towards matters of the heart. exhibiting remarkable nuance and awareness. This underscores their profound investment in and passion for relationships. Thus, one must approach each woman with the utmost caution, as they may abandon everything for you or lead you to lose everything. While Dai Mubai had spoken earnestly at length, Xiang Qingxian's focus remained singularly on the issue of betrothal. This instinctive reaction revealed her budding affection for him, a subtle bitterness that could not escape the keen senses of Ma Hongjun, the seasoned observer. Dai Mubai, taken aback, had intentionally sidestepped the topic of his own betrothal, yet it had been unwittingly exposed. Qingxian, I do not wish to deceive you. Like my brother, I am indeed bound by a marriage to the second daughter of the Yuming spirit cat family. However, the harsh reality rendered any hope invisible to me, leading me to indulge in a reckless lifestyle, departing from Xingluo at an early age. I have yet to meet the second daughter. We are merely aware of our respective betrothals. She shares a similar fate. Her sister is betrothed to my brother and is 7 years her senior, leaving her with even less hope. Moreover, my own fall from grace in the preceding years has likely reached her ears, deepening her despair. Dai Mubai spoke with a hint of regret and melancholy. It is possible she may not succumb to despair as you might, but instead, strive to fight back as I have. Xiang Qingxian spoke in a rather brusque tone. In truth, this aspect of Dai Mubai left her somewhat disenchanted. Although her own family did not engage in such ruthless competition, the essence remained the same. She stood resolutely against it. She believed that the other girl would not easily resign herself to the whims of fate. At times, in the most desperate of circumstances, women may possess a greater resolve than men. If that were the case, then indeed, Dai Mubai had hindered her progress in this matter. Ma Hongjun understood quite well that Zhu Zhuqing's strength was far more resolute than what Dai Mubai and others had anticipated. She had never bowed her head to fate. Even upon realizing Dai Mubai's descent, she continued to strive alone. In Ma Hongjun's eyes, such an exceptional woman as Zhu Zhuqing was utterly unmatched by the wayward Dai Mubai. Of course, the Dai Mubai who had risen again could also be considered a remarkable individual. However, the emergence of Xiang Qingxian had disrupted the original trajectory. If their relationship were to progress in this manner, with Xiang Qingxian's assertiveness and Zhu Zhuqing's aloofness, it would be impossible for 3 tigers to coexist in one mountain. Nor could 2 mothers share one son. Dai Mubai's character simply could not manage such a situation. He was not Ma Hongjun. Upon hearing Xiang Qingxian's words, Dai Mubai did not refute, but rather stood up candidly. His choice had already been made, and it no longer mattered how he arrived at it. Qingxian, you are my choice, the beacon that emerged in my dark world, illuminating the path ahead. My so-called fiancé is someone I have never met. After the mutation of my martial soul, whether I can even perform a martial soul fusion technique with her remains uncertain. There is no emotional connection between us. I do not even know her appearance. The crux of the matter still lies with you. What I owe her can be repaid by defeating her sister in the Soul Master competition, clearing the obstacles from her path. After speaking, Dai Mubai gazed intently at Xiang Qingxian. His implications were unmistakable. The martial soul fusion technique served as the best proof of their bond. His lack of feelings for his fiancée indicated his affection for Xiang Qingxian. The fact that he did not know his fiancée's appearance suggested that in his heart, Xiang Qingxian was the most beautiful. The debt he owed her, in helping to eliminate her sister, signified a severance of ties, making way for Xiang Qingxian. In matters of marriage, Dai Mubai was somewhat anxious, overly eager to lay everything bare. While this demonstrated sincerity, it also placed him in a passive position. Should Xiang Qingxian decline his proposal, the courage he had so painstakingly mustered might well retreat, leading him into an abyss. Xiang Qingxian evidently harbored feelings for Dai Mubai. She could not have been oblivious to the sincerity he displayed, nor could she remain indifferent. Yet, she neither accepted nor rejected his overture, possibly wishing to spur this young man on, given his character. I shall observe your performance. With this parting remark, Xiang Qingxian rose and walked forward, prompting Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun to follow suit. In the realm of women, a lack of rejection often signifies tacit approval. Ma Hongjun could not help but marvel at the woman's remarkable prowess. It could only be said that she possessed the art of captivating men. However, this also underscored her earnestness towards Dai Mubai, as her decisions were made with careful consideration rather than being merely entranced by his handsome visage. Observing the striking couple ahead, Ma Hongjun felt a deep concern for his dear brother Dai Mubai. With such a shrewd tigress by his side, It was certain that Dai Mubai would find himself thoroughly ensnared in her clutches. The clothing store was bustling with activity, with various aspects progressing simultaneously. Xiang Chengxian had already secured a shop location as well as a warehouse for production, and the Schwanger sisters were diligently collaborating with seamstress staff to create garments. Meanwhile, Xiang Chengxian, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun were engaged in a discussion regarding the store's decor style. Ma Hongjun contributed many innovative ideas. Yet due to the limitations of this world, numerous concepts remained unfeasible. They could envision them, but not actualize them. Ultimately, it was Xiang Chengxian who labored tirelessly, as she was an individual brimming with creativity. Judging by the decor of the Rose Hotel, she had already positioned herself at the forefront of this world's trends. I shall take you to see the director's antique shop. We haven't returned in 2 days, and I suspect the director is looking for us, Dai Mubai said, pulling Ma Hongjun along. Where is the director's shop? Just down this street. Follow me. The director enjoyed spending his leisure time in his antique shop. Whenever we had matters in Soto City, we would report to him at the antique shop to alleviate any concerns from the academy. After 2 days of you being preoccupied with women, I almost forgot about it. Damn it, you were not preoccupied with women? Your tigress at home is no ordinary person. Ma Hongjun vaguely recalled that Tang Xin had once discovered a treasure inside the director's antique shop. Now, could it be that Ma Hongjun could seize the opportunity first? Indeed, the director's antique shop was merely a few dozen stores away from their clothing store, a distance of just a few hundred meters. We've arrived, it's that one. It was quite peculiar. This street was predominantly lined with clothing stores, with the majority of passers-by being women. It was hard to fathom why the seasoned Flinder would choose to open an antique shop in such a location. How many women truly had an affinity for antiquities? Or perhaps Flinder, though aged, remained resilient, possessing the heart of a youthful spirit, or deep within, he was merely an old tortoise. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but think. The Flanders shop on this street was indeed remarkably unconventional. The storefront was rather modest, adorned with a sign that read, Cat Owl Treasure Pavilion. However, unlike the signs of other establishments, this one featured a circular emblem, intricately engraved with 3 motifs, reminiscent of the third-rank insignia of the Spirit Hall. Ma Hongjun understood that the shops displaying the insignia of a hand symbol were establishments catering to spirit masters, indicating that the items sold within were essential for their needs. Flinder's shop, adorned with 3 distinct symbols, suggested a higher level of sophistication. According to Dai Mubai, the wares offered included spirit-guiding devices and various obscure treasures. Hongjun glanced at the ring adorning his chest, recognizing it as the most rudimentary type of spirit-guiding device, with a meager storage capacity. Today, he thought, he might just take advantage of Flinder's offerings. The shop door stood ajar, confirming that Flinder was indeed inside. As Ma Hongjun entered the antiquity shop, accompanied by Dai Mubai, a mischievous grin adorned his face. Chapter 45, The Dragon Blood Jade and the Transformation of the Dragon Soul Gun. The ambience of the antiquity shop was indeed steeped in a sense of antiquity. It was a splendid summer day, albeit with a fair number of pesky mosquitoes. To the left upon entering, an ancient incense burner stood, from which wisps of violet smoke ascended under the sunlight, mingling with the subtle fragrance of sandalwood, further enhancing the shop's vintage atmosphere while also serving to repel the insects. In such a setting, Ma Hongjun felt an urge to compose a verse. The sun shines upon the incense burner, giving rise to purple smoke. However, upon noticing the seasoned veteran, Flinder, reclining with his eyes closed in a wooden lounge chair, he restrained his poetic impulse. He feared that the veteran might suddenly rise and inquire, "Who is Zhao Xianglu?" In that case, his only response could be, "The purple smoke has departed." A peculiar energy fluctuation emanating from 3 walls captured Ma Hongjun's attention. Soul guide devices possess soul power fluctuations, and if they are not bound to a user's soul power, they exhibit an outward release of such energy. Dean. Flinder opened his eyes, adjusted his black-framed glasses, and blinked. It has been 2 days. Why has he not returned, or even made a greeting to me? Hearing Flinder's cold inquiry, Dai Mubai promptly replied, "Well, Hongjun's fiery spirit has been too vigorous. He has been occupied for 2 days." Ma Hongjun widened his eyes in astonishment at Dai Mubai, pondering what kind of brotherhood this truly was. However, he dared not voice his dissent. Aside from mealtimes, conversations, and their excursions to the small grove, it seemed as though he had not found a moment's rest over the past 2 days. "Oh, Hongjun, what do you think? Is this method of combat effective against the evil fire?" Ma Hongjun wore a face of deep embarrassment as he engaged in such a conversation with the elderly man. The director, indeed, was of great significance. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Additionally, Mubai has acquired a female tiger, a striking black one. He intends to bring it back to the academy and seeks your approval, esteemed director. Mubai, do share your thoughts with the director. Ma Hongjun swiftly changed the subject, disregarding Dai Mubai's murderous gaze, and leisurely gazed at the three walls, examining the antiquities in hopes of unearthing a treasure. Flinder abruptly sat up, casting a scrutinizing look at Dai Mubai. Even in darkness, you seek it, Mubai. When did your tastes become so indulgent? Pray enlighten us. In a moment of astonishment, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, "Oh my, the seasoned driver from another realm is at it again." Dai Mubai rolled his eyes in exasperation, struggling to catch his breath. Dean, her name is Xiang Changxian, and she is merely 15 years old, possessing the black tiger martial soul of the Xiang family. Dai Mubai began to recount the tale of Xiang Changxian to Flander. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun had embarked on a journey through a treasure trove, where the walls were adorned with an array of antiquities, each exuding a profound historical essence. However, only a scant few emanated the vibrations of soul power. In the current era of Douluo Continent, most soul-guiding devices lacked offensive capabilities, serving instead for rudimentary assistance, and were exceedingly rare. The art of their craftsmanship had been lost to time, rendering them akin to relics. Essentially, the only valuable soul-guiding devices were those that served as storage tools. Apart from a few items resembling soul-guiding devices, the rest comprised an eclectic assortment of peculiar objects, stones, crystals, bone implements, and remnants of weaponry, of which Ma Hongjun could hardly discern their significance. Ma Hongjun was in pursuit of a crystal, yearning to discover the one imbued with the essence of a bored crystal. At that moment, the dragon soul gun unexpectedly manifested itself, summoned by an unseen force, accompanied by a shimmering golden dragon silhouette. The golden apparition seemed to detect something, guiding Ma Hongjun's hand, as the tip of the dragon soul gun pointed towards a fist-sized, sanguine stone. The dragon's maw opened wide, engulfing the stone. Dark crimson tendrils of energy emerged from the stone, absorbed by the dragon's silhouette, melding into the silver gun. Before long, the blood-red stone transformed into a lustrous white jade. After absorbing the sanguine essence, the dragon soul gun underwent subtle alterations, exhibiting a reduced consumption of spiritual energy, though further exploration was required to unveil its other transformations. The manifestation of the dragon soul gun elicited a significant surge of spiritual energy, drawing the attention of Flinder and Dai Mubai, who turned their gazes towards the source. Yet, they could not perceive the golden dragon silhouette. They merely witnessed Ma Hongjun directing the silver gun at a piece of white jade. Flinder, however, was taken aback, for he was acutely aware that the stone had not originally been white. "Principal, what kind of stone is this, and where did you acquire it?" "This stone was procured from a street vendor. I was initially attracted by its exceptional quality, and the blood-red staining seemed to possess an air of antiquity, not likely the result of human intervention. Thus, I decided to purchase it." The vendor claimed it was called dragon blood jade, a jade stone steeped in dragoness blood. At the time, I was skeptical, but reflecting upon it now, it does seem rather remarkable. Thus, my investment of 100 gold soul coins was not in vain. "Remarkably, your silver gun martial spirit can absorb the essence within. It is truly astonishing. To be able to consume energy in reality, such martial spirits are exceedingly rare. Your silver gun is a variant martial spirit, which explains much. Variant martial spirits can be regarded as an entirely new category, imbued with unpredictability, capable of exerting direct influence on tangible objects, including you. I have encountered only 2 such spirits, and have merely heard of another. However, it is evident that your silver gun has undergone a positive mutation. The other one I encountered was not as fortunate, his martial spirit." Flinder's expression grew distant as he fell into a reverie, tinged with a hint of sorrow. From Ma Hongjun's martial spirit, he was reminded of his former companion, Master Yu Shaojiang, whose martial spirit was also a variant, capable of manifesting independently from his body. Moreover, it could consume real-world carrots for energy replenishment. Drawing a parallel with Ma Hongjun's silver gun, he lamented why Xiao Gang's martial spirit could not attain the formidable prowess of Ma Hongjun's, but instead had become rather peculiar. Flinder refrained from probing further. Even Ma Hongjun could not articulate the reasons, attributing it all to the enigma of mutated martial spirits. However, This revelation deepened Ma Hongjun's understanding of the dragon soul gun, which not only had the capacity to absorb the power of soul rings, but could also harness energy from other substances. This thought brought a spark of joy to Ma Hongjun's heart. If the weapon could only absorb the strength of soul beast rings to grow stronger, the endeavor would indeed prove daunting. Not to mention the formidable soul beasts themselves. Hunting them posed significant peril. Moreover, the act of killing itself was something Ma Hongjun was loath to undertake. The notion of slaughtering countless innocent soul beasts for the sake of power weighed heavily on his conscience. Excessive bloodshed could warp one's psyche, especially when it involved senseless and frenzied killing. This was starkly different from hunting for soul rings, as the relationship between soul masters and soul beasts was a natural order within this realm. Should Ma Hongjun resort to indiscriminate slaughter of soul beasts to enhance the dragon soul gun, it would be akin to practicing dark arts, ultimately transforming him into a bloodthirsty beast in pursuit of power. Furthermore, Ma Ming's injury had intensified his awareness of this issue. Excessively absorbing the power of soul rings and slaughtering soul beasts would disrupt the fabric of this world's rules, leading to retribution. Thus, over the past 3 years, despite numerous opportunities to hunt soul beasts, Ma Hongjun had exercised restraint, determined not to become a slave to power unless absolutely necessary. Although the dragon soul gun demanded a great deal of soul energy, as his own soul power grew and his realm ascended, it too was a process of strengthening. The dragon soul gun was gradually maturing under the nurturing of his abundant soul energy. Therefore, there was no need for haste. Progress required steady consolidation. This enhancement process also served to deepen his connection with the dragon soul gun, which he regarded not as an ordinary martial spirit, but as a divine artifact. He resolved to seek out special forms of energy for the dragon soul gun, confident that its spirit would sense them, ensuring he would not miss any opportunities. Meanwhile, Flender and Dai Mubai returned to their discussion about the topic of Xiang Chengxian. Ma Hongjun also sheathed the dragon soul spear and, once again, wandered onto Taba. As he approached the wall, his gaze fell upon a crystal the size of a human head. This must be it. Chapter 46. The Secret Between Dogzi and Me. Additionally, Dean, Xiang Chengxian's martial spirit has undergone a slight mutation. Dean, she and I can perform the martial spirit fusion technique, the black and white demon tiger. Which is this particular fusion technique? Furthermore, Xiang Chengxian is quite affluent. She owns 4 hotels and is now planning to open a clothing store on this street, expressing her willingness to sponsor our academy. Dai Mubai respectfully and vividly narrated to Flander the numerous commendable qualities of Xiang Chengxian. Ma Hongjun held a crystal in his hand. Transparent, yet marred by large patches of dark yellow impurities, its clarity rendered murky. As he listened to Dai Mubai's fervent endorsements, a profound sense of lament welled up within him. Alas, my friend, you have changed. You are no longer the noble bachelor you once were. Flander also regarded Dai Mubai with curiosity. Today's transformation in him was quite remarkable. He no longer seemed like the old men among them who spent their days in retirement, indifferent to the changes of tomorrow. The current Dai Mubai appeared infused with a passion for life and aspirations that were previously absent. As for Xiang Chengxian, Flander, who had initially been merely a passive listener, found himself deeply moved by the prospect of the martial soul fusion technique. Ultimately, he resolved to allow Dai Mubai to take Xiang Chengxian on a visit to Shrek Academy, considering it a sort of interview. Upon noticing that the two had nearly concluded their conversation, Ma Hongjun approached, holding a crystal in his hand. Dean, this crystal is rather unique. Might I have it as a gift? He inquired. It's merely a flawed crystal, hardly anything of value. It's not a noble amethyst. What purpose could you possibly have for it? Dai Mubai responded, puzzled. Ma Hongjun, indifferent to the ignorance of the unappreciative cur, turned his gaze towards Flander. You rascal. I anticipated you would select something of worth from my collection, and yet you desire this crystal. What is it that captivates you? Flander scrutinized Ma Hongjun with skepticism. He found it hard to believe that this astute youth would opt for a crystal that appeared to lack any significant value. All the items in his possession were gathered from various sources, many of which he could not discern their true worth, much like that piece of bloodstone. Thus, such transactions bore a resemblance to gambling. He suspected that Ma Hongjun had perceived something, perhaps understanding the crystal's potential utility. Oh, it's merely that it differs from the other crystals. I wish to examine it further. Ma Hongjun said, I initially intended to present you with a fine storage soul guide. However, if you have chosen this one, so be it. Alas, Please reconsider, Dean. I shall return this item, and I would still appreciate your gift of the soul guide. Ma Hongjun hastily returned the crystal to its original place, exclaiming with excitement. This only deepened Flinder's confusion. Could it be that he was truly captivated by the peculiar crystal? You rascal, you certainly know how to take advantage of situations. Flinder chided with a laugh. Although there was no formal ceremony of apprenticeship, he had already regarded Ma Hongjun as his cherished disciple. Flinder then produced a belt, entirely black in hue, adorned with dark golden stripes. The most striking feature of the belt was the 7 milky white jade stones embedded on either side of the central buckle. Another belt as a gift, is it? In his heart, Ma Hongjun contemplated that the gift bestowed upon Tang San by the master was indeed a belt, presumably originating from the same locale. The Master-S belt had been acquired during an adventure alongside several companions, and now, Flander presented a belt of similar style, suggesting that he was indeed one of the Master-S friends from those bygone days. However, the belt gifted by the Master was adorned with 24 jade stones, to which Tang San had whimsically bestowed a rather poetic name, the 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night. The reason Ma Hongjun referred to moisture rather than poetic essence is because the subsequent line of the poem reads, "Where does the jade maiden teach the flute?" Had he not pursued several years of education, Ma Hongjun might have remained unaware that Tang San is also a talented poet and a skilled driver. This belt was acquired during an adventure with a few friends, and it was bestowed upon me as a reward. Its function may not be substantial, yet for me, its significance far surpasses its utility. I now present it to you. This belt is adorned with 7 jade stones, each possessing a volume of 3 cubic meters, ample enough for your needs. As he spoke, Flander extended the belt towards him. Ma Hongjun quickly accepted the belt with both hands, showing no hesitation as he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Dean. It seems that the master and Flander are indeed close friends. Not only do they wear the same belt, but they also share an unspoken understanding, choosing to pass their belts on to their disciples. Thus, when Ma Hongjun encounters Tang San in the future, he will be able to use the belt as a token of their connection, paving the way for a passionate exchange between them." Ma Hongjun recalled Tang San's belt, each gem occupying merely 1 cubic meter of space. Although he possessed only 7 gems, each was 3 cubic meters in size. The value of these 2 belts was, in fact, quite comparable. While there was a total deficit of 3 cubic meters, a singular 3 cubic meter gem is not inferior to 3 1 cubic meter gems. After all, when magnifying objects, the practicality of 3 cubic meters is undeniable, with each possessing its own distinct advantages. Ma Hongjun gazed contemplatively at the belt in his hand, pondering whether he should adopt a name as damp as Tang San's. Perhaps something like 7 would suffice. Let me think. 7 wolves. 7 times a night. In and out 7 times. That seems overly risky, not befitting my elegant and noble demeanor. Regardless of the implications, I shall simply call it a belt. In Ma Hongjun's mind, thoughts of names swirled, while an involuntary smile graced his face. What could be occupying his thoughts, bringing him such joy? Is it the thrill of receiving something so precious for the first time? Surely, he must feel quite moved, for the dean rarely bestows gifts upon others. Dai Mubai remarked with a hint of envy, as he had yet to receive a gift from Flanders. Although he had no need for such items, the act of giving carries its own significance. This is not the most extravagant gift I have received. That honor belongs to the 2 you presented to me, Mubai. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Flanders inquired, "Oh, what gifts are those?" Dai Mubai replied nonchalantly, "Oh, just a couple of garments." Flanders exclaimed, "What garments could possibly surpass a soul guide device in value? Mubai, you must present me with 2 to try on." Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai wore an expression of utter exasperation, while Ma Hongjun could no longer contain himself and turned his face away. Hastily, Dai Mubai shifted the topic, saying, "Dean, since you have already gifted something to Hongjun, you must bestow upon me a token as well. After all, I attend a more prestigious academy than he does. In my establishment, should you fancy anything, feel free to select a piece as my gift to you." Flinder replied with a hint of irritation, aware that Dai Mubai, under the auspices of his family, had generously contributed a significant sum of gold soul coins to Shrek Academy. Thus, if he desired something, taking a couple of items would be of no concern at all. "Then let me have this crystal," Dai Mubai declared, striding over to seize the crystal that Ma Hongjun had just set down. "Mubai, I am truly in awe of this brother, Ma Hongjun. He is undoubtedly the quintessential friend who brings both joy and mischief." Ma Hongjun was planning to find a reason to stealthily claim what he had taken, but unexpectedly, Dai Mubai acted first. Dai Mubai cast a sidelong glance at Ma Hongjun and then turned to Flanders, awaiting his command. Flanders observed the performance of the two with a faint smile and remarked, "Very well, it is yours. We shall stay in Soto City for the night, and tomorrow morning, accompany me back to the academy. Mubai, inform Xiang Changxian to prepare as well. She should join us for our departure tomorrow." "Understood, Dean." "All right, Dean. You may leave now. Do not disturb my rest." Ma Hongjun and his companion joyfully returned to Xiang Changxian's clothing store, only to find him preoccupied with directing renovations and unable to attend to them. The Schwanger sisters were likewise engaged in the warehouse, busy producing garments. Consequently, the two had no choice but to return to the hotel for a respite. "Mubai, hand me that crystal. First, tell me why you are so fascinated by it. I'm simply curious. If you don't speak the truth, I want to give it to you. Give it to me, and I shall share my secret. Once you disclose your reasoning, I will return it to you." All right. Bring it forth. I will reveal that the crystal harbors a secret. Shall we share it together? But keep it between us. This is our secret. Come, let us discuss it in the room. Chapter 47. Experience the sensation of being pricked. The Scarlet Ocean. They entered the bedroom and closed the door. Dai Mubai took out the crystal, cradling it in his hands. "Speak. Place it on the bed." Dai Mubai set the crystal down and positioned himself to block Ma Hongjun, awaiting his words. The most precious aspect of the crystal is not amethyst, but rather the hair crystal. What is hair crystal? Is it this piece? Hair crystal refers to natural quartz that, under specific conditions and external influences, develops golden threads within its interior. These golden threads are known as hair crystals or golden hair, resembling the hair of the crystal itself, regardless of the crystal's color. If it contains even a single hair crystal, its value surpasses that of the finest natural quartz. Crystals with hair are termed hair crystals. Dai Mubai quickly seized the crystal, scrutinizing it closely, yet he could discern nothing. "Are you suggesting this is a hair crystal? I see no golden threads. There are golden hairs, but not a single strand. Rather, they are in a plate formation. A solitary strand is rare enough to be called a hair crystal, while a multitude forming a plate is known as a plate crystal, which represents the pinnacle of hair crystals. The golden hairs within hair crystals are typically sparse and chaotic. However, some particularly ancient hair crystals may contain a greater quantity of golden hairs. When the number of golden hairs reaches a certain extent and clusters together within the crystal, resembling a golden plate, such a hair crystal is referred to as a plate crystal. Due to its abundant and orderly golden hairs, the plate crystal is considered the finest among hair crystals. Even so, what does it matter? Is it worth much? Isn't it merely a form of gold soul coins? No, you are mistaken. It is not merely a matter of gold soul coins. Its value cannot be measured by such currency. Although this crystal appears murky on the surface, upon closer inspection, one can discern glimmers of gold within. The golden plate is obscured by impurities on the outer crystal. Yet I am nearly certain that it contains at least 10,000 strands of golden hair. This is a miracle that can only occur in plate crystals that have existed for at least 100,000 years. Over the span of 100,000 years, Dai Mubai began to regard the matter with increasing seriousness. Soul masters are particularly sensitive to the significance of the 100,000-year mark. Although it is merely a crystal, it appears to be as extraordinary as Ma Hongjun suggested. "Mubai, step aside. Allow me to unveil a true marvel and let you witness the genuine worth of this crystal." Ma Hongjun's expression grew solemn as he withdrew his black iron spear from the finger ring. Upon realizing that the performance was about to commence, Dai Mubai quickly rose to his feet and positioned himself beside, eager to observe. Ma Hongjun clenched his black iron spear, channeling his soul power as he prepared for a mighty strike. With a thunderous blow, the hardened spearhead descended like a hammer, slicing through the air and crashing down upon the crystal board. A resounding boom echoed, causing the entire Rose Hotel to tremble. The sharp sound of shattering resonated beneath the iron spear, and with Ma Hongjun's full force, the crystal board was instantly reduced to powder. As the board disintegrated, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. Countless golden specks erupted from within, scattering throughout the bedroom like shimmering stars. It was as though the entire room had been draped in a veil of golden radiance. Dai Mubai was taken aback, swiftly mobilizing his soul power to disperse the golden particles. However, these luminous specks bore no offensive capability and could not penetrate his body. The dazzling display of golden light captivated the senses, producing a melodious chime as some collided with the walls, others with the windows. And many landed softly on the heart-shaped bed, enveloping the entire room in a golden glow. While the crystal lay in ruins, the golden light gradually descended, blanketing the floor and bed with a layer of golden particles. Each of these particles was uniform in size, akin to grains of rice, perfectly round and glimmering with a soft golden sheen. Instinctively, Dai Mubai picked one up, squeezing it between his fingers. He found it slightly soft yet remarkably elastic, impervious to his soul power's pressure. Is this what they call hair gold? How peculiar. What purpose does it serve? Its utility is vast. First, we must gather all these golden specks without leaving a single one behind. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted them. The earlier commotion had undoubtedly attracted the attention of the staff. You go answer the door and send them away, Dai Mubai instructed. Upon opening the door, he found a staff member inquiring about the noise. Under Dai Mubai's stern gaze, the employee retreated. Though suspicious of the source of the disturbance, they dared not challenge him, especially given his current relationship with their boss, who might soon become their matron. In no time, the two had collected all the golden particles, each having gathered about half. Although Dai Mubai was still unaware of their true value, he followed Ma Hongjun's lead in securing them. A preliminary count revealed Ma Hongjun had around 10,000 particles, and with Dai Mubai's collection, they amassed over 20,000. Such a quantity of hair gold was sufficient to affirm the exceptional quality of the crystal board. So, this is hair gold? What purpose does it serve? Indeed, this is hair gold. Once detached from the crystal S protection, it naturally coalesces into small granules. However, with the infusion of soul power, it can once again transform back into its original form. Once the infusion of soul power is lost, it will once again revert to its coiled state. The crystal is remarkably slender, with its tip being naturally finer than that of a needle. It possesses extraordinary resilience and astonishing elasticity, and its piercing capability becomes immensely potent once infused with soul power. Given its diminutive size, one can only imagine the effect should it penetrate the human body. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai each held a golden orb in their hands. Ma Hongjun was meticulously studying it, his understanding of the golden essence derived from memories of his past life watching Douluo Continent. Now, with it in his possession, he felt the need to engage in hands-on experimentation. You speak of its marvels, yet I remain unconvinced. Such a diminutive object, what significance could it possibly hold? Could it truly contend with soul masters? Even if it could, I suspect it would only be effective against the more ordinary ones, against those of greater rank. I find it hard to believe it would have any impact. I simply cannot envision it. Dai Mubai wore an expression of skepticism, feeling that Ma Hongjun's expectations regarding the crystal were excessively lofty. Such a small item could only possess limited utility. It seemed rather futile against soul masters. Mubai, it appears you do not believe. How about we settle this with a wager? You shall manifest your martial soul and activate your first soul skill, the White Tiger Shield, while I will strike you with this golden orb to see if it inflicts any genuine damage. If it does, I win. If not, you win. The loser shall owe the victor one request. What do you say? Very well, but how shall we define effective damage? And what sort of request are we speaking of? Effective damage refers to any harm that influences your combat prowess. As for the request, it can be anything, without limitation. Humph, then let us proceed. White Tiger, manifest. White Tiger Shield. The corners of Ma Hongjun's mouth curled slightly upwards, a wicked scheme having come to fruition. The golden particles, infused with soul power, gradually extended, transforming into a slender thread no thicker than a hair. It measured over 3 inches in length, appearing several times finer than a strand of hair. In Ma Hongjun's grasp, the golden thread was easily distinguishable. Otherwise, it might have been mistaken for the intricate lines of his palm. At this moment, it ought not to be referred to merely as a golden thread, but rather as a dragon whisker needle. Perhaps due to the influence of the 100 birds embracing the phoenix technique, or perhaps the effect of the golden dragon shadow. Ma Hongjun's soul power exhibited an extraordinary compatibility with the dragon whisker needle. Ma Hongjun's soul power is inherently a dark crimson hue. When infused into the dragon whisker needle, it feels as though he is in his element, exhibiting an effortless mastery over it. According to the Xiantian Baolu and its extensive commentary, the golden spike is a formidable and naturally occurring concealed weapon, embodying a substance that is inherently formed. Moreover, the dragon shadow within Ma Hongjun possesses an alluring capacity to attract and consume this energy. His soul power flows through the dragon whisker needle like a thread of life, The dragon whisker needle is ranked 8th in the Xiantian Baolu catalog of concealed weapons. The commentary describes it as a tool specifically designed to breach the inner strength of opponents, necessitating a significant reservoir of inner power for its activation. It strikes when the enemy is unprepared, inflicting considerable agony. However, the materials required for its creation are rare, and its usage demands considerable inner strength, necessitating adequate reserves for sustained application. The efficacy of the dragon whisker needle is indisputable, yet it is important to note that unless it strikes a vital point, it will not lead to death. Ma Hongjun gripped the dragon beard needle tightly, circling around Dai Mubai, searching for the most suitable spot to insert the needle. Considering the cruel coiling nature of the dragon beard needle and the difficulty of extraction, he hesitated to inflict serious harm on his brother. After a moment of contemplation, he finally fixed his gaze upon the ample flesh of Dai Mubai's posterior, where he felt assured there would be no risk of injury. Reflecting on his past life, he recalled that every child had experienced the prick of a needle on their backside. Though it was not particularly painful, it was indeed a frightful experience. The mere thought of a small needle puncturing the flesh had become a childhood nightmare for countless children, including Ma Hongjun himself. On Earth, no matter how formidable a man might be, the sight of a sharp needle would send shivers down his spine, causing his hands and feet to grow cold, and his heart to tremble. Yet, now, with such a long and slender needle in hand, Ma Hongjun felt no terror. Instead, he experienced a thrilling exhilaration. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, Dai Mubai, maintaining his first soul skill, urged impatiently, as the prolonged wait caused a chill to creep upon him. Here it comes. Don't scream. Ma Hongjun channeled his soul power, aiming the dragon whisker towards Dai Mubai's posterior, and launched it forth. The dragon whisker, akin to a golden beam of light, swiftly penetrated Dai Mubai's defenses, completely embedding itself over 3 inches deep. A piercing scream ensued. Chapter 48. The world of unscrupulous friends. Let us see who is more ruthless. Dai Mubai, howling in agony, instantly retracted his martial soul, his face contorted in pain, cold sweat beading on his forehead. It seemed he had crossed a line. Upon witnessing the situation, Ma Hongjun felt a pang of concern for Dai Mubai. The dragon whisker needle, after all, ranked 8th among the Tang Sect's hidden weapons, and while it might not be fatal if it did not strike a vital area, the damage inflicted elsewhere should not be underestimated. Do not move, Mubai. Let me extract it for you. I shall kill you, Dai Mubai retorted, frustration evident in his tone. Fine, but allow me to assist you first. The needle had already coiled itself within his posterior, and Ma Hongjun urged him to imagine the sensation of such an intrusion into the human body. I must admit, I underestimated its potency. Bear with it for a moment. Now lie down on the bed. With fists clenched tightly, Dai Mubai reluctantly complied, fearing any sudden movement would provoke a sharp, excruciating pain from the needle embedded in his left buttock. Indeed, as Ma Hongjun stood behind him, regret began to wash over Dai Mubai. He wished to retract his wager. Yet, he could not fathom that such a minuscule object could inflict harm upon him, especially with the formidable defense of his white tiger guardian shield. As he hesitated, Ma Hongjun took decisive action. The golden hair of the needle easily penetrated his defenses. Dai Mubai channeled his soul power to his backside in an attempt to mitigate the impact, but as the needle made contact with bone, his energy dissipated, and it curled inward. Fortunately, thanks to the manifestation of his martial soul, his posterior had expanded, providing sufficient flesh to absorb the needle's intrusion. Ma Hongjun had not exerted his full strength. Otherwise, the dragon whisker needle might have pierced deeper, resulting in agony far beyond mere intensity. Endure a little longer. The extraction process is rather intricate. The dragon whisker needle is notoriously difficult to remove once embedded in flesh, typically necessitating a cutting method to excise both the flesh and the needle. When Tang Xin dealt with Zhao Wujie using the dragon whisker needle, he was able to extract it because it had not penetrated deeply, remaining within the skin, and the injury was still recent. Now, Dai Mubai found himself in a similar predicament, with the needle lodged in his flesh, making extraction comparatively easier. The primary factor contributing to this was Ma Hongjun's soul power, which exhibited a remarkable affinity with the dragon whisker needle, instilling him with the confidence that he could successfully remove it. Tearing away Dai Mubai's trousers revealed the pale skin of his left buttock. Embarrassed, Dai Mubai buried his head deep into the bedding and murmured, "Hurry up." Ma Hongjun gazed at the half of Dai Mubai's backside, which was grotesquely contorted and swollen, due to the entanglement of the dragon beard needles, resembling a blossoming flower. Dark crimson bruises had already begun to manifest on Dai Mubai's posterior. Ma Hongjun placed his hand gently upon it, intent on precisely locating the position of the dragon beard needles. Please, refrain from making any unnecessary noises. Ma Hongjun inched closer, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he spoke up with urgency. Hurry up. Dai Mubai nearly roared from beneath the covers, his fist striking the bed with force. In the chamber adorned with hues of crimson, Ma Hongjun's hands repeatedly kneaded the area that resembled a blossoming flower. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai's hands had transformed from fists into claws, gripping the blanket with considerable force, his fingers turning pale from the exertion. He wished to utter no more words, enduring the excruciating pain and stifling the urge to cry out. Downstairs, in the lobby, Xiang Chengxian had concluded his tasks and was returning to the hotel. What of Dai Mubai and his companion? He inquired. The attendant hesitated before responding. Boss, they are in their room. Just a while ago, a tremendous noise erupted, causing the entire hotel to tremble. When I went to investigate, I was rebuffed by young Master Dai. I suspect they're engaged in a quarrel. Very well. I shall take a look, Xiang Chengxian declared, gesturing for the attendant to return to his post before ascending the staircase. On the expansive bed of the crimson ocean-themed bedroom, Ma Hongjun meticulously located the position of the dragon whisker needle after much effort. The golden-red aura of soul power swirled around his right hand as he cupped his palm in a semi-arc above Dai Mubai's rear, gradually infusing the soul power within. Bear with it, it will soon be over, he encouraged. Ma Hongjun spoke earnestly, diligently exerting control over the soul power coursing through his hands. At last, a golden thread emerged from the flesh, gradually drawn forth under the guidance of the soul power. Hiss! Dai Mubai inhaled sharply, the sensation of the extraction proving to be quite agonizing. Ultimately, the dragon whisker needle was successfully withdrawn. As Dai Mubai relaxed, he could no longer contain himself and let out a loud flatulence. By the heavens, did I not instruct you to refrain from such indiscretions? Ma Hongjun raised his palm and brought it down with a swift motion. The pain that had just subsided surged back with intensity, prompting Dai Mubai to emit a piercing scream. You too. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai simultaneously turned their gazes towards the entrance. Unbeknownst to them, Xiang Chengxian had already appeared at the door, staring in disbelief at the two. At that moment, Ma Hongjun was perched upon Dai Mubai's lap, raising his right hand, while Dai Mubai lay sprawled, revealing half of his posterior, marked by a distinct handprint and a prominent purplish bruise at its center. The three of them widened their eyes in shock, their expressions reflecting utter astonishment. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew eerily silent, the tension reaching an almost palpable intensity. This scene defied explanation. Ma Hongjun let out a lamenting sigh. Xiang Chengxian, pointing at the two, was so astonished that words failed him. He instinctively covered his eyes with his hand and hurriedly turned away to flee. Chengxian, please hear me out. Dai Mubai shouted desperately, but Xiang Chengxian had already dashed out. Ma Hongjun, I swear I will kill you. Dai Mubai exclaimed, abruptly rising, the spirit of the white tiger manifesting within him. Mubai? Dai Mubai had lost all semblance of reason, unleashing a powerful strike. White tiger's radiant wave. What the hell, are you serious? Boom. Ma Hongjun shattered the window and leapt from the third floor, followed by a resounding crash. The wall on the side of the window, centered around it, was directly breached by Dai Mubai's white tiger radiance wave, creating a substantial hole. Mubai, have you lost your mind? As soon as Ma Hongjun finished speaking, Dai Mubai leapt down from the third floor, unleashing another wave of radiant white tiger light. I fear you. Must I retreat? Ma Hongjun swiftly activated his 100 birds play phoenix technique, darting into the bustling street, vanishing amidst the throng. Dai Mubai, now consumed by his wrath, realized that no words could sway him. After all, he was undeniably at fault, and this episode could be deemed a lesson learned. Not only had he endured physical pain, but the humiliation before his goddess only intensified his frustration, which could not simply dissipate like a fleeting thought. It was perhaps best for Ma Hongjun to remain out of his sight for a while. Encountering him would only provoke an explosive reaction. Patience was essential until Dai Mubai's temper cooled. The tumult in the hotel had sparked panic among the guests, yet upon witnessing Dai Mubai of the White Tiger clan, who roared like a tiger into the street, no one dared to utter a sound, fully aware that a soul master was not to be trifled with. Dai Mubai, what madness has overtaken you? Xiang Chengxian shouted from behind him. At the sound of Xiang Chengxian's voice, Dai Mubai regained his composure and retracted his martial spirit. Chengxian, allow me to explain. Xiang Chengxian, observing the onlookers, reluctantly acquiesced, retorting with a hint of annoyance. Come inside and speak. Ma Hongjun wandered aimlessly down the street. Feeling a sense of melancholy, he had somewhat let his brother down this time. Nevertheless, he decided to seek out the Schwanger sisters. Chapter 49. Your wife? I shall care for, do not worry. Ever since his father, Ma Ming, had been confined to bed, his mother, Li Hui, had been solely responsible for his care, leading to considerable inconvenience in their daily lives. For the past 3 years, they had relied on their neighbors for assistance with shopping. In truth, it had been 3 years since Li Hui had genuinely purchased anything for herself. Ma Hongjun located the Schwanga sisters and proceeded to provide a brief description of the heights and sizes of Ma Ming and Li Hui. Before taking the sisters out for a delightful shopping spree, the two sisters possessed an admirable understanding of clothing, and their selections left Ma Hongjun in awe. The Schwanger sisters relished the experience, for women are inherently vivacious when it comes to shopping. This quality deeply impressed Ma Hongjun, who mused to himself that it would be wonderful if they approached all endeavors with such enthusiasm and vigor. After half a day, they had amassed over 100 garments, showcasing a variety of styles suitable for all seasons, with the majority intended for their mother, Li Hui. In addition to clothing, Ma Hongjun also procured a plethora of household items, noting that life in this world was far more refined than in his previous existence. Nevertheless, the essential household goods remained quite simple in nature. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but ponder whether he should delve into the study of items such as soap and perfume, aiming to enhance the quality of life in this world while also earning some gold soul coins. It is well known that in the novels he read, most traversers had a penchant for these commodities, often leading to their initial fortune. Practical items like soap would undoubtedly be in high demand. Having just annoyed Mubai, perhaps a bar of soap would serve as a suitable gesture to appease his anger. The storage soul guide device that Ma Ming initially gifted to Ma Hongjun possesses a capacity of 3 cubic meters. This represents the most rudimentary form of soul guide, highlighting the exceptional value of the soul guide bestowed upon Ma Hongjun by Flinder, which undoubtedly belongs to the elite category. On this occasion, Ma Hongjun filled the device to its brim with items before returning it to Ma Ming. Meanwhile, under the stern admonition of Xiang Chengxian, Dai Mubai managed to suppress his anger. After a thorough explanation from Dai Mubai, who demonstrated a golden needle that transformed into a 3-inch-long dragon whisker needle upon infusing it with soul power, Xiang Chengxian, although feeling somewhat at a loss, came to understand the two of them. Yet, the vivid image remained indelibly etched in her mind, likely not to be forgotten anytime soon. Observing Dai Mubai's awkward movements as he gingerly held his rear, Xiang Chengxian felt a mix of amusement and sympathy. Does it still hurt? She inquired. A bit. Dai Mubai replied sheepishly, stumbling over his words. I have some medicine. Let me help you apply it. No need. It's just a minor injury. Dai Mubai, embarrassed, hastily declined. However, Xiang Chengxian was no pushover. She took it upon herself to care for her little man. With a swift slap on Dai Mubai's backside, he grimaced in pain and exclaimed, "Ah, that hurts. If it hurts, then stop complaining. Let us head upstairs and apply the medicine." With that, Xiang Chengxian, suppressing her laughter, led the way. Once inside the room, Dai Mubai remained bent over, but he felt considerably more at ease this time. Xiang Chengxian, with her sharp tongue yet tender heart, gently retrieved the ointment to tend to his wounds. Dai Mubai found his irritation fading. Perhaps this was not such a loss after all. Later that evening, Ma Hongjun discreetly returned to the hotel with the Schwanger sisters. Upon seeing Ma Hongjun's return, Dai Mubai chose not to confront him nor utter a word, simply turning away and descending the stairs. It appeared a cold war was imminent. Ma Hongjun felt a sense of foreboding. He anticipated that for an extended period, Dai Mubai would likely ignore him. Could you two not be so dysfunctional? Xiang Chengxian cast a helpless glance at Ma Hongjun before leading the Schwanger sisters to find a seat. Ma Hongjun settled down and ordered some food. Xiang Chengxian needed to entrust the affairs of the clothing store to the Schwanger sisters, as she was to accompany them to the Shrek Academy the following day. Early the next morning, the trio set off, with Dai Mubai leading the way alongside Xiang Chengxian, neglecting Ma Hongjun. Upon meeting Flander, they introduced Xiang Chengxian, after which the four of them began their journey out of the city. Dai Mubai, experiencing discomfort in his posterior, walked with a slight awkwardness. Flander, trailing behind, inquired about Ma Hongjun's observation of Dai Mubai's peculiar gait. Is something wrong? Perhaps it's due to having a fierce tigress by his side, Director. It's best if you refrain from meddling in the affairs of the young. Oh, indeed. Ma Hongjun cast a sidelong glance at Flinder, pondering the old man's cryptic expression. What have you disowned now? He inquired. Dean, let us venture into that small grove over there. It was in that very spot that Chung Xian and I first executed our soul fusion technique. Dai Mubai gestured towards the grove where their previous demonstration had taken place. As the four approached, they observed two distinct lines within the grove. The area once engulfed by black flames had been cleared, forming a narrow pathway, while the region shrouded in white flames revealed trees that had all withered, starkly contrasting with the surrounding verdant foliage. Undoubtedly, these trees had succumbed to lifelessness. Dean, these are the marks left by the black and white demon tiger, Dai Mubai explained. It manifests in both white and black flames. The black flames directly ravage the trees. Hence this pathway where all the trees have been reduced to mere wood chips. The white flames, however, account for this row of desiccated trees. Just days ago, there was no visible change, and now they have all lost their vitality. This substantiates my hypothesis. The black flames exert a direct impact on the physical form, constituting a tangible assault, while the white flames seem to target the soul, representing a spiritual attack. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's observations, Flinder examined the remnants of both black and white flames, falling into contemplation. Having previously wielded the soul fusion technique himself, he possessed a deeper understanding of its formidable nature. However, the sheer power of the black and white demon tiger struck him as overwhelming. The capacity for a spiritual assault, intangible and elusive, posed a significant challenge for defense. The ability to launch a mental attack is exceedingly rare. Even among those skilled in the soul fusion technique, you two stand out as exceptional practitioners. I suspect that this spiritual assault correlates with the mutation of your respective soul spirits. Indeed, my dual eyes have undergone a transformation due to Chung Xian, enhancing my mental prowess significantly. My vision has improved remarkably, broadening my range of perception, and I sense a surge of energy within my eyes. I believe that once I fully comprehend it, I could harness it as a means of spiritual attack. Remarkable. You both must practice diligently to master this soul fusion technique. The fact that you succeeded on your first attempt speaks volumes of your compatibility. Indeed, our compatibility reaches an impressive 90%, which surprised me as well. Perhaps Chung Xian and I are truly the optimal pairing. I am genuinely grateful to fate for bringing me together with Chung Xian. Dai Mubai spoke, not forgetting to indulge in a moment of affection, scattering a sprinkle of dog food. However, his words contained an undeniable truth. The compatibility of martial soul fusion is indeed a rather esoteric matter, shrouded in ambiguity and devoid of concrete evidence. The higher the compatibility, the more seamless the execution. And naturally, the power is significantly enhanced. Take, for instance, their ancestral martial soul fusion technique, the abyssal white tiger, which boasts a compatibility of merely around 60%. Flinder remained silent, lost in profound reminiscence. He recalled the martial soul fusion technique of their golden iron triangle, where the compatibility of the trio's fusion skills astonishingly surpassed that of many others, achieving an impressive 99%. Dai Mubai's indulgence was particularly well received by Xiang Chengxian, who stepped closer and grasped his hand. Gratitude was not solely directed towards the heavens by Dai Mubai, but also by Xiang Chengxian. The events of the previous night had elevated their relationship to new heights, and now it was rapidly warming. If this trajectory continues, it is likely that before long, they will advance even further on the foundation of their martial soul fusion. Ma Hongjun found himself isolated, helplessly consuming dog food. He pondered the situation regarding Dai Mubai's fiancée, Chapter 50, protecting the chrysanthemum, keeping away from the canine. Shrek Academy. Upon his return, Ma Hongjun made his way directly to his parents' quaint courtyard. There, clad in a simple blue garment, Suihua was drawing water from the well. Upon catching sight of Ma Hongjun, her face lit up with surprise. Suihua, my dear, you have worked so hard. Hearing the commotion outside, Li Hui emerged. Hongjun, you have returned. What have you been doing in Suatoa City for these 3 days? I inquired with your professors, yet they remained tight-lipped. Mother, I went to fetch some items for you. They are all right here. Ma Hongjun produced a finger ring and said to Li Hui, my dear child, how much have you purchased? You plan to be away for 3 days. Quite a lot, mother. Allow me to show you. Entering the inner room, he greeted Ma Ming and handed over the finger ring. Although Ma Ming was injured, his spiritual power remained intact, making the use of the ring quite feasible. Why did you buy so many items, Hongjun? You should be more frugal. This is excessive. Not to worry, father. You must trust me. In the future, we will possess even more gold soul coins. Ma Ming began to take out the items one by one, while Li Hui collected them from the side. Why are all these my clothes? I have so many. Where am I supposed to wear them all? Ma Ming, with his cunning nature, meticulously presented the garments that Ma Hongjun had allowed the Schwanger sisters to select for Li Hui. As anticipated, this collection proved to be quite appealing to women. Li Hui received each exquisite piece with palpable delight, clearly enamored by the styles and designs. A radiant joy illuminated her face, transforming this unassuming mother, who selflessly devoted herself to her family, into a vision of happiness, though her eyes were clouded with tears. She had never truly considered these possessions, yet she had thought about them, and therein lies the paradox of motherhood. Even in the absence of such luxuries, her love for her family would remain unchanged. However, possessing these items would affirm that her affection was reciprocated, that her devotion was worthwhile, and that her love would not be forgotten. Li Hui averted her face, concealing her vulnerability from Ma Hongjun and Ma Ming. No mother is without her grievances. Contemplate a woman who, day after day, has devoted 3 years of her life. Only she truly comprehends the heartaches involved. Even the most profound love can be dulled by the monotony of life. Relying solely on love as a source of energy can lead to depletion. Fortunately, she had not been overlooked by life. Her son and husband both held her dear in their hearts. Though her husband was often somewhat taciturn, he occasionally exhibited an understanding of how to surprise her. Most prideful of all was her son, who, aside from being a gifted soul master, possessed a remarkable ability to bring joy to others with his thoughtful gestures. All right, no more, Li Hui said, her voice thick with emotion as she gently swatted Ma Ming, whose hands were still occupied with retrieving more clothes. Hongjun, there's something I must tell you. Over the past few days, we have gotten along splendidly with Zuowa. She is a wonderful girl. I have accepted her as my goddaughter, which means she will now be your older sister. You should no longer refer to her as Ms. Zuehua, simply call her sister. Zuehua stood nearby, feeling somewhat awkward, clearly unsure of how to face Ma Hongjun. Initially, she had been smitten with him, yet she recognized the impossibility of their union. Nevertheless, she longed to observe him from a closer vantage point. Sister, then you shall call me Hongjun. Yes, of course. From now on, I trust you to take care of our parents. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall assist you, dear brother. After dining with his parents, Ma Hongjun returned to the academy. Upon his return, Xiang Qingxian had officially passed the assessment and joined Shrek Academy. She settled into a wooden cottage adjacent to Ma Hongjun and his companions, engaging in studies and daily life alongside them, only returning to Soto City when necessary. The academy, being sparsely populated, allowed for flexible time management. The 3 days of fervent indulgence had thoroughly expended the malevolent energy that had accumulated within Ma Hongjun, temporarily preventing any resurgence. The academic routine continued as normal, with theoretical lessons conducted by Lu Qibin and Xiao Exine, while practical training was overseen by Li Yusong and Zhao Wujia. Flender occasionally participated, though he mostly remained an absentee overseer. Ma Hongjun initiated a physical training regimen, which he personally designed and led. The essence of physical training comprised only a few exercises. The focus lay primarily on perseverance and endurance, with Ma Hongjun serving as both supervisor and exemplar. Drawing from a previous rigorous training program, he divided the physical regimen into 2 categories: pure bodily training and training aimed at awakening one's martial spirit. The physical training mirrored military methodologies, emphasizing the gradual increase of burdens to push one's physical limits. Conversely, the martial spirit training focused on familiarizing oneself with the martial spirit state and unlocking its potential. Few individuals dedicated themselves to this practice, typically summoning their martial spirits only when necessary. In this world, martial spirits essentially constitute an integral part of the body, akin to limbs and the mind, differing only in their form of existence. The advantages of such training were evident. For instance, Ma Hongjun's speed in summoning his martial spirit far surpassed that of others. His dragon spirit lance materialized almost instantaneously at the slightest thought. Moreover, the process of utilizing the martial spirit consumed soul power, necessitating repeated exertion, followed by meditation for recovery, which invariably led to an enhancement of his soul power. Initially, he contemplated employing the extreme methods previously used by the devil to confront Dai Mubai and his companions. However, recalling the recent Cold War with Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun decided to exercise restraint, preferring to avoid further deterioration of their relationship. Physical training unfolded mechanically amidst Oscar's lamentations and the indifferent presence of the old black and white tigers. Ma Hongjun embarked on a new phase of his training, the Dragon Whisker Needle. He had already witnessed the formidable power of this weapon, which instilled in him a profound respect for the hidden armaments of the Tang sect. This was merely the 8th-ranked concealed weapon. Although Ma Hongjun now possessed the knowledge of how to wield the Dragon Whisker Needle, his technique remained rather rudimentary, merely tossing it without any real distance or force. Were it not for the guidance of his soul power, he could not ensure its straight trajectory. Thus, he needed to engage in diligent practice. For mastery of a skill is achieved only through countless repetitions. Due to his exceptional advantage in soul power, he found himself adept at using the Dragon Whisker Needle, with the potential to refine it into a signature technique of his own. Perhaps he could even coin a moniker such as Little Horse's Flying Needle. The potency of the Dragon Whisker Needle is significantly influenced by the user's own strength. The deeper and more robust the soul power, the greater the impact of the needle launched. Ma Hongjun commenced his training. After several consecutive experiments, he discerned that with his current soul power, the Dragon Whisker Needles he projected could achieve equivalent striking force within a 3-meter radius. Beyond this distance, the needles would retract due to insufficient soul power before reaching their target. Furthermore, as the range of attack increased, the demands on his soul power escalated correspondingly. It appeared that this formidable and imposing hidden weapon was not so easily wielded. Having experienced the might of the Dragon Whisker Needles, Dai Mubai was also left with a lasting impression and began to practice them in secret, much like Ma Hongjun. However, he consistently made an effort to avoid being seen by Ma Hongjun, often casting furtive glances at his rear. This behavior instilled an unsettling premonition in Ma Hongjun, prompting him to evade Dai Mubai while walking, resolutely refusing to position himself ahead of him. Now, with Dai Mubai still not conversing with him, it was evident that the grudge lingered. It was only a matter of time before he might strike from behind when Ma Hongjun least expected it. Ma Hongjun believed that one must always be cautious. Protecting oneself is paramount. Chapter 51. The intelligence of women in love is zero. The arrival of Xiang Chengxian invigorated the atmosphere at Shrek Academy. Previously, it was merely a gathering of men, their lives filled with monotony and devoid of novelty, which adversely affected the visual experience. The presence of beautiful girls, even in silence, could evoke a sense of joy. Most importantly, it was Xiang Chengxian, a wealthy woman, who elevated the quality of life within the academy. Following the rigorous physical training, proper nutrition became essential, with soul beast meat being indispensable at every meal. Moreover, the youthful members required medicinal herbs to enhance their physiques, all of which demanded a significant amount of gold coins. Reflecting on the past, Ma Hongjun had exhausted over 1,000 gold soul coins from Ma Ming's savings within just 3 months. Now, with 4 individuals sharing the burden, the consumption was considerable. However, for someone like Xiang Chengxian, who could effortlessly produce tens of thousands of gold soul coins, sustaining this for a while was feasible. During training, the 2 tigers, black and white, shared a deep bond, facing life and death together, rapidly intensifying their relationship. Ever since Dai Mubai had come to terms with his fate, he resolved to battle against it. He became particularly rigorous in his training, even competing with Ma Hongjun. For instance, if Ma Hongjun bore a weight of 10 pounds, Dai Mubai would do the same. If Ma Hongjun ran 10 kilometers, so would he. No matter how exhausted he became, he resolutely refused to lag behind. Being a power-type soul master, he had a solid foundation, making it relatively easier to keep pace with Ma Hongjun. Such dedication won Xiang Chengxian's admiration. Whenever Dai Mubai felt utterly fatigued, she would assist him in loosening his muscles, providing gentle massages and sweet words of encouragement. This resulted in a delightful cycle of pain and joy for Dai Mubai. It is often said that behind every successful man stands a strong woman as his support. Judging by this, Dai Mubai was not far from achieving success. Ma Hongjun and Oscar found themselves repeatedly inundated with the proverbial dog food of romance. Oscar, in his solitude, nibbled on a sausage, his heart fluttering with youthful anticipation, yearning for the arrival of a maiden who would share his fondness for his culinary delight. In such moments, Ma Hongjun would often inquire about the fiancé of Dai Mubai, silently musing, "Your wife shall be nurtured by me." As 3 months swiftly elapsed, the first phase of training reached its conclusion. Such intense training necessitates a balance between exertion and rest. Prolonged endeavor without respite may jeopardize one's foundational skills, rendering efforts counterproductive. The prowess of a soul master must be demonstrated through practical combat, as true strength is measured in the crucible of battle. No matter the extent of knowledge acquired or skills understood, the ability to apply them is paramount. These are lessons we cannot impart. Practical experience is accrued through myriad battles. The few of us seasoned veterans are ill-suited as opponents for you. Engaging in combat with you would not yield substantial learning. The determination of victory hinges on the level of experience accumulated in real combat situations. Only through relentless engagement can your adaptability in battle be significantly enhanced. To elevate practical experience, there exists but one ideal venue. After delivering his remarks, Flinders scrutinized the four with the keen intensity of a hawk, his piercing gaze sweeping across them. "Director, are you referring to the Grand Soul Arena?" Tang Chengxian inquired, somewhat astonished. "Indeed, I speak of the Grand Soul Arena. This arena epitomizes the true worth of a soul master and exists solely in cities of the highest caliber, bearing the name of the city itself. It can be regarded as a hallmark of that city. For instance, Soto City is home to the Soto Grand Soul Arena. This venue possesses its own comprehensive system and can be considered a unique force in its own right. The Grand Soul Arena was founded through the collaboration of the 7 most esteemed soul master families across the continent, and it operates independently of the 2 great empires or the Spirit Hall, positioning it as a third-party entity of considerable wealth. Soul masters who achieve fame within the Grand Soul Arena become luminaries across the nation, reaping not only immense benefits, but also considerable renown. Furthermore, the Grand Soul Arena is a relatively equitable environment. There, one need not fear retribution even for defeating the heir of a prominent family. This is the essence of its fairness. The rank of a martial soul serves as an indicator of a soul master's strength, while soul rings offer a clearer expression of this power. However, these do not fully encapsulate a soul master's true capabilities. Only through personal effort and the titles earned within the Grand Soul Arena can one genuinely manifest their strength. Upon entering the Grand Soul Arena, any soul master, regardless of their rank, is represented solely by the term soul fighter. After securing their first victory, they receive a badge, and subsequent victories accrue points. As these points accumulate to a certain threshold, the level of the badge is enhanced. This badge symbolizes one's standing within the Grand Soul Arena and is universally recognized across all major cities on the continent. The advantages of possessing a high-level badge are manifold, though I shall refrain from elaborating on them in detail. The levels of badges are distinguished by the quality of minerals, with the lowest being the Iron Badge, also known as the Iron Soul. Progressing upwards, the hierarchy consists of copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond, totaling 8 levels. Flanders adjusted his crystal glasses and continued. One of the graduation requirements from Shrek Academy is to obtain the Silver Soul. Upon hearing about the Silver Soul, Xiang Chengxian displayed surprise, while Dai Mubai instantly relaxed, and even Oscar's tension dissipated, though Ma Hongjun remained unfazed throughout. Observing the expressions of the 3, Flanders smiled slightly. "Chengxian, you must have visited the Great Soul Arena. Why don't you tell them about the challenges in obtaining the Silver Soul?" Due to their martial spirit, battles were a commonplace occurrence for the Xiang family, serving as a means to release their pent-up energy. Thus, almost everyone from the Xiang family frequently visited the Great Soul Arena, treating it akin to a classroom. Xiang Chengxian adjusted her bangs and said, "The Great Soul Arena operates on a point system. To elevate from Iron Soul to Copper Soul, one needs 100 points. Victory in a battle grants 1 point, but a defeat deducts 1 point. If a winning streak exceeds 5 matches, each additional victory thereafter grants 10 points, and if one surpasses 10 consecutive wins, each further victory adds 100 points. Even if one amasses enough points to ascend to Copper Soul, a drop of 100 points will revoke that status. Transitioning from Copper Soul to Silver Soul requires 1,000 points. Within the Copper Soul tier, each victory yields 10 points, while a loss deducts 10 points. The point accumulation for consecutive wins remains consistent with that of Iron Souls. Soul battles are categorized into 3 types. The first is sparring, which involves friendly practice without lethal intent. The second is life and death battles, meant to resolve irreconcilable disputes. and the third is gambling duels. The Great Soul Arena serves as the referee, where both parties engage in equal number of soul masters, with the victor claiming all stipulated in the wager. Gambling duels inherently resemble life and death struggles. Nobles and clans often resort to this method when significant conflicts arise. The competition formats also comprise three types: one-on-one, two-on-two, and group battles, where the number of participants is typically negotiated, adhering to the Great Soul Arena's regulations, which generally restricts it to between 7 and 10 individuals. I began participating in the Great Soul Arena's sparring at the 29th level, where groupings are based on rank or the number of soul rings. Once one acquires an additional soul ring, they must enter the next group for sparring. At the 29th level, I achieved 11 consecutive victories, earning 155 points, which allowed me to ascend directly to Copper Soul. After finishing her account, Xiang Chengxian paused to glance at Ma Hongjun and the others, clearly wishing to impress them. For such a record is indeed a source of pride. Achieving 11 consecutive victories is a rare feat, especially for a novice. The trio, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar, gazed at her with wide, sparkling eyes, their expressions filled with admiration as they supported her in this endeavor. Xiang Chengxian, rarely seen with a smile, allowed a rare glimpse of joy to illuminate her previously cold demeanor. Since her arrival at Shrek Academy, her life had transformed remarkably. Enriched by the company of the devoted Dai Mubai, the endearing Oscar, the formidable Ma Hongjun, and the wise Flender. No longer was she the distant, untouchable Black Rose, a fierce tigress shrouded in thorns. Instead, she gradually shed her protective armor, revealing a tender little kitten in need of care. However, after that brief moment of joy, a wave of melancholy swept over her, and her tone shifted to one tinged with bitterness as she continued. After achieving 11 consecutive victories, I reached level 30 and acquired my third spirit ring. Yet, upon my return to the Grand Soul Arena, I was met with a string of 10 defeats. The relentless failures plunged me back into the Iron Soul Arena, where I was mercilessly beaten, robbing me of the thrill of battle. Consequently, I have not returned to the Grand Soul Arena since. At this point, Xiang Chengxian paused, and Ma Hongjun and the others looked at her expectantly. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she stammered, I forgot. Chapter 52, The Fierce Black Rose, a lengthy chapter, seeking recommendations. Soto City, the Grand Soul Arena. Upon witnessing such a magnificent structure, Ma Hongjun was profoundly astonished. The Soto Great Spirit Arena boasts an elliptical shape, soaring to a height of 120 meters. It is divided into a central arena and 24 auxiliary arenas, capable of accommodating up to 60,000 spectators, including 100 luxurious VIP boxes. This venue serves not only as a place for spirit masters to hone their skills and engage in friendly exchanges, but also as a platform for various factions to demonstrate their prowess. As one steps into the Great Spirit Arena, the first sight to behold is a colossal stone tablet, engraved with an abundance of names. Flender informed Ma Hongjun and his companions that these names belong to those who perished in the spirit battles. Registering for a spirit battle here is a straightforward process. One merely needs to fill out a form that includes their name, age, birthplace, and martial spirit, after which they receive an initial Iron Spirit badge. However, registration does necessitate a fee of 10 gold coins per participant. Additionally, a soul power assessment, akin to that conducted by the Spirit Hall, is performed to ascertain each individual's level. Xiang Chengxian advised everyone that each time they come to participate in the spirit battles, they must first undergo a soul power test to determine their opponents. Over the span of 3 months, Ma Hongjun and his companions each advanced by 1 level in strength. Their respective abilities are as follows. Xiang Chengxian, aged 15, possesses the martial spirit of a black tiger and is a 32-level assault system spirit master. Dai Mubai, age 12, wields the white tiger martial spirit and stands as a 29-level assault system spirit master. Ma Hongjun, at the tender age of 11, wields the formidable martial spirit of a silver spear, standing as a formidable rank 28 assault system soul master. Oscar, also 11, possesses the unique martial spirit of a sausage, holding the title of a rank 22 food system soul master. Ma Hongjun fabricated his age, claiming to be 9 years old seemed excessively absurd. Coupled with the influence of his sinister fire, he exhibited an unusual maturity, thus no one suspected a thing. The Oscar food system soul master found it unnecessary to engage in one-on-one battles, as that would be sheer torment. Instead, He opted to team up with Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai to participate in a 2-on-2 match. The Tiger couple had initially intended to form a duo as well, but their differing ranks prevented them from queuing together. Each Soul Master is permitted to partake in only one match per day, yet they can simultaneously engage in various types of contests. Upon inquiring with the attendant, they learned that the most common formats for combat are 1-on-1, 2-on-2, 5-on-5, and 7-on-7, while 3, 4, 6, 8, 9, and 10 are relatively rare. After registering, they could only wait in line or sign up for challenges from others. However, in the 2-on-2 format, combinations could be repeated as participants do not necessarily attend every day. By attending occasionally, they could engage in multiple practical battles to enhance their synergy, leading Ma Hongjun and his companions to form pairs among themselves. Please provide a name for your combination, the attendant stated blandly. Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged glances, and Oscar scratched his head, murmuring softly, Ma and Ao. Ma Hongjun cast a sidelong glance and casually remarked, Mario is more fitting. All right then. Please expedite the confirmation of the team name. Let it be Mario. Ma Hongjun. Subsequently, Dai Mubai and Oscar formed a duo, which, under the mischievous influence of Ma Hongjun, was whimsically named Dai Ao. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai continued to engage in a cold war with Ma Hongjun, reluctantly joining forces with him, resulting in a rather casual name for their partnership, the Red and White Duel. As Ma Hongjun contemplated the situation, he found it acceptable. There is an old saying that emphasizes the ruthless nature of competition, suggesting a strong synergy between formidable opponents. They had arrived early that day, and all four were assigned to the 7th Soul Arena. However, Xiang Chengxian faced an opponent of the Soul Master rank, while Ma Hongjun and his companions were set to battle opponents of the Great Soul Master level. The entire Grand Soul Arena overwhelmed Ma Hongjun with its dazzling array of details. It boasted 24 sub-arenas, each further divided into distinct zones, including the contest zone and the life and death zone. Each category offered 3 formats, 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. Thus, each sub-arena contained 6 separated stages. Regarding betting matches, as Flander had explained, regardless of the rank, all betting battles would take place in the main arena. The operational model of the Grand Soul Arena had reached a remarkable level of coordination, with ticket prices varying across different competition zones. The 1-on-1 contests in the contest zone, which Ma Hongjun and his companions were about to enter, had the lowest ticket prices and attracted the fewest spectators. The participating Soul Masters were uniformly accommodated in a spacious room to rest while awaiting their turn. Flander, not participating in the battles, had no designated resting area and mentioned he would watch from the audience, but had seemingly wandered off. The matchups in the 1-on-1 arena were determined by a draw. While other Soul Masters engaged in battles, those waiting could either observe the matches or rest. Each area of the sub-arena had designated spots for competing Soul Masters to watch the matches, conveniently located near the fighting platforms. The first to compete was Xiang Chengxian, and naturally, Ma Hongjun and the others chose to spectate. Despite being a sub-arena, the space was still substantial, with a diameter of 20 meters, providing ample room for the Soul Masters to showcase their skills. Unfortunately, the audience near the 1-on-1 fighting platform in this 7th sub-arena was sparse, with only about a third of the seats occupied. Most spectators were concentrated in the main arena, where high-level matches, including consecutive wins and team battles, captivated the crowd, making it a paradise for gamblers. The audience in the sub-arena primarily aimed to observe and learn. Soon, a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat stood at the center of the fighting platform. Clearing his throat, he announced in a resonant voice, "We will now commence the first 1-on-1 battle in the 7th Soul Arena. The competitors are 2 Soul Masters, the Battle Soul Master Xiang Chengxian, who possesses the Beast Martial Soul Black Tiger, and the Battle Soul Master Zheng Jie, who wields the weapon Martial Soul Twin Blades." Zheng Jie, renowned for his Shadow Twin Blades, had achieved 4 consecutive victories. Today, facing Xiang Chengxian, who had suffered 10 consecutive defeats, we await to see if Zheng Jie can secure his 5th victory. Now, let us welcome both Soul Masters to the stage. The title of Soul Master with 4 consecutive victories and the Shadow Twin Blades sounds impressive. Can Sister Xian emerge victorious? Oscar expressed his concerns. As the two entered, Xiang Chengxian was clad in a black trench coat, exuding an aura of icy detachment. Zheng Jie, a young man dressed in a sleek black outfit, bore a similarly cold demeanor. They both appeared to embody the essence of stoicism, eschewing trivial conversation in favor of immediately summoning their martial spirits. in Zheng Jie's hands. Dark light flickered as two ebony short blades materialized, resembling twin martial spirits. However, it was indeed merely one spirit. His soul rings appeared. Yellow, yellow, purple. Identical to Xiang Chengxian's. Those who dare to enter the soul arena are undoubtedly individuals of exceptional strength and courage, typically possessing optimal soul ring configurations. Zheng Jie, with his 4 consecutive victories, showcased prowess that, while not at the pinnacle, certainly ranked above average. As expected, only names may be miswritten, but not titles. The power of the shadowless twin blades was revealed. He refrained from using soul techniques, wielding his dual blades with swift precision, leaving behind only shadows of black steel. It was evident that he had mastered the art of dual blade combat, likely a skill passed down through his family lineage. The might of his weapon's spirit manifested, sharp, elusive, and domineering. The twin blades forced Xiang Chengxian to deploy her soul skills. Dark Tiger Shadow Transformation. Xiang Chengxian activated her second soul skill, enhancing her speed and the ferocity of her tiger claws. Zheng Jie's blades moved with blinding speed, perfectly countered by her transformation, allowing her to absorb the strikes with the might of her claws. Both were assault-type soul masters. However, Xiang Chengxian's beast spirit conferred a significant advantage in strength. To emerge victorious, she needed to withstand Zheng Jie's relentless onslaught. Zheng Jie's blades were repeatedly parried by Xiang Chengxian. He retreated slightly, activating his second soul ring and unleashing his soul skill. Windwing Slash. Zheng Jie tilted his body, arms extended, as his blades whirled around him like a tornado, unleashing a flurry of black wind blades that encircled Xiang Chengxian. The speed was astonishing, in addition to his inherent velocity. The enhancement from his soul rings granted him a wind attribute boost, allowing for a rapid acceleration that conjured afterimages. His blades were the true strength. The attack speed of the twin blades surged once more, cleaving through soul power with ease. In this soul skill, Zheng Jie undoubtedly held the upper hand. His strikes exceedingly fierce. Xiang Chengxian was clearly thrown off balance. This underscored the significance of practical experience. Her black tiger martial spirit was formidable in its own right, augmented by a palpable aura of dark energy, enhancing her offensive and defensive capabilities beyond those of an ordinary black tiger. Yet, faced with a multitude of afterimages and wind blades, she found herself unable to cope. Alas, Dai Mubai let out a deep sigh, his hands gripping the railing tightly. With the awakening of his spiritual eyes, he could easily see through these afterimages, and his mental prowess allowed him to discern his opponent's weaknesses during battle. At this moment, although Zheng Jie was swift, leaving behind an afterimage, as long as Xiang Chengxian remained resolute and focused on a singular direction to break through, disrupting Zheng Jie's offensive formation, he would not have to remain in such a passive state. Zheng Jie's Wing Slash was a burst skill, unsustainable for long, while Xiang Chengxian's Black Tiger Shadow Transformation could maintain its state for an extended duration. If he could momentarily evade Zheng Jie's ferocious onslaught, he would gain the upper hand. Ultimately, Xiang Chengxian reluctantly activated his third soul ring, a purple Millennium Soul Ring. Black Tiger Demon Transformation. The formidable power of the Millennium Soul Ring was known to Zheng Jie, who wisely began to retreat, opting to observe from a distance, especially against a formidable beast martial spirit like Xiang Chengxian's. This decision showcased Zheng Jie's battle experience and acumen, demonstrating his understanding of offense and defense, rather than recklessly pressing the attack just because he had the advantage. The demon transformation cloaked the black tiger in a veil of dark flames, not mere fire, but an intensely dense malevolent aura. This soul skill was unique to Xiang Chengxian. It was not the third soul skill of the Xiang family. A powerful momentum emanated from him, as the demon transformation significantly enhanced his capabilities, particularly in offense. Without delay, Xiang Chengxian opened his mouth, unleashing a deafening tiger roar aimed at Zheng Jie. A wave of black flames surged forth, colliding with Zheng Jie's body, the immense force sending him flying. Zheng Jie crouched down, his dual blades thrust into the soul-fighting platform, gliding with a hissing sound as an invisible attack contorted his chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. This was the direct impact of the black flames on his body. With a powerful leap, the black tiger's forepaws landed firmly, and its massive right paw unfurled in the air, its extended claws trailing a fiery tail as it came crashing down. Zheng Jie crossed his dual blades above his head to meet the tiger's claws, But the overwhelming force bent his body once more, and his third soul ring began to rise, yet it remained suppressed and could not shine forth. At that moment, Xiang Chengxian was akin to a demon god, her combat style frenzied and ruthless. The epithet Black Rose was not solely a reflection of her temperament. It was equally a testament to her strength. Renowned for her ferocious attacks, she unleashed her full might after breaking free from suppression, her two enormous, shadowy tiger paws striking down in succession. Indeed, the tigress would not allow her opponent to seize control, otherwise, there would be no chance for resistance. Zheng Jie ultimately underestimated her. Initially, with the advantage gained from his dual blades, he failed to capitalize on it fully, instead opting to wear Xiang Chengxian down with his second soul skill's might. In terms of soul power, he was at level 35, clearly holding the upper hand. Now, under the relentless onslaught of Xiang Chengxian, he was utterly bewildered, unable to unleash even his soul skills. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of power-type beast martial souls. Once they are confined in close quarters, it becomes impossible to escape the overwhelming force. It is akin to a mighty strongman subduing a martial arts expert when the strongman pins him down with a single hand. No matter how formidable the martial arts skills, they cannot be manifested. With each successive strike of Xiang Chengxian's ferocious tiger palm, the soul fighting platform was visibly dented. Such a fierce battle, coupled with an unexpected turn of events, left the audience in sheer astonishment. Oscar covered his mouth and remarked, "Sister Xian is simply incredible." Ma Hongjun also glanced at Dai Mubai and teased, "Your lady is quite fierce." Dai Mubai shot Ma Hongjun a sidelong glance, choosing to ignore him. As the Cold War between them remained unresolved, Ma Hongjun turned towards the soul fighting platform with a forced smile, continuing to watch intently. In truth, he was confident in his ability to defeat Xiang Chengxian if they were to face each other alone. Relying on the agility of the 100 birds play phoenix technique, he believed that as long as he remained cautious, avoided direct confrontation, and circled around her, he could find opportunities to jab her with his spear, thereby maintaining the initiative in his hands. As their strengths ebbed and flowed, it would not be long before Xiang Chengxian succumbed to the formidable penetrating power of his dragon soul spear, leading to her inevitable defeat. "Stop, stop, stop! I concede." Zheng Jie, unable to withstand the relentless onslaught from Xiang Chengxian, who had become increasingly ferocious, found himself devoid of any opportunity to unleash his soul skills and ultimately surrendered. He realized that if this continued, he would surely be left in shambles. This battle had left Zheng Jie feeling quite disgruntled. He had initially seen a chance of victory, but had underestimated this formidable woman. Xiang Chengxian, on the other hand, was somewhat surprised by the sudden enhancement of her black tiger demon god transformation, which now exuded a more intense malevolence and provided her with an impressive boost in strength. Without this newfound power, victory would have been unattainable. She cast a glance at Dai Mubai, who was observing from above, pondering that these changes were likely a result of her fusion with his martial spirit. This little man was becoming increasingly appealing to her. The host quickly approached the soul fighting platform and announced loudly, "Congratulations to the battle soul master, Xiang Chengxian, for her victory, ending her streak of 10 consecutive defeats, with a record of 12 wins and 10 losses. At this moment, Xiang Chengxian's clothing was tattered, and she retrieved a coat to cover herself before gracefully descending from the soul fighting platform. Ma Hongjun observed and remarked, "The soul duel is truly a waste of clothing. It seems business will be thriving from now on." Chapter 53, Dai Mubai's Progress. Fate is a wondrous phenomenon. The one-on-one soul duel is determined by a draw, with everything being left to chance. After Xiang Chengxian, there was yet another contest. In the third match, the contenders were unexpectedly Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, who were still in a state of Cold War. It remains uncertain whether engaging in battle at this moment is beneficial or detrimental. As the host announced the entrance of the two esteemed soul masters, Dai Mubai, with an indifferent expression, was the first to step onto the soul duel stage. Harboring a hint of anticipation, Ma Hongjun reluctantly followed, pondering whether he should hold back later. As soon as he entered the arena, Dai Mubai immediately manifested his martial soul. Showing no inclination to engage in conversation with Ma Hongjun, he resembled a pent-up noblewoman, finally seizing the opportunity to vent her frustrations. "Mubai, you mustn't secretly use needles against me. I possess them as well." Ma Hongjun thought it prudent to voice his concerns up front, just in case Dai Mubai found himself overwhelmed. He feared the potential wrath might lead to desperate measures. Upon hearing the mention of needles, Ma Hongjun's silence only intensified Dai Mubai's frenzy. His elongated and sharp tiger claws lunged forward in succession. He remained exceedingly quiet, his gaze indifferent, yet his assaults were executed with meticulous precision, embodying both caution and earnestness. Ma Hongjun summoned the Dragon Soul Gun, and it was evident that Dai Mubai was prepared for a serious battle. As the Dragon Soul Gun was conjured, the yellow-purple soul rings instantaneously illuminated the arena, leaving the audience in awe. Some spectators, caught off guard, gasped in astonishment upon being prompted by those seated nearby. The host, with a voice that soared above the crowd, exclaimed in disbelief, "Heavens, what am I witnessing? This is a miracle in the realm of martial souls." The esteemed soul master Ma Hongjun, wielding the silver gun martial spirit, astonishingly possessed a 1,000-year soul ring at just his second soul ring. Anticipation for the soul fight grew immensely. We were eager to witness the breathtaking combat that this prodigious soul master would unveil. The audience quickly shifted their focus to Ma Hongjun, who wielded the Dragon Soul Gun with fluid precision, executing his techniques with an elegance that captivated onlookers. Dai Mubai's gaze flickered, his eyes radiating a white light as he concentrated intently on the battle, fixated solely on Ma Hongjun. In his perception, Ma Hongjun's movements seemed to decelerate, allowing him to swiftly deduce his opponent's next maneuvers. Having practiced together regularly, he was well acquainted with Ma Hongjun's techniques, enabling him to deftly counter many of Ma Hongjun's assaults. "You've made progress, Mubai?" Yet, Dai Mubai remained silent, engrossed in contemplation of Ma Hongjun's strategies while devising his own countermeasures. Ma Hongjun's spear is remarkably swift and possesses formidable penetrating power. It is advisable to evade whenever possible. Otherwise, a mere poke could result in a small wound. In a contest of pure martial soul strength, it is generally observed that beast martial souls surpass weapon martial souls, particularly a top-tier beast martial soul like the White Tiger. However, this notion proves ineffective against Ma Hongjun. Years of rigorous training have equipped him with strength that rivals Dai Mubai, and coupled with his mastery of the three-spear techniques, even Zhao Wujia's formidable prowess finds itself at a loss, let alone Dai Mubai. Having experienced the disparity in martial souls, Dai Mubai resorted to his first soul skill, the White Tiger Shield. This skill augmented both his power and defense, allowing him to confront the Dragon Soul Spear in its pure martial soul state without the need for excessive caution, thus enabling him to mount a counterattack. Ma Hongjun appeared remarkably earnest. He seemed to require no leniency, as long as he refrained from unleashing overly powerful skills all at once. The intensity of the battle suggested that Dai Mubai was not at a disadvantage. Ma Hongjun discerned Dai Mubai's determination. He genuinely desired to assess his own capabilities and examine the disparity between himself and Ma Hongjun. The cautious yet relentless approach to battle left no room for leniency from Ma Hongjun, unless the latter were to employ his Millennium Soul skill, which would render an instant defeat impossible. Dai Mubai was well aware of Ma Hongjun's character. It was evident that Ma Hongjun would never resort to such a humiliating tactic to vanquish him. Thus, this confrontation served as an optimal opportunity for Ma Hongjun to evaluate his strength. Ma Hongjun could discern that ever since Dai Mubai's eyes underwent a complete transformation, his combat prowess had significantly escalated. With his focus entirely devoted to enhancing his strength, coupled with his remarkable talent, his progress was nothing short of astounding. Shang Chengxian gazed upon Dai Mubai's performance with a sense of satisfaction, as her plan to nurture him was beginning to yield results. However, the dynamic between Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai gave her an impression that was somewhat misleading. They resembled a couple more than mere companions, engaging in playful banter, yet also experiencing moments of tension. In contrast, her own relationship with Dai Mubai seemed rather subdued. Observing the scene, her keen insight revealed that Ma Hongjun was skillfully cooperating with Dai Mubai, allowing him to unleash his true capabilities. To her surprise, the typically devilish training and lone wolf demeanor of Ma Hongjun concealed a remarkably considerate side. Originally, she had anticipated that their current conflict would escalate into an uncontrollable brawl, fearing that Dai Mubai might suffer the brunt of it. Clearly, she had underestimated the complexities of male camaraderie. Dai Mubai's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, demonstrating a keen ability to exploit weaknesses. Even Ma Hongjun's impeccable marksmanship, executed with precision, was interrupted by Dai Mubai's opportunistic strikes. This prompted Ma Hongjun to reassess the situation. Realizing that a serious Dai Mubai surpassed his expectations, were it not for the formidable Dragon Soul gun and the agile 100 birds play Phoenix technique. Ma Hongjun's adept mastery of the Ma family's gun techniques would have found him at a distinct disadvantage. Ma Hongjun also discovered that the dual pupils, with their eerie white light, could induce a trance-like state, somewhat akin to a bewildering effect. Although its potency was not overwhelming, it was sufficient to influence the course of battle. Dai Mu Bai, who had been harboring a surge of anger, began to unleash it. His second soul ring illuminated, and he activated the White Tiger's radiant wave. This formidable wave of attack was exceedingly difficult to defend against. He had meticulously timed his strike, executing it at the perfect moment as Ma Hongjun soared into the air, rendering him unable to maneuver or evade upon landing. The sheer force of the shockwave, should it connect, was potent enough to vanquish Ma Hongjun. Victory was a mere illusion, dear brother. Indeed, Ma Hongjun has underestimated Dai Mu Bai. Had it not been for the Millennium Soul Ring and its corresponding ability, he would have surely succumbed to the White Tiger's radiant light wave. It appears that with the assistance of the Spirit Eye, Dai Mu Bai's combat prowess has nearly matched that of Ma Hongjun. Without the Millennium Soul skill, Dai Mu Bai indeed possesses the potential to triumph over Ma Hongjun. With a resounding blast, the Dragon Soul Spear was thrust into the air, concentrating formidable power at its tip before erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. The ensuing white shockwave collided with the force emanating from the spear's tip, resulting in a thunderous boom that sent a parallel gust of wind radiating from the center of the arena. A few women in short skirts in the audience found their garments caught up in the fierce winds, causing them to gasp in surprise. Wow! Boss Dai has made tremendous progress, forcing out Hongjun's second soul skill. They exclaimed. These two are truly remarkable. Oscar gazed on enviously. Yet a shadow of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Such was the plight of support-type soul masters, forever destined to remain in the shadows, merely playing the role of the backdrop. The unleashed power had reached the level of a soul sage, igniting the atmosphere in the arena with fervent discussions. This battle was proving to be exceptionally thrilling. It was far from the anticipated one-sided affair. The previously overlooked blonde man wielding the White Tiger martial spirit had delivered an abundance of surprises, showcasing his exceptional combat skills and meticulous strategies, revealing his comprehensive grasp of the battlefield. Although the outcome might not alter, this remarkable counterattack was sufficient to attest to his strength, judgment, composure, and wisdom. The fight continued. Yet after Dai Mu Bai's ultimate strike failed to land, he found no further opportunity to reclaim the initiative. You don't need to use needles, he scoffed. Do you think I am like you? You may have one, but I forced out your Millennium Soul skill. Ah, you are willing to converse with me now. Humph. Why don't you use a needle to poke me? Are you eager to be pricked? Of course not, but I feel as though you would retaliate. So I must remain cautious. I won't poke you, it hurts. You care for my well-being. Get lost. Chapter 54. The Ghostly Axe Duo, Delang and Jean Lien. It seems that all the Soul Arena hosts share a similar demeanor. Their martial spirits manifest as their voices, serving as their true essence. They likely hail from a single lineage, dedicated to the Grand Soul Arena. Next up is the fourth match, a 2-on-2 battle featuring the Ghostly Axe Duo against the Mario Duo. It is noteworthy that the Ghostly Axe Duo has never been defeated since their inception, boasting an impressive 10 consecutive victories. One more win will elevate them directly to the Copper Soul Arena. In contrast, the Mario Duo is newly formed. Yet one of their members is the recently acclaimed Master Ma Hongjun, who has just unveiled a miraculous martial spirit. Without a doubt, this is a battle brimming with uncertainty and guaranteed excitement. Let us await the spectacle. Let the combatants of the Soul Arena step forward. The moment the host concluded, the audience erupted in applause. The popularity of the Ghostly Axe Duo was remarkably high, and a significant portion of the seats were evidently filled by those who had come specifically to witness their performance. However, there remained a faction of spectators who had just enjoyed the show of Ma Hongjun, particularly the women and young ladies, who fervently shouted his name. Ma Hongjun's earlier display of striking handsomeness, unparalleled dominance, and formidable prowess had already captured the hearts of his first wave of fans. Given the prowess and achievements of the Ghostly Axe Duo, they were more than capable of competing in the main battle arena. However, with an abundance of outstanding teams recently emerging, the main arena was fully booked, and the Ghostly Axe Duo, unwilling to wait, opted for the secondary arena instead. In this alternate arena, it was increasingly challenging to find a team capable of countering the Ghostly Axe Duo, and the odds on the gambling floors had soared to 100 to 1 against them. Many, upon hearing the name Ghostly Axe, chose to place their bets on victory, even at the lower odds. This was reminiscent of Ma Hongjun's previous football wagers, where a particular team never disappointed him, ultimately leading to him acquiring a house in his past life. Following Ma Hongjun's demonstration of the strength of his yellow and purple soul rings, the organizers promptly arranged for his team, the Mario Duo, to take the stage. This arrangement was inherently unfair for the Mario Duo, as newly formed teams typically did not compete against such formidable opponents. But the organizers had little choice and employed a clever tactic. Unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, he approached the battle arena, where the 2-on-2 format offered nearly double the space compared to a 1-on-1 match, allowing ample room for their abilities to unfold. The Ghostly Axe duo consisted of a man and a woman, both appearing to be around 20 years old. Together, they formed a striking contrast. The woman was tall and slender, while the man, though shorter, was remarkably robust, reminiscent of the legendary pair of Wu Daolong and Pan Jinlian. Oh my! You two are rather handsome. Why don't you just concede, for I find it hard to lay a hand on you. The woman teased playfully, casting flirtatious glances at Ma Hongjun. Enough of the nonsense. My mighty axe is eager for action. It's best to send these two little ones packing. The stocky man exclaimed as he summoned his martial soul, a colossal axe that seemed almost disproportionate to his frame. Accompanying the appearance of the giant axe were two yellow soul rings. He leapt into the air, causing the axe to grow larger, casting a shadow over Ma Hongjun and his partner, with the blade aimed directly at their heads. Step back. Be cautious and evade. Protect yourself. Understood. It's all up to you, Hongjun. The two swiftly separated as Ma Hongjun summoned his dragon soul spear to launch an attack from the left front, while Oscar quickly dodged and retreated from the right rear. The massive axe descended with tremendous force, shaking the battle arena and sending shockwaves that caused Oscar, standing not far away, to stumble unsteadily. As Ma Hongjun's first soul ring illuminated, the extreme shadow flying dragon spear launched forth, piercing directly at the dwarf's arm from the side. The dwarf grinned widely, simultaneously activating his own first soul ring. Shockwave Axe. The handle of the massive axe elongated in his grasp, sweeping horizontally with his diminutive frame as the pivot, encompassing a vast semicircular area within his attack range. This soul skill bore resemblance to the sweeping maneuver of a gun technique, yet the dwarf's colossal axe advanced like a wall, relentless in its assault. In mid-dash, Ma Hongjun was compelled to abruptly halt his first soul skill. The spear's tip reversed, colliding with the side of the giant axe. The overwhelming force sent Ma Hongjun hurtling backward, requiring 2 consecutive backflips to regain his balance. Such formidable power. The dwarf's strength stood in stark contrast to his size, profoundly altering Ma Hongjun's perception of him. Engaging him in a test of strength would be folly. The rampant force of the axe demanded a more astute approach than a direct confrontation. The advantages of the phoenix dance of hundreds of birds technique began to manifest. In comparison, although the giant axe could conjure a massive illusory form with an extensive attack range, its speed was notably sluggish. Since the last time the Dragon Soul Spear absorbed the blood essence from the Dragon Blood Jade, Ma Hongjun had discovered a novel method of attack. Spear control. Much akin to the legendary sword control technique, this skill allowed him to manipulate the Dragon Soul Spear to launch multi-directional strikes within a 5-meter radius. Over the past 3 months, Ma Hongjun had been diligently practicing, though it paled in comparison to the legendary sword technique. Nevertheless, he could command the spear to strike and retract within 5 meters, providing him with a means of ranged attack ideally suited for countering the dwarf. He could deftly maneuver the Dragon Soul Spear to soar above the giant axe's defensive line, launching an attack. However, this method of spear control demanded considerable soul power. Exceeding 3 meters with a single strike consumed energy equivalent to utilizing a first soul skill. Be careful, my dear. As Ma Hongjun spoke, the Dragon Soul Lance slipped from his grasp, ascending in a graceful arc under the guidance of his soul power, altering its trajectory to pierce directly toward the dwarf's face. What kind of soul skill is this? The dwarf was taken aback, swiftly diminishing the size of the massive axe in his hand. But it was evident that he would not be able to defend himself in time. In a panic, he turned to flee. Yet the Dragon Soul Lance was poised to strike at his back. Just then, a brown vine, bristling with sharp spikes, surged forward, entwining the Dragon Soul Lance. Little brother, your lance is ensnared. The tall, slender woman approached leisurely, wielding an exceptionally long vine in her hand. The Ghost Vine Martial Spirit. Ma Hongjun was slightly taken aback. The Ghost Vine is an exceedingly terrifying plant-type soul beast, possessing an exceptionally potent neurotoxin. Upon being pierced by its sharp thorns, the toxin is instantly released, ultimately transforming into pus, which serves as nourishment for the ghost vine. During its assault, it emits countless minuscule seeds that parasitically attach themselves to enemies. As long as the ghost vine provides sufficient energy or these seeds absorb enough nutrients, they will flourish upon the host. Once the neurotoxin spreads, the effects will be equally devastating. Adorning the ghost vine are 2 yellow soul rings. In essence, the ghost vine bears resemblance to Tang San's blue-silver grass, which, prior to its enhancement, was, to some extent, not as formidable as the ghost vine. It is no wonder they are referred to as the Ghost Axe duo. Capable of achieving 10 consecutive victories, a powerful control soul master imbued with toxic properties paired with a mightily strong weapon soul master. This duo can be considered an optimal combination. Oscar, as a food-type soul master, truly excels within larger teams, particularly in military contexts where his abilities can be maximized in one-on-one battles. He tends to be somewhat less effective. However, in the face of the ghost vine, Oscar's second soul skill, the detoxifying sausage, can indeed prove advantageous, rendering the poison of the slender woman negligible. The dragon soul gun became ensnared by the ghost vine, forcibly altering its trajectory and embedding itself into the soul fighting platform. Return. Ma Hongjun's soul power guided the dragon's soul gun, which vanished amidst the vines, only to reappear in his grasp. My gun is too slick, you cannot ensnare it. Ma Hongjun stood resolutely, a smirk gracing his lips as he disdainfully remarked, "Little brother, how mischievous you are. Allow your sister to entangle you." With that, he unleashed his first soul technique, entanglement. Dark brown ghostly vines, resembling venomous serpents, slithered swiftly and sinuously from the ground towards Ma Hongjun. The ghostly vines began to multiply, transforming from 1 into 10, then 100, spreading beneath Ma Hongjun's feet and sealing off his surroundings. The dragon soul spear trembled with urgency as each ghostly vine was severed, yet the relentless proliferation of the vines seemed inexhaustible. Soon, Ma Hongjun found himself ensnared, the vines spiraling upward, wrapping around him in a frantic embrace. Poisonous thorns pierced his skin, inflicting a pain akin to needles, coursing throughout his body, while toxins began to spread, exhibiting a potent corrosive effect, with his wounds already festering. Heard through a mocking laugh, "Now you are ensnared by your sister. How does it feel? My thorns are quite painful, you know. If you plead for mercy, I shall release you. Otherwise, the poison will spread, and your lovely little face will be ruined. That would break my heart." The tall, slender woman teased with a flirtatious smile as she approached Ma Hongjun. At that moment, he was entirely ensnared by the ghostly vines, with only his pale face visible. Drawing closer, the woman extended her delicate, slender fingers to lift his chin, leaning in to whisper softly in his ear, "Naughty little brother, love me." Chapter 55. With me around, fear not to seek recommendations. This brazen woman. The short, stocky man cast a sidelong glance, muttering to himself, revealing his frustration. Though a robust figure wielding a massive axe exuding masculinity, he could not escape the reality of being henpecked. In the observation room on the second floor, Dai Mubai watched with slight confusion, unable to decipher Ma Hongjun's intentions, while Xiang Chengxian wore an expression of disdain, believing Ma Hongjun was merely flirting with the tall woman, unable to change his nature. Both understood Ma Hongjun's Millennium Soul Ring skill. The ghostly vine's entanglement was indeed formidable. If the tall woman held a title above Ma Hongjun's, she might truly be capable of controlling him. However, with the soul power disparity at their current levels, there was little chance. Their sole concern was the toxicity of the ghostly vines. Should Ma Hongjun fail to break free and consume Oscar's detoxifying sausage, it would not be long before he lost his combat effectiveness. "Hongjun," Oscar called out anxiously, holding a large sausage in one hand, while the small sausage stood frozen in place, at a loss. Ma Hongjun gazed at the slender, tall woman before him, who indeed possessed a certain allure, albeit with an overly provocative demeanor. A slight smile graced his lips as a radiant golden light erupted from within him. In the midst of the woman's terrified expression, the ghostly vines that ensnared him shattered piece by piece, ultimately disintegrating into wooden splinters that scattered into the air. How is this possible? The tall woman was forcibly propelled away, and as the restraints fell away, Ma Hongjun's crimson hair billowed around him, while the dazzling purple soul rings spiraled around his dragon soul gun. This was the true terror of his second soul skill. The explosive effect of the initial attack was merely an ancillary capability. Its primary function lay in unleashing the full force of his body, liberating him from all physical control. As long as the soul power of his opponent did not exceed 10 levels above his own, they could scarcely hope to restrain Ma Hongjun. Unsurprisingly, the woman's two soul skills were binding and parasitism, akin to Tang San's initial abilities. Ma Hongjun willingly endured her control and parasitism to personally experience the effects of these skills, thereby gaining a clearer understanding of their implications for Tang San in the future. Aside from the toxin, which left him somewhat paralyzed and unable to fully eradicate its influence, he found it effortless to break free from both binding and parasitism. The seeds that had parasitized within him were obliterated following the activation of his second soul skill. This was the source of the woman's astonishment. Parasitism, a skill that was notoriously difficult to counter, had consistently proven effective against many formidable opponents. The diminutive, stout man's subservience was a testament to her prowess with this soul skill. Little Ao, bring me the sausages. The toxin from the ghostly vine still rendered his body somewhat numb, as his soul power could not entirely dispel it. After consuming Oscar's assorted sausages, Ma Hongjun found his condition significantly restored. I shan't play with you any longer. The second soul ring remained aglow, intensifying the ferocity of his assaults. The ghostly axe began to synchronize with his movements, as the massive axe clashed head-on while the ghostly vines approached from the ground in an attempt to ensnare him. However, at this moment, the offensive power of the Dragon Soul gun was explosive. The projectiles were predominantly area of effect blasts, causing the vines to shatter before they could even get close. The tall woman was rendered ineffective, and while the remaining short man struggled, aided by Oscar's replenishing sausages, he too could not withstand the onslaught. As the massive axe similarly drained soul power, the tall woman attempted to control Oscar once more, but Ma Hongjun would not grant her such an opportunity. His instinct to protect his ally, forged over many years of teamwork, prevented her ghostly vines from reaching Oscar's feet. Before she could enact her plan, the tip of Ma Hongjun's gun was already pressed against her left atrium, a notably sensitive area. Though her waist was her most slender feature, her overall form was not lacking in curves, and the gun's tip accurately targeted her peak. Through the Dragon Soul gun, he could even faintly sense a hint of elasticity. Little rogue. The observing Xiang Chengxian furrowed his brow, muttering under his breath, before casting a warning glance at Dai Mubai. You must not emulate his actions. How could I ever stoop to such shameless, vulgar, and despicable behavior? Dai Mubai, embodying the grace of a gentleman, profoundly scorned the actions of Ma Hongjun, expressing a deep-seated disdain for the shame of associating with such behavior. I ask, is this merely a coincidence? Ma Hongjun cast an awkward glance at the tall, slender woman. You mischievous little brother, how wicked you are. This was truly not a deliberate act on Ma Hongjun's part. His weapon was originally intended to be aimed at the neck of the slender woman, but due to the disparity in height, a misjudgment occurred. Nonetheless, the heart remains equally susceptible to fatality. You have gone too far. The face of the shorter individual turned an ashen green with fury as a massive axe swung menacingly toward Ma Hongjun's head, kicking the woman aside. Ma Hongjun swiftly retracted his weapon and thrust it skyward. 100 birds take flight. With the enhancement of his second soul ring, Ma Hongjun boldly confronted the attack with his 100 birds to Phoenix spear. One thrust after another met the axe head-on. The tip of his spear clashed against the blade of the axe, each powerful discharge of the spear gradually repelling the axe. After a series of 10 thrusts, the formidable force of the axe was completely neutralized. In the midst of the fierce assault, Ma Hongjun drew nearer to the diminutive foe. Employing the enchanting technique of Feng Shi Bai Niao, the little man found himself utterly unable to evade the strike of the axe. Ultimately, the tip of Ma Hongjun's spear loomed before him, expanding rapidly in his vision until it transformed into a glimmering point of cold azure light. The Dragon Soul spear was mere fractions of a moment from his eye. A slight twitch could shatter his very orb. Silence enveloped the arena as the little man held his breath, his bulging eyes frozen in fear. Do not harm him. A voice, urgent and filled with desperation, resonated from behind. A tall, slender woman extended a solitary hand, palm raised in the air, as if imploring Ma Hongjun to reconsider. Ma Hongjun turned to glance back, only to find the previously carefree and slender woman now wearing a grave expression, her eyes brimming with a plea. I beg you, the woman said softly. Alien. The short man called out her name, feeling a surge of emotion, his face illuminated with profound happiness. Oh, you have lost. Ma Hongjun was equally taken aback. He harbored no ill intentions towards the diminutive opponent. Yet, their anxiety was not unwarranted. Although the competition was not a life-and-death struggle, inflicting harm, such as blinding an eye, did not contravene the rules, as true soul battles are invariably fraught with unpredictability. We have lost. Thank you for your mercy. Oh, it's merely a trifling matter. If I may be so bold, what is your surname? I am surnamed Huang. Why do you ask? Oh, no particular reason. Huang is a fine surname. The host took the stage, exuberantly announcing the victory of the Mario duo. Following that, the next match was set, the duo of Dai Mubai and Oscar, known as the Dai Ao combination, would face off against the Fierce Lion combination. Oscar had recently fought, yet the exertion from producing sausages had not significantly drained him. It had merely satisfied Dai Mubai's needs, thus posing little concern. However, the Fierce Lion combination was formidable, with their duo being one of the more compatible pairings among the teams. One possessed the soul of the fiery lion, a formidable beast martial spirit with fire attribute attacks, while the other bore the soul of the long-armed spirit ape, known for its agility. This amalgamation of brute force and nimble strikes is a common and potent combination, ensuring maximized strength in battle. In this encounter, Oscar's role was largely diminished, effectively rendering it a one-on-two scenario for Dai Mubai. As anticipated, upon entering the arena, the opponent's agile soul master swiftly dispatched Oscar. Dai Mubai, despite holding out for a brief moment against the combined onslaught, was ultimately overpowered, suffering a slight defeat. All three emerged victorious, while Dai Mubai faced 2 consecutive losses. His misfortune was evident. In the realm of Grand Soul Masters, one-on-one confrontations rarely yield a complete victory unless one faces Ma Hongjun. Do not be disheartened. The key is to enhance your practical experience, and your performance today was commendable. Though a typical comfort, such words carried a distinct weight when spoken by someone cherished. Dai Mubai feigned despondency before Xiang Chengxian, seeking a modicum of solace. What is there to be upset about? It's all right, Mubai, you still have me, Ma Hongjun remarked. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chengxian and Dai Mubai exchanged puzzled glances. Realizing that Ma Hongjun's words could be misconstrued, he promptly clarified, our duo has yet to take the stage. When we do, the red and white combination shall undoubtedly secure victory. We shall not succumb thrice. Your first defeat was at my hands, and your first triumph shall also be won through me. Chapter 56. Handsome men and beautiful women, red and white against frost and cold, seeking recommendations. The 7th match, a 2-on-2 battle, featured the red and white combination pitted against the frost and cold combination. A handsome man paired with a beautiful woman. The duo of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai can undoubtedly be referred to as the red and white young masters, their mere presence eliciting cheers from the female spectators. Conversely, the frost and cold duo equally captivates the male audience upon their arrival on stage. One, with a voluptuous physique and clad in alluring attire, while the other possesses a tall, elegant, and icy demeanor. Both the frost and cold duo and the red and white duo are newly formed teams, featuring 2 men against 2 women. The question remains, will the men prevail, or will the women demonstrate their strength? Which team will secure the first victory? Let us witness the ensuing battle of souls. As the host departs the stage, the battle commences. The voluptuous woman steps forward, performing a soul master salute, and introduces herself. I am Gan Shuang, and this is Bei Han. We look forward to your guidance. Having observed Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai's previous matches, they were well aware of the men's capabilities, hence their courteous demeanor. Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai. Upon uttering these names, both sides unleash their martial souls. The striking Bei Han manifests a finely crafted round shield, adorned with 2 yellow soul rings. With the addition of a sword, she would resemble a modern-day Wonder Woman. Observing Bei Han, Ma Hongjun mutters to himself. Meanwhile, the composed and statuesque Gan Shuang wields a bow as her martial soul. Initially, upon hearing the name Frost and Cold, Ma Hongjun anticipated facing 2 ice-based soul masters. However, he soon realized that their name was merely a play on words, representing a shield and arrow combination. This pairing evokes memories of tactical gameplay from his past, reminiscent of the tank and shooter strategy commonly employed in the lower lanes. The nature of their martial souls suggests a formidable challenge. The opponents combine ranged and close combat effectively. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai can be classified as a dual warrior combination. If they do not devise a strategy to counter the archer, victory may prove elusive. Mubai, hold off the shield wielder while I deal with the archer, he instructs. Understood. The frost and cold duo forgoes any preliminary testing and immediately employs their soul skills. Beihan advances with her shield, while Shuang positions herself at the rear, both activating their first soul rings simultaneously. Frost arrow. Inspiring shield. As Shuang draws back her bowstring, a crystalline white arrow takes form, reminiscent of an elven archer. The frost arrow, born from the power of Shuang's soul ring, enables her to unleash hundreds of such arrows with her 29th level soul power. The arrow, aimed at Dai Mubai, soars forward, trailing a white icy flame behind it. White tiger shield. Dai Mubai meets the arrow with a fist, channeling his own white soul power. His tiger fist strikes out like a hammer. Bang! The ice arrow was shattered by a single punch, the fragments transforming into a chilling aura that enveloped Dai Mubai's hand, which was instantly encased in frost. Beihan spun her round shield in her grasp before positioning it against her elbow, launching herself forward with several explosive steps, the shield glowing with a radiant yellow light. The shield of inspiration not only significantly enhanced her strength for a brief period, but also augmented the shield's weight. As Beihan charged towards Dai Mubai's chest with the shield, its increased heft promised a collision powerful enough to draw blood from him. While the shield primarily appeared to serve a defensive purpose, to the discerning eye of a true expert, it represented a weapon that seamlessly blended offense and defense, capable of protection from afar while delivering formidable strikes at close quarters. Its ability to inflict internal damage through sheer force was undeniable. Though lacking the sharpness and penetrative power of a spear, the force it wielded was akin to a mountain's might. A blow to the chest could easily displace vital organs. Furthermore, the shield's lateral strikes proved to be exceedingly lethal. This martial spirit, the round shield, could alter the edges, transforming its perimeter into a crescent blade with cutting power that surpassed that of most weapons. Dai Mubai attempted to sidestep, only to realize that the chilling aura from the shattered ice arrow had spread to engulf his right side, rendering him momentarily paralyzed and numb. Beihan's speed was remarkable. The shield was already upon him. At that moment, Ma Hongjun had no choice but to employ a basic yet effective technique known as the point strike. In the confined distance, this maneuver unleashed a burst of incredible force akin to the inch punch in Wing Chun. As the tip of his spear struck the center of the shield, Ma Hongjun pulled Dai Mubai to safety, both of them being pushed back by the impact of the shield. Just then, 3 white arrows shot in from 3 directions, each one aimed directly at Dai Mubai, targeting him from above, the middle, and below. Ma Hongjun continued to unleash his shots, aiming to shatter the 3 arrows. However, Beihan surged forward once more, her second spirit ring illuminating as her round shield spun wildly in her grasp. After charging 3 steps, Beihan bent her body, wielding her right arm in a sweeping arc, sending the spinning shield hurtling forth. This was her second spirit ability, Flying Shield. The flying shield pursued the ice arrows, relentlessly targeting Dai Mubai, while Ma Hongjun's Dragon Soul Gun could only contend with one thread at the moment. It was impossible to block both the arrow and the shield simultaneously. The proximity was too close. The Dragon Soul Gun, though a long-range weapon, could not compensate for the short distance. Xiang Chengxian and Oscar grew tense. Dai Mubai was in peril. The strategy of the frost and cold combination was glaringly evident. They intended to concentrate their forces to eliminate one opponent first, as evidenced by their immediate deployment of 3 spirit abilities. Retreat. Ma Hongjun exerted a powerful grip on Dai Mubai, propelling him backward before directly manifesting his second soul ring. With a resounding explosion, he pushed Dai Mubai aside, allowing only a fleeting moment for Ma Hongjun to unleash his second soul skill. The Dragon Soul Gun stood erect before him, while 3 icy arrows were aimed menacingly at his head, chest, and groin. A resplendent golden light erupted from within Ma Hongjun, and all 3 arrows struck the Dragon Soul Gun. Subsequently, they shattered and dissipated into a chilling aura, encasing Ma Hongjun in ice. In swift succession, a round shield flew forth. Bang! Ma Hongjun had no time to adopt any other defensive stance. The circular shield spun violently and collided with his chest. The immense force of impact sent him soaring through the air, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. As he ascended, the surge of power within him dispelled the numbing effect of the ice, and the dragon soul spear transitioned from a vertical to a horizontal position, positioning itself between the shield and his body. The colossal side of the shield sliced against the silver shaft of the dragon soul spear, producing a hissing sound. A gash had been carved into Ma Hongjun's chest by the round shield. Had it not been for the formidable explosive power bestowed by the Millennium Soul Ring, which intercepted the shield, it is highly likely that a piece of the round shield would have become embedded within his body. Hongjun. Dai Mubai broke free from the grip of the icy spell, bellowing Ma Hongjun's name. His soulful eyes shimmered with radiant waves as his second soul ring illuminated. White Tiger's radiant wave, a pearlescent sphere of light, akin to a cannonball, struck the round shield, sending it hurtling away. Ma Hongjun plummeted from the sky, blood streaming from his chest and mouth. Dai Mubai hurriedly rushed over to support Ma Hongjun's shoulders. Hongjun, are you all right? I'm fine, just a minor injury. Why did you shield me? It's nothing. Consider it a repayment for the pain of your needle pricks. There's no need for that. It was merely a jest. How could I possibly hold a grudge? We are teammates, after all. Ma Hongjun rose to his feet, patting Dai Mubai on the shoulder as he declared, no more words. Let us resume the battle. Can you endure? Of course, they are merely two women. It is not as if I have not faced such challenges before. Bei Han had already summoned the flying round shield back to her side, resting it upon her elbow, as her first spirit ring illuminated once more. Meanwhile, Gan Shuang activated her second spirit ring, with a black arrow poised upon her bow, gathering strength for the impending shot. Ma Hongjun, despite enduring the pain of his injuries, gazed at the two enchanting women before him. To be honest, the victories in the previous two battles, coupled with his formidable partnership with Dai Mubai, had rendered him somewhat complacent. Ma Hongjun stood shoulder to shoulder with Dai Mubai, their red and golden hair flowing gracefully in the air, intertwining upon their shoulders. Ma Hongjun flashed a mischievous grin as he gazed at the two enchanting beauties, Gan Shuang and Bei Han, and remarked, Shuang Han, it's rather frigid. Allow us, brothers, to bestow upon you a modicum of warmth. Chapter 57. I am a man, the unsavory kind. The ice arrow is, in essence, a control arrow, possessing relatively low lethality. Conversely, what was initially perceived as a primarily defensive round shield has been wielded by Bei Han as a formidable offensive spirit. The pain in his chest felt frigid. A stark reminder to Ma Hongjun that even when hunting rabbits, one must employ full vigor in the arena. Even a rabbit may possess the prowess of a formidable opponent like Xiao Wu, with no weakling among them. From the onset of the competition, all participants in the soul duel boast optimal soul ring configurations. The variety of martial spirits is astounding, complemented by attributes, developmental directions, and unknown soul techniques. Every soul master possesses a unique skill that warrants respect. One must approach with seriousness and caution, considering adaptability in every conceivable aspect. This is the essence of a combat mindset. A momentary lapse in vigilance may lead to a devastating blow, potentially irreversible in nature. The ice arrow, striking unexpectedly, can ensnare one who is unprepared. However, once its nature is understood, even if one cannot dispel its icy power, a measure of caution can prevent being struck. Observing Dai Mubai's keen adaptability and Ma Hongjun's phoenix dance of 100 birds technique are among the finest evasion methods. Even if worst comes to worst, Ma Hongjun's second soul technique, an evil fire, can counter the ice arrow, though there is no need to reveal the latter, as this is merely Gan Shuang's first soul technique, with limited control effects, serving only as a brief distraction. In comparison, Bei Han, with her versatile round shield that excels in both offense and defense, is an overlooked expert. Her prowess in one-on-one combat is hardly inferior to that of Dai Mubai, and even Ma Hongjun may find himself challenged. The duel has piqued Ma Hongjun's interest. Gan Shuang's arrows are lethal. She is an exceptional marksman, each arrow aimed to strike a vital point. This time, Ma Hongjun has sustained an injury, as her arrows are particularly focused on him. Tracking target. Under the influence of her second soul ring, a black arrow is unleashed. Unlike the typical linear trajectory of ordinary arrows, this black arrow possesses the ability to curve and navigate its path. Ma Hongjun initially believed that he could evade the pursuit by relying on the phoenix dance of 100 birds technique. However, he was taken aback to discover that the black arrow could curve and continue its relentless chase. Such a formidable soul skill. He resolved to confront it head-on. Clang, clang. The dragon soul spear clashed repeatedly with the black arrow, deflecting its trajectory time and again. It was evident that this arrow possessed immense destructive power. significantly surpassing that of the ice arrow by at least tenfold. With each collision against the dragon soul spear, its potency gradually diminished until it ultimately vanished from sight. Shuang readied her bow once more, but this time, instead of the dark arrows, she replaced them with azure arrows that matched the hue of her bow. These appeared to be ordinary arrows conjured by her own martial spirit. It seemed that utilizing the black and white arrows consumed considerable soul force, preventing her from sustaining such an onslaught. This was a reasonable conclusion. Otherwise, if multiple tracking arrows like the black one were to be unleashed, Ma Hongjun would surely be overwhelmed and unable to endure such expenditure. This outcome was only feasible due to his mastery of the Phoenix Dance of 100 Birds technique. A regular person would not only find it impossible to block such arrows but would struggle to evade them altogether. Dai Mubai had already engaged in a fierce clash with Bei Han, with both of them exchanging blows of raw power. Yet, Dai Mubai had seized the initiative. After the mutation of his eyes, he had gained an advantage akin to a minor enhancement, allowing him to easily identify opportunities during the battle. Given their comparable strengths, he was likely to prevail. As long as Shuang did not target Dai Mubai with her arrows, it was merely a matter of time before he overcame Bei Han. Now, all eyes were on Ma Hongjun and Shuang. Shuang swiftly drew back her bowstring, unleashing a flurry of azure arrows that soared forth as if they were devoid of any soul force expenditure. Her ease in firing these azure arrows and her rapid rate of fire were truly remarkable. Ma Hongjun found it difficult to approach, while Shuang skillfully adjusted her position, providing support to Bei Han with a couple of arrows to stabilize the situation. Her archery skills were evidently honed from a young age, as evidenced by the traces visible on the white jade fingerstall she wore. Her adept techniques and impeccable posture suggested that she had developed a muscle memory that was second nature to her. Ma Hongjun realized that he had underestimated the foundational martial arts of this world. Although the emphasis was on martial spirits, every family that inherited weapon-based martial spirits had developed a set of exquisite techniques over countless years of training and refinement, much like the Tang family's chaotic hammer technique. Similarly, Shuang was no exception. Even without employing soul techniques, her archery could reach an extraordinary level, comparable to Ma Hongjun's marksmanship, rivaling the efficacy of soul techniques. With the ethereal and unpredictable movements of the phoenix playing with 100 Birds technique, the second soul ring illuminated, and Ma Hongjun executed the first form of the 100 Birds chasing the phoenix spear technique, 100 birds leaving the nest. The spear tip darted in rapid succession, accompanied by explosive effects, rendering the azure arrows in the air incapable of breaching the defense of the dragon soul spear. As Ma Hongjun drew closer, Shuang's expression grew increasingly grave. She abruptly ceased her continuous volley and retreated. However, her retreat was not a withdrawal from offense. Each step she took was deliberate and intricate, avoiding a straight line. Initially, she drew the bowstring with her index and thumb, but now she employed all 5 fingers. Her second soul ring glowed, and 7 black arrows materialized on the bow, forming an arc directed toward Ma Hongjun. Was she about to unleash her ultimate move? Just as Ma Hongjun's thought crossed his mind, she released the bowstring. The 7 arrows, emerging from different directions, surrounded him. This was an enhanced version of the 7-star convergence. The original 7-star convergence was already the most formidable technique in archery, but with Shuang's second soul technique amplifying tracking capabilities, its power surpassed that of consecutively employing the second soul technique 7 times. The purple soul ring of Ma Hongjun illuminated as he confronted the all-encompassing assault of 7 arrows. He unleashed the 27th form of the 100 Birds soaring phoenix spear technique, the 100 birds surrounding the phoenix. This maneuver had been mastered over the past 3 months, yet he was still not entirely proficient. It is a technique of comprehensive defensive prowess. When perfected, the spear creates an impenetrable barrier around him, as if water could not breach the space encircled by its movement. At present, Ma Hongjun has yet to attain the realm where not a drop of water can penetrate, a true mastery of marksmanship. Nevertheless, the current technique he employs to counter the positioning tracking version of the 7 stars align is sufficiently effective, for it merely involves 7 arrows, far less dense than water. With a rapid flourish of the dragon soul gun, Ma Hongjun creates a bell-shaped shield around himself. The air outside this human bell is shattered by the force of the gun's tip, while black arrows rain down, unable to breach the protective dome. After a quarter of an hour, the 7 arrows dissipate into black mist. The audience remains utterly silent, captivated by the fierce battle unfolding on the soul arena. This spectacular duel, unforeseen by them, is a delightful surprise. The soul skills of both combatants are formidable, and without any preamble, they engage in a dazzling display of combat. The strategies employed by the two women are swift and ferocious, devoid of any hesitation, and their cooperation is seamless, belied by their newcomer status. Although the two young men initially faced some setbacks, they exemplified a bond of mutual protection and fearlessness in the face of death. Gradually, they stabilized the situation, showcasing combat abilities far beyond the ordinary, maintaining a definitive advantage in sheer strength. Following the round of 7 stars align, Ma Hongjun's soul power is nearly exhausted. But Gan Shuang finds herself in an even more precarious state. Her complexion has turned pale, her body trembles, and the blue arrow in her bow appears increasingly ethereal. Have you shot enough? Now it's my turn to strike you. Hold on, don't cry out. Ma Hongjun is far from a saint. Although Gan Shuang possesses a slender physique and striking beauty, she is equally ruthless and lethal. The more exquisite a woman, the more perilous she becomes. Every arrow Gan Shuang had previously unleashed was aimed at vital points, sparing even the most sensitive areas beneath. For men, this is undoubtedly more critical than life itself, and she effortlessly targeted it with a single shot. On the soul fighting platform, any means of attack in pursuit of victory is justifiable. Ma Hongjun is certainly not one to shy away from defeat, and he comprehends the stakes involved. However, one must also be prepared for retaliation in kind, depending on the methods employed against others. Without any unnecessary embellishments, Ma Hongjun discharged a single shot, shattering the bow and arrows in her grasp. He then closed in, delivering a forceful elbow strike directly to her chest, toppling Gan Shuang to the ground. "Ah!" she cried out in pain, glaring at Ma Hongjun with fury. "This isn't right. I haven't even fired yet." With both hands braced against the ground and her legs spread apart, she attempted to crawl backward, seeking distance from Ma Hongjun. "Just one shot. Hold on. It will soon pass." After Ma Hongjun spoke, the Dragon Soul gun was pressed against Gan Shuang's chest. The tip of the spear traced a line downwards, leaving a wound comparable to that inflicted by a round shield on his own torso. "You scoundrel!" Gan Shuang cried out in shock. Elevated above her, he retorted, "You insufferable wretch." At that moment, a round shield hurtled through the air towards Ma Hongjun, who deftly sidestepped the attack. "Ah!" Beihan glared at Ma Hongjun in fury. After releasing her shield, she was struck by a punch from Dai Mubai, sending her crashing into Gan Shuang. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Beihan quickly retrieved a garment to cover Gan Shuang's body. "You fiends, you've gone too far." She glared at the two men. "Another hypocritical woman. Do you wish to continue this?" Ma Hongjun remarked coolly, twirling the Dragon Soul gun in his grasp, the spearhead brushing aside his long, crimson bangs. Before him lay the grotesque, bloodied wound on his chest, the two women on the ground, disheveled and tearful, and Dai Mubai, who stood nearby, unable to bear the scene. At that moment on the soul-fighting platform, Ma Hongjun resembled a nefarious and ruthless villain. Ma Hongjun is not devoid of tenderness towards women. Rather, his affection is exclusively directed towards his beloved. In Chapter 58, he implores for votes on behalf of his esteemed master. The Battle of Souls has concluded. The four proceed to register their scores, with Xiang Qingxian currently holding 12 victories, 10 defeats, and a total of 91 points in the Iron Battle of Souls. Ma Hongjun, triumphant with 3 consecutive victories and 3 points, while Dai Mubai faced 2 defeats and 1 win, leaving him with no points. Oscar, with 1 victory and 1 defeat, also stood at 0 points. "Greetings, Master Ma Hongjun. I am the manager of the 7th Spirit Arena. May I have a moment of your time?" A middle-aged man approached him with courteous demeanor. "Of course." Following the man, Ma Hongjun entered a lavishly appointed VIP room. "Today, I have made a private decision to arrange a match between your Mario team and the renowned Ghost Axe team. While this aligns with the Spirit Arena's regulations, it is somewhat unconventional, as newly formed teams typically do not face such formidable opponents. However, I must confess that the betting odds outside the 7th Spirit Arena, which I established, have made me quite prosperous following your victory over Ghost Axe today," the middle-aged man remarked, his face beaming like that of a mob boss. The betting battles at the subordinate arena are not as transparent as those at the main arena, allowing for considerable manipulation. Moreover, as the owner of the subordinate arena, he could orchestrate various covert dealings, much like today's match between Mario and Ghost Axe. The man retrieved a golden card from his pocket and placed it before Ma Hongjun on the table. This card contains 10,000 gold soul coins. serving as compensation for the arrangement I made today. Why would you do this? You mentioned that it does not violate any arena regulations. Ma Hongjun replied, somewhat perplexed. The sum of 10,000 gold soul coins was not insignificant, and the sudden gift led him to suspect that the middle-aged man harbored ulterior motives. I hope to establish a partnership with you. In the future, you can approach me directly for your spirit battles, and I will arrange them all to take place within my 7th spirit arena. The middle-aged man exuded an aura of authority, embodying a sense of complete control over the situation. This bears a resemblance to the principles of underground boxing in a previous life. One seeks out a powerful dark horse, initially surrounds them with well-established champions, and wins several matches to elevate their reputation. Subsequently, they engage in staged bouts, with victories and defeats orchestrated by the puppeteer behind the scenes. In truth, this middle-aged man has already garnered the allegiance of numerous soul fighters through such machinations. Prior to Ma Hongjun, the Guei Fu combination had already secured 1,000 gold soul coins from him. This is also why he has managed to make the 7th soul battle arena the most profitable among its peers. However, his brilliance lies in avoiding fixed matches. Every bout is a genuine contest, adhering to the rules of the soul battles. He possesses a keen eye for talent, pairing lesser-known, yet formidable soul fighters with renowned combatants who boast high win rates. For instance, by matching Mario against the Guei Fu combination, he ensured that nearly all bets were placed on Guei Fu's victory, resulting in substantial profits. In fact, after the Guei Fu combination triumphed in their initial match, they entered into collaboration with him. The first 9 matches of the Guei Fu combination were strategically arranged against popular teams, and as their popularity surged, he seized the opportunity to introduce emerging contenders like Mario into the fray. In the absence of the audience's familiarity with the fighter's strengths, he established the odds and reaped significant rewards. This is the advantage of possessing insider information. He diligently studies each newcomer to the soul battle arena, capitalizing on their lack of popularity during their ascent. Every year, amidst the influx of newcomers, he consistently identifies a few promising talents. Such gambling in combat proves to be immensely lucrative. For instance, today, he profited over 100,000 gold soul coins from the bout between the Mario combination and the Guei Fu combination. Ma Hongjun is undoubtedly the most conspicuous potential asset. It was only after he showcased his remarkable talent with the yellow and purple soul rings that he attracted attention. Given Ma Hongjun's capabilities, he is poised to rapidly ascend and gain recognition in the soul arena. He intends to seize this fleeting opportunity to amass a fortune in soul coins. The middle-aged man, Zhang Gan, is a member of one of the soul fighting families. Making a profit is also one of the functions of the grand soul arena. The greater the earnings, the more it attests to one's value. Zhang Gan's relentless efforts to accumulate wealth are also driven by his ambition to rise further. After learning of Zhang Gan's operational strategies, Ma Hongjun readily agreed, recognizing it as a mutually beneficial partnership. His only obligation is to allow Zhang Gan to arrange the soul fights, facing merely popular and formidable opponents, which aligns perfectly with his desire to enhance his practical experience. Ultimately, the collaboration was solidified, with Zhang Gan organizing battles for Ma Hongjun, who would receive 30% of the profits, a rate 2 percentage points higher than what Zhang Gan offered to others. Given Ma Hongjun's strength, he is likely to secure victories in the soul fights, presenting significantly less risk compared to others. Upon exiting, Flender had already joined the 3, appearing in high spirits. However, upon seeing Flender, Zhang Gan's expression soured instantly. "You are together," he exclaimed. "Indeed, what of it?" came the response. "No wonder, he just placed a bet on your victory, costing me a substantial sum of soul coins. Ensure he refrains from betting on my matches in the future, otherwise, all winnings will belong to us." As the 5 emerged from the Grand Soul Arena, night had fallen. The soul battles drained both soul power and physical strength, prompting the group to seek refreshment at a nearby tavern. This establishment was bustling with patrons. The first floor was filled with ordinary customers, while the second floor buzzed with soul masters. The third floor, designated for VIPs, required a minimum of 100 soul coins for entry. Today, Ma Hongjun had offered to treat the group, brandishing his gold card with an air of generosity. The third floor was less crowded, but fortuitously, they encountered acquaintances. At a neighboring table, 5 familiar faces were already dining: Gan Shuang, Bei Han, Zheng Jie, and the 2 members of the Crazy Lion duo. Only the Ghostly Axe duo was notably absent. What a coincidence! You are here for a meal as well. Ma Hongjun greeted with a smile. Gan Shuang glared at him. while the other four wore unfriendly expressions. It was evident that Gan Shuang, seated at the head of the table rather than the strongest soul master Zheng Jia, led this group. Ma Hongjun's earlier actions had certainly earned him their disdain. The atmosphere grew tense, prompting Flender to break the silence by taking his seat at the head of the table. What are you staring at? Order your food. We're all hungry. Ma Hongjun echoed. Sit, sit, sit. Everyone sit. Unlike Gan Shuang, Beihan glared at Xiang Chengxian and demanded, Xiang Chengxian, are they members of your family? Did you instruct him to humiliate Gan Shuang? How trivial. Xiang Chengxian cast a fleeting glance and nonchalantly uttered 2 words, dismissing Beihan entirely. Enraged, Beihan pointed at Xiang Chengxian, rendered speechless. Enough, Ahan. Let us depart, Gan Shuang declared, grasping Beihan's hand as the 5 of them rose and descended the stairs. And just like that, they left, without finishing their meal. Ma Hongjun gently touched his head and remarked. Downstairs, Beihan still wore an expression of unbridled indignation. Sister Schwanger, the Xiang family has gone too far. No, it may indeed be a coincidence. Xiang Chengxian currently has a strained relationship with her family. She is isolated and vulnerable, making it implausible for her to target us. Moreover, the old man with glasses who sat down first possesses formidable strength. He reminds me of my grandfather. Are you referring to the soul saint? It's possible. The Xiang family lacks a soul saint, so what does this imply for Xiang Chengxian? That is why I assert that it should have no bearing on the Xiang family. That's a relief. However, I am curious whether Xiang Chengxian will participate in the upcoming family soul battle at the end of the year. Her strength is formidable. Coupled with the 3 other young individuals, if they assist the Xiang family, our 2 families may not be able to secure victory. On the 3rd floor, Xiang Chengxian remained silent, prompting Dai Mubai to step in and offer guidance. Chengxian, do you know them well? The 3 major families, Guan, Bei, and Xiang, inevitably harbor some conflicts. Indeed, Xiang Chengxian responded. The Guan and Bei families share an extraordinarily close bond. While they are technically 2 families, they function as one due to the complementary nature of their martial spirits. They have maintained intermarriages for a long time, advancing and retreating together, often suppressing the Xiang family. Each year, during the Soto City family soul battle, the Bei and Guan families join forces against the Xiang family, ensuring that the Xiang family has never emerged victorious. The 2 may also be refining their family soul battle team. And coincidentally encountering us today has led them to suspect that I and you are part of the Xiang family's team. However, since leaving the Xiang family these past few years, I have rarely involved myself in familial matters. Let them misunderstand. After all, I will not be participating in the soul battle. As the dishes were served, everyone began to eat. Tonight, we shall stay in Soto City. While Flander returns to his antique shop, Ma Hongjun and his companions undoubtedly reside at the Rose Hotel. The Schwanger sisters must be yearning for him as well. The crimson expanse of the Rose Hotel has now transformed into the chamber where the Schwanger sisters dwell. Ma Hongjun entered, pushing open the bedroom door, and a fragrant scent of femininity enveloped the room. The air was exceedingly dry, yearning for a touch of moisture. The woman exclaimed in surprise, "Who is it?" Ma Hongjun, "It is I, your esteemed young master." Chapter 59. When I become ruthless, I even strike myself for recommendations. The Fairy Garment Pavilion has been in operation for over 2 months. Through the diligent efforts of the Schwanger sisters, it has found its footing. The introduction of new garments necessitates a gradual acceptance process. Initially, business was rather lackluster, with most patrons merely perusing out of curiosity without making purchases. However, following the first group of brave customers, the response in the market was splendid. As autumn approaches, Hanfu, both aesthetically pleasing and warm, has fostered a burgeoning community of enthusiasts. The Schwanger sisters are remarkably inventive. After receiving a few suggestions from Ma Hongjun, they adeptly synthesize these ideas with the unique characteristics of this world, crafting garments that resonate with contemporary trends. Furthermore, the siblings, standing at the entrance of the store, serve as the finest advertisement, their transformative attire acting as the most exemplary showcase. Coupled with their articulate speech and dulcet voices, they are quintessential salespersons. Undoubtedly, under the stewardship of the Schwanger sisters, the Fairy Garment Pavilion is poised for a prosperous future. Ma Hongjun believes that one should not adhere rigidly to conventions. Clothing, to a significant extent, embodies a culture and an era. There is no absolute best or most beautiful. Rather, there exists only that which is most suitable. After all, aesthetics differ across various epochs. worlds, and regions, and the individuals of a particular realm possess the most authoritative voice regarding their clothing preferences. Hence, even if Ma Hongjun perceives something as beautiful, it is futile if it does not align with their aesthetic values. Thus, Ma Hongjun shifted his perspective, choosing to emphasize the philosophy of design rather than specific garments. The fundamental essence of clothing lies in its wearability and visual appeal. The feminine aesthetic is diverse, innocent, sensual, playful, elegant, and more. Consequently, Ma Hongjun drew upon his knowledge of various characteristics of women's attire, such as low-cut dresses, miniskirts, trousers, vests, high-waisted styles, long socks, black stockings, kipeos, and swimsuits, all highlighting the beautiful aspects of the female form. Furthermore, he explored styles such as sporty, casual, and elegant, approaching the subject from the standpoint of lifestyle. It is far more beneficial to teach someone to fish than to simply give them a fish. For fashion prodigies like the Schwanger sisters, a mere suggestion can spark a flurry of creativity. After Ma Hongjun shared his insights, the sisters excitedly kissed him on the cheeks from either side. They were soon overflowing with ideas, conjuring up various transformations of attire that left Ma Hongjun astounded with delight. Clearly, one must not confine their thinking. For those with innate talent in the industry, providing a direction can yield unexpectedly delightful results. The Schwanger sisters grew increasingly confident, their admiration for their young master deepening profoundly. Their fascination with Ma Hongjun's charm evolved into a deep respect for his intellect. This shared topic of conversation served as a lubricant for their relationship, accelerating the merging of their emotions. The sisters' feelings for Ma Hongjun transcended the physical, reaching into the realm of the soul, while Ma Hongjun remained steadfast in his desires. Life once again settled into a rhythm. The journey from Shrek Academy to Soto City became a daily pilgrimage for Ma Hongjun and his companions. With autumn's arrival, this harvest season adorned the farmlands outside Soto City in a new guise. Each day, four figures could be seen against the dawn's light, with their backs to the evening glow, racing across the expansive agricultural avenues. Classes continued unabated, and the youthful days of learning consistently brought joy and cherished memories. Approximately every 10 days, they would visit the Great Soul Arena, where Ma Hongjun would engage in 1 to 3 soul battles each time. Practical combat requires reflection and assimilation, necessitating the mental replay of the experiences encountered during these encounters. This endeavor necessitates a harmonious blend of combat and contemplation. Thus, an interval of approximately 10 days at the onset is most advantageous, except during the pairing with Oscar, where victories proved somewhat arduous. Ma Hongjun effortlessly triumphed in other confrontations, swiftly elevating his soul power to the 29th level. At this stage, Ma Hongjun dominated his peers among soul fighters with ease. He soon achieved an impressive streak of 12 consecutive victories in solo matches, while his 2 duos recorded 9 and 10 consecutive wins, respectively. As the year drew to a close, Ma Hongjun caught up with Dai Mubai, with both reaching the 30th level in succession. When it came time to procure soul rings, Zhao Wujie took Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai on this venture. Flinder, preferring the comfort of his antique shop, reclined in his armchair, while Xiang Chengxian, overwhelmed with responsibilities, summoned Oscar, the young assistant, to lend a hand. Thus, the trio of men set forth, their objective clearly defined. The soul beasts had been identified, and the location remained the soul hunting forest of Musu Town. This forest is encircled by 7 grand mountains, with the 6th and 7th mountains shrouded in mystery, serving as the dwelling grounds for millennia-old soul beasts. Only a select few soul masters dare to venture into this domain, as it is deemed perilous for those below the Soul King rank to enter alone. Within the confines of these 2 mountains lies the 3rd soul ring of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. The beast king of the hunting soul forest has long been a well-guarded secret, with records of soul beasts over a millennium old meticulously documented by the Spirit Hall. Although the Spirit Hall refrains from public disclosure, the years of exploration by hunting teams have rendered the conditions of millennium-level soul beasts within the forest nearly common knowledge among high-ranking soul masters. The giant Ape King clan resides atop the 6th mountain, effectively dominating its entire expanse. There exists more than 1 millennium soul beast among them, with the most formidable reaching an impressive 5,000 years in age. Dai Mubai's target soul beast is the giant Ape King, a creature that has been passed down through his family's research as one of the most suitable soul beasts for the White Tiger martial spirit. Their formidable soul skill, the White Tiger King transformation, is derived from this particular beast. Dai Mubai estimates that he can endure a soul ring of approximately 1700 years. And through rigorous physical training over time, he has continually pushed his limits, strengthening his physique to challenge the usual thresholds of soul ring endurance. The Giant Ape King clan maintains a gregarious lifestyle, and through the trio's investigations, they have identified a total of 8 millennium-level and several dozen century-level Giant Ape Kings. Only one meets Dai Mubai's criteria, a creature as massive as a small mountain. By scrutinizing its palm, Dai Mubai discerned that the nearly 2,000-year-old Giant Ape King was indeed the one suited for him. Gregarious creatures can be troublesome to confront. Disturbing one often stirs the entire group, akin to striking a hornet's nest. To mitigate the challenges and prevent complications, Ma Hongjun has been tasked with luring the Giant Ape King out into the open. Even among their kin, Millennium Soul beasts are regarded as sovereigns, maintaining a respectful distance from one another, save for the pairs bonded in matrimony. The solitary monkey that Ma Hongjun aims to entice resides in a rather secluded location. Ma Hongjun stealthily approached, the expansive mountain summit hosting fewer than 100 colossal golden apes, each occupying its own distinct territory. He successfully concealed himself approximately 5 meters behind the majestic creatures. Ma Hongjun retrieved 3 diminutive golden particles from his belt. As he approached, the colossal gorilla finally sensed something awry when he was merely 3 meters away. However, it was too late. As the giant ape turned around, Ma Hongjun released the 3 golden particles. Upon being launched, the particles began to elongate, transforming into slender dragon whisker needles, approximately 3 inches in length. The giant gorilla remained unfazed at first, merely fixing a stoic gaze upon Ma Hongjun. Yet, when the 3 needles penetrated its chest, its expression shifted dramatically, revealing bared teeth in a grimace of pain. Its lengthy arms flailed wildly at its chest, where 3 swollen lumps emerged, causing it to feel acute discomfort. Thick, white mist billowed from its flaring nostrils as it teetered on the brink of fury. With a thunderous roar, the giant gorilla pounded its chest in a display reminiscent of the 7 Injuries fist, inflicting harm upon itself as a means of showcasing its might and expressing rage. This vividly illustrated the adage, "When I become ruthless, I even strike myself." I ask you, are you afraid? Chapter 60. Blades are innocent. The sin lies within the heart. The subtle allure was futile. Having inflicted pain upon the creature, it was inevitable that it would cry out. With its eyes wide with fury, the irascible giant gorilla leaped into the air, bringing both hands crashing down. Ma Hongjun executed the 100 birds dance with remarkable agility, swiftly propelling himself off the tree trunk, evading with nimble leaps. Thud! A massive hand, shimmering with a violet hue, struck the ground, creating a substantial crater. The giant ape, swift as the wind, exhibited a formidable weight akin to that of a small mountain, capable of leveraging the ancient trees as springboards to pursue Ma Hongjun with a single bound. Descending from the mountain's core, the giant ape traversed in nearly straight leaps, its ferocious form unstoppable, embodying an overwhelming force that seemed to uproot trees in its path. The other giant apes, disturbed by the commotion, erupted into a chorus of roars. The 6th mountain was thrown into chaos as Ma Hongjun wielded the dragon soul spear. The first soul ring shimmered, enhancing his speed. Meanwhile, other giant ape kings had swiftly caught up, demonstrating their remarkable unity. The giant ape king clan possesses an intelligence far superior to that of other spirit beast races, understanding the value of solidarity. Zhao Wujie, whose martial spirit is the mighty diamond bear, is emblematic of great strength, as indicated by the name diamond. His second soul skill, the mighty diamond palm, is derived from the giant ape king. After manifesting his martial spirit, his strength undoubtedly rivals that of the giant ape king. You two deal with this one swiftly. Leave the others to me, Zhao Wujie declared. His spirit manifested as he observed a group of millennium giant ape kings rushing towards him. The nature of an individual's martial spirit is closely tied to their character. For instance, influenced by his spear and fire, Ma Hongjun tends to be somewhat lecherous, mischievous, and straightforward. Similarly, Zhao Wujie, empowered by the mighty diamond bear, exhibits a temperament best described as wild. He relishes battling spirit beasts of similar might, straddling the edge between dominance and submission. However, as a soul sage, he finds no difficulty in confronting millennium spirit beasts. A mere handful of 1,000-year spirit beasts are but a light appetizer. Zhao Wujie leaped behind Ma Hongjun, his 3rd soul ring also glowing. Gravity amplified. The pursuing giant ape kings were suddenly weighed down by an unseen force, causing several to stumble in their haste. At this moment, Ma Hongjun had already descended the mountain, with Zhao Wujia engaging a throng of giant ape kings above. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai emerged from below, joining Ma Hongjun in their efforts against a single giant ape king. Given their current prowess as a red and white duo against a 2,000-year level spirit beast, they faced no challenge. Wait a moment, Mubai, let us use the needle technique. Ma Hongjun halted Dai Mubai, who was ready to summon his martial spirit, and mischievously remarked. Dai Mubai understood immediately, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The thrill of using needles, provided they are not employed on oneself, ignites a peculiar excitement akin to the allure of a horror film, both fearful and enticing, an exhilarating experience. Needles are notoriously challenging to wield as covert weapons. Their effectiveness demands an exceptional mastery of stealth techniques. However, the advantage of the dragon whisker needle lies in its natural formation as a concealed weapon, with its primary difficulty residing in the harmony and application of soul power. In this respect, Ma Hongjun, having cultivated his soul power through the 100 birds facing the phoenix technique, holds a distinct advantage. Conversely, Dai Mubai is relatively unpracticed. Yet he faces no substantial challenge against this behemoth. As long as the needles are launched, they are sure to find their mark. Having trained with the dragon whisker needle for so long without opportunity for its use, the moment has finally arrived. The giant ape king is about to suffer as both Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai unleash their multitude of dragon whisker needles, numbering in the thousands. Ensuring that the giant ape king will hardly endure the onslaught. Streams of golden light penetrate the giant ape king's body, and each point of entry swiftly swells into a small flesh mound, the agonizing pain of the entwined needles eliciting continuous roars from the creature. It frantically clawed at its body with both hands, yet relief was utterly unattainable. The violent movements only intensified the tearing sensation from the contracted flesh masses created by the dragon whisker needles. At this juncture, Ma Hongjun had already embedded over 100 needles, while Dai Mubai had nearly reached 100 as well. The giant ape king, stripped of its capacity to retaliate, was overwhelmed by excruciating pain coursing through its body. Its face contorted in agony. The suffering of such a colossal soul beast is unimaginable, illustrating the viciousness of the dragon whisker needles. The giant ape king's condition was dire, its eyes bloodshot, body convulsing and twitching helplessly in a futile attempt to alleviate the torment, only to increase its intensity further. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai looked on with a sense of reluctance. They both came to a halt simultaneously. After the flurry of needles had concluded, the exhilaration quickly faded, leaving them with a feeling of cruelty. Is it done yet? You two are taking an eternity to deal with a millennium soul beast. Zhao Wujia's solitary battle against a horde of giant ape kings was quite the spectacle, yet he refrained from employing lethal soul techniques, opting instead for a contest of sheer strength. It could only be deemed as a form of exercise. Despite Zhao Wujia's brash demeanor and disregard for decorum, he possesses a kind heart and adheres to certain principles. Nonetheless, his violent and impetuous temperament often leads others to perceive him as ruthless. The giant ape kings he faced were merely of the millennium rank. Had he been more merciless, countless would have perished by his hand. Yet, he merely toyed with them. Honing his fists, each giant ape king he toppled spared from a fatal blow. In contrast, Ma Hongjun and his companion resorted to rather malicious tactics for the sake of thrill. The use of hidden weapons is inherently treacherous. When wielded by a person of sinister intent, it transforms one into a true villain. Ma Hongjun recalls that in the original work, Tang Xin stated, "In this world, the malevolence of a weapon is not determined by the weapon itself, but rather by the person who wields it. When employed for righteous purposes, it serves good. When used for nefarious ends, it becomes wicked." As Ma Hongjun gazed upon the tragic state of the giant ape, he began to comprehend the meaning of the words spoken earlier. Undoubtedly, this was a formidable and malevolent concealed weapon, one they had just employed in a wicked manner. Armed with such a lethal tool, the urge to kill arose spontaneously. Ever since they had acquired this powerful hidden weapon, both Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai had harbored a desire to experiment with it. While using it for self-defense or to punish evildoers would be justifiable, facing the giant ape, they had no need to unleash so many dragon beard needles. Yet, in their eagerness to experience the thrill of employing the hidden weapon, they had chosen a living soul beast as their test subject. The act of slaying a soul beast to obtain a soul ring is a natural law, essential for cultivation. However, employing such malicious means is condemned by society. When Zhao Wujin turned to see the giant ape, contorted and mangled by hundreds of dragon beard needles, He regarded Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai with a sense of unfamiliarity. These two students, once his pride and joy, now felt like strangers to him. The distinction between slaying a soul beast and the cruel torture of one is vast. Torture embodies a perverse mindset. It is from this seed of malevolence that darkness begins to flourish. Do you find amusement in such actions? Zhao Wujin's voice, devoid of emotion, questioned them, laced with a tone of regretful sighing. Teacher Zhao, we were wrong. Both Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai acknowledged their transgressions, their heads bowed, unable to meet Zhao Wujia's gaze. Strength should not be wielded in such a distorted, mocking, and indifferent manner towards life. If you continue to approach existence with such callousness, no matter how formidable you become, you will remain no different from beasts. Zhao Wujia's words were heavy, yet Ma Hongjun and his companion dared not retort. They had indeed been exceedingly juvenile. Their spirits too playful, lacking any respect for life. They were not children. It was not ignorance, but rather apathy. The menacing visage of the giant ape king struck deeply at their souls. Zhao Wujia commanded, "End its suffering." Granted a swift demise. However, Dai Mubai hesitated. To slay it would allow him to absorb its soul ring, thus eliminating the need to hunt a second beast, Zhao Wujia remarked with a hint of exhaustion. With his martial spirit activated, Dai Mubai approached the giant ape king. Upon sensing his proximity, the creature ceased its struggles, yearning for the conclusion of its torment. Dai Mubai extended his right hand, cold, glimmering claws appearing as he aimed for the creature's neck. The giant ape king roared from atop the mountain, yet, intimidated by Zhao Wujia, it refrained from descending. A purple soul ring emerged from the lifeless form of the giant ape king. Absorb it, Zhao Wujia urged. Dai Mubai settled into a meditative position, commencing the process of drawing the soul ring's power into his being. His brow was furrowed, and this time, his heart felt heavy, devoid of any joy at acquiring a new soul ring. Chapter 61. The Soul Beast King, Water Flood Dragon. The cold wind howled, and the leaves turned a desolate yellow. The morning air carried a crisp chill. After a night passed, Dai Mubai finally completed the absorption of his third soul ring. After dismembering the corpse of the colossal ape, Ma Hongjun placed the remains into his spatial belt, intending to extract the dragon whisker needle from the flesh upon their return. Zhao Wuji also imparted a lesson to the two, revealing his own ruthless nature. He refrained from teaching them gentleness, instead emphasizing that a true man must act decisively and without malice. His expectations for them were exceedingly high, as he wished to steer them away from any misguided paths. Ma Hongjun was genuinely eager to learn. Frankly speaking, although he had lived 2 lives, his total years amounted to merely around 30. In comparison to Zhao Wuji and others, he was indeed their junior. Zhao Wuji, having ventured through his youth, had encountered significant trials and tribulations, thus possessing a deeper understanding of certain life principles than Ma Hongjun and his peers. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai engaged in self-reflection, adjusting their attitudes towards life and striving to cultivate the demeanor of the strong. Unsurprisingly, Dai Mubai acquired the formidable soul skill known as the White Tiger Transformation. Next was Ma Hongjun's third soul ring, the target of which had long been established. After a thorough evaluation by teachers such as Flinder, it was estimated that Ma Hongjun's third soul ring should be approximately 7,000 years old. The 7th mountain of the soul-hunting forest lay ahead, and within it resided his objective, the king of soul beasts in this forest. Though the 7th mountain was not particularly high, it was vast and expansive. The entire mountain was shrouded in a veil of mist, obscuring its true form, and dense vapor enveloped the entire forest. Upon entering the mountain, an eerie silence prevailed. No soul beasts were encountered. The terrain gradually leveled, revealing a faintly discernible surface of a lake. To call it a lake would be an exaggeration. It was more accurately described as a large pond. The tranquil water surface was so undisturbed that not a single ripple was formed. The atmosphere was unsettlingly still. The mist hovering above the pond rendered the bottom entirely invisible. Teacher Zhao, is the water flood dragon beneath this? Ma Hongjun inquired, glancing at Zhao Wujin. The water flood dragon was the sovereign of this realm, said to dwell in a pond of profound depth, one that no soul master had yet ventured to explore. This place was once a sacred ground for soul beasts, where a 10,000-year-old soul beast had once cultivated, only to be hunted down, leaving the current ruler as the water flood dragon. This water flood dragon was rumored to possess around 7,000 years of cultivation and was believed to carry the bloodline of dragons. In this pond, it thrived like a fish in water, having previously eluded hunters who sought to capture it by diving into the depths. This deep pond, named the Flood Dragon Pond, had allowed it to escape numerous hunts. However, being merely a 1,000-year level soul beast, the hunters sent to capture it were typically at most Soul Emperor level. Having brought Zhao Wujin along this time was surely a calculated decision. Dealing with a 1,000-year soul beast was not particularly difficult. But preventing it from retreating into the depths was the true challenge. The water flood dragon was surely lurking within the pond. You too must exercise caution. I will draw it out shortly. Do not let it swallow you whole. If your venomous needles can strike it, I would not oppose that in the slightest. Zhao Wujin remarked, surveying the flood dragon pond. The prowess of the water flood dragon was beyond the capabilities of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. It was not simply a matter of the 2,000-year giant ape king. Whether the dragon whisker needles could even reach it was uncertain, and the soul power of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai was likely insufficient to penetrate its defenses. Step back. I am about to begin. Ma Hongjun and his companions swiftly retreated as Zhao Wujia completed the manifestation of his martial spirit. Following suit, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai summoned their respective spirits. Zhao Wujia picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it into the tranquil waters of the pond. With a resounding splash, the once calm surface erupted into ripples. And as the waves subsided, the water began to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Suddenly, without warning, the surface exploded, and a colossal water dragon surged forth from the depths. Its azure scales shimmered with elegance, while the antennae atop its head exuded an air of authority. The sapphire-like eyes of the water dragon fixated on Zhao Wujia, and it opened its mouth, revealing sharp, pristine teeth that radiated an unseen menace. Unfazed by the presence of this bear-like figure, it lunged forward, intent on devouring him whole. Zhao Wujia's second spirit ring illuminated, and he struck out with both hands. Colliding with the dragon's jaws, seizing its head, the immense force of its bite caused his hands to tremble slightly, transforming his hand into a bare claw. He endeavored to penetrate its thick hide, but the dragon's scales were too formidable, thwarting his efforts. Retreating momentarily, he aimed to pull the creature from the pond, which only revealed its upper body above the surface. The water dragon, astonished by the clash of strength, realized it was no match for this bear-like man and sought to escape. Suddenly, its body writhed in a manner reminiscent of a crocodile's death roll, gaining power with each rotation. However, the strength of a soul sage was beyond its capability to contend with. With a mighty roar, Zhao Wujia forcibly extracted the water dragon from the pond, performing a shoulder throw that sent it crashing to the ground. With both hands firmly gripping its jaws, he seized the upper hand. The water dragon, now panicked, sensed the imminent threat of death from being forcefully restrained. In a desperate attempt, it opened its jaws wide, unleashing a torrent of blue water arrows aimed directly at Zhao Wujia's face. At such close proximity, he had no chance to evade. With a resounding impact, the water arrows failed to pierce Zhao Wujia's defenses, dispersing harmlessly against his face and cascading down like mere droplets. Yet, this momentary distraction allowed the water dragon to break free from his grasp. Its body surged, darting into the depths of the pond like a bolt of blue lightning. Fuming, Zhao Wujia hurled the two blue scales he had grasped onto the ground, remnants that the dragon had shed in its struggle to escape. You cannot flee, Zhao Wujia declared, activating his fifth spirit ring, a profound black hue that instilled considerable pressure in Ma Hongjun. The 10,000-year spirit ring technique was unleashed, gravitational compression. This is the reason for Zhao Wujia's arrival. The water flood dragon is exceedingly slippery. At the slightest hint of danger, it retreats into the depths of the dragon pool. Even if one possesses greater strength, entering the pool to engage it in combat remains an impossible feat. Moreover, the depth of this pool is shrouded in mystery. The gravitational compression technique is a formidable soul skill that governs both control and attack within a certain range. As Zhao Wujia unleashed his soul technique over the surface of the pool, the water level suddenly plummeted. The technique continued to exert its influence, gradually increasing the pressure, causing the stagnant water of the pool to grow heavier. Under the weight of gravity, the water flood dragon beneath would endure mounting pressure, even more intense than that experienced directly from gravitational compression, as it effectively bore the weight of the water above. At this moment, while the deep pool offered it protection, the very water now transformed into a lethal weapon against it. It could be said that the deep pool had become both sanctuary and tomb. The water flood dragon had long sought refuge in this abyss, its sole sanctuary amidst countless dangers. Yet, it was only a matter of time before someone devised a means to counter the depths. Now had come the hour of reckoning. With a thunderous roar, the water flood dragon burst forth from the pool, unable to withstand the pressure any longer. The terrifying force of Zhao Wujia's gravitational compression, a technique honed over millennia, was self-evident. Should the dragon delay its emergence, it would be crushed to oblivion at the bottom of the pool. Offer forth your soul ring. Chapter 62. External Soul Bone. Dragon Armor. As the water flood dragon emerged, it was initially presumed that it would engage Zhao Wujia in a fierce battle to the death. However, to everyone's astonishment, this seemingly majestic dragon unleashed a barrage of water blades before turning and fleeing into the depths of the forest. Humph, cunning. Zhao Wujia scoffed as the dragon's blade struck him, causing him no harm. Chase. With that, Zhao Wujia surged forward, followed closely by Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. The water flood dragon was swift, but escaping a soul saint was a futile endeavor. Before long, Zhao Wujia caught up, only for the water flood dragon to unleash a thick mist, obscuring his vision. As Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai entered the mist, they were met with a suffocating sensation. The mist was exceedingly viscous, impeding their ability to breathe. Furthermore, it had hallucinatory effects. When the mist clung to Ma Hongjun's eyes, he found himself enveloped in a void, as if rendered blind. Close your eyes and navigate through this area, Zhao Wujia advised, charging forward, undeterred by the trees that stood in his path. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, moving at a slower pace, followed suit into the mist. The expanse of this watery haze was minimal, and they had retained a rough memory of their surroundings from their earlier entry, thus remaining unperturbed, albeit still grappling with the disorienting sensation of blindness. Zhao Wujia, without hesitation, activated his seventh spirit ring, transforming into his martial spirit, the formidable diamond bear. The effects of the mist were rendered ineffective, and he took the lead in pursuit. The water dragon was swift, and given that Zhao Wujia was not particularly renowned for his speed as a spirit master, there was a genuine risk of losing it if it managed to escape too far ahead. After approximately 3 minutes, the haze began to lift, yet his body felt ensnared. Akin to being caught in a web, although not physically bound, the sensation was nonetheless uncomfortable. How repugnant, this water dragon! Zhao Wujia seethed, charging forward and landing a powerful punch on the creature's tail. Having experienced the sheer force of Zhao Wujia, the water dragon refrained from engaging in close combat, choosing instead to unleash a torrent of water. True to its nature, the water dragon produced an abundance of water, capable of morphing into various forms, from initial water arrows and sword rains to mist and now droplets. When Ma Hongjun arrived, he witnessed the water dragon's maw firing water droplets at a rapid pace, reminiscent of a Gatling gun. Each droplet struck with the velocity and penetrating power of a bullet. The droplets that collided with Zhao Wujia's skin seemed to seep into his very flesh, subsequently exploding within his body, causing visible swelling. The barrage of droplets, akin to a rain of bullets, also struck Ma Hongjun, who hastily sought cover but still sustained hits. A single blue-white droplet impacted his forearm, creating a dent without breaking the skin. The droplet infiltrated his body, bursting under the skin and causing the previously sunken flesh to swell. More alarming was the numbing sensation that spread through the area affected by the droplet. Ma Hongjun's forearm became distinctly tingly. Once inside, the droplet caused a separation effect in his flesh, and if inundated with such droplets, he feared the consequences would be akin to shedding skin. Zhao Wujia was on the brink of fury. The water dragon's attacks were too varied and skillful, its water abundant, and its control laced with venom. Hard-hitting assaults like water arrows posed no threat to Zhao Wujia, as they could not penetrate his defenses. However, the insidious, supple attacks of the mist and droplets left him vulnerable. This indeed exemplified the principle of overcoming rigidity with flexibility. In his agitation, Zhao Wujia ceased to evade. He yearned only to expedite the resolution of this conflict, eschewing elaborate techniques in favor of overwhelming power to crush his adversary. Amidst the barrage of cascading raindrops, he charged forward and seized the tail of the water dragon, lifting it with determination. Zhao Wujia swung the tail of the water dragon in a wide arc, securing his grip before launching a frenzied assault. The colossal form of the water dragon transformed in his grasp into a whip, indiscriminately striking the ground and the trees. Bang! 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 Teacher Zhao, please, cease your onslaught. You might inadvertently bring about its demise. Ma Hongjun cried out anxiously. Only then did Zhao Wujia come to a halt. The water dragon lay dazed, its eyes swirling with stars, froth spilling from its mouth. Remarkably, its body bore no wounds. The intricate blue scales offered formidable protection, withstanding Zhao Wuji's frenzied onslaught without a scratch. The beleaguered water dragon lay limply on the ground, gasping for breath, its exhalations tinged with crimson. "It's up to you now," Zhao Wuji declared, shedding his tattered clothing, which had been rendered into a series of gaping holes by the water dragon's assault. His chest was reddened and swollen, a testament to the ferocity and cunning of the creature's attack. He donned a fresh garment and, sitting cross-legged to meditate, began to regulate his breathing. Ma Hongjun did not hesitate, thrusting the dragon's soul lance towards the neck of the water serpent dragon. What an extraordinarily formidable scale the serpent possessed. Ma Hongjun was taken aback when his spear failed to penetrate the creature's scaly hide. The scales of the dragon possessed remarkable resilience, not only as hard as refined iron, but also exhibiting the supple elasticity of mithril. They could be fashioned into an excellent armor. Ultimately, Ma Hongjun unleashed a devastating spear strike, shattering its cervical vertebrae and ending its life. After a brief moment, a violet soul ring ascended. Ma Hongjun skillfully maneuvered the vehicle, channeling the power of the soul ring into his body. Everything proceeded as anticipated. It seemed that Ma Hongjun would successfully absorb his third soul ring without a hitch. However, just as he was on the verge of completing the absorption, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. The skin of Ma Hongjun emanated a faint azure glow, as if something within yearned to break free. A searing pain surged through him, akin to the agonizing sensation of being flayed. Every inch of his skin was besieged by torment, as though countless knives were mercilessly carving away at him. Ma Hongjun furrowed his brows deeply, his face contorted with pain, his skin trembling incessantly. "Teacher Zhao, look at Hongjun. What is happening to him?" Dai Mubai exclaimed anxiously, glancing at Ma Hongjun with concern and calling out to Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie turned his gaze, equally alarmed. He had never witnessed such a condition in Ma Hongjun before. Just moments ago, he was successfully absorbing the soul ring. Could it be that the power of this 7,000-year soul ring was overwhelming for him? However, Zhao Wujie was perplexed as to why the changes manifested on the skin. If the power of the soul ring was indeed too potent, the alterations should have occurred internally, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. At that moment, Ma Hongjun's skin transitioned from a light blue to a deeper blue, then to an indigo, ultimately culminating in a crystalline azure. "Isn't that the blue-scaled hue of the water flood dragon?" Dai Mubai remarked in astonishment, noting that Ma Hongjun's skin appeared as though it were cloaked in a layer of blue scales, reminiscent of those on the water flood dragon beside him. Amidst the concerns of Dai Mubai and the others, Ma Hongjun's complexion gradually returned to normal. With a deep breath, he opened his eyes, first casting a glance at his arm, which was now adorned with blue scales. What is happening? Could it be? Ma Hongjun fell into deep contemplation. "Hongjun, how do you feel?" "I feel splendid, invigorated, and my entire being is brimming with strength." "Can you retract that armor of scales?" "Let me attempt." Ma Hongjun began to summon the scales on his body with sheer will, much like calling forth his martial spirit. Gradually, the scales receded, vanishing beneath his skin. Once every scale had disappeared, he attempted to evoke them again. In approximately a minute, the azure armor adorned his entire form anew. Through a series of experiments, Ma Hongjun discovered that he could control this armor, covering any part of his body at will. The sight of his blue scales reminded him of a treasured artifact from an anime in his previous life, the armor of 10,000 dragons. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance. If only 2 horns could sprout from his head, he would resemble Ao being even more. At this moment, Ma Hongjun was certain that his azure scales were likely the coveted treasure ranked second on the Soul Master's dream list. Second only to the legendary 100,000-year spirit ring, the external soul bone. Chapter 63. The bed of the Xiang family, although referred to as an external soul bone. Ma Hongjun was uncertain. The dragon scales, strictly speaking, did not belong to his skeletal structure, but were merely a part of his skin. Nevertheless, the process of acquiring these scales bore similarities to that of obtaining an external soul bone. The prerequisite for absorbing an external soul bone is to first absorb the spirit ring of the soul beast from which the bone originates. Tang San's 8 spider lances were derived from the 8 legs of the man-faced demon spider, which constituted his third spirit ring. Likewise, the dragon scales were among the most prominent and valuable features of this soul beast. In truth, the documented instances of external soul bones are quite sparse, and they are not necessarily confined to skeletal structures. They are often rare occurrences that fall from the soul beasts. Generally, it is the profound affinity between a soul master and the soul beast from which they absorb the spirit ring that enables them to acquire some innate talent from the beast. The water dragon possesses a dragon lineage, And since Ma Hongjun harbors a dragon soul within him, he sensed an unusual stir within it when he absorbed the spirit ring. Hence, it is highly probable that the acquisition of these dragon scales is related to his dragon soul. External soul bones are inherently rare, with little documentation available. Most knowledge comes from hearsay, speculation, and conjecture, unlike the countless validations that exist for soul bones. I have only heard of two types of external soul bones. The first is the wing bones that extend from the spine, resulting in wings. The second is the tailbone that elongates from the caudal vertebrae, resulting in a tail. Zhao Wujia pondered thoughtfully, as his understanding of external soul bones stemmed solely from rumors, having never encountered one himself. Ma Hongjun's thoughts are far more profound than theirs. The clash of two worldviews offers him a refreshingly novel perspective on issues. In his view, the external soul bone is merely a theoretical designation, distinct from the soul bone that operates within the body. It exerts its influence externally, as evidenced by wings, tails, and spider legs, amalgamating characteristics absent in the human form with those prominent in soul beasts. The 6 major soul bones align with human skeletal structure, available to all. Whereas external soul bones are considerably more demanding, they require a perfect synergy with the soul beast at the moment of absorbing the soul ring to be attainable. Thus, the principle behind the Jiaolong scales and external soul bones is fundamentally analogous. Even if they are not classified as soul bones, their essential function remains largely the same. Regardless of their classification, what matters is their benefit to you. The Jiaolong scales boast exceptional defensive capabilities. Why not test their resilience? Zhao Wujia remarked nonchalantly, displaying little interest in theoretical musings. He preferred practicality, focusing on whether something is beneficial regardless of its nature. How do we test it? Shall we strike it with a blade? As Ma Hongjun was speaking, he suddenly felt a chill creeping up his back. Turning to look, he found Dai Mubai gazing at him with a sinister grin, fixated on his posterior. Hey, don't move around too much. Be careful not to pierce it incorrectly. As Ma Hongjun turned around, Dai Mubai was already grasping a golden pellet, which, originally directed towards his posterior, was now facing his groin. Your fiancé's, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, covering his lower region with both hands, while mentally cursing. What better way to test one's defenses than with the dragon whisker needle? Our most formidable weapon for penetrating attacks is indeed the dragon whisker needle. No ordinary weapon could possibly breach the defenses of the dragon scale armor. With a mischievous grin, Dai Mubai continued to approach Ma Hongjun from behind. Ma Hongjun hesitated to turn around, hastily summoning the azure scales of the dragon to envelop his entire body. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji chuckled and remarked, Indeed, this is quite commendable. The needle you wield possesses remarkable penetrating power, and as we have just witnessed, the defense of the dragon scales is formidable. The dragon whisker needle should not pierce through. Let us put it to the test. For only through trial can we ascertain its efficacy. Hold on a moment, I still harbor some reservations. Allow me to conduct the initial trial. Ma Hongjun hastily called for a halt, then withdrew the dragon whisker needle, launching it with precision 7 times at the lifeless body of the water dragon. Clink, 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 clink. The 7 strikes landed upon the same scale, leaving no discernible damage, merely 7 minuscule pinpricks that bore no significant impact. Observing this outcome, Ma Hongjun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He slightly arched his back and declared resolutely, Come on. Haha. Dai Mubai had already infused the dragon whisker needle with his soul power, and the slender needle shot forth from his hand with remarkable speed. Hiss. Instead of the anticipated clinking sounds, Ma Hongjun was met with a sharp pang that drew a cold breath from him. It was akin to the sensation of receiving an injection from a doctor during childhood illnesses. Despite the mental preparation, the brief yet harrowing sting was fleeting, leaving behind no further sensation. The dragon whisker needle had not fully penetrated his backside. The defense of the dragon scales proved formidable, and the needle had merely lodged itself to the tip, thereafter ensnared by the robust scales of the dragon. Hiss! Ma Hongjun let out a painful cry. The dragon beard needle, having lost its spiritual energy, began to retract. However, due to the hardness of the Jiaolong scales, a half segment of the needle embedded within him was drawn out. The sensation was akin to that of having the needle extracted, striking him with a pain that penetrated to the depths of his very soul, leaving him utterly unprepared for such anguish. He lamented, Even my fiancé has managed to give me a complete dose of this torment. Time and again, he vented his frustrations towards Dai Mubai onto his fiancée. Yet, In a moment of revelation, he realized he had developed an obsession for Zhu Zhuqing, the fiancée of Dai Mubai, whom he had yet to meet but was soon to encounter. The thought of Zhu Zhuqing suddenly dulled the pain of the needle. Let this be a form of compensation for the future when I pursue your fiancée, he mused. Ma Hongjun chuckled mischievously, glancing back at his good brother, and thought to himself, brother's wife, no need for formalities. Dai Mubai and Zhao Wujia looked at Ma Hongjun with expressions of astonishment. How about another round? Dai Mubai suggested tentatively, as Ma Hongjun's demeanor seemed to unveil a new realm of possibilities, leading him to believe that there truly existed individuals who relished in such torment, finding joy even amid suffering. The youth certainly know how to indulge, Zhao Wujia remarked, adopting a weary expression that spoke of his inability to comprehend the world of the young, shaking his head and walking away with his hands clasped behind his back. You, get lost. Ma Hongjun realized that he had been misunderstood. It was a predicament from which he could not extricate himself, akin to jumping into the Yellow River to cleanse his name. With a pained expression, he covered his head and fled. In Soto City, Xiang Qingxian was summoned back by the head of the Xiang family, who hoped she would assist the clan in the upcoming family soul battle competition at the year's end. You are still a member of the Xiang family. Although you have been neglected in the past, the family has not been unkind to you since your martial soul awakened. Even if you wish to carve out your own path, you ought to contribute to the family, one elder remarked. Xiang Qingxian replied, is that what you call neglect? Assisting the family in battle is our inescapable duty. The family has nurtured you, and you repay this with such coldness. They merely ask you to participate in the soul battle, yet the elders plead with you. You, a junior, display no decorum. Just like your father, a mere waste. You fear failure and shy away from the battle. As a soul master with such exceptional talent, you squander your potential on running a hotel rather than honing your skills. Do you think that accumulating gold soul coins will elevate you above the family? Humph. Without strength and the family's protection, no matter how many enterprises you possess, you cannot safeguard them. You are a child of the Xiang family. You ought to remember the bonds of kinship. Now is the moment when the family requires your support. Do not be heartless. The middle-aged man seated at the head of the table interjected, enough. Second elder, silence them. Let them speak no more. I acknowledge that the family has nurtured me, but my contributions over the years have far exceeded the resources the family has provided. Spare me the talk of kinship. You have never shown us any affection. I can forge my own path without the family's protection. I have long declared my intention to sever ties with the Xiang family and have no further dealings with you. At this moment, Xiang Qingxian was frigid. The merciless faces of these individuals were indelibly etched in her mind. From a young age, her family had been marginalized and bullied. Her father, unable to become a soul master due to the low quality of his black tiger martial soul and lack of innate soul power, faced severe discrimination and mistreatment within the family. The great family was unlike smaller ones. It resembled a small empire or community, intolerant of weakness. Even if some were willing to assist, many others would still come to belittle you. The Xiang family was not known for its kindness. They were brutal toward outsiders and unkind to their own, especially those they deemed shameful. The harsh words just spoken were primarily from the faction of Xiang Qingxian's second uncle and the family head. As the family expanded, so did its branches, each functioning as a small family competing against one another. Xiang Qingxian's lineage had fallen on hard times because her father could not become a soul master. Throughout her childhood, she was often bullied, with her most vivid memories being of being tormented and beaten by Xiang Qingxian. Even the shadows of her childhood linger, as Xiang Qingxian diligently cultivates her skills, driven by a desire to avenge the grievances of her youth and to dispel the darkness that haunts her. Those who insulted and slandered her father never shied away from her presence, leaving him to dwell perpetually in a realm of inferiority and guilt. In her early years, apart from her parents, no one cared for her. She lacked companions. Thus, her sole aspiration was to lead a good life with her parents, to escape the painful legacy that burdened their family. The elder of the clan is among the more rational members, and this year presents the Xiang family with their greatest opportunity for victory, as the soul battle requires participants to be under 20. Xiang Qingxian has already surpassed that age. However, the Xiang family still boasts Xiang Qingxian and Xiang Qiwang, while the most formidable contenders from the Gan and Bei families are Gan Shuang and Bei Han. In terms of strength, the slightly older and already established soul masters, Xiang Qingxian and Xiang Qiwang, hold a considerable advantage. Qingxian, You are currently the most formidable member of the younger generation within our clan. Only your participation in the family soul battle can grant us a chance at victory. I shall refrain from discussing familial sentiments. I am acutely aware of the burdens our clan has imposed upon you over the years. You are now running a clothing store, correct? The clothing industry in Swoto City is predominantly controlled by the Gon and Bei families. If you can join this soul battle, I can devise a way to increase the stakes, compelling both families to incorporate the clothing industry into this year's wager. Should you aid us in securing victory? Including our family's clothing enterprise, the entirety of Swoto City's clothing industry will eventually be under your dominion. As for your subsequent choices regarding your affiliation with the family, that shall be entirely up to you. What say you? Upon concluding his proposal, the elder gazed expectantly at Xiang Chengxian. Elder, this is unacceptable. Silence. The elder silenced those who attempted to interject, continuing to await Xiang Chengxian's response. Very well, I accept. Chapter 64. The formation of Xiang Chengxian's soul battle team. When Ma Hongjun and his companions returned to the mist-laden Jiaolong pool, it exuded an aura of mystery. Ma Hongjun felt the call of the dragon soul gun, reminiscent of the last encounter with the dragon blood jade. There must be something within the Jiaolong pond that it can absorb. Teacher Zhao, please wait for a moment. This Jiaolong pond has long been occupied by the Beast King. Could there be treasures hidden within? Damu Bai and Zhao Wujie paused, gazing into the depths of the pond. This Jiaolong pond is exceedingly deep. We cannot dive down below, and besides, this is the sacred ground of soul beasts. Even if there are treasures, they would likely be of use only to the soul beasts, Zhao Wujie remarked dismissively. Let me give it a try. After all, we have already slain the water dragon, and there should be no danger below. I believe there must be something valuable down there. Just wait for me a moment. It won't take long. After Ma Hongjun finished speaking, he removed his clothing and summoned the dragon scale armor and the dragon soul spear. Like the Sea King, he plunged headlong into the waters of the pond. As anticipated, the dragon scale armor enhanced his survival capabilities in the water. This armor was not akin to iron armor. Rather, it was a unique substance with a profound affinity for water. The golden dragon soul manifested upon the spear, pulling Ma Hongjun downwards towards the depths of the pond. In an instant, they had descended over 100 meters into the inky darkness, where only through the shimmering golden dragon silhouette could Ma Hongjun discern faint shapes. Typically, such depths would exert immense pressure, yet clad in the dragon scale armor, he felt no pressure whatsoever. The speed of the dragon silhouette was remarkable. As the silver dragon soul spear, accompanied by the azure Ma Hongjun, plunged downward like an arrow. At last, they reached the bottom of the pond, where even through the armor, Ma Hongjun sensed a bone-chilling cold. Generally, treasures reside at the depths of such ponds, and indeed, the head of the golden dragon silhouette clutched a water-blue, crystalline stone, illuminated by the golden dragon's glow and the ethereal blue light emanating from the pond's floor. Ma Hongjun beheld that the bottom was strewn with such blue stones. Upon grasping one, he discovered it was soft, reminiscent of a bouncy ball, imparting a fascinating tactile sensation. Although Ma Hongjun was yet unaware of the nature of this treasure, it was evident that what the dragon soul could absorb was no ordinary object. This could hardly be classified as merely a stone. Without hesitation, Ma Hongjun, aware that the absorption by the dragon soul required time and was substantial, collected all he could into his spatial belt, amassing a total of 27 pieces, each no smaller than a human head, yet remarkably lightweight. Only a single, substantial piece remained, embedded in the pond's floor like a mother stone. This was undoubtedly the treasure of the pond, far too large to be stored within the spatial jade. It would have to await the dragon soul's absorption. The stone transformed into a stream of blue water, merging with the dragon soul spear. Approximately 10 minutes passed before the dragon soul had completed its absorption. At this moment, upon examining the dragon soul spear, dark blue streaks appeared along the silver shaft. As the dragon soul faded, Ma Hongjun sheathed the spear and began his ascent. Plop! Ma Hongjun emerged from the water, and both Zhao Wujie and Dai Mubai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ma Hongjun had spent an excessive amount of time submerged, causing concern to arise in both of them. What did you find? Zhao Wujie inquired, his voice tinged with anticipation. Dai Mubai, too, looked on with eager expectation. Ma Hongjun extracted a blue stone from his belt. Earlier, he had not observed it thoroughly at the bottom of the pool, but now, under the sunlight, the stone radiated a vibrant array of colors, resembling a colloid. Faintly, one could perceive the blue substance within it flowing. Do you recognize this object? Zhao Wujie took it, examined it briefly, and then shook his head. Dai Mubai scrutinized the blue stone intently and then remarked, I believe I have an inkling of what it is. If you know, please share. This should be the eternal water crystal, also known as the primordial water, the essence of water. Ma Hongjun and the other person gazed at him, eagerly anticipating his continuation. Do not look at me. I only know the name, having never truly encountered it myself. I stumbled upon it by chance in the family's library. In certain extraordinary locales, rare treasures with exceptional attributes are born. This bears resemblance to the crystal boards of radiant gold you previously mentioned. That golden essence undoubtedly qualifies as an extraordinary rarity of the utmost gold attribute. You have likely heard of the Millennium Ice Essence, which occasionally surfaces in the farthest northern regions. It is indeed a rare treasure of supreme ice attribute. Soul masters possessing ice attribute martial souls, upon absorbing it, can significantly enhance their martial soul's ice capabilities. Correspondingly, the Millennium Water, recorded alongside the Millennium Ice Essence, should possess similar effects. Even if it is not the Millennium Water, it must still be a remarkably precious water attribute rarity, likely fetching a handsome price. It would undoubtedly hold immense value for soul masters with water attribute martial souls. Dai Mubai has only glanced at it occasionally, never having delved into research. The Royal Library's vast collection and long-standing legacy account for such records. Dai Mubai himself is not particularly studious, so merely knowing the name is already a commendable feat. Given what Dai Mubai has indicated, Ma Hongjun is inclined to believe it is indeed the Millennium Water, an invaluable treasure for water attribute soul masters. Ma Hongjun decided to hold on for the time being, as the Dragon Soul Lance had absorbed a substantial amount, which should suffice. Time had also been delayed significantly. And the trio exited the forest. They briefly visited Ma Ping in Musu Town, shared a meal with him, and then returned to Soto City. The three moved swiftly, arriving just as darkness enveloped the sky. Zhao Wujie directly headed back to Shrek Academy, while Ma Hongjun asked him to convey his regards to his parents. Subsequently, he and Dai Mubai entered the city. At the Rose Hotel, upon entering, Ma Hongjun was surprised to see familiar faces in the lobby: Delang, Jean Lian, and the Ghost Axe duo. He exclaimed in astonishment. In the hall, Xiang Chengxian, Oscar, and the Ghost Axe duo were enjoying dinner. They had arrived just in time. As hunger gnawed at them, Chengxian, could you add 2 more dishes? Dai Mubai eagerly rushed over and took a seat beside Xiang Chengxian. What is the occasion? How did you all come together? Ma Hongjun took a seat beside Oscar, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, he learned that the Ghost Axe duo was comprised of Huang Qing and Jean Lian. Following their previous battle in the Soul Arena, the bond between the two had deepened significantly. A few days prior, they had visited the Rose Hotel, where they were recognized by Xiang Chengxian. Currently, Xiang Chengxian was preparing for his family's soul battle but had yet to secure a suitable partner. In family battles, external assistance is permissible. The 7 participants must include at least 1 family member, while the rest can be recruited from outside, provided they are under 20 years of age. However, none of the candidates from the Xiang family met Xiang Chengxian's expectations. Either their martial souls were inadequate, or they had not yet attained the rank of Soul Master. During this period, the Ghost Axe duo had acquired their 3rd soul ring, elevating them to the rank of Soul Master, making them quite formidable among those under 20. After all, they had previously achieved a 10-match winning streak in the arena. The Ghost Axe duo recalled how Ma Hongjun had shown mercy in their last encounter and readily agreed to assist. Once Xiang Chengxian clarified the situation, it was only fitting that Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, the masterminds behind the clothing venture, also contribute to the apparel shop. Thus, the 7 members of the Xiang family team were finalized: Xiang Chengxian, Xiang Chengwang, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the Ghost Axe duo. While this team composition may appear unorthodox, with 3 formidable fighters, a spear, an axe, 5 assault-type soul masters, complemented by a control-type and a food-type soul master, it nonetheless possesses potential. The 3 leading fighters are not lacking in speed, and Ma Hongjun can also serve as an agile attacker. In light of his newfound 3rd soul skill, he could even be regarded as a semi-control type soul master. The team boasts 6 soul masters and 1 great soul master. In this formation, Xiang Chengxian has gained considerable confidence. Turning to the combination of the Gan and Bei families, the 5-member team observed previously, comprising Gan Shuang wielding a bow, Bei Han with a shield, and the fierce combination of the blazing lion and the long-armed spirit ape, alongside Zheng Jia with his dual blades. Each member exhibits formidable strength. Zheng Jia, being a sole master of the soul sovereign rank, likely indicates that the other four have also acquired their third soul rings, thus ascending to the same rank. The details regarding the other two remain unknown. However, this quintet has previously engaged in battle and, despite each having gained an additional soul ring, they remain confident in their ability to secure victory. The only uncertainty lies with the two opposing soul masters. The Xiang family's soul fighting team has officially been established. With only 7 days remaining until the year-end competition, necessitating an expedited period for cohesion, the opposing team has long since begun their acclimatization, while the Xiang family, due to various circumstances, has only just formed and must become acquainted within this limited time frame. After a meal, it was already midnight, and the arrangements for the soul fighting team were largely settled, awaiting the commencement of training the following day. The Shuang sisters have been preoccupied with their clothing store, having relocated to the Fairy Garment Pavilion, and only upon the arrival of Ma Hongjun do they return to the Rose Hotel's Red Ocean for rest. Earlier during dinner, Ma Hongjun had already instructed the waiter to summon the Shuang sisters back. The Red Ocean, a familiar place with familiar faces, the young master continues to spend a lengthy night entangled with his two garments. Chapter 65. One word, water. The Xiang family training ground. In Soto City, finding a suitable training venue is challenging. Team battle training requires specific arrangements and practice partners. The matter of the soul fighting was previously addressed with Dean Flandre in the morning, as the four are students and must proceed with his consent. Flandre not only encourages them to confront challenges, but also to provoke them. For opportunities that offer benefits and enhance practical experience, he readily approved and even summoned Lu Qibin, an esteemed teacher with profound understanding of team battles and a controlling spirit of the starry Luo martial soul, to provide guidance. The Xiang family's members are eager to assess the capabilities of the external aide Xiang Chengxian has recruited. Initially, Xiang Chengxian dismissed all the external aides he had invited, deeming them unworthy, despite the presence of two soul sovereigns among them. Chengxian, is this truly the team you have assembled? What is their strength? A young man inquired. Standing beside him was a lad scarcely older than Dai Mubai, though nearly 4 years had elapsed. Ma Hongjun could vividly recall these two individuals, those who had nearly met their demise at his hands when he acquired his first spirit ring, Xiang Chengsheng and Xiang Chengwang. Xiang Chengxian had little desire to acknowledge her cousin, had she not matured into a gifted spirit master. It was likely that Xiang Chengsheng would have forgotten his previous bullying of such a cousin. Xiang Chengsheng bore an air of superiority, casually scrutinizing Ma Hongjun and his companions, displaying none of the hospitality one would expect from a host, instead revealing a tone of disdain. She did not believe that Xiang Chengxian could summon aid more formidable than that which familial ties could provide. Just as Xiang Chengxian was about to respond, Ma Hongjun interjected, pulling her back and speaking first. As for strength, shall we not discover it through trial? Ma Hongjun spoke with a casual demeanor, casting a playful glance at Xiang Chengsheng. Ah, indeed, Your Highness, why not give it a try? The corners of Xiang Chengsheng's mouth lifted in a disdainful, yet intrigued manner. For years had elapsed, and due to the influence of sinister flames, Ma Hongjun had undergone significant transformation, rendering himself unrecognizable to Xiang Chengsheng. Obediently, Prince Cheng stepped forward, but Ma Hongjun swiftly raised a hand to halt him. As for testing me, he can forego that. He was no match for me 4 years ago, and even less so now. Therefore, Mubai, you shall take his place. Let him experience what a true tiger is like. Prince Cheng appeared utterly perplexed, failing to recognize Ma Hongjun. Do I know you? You have no recollection of me? It seems your palm's injury is healed. If you do not recognize me, then surely you must be familiar with this gun. Ma Hongjun summoned the dragon soul spear and coldly taunted. It is you. Indeed, it is I. Therefore, there is no need for you to test my strength. Xiang Chengsheng, come forth. It has been 4 years, and I wish to gauge your prowess. Ma Hongjun raised his gun, aiming it at Xiang Chengsheng. Dai Mubai, already aware of the long-standing animosity between Ma Hongjun and the two brothers, understood the situation as Ma Hongjun instigated trouble. He seized the opportunity to deny Xiang Chengwang any chance of retreat. You two, come forth and enlighten us. Xiang Chengxian, still oblivious, had no inkling of Ma Hongjun's previous grievances with the two. The battleground gradually cleared, leaving the four of them standing at the center. The expressions of Xiang Chengsheng and his companion shifted dramatically, revealing a mix of surprise, anger, and curiosity. Are you certain you wish to challenge me? Xiang Chengwang remarked with a somewhat sinister smile. Upon the silver spear of Ma Hongjun, the soul rings materialized. Yellow, purple, purple. Indeed, enough with the idle chatter. Do not act like a coward. Undoubtedly, the combination of yellow and purple would evoke astonishment. Yet Xiang Chengsheng had already been provoked. He summoned the black tiger, and 4 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Xiang Chunwang also manifested their martial spirits, each adorned with 3 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple. The atmosphere was already charged with tension, ignited once the battleground was established. Surrounding them were the members of the Xiang family, along with an inconspicuous elder, Lu Qibin. The clash was imminent, with Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai launching the first strikes. The first soul ring gleamed as the dragon soul spear thrust forth, only for Xiang Chengsheng to counter with a powerful palm, redirecting the spear's trajectory. Subsequently, a tiger claw emerged from his other hand, aiming for Ma Hongjun's head. Employing the phoenix dance of 100 birds technique, Ma deftly evaded the claw strike, retaliating with a 100-bird spin that struck his adversary's ribcage. Despite the disparity of a soul ring, Ma Hongjun was confident in his ability to engage. Having garnered a substantial understanding of the black tiger martial spirit, his confidence surged further upon acquiring the 3rd soul ring. Xiang Chengsheng, however, was not one to underestimate the situation. The peculiar combination of yellow and purple rings was unprecedented, and the assured demeanor of Ma Hongjun heightened his caution. While his temperament was impulsive, his combat prowess and experience were substantial. He was not a fool. Xiang Chengsheng promptly activated his 3rd soul ring, Breaking Void Claw. The black claws shimmered ominously, and bolstered by the 1st soul ring's speed. Ma Hongjun swiftly employed the phoenix dance of 100 birds to evade. The Breaking Void Claw was capable of traversing significant distances. Its attacks were somewhat deceptive, and Ma Hongjun was indeed caught. However, he was protected by an armor of dragon scales, which thwarted the claws from penetrating his defenses. It was time to unveil the newly acquired soul skill. The 3rd soul ring of Ma Hongjun illuminated, radiating a brilliant purple hue as it danced across the dragon soul spear, causing the blue dark patterns on the spear to shimmer with renewed vibrance. Ma Hongjun's 3rd soul skill is intricately linked to these azure dark patterns. The tip of the dragon soul gun has become damp, enveloped in a layer of mist, transforming into a resplendent blue point. Water gun. Thus, we witness the manifestation of Ma Hongjun's 3rd soul skill, encapsulated in a single word: water. He aimed the dragon soul gun directly at Xiang Chengsheng's face, and, with a horizontal sweep, the mist at the gun's tip dispersed, cascading towards Xiang Chengsheng. This is the Jiao Long water mist, possessing the effects of blinding and paralysis. Xiang Chengsheng, exercising caution, refrained from engaging with the water mist and retreated. The mist now lay between them, creating a barrier that obscured their view of one another. Ma Hongjun brandished his weapon against the mist, causing droplets of water to coalesce at the tip of his gun. The blue patterns on the gun barrel, influenced by his soul power, transformed into beads of water that flowed toward its end. With a deft motion, he launched the droplets forward. Xiang Chengsheng, caught off guard, was struck by the azure bead, which seamlessly integrated into his arm despite his attempt to shield himself. At this moment, Ma Hongjun activated his 2nd soul ring, and the dragon soul gun pierced through the mist, arriving before Xiang Chengsheng. A powerful explosion ensued, unleashing a tremendous force that detonated the water droplets now within Xiang Chengsheng's body. This was the effect of combining Ma Hongjun's 2nd and 3rd soul powers, allowing the expelled droplets to be controlled and detonated at will, akin to the parasitic nature of ghost vines. However, the explosive force amplified several-fold with the addition of the 2nd soul ring. Xiang Chengsheng's chest and arm were torn apart by the blast, blood and flesh scattering in a gruesome display. Ah! He screamed in agony, and his 4th soul ring illuminated. Black Tiger Demon Transformation. It was unexpected that the soul skill acquired by Xiang Chengxian with his 3rd soul ring was only now attained by Xiang Chengsheng through his 4th ring. Yet, it appeared that Xiang Chengsheng's malevolence was not as potent as that of Xiang Chengxian, resulting in a considerably weaker enhancement. Seeing this soul skill, Ma Hongjun chuckled. While the demon transformation provided a comprehensive boost, he was well aware that even with a 10-level advantage in soul power, his agility and speed could match that of Xiang Chengsheng when employing the Phoenix plays with 100 birds technique. Furthermore, the defensive capabilities granted by malevolence proved futile against the penetrating attacks of his water gun. Coupled with the defense of the dragon-scaled armor, Xiang Chengsheng's defeat was inevitable. To fully experience the effects of his third soul skill, Ma Hongjun manipulated the water gun, creating various shapes of water corresponding to his movements. The blue patterns on the gun barrel continuously transformed his soul power into water. Under the influence of his third soul skill, he wielded a weapon that perpetually produced water. Each thrust into Xiang Chengxing's body sent streams of water surging forth. The water could manifest in two forms, rigid and pliable. Unlike the majority of water attribute soul masters who utilize their abilities for healing or binding, Ma Hongjun's water gun was primarily focused on offense and control. Xiang Chengxing's condition deteriorated. He grew increasingly frantic. The more water infiltrated his body, the more his skin slackened. A gradual yet insidious assault akin to boiling a frog in warm water. The pliable water carried a certain toxicity, leading to a numbing sensation throughout his body. His speed diminished, and the water diluted his blood, oozing from his wounds. At this moment, Xiang Chengxing resembled a scalded child, his skin wrinkled and blood flowing profusely. With a sweep of the dragon soul gun, a shroud of mist enveloped the frenzied Xiang Chengxing, blinding him in the process. Ma Hongjun transformed his spear into a staff, striking down upon Xiang Chengxing's already ravaged flesh as though chastising a mischievous child. The cries of agony had distorted into something unrecognizable, and at that moment, Xiang Chengxing's visage had become a terrifying sight. Enough. On the other side, Xiang Chengwang proved no match for Dai Mubai. The black tiger lay pinned beneath the might of the white tiger. An elderly man emerged, having taken on the form of the black tiger, driving Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai back. Beneath his feet, 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black materialized. 2 black and white chess pieces appeared between the elder and Ma Hongjun, with 2 more manifesting behind the elder. Is it truly necessary for an elder to intervene in the skirmishes of the youth? Lu Qibin approached, adorned with the same 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. The members of the Xiang family were taken aback. They had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous elder was, in fact, a soul emperor. Ultimately, the Grand Elder stepped forth to mediate, instructing that Xiang Chengxing be taken away for treatment. Upon witnessing the formidable prowess of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, the affairs of the family's soul battles were entrusted entirely to Xiang Chengxian, while Lu Qibin graciously accepted the responsibility of training. For the ensuing 7 days, the Xiang family refrained from any disturbances, granting them full access to the training grounds. Xiang Chengwang became docile, obediently following instructions during training without question. The methods exhibited by Ma Hongjun in his confrontation with Xiang Chengxing, coupled with the lingering shadows from their previous encounters, instilled within him a profound sense of dread towards Ma Hongjun. The training progressed smoothly, with Lu Qibin providing pivotal guidance. Furthermore, under the tutelage of the formidable Chu Tianyi, Ma Hongjun was already well-versed in team battles, allowing Xiang Chengxian to nominally lead while he orchestrated the strategies. Once the dynamics within the team improved, collaboration during battles became significantly more harmonious. Following Xiang Chengwang's transformation into a more amenable character, the entire team experienced an uplift in cohesion. After 7 days of rigorous training, they achieved remarkable progress, enhancing their synergy at an accelerated pace. Now, they awaited the imminent soul duel competition. Chapter 66. The 7-person team battle against a formidable opponent as the year drew to a close in Suotoa City at the Grand Soul Arena. The main stage was set for the annual Family Soul competition among the 3 prominent families of Suotoa City. This event was undoubtedly the most vibrant and captivating contest, attracting various factions from the city, with the audience completely filling every seat. The betting among the 3 families essentially represented a redistribution of power within Suotoa City's market. The young soul masters symbolized the future of their families, and the competition among these youthful heirs reflected the potential development of their families over the next decade or so. This year, the stakes were particularly high, with the Xiang family's land and the garments of the Ganbei family being wagered, both of which are considered pillar industries. A victory for one side would result in the other losing a substantial portion of their profits in Suotoa City. The betting atmosphere was lively, and Zhanggan opened his betting platforms, excitedly preparing for Ma Hongjun's participation in the Xiang family's soul duel. He quickly organized several betting stations to cater to the influx of gamblers from Suotoa City. During his collaboration with Zhanggan, Ma Hongjun had already amassed over 100,000 gold soul coins, as the casino offered swift financial returns. The odds from the Ganbei families were lower than those of the Xiang family, as they had historically allied against the Xiong family, resulting in the majority of bets favoring the Ganbei families this year. Ma Hongjun entrusted all of his over 100,000 gold soul coins to Flinder, asking him to assist with the betting. Thus, for the entirety of his fortune, Ma Hongjun was determined to secure victory. As the Soul Masters entered the arena, it was evident that the 5 individuals from the Ganbei families they had encountered previously were present. The other 2 were a man and a woman. The man exuded an ominous aura, his face shrouded in dark energy, resembling a living corpse. The woman, a familiar figure, excitedly pointed at Ma Hongjun upon seeing him, exclaiming in astonishment, "Boss Ma." This individual was none other than Xiao Yuanyuan from the Musu Soul Master Academy. However, upon realizing they were now on opposing sides, she quickly covered her mouth. Ma Hongjun gazed over in astonishment, a helpless smile creeping across his face as he shook his head. Gan Shuang, Bei Han, and the others were taken aback to see the familiar figures of Ma Hongjun and his companions, yet they were not overly surprised, as this outcome had already been anticipated. The group instinctively turned their attention to the zombie-like man. Despite the considerable pressure exerted by Ma Hongjun, the sight of the zombie boy brought them a sense of reassurance. As the battle commenced, both sides unleashed their martial spirits, vibrant soul rings ascending around them. The team of Ganbei was unified in hues of yellow and purple, showcasing an optimal configuration of soul rings among their soul masters. On the opposing side, the Xiong family boasted 6 soul masters and a grand soul master, all similarly equipped with the best soul ring arrangements. The fiery-haired man with the blazed lion martial spirit and Bei Han with her shield martial spirit stood at the forefront as the primary attackers, while the slender figure with the long-armed spirit ape and Zheng Jie wielding dual blades flanked the sides. At the rear were Gan Shuang with his bow and Xiao Yuanyuan with her bread. The silent zombie boy positioned himself at the center, his martial spirit surprisingly being a tombstone, shrouded in wisps of black gas that exuded an eerie and chilling aura. The formation of the Xiong family was also meticulously arranged, as rehearsed by Ma Hongjun beforehand. The imposing figure of Huang Qing wielding the giant axe stood at the front, flanked by 2 black tigers, Xiang Chengxian and Xiang Chengwang, positioned behind. Following them were Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, facing the formidable duo of Xiang Chengwang and Xiang Chengxian. Jin Lian and Oscar aligned with Huang Qing in a straight line, forming the arrow formation. Typically, in a team battle, it is the support-type soul masters who initiate their skills first. However, on this occasion, both sides consisted of food-type soul masters, making for an even match. The tense atmosphere was soon disrupted by the ensuing soul spells. Xiao Yuanyuan proclaimed, "I have a large loaf of bread." Oscar retorted, "I possess a grand sausage." Xiao Yuanyuan continued, "I have a small loaf of bread." Oscar followed up, "I have a small sausage." Xiao Yuanyuan exclaimed, "I have a soft loaf of bread." Oscar concluded, "I have none left." The contribution of food-type soul masters to the team is substantial. Both were diligently employing their soul techniques to create bread and sausages, ready to sustain their comrades when the moment arose. Xiao Yuanyuan's large loaf, akin to Oscar's, served to restore soul power, while the small loaf was intended to enhance speed, a technique Ma Hongjun had aided in acquiring during their time at the Musu Soul Master Academy. The purpose of the third soft loaf, however, remained a mystery. In large-scale battles, the absence of a competent commander and prolonged coordination can easily lead to chaos. Conversely, disrupting the enemy's formation is also a highly effective strategy in team combat. Huang Qing's giant axe was particularly suited for such tasks, as few dared to stand beneath its looming shadow. Thus, the third soul ring on the giant axe illuminated with fervor. He unleashed the heaven-splitting axe. A colossal axe shadow enveloped the 7 opponents. Should they fail to evade, they would be subjected to the devastating blow, with at least half succumbing to injury. However, the sudden dispersal of their formation led to disarray. Do not panic. Bei Han, you 2 advance separately. Gan Shuang, shoot the giant axe with your ice arrow. The zombie man, standing at the center, declared as his second soul ring gleamed. After Bei Han and the wild lion dashed apart to the left and right, he exclaimed, "Gravestone wall." The gravestone in his hand was thrust forward, rapidly expanding to obstruct the 5 individuals behind him. A colossal axe descended, colliding with the gravestone and producing a resounding shockwave. An ice arrow soared towards them, prompting Ma Hongjun to unleash his second soul skill, leaping onto Huang Qing's shoulder, where he aimed the dragon soul spear and shattered the ice arrow. Flame impact. Flying shield. Beihan and his companion had already rushed forward. The Black Tiger met them head-on, with Ghost Vine striking out. Black Tiger Demon Transformation. Entangle. The black flame aura of Xiang Chengxian clashed with the crimson flames, while the Ghost Vine enveloped and entangled the approaching circular shield. First, let's deal with the mighty lion. Ma Hongjun commanded that the fiery wrath of the great lion posed an overwhelming threat to them, rendering the ghostly vines ineffective, while his third soul skill, the water gun, was significantly diminished under the blaze. White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Dai Mubai unleashed his second soul skill, continuing to aim his bow at the lion. Shockwave Axe. Huang Qing swung his axe horizontally, targeting the lion with force. Xiang Chengwang employed his second soul skill, Black Tiger's Shadow Transformation, to restrain Beihan. Retreat, Wild Lion. The lion, swift in its movements, gained speed after consuming Xiao Yunyuan's small bread, a scenario Ma Hongjun had anticipated, and he was determined not to afford it any opportunity. Spear of the Dragon Soul. The dragon's spear shot forth, piercing the path of the retreating beast. Save the wild lion. The long-armed spirit monkey, a lean soul master, activated his third soul ring, suddenly elongating his arms to match the speed of the wild lion, bending his long arms to embrace it, attempting to pull it back. As Ma Hongjun swiftly redirected the dragon's soul spear, it plunged into the long arm, infusing the weapon with a stream of water. Though the toxicity of the water was minimal, it was sufficient to incapacitate a limb. Dai Mubai's White Tiger Lightwave struck the ferocious lion, causing it to cough up blood and be flung backward, only to be drawn back into the embrace of the long arm. They pursued, closing the distance to engage in combat. Two Black Tigers led the charge, with Ma Hongjun wielding his spear and massive axe behind them, while Dai Mubai lagged slightly, ensuring the safety of Jin Lian and Oscar. Their side primarily consisted of aggressive fighters, necessitating a closer range for hand-to-hand combat. Gan Shuang summoned his third spirit ring. A rain of arrows descended upon them. Countless arrows surged forth, prompting Ma Hongjun to activate his third spirit ring as well. The blue dark patterns brightened, and the dragon soul spear whirled, conjuring a curtain of water before the four. The arrows pierced through the water veil, yet their force diminished, easily deflected with a mere flick of the hand. A chilling aura enveloped the air. The tombstone shrank, releasing a myriad of black mist that slithered toward Ma Hongjun and his companions. As the dark essence infiltrated their bodies, the corpse-like figure chuckled maliciously. For his deathly aura was indeed toxic. Fall back, Xiao Ao Lachong. The moment the dark mist entered his body, Ma Hongjun felt an excruciating chill, causing his body to tremble. Oscar had long been prepared, tossing 4 small sausages to the group. With the rain of arrows overhead, the round shield advanced, and the twin blades followed closely. The adversary would not grant Ma Hongjun and the others any time to consume the sausages. Hurry, eat. Ma Hongjun endured the discomfort within his body as the third soul ring illuminated. The dragon soul gun was swiftly wielded, conjuring a mist of water that obscured the vision of both parties. Arrows pierced through the veil of mist, prompting the third soul ring of the golden lotus to activate. The ghostly vines surged from the ground, intertwining in the air to form a protective dome enveloping everyone. The rain of arrows met the ghostly vines, failing to penetrate their resilient embrace. Beihan and Zheng Jie found themselves engulfed in the mist, rendered blind and instinctively halting their retreat. After consuming the sausage, the ghostly vine's enclosure dissipated, yet the corpse poison lingered, the sausage's effect proving insufficient to fully eradicate it. However, it managed to suppress the toxicity, though the chilling sensation instilled a palpable fear. Dai Mubai, unaffected by the poison, reacted swiftly, unleashing another wave of White Tiger's radiance towards Zheng Jie. Blinded and unable to evade, Zheng Jie was struck violently, blood spilling forth. Beihan sensed the impending danger, yet with her round shield providing protection, she cautiously began to retreat. The first spirit ring of Ma Hongjun illuminated, and the extreme shadow-flying dragon spear struck, piercing Zheng Jie's abdomen. He managed to deflect the attack with his dual blades, yet Ma Hongjun swiftly unleashed his second spirit skill, causing an explosive blast that sent Zheng Jie hurtling through the air once more. At this juncture, Zheng Jie had succumbed to the loss of his combat capability. The unfortunate fellow was unable to activate his third spirit skill once again. With a deft maneuver, Ma Hongjun lifted him, sweeping him off the stage with a single strike. In that moment, 7 dark arrows shot forth, akin to the celestial alignment of the 7 stars. Ma Hongjun hurriedly raised his defenses, yet ultimately, an arrow struck his back. Today, Shuang's use of soul skills has been rather excessive. She has already unleashed her Millennium Soul technique, Arrow Rain, consecutively twice, and is now preparing to employ the 7-star convergence. Could it be? Ma Hongjun suddenly had a thought and turned to Shuang. He noticed that Shuang's face had turned pale as she consumed the soft bread offered by Xiao Yuanyuan. After finishing one piece, she continued to draw her bow and shoot arrows. The soft bread from Xiao Yuanyuan seemed to reduce the soul power required for using soul skills, effectively shortening their cooldown. This auxiliary ability was immensely significant for Shuang, amplifying her potential infinitely. It was imperative to deal with Xiao Yuanyuan first. At that moment, a surge of flames rushed forth, instantly evaporating the mist that stood between them. Jin Lian, find a way to control that tombstone spirit. You 3 engage directly. I will handle the bread and archery. After consuming Oscar's restorative sausage, they launched another assault. Author's note: it is finally time for my work to be published. This is my first book, a labor of love, and I have dedicated myself to writing it while cherishing my readers. As you may have noticed, I am active in the reader community whenever I have time. This is my debut, and whether it is good or not, I ask for your understanding and kindness. If you love it, let us cherish it together. If not, please refrain from causing harm. With the book now behind a paywall, I understand I will lose some readers who enjoyed it for free, but I do not regret this decision. Those who remain are my true supporters, my benefactors. While writing is a passion, it is also driven by financial incentive. I am not a great person. I cannot engage in unprofitable endeavors. Balancing my job with writing during breaks, I naturally aspire to earn some extra income. For me, those who stay are cherished readers, and the upcoming chapters are dedicated to them. In summary, I, the seasoned writer, am now charging a fee. Moving forward, if you wish to join the journey, you must pay. Regarding the publication, on the day of release, there will be 5 updates. This is my limit, as I am truly working tirelessly to welcome you all. Additionally, further updates will certainly follow. Even if I exhaust myself, I still have 2 kidneys left. Rules: 1. Subscriptions. I favor the number 7. So I set the goal at 700. For every additional 200 subscriptions beyond that, I will provide 1 extra chapter. 2. Monthly votes. An additional chapter for every 200 monthly votes. 3. Donations. For every cumulative 10,000 book coins donated, an extra chapter will be added. 4. Recommendation tickets. An additional chapter for every 5,000 recommendation tickets. 5. If I have the funds, I'll treat myself to 2 bottles of health tonic for even more updates. As a part-time writer, 2 updates is already a considerable feat, and anything beyond that requires extensive overtime and sleepless nights. However, since my brothers and my few sisters are investing in my work, I wish to show my appreciation. This is the update policy. If the conditions are met, updates will be added. Publishing time is set for 12 noon. I eagerly await you all. Chapter 67, Victory. Tang San and Xiao Wu, 15, seeking subscriptions. Ma Hongjun executed the phoenix dance of 100 birds, swiftly approaching and maneuvering from the side. The 3 tigers and the giant axe charged head-on. Black Tiger Demon Transformation. Black Tiger Shadow Transformation. White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Shockwave Axe. Beihan and others rapidly unleashed their soul skills. Round Shield Dance. Raging Lion's Inferno. Spirit Ape's Ambush. Arrow Rain. The ghostly vines surged forth, swiftly extending toward the man wielding the tombstone martial spirit. The tombstone trembled violently as the tendrils were shattered one by one. The round shield and the tombstone constantly obstructed Ma Hongjun's path of attack. With a cold smirk, Ma Hongjun activated his 3rd soul ring. Water Gun, Rain of Spears. Countless droplets shot forth from his spear, targeting Xiao Yuanyuan and Shuang from a distance. The torrential downpour, akin to bullets, was impossibly swift, leaving no chance for evasion. Both Shuang and Xiao Yuanyuan were struck. Golden Lotus, Entangle. After being toppled by the rain of attacks, the ghostly vines of the Golden Lotus extended, ensnaring the 2 and casting them off the platform. The Raging Lion and the long-armed Spirit Ape were also felled by the 3 tigers, rendered devoid of combat capability, leaving only the man with the tombstone martial spirit and the shield-bearing Beihan desperately holding on. As the Golden Lotus departed, the man with the tombstone broke free from the ghostly vine's grasp and activated his 3rd soul ring. Invasion of 10,000 Ghosts. 5 wisps of black gas suddenly emerged from the tombstone, invading the minds of Ma Hongjun, Huang Qing, Dai Mubai, Xiang Qingxian, and Xiang Qinhuang. Upon the black mist entering their bodies, Ma Hongjun was engulfed in darkness, as if transported to a shadowy realm, haunted by the chilling cries of sinister entities that caused his head to throb with pain. In the obscurity, flickering azure phosphorescent flames appeared, reminiscent of specters, darting toward him. The phosphorescence passed through his body without burning him, yet it inflicted a profound anguish upon his soul. This was an illusion, a genuine mental assault. On the soul-fighting platform, Ma Hongjun and his companions suddenly became immobile. Beihan, attack, commanded the man with the tombstone. Beihan activated her third soul ring. Round shield dance. The shield danced in her hands, as agile as a fan. Bang. Xiang Qinhuang was struck and flung off the platform. Bang bang. Next was Xiang Qingxian and Huang Qing. The golden chain finally arrived, and the ghostly vines lunged, ensnaring Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, pulling them back and evading Beihan's shield. Beihan, of course, could not let this opportunity slip away, uncertain of how long the tombstone could control the two. The round shield dance continued, as the ghostly vines were severed piece by piece. The Golden Lotus immediately invoked her third soul skill, Ghostly Vines Cage. The advancing Beihan was blocked by the rising ghostly vines. When she attempted to retreat, they had completely enveloped her, trapping her within. Her second soul ring illuminated. Flying shield. The shield struck the cage repeatedly, yet the resilience of the ghostly vines proved formidable. Even with her shield's cutting power, escape was not imminent. The stalemate ensued as the man by the gravestone closed his eyes, propping himself against the tombstone while weaving illusions for Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. Jin Lian continued to conjure ghostly vines to control Beihan. The outcome hinged on which side could shatter their opponent's hold first. Moments later, Dai Mubai's eyes gleamed with a spark of clarity as he opened them, gazing around in confusion. Mubai interrupted him. He heard. Dai Mubai glanced at the dazed and terrified Ma Hongjun and quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. White Tiger's radiant wave. With a resounding crash, the man by the gravestone was hurled away. Impossible. How could you evade my myriad of ghostly assaults? There is nothing impossible. Dai Mubai's spiritual eye, a manifestation of his mental awakening, rendered him largely unaffected by such psychic attacks. He merely required a moment to acclimate to the first onslaught. Beihan finally broke free from the ghostly vine prison, just as Ma Hongjun awoke. His head throbbed painfully, unprepared for the mental assault. Relying solely on his formidable willpower for defense, Dai Mubai had already engaged Beihan, and with Jin Lian assisting, Beihan could not withstand for long. Oscar jogged over, handing Ma Hongjun 2 large sausages. The eerie man by the gravestone, bloodied and battered by Dai Mubai's White Tiger's radiant wave, had lost his ability to resist. Xiao Ao, you go finish him off. Ma Hongjun pointed at the zombie-like man. Me? Can I really? Oscar rubbed his hands together, hesitating, torn between eagerness and trepidation. Throughout their battles, he had always remained in the background, solely responsible for producing sausages, feeling utterly detached from the thrill of combat. Ma Hongjun observed his adversary's timidity and retrieved 4 dragon whisker needles from his belt, launching them into the limbs of the zombie man. As the creature let out a pained scream and glared at him with malice, Ma Hongjun declared, "Now it is time. Dispose of him. Cast him off the soul-fighting platform." Oscar stealthily approached the zombie man under his chilling gaze. He then bent down to lift the creature, exclaiming as he dashed to the edge of the platform, where he unceremoniously hurled the figure over the side. He returned, breathless. "Xiao Ao, your stamina is lacking. You must train more." Meanwhile, the battle had concluded, and Beihan found himself firmly ensnared by Jin Lian's ghostly vines. Despite his relentless struggles, each movement only resulted in the thorns digging deeper into his flesh. Onlookers below, particularly Gan Shuang, sighed in resignation. "Release Xiao Han. You have won." With the conclusion of the soul duel, Ma Hongjun and his companions exited the grand arena, leaving the matters of victory and defeat to be debated by the 3 prominent families. This time, Flender had made a significant profit, as the odds from the Xiang family were considerably higher, causing Ma Hongjun's golden soul coins to surge to over 30. Zhanggan personally delivered a card containing 50,000 golden soul coins, a gesture not orchestrated by him, yet clearly intended to foster a connection with Ma Hongjun. For a talented soul master such as him, alliances were essential, as soul masters represented invaluable resources for every faction. In comparison, gold and soul coins seemed less significant, particularly since the Grand Arena was abundant with them. Now, with Ma Hongjun's popularity soaring, Zhang Gan found little room for maneuvering, signaling the near conclusion of their collaboration. Oh, by the way, there is a matter for which I seek your assistance. Perhaps we can continue our partnership. Beyond the Soul Duel area, the Grand Arena also featured a gambling section and a commercial district dedicated to the trade of items essential for Soul Masters. Though it remained a domain exclusive to the families involved in Soul Duels, apparel thrived as a lucrative industry there, as Soul Masters frequently required new attire for their battles. Ma Hongjun sought to collaborate with Zhang Gan to import their garments for sale. In this partnership, Ma Hongjun would act as the manufacturer while Zhang Gan would assume the role of the retailer. After considering Ma Hongjun's proposal, Zhang Gan agreed to the collaboration, albeit contingent upon an assessment of the clothing quality. The details could be negotiated gradually, and Ma Hongjun was confident that their apparel would be exceedingly popular. Believing that Zhang Gan would undoubtedly accept this mutually beneficial arrangement, a month later, the clothing market in Suodo City was entirely under the control of Xiang Qingxian, who had completely severed ties with the Xiang family. The cooperation with Zhang Gan was progressing smoothly, supported by the Grand Soul Arena, which facilitated the rapid development of the clothing industry. The market expanded once again, with the next target being Balak City, followed by the Tiando Empire, the Xinglua Empire, and ultimately, the entire continent. The Shuang'er sisters grew swiftly, emerging as formidable figures in the business world, adeptly managing the entire process from design and production to promotion and sales. The affairs of the Fairy Garment Pavilion were primarily entrusted to the Shuang'er sisters. 2 years later, at noon under a blazing sun, 2 young individuals entered through the west gate of Suodo City. They appeared to be merely in their teens, carrying no luggage, 1 male and 1 female. The boy, with a gentle voice, called out, "Xiaowu." The girl sweetly replied, "Go." In the bustling street, the boy, modestly dressed and appearing around 12 or 13 years old, stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, clad in a neat light blue outfit. A belt adorned with 24 jade stones encircled his waist, and his shoulder-length, semi-long black hair framed his face. While he may not have been conventionally handsome, he exuded an approachable charm, his lips perpetually curled in a subtle smile. In contrast, the girl beside him radiated a more extraordinary aura. Her silky black hair was neatly braided into a long scorpion tail, cascading past her calves. Slightly taller than the boy, she wore a snug pink top that accentuated her developing figure, and her slender waist evoked envy among many women. Her naturally arched eyebrows complemented her large, sparkling eyes, set against a slightly rounded, rosy face that not only showcased her beauty but also imbued her with a playful charm. The term adorable seemed tailor-made for her, as the boy stood beside her, overshadowed by her intangible brilliance. She raised her hand to brush away the slight moisture from her forehead, expressing a hint of irritation. "We finally arrived in this Suodo City. I truly wonder what the master was thinking. Several intermediate Soul Master academies had expressed unconditional interest in recruiting us. Yet he insists on having you take the entrance exam at this dilapidated academy, which lacks even a proper ranking." The boy smiled softly and replied, "The teacher asked me to take the exam, not you. Who told you to insist on accompanying me? Fortunately, the kingdom of Barak shares a border with the province of Fasno. Otherwise, would you not have more grievances to voice?" The girl shot the boy a glance, exclaiming how ungrateful he was, as if all her efforts were not for him. "After all, you're my brother. In any case, the examination is not until the day after tomorrow. Regardless, you must accompany me in this city of Sodo for 2 days to compensate for the emotional turmoil I have endured." The boy chuckled, remarking, "The illustrious head of the Nodding Academy for 6 consecutive years, yet you speak of a tender heart? Imagine what your little followers would do if they saw this. They might leap into the river." These two are none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu, who hastily arrived from Nodding City. Although they refer to each other as siblings, they harbor deeper feelings for one another. Despite their youthful appearance of merely 12, they have shared the same roof and bed for 6 years. One can only imagine how they have spent those 6 years together. Meanwhile, Shrek Academy is busy preparing for enrollment, with several elderly gentlemen occupied with preparations. Classes are not in session, and the official registration will commence the day after tomorrow. Ma Hongjun, having nothing to do for the time being, thought to visit the Shuang'er sisters in Sodo City, as they had recently ventured to Tiando City to expand their clothing market. Ma Hongjun invested all the gold soul coins he won from the Great Soul Arena, and along with Xiang Chengxian and Dai Mubai, The entire investment in the fashion industry had surpassed 1 million gold soul coins. Consequently, the development was remarkably swift. Just a year ago, they monopolized the entire apparel market of the Baloch Kingdom. 6 months prior, they ventured beyond the Baloch Kingdom, beginning to expand into other realms, including the Heaven Do Empire. With Zhonggan's connections, each city could initiate market penetration from the Great Soul Arena, gradually establishing dominance. The Shuang'er sisters were the principal figures of the Fairy Garment Pavilion. Following the last soul battle, the ghostly axe duo and Xiao Yuanyuan had joined the Fairy Garment Pavilion to ensure the safety of the Shuang'er sisters. Heaven Do City was of paramount importance, and the sisters had been there for nearly 6 months. Xiang Chengxian informed Ma Hongjun that the Shuang'er sisters had returned and needed to consult with him regarding clothing designs. This time, the sisters intended to expand into the realm of men's fashion. Having established a market for women's clothing, the addition of men's attire would be a seamless endeavor. Ma Hongjun was called upon to provide innovative design ideas. As the sun blazed fiercely overhead, Ma Hongjun, undeterred, hurried towards Soto City for the sake of the Shuang'er sisters. He had endured a challenging 6 months without them, his hands calloused from practice with firearms. Upon finally reaching Soto City, he made a beeline for the headquarters of the Fairy Garment Pavilion, where, as expected, the Shuang'er sisters were present. Indeed, upon arriving on the 2nd floor of the pavilion, he found the sisters engaged in a briefing. The room was filled with strikingly beautiful women, each a manager from various branches of the Fairy Garment Pavilion, most hailing from the land of beauties. This gathering was akin to a high-level meeting. As Ma Hongjun entered, all the women turned their gaze towards him, and upon recognizing him, they stood in unison, akin to employees acknowledging their superior. This unexpected display left Ma Hongjun feeling somewhat bashful, a flush creeping onto his cheeks as the women discreetly observed him, some swallowing nervously. "Let's conclude for today. You may all return," Shuang'er declared, waving her hands to dismiss the group of entranced onlookers. Once the crowd dispersed, Shuang'er and Fei joyfully dashed into Ma Hongjun's embrace. "Young master, we have worked ourselves to exhaustion for the sake of your Fairy Garment Pavilion," Shuang'er exclaimed. "Indeed," Fei chimed in, "I haven't seen young master in ages. Constantly being dragged around by my sister. My legs feel like they might give out." As Ma Hongjun gently caressed one of them, he reassured, There. The young master has arrived, and today I shall attend to you both splendidly. Humph. Your presence only makes us more exhausted." The sisters, having not enjoyed Ma Hongjun's company in quite some time since the expansion of the Fairy Garment Pavilion, were delighted to accompany him on a day of shopping and indulgence. Now equipped with their own storage soul guides and possessing soul power around level 6 or 7, the sisters found shopping to be significantly more convenient. They had transformed into wealthy ladies, managing assets that Ma Hongjun entrusted to them, with their worth beginning at 1 million gold soul coins each. After a day filled with feasting and merriment, Ma Hongjun led the two back to the Rose Hotel. When it came to romance, the red ocean of the Rose Hotel provided the most enchanting atmosphere. Upon arriving at the hotel, a young boy and girl caught Ma Hongjun's attention. Both appeared to be around 12 or 13 years of age. The boy was unremarkable yet gentle, while the girl stood out with her long braid and charming pink attire, exuding an irresistible cuteness. "Rose Hotel, little third, let us stay here," the adorable girl exclaimed joyfully, pointing at the hotel. The boy, with a look of indulgence, replied, "As you wish." Ma Hongjun beheld the youth adorned with a belt identical to his own, as well as the young maiden sporting pink bunny ears atop her head, clutching a carrot in her hand. Coupled with the recent period of enrollment at Shrek Academy, the identities of these two individuals became abundantly clear: Tang San and Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun watched as the two entered the hotel, suddenly struck by a thought. A faint smile graced his lips as he slowly followed them inside. "Young master, what are you gazing at? That girl hasn't even fully developed yet. What is so appealing about her?" Fei pouted in complaint. "Indeed, young master. Why are you looking at her? Are we not delightful enough?" Shuang'er echoed her sentiments with a hint of grievance. "What are you talking about? Do you take your young master for someone so easily swayed?" "I assure you, I do not possess such a crude taste," Ma Hongjun earnestly retorted. He indeed did not possess such a heavy palate. As for a rabbit, even a 10,000-year-old one, the thought of consuming it seemed rather unappealing. If he were to indulge, perhaps a hint of spicy seasoning could render it palatable. However, alas, best to refrain. How wicked. In the grand hall, at the front desk, Tang San addressed the attendant. "Could you kindly arrange for us 2 rooms?" The server behind the counter promptly rose, glancing at the two with a hint of envy illuminating their gaze, and inquired, "Sir, are you truly certain you wish to reserve 2 rooms? Is there something amiss?" The attendant's eyes sparkled with a touch of ambiguity. "I regret to inform you that we only have 1 room remaining." Chapter 69, Teasing Xiaowu. Confrontation with Tang San, 35. Subscription requested. Ma Hongjun stood at the door, embracing the twin sisters with keen interest in observing them. The male front desk attendant was a recent hire. The previous female receptionist had become a branch manager of the Fairy Garment Pavilion. This new attendant performed admirably, displaying discernment by leveraging the narrative of having only 1 room left to successfully pair numerous couples, earning commendations from the clientele for his exceptional service. Tang San found himself in a bit of a predicament and sought clarification. 1 room? The attendant emphasized, indeed, just 1 room. However, rest assured, our accommodations are quite spacious and well-equipped, comfortably accommodating 2 guests. As he spoke, he cast a knowing glance towards Tang San, a look that conveyed meaning beyond words. Ma Hongjun was uncertain whether this fellow was genuinely pure and innocent in thought, or simply feigning ignorance, as he displayed no reaction whatsoever. Xiaowu, on the other hand, boldly declared, "Then let it be 1 room. When we were at Notting, we always shared a dormitory, didn't we? What is the big deal? We could even save some money to buy beautiful clothes. Very well, then please reserve this room for me." See, after hesitating for quite some time, the outcome remains unchanged. How pretentious. Ma Hongjun stood tall, embracing Schwanger Fei, and walked forward. It was time to make an entrance. I said, "This room should rightfully belong to me." Ma Hongjun approached, and the attendant clearly seemed unaware of their identities. "You must be new here. Are you not aware that a room is always reserved for me?" The server paused momentarily, then cautiously inquired, "May I ask who you are?" Ma Hongjun coldly stated, "Call your manager out." Tang San glanced at Ma Hongjun and replied mildly, "It appears, my dear brother, that we arrived first." Ma Hongjun chuckled mischievously, casting a playful glance at Tang San. Tang San was perpetually gentle. Even in the midst of a brawl, he adhered to the principle of courtesy before combat, although he could be fierce when provoked. This did not detract from his inherently tender and nuanced disposition. Ma Hongjun teased with a playful tone, "So what if I was the first to arrive?" Tang San felt somewhat uneasy under Ma Hongjun's gaze, perceiving it as rather peculiar. Not much of a deal, just get lost. Sister Xiaowu, with her domineering temperament, could not tolerate this situation. She disapproved of the ambiguous look Ma Hongjun cast upon her brother. Get lost? How does one even get lost? And which part should I leave? Do you two understand? Ignoring Xiaowu, Ma Hongjun glanced at the Schwanger sisters and inquired, "Young master, you are truly mischievous. How could you possibly know?" Xiaowu's face flushed as she pointed at Ma Hongjun in a mix of embarrassment and indignation. You little rogue." Tang San could no longer tolerate the scene. This fellow was clearly teasing his sister. "Please choose your words wisely, otherwise I won't hesitate to let you experience the meaning of get lost." This was Tang San, unyielding when it came to Xiaowu, the precious one he had nurtured since childhood. He would never allow any unworthy swine to approach her. "Oh, I would indeed like to experience that. I can sense your soul power. You must be soul masters. Why not come at me together? If you can defeat me, I shall leave immediately, and this room will be yours. Otherwise, I kindly invite you to demonstrate the meaning of get lost." Upon concluding his words, Ma Hongjun released his hold on the Schwanger sisters and continued, "Please, take a seat nearby and enjoy the young master's performance." At that moment, a server arrived, accompanied by the manager. "Let us settle this amicably. Please, do not resort to violence." Manager Wang implored. "What is the matter? Must my exclusive room be open for guests?" "Young Master Ma, I would never dare." Xiaoli is new and is still unaware of the protocols. He merely attempted some minor cleverness. "Your room has been reserved for you," Manager Wang replied, turning to Tang San and Xiaowu with a face full of regret. "I apologize, esteemed guests. That room has been booked by young Master Ma, so I kindly ask you to consider another establishment." Such is the nature of business. Manager Wang, a seasoned veteran, understood the dynamics. Xiaoli had mentioned only 1 room was left, and it would be unwise to expose the truth, as doing so would be akin to slapping one's own ally in the face. Moreover, seeing that these two had already encountered conflict with young Master Ma, it was prudent to send them away to avoid unnecessary trouble. If it were left to Tang San's temperament, he would have acquiesced, for with so many hotels available, he would not mind choosing another. However, Xiaowu possessed a fiery spirit, unwilling to back down easily. We shall not yield. What of it? Do not presume our youth makes us easy to bully, she retorted, her spirit as fierce as it was charming. What a delightful young lady. Yet her temper is quite explosive. It seems a lesson is in order. Come now, let us engage in a duel, Ma Hongjun teased. Young Master Ma, please. Manager Wang pleaded. Step aside. If anything is damaged, my Schwanger will be held accountable. After Ma Hongjun finished speaking, he pushed aside Manager Wang and beckoned to Xiao Wu with a finger. Enraged, Xiao Wu was about to rush forward to deliver an 8-section throw to Ma Hongjun. But Tang San intervened, extending his hand to stop her. He firmly grasped Xiao Wu's shoulder and said, Allow me to handle this. Xiao Wu, dissatisfied, retorted, Why? I can do it myself. Even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Tang San frowned and replied, As a young lady, you ought to speak more gracefully. Have you forgotten my earlier words? I will always protect you. This matter pertains to men. This exemplifies Tang San's sensitivity, on one hand. He was unaware of Ma Hongjun's capabilities and wished to shield Xiao Wu from danger. On the other hand, should defeat and humiliation befall someone, it would be him alone who would bear the brunt. The heart of a young girl is easily shattered upon hearing the words, I will always protect you. Xiao Wu's furious expression softened. She glanced at Tang San and said, Then be careful. There is no need for contention, as I stated. You both may face me together. Ma Hongjun remarked nonchalantly. Tang San, calm and composed, took 2 steps forward and said, Please, do enlighten me. Ma Hongjun, when serious, is not to be underestimated when it comes to bare-handed combat. Tang San is by no means inferior. With the Xianyu hand, the purple extreme magic eye, the ability to control cranes and capture dragons, and the ghost shadow misty steps, the Xiantian treasure record is remarkably comprehensive. At last, a battle among traversers is about to unfold. It remains to be seen whether the arduous practice of these past few years will bear fruit, and whether it will bring disgrace to the traversers. Ma Hongjun wielded his hands as if they were firearms, employing a striking technique reminiscent of gunplay, with his fingers extended, attacking like a serpent's fist. Observing Ma Hongjun's offensive maneuvers, Tang San firmly grasped his hands, deftly evading the assault with a subtle shift, dissipating the force. His footwork became elusive, his movements nearly imperceptible, as he swiftly transitioned to Ma Hongjun's flank. With a swift elbow strike aimed at Ma Hongjun's armpit, Ma Hongjun braced himself, using his palms to deflect the blow and create distance. Tang San pressed forward once more, his feet angled outward, tracing a broad arc. As he executed a pushing motion against Ma Hongjun's chest, Ma Hongjun felt a soft yet substantial force, which caused him to stumble backward with significant inertia, taking 3 steps before regaining his balance. Tang San's technique of controlling the crane to capture the dragon bore resemblance to the principles of Tai Chi, becoming even more elusive after employing the ghost shadow misty steps. In terms of sheer strength, Tang San was still considerably weaker than Ma Hongjun. However, his finesse and technique was remarkably exquisite. Ma Hongjun relied on the phoenix dance among the 100 birds, matching Tang San's agility and speed. Nevertheless, his marksmanship, albeit impressive, lacked the authenticity to effectively counter Tang San's crane-controlling technique. Were Ma Hongjun equipped with a spear, no need for the Dragon Soul Spear. Just an ordinary one, he would find himself at a distinct advantage against Tang San. Furthermore, Tang San possessed the Xian Jade Hand and the Purple Extreme Demon Eye, both of which were latent strengths that inconspicuously enhanced his combat capabilities. Engaging in unarmed combat placed Ma Hongjun at a disadvantage, forcing him to rely solely on the phoenix dance among the 100 birds to evade, rendering the exchange rather uninteresting. Stop. Your fighting skills are indeed formidable. I cannot gain the upper hand over you, nor can you subdue me. Since we are both soul masters, let us engage our martial souls in a contest. Very well. Both parties began to summon their martial souls. Chapter 70. The Brothers' Reverse Scale, The Sisters' Forbidden Fruit, 45. A dark crimson golden radiance enveloped Ma Hongjun, as a sphere of energy coalesced in his hand. With a swift motion of his right hand, a silver spear materialized instantly, adorned with intricate dark blue patterns along its shaft, while the spearhead glimmered with an eerie, cold light. Almost immediately, 3 soul rings emerged around the spear, 1 yellow and 2 purple. These resplendent rings ascended in succession, dancing around the weapon, and as the yellow and 2 purple rings revolved, a surging force of soul power radiated outward like crashing waves. 2,000-year soul rings. Xiao Wu gasped, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. She sought to advance and fight alongside Tang San, but was halted by him. Ma Hongjun approached the formal challenge of a soul master duel with utmost seriousness. I am Ma Hongjun, wielder of the silver spear, a soul master of the 39th rank. I humbly seek your guidance. Ma Hongjun spoke earnestly once more. Do not say that I have not afforded you an opportunity. You too may join forces. No need, let it be a one-on-one. Tang San's expression turned grave. Under the immense pressure of the Millennium Soul Ring, he did not falter. A faint purplish hue enveloped his eyes as he slowly raised his right hand. An instant surge of deep blue radiance erupted, and a cluster of deep blue grass sprouted suddenly from his palm. Each blade appeared slender, yet was adorned with serpentine patterns. The grass was not the ordinary flat shape, but morphed into cylindrical forms. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the intricate tiny thorns covering each blade. A milky white light emanated from Tang San, and the deep blue grass seemed to react to some unseen force, rapidly enlarging until it reached the thickness of a human arm, taking on the characteristics of a vine. The black serpentine patterns shimmered with a subtle glow, swirling around Tang San's body like dozens of great serpents. Two circles of yellow soul rings ascended simultaneously from beneath his feet, spiraling above him. Tang San, martial soul, blue silver grass, level 29 weapon soul master. I humbly seek your guidance. Ma Hongjun gazed at the significantly transformed blue silver grass in Tang San's hands, feeling a profound sense of admiration. Truly, he is a worthy disciple of the master. Even this humble plant has undergone such remarkable transformation. It can be said that the development of Tang San's blue silver grass martial soul was entirely facilitated by the master. He is the first to absorb the soul rings of animal-type soul beasts with a plant-type martial soul. Due to the nature of his own martial soul, the master possesses an exceptionally profound understanding of martial soul studies. Many researchers believe that existence carries its own meaning. Each martial soul has its purpose and function. Those deemed as useless martial souls are merely yet to reveal their significance. In fact, theoretical research, especially of the kind conducted by a master of such caliber, is a manifestation of strength, albeit a form of soft power. Tang San stands as the finest testament to the master's soft power. Ah, the blue silver grass. Ma Hongjun sighed softly, reflecting on what many deemed a useless martial spirit, which would ultimately gain renown across the entire continent. Tang San assumed that Ma Hongjun, like others, underestimated the blue silver grass and quoted the master's words. There are no useless martial spirits, only incompetent soul masters. Well said, then let us engage. Only through battle shall we discern the true worth. After Ma Hongjun spoke, he thrust out his silver spear. The limited space of the hall imposed certain constraints on him. However, it was sufficient to deal with Tang San. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang San swiftly retreated, employing the ghost shadow perplexing track to narrowly evade Ma Hongjun's attack. Simultaneously, his blue-silver grass martial soul sprang into action, releasing spirals of dark blue-black vines that surged toward Ma Hongjun from all directions. Meanwhile, Tang San himself seemed to vanish into the midst of the vines. The vines nearly covered the ground, encircling Ma Hongjun, leaving him with no escape. Finding the 100 birds rise to the phoenix, relying on his soul power advantage and the sharpness of the dragon soul gun. Ma Hongjun severed the vines one by one with the spear tip. Upon comparison, he realized that the resilience of the blue-silver grass was not inferior to that of the golden lotus's ghost vine. It possessed poison and barbs in equal measure. Moreover, the growth rate of the grass surpassed that of the vines, consuming less soul power, thus resulting in a denser formation than the golden lotus's ghost vine. Most importantly, it exhibited remarkable agility, likely owing to the absorption of the mandala snake's spirit ring, making Tang San's blue-silver grass extraordinarily nimble, with each vine resembling a small serpent. Dealing with such control-type martial souls, like ropes and vines, Ma Hongjun was well acquainted. Whether it was Yi Xingqian's beast-binding rope or the golden lotus's ghost vine, they shared similar properties. Consequently, Ma Hongjun found his first soul skill rendered ineffective against these binding and entangling soul masters, significantly limiting his power. However, the effect of his second soul skill was magnified. After creating distance from Ma Hongjun using the ghost shadow perplexing track, Tang San surrounded him with the vines of the blue-silver grass, inundating him with countless tendrils, including those beneath his feet, which even Ma Hongjun's spear explosion could not thwart. Ultimately, he was ensnared by the blue-silver grass. Tang San's second martial soul absorbed the ghost vine's spirit ring, resulting in changes to the blue-silver grass, which sprouted barbs and incorporated the toxins of both the mandala snake and ghost vine, becoming even more formidable. Parasitism. As Tang San activated his second soul skill, the barbs of the blue-silver grass pierced into Ma Hongjun's flesh, preparing to implant the seeds of the blue-silver grass within his body. Poisonous, how troublesome. With a sense of resignation, Ma Hongjun summoned his dragon scale armor to shield himself from the piercing thorns of the blue-silver grass. Your seeds cannot penetrate my being. With a resounding blast, the second soul skill was unleashed, causing the entangled blue-silver grass to explode. The vines formed by the blue-silver grass shattered into fragments, and a powerful shockwave swept through the Rose Hotel's lobby, leaving chaos in its wake. In terms of soul skills, Tang San had already faced defeat, as Ma Hongjun's second soul skill effortlessly countered the control of the vines. Now, confronted with the assault of the dragon soul gone, Tang San found himself in a passive position. There was no need for Ma Hongjun to employ his third soul skill, as Tang San could only rely on his agility to evade. A wave of astonishment washed over Tang San. This youth, who appeared only slightly older than himself, possessed such formidable strength. His once invincible blue-silver grass was completely suppressed, rendering him unable to control his opponent. The current situation was perilous, and the other party had yet to unleash their third soul skill. However, the opponent displayed no intent to kill, nor any malice. The power of the gun was evidently well controlled, clearly indicating a desire to avoid causing him harm, which eased Tang San's tension considerably. He pondered whether to resort to hidden weapons, as his silent darts were ready, requiring only an opportunity to be launched. There remained a strong possibility of overcoming the youth before him, albeit the use of hidden weapons carried a certain treachery. Ma Hongjun remained vigilant against Tang San's hidden weapons, for Tang San's techniques were far from clumsy. Should he employ his concealed armaments, it would be highly likely that Ma Hongjun would be unable to fend them off, especially considering they might be laced with poison. A profound sense of crisis enveloped him. Without the use of hidden weapons, Tang San found himself bereft of means to contend with Ma Hongjun. Despite employing the ghost shadow phantom steps in a valiant resistance, he was still struck by a few of Ma Hongjun's attacks. Sensing the impending danger, Xiao Wu swiftly unleashed her soul rings, and, akin to Tang San, 2 circles of yellow light manifested around her. Her adorably white ears perked up, and the already exquisite contours of her form appeared even more softened. The manifestation of her beast martial soul bore varying effects. For instance, Dai Mubai's white tiger spirit rendered him more formidable and domineering, while Xiang Qingxian's black tiger spirit bestowed a chilling and sinister aura. Zhao Wujia's great strength diamond bear spirit transformed him into a wild and robust figure. In contrast, Xiao Wu's rabbit martial soul granted her a more graceful silhouette and elongated legs, closely mirroring the characteristics of the rabbit itself. Faced with a formidable adversary like Ma Hongjun, she resolved to stand shoulder to shoulder with her brother. She was Tang San's Achilles heel, just as he was her taboo. Ma Hongjun's spear was exceptionally sharp, completely suppressing Tang San's blue-silver grass, which was severed at every attempt to grow back. In desperation, Tang San resorted to using his Xian Yu hand to confront Ma Hongjun, while Xiao Wu, having already summoned her martial spirit, aimed to rush in and assist. Observing this, Tang San hastily unleashed his speed, distancing himself from Ma Hongjun, and once more released his blue-silver grass to obstruct, managing to hold back Xiao Wu. From their previous clash, he had sensed Ma Hongjun's formidable strength, had it not been for Ma Hongjun deliberately holding back, and the fact that he had yet to utilize his first and third soul skills, only employing his second once. Tang San realized that even in a pure martial spirit state, Ma Hongjun could effortlessly overpower him. Should Xiao Wu join the fray, the dynamics would undoubtedly shift, as the opponent might unleash his full potential. Given the finesse of Ma Hongjun's marksmanship, Xiao Wu would find it nearly impossible to approach, rendering her involvement futile. It was evident that together, they would not stand a chance against Ma Hongjun. So, you are merely a rabbit. No wonder you are so adorable. Do you wish to join? If you cannot hold your ground, you must retreat, Ma Hongjun taunted. Transforming into a soft-boned rabbit had indeed made Xiao Wu irresistibly cute, especially with her tiny waist, which was quite alluring. Xiao Wu, step back. I shall handle this, Tang San asserted. Brother, let me help you. This little rogue is insufferable, she protested. Be obedient and stand aside, he replied, gently stroking her rabbit ears with an undeniable authority. Now be cautious. Tang Sen warned, his eyes shimmering with purple light as his hands transformed to a gleaming white, indicating he was preparing to employ the Tang sect's ultimate skills. However, before he initiated his attack, he surprisingly cautioned Ma Hongjun, acknowledging the goodwill that had been extended earlier. What is an ambush weapon, if not a specially crafted tool meant to be used covertly to vanquish the enemy? Once the adversary is aware of its impending use, it ceases to be an ambush weapon and becomes an overt one. Thus, it appeared that Tang Sen did not regard Ma Hongjun as a foe, but rather maintained their interaction at the level of a friendly spar. Ma Hongjun found himself facing a true master of hidden weapons for the first time, uncertain of the potency of his adversary's skills. To ensure his safety, he had summoned his dragon-scale armor, which enveloped his chest and back, as well as protecting his hips. Although Tang Sen might not resort to such treacherous strikes, especially in those vulnerable areas, it was better to be cautious in case of an unfortunate miscalculation. The profound techniques of the Xiantian treasure record, when combined with hidden weapons, represented Tang San's most formidable prowess, typically reserved for life-and-death confrontations. In this instance, Tang San took the initiative to attack, employing the ghost shadow perplexing track to maneuver around Ma Hongjun, searching for the opportune moment to unleash his concealed weaponry. Meanwhile, the control crane seizing dragon technique countered the assaults of the dragon soul spear, deftly redirecting the thrusts time and again. Ma Hongjun was not in haste to unleash his formidable techniques. His primary objective was to ascertain Tang San's true prowess, while simultaneously experiencing the intricacies of hidden weaponry. With a subtle flick of his fingers against his belt, Tang Sen executed his actions with remarkable stealth. Despite Ma Hongjun's vigilant observation, he failed to perceive the motion clearly. In the instant Tang San's hand ascended, 3 steel needles were propelled forth. Clang! The dragon soul gun intercepted 2 of them, while one struck him at the shoulder blade. Thwarted by the scales of the flood dragon armor, yet still imparting a faint sensation of being pricked, the steel needles were merely an appetizer. Soon, a myriad of concealed weapons followed, circular, star-shaped, and 4-leafed miniature devices. Clang, clang, clang. Tang San's technique was swift, encircling Ma Hongjun as the projectiles rained down upon him like a torrential downpour. The chorus of 100 birds surrounded the phoenix. Ma Hongjun could only rely on his all-encompassing defensive shooting technique to fend off the attacks. However, under the purview of the purple extreme demon eye, Tang Sen was still able to discern an opportunity to penetrate his defenses. The flying needles, a particularly elusive type of hidden weapon, had already struck Ma Hongjun a dozen times. Fortunately, these were merely ordinary steel needles, incapable of piercing the scales of the flood dragon armor. Had they been dragon whisker needles, Tang San's skill would likely have allowed them to breach the defenses. After a cacophony of metallic clinks, Tang Sen had nearly exhausted his supply of hidden weapons, compelling the onlookers in the hall to hastily seek refuge behind columns, tables, and cabinets, as numerous hidden weapons were embedded in the ground. Following the rain of concealed projectiles, Tang Sen once again summoned the blue silver grass, disrupting Ma Hongjun's defensive stance. In swift succession, he raised his arm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sleeve arrows were simultaneously unleashed. Clang! Ma Hongjun managed to deflect only 1 arrow, while the other 2 struck his chest. Half of the arrowhead had already penetrated the scales of the flood dragon. The scales of the flood dragon adorning Ma Hongjun are not as formidable as those of the water flood dragon. The strength of the flood dragon's armor is intrinsically linked to his soul power. Thus, the scales formed by his current soul power offer limited defense. This also underscores the remarkable potency of Tang San's hidden weapons. Presently, the silent sleeve arrow stands as Tang San's most powerful concealed projectile. Were he to deploy the dragon whisker needle, its destructive capacity would be beyond imagination. It is no wonder that even Zhao Wujie has suffered at Tang San's hands. Indeed, these concealed weapons are extraordinary. Having endured this for long enough, it is now my turn. I have suppressed myself for quite a while, allowing Tang San to unleash his arrows. While I sought to experience the Tang sect's hidden weapons, the incessant barrage has been rather uncomfortable. Tang San remains oblivious to the nature of Ma Hongjun's flood dragon armor, thus puzzled as to why, despite being struck so many times, Ma Hongjun remains unscathed. I may not possess as many weapons as you, but I shall shoot you with a single needle. Ma Hongjun retrieved a golden pellet from his belt and held it firmly in his hand. Tang San's eyes gleamed with recognition. It was the dragon beard needle. A mischievous grin spread across his face, prepare to be pricked. The golden pellet elongated in Ma Hongjun's grasp, and Tang Sen felt a surge of panic. He was acutely aware of the malice inherent in the dragon beard needle, making it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Most troubling was the realization that this individual also wielded hidden weaponry, and moreover, possessed the dragon beard needle. Tang Sen executed the ghost shadow perplexing steps, activating his purple extreme magic eye to keep a vigilant watch on the needle in Ma Hongjun's hand. The blue-silver grass spread around him, not to ensnare but to obscure Ma Hongjun's line of sight, facilitating his concealment. He believed Ma Hongjun possessed only a single dragon beard needle, and as long as he evaded its trajectory, he would be safe. As Tang Sen leapt about, he was confident that with Ma Hongjun's lackluster skills in using hidden weapons, he would be unable to strike true. Consequently, he summoned his third soul ring. The water gun was unleashed, aimed initially at drenching Tang Sen. A flurry of shots was fired, and the mist enveloped the cramped space, showcasing its advantages. In mere moments, Tang Sen fell victim to the onslaught. The mist obscured his vision, rendering his purple extreme magic eye ineffective and plunging him into instant blindness. Hee. Ma Hongjun chuckled softly, searching for a suitable spot to strike. Tang Sen paused, calmly closing his eyes, his ears twitching slightly. The ability to discern sound and determine location is an essential skill for every master of concealed weapons. Ma Hongjun approached Tang Sen from behind, ultimately opting for this location. After all, it was abundant in flesh and posed little danger aside from a slight sting. Whoosh! A needle was launched, but Tang Sen suddenly shifted, evading it as the dragonbeard needle struck the ground. By heavens! Ma Hongjun exclaimed. How can one miss the target, even when blinded? Truly worthy of being a master of concealed weapons. Ma Hongjun was incensed. This pure and pristine Tang Sen must receive a dose of his own medicine. Since he refuses to cooperate, I shall not hesitate to resort to force. Ma Hongjun swept his spear horizontally, knocking Tang Sen to the ground, then pressing down on his waist. He took out a dragon beard needle once more and plunged it in at such close proximity. Ah! Tang Sen screamed in agony. How delightful! Ma Hongjun murmured to himself. Let go of my brother. Xiao Wu shouted as she rushed forward. She leapt into the air, spreading her legs and ensnaring Ma Hongjun's head, lifting him up and flinging him away. As Ma Hongjun was propelled into the air, he skillfully used his dragon soul lance to touch the ground upon landing, dissipating the force of his descent. With a graceful backflip, he steadied himself. At that moment, Tang Sen's blinding effect had worn off, and he was helped to his feet by Xiao Wu. Tang Sen, suppressing the pain in his rear, gazed at Ma Hongjun, his demeanor no longer calm. His expression was tinged with a simmering anger, yet he restrained himself from speaking further. I have lost. Tang Sen managed to stifle the words. Brother! Xiao Wu exclaimed, clutching Tang Sen's arm with concern. No, you have not lost. I have merely taken advantage of you. You compel me to unleash my third soul skill, which means you have not been defeated. Ma Hongjun glanced at Tang Sen, who wore an expression of profound grievance, and continued, Do not regard me with such indignation. You have shot me with countless needles and arrows, yet I have merely pricked you once. Come now, a man should not be so petty. I have a good brother whom I have also shot, yet he does not react as you do. In fact, our bond has only grown stronger. Tang Sen gazed at Ma Hongjun in silence. Were it not for his inability to best him, he would have relished the opportunity to pin this fellow to the ground and methodically jab him with needles. The boisterous Xiao Wu, brimming with exasperation, retorted. Your brother must be a masochist. How utterly bizarre. Chapter 72. The Innocent Maiden. The Feeling of First Love. The battle concluded. The hall lay in disarray. Xiao Wu and Tang Sen exchanged puzzled glances at Ma Hongjun, unable to decipher his intentions. Logically, after such a conflict, one would expect hostility and demands for their departure. Yet, Ma Hongjun showed no such inclination. Throughout, he had behaved as if he were merely toying with them. Yes, toying with them. He verbally teased Xiao Wu while physically provoking Tang Sen. The Shuang Air sisters approached, giggling as they flanked Ma Hongjun, recalling the incident where he had jabbed Dai Mu Bai on the backside. They found their young master amusingly wicked and perceived Tang Sen as similarly entertaining. As three women, each linked to two men, they inadvertently invited comparison. Although Xiao Wu was charming, she still bore a youthful innocence, lacking the full maturity of the Shuang Air sisters. Generally, novices might be drawn to Xiao Wu's cuteness, while seasoned individuals would undoubtedly prefer the exquisite allure of the Shuang Air sisters. In terms of poise, the Shuang Air sisters had cultivated an air of sophistication, Now proprietors of the immortal garment pavilion, they had navigated the business world for 3 years, exuding an unspoken confidence that inspired a powerful sense of desire for conquest in others. After initial astonishment, onlookers found their gaze irresistibly drawn to the identical, enchanting figures of the twin sisters, true marvels of the world. Xiaowu pouted, glancing at the sisters before her. The disparity in stature was evident. As she lowered her gaze to her own form, her rabbit ears drooped dismally. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but chuckle at Xiaowu's behavior. Her reluctance to let go was evident, suggesting she had yet to blossom, much like a bud awaiting the sun's embrace. It was no surprise that Tang San, pure and virtuous, had remained steadfast. After 6 years, he had truly become less than a beast. One might wonder if the plan to nurture his sisterly bond had yet to reach its conclusion. How much longer would this continue? Xiaowu huffed softly, avoiding Ma Hongjun's gaze, burying her head behind Tang San's shoulder. Under the meticulous care of Tang San over these 6 years, Xiaowu's heart had become solely devoted to him, leaving no room for other men. In truth, Tang San felt the same way. However, both were tacitly concealing their feelings beneath the guise of brotherly affection. Reflecting on their shared bed and dreams for 6 years, one could only imagine how deeply familiar they had become with one another, having formed an unbreakable habit of each other's presence. Ma Hongjun spoke softly. I have emerged victorious, yet you have not been defeated. The fact that you allowed me to utilize my third spirit skill and managed to evade my strike speaks volumes of your strength. The room is yours to enjoy. We shall meet again soon. What do you mean and why? Tang San remained perplexed by Ma Hongjun's cryptic expression. Ma Hongjun pointed to the jade belt tied around his waist, then gestured towards Tang San's. Fate, destined by the heavens. Do you understand? After speaking, he winked at Tang San. Schwanger tossed a card to Manager Wang, and the three of them exited the hotel. Tang San glanced at his belt, lost in contemplation. But soon the pain in his backside jolted him back to reality. Xiaowu, please pick up that golden bead on the ground. Tang San, unable to bend down due to the discomfort, had no choice but to ask Xiaowu for assistance in gathering the hidden weapon. Moments later, Xiaowu supported Tang San toward the Crimson Ocean, and upon opening the door, a flirtatious atmosphere enveloped the two. Brother, let me help you to bed. Xiaowu. There's no need. Brother, how are you feeling? Let me take a look. Xiaowu, please don't. Ma Hongjun harbored no concerns regarding the dragon whisker needle lodged within Tang San's posterior, for Tang San was certainly not Dai Mu Bai. For a master of hidden weapons, such a trivial task as extracting a needle was within his capabilities. During his confrontation with Tang San, his thoughts had been diverted, causing Ma Hongjun to nearly forget the significant matter that awaited him that day. Upon returning to the fairy garment pavilion with the Schwanger sisters, a mischievous thought of the renowned Uniqlo from his past life crossed his mind. Perhaps it was the whimsical nature of his thoughts, but in a moment of confusion, Ma Hongjun inadvertently led the Schwanger sisters into a fitting room. The following day dawned with splendid sunshine. The Schwanger sisters, weary from their labor, remained soundly asleep in their bed. Ma Hongjun, feeling a bit peckish, ventured out alone to dine, while also bringing back a heartfelt breakfast for the Schwanger sisters. In the bustling city of Sota, the entire street's clothing industry belonged to the fairy garment pavilion. However, only this singular store bore its name. The establishment had been lavishly decorated, boasting 3 floors in total. The third floor served as a resting area, while the second floor was designated for meetings and inventory. The first floor showcased an exquisite array of opulent garments, crafted with meticulous artistry by the Schwanger sisters. This boutique exclusively offered uniquely designed clothing, with each ensemble bearing a distinct name, akin to the wide-sleeved fairy dress. The pieces were either limited editions or one of a kind. The store employed 5 waitresses, all remarkably agile and eloquent, radiating beauty and charm. On this particular day, with nothing pressing on his schedule, Ma Hongjun decided to sit at the front desk to experience the fundamental aspects of the business while also overseeing the staff's performance. The 5 female attendants were well aware that Ma Hongjun was the man behind the boss, prompting them to work diligently, pouring tea and maintaining an impeccable demeanor. The clientele who frequented this store were primarily affluent ladies, to whom the waitresses adeptly catered. The selection process by Xiang Chengxian was indeed quite discerning. As Ma Hongjun rested his chin on his hand, succumbing to a moment of drowsiness, a lively young girl bounced into the shop, with her neatly cropped hair. She instantly captivated Ma Hongjun's attention, embodying the essence of youthful exuberance. Her appearance evoked memories of his first love from his school days, a pure and innocent feeling. His eyes instinctively followed her movements. She donned a cerulean short dress, her delicate, fair legs on display, inviting endless imagination, as pure and ethereal as a celestial fairy, stirring no thoughts of impropriety. What a pristine blossom she was, evoking a desire to protect her. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun felt an unsettling sensation, as if someone with ill intent was watching him. He glanced outside to the bustling street, teeming with passers-by, momentarily unable to pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Ma Hongjun noticed a middle-aged man lingering beside the shop across the street. At first glance, he appeared to be aimlessly surveying his surroundings. Yet his peripheral gaze remained fixated on the fairy garment pavilion, occasionally turning to observe the young lady who had just entered the store. Suddenly, the man shifted his gaze to Ma Hongjun, locking eyes with him. Ma Hongjun recognized him and was not taken aback. The man gave him a significant look, accompanied by a cold smirk at the corner of his mouth. The expression emanated a palpable warning. It was likely due to Ma Hongjun's earlier scrutiny of the young lady that this man, perhaps her bodyguard, had taken notice. Ma Hongjun responded with a smile. His interest now piqued. The other party, able to deliberately capture his attention from across the street, did not hesitate to issue a threat. Undoubtedly, this individual was a soul master, and it was highly probable that their soul power surpassed that of Ma Hongjun. Clearly, the identity of this young lady was anything but ordinary. Ma Hongjun rose and walked towards the young girl. The feeling of first love is not something one can easily retreat from. Chapter 73. Destined, the fusion of martial spirits, a call for votes. The young girl, with her small hands behind her back, tiptoed gracefully amidst the garments. To her surprise, there existed a fairy garment pavilion here. Her voice, melodious and enchanting, carried a hint of softness that evoked a tender sensation in the listener. Where does this girl come from? Does she not realize that we are at the headquarters of the fairy garment pavilion, the very first store? The enthusiastic and proud sales attendant proclaimed. Wow, I saw the fairy garment pavilion in Tiando City. I didn't expect its headquarters to be in this quaint town. No wonder the clothes here are even more exquisite. The girl appeared quite excited, examining each piece of clothing with keen interest. The floral glass skirt, she exclaimed, her eyes immediately drawn to a short, white skirt adorned with intricate floral embroidery, prominently displayed in the center. I want that skirt. Please take it down for me, she asserted, as if it were a matter of course. The sales attendant, somewhat perplexed, pointed to the sign beneath the floral glass skirt and gently replied, I'm sorry, dear miss, but the floral glass skirt is an exhibition piece and is not for sale. This sales strategy was initially proposed by Ma Hongjun. High-end retail spaces must possess one or two signature treasures. Thus, every store bearing the fairy garment pavilion name showcases a unique, valuable piece of clothing for exhibition purposes. The once popular wide-sleeved flowing fairy skirt and 7 sets of the rainbow fairy garment have been sent to other major cities as signature treasures. They say it's not for sale in Tiando City, yet I managed to purchase a set of the blue wide-sleeved flowing fairy skirt, the girl replied nonchalantly, undeterred. Upon hearing the maiden's words, everything suddenly became clear to Ma Hongjun. During his conversation with the Schwanger sisters the previous night, they had discussed the development of the fairy garment pavilion in Tiando City. The matter of the sale of the wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress had also been mentioned. In truth, Ma Hongjun's intention was not to imply that the exclusive attire for the store was not for sale. Rather, this approach was merely to elevate the establishment's prestige and to cultivate favorable relations with distinguished guests of notable status. Individuals of high standing often desire to possess what is unattainable to others. Those capable of purchasing the store's prized possessions are representatives of the city's most influential factions. Thus, this attire serves a dual purpose, generating substantial amounts of gold soul coins, while simultaneously bestowing honor upon these patrons. After all, those powerful entities that value prestige are indifferent to the monetary cost. The ghostly craft union and Xiao Yuanyuan accompanied him to Tiando City and as soul masters. The three of them possessed a certain understanding of the customs within the renowned soul master community of Tiando City. The emblem of the 7-treasure glazed tile school is universally recognized among soul masters in Tiando City. So when the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school entered the fairy garment pavilion, they immediately recognized the insignia. At that moment, the young princess was enamored with the blue wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress. Initially, Xiao Yuanyuan was unaware of the princess's true identity. Assuming she was merely a typical member of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and thus stated that the prized possession was not for sale. However, the princess, unwilling to forego something she admired, revealed her identity, leading to the Schwanger sisters graciously presenting the dress to her. Of course, subsequently, someone arrived with a gold card to settle the bill for the princess. The seven-treasure glazed tile school was not lacking in funds. Whether for a single garment or the entire fairy garment pavilion, they could certainly afford it. Are your twin proprietors here? Call them forth. The maiden's capricious nature revealed itself. Ma Hongjun chuckled softly as he approached, for she was soon to become his little junior sister. The enchanting little witch of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong. Upon seeing Ma Hongjun's approach, the waitress respectfully stepped aside. Ma Hongjun positioned himself directly in front of Ning Rongrong, the distance between them less than a meter. Suddenly, a surge of power coursed through his body, golden light flickering within him, as the dragon soul gun threatened to burst forth uncontrollably. Ma Hongjun sensed a familiar aura emanating from Ning Rongrong, one that not only resembled his own but also exuded a harmonious synergy. Dai Mubai had once remarked that encountering a complementary martial soul was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Yet, should such a union be achieved, the power of their respective martial souls would multiply exponentially. This phenomenon is known as martial soul fusion. Could it be that Ning Rongrong too radiated a spectrum of colors? Unable to contain her excitement, she raised her delicate hand, revealing a seven-tiered crystal tower nestled within her palm. As Ma Hongjun observed the scene, he did not suppress the dragon soul gun within him. He raised his right hand, and a long spear adorned with silver and blue patterns materialized in his grasp. Ning Rongrong blinked her mischievous, large eyes in astonishment as she gazed at Ma Hongjun, whose flowing red hair cascaded around him, complemented by a delicate light blue garment, exuding an enchanting aura. The two locked eyes, each recognizing the surprise and curiosity reflected in the other's gaze. The seven-treasure glazed tile tower had already begun to emanate a vibrant array of colors, intertwining with the golden radiance of Ma Hongjun's dragon soul gun, enveloping the spear in a kaleidoscope of hues. The soul force of Ma Hongjun manifests in a dark crimson gold hue, a result of the fusion of his twin martial souls. The dragon soul spear radiates a golden glow, while the evil fire phoenix emanates a vivid red. A brilliance envelopes the two, and Ning Rongrong, caught in a moment of trepidation, finds herself unnerved. It is her first experience of such proximity and eye contact with a peer of the opposite sex. This delineates the contrast between the seasoned and the novice. While her mind races in a flurry of confusion and excitement, Ma Hongjun remains composed, contemplating the next phase of their strategy. The merging of their martial souls was an unforeseen development for Ma Hongjun. However, it is not entirely surprising. Both possess weapon-type martial souls, one being the most formidable in offense, and the other the pinnacle of support, where the spear and tower complement each other's functions seamlessly. Their shapes also bear similarities. The conical form of the tower aligns with the spearhead, adhering to the same principle. The fusion of martial souls indeed depends on their shapes, often resembling or complementing one another, as exemplified by the black and white magic tiger's likeness and the golden iron triangle's complementarity. For instance, although the Haotian hammer of the Tang family is an exceptional weapon, finding a compatible martial soul for fusion proves difficult due to its bulky form. In contrast, the dragon soul spear and the seven-treasure glazed tower integrate effortlessly. The small tower ascends in Ning Rongrong's hand, its hollow base accommodating the spearhead perfectly. A nearby attendant has already been pushed back by the force of their martial souls, while a middle-aged man across the street, who had previously exchanged glances with Ma Hongjun, approaches the entrance of the fairy garment pavilion, astonished by the spectacle of the two enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors. He refrains from interrupting, for as an experienced soul master, he recognizes the significance of their soul fusion. This event holds great importance for the seven-treasure glazed sect, being a momentous occasion indeed. The fusion of martial souls is of utmost significance to every faction, as it typically fosters deeper connections between the involved parties, perpetuating such bonds. This is particularly crucial for the seven-treasure glazed sect, as every soul master understands the implications of this for a support-oriented family. The young couple, bathed in radiant light, appear as celestial beings, perfectly intertwined as if ordained by fate. In the midst of their bashful glances, the tower seamlessly envelopes the spearhead, achieving a flawless fusion. Chapter 74. Would you like to taste a sweet reward? The seven-treasure glazed gun. The spearhead transforms into a tower resembling a precious pagoda, with 7 layers morphing into 7 pointed angles, one large and 6 smaller, the larger facing upward and outward, while the smaller ones angle inward on either side. The silver spear, adorned with a spectrum of flowing colors, resembles a rainbow encircling it, rendering the weapon not only aesthetically pleasing, but also immensely powerful. The entire fusion process unfolds smoothly, akin to water flowing into its natural course, with the tower entirely enveloping the spearhead. Unlike the fusion between Dai Mubai and Xiang Chengxian, which necessitated specific postures and gradual attempts, this integration is remarkably seamless. Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong seamlessly melded together, requiring no external control. The Dragon Soul Gun and the 7 Treasures glazed tower intertwined as if they were long acquainted, merging effortlessly. This union transcended mere compatibility. It was akin to a meticulously tailored weapon and tower. The two became one entity, under the influence of their martial soul fusion. The aura between Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong harmonized, and their mutual affection blossomed rapidly. As they gazed into each other's eyes, they found an undeniable charm in one another. The fusion of their martial souls not only pertained to the souls themselves, but also influenced their wielders, fostering a symbiotic relationship. However, this was not an ideal setting for executing such a technique. I should withdraw the gun. It's quite crowded here, Ma Hongjun remarked, feeling a newfound innocence in the presence of the bashful yet endearing princess. So what should I do? Ning Rongrong inquired, bewildered. Ma Hongjun immediately spoke. You need not move. Allow me to take charge. Once I summon the Dragon Soul Gun, you shall retract your tower into your being. At his summons, the entwined gun and tower reluctantly separated. Both parties withdrew their martial souls into their bodies, taking deep breaths to relax. You. They began simultaneously, only to halt at once. Ning Rongrong furtively glanced at Ma Hongjun, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, ostensibly. There should be numerous questions to ask and much to discuss. Yet, two strangers meeting for the first time had already leaped ahead in their connection, bypassing a considerable portion of the narrative. Faced with the youth before her, Ning Rongrong found herself at a loss, fidgeting restlessly. Even the haughty princess had her moments of vulnerability. Do you like this garment? I shall gift it to you. In this first encounter, Ma Hongjun was at a loss for words, deciding to offer a present instead. All right. Oh, no, I do not require golden soul coins. I can purchase it. It is different. I wish to give it to you. Are you the proprietor of this shop? Indeed. A man selling women's clothing? Yes, I have an affinity for women. Is there a problem with that? However, these garments, most are of my own design. This one, the 100-flower glass skirt, is also my creation. It is simply my hobby. I enjoy exploring women's fashion. I find that women are the most beautiful and endearing beings in this world, and I aspire to showcase their allure. After much contemplation, I realized that only clothing can reveal the diverse charms of their styles. Of course, without garments to conceal them, their natural beauty is even more exquisite. Your thoughts are truly grand. Yet, I still find you somewhat rogue. This 100-flower glass skirt is particularly suited for you. I would say it is a perfect match. In terms of color, style, and temperament, it will undoubtedly showcase your elegance. You ought to give it a try. Ma Hongjun spoke as he directly removed the Baijal Yuli skirt. Come, the fitting room is this way. Please try it on. Ning Rongrong, still in a daze, was not an innocent girl by any means. However, she had never encountered someone who spoke with such an endearing nonchalance while being so brazen. He was mischievous, yet he carried his mischief with such elegance. Ning Rongrong was gently ushered into the fitting room by Ma Hongjun. While she changed inside, he approached the door and stood before the man with whom he had previously exchanged glances. The man, clad in a white form-fitting outfit, appeared youthful, his gaze betraying no signs of middle age, and his face seemed to have undergone some alteration. You saw that just now, didn't you? Ma Hongjun spoke first, which left the man feeling somewhat uncomfortable. As a Soul King, he found himself in a surprisingly passive position before this young man. What do you wish to say? The man inquired with curiosity, for the youth exuded an air of complete control that rendered the man unable to decipher his intentions. Ma Hongjun spoke earnestly. The fusion of martial spirits signifies a remarkable connection. You, the little princess of the 7 Treasure glazed tile sect, are destined to be my little princess henceforth. Therefore, there is no need for you to be wary of me. The young man adjusted his demeanor. Despite Ma Hongjun's youthful appearance, he did not dare to underestimate him. With utmost seriousness, he replied, I do not harbor mistrust. My sole intention is to safeguard the young lady. Indeed, the fusion of martial spirits is an extraordinary fate. I shall report this matter to our sect leader. However, do not presume that such a fusion grants you claim over my esteemed lady. Everything hinges upon her own desires. Ma Hongjun truly believes that his subordinates are overthinking and worrying excessively, fearing that he might become their family's son-in-law and create trouble for them. You need not concern yourself with such matters. I have no intention of using force. Moreover, with the formidable influence of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, I lack the audacity to act recklessly. I merely feel a serendipitous connection with your esteemed young lady. The young man realized he had digressed. They had only just begun to know each other and had merely established a promising start. He was also overthinking on behalf of the young lady. At present, he needed to ascertain the identity of this youth. May I inquire, esteemed sir, from whence do you hail? If you wish to learn about my background, allow me to disclose it directly, sparing you the effort of investigation. I am a local of Soto City, hailing from humble origins, devoid of any significant background. This immortal garment pavilion is my sole enterprise at present. As for myself, I am still a student at the Soul Master Academy, yet to graduate. Ma Hongjun understood that even if he remained silent, the man would gradually investigate the matter. Such a significant occurrence, involving the fusion of a martial soul with their 7 treasures glazed tile sect, undoubtedly warranted thorough examination and a report to their sect leader. Ma Hongjun merely wished to expedite the departure of the man. Which academy? Shrek. Upon uttering these words, he noticed the fitting room door had swung open, revealing Ning Rongrong, now clad in her new attire. Upon hearing the name Shrek, the man's expression relaxed, and he seamlessly blended back into the crowd. Ning Rongrong adorned the exquisite 100 flowers glazed dress, radiating an innocence akin to a snow lotus, complemented by her sleek, short hairstyle. In 2 words, she was immaculate. Standing before the white crystal mirror, she twirled gracefully, lifting her skirt, lost in the reverie of her own beauty, her face beaming with a sweet smile. How stunning! Ma Hongjun felt utterly enchanted, devoid of any desires, experiencing a pure appreciation from the depths of his soul. It was indeed reminiscent of the feeling of first love. Ning Rongrong's image perfectly embodied the essence of the girls he had once pursued during his high school years. Perhaps this is the essence of love. Each piece of exquisite attire is truly one of a kind, possessing its own name, destined to find a suitable owner. Our reluctance to sell these garments to the outside world stems from a desire to prevent them from falling into the hands of the uncouth. Their value cannot be measured in mere gold coins. The significance of their existence lies in the serendipitous encounter with their rightful owner. Celestial garments are meant for celestial beings, and this encapsulates the meaning of our celestial garment pavilion. The flower and glass skirt is indeed a celestial garment, and today it has found its rightful owner, you. Therefore, you are the celestial being. Ma Hongjun spoke with great eloquence, effortlessly applying the seduction techniques he had mastered in his previous life. His smooth delivery stemmed entirely from his sincerity, as he spoke from the heart. In the presence of Ning Rongrong, his compliments were by no means excessive. Setting aside her capricious nature, when one considers her pure and flawless visage, the term fairy is indeed fitting. Really? Ning Rongrong felt a bit dazed by the praise, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. Indeed, just look at your beauty. Apart from fairy, what other word could possibly do you justice? Ma Hongjun pointed at Ning Rongrong in the crystal mirror, captivated as he exclaimed, "Your words are truly sweet. Would you care to taste a hint of sweetness?" Chapter 75. Brothers destined by fate. The Schwanger sisters, having enjoyed their breakfast, finally regained some semblance of vitality. Clad in elegant, split-hem kipayos, they descended gracefully. Upon spotting Ning Rongrong, the sisters were taken aback and hurried over to greet her. Ma Hongjun endeavored to maintain his composure, engaging in conversation with a facade of nonchalance. To be candid, although his initial choice of the Schwanger sisters was motivated by the desire to remedy certain physical afflictions, over the years, a profound emotional bond had developed. The Schwanger sisters would undoubtedly remain his women. The world was different, and Ma Hongjun was not so antiquated in his views. In an environment devoid of restrictions, his capabilities in various realms permitted him to embrace multiple partners. "Miss Ning, what brings you here?" Schwanger inquired softly. Despite a twinge of jealousy regarding their master's flirtations, the sisters were acutely aware of Ning Rongrong's status and managed to conceal their emotions adeptly. "To be frank, I sneaked away. I heard that there exists an academy in Soto City that exclusively accepts monsters and specializes in cultivating talented soul masters. I wish to study there. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong mention Shrek, the Shuanghe sisters instinctively turned their gazes towards Ma Hongjun. Master, she intends to attend your academy. Ultimately, under Ma Hongjun's arrangements, Ning Rongrong also took residence at the Rose Hotel, with plans for him to escort them to Shrek the following day. Master, have you taken a liking to this little princess of the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School? Upon returning to the Fairy Garment Pavilion, Fei Fei remarked with a hint of reproach. Indeed, he replied. So, does this mean you no longer want us sisters? She queried. How could that be? However, if you are with the princess of the Ning family, how could she possibly consent to share you with us? Do not dwell on such matters. Her willingness or unwillingness cannot alter your esteemed positions in my heart. Now that you sisters are preoccupied with your careers, you scarcely have time for me. Your master is growing stronger by the day. To stave off the flames of desire, I must cultivate additional interest to alleviate the burden on you both. This world is quite favorable. No one labels you as unscrupulous, and it is only natural for the strong to possess multiple women. In truth, it is not merely a matter of quantity. Seeking many partners does not equate to being irresponsible. Irresponsibility itself is what constitutes true moral failing. Ma Hongjun does not conceal his indulgent behavior in the slightest. He indeed craves the company of women and has invested genuine emotions. He possesses wealth, power, and physical allure, thus ensuring that none of his partners will ever feel neglected. Even if he is perceived as a scoundrel, he embraces this identity with clarity and conviction. The Shuanghe sisters do not dwell excessively on this matter. They are aware of their place and understand the true intentions behind the young master's initial approach. Over the years, a bond of affection has developed between them, yet they recognize that they cannot truly tame Ma Hongjun. Fortunately, their master is a man of responsibility and capability, ensuring that their lives are filled with richness and variety. In truth, the sisters do not fully invest themselves in Ma Hongjun. Their primary focus remains on the flourishing enterprise of the Celestial Garment Pavilion, leaving them little time to devote to him. The illness of Ma Hongjun is well known to them. It is inextricably linked to their lives. However, the severity of his condition has become overwhelming for the two sisters, prompting them to occasionally take business trips as a means of escaping and finding respite. They have contemplated arranging suitable companions for their young master. Yet he has firmly stated that he would rather remain alone than engage with anyone less than extraordinary. Now, as he embarks on his quest to seek a worthy target, the sisters find themselves filled with a sense of joy, relieved that someone will soon share the burden of his affliction. Yet, the thought of their master investing genuine emotions evokes a twinge of jealousy within them. After all, who would not desire to possess his entire heart? Still, the realization that his intended is the little princess of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School adds an exhilarating thrill to their hearts. As they ponder the possibility of one day calling her sister, morning has arrived. Ma Hongjun arrived at the Rose Hotel, where Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and Xiao Wu were already gathered in the lobby, indulging in delicacies. Ning Rongrong donned her innocent flower-patterned dress, while Xiao Wu opted for a more alluring ensemble, resembling a bunny girl. Upon escorting Ning Rongrong the previous day, Ma Hongjun had revealed his identity as a member of the Wet Brothers, facilitating an introduction between her, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. The rapport between Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu blossomed effortlessly. In fact, they had spent the afternoon shopping, where Ning Rongrong had helped Xiao Wu select this pink bunny girl outfit at the Fairy Garment Pavilion. This particular outfit was inspired by Ma Hongjun's whimsical notion of Xiao Wu as a rabbit, prompting him to commission the Shuanghe sisters to design this showcase. Now adorned by Xiao Wu, it perfectly complemented her, blending innocence with a touch of sensuality. Ma Hongjun had opted for a more modest design, featuring a short skirt and high waist, leaning towards a casual style, unlike the more provocative designs of his past life. After their meal, the quartet set off together. Ning Rongrong, having learned from Xiao Wu about Ma Hongjun's connection with the twin sisters, felt a pang of disappointment and chose to ignore him, linking arms with Xiao Wu as they drifted to the side, whispering secrets to one another. After retrieving the dragon beard needle, Tang San's anger subsided considerably upon witnessing the 8th-ranked hidden weapon of the Tang Sect. As an adept in concealed weaponry, Tang San harbored an interest in hidden weapons that rivaled Ma Hongjun's fascination with women. Particularly, he was fervently passionate about the weapons listed on the concealed weapon rankings, akin to an artist's obsession with collecting antiques. As they walked behind, Tang San initiated a conversation. Hongjun, Do you still possess those golden needle particles? Indeed. Would you like some? I can trade or sell them to you. I'll exchange as many as you desire. Why do you want so many? Are you planning to stab me? Tang Sen was momentarily at a loss for words, as the truth was, he did indeed entertain the notion of doing just that. Wow, you really do want to, don't you, little Tang Sen? I warn you, I still have over 10,000 of those needles. Don't harbor any ill intentions, or I shall prick you daily. No, you've misunderstood. You witnessed the tactics I employed against you yesterday. I refer to them as hidden weapons. And your golden needles are indeed a potent hidden weapon. If combined with my techniques, they could transform into a formidable instrument of destruction, significantly enhancing my prowess. Ma Hongjun fell into deep contemplation and was suddenly reminded of the original plot, where today, Shrek Academy was open for enrollment. And the final assessment involved Zhao Wujie taking a personal interest in evaluating Tang San and his companions. Ultimately, Tang San had utilized hidden weapons to outsmart Zhao Wujie, causing him considerable distress. However, at present, Tang Sen lacked the formidable dragon beard needle. Reflecting on past encounters, where he had often endured Zhao Wujie's relentless assaults, Ma Hongjun was eager for an opportunity to turn the tables. How about this, Xiao San? I propose an exchange. Your mastery of hidden weapons is impressive. Teach me your techniques, and I shall provide you with the golden needles, Ma Hongjun suggested. Tang Sen hesitated, responding, Hongjun, it is not that I am unwilling to teach you, but my techniques require a synchronization with my cultivation method. Unless you forfeit your own soul power and begin my training anew. I see, Ma Hongjun mused, recognizing the truth in Tang San's words. The Xiantian treasure record of the Tang sect is indeed a comprehensive system. I only wish to practice the needle technique. Just teach me the application of this golden needle. I believe my cultivation aligns well with it. Focusing solely on technique is feasible, yet mastering hidden weapons is not a task to be accomplished overnight. It demands time and dedication. Eventually, the two reached an agreement, with Ma Hongjun providing Tang San with 1,000 dragon beard needles. 1,000 should suffice for practical use. If you require more golden needles, once we reach the academy, I can introduce you to a good friend of mine who possesses over 10,000. You can negotiate with him for some. 10,000. Indeed. Interestingly, the bond between you and my friend is rather unique. What kind of bond? You've both felt the sting of my needles on your behind. Chapter 76. This is the monster-seeking monthly votes. Shrek Academy enrolls new students annually. Yet due to stringent requirements, no newcomers had joined during Ma Hongjun's 3 years there. When he arrived at the village entrance with his companions, a group was already gathered, waiting to register. Li Yusong oversaw the enrollment process, while Dai Mubai was responsible for guiding the crowd. Xiang Qingxian attended to logistical support, preparing to enhance the living conditions with the influx of golden soul coins. Given that the academy had access to a substantial spring, Ma Hongjun proposed constructing a swimming pool, as the swimwear design had yet to be put to practical use since its inception. In this world, bathing and swimming were entirely distinct activities. As the weather grew increasingly sultry, a cooling retreat was essential. Soon, the academy's beauties, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Xiang Chengxian, and Zhu Zhuqing, would don the swimsuits designed by Ma Hongjun, frolicking together in the pool like playful lovebirds. Accompanying Ma Hongjun and the others was a young girl, albeit she approached from a different direction. Unlike the others who were accompanied by parents or friends, she was merely a solitary figure. She appeared slightly younger than Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. With long black hair cascading over her shoulders, her face slightly bowed. Her height was comparable to that of Ning Rongrong, and her skin was equally fair. Yet, this girl emanated a distinctly different aura. In stark contrast to her fiery surroundings, her expression was notably aloof, exuding a profound inner chill, a pure coldness. Devoid of even a hint of anger in her deep black eyes, which seemed at odds with her otherwise strikingly beautiful visage. Her limbs were proportionately elongated, her hands naturally hanging by her sides, radiating an unsettling, deathly coldness that was difficult to acclimatize to. Ma Hongjun initially drew attention due to her voluptuous figure and alluring curves, yet she simultaneously repelled it with her frigid demeanor, an icy aura that emanated an impenetrable solitude. Even the fervent flames of Ma Hongjun were subdued in that moment, as he felt an overwhelming sense of compassion for the girl who seemed entirely ensconced within her own frigid realm. He was compelled by an impulse to penetrate her emotional barriers and unveil the warmth hidden beneath her icy exterior. Without needing further elaboration, it was clear to Ma Hongjun. simply from her melancholic and chilling presence, that this girl was none other than Zhu Zhuqing, the fiancée of his brother whom he had long cherished for 3 years. By a twist of fate, Dai Mubai had forged a bond with another, and over the past 3 years, it remained uncertain how many clandestine affections had blossomed between the two. Zhu Zhuqing, burdened by the weight of her family's expectations yet resolutely defiant against her fate, now found herself even more isolated and unsupported. The fiancé who should have stood by her side was, in fact, a coward who submitted to destiny. Although 3 years had elapsed, he remained oblivious to the fact that this coward had risen anew. Yet, even if he were aware, it would matter little. For that man had already turned his affections to another. Throughout it all, she remained steadfastly engaged in her solitary battle. In truth, Zhu Zhuqing was acutely aware that her outlook mirrored that of Dai Mubai, albeit she found herself in an even bleaker situation. From the moment she grasped the inevitability of her fate, she had never bowed her head in submission. Even when foreseeing a disheartening conclusion, she relentlessly fought against her destiny with unwavering resolve. The contrast between her isolation and Dai Mubai's flirtatiousness was striking. It could be said that she was the woman Ma Hongjun admired most in the Douluo Continent, and this admiration transcended her physical allure. In terms of character, she exhibited a strength surpassing that of the majority of men, embodying an indomitable spirit that refused to yield, to bow, or to abandon hope. Her fierce determination to carve out a life of her own, to pursue her freedom, was a testament to her martial spirit. She was never a docile kitten, but rather a sovereign cat emerging from the depths of the underworld. Born into loneliness and devoid of affection, she relied solely on herself to seek her freedom and live the life she desired. Lacking the fate of a princess, she aspired to reign as a queen. Ma Hongjun gazed at Zhu Zhuqing in a trance, while Ning Rongrong, standing beside him, stamped her foot in frustration, casting a resentful glance at Ma Hongjun. Ahem, Hongjun. Tang Xin nudged Ma Hongjun, signaling him to take notice of Ning Rongrong's change in demeanor. Ma Hongjun regained his senses, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he approached Ning Rongrong. With a playful gesture, he lightly brushed his fingers across her nose and remarked, "You, my dear, are truly a little princess." Observing Zhu Zhuqing's fate, he could not help but note the stark contrast between her life and Ning Rongrong's. It was as if they belonged to entirely different realms. Ning Rongrong was a child nurtured in affection, blissfully carefree, which consequently shaped their divergent personalities and reflected two extremes of feminine beauty. However, life alongside a girl like Ning Rongrong was undoubtedly more joyous and lighthearted, for her world was uncomplicated. Ma Hongjun was resolute in his desire to protect the princess's smile, ensuring she would forever retain her innocence. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing also stirred a deep sense of compassion within him. Having cherished her character in the original tale, his feelings intensified in her presence, igniting an overwhelming impulse to shield her. Ma Hongjun had already made up his mind. He would assist the young girl in shedding her frigid exterior and provide her with warmth. The girl, undeterred by the gazes of onlookers, captivated the attention of countless hungry wolves wherever she went with her alluring figure. She stood with her arms crossed, resolute in line. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the front. "You are clearly scamming us. Refund our registration fees, or we shall not leave." Had we known that this so-called Shrek Academy was in such disrepair, we would not have come. A father and son duo was causing a ruckus due to their disqualified registration and inability to reclaim their fees. Li Yusong cast a glance at them and calmly instructed, "Mubai, someone wishes to reclaim their registration fee. Please handle it." Dai Mubai sprang up from the wooden platform, dusting off his clothes, and replied, "If you want a refund, you must defeat me first, and I shall return it in full." With that, Dai Mubai activated his martial soul, unleashing his soul power, and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, ascended from beneath his feet. Faced with this display, the father and son begrudgingly accepted their misfortune and slinked away, their spirits dampened. This display of dominance further thinned the queue. Moments later, another pair of youths approached. Li Yusong grasped the boy's hand, his dim gaze scrutinizing him, and remarked, "Just the right age of 12. Release your martial soul. Let me see it." The boy nodded, and a pale green soul power emanated from within him, accompanied by a yellow soul ring pulsating rhythmically around his form. The essence of the century-old soul ring was notably robust, and as his martial soul manifested, a thick vine spiraled around his body. This martial soul resembled the ghostly vine of the golden lotus, albeit devoid of thorns and toxins. Li Yusong shook his head, stating, "Not qualified. You may leave." The boy's parents, who had initially worn expressions of confidence, were instantly frozen in shock at Li Yusong's verdict. His mother could not restrain herself from inquiring, "Why? My son is an outstanding student at the junior academy. Did you not see that his soul ring is a century-old one? There are not many soul masters with a century-old ring." Li Yusong replied nonchalantly, "While the first soul ring is indeed a century old, he is merely an ordinary individual." The boy's father frowned, puzzled by the implication. Sensing Li Yusong's growing impatience, Ma Hongjun stepped forward from behind, seizing the moment to assert his presence. "Is your comprehension so lacking that you cannot grasp such a straightforward message?" As Ma Hongjun spoke, he approached the wooden box designated for registration fees and gently tapped on it with his hand. Upon noticing Ma Hongjun's arrival, Li Yusong flashed a smile and lazily reclined against his chair. All those who came to register turned their attention to the unexpectedly appearing red-haired youth. "Before you enroll in our Shrek Academy, you ought to familiarize yourselves with the rules. To come here without understanding them is merely to squander your registration fee. There is still time to reconsider. Do you understand the significance of the name Shrek in Shrek Academy?" Ma Hongjun disregarded the bewildered expressions of those around him and continued with an air of haughtiness. "Shrek is a kind of monstrosity, an exceedingly peculiar existence even among soul beasts. The essence of our Shrek Academy is that of a monster academy. In other words, we only accept monsters here, not ordinary individuals. Those who are above the age of 13 or whose soul power does not exceed level 21 need not waste their time here." Upon completing his statement, Ma Hongjun erupted in a radiant glow of dark crimson and gold, a formidable force radiating outward. With his right hand raised, a silver spear adorned with dark blue stripes materialized in his grasp. 3 soul rings ascended, encircling the spear, yellow, purple, and purple. The dazzling brilliance instantly rendered Ma Hongjun the center of attention. The extraordinary configuration of these 3 powerful soul rings perfectly epitomized the illustrious name of Shrek Academy. This was the true embodiment of a monster. Chapter 77. In times of distress, brothers stand united. The words of Ma Hongjun, coupled with his impressive soul ring combination, profoundly astonished the applicants present. No one dared to voice dissent any longer. The previously raucous chatter fell silent. Dai Mubai cast a sidelong glance, then turned away with a hint of jealousy, unable to tolerate pretentiousness. Tang San and Xiao Wu had already witnessed Ma Hongjun's prowess, yet they were deeply moved by his recent statements, igniting a newfound interest in Shrek Academy and affirming their belief that Master had indeed guided them correctly to this place. Ning Rongrong regarded Ma Hongjun with a hint of delight, momentarily setting aside her thoughts on the bad man. Ma Hongjun was undeniably captivating, especially with the spear he wielded. Due to the fusion of their martial souls, it felt as though it belonged to her as well. Thus, Ma Hongjun's display with the dragon soul spear resonated with her, instilling a sense of participation. Zhu Zhuqing's typically frosty gaze turned contemplative as she beheld Dai Mubai's martial soul manifestation, evidently recognizing her unseen fiancé through it. Indeed, her journey from the Star Luo Empire to the Heaven Do Empire, arriving at Shrek Academy, was not solely to evade the torment of her elder sister within her family, but also motivated by the knowledge that her fiancé was here. She harbored a flicker of hope that he might have undergone some transformation. After all, the two of them could potentially unleash a martial soul fusion technique, which would greatly aid them in overcoming their elder siblings. As she pondered what her fiancé might now be like, she was taken aback to discover that the red-haired youth who had been gazing at her was also a member of Shrek Academy. The display of his yellow and purple soul rings stirred something within her. She unmistakably understood the significance they held. In an instant, her icy heart experienced a flutter. It seemed that she had indeed come to the right place. She could meet all the conditions the red-haired youth had mentioned. This academy, which exclusively accepted monsters, was shrouded in mystery and strength. Through the lens of this red-haired youth, she glimpsed a sliver of hope. Perhaps this place was destined to be the turning point of her fate. After demonstrating his bravado, Ma Hongjun stood alongside Dai Mubai. "What do you think? Was I not striking just now?" Ma Hongjun nudged Dai Mubai with his elbow, casting a knowing glance. "Humph. Wait a moment. Allow me to introduce you to a good brother. I believe you two will hit it off splendidly." "Who is it?" "Don't gawk at the lovely lady. She's already taken. Are you not afraid I might inform your formidable mother?" Dai Mubai rolled his eyes, diverting his gaze from Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Little did he know, Zhu Zhuqing was standing right behind him. Soon enough, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong successfully registered. Ma Hongjun instructed them to wait momentarily. At last, it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn, yet Dai Mubai, standing nearby, exhibited no reaction. Under normal circumstances, those possessing a martial soul fusion technique would sense each other's presence when in close proximity. The stronger the compatibility of their martial souls, the more pronounced the sensation would be. Just as Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong currently shared a profound connection, Ma Hongjun was somewhat perplexed. Could it be that Dai Mubai's martial soul had undergone a mutation, or perhaps, after merging with the fierce tigress, it had begun to reject other martial souls? At last, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her martial soul, a chilling aura radiating from her being. Two feline ears emerged, accentuating her aloof and stunning demeanor, while a long tail gracefully unfurled from her lower back, perfectly aligned with the tail of her attire, suggesting a bespoke design. This tail exquisitely showcased the enchanting beauty, allure, and seduction of the catgirl. Ma Hongjun, struck by a sudden inspiration, gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, who was enveloped in her martial spirit, as he envisioned a unique outfit for her. He had a fondness for cats, particularly the adorable ones, and would often indulge in petting them. Even the aloof and unappealing felines could not deter him. He would insist on giving them affection. This, perhaps, was one of the reasons he held a special admiration for Zhu Zhuqing, as her martial spirit evoked a compelling desire for conquest within him. The catwoman, cold yet submissive. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in astonishment. Once the martial spirit of the nether cat was unveiled, Zhu Zhuqing's true identity became glaringly apparent. He was momentarily taken aback, suddenly reminded of his own fiancée. Over the past 3 years, he had grown accustomed to treating Xiang Chengxian as his wife, while playing with the black and white cute tiger. In a flurry of panic, Dai Mubai turned to Ma Hongjun, grasping his shoulder and leaning in to whisper urgently. Hongjun, do you remember me mentioning my fiancée? Of course, what about it? Keep your voice down. That woman just now, though I've never met her, I'm certain it's her. The nether cat, of this age. There's no one else. Oh, you mean she has come to find you? I have no idea. The pressing issue is what I should do now. Brother, you must help me devise a plan. You know how Xiang Chengxian is. Wait, I think you're overthinking this. Perhaps she doesn't even regard you as her fiancé. If you're truly worried, I'll reluctantly assist you in resolving this. Rest assured, with a brother like me by your side, I won't let you and Chengxian have any discord, even at the cost of my own well-being. Let us go, you take the others, and I'll accompany the 4 of them to the academy first. With that, Ma Hongjun patted Dai Mubai's shoulder, exuding a sense of assurance as if to say, leave it to me. Ma Hongjun turned to Tang San and the other 3, saying, follow me. There are several more assessments to be conducted. On their way, the 4 inquired about the content of the examinations. Although such information was typically confidential, it was unnecessary to withhold it from them. Ma Hongjun began to elaborate on the assessments of Shrek Academy. The entrance examination consists of 4 stages. The first stage, which you have already experienced, involves eliminating candidates with a soul power below level 20 or those older than 13. This stage sees the highest number of disqualifications. The second stage assesses soul power and martial soul evaluation. Merely possessing formidable soul power does not suffice to demonstrate future potential. This stage primarily tests the martial soul. Only soul masters with martial souls that exhibit sufficient developmental potential and have been cultivated in the correct direction may advance. The third stage evaluates candidates' proficiency in utilizing their martial souls. It is insufficient to possess soul power and developmental potential. One must also exhibit control over their martial soul. The higher the level of the martial soul, the more challenging it is to manage, and complications may easily arise. A lack of adequate control over one's martial soul signifies a lack of diligence on the soul master's part, and such candidates will not be accepted. The fourth stage examines practical combat experience. Some candidates may possess commendable martial souls and demonstrate good control, yet if they have been raised in a privileged environment, sheltered from the realities of the outside world and unacquainted with combat, they too will be rejected. The esteemed director has stated that pampered individuals should not be admitted. Upon hearing the details of the 4 assessments, the 3 fell into contemplation, while only Xiao Wu, with her characteristic candor, remarked, "Are you selecting students or prospective brides? This is exceedingly rigorous. No wonder it's called the Monster Academy. Only true monsters could possibly pass these 4 examinations. I am quite curious," she continued. "How many students does Shrek Academy currently have?" How many are admitted each year? Ma Hongjun chuckled softly and replied, Our Shrek Academy, since its inception, has admitted a total of 43 students over the past 20 years. That averages to just over 2 students per year. If all 4 of you are admitted this year, it would indeed set a new record. Prior to this, the Academy has not received any new students for 2 consecutive years. Currently, including myself, there are only 4 students studying at the Academy. Zhu Zhiqing remained unresponsive, akin to a lifeless fish, while the other 3 expressed their astonishment, exclaiming, 4? Ma Hongjun continued. Indeed, there are 4 of you. Throughout the entire Douluo Continent, we can claim to be the only academy where the number of instructors surpasses that of the students. If the 4 of you are admitted, the student count will exceed that of the teachers. Tang Sen replied, In that case, how can the academy sustain itself? Without a student body, there would surely be no income. Ma Hongjun smiled gracefully and proudly declared, Our academy does not rely on the meager tuition fees of our students for profit. The reason we remain here is primarily due to the tranquility of this place. I am currently the largest benefactor of the academy, having dedicated over 100,000 gold soul coins during my 3 years here. However, these funds have not been spent on construction, but rather on training and living expenses. Our aim is to cultivate exceptionally gifted students. The esteemed dean has stated, Better to have none than to accept the mediocre. Regardless of circumstances, even if Shrek Academy were to close its doors, refusing new students, we shall never accept the worthless, only the extraordinary. Do you know the graduation requirements of our academy? We are neither a mid-level soul master academy nor a high-level one. For our standards diverge greatly from theirs. We only admit students under the age of 13, and they must possess exceptional talent. The graduation criteria necessitate surpassing level 40 before the age of 20, achieving the rank of soul master to be eligible for graduation. Previously, the academy has admitted a total of 62 students, yet only 14 have truly graduated. Each of these 14 has left the academy to become notable figures in the world. Among them, the most distinguished has ascended to become the youngest elder within the Spirit Hall, holding authority second only to the Pope. The remainder of those who did not graduate failed to reach level 40 before turning 20 or met their demise while hunting soul beasts. The dean has emphasized that those who do not attain level 40 should refrain from embarrassing him by venturing outside. Tang San listened intently, gravely remarking, The words you share reveal that your dean surely recognizes individuals of exceptional quality. I am truly fortunate to have come here. At this moment, they arrived at the site of the second round of testing, overseen by teacher Tang Do, Xiao Xian. A crowd was already queuing. Yet Ma Hongjun disregarded them and led his companions directly to the front. This is an academy for prodigies, where those deemed extraordinary are granted a clear passage. Thus, any student perceived as a monster is afforded priority. Ma Hongjun spoke softly with teacher Xiao Xian for a few moments, and then Xiao Xian remarked, Very well. You may take them directly to the 4th challenge. If they succeed, they will be admitted. As Ma Hongjun prepared to lead the 4 individuals forward, a voice of dissent arose. A male candidate inquired, Teacher, what is the reasoning behind this? Why are they allowed to bypass the 3rd stage of the examination while we must progress through each level? Teacher Xiao Xian replied with a calm demeanor. Should your soul power exceed level 25, you too may advance directly to the 4th stage, sparing yourself the time spent here. However, your current assessment reveals a mere level 21. Thus, you are required to pass each stage sequentially. The male candidate, perplexed, responded, Is it truly the case that their soul power exceeds level 25? That seems implausible. We are merely 12 years old. How could such elevated soul power exist? Indeed, those capable of standing here possess soul power exceeding level 21 and are no older than 13, within the confines of their former academy. Such individuals were undoubtedly regarded as luminaries. Yet, upon arriving at Shrek Academy, they encountered numerous obstacles, inevitably leading to a shift in their emotions. Ma Hongjun let out a cold snort and remarked, Just because you find yourself lacking, do not presume that others share your fate. I entered the academy at the tender age of 9. Allow your imagination to wander. As he spoke, Ma Hongjun picked up the white crystal ball from the table and handed it to Tang San, smilingly saying, Little San, you 4 should test your soul power and show them what it truly means to be a prodigy. Chapter 78. Longing for the flavor of meat sandwiches. 9 years old. After a brief moment of contemplation, the queued students gazed at Ma Hongjun in astonishment. This meant that the qualifications they had only recently attained at the age of 13 had already been surpassed by him at 9. Tang San and his companions were equally astonished, Even the typically unflappable Zhu Zhuqing cast a sidelong glance in surprise. Undoubtedly, Ma Hongjun was the most extraordinary soul master they had ever encountered. His innate talent had shattered the limits of their imagination. Tang San, however, remained relatively unperturbed. Being a twin martial soul, and having spent years under the tutelage of the master, he was aware of the exceptional nature of his own dual martial soul, which slightly mitigated the blow to his ego, bringing him a modicum of joy. Accepting the white crystal ball handed to him by Ma Hongjun, Tang San began to channel his soul power, a brilliant white light emanating from his hands. He required no prompting from Ma Hongjun. The seasoned Tang San understood the moment to impress. The testing crystal varied in color according to its level. This white crystal was specifically designed for testing soul power below level 30. Should the soul power exceed this threshold, the crystal would shatter immediately. As Tang San infused his soul power into the white crystal, it transformed into a dazzling spectacle. The intense radiance illuminating every corner of the crystal, a clear indication that he was on the verge of reaching level 30. 29. The results of the test rendered the other candidates utterly speechless. Teacher Xiao Xian, standing aside, wore a smile, remarking, "It seems the academy will be welcoming new students this year." Soon, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing each took turns with the white crystal ball, showcasing their prowess. Xiao Wu, 29. Ning Rongrong, 26. Zhu Zhuqing, 27. A beaming smile adorned Xiao Xian's face. He relished the company of these seemingly boundless prodigies. Hongjun, take them directly to the 4th round. Of course, Teacher Xiao, Ma Hongjun replied. He then turned to explain to Tang San and his companions. Students with levels above 25 may bypass the 2nd and 3rd round examinations. The 4th round examination involved practical combat, and as they made their way to the training grounds, Ma Hongjun leisurely guided the group through a tour of the academy. You, my friend, must not have been diligent in your training. Just look at them. Their ages are similar to yours, yet their soul powers surpass yours. Ma Hongjun, with an air of familiarity, began to chide Ning Rongrong, using a tone imbued with affection. Ning Rongrong felt the urge to defend herself, yet the undeniable truth loomed large. She had indeed not dedicated herself to her training, leaving her with no grounds for rebuttal. From now on, you must train earnestly. Do you understand? Otherwise, the gap between you and them will widen significantly, and I wonder how you will face it. Ma Hongjun's voice, reminiscent of a caring elder brother, left Ning Rongrong feeling flustered. You dare criticize me when you are nothing but a rogue, she exclaimed, her tone tinged with indignation. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she erupted. Their initial encounter had subtly sown the seeds of affection between them, though unspoken. Yet, the impression Ma Hongjun left was one of a promising start followed by a disheartening decline. She felt deeply wronged. Their soulmates bond, originally meant to be harmonious, was tainted by his penchant for flirtation at such a young age. Rongrong, I have my own struggles, Ma Hongjun replied, shaking his head. Indeed, beyond the moments of indulgence, he too was inclined to partake in such pursuits. However, being tormented by his inner demons at such a tender age forced him into an unwanted maturity, a hardship too complex to articulate. The bitterness of his plight was difficult to share with others. It was not merely a matter of desire or reluctance, but rather a desperate necessity to escape the consuming flames of temptation. In essence, Ma Hongjun was compelled by circumstance. Ma Hongjun sought to console Ning Rongrong and reached out to touch her shoulder. Step away. I do not require your comfort, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, forcefully brushing aside Ma Hongjun's hand and taking Xiao Wu with her to the other side. Oh, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Xiao Wu gazed in astonishment at Ning Rongrong, realizing that this was the true essence of a sorceress. The little enchantress relished in donning an exterior of purity and sweetness. Zhu Zhuqing, however, appeared indifferent, simply uttering 2 words, boring. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, prompting the perceptive Tang San to shift the conversation, inquiring aloud, Hongjun, where is the 4th challenge held? And is it difficult? Ma Hongjun adjusted his fiery red bangs and spoke, no need to rush. The target for your 4th examination is the Soul Master who just released the White Tiger martial spirit at the registration desk. His name is Daimubai, and you only need to endure under his hands for the duration of an incense stick to pass. In previous years, hardly anyone has reached the 4th round, so he usually assists with the first 3 rounds. We will have to wait for him for a while. At that moment, they arrived at a small pond intended for a swimming pool, where a young man with a full beard sat, looking somewhat dejected. He absent-mindedly munched on a bread-like item resembling a hamburger, filled with sausage. "What is the matter, Xiaoao?" Ma Hongjun inquired. "Why are you bringing so many people?" Oscar responded, though his attention was not on the 3 beautiful girls present. "They are the candidates participating in this year's examination, having already passed the first 3 rounds. I am taking them to the 4th round. Why are you just sitting here? You should be helping out. Mubai is overwhelmed up front." "Ah, finally. Someone has made it to the 4th round," Oscar said. His interest peaked as he stood up and approached. However, his inquiry was directed not at the new candidates, but at Xiao Yuanyuan. "Ma Hongjun, could you ask Sister Shuang to call Yuanyuan back? With the ideas you provided. I believe I have thought of a way to fuse our soul skills. I see that you're smitten and longing for Yuanyuan. Really, I'm not lying. I genuinely think this time we can succeed," Oscar exclaimed, his face betraying his urgency, fearful that Ma Hongjun might doubt him. With a wry smile, Ma Hongjun shook his head, for Oscar's tale must be traced back 2 years. It was during that time, while assisting the Xiang family in their soul battles, that he encountered Xiao Yuanyuan, marking the onset of Oscar's spring. After graduating from the Muxu Junior Soul Master Academy, Xiao Yuanyuan proceeded to the Soto Intermediate Soul Master Academy, where she became classmates and close friends with Gan Shuang and others. It was at Gan Shuang's invitation that she aided the Gan family in their soul battles. Following the conclusion of those battles, Xiao Yuanyuan also graduated from the Soto Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Subsequently, at Ma Hongjun's invitation, she joined the Fairy Garment Pavilion. Driven by their mutual curiosity regarding their respective martial souls, soul techniques, and soul spells, Oscar and Xiao Yuanyuan found themselves immersed in numerous conversations. Each time Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai ventured to Soto City for their rendezvous, Oscar would accompany them to seek out Xiao Yuanyuan. Gradually, their relationship blossomed, growing ever closer and more profound. They discovered that their martial souls seemed poised for transformation. However, as food system soul masters, they lacked any precedents for martial soul fusion. Their souls distinctly different from those of Dai Mubai and Xiang Chengxian, as well as Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong, which bore no intrinsic connection. Yet, as their affections deepened and their bond intensified, they engaged in more profound explorations of each other's martial souls and techniques. They realized that while their martial souls could not merge, their soul techniques appeared to be compatible. With this revelation, Oscar beseeched the dean to allow Xiao Yuanyuan to join Shrek Academy. Although Xiao Yuanyuan was indeed exceptional, she still fell short of the Academy's extraordinary standards and had surpassed the age threshold significantly. The primary reason for allowing Xiang Chengxian to join was his connection with Dai Mubai through their martial soul fusion technique. Flander initially intended to refuse, but considering the precedent set by accepting Xiang Chengxian, he felt it would be unjust to show favoritism. He informed Oscar that if he could also create a fusion with Xiao Yuanyuan, he would permit her admission as well. Flander was genuinely curious. When Oscar claimed that their soul skills could merge, he was skeptical, as one provided meat while the other offered vegetables, leaving little room for interaction. Upon consulting the food system soul master, teacher Tang Do, he learned that there were no historical precedents for such a fusion within his extensive knowledge of culinary soul masters. When Oscar and Xiao Yuanyuan demonstrated their soul skill fusion, it turned out to be a rather simplistic creation of bread and sausage, with the sausage placed atop the bread. This fusion, seemingly akin to a jest, failed to convince the onlookers, as it bore no semblance of a genuine merging. Many spectators believed Oscar and Xiao Yuanyuan were merely toying with them. Nevertheless, both asserted that they felt a connection in their soul power and a link between their skills. Upon tasting the combination of their bread and sausage, the effects were indeed remarkable, though not overwhelmingly powerful. After all, the two naturally enhanced one another, resulting in a slightly stronger effect than consuming a piece of bread alongside a sausage separately. However, this marginal enhancement led the crowd to believe that their soul skills could indeed fuse, albeit without having discovered the proper method yet. Thus, Flander encouraged Oscar and Xiao Yuanyuan to continue their research, promising that once they successfully achieved a true soul skill fusion, Xiao Yuanyuan would be welcomed into Shrek Academy. From that point onward, the duo dedicated their days to the exploration of soul skills, though progress remained minimal. Coincidentally, as the Fairy Garment Pavilion expanded, Xiao Yuanyuan frequently accompanied the Schwanger sisters on business trips, leaving Oscar lost in his unrequited feelings and the contemplation of soul skill fusion. In his quest for broader insights, Oscar sought advice from various individuals. When he consulted Ma Hongjun, Ma began to assist him in brainstorming ideas, revolving around the themes of food, bread, and sausage. At that moment, Ma Hongjun was struck by inspiration and began to analyze the three key words. Food is inherently linked to the art of cooking. Individual ingredients tend to yield a singular flavor, making it challenging to create delectable dishes. Typically, a harmonious blend of diverse ingredients is essential, alongside considerations of seasonings, proportions, and cooking methods. If we regard bread and sausage as two distinct ingredients, then Oscar and Xiao Yuanyuan can be seen as two chefs tasked with transforming these components into a delightful culinary creation. Consequently, Ma Hongjun offered Oscar a concept, encouraging him to delve into the kitchen. The foundation of bread lies in flour, while sausage is fundamentally meat. Thus, researching from this angle would surely prove beneficial. It is noteworthy that Oscar is destined to be the heir of the future culinary deity. Merely mastering the art of sausage making would be rather inadequate. Therefore, during Xiao Yuanyuan's absence, Oscar immersed himself in the kitchen, fervently conducting his research. It must be said that Oscar truly embodies the potential of a future culinary god, displaying remarkable talent in the culinary arts. Currently, the daily meals at Shrek Academy have been entrusted to Oscar, with the former cafeteria staff assisting him in his endeavors. The exquisite dishes he has created have garnered unanimous praise from all. After indulging in these delightful flavors, everyone lauded Ma Hongjun's suggestion and expressed their admiration for Oscar's culinary prowess. However, Oscar's research into the fusion of soul techniques had yet to yield progress when he sought out Ma Hongjun once more. Ma Hongjun pondered why sausages should be placed atop bread instead of being nestled within it. This sparked a brilliant idea reminiscent of the famed Eastern delicacy, regimen, and the renowned Western fast food hamburger. He eagerly shared his thoughts with Oscar, who, upon hearing them, was invigorated and returned to the kitchen to experiment. Now, 6 months had passed, and fueled by the power of love, Oscar seemed to have achieved a breakthrough in his culinary endeavors. His version of regimen was complete, awaiting the return of Xiao Yuanyuan for a taste test. With anticipation brewing, Ma Hongjun found himself yearning for the flavors of regimen after being in this world for so long. Chapter 79. Teacher Zhao is a masochist. A generous reward of 10,000 had been given for an additional update. Oscar spoke with unwavering confidence, appearing entirely unfazed. Just then, feeling a pang of hunger, Ma Hongjun suggested sampling Oscar's culinary skills. Little A.O., how about you make me a serving of this regimen? If it turns out as successful as you claim, I will ask Schwanger to bring Yuanyuan back. The location of the water pond was conveniently adjacent to the kitchen, and the 5 of them gathered to observe Oscar's performance. Having spent the last 6 months alone in the kitchen, Oscar felt invigorated by the presence of an audience. He began by measuring out flour and preparing the dough, his hands glowing with a rosy light as he infused it with his soul force. This spectacle left the others in awe as the dough gradually took shape under his skilled hands. He rolled a round ball, the warmth of his soul energy enveloping it. Before long, the dough transformed into bread, splitting open as the delightful aroma of freshly baked bread wafted through the air. With practiced ease, he set the bread aside and summoned his soul ring. I possess a grand sausage. A thick, substantial sausage slowly materialized, and Oscar, focused and serious, continued undeterred by the comical nature of his incantation. Although the 3 girls exchanged glances of surprise, the solemn atmosphere remained intact. A man dedicated to his craft possesses an undeniable charm, and Oscar embodied that artisan spirit, pouring all his energy into the sausage and bread. Once the sausage was ready, he skillfully manipulated it until it transformed from a robust cylinder into a flat, steak-like shape. After folding it several times, he placed the flattened sausage piece within the center of the bread. Cradling it in both hands, the rosy soul energy surged like flames, releasing an enticing aroma as the sausage oozed flavorful juices into the soft bread, enveloping it completely. Moments later, he concluded his work and handed the regimen to Ma Hongjun. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Ma Hongjun took the dish, the enticing aroma causing him to involuntarily swallow. With one bite, the soft, sweet bread, slightly chewy, paired with the rich, savory meat slices. The taste was heavenly, delightful, exhilarating. Xiao Ao, this is truly delectable. It is the finest regimen I have ever savored. If we were to substitute the bread with a rounder variant, and if you two could merge your soul powers to bake it together, it would surely be a success. Next time I return, I shall have Schwanger switch back to the round bread. Prepare one rujiamo for each of the 4 of them as well, so they can relish it. Upon receiving Ma Hongjun's enthusiastic endorsement, Oscar could hardly contain his joy. After extensive research, ever since he discovered the method of utilizing soul power to transform food, he had been contemplating the essence of soul skill fusion, altering the form of martial souls through soul power and employing it in culinary endeavors. Subsequently, Oscar replicated the process, producing 4 more rujiamos. With Ma Hongjun's unrestrained admiration paving the way, Tang San and the others eagerly attempted to taste the dish. The unconventional delicacy left them in awe, further solidifying their belief in the extraordinary reputation of Shrek Academy. To think that even a simple meal could be so exceptional. After finishing their modest lunch, Ma Hongjun and the others made their way to the training grounds, where Dai Mubai and Zhao Wujie awaited them. Hongjun, where have you all been? I searched everywhere for you, Dai Mubai inquired as he approached. Oh, weren't you busy earlier? I took them on a little tour, Ma Hongjun replied. After Ma Hongjun finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards Zhao Wujie, who was comfortably reclined in an armchair. The elderly members of Shrek Academy had a penchant for lounging in their chairs, often indulging in light slumber. Teacher Zhao, the 4 of us have successfully passed the previous trials and now seek your guidance for the 4th examination. Oh, this year we have not 1, but 4 candidates for the 4th trial. How intriguing. Zhao Wujie opened his eyes. His interest piqued as he assessed Tang San and his companions. Indeed, they had arrived. Zhao Wujie would not miss an opportunity to deliver a reality check. He decided to alter the examination format, opting to personally engage the 4, challenging them to withstand his prowess for the duration of a single incense stick's burn. With no choice in the matter, Ma Hongjun hastily briefed Tang San and the others on Zhao Wujie's formidable strength. Upon learning that Zhao Wujie was a soul sage, the 4 were taken aback. However, retreat was not an option. They steeled themselves for the challenge, hoping fervently that Zhao Wujie would show them some mercy. After Ma Hongjun finished speaking, he led Dai Mubai and Oscar to the side to witness the excitement. Zhao Waoqi granted the 4 of them the time of an incense stick to deliberate. Once the incense stick had burned down, Zhao Waoqi rose and lit another. The battle commenced. The first to act was Ning Rongrong. The 7 treasures glazed tile emerged, and standing at the rear, she gracefully spun around, releasing a dazzling array of radiant colors from her being. As the vibrant hues coalesced, she manifested a colorful pagoda, standing over a foot tall, in the palm of her right hand. The brilliance shimmered with an air of nobility, and with a smile adorning her face. Ning Rongrong appeared almost ethereal. 2 circles of yellow soul rings ascended from beneath her feet, quietly swirling around her. The first treasure of the 7 treasures was known as power. As the first soul ring ascended, enveloping the colorful pagoda, 3 beams of light were simultaneously unleashed under her left hand's direction, each one encircling Tang San and his companions. Zhao Waoqi looked at Ning Rongrong with surprise, exclaiming, "What a remarkable find! Among this year's candidates, we have one from the 7 treasures glazed tile family. Quite impressive. Old Flander must be thrilled." The second treasure of the 7 treasures was known as speed. Once again, 3 beams of light floated forth as Ning Rongrong activated her second soul ring ability. As a support-type soul master, she was acutely aware of her role, having received comprehensive training since childhood. While her combat experience may be limited, her battle awareness was anything but lacking. Tang San and his companions summoned their martial souls, and under the 30% enhancement of speed and power provided by Ning Rongrong, their strength surged. Zhao Waoqi chuckled, crouching slightly as he simultaneously struck the ground with both fists. This was a simple area attack, which Tang San and his companions could easily evade, specifically targeting Ning Rongrong, the support soul master. With a wealth of battle experience and under the guidance of the master, Tang San understood the significance of protecting the support in team combat. A long, blue-black vine suddenly lashed out, wrapping around Ning Rongrong's waist and lifting her into the air. With a thunderous sound, the earth trembled violently, sending a wave of earthy vibrations towards Tang San and the others. Then, Xiao Wu launched a frontal assault. Zhao Waoqi did not unleash his martial soul, relying solely on his physical strength for the fight. As Xiao Wu confronted Zhao Waoqi head-on, Zhu Zhuqing initiated an attack from the side. Upon manifesting her spirit, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes changed color, her left eye a deep green and her right eye a clear blue. Her long hair flowed naturally down her back, and as she moved, she left behind a series of faint illusions, making it difficult to pinpoint her exact location. Her attacks were exceptionally fierce, her claws seeking out vital points with precision. The shadow-piercing strike. Ning Rongrong's support abilities are exceptionally suited for Zhu Zhuqing, amplifying the strengths of agility and power inherent in agility-focused soul masters. The formidable penetrating force of her attacks compelled Zhao Wujia to unleash his martial spirit. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. The sounds of clashing resonated as he manifested his martial spirit, effortlessly deflecting Zhu Zhuqing's onslaught. Her cat claws could scarcely pierce his skin. At last, Tang San's blue-silver grass revealed its formidable role in team battles. It not only restricted the opponent's movement and exerted control, but also, akin to tentacles, adjusted the positions of his allies. Thus, when Tang San directed the battle, the blue-silver grass served as a vital link between him and his teammates. Its impact in a team fight far surpassed that in one-on-one confrontations. With the proficient collaboration of Tang San and Xiao Wu, alongside Zhu Zhuqing's agile support, Zhao Wujia, who had yet to unleash his soul skills, appeared rather passive with his inflated physique. Xiao Wu ensnared him closely around the waist, gripping his ankle. She activated her first soul skill, waist bow. With that, she spun Zhao Wujia violently in the air for 3 rotations, forcing his head down to crash heavily against the ground. In a dramatic moment, a thick vine of blue-silver grass encircled her waist just as her body was about to impact the earth, propelling Zhao Wujia downwards in a dizzying fall, while Xiao Wu herself was suddenly lifted by Tang San's blue-silver grass, gracefully descending with a splendid twist. The colossal form of Zhao Wujia crashed down with a resounding thud, his head sinking deeply into the earth. Nearby, Ma Hongjun and his companions could not contain their laughter. Ma Hongjun, Teacher Zhao is being overly pretentious. Oscar, Teacher Zhao has hit rock bottom. Dai Mubai, Teacher Zhao must be a masochist. Chapter 80, Zhu Qing. Please embrace me and refrain from speaking. I seek votes. Zhao Wujia supported himself with both arms on the ground and pulled his head out. After awkwardly brushing off the dirt from his head, Zhao Wujia, feeling frustrated by his failed display, stamped his foot in vexation. He had underestimated these 4 formidable beings, and his complacency was evident. His gaze shifted to Ning Rongrong. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda truly deserves its reputation as the most powerful auxiliary spirit. Just moments ago, the enhancement of both strength and speed had elevated Tang San and his companions to the level of soul respect. The laughter of Ma Hongjun and his companions was unabashed, leaving Zhao Wujia feeling quite humiliated. With a hint of irritation, he remarked, "It truly seems like I must be more serious with you lot. Hongjun, what are you 3 laughing about? Come to me for practical lessons tomorrow." The trio's laughter abruptly ceased as they exchanged glances, avoiding Zhao Wujia's gaze. "Come on, children. Let us continue," he declared, striding purposefully towards Tang San and Xiao Wu, whose previous harmonious collaboration had left a profound impression on him. "Xiao Wu, meteor hammer." Tang San called out sharply. Xiao Wu sprang from Tang San's shoulder, this time leading with her feet as she aimed a kick at Zhao Wujia's head. Simultaneously, dozens of blue-silver grasses surged from around Tang San, ensnaring Zhao Wujia from various angles. Zhao Wujia raised his hand to strike at Xiao Wu, but to his surprise, she altered her trajectory before reaching him, causing his strike to miss. She zipped past him, landing a kick on his shoulder. The meteor hammer was a technique that Tang San had derived from the principles of the hidden weapon, utilizing the entanglement of the blue-silver grass. He maneuvered Xiao Wu's body with agility in midair to launch an attack. Unfortunately, Zhao Wujia's formidable defense made it exceedingly difficult to affect him. The kick did momentarily catch Zhao Wujia off guard, and a glimmer of seriousness flickered in his brownish-yellow eyes. These 4 little monsters were capable enough to enter Shrek Academy, and if he allowed them to continue displaying their prowess unchecked, he would lose face and struggle to guide them effectively. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Zhuqing observed as Zhao Wujia charged toward Tang San and Xiao Wu. Her 2 yellow spirit rings illuminated simultaneously, and her blue and green eyes narrowed, her pupils transforming into slits as she silently accelerated forward. In an instant, she leapt into the air, her body enveloped in spirit power, spinning rapidly toward Zhao Wujia. At that moment, her second spirit ring activated. Ghostly Claw. Within her swirling form, numerous claw shadows emerged. Utilizing her rapid rotation and the penetrating power of her cat-like claws, she unleashed a barrage of attacks on the same spot within a remarkably short time, each strike imbued with tremendous force. As Zhao Wujie was struck by Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing's ghostly claw simultaneously impacted his back. The assault was akin to a rapidly spinning serrated gear, swiftly slicing into Zhao Wujie's rear. A roar erupted, and a fierce light glinted in Zhao Wujie's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. Among his 7 spirit rings, the first yellow ring flared to life. Immovable king body. A brilliant golden light erupted almost instantaneously, and Zhu Zhuqing, who had unleashed the spectral 100 claws, was abruptly propelled into the air, emitting a pained groan. The opportunity had arrived. In his heart, Ma Hongjun silently mused, intently observing the fierce battle unfolding before him, eagerly awaiting the moment of a hero's rescue. With the graceful agility of the phoenix dance of 100 birds, he sprang into action before Dai Mubai and Oscar could even react. Leaping into the air, he caught Zhu Zhuqing in a tender embrace, akin to that of a prince cradling his princess. Zhao Wujie's formidable strength shook the ground, and Zhu Zhuqing, unable to withstand the force, succumbed to unconsciousness. In that fleeting moment, she glimpsed a cascade of crimson hair swirling in the air and felt the reassuring grip of powerful arms enveloping her. In her state of oblivion, she experienced the sensation of a safe and warm embrace. Ma Hongjun gently set her down, and although Zhu Zhuqing appeared to possess a curvaceous figure, she was surprisingly light. The waves of her bosom exuded an intangible pressure. In contrast to her frigid demeanor, her body radiated warmth. Ma Hongjun cradled Zhu Zhuqing as he approached the side, yet he made no effort to set her down, continuing to hold her close. Hongjun, please place her here, Dai Mubai suggested, gesturing towards a nearby open space. It's fine. She's not heavy. I can manage, Ma Hongjun nonchalantly remarked. Dai Mubai replied, Oh, I meant to say, the ground is rather dirty. Perhaps I should carry it instead. Ma Hongjun, perceiving the disdainful gazes from Dai Mubai and Oscar, hastily elucidated, Zhu Zhuqing's hands have been disfigured. She must have sustained injuries from the recoil of Zhao Wujie's initial soul skill, resulting in dislocated joints. Ignoring the piercing gazes of the 2 individuals beside him, Ma Hongjun half-squatted down, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to recline across his legs. He then freed his hands to gently grasp her delicate hand, assisting her in setting her bones. Although the posture was somewhat awkward, Ma Hongjun found it rather agreeable. He was fond of the fragrance that enveloped Zhu Zhuqing, and this position brought them closer to the mountain peak. Ma Hongjun struggled to maintain his composure, for the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing still emanated an air of menace. Meanwhile, Xiao was sent flying by Zhao Wujie's attack, only to be caught in Tang San's embrace, supported by his blue silver grass. However, Xiao Wu's injuries were not as severe as Zhu Zhuqing's, and she remained conscious. Zhao Wujie did not relent. Instead, he activated his second soul ring, the Great Strength Vajrapalm. The enormous hand swelled in size once more, transforming into a brilliant gold as it descended towards Tang San. At that moment, the second soul ring around Xiao Wu radiated with light. Enchantment. Her eyes suddenly turned a vivid crimson, locking onto Zhao Wujie with an intense gaze. Zhao Wujie hesitated briefly, shaking his head as his attack slowed, but he quickly regained his focus, his eyes ablaze with golden light. Ah, so she possesses a soul skill of the enchanting type. The crimson glow in Xiao Wu's eyes clashed with the golden light in Zhao Wujie's, and without uttering a sound, she collapsed into Tang San's arms, blood pouring from her mouth and nose. Seizing this moment of reprieve, Tang San employed the ghost shadow perplexing track to escape Zhao Wujie's assault range. Zhao Wujie's palm did not strike down in earnest. It was merely a test, for he had no intention of harming Tang San and the others. He refrained from pursuing further, standing still as he remarked, She will be fine. The effects of enchantment-type soul skills are potent. Yet her soul power pales in comparison to mine, resulting in a backlash. Just as the poison from your blue silver grass has no effect on me. Let her rest for the night. She will awaken tomorrow fully restored. Zhao Wujie's gaze shifted to Ning Rongrong, and with a smile, he added, I suppose I need not intervene further, little girl from the 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School. You have lost. You are all simply too weak, unable to withstand even a single incense stick's worth of time. This is the disparity in strength. Nevertheless, Xiao Wu's unconscious state spurred Tang Sen into action. He entrusted Xiao Wu to Ning Rongrong, then boldly challenged Zhao Wujie to a one-on-one battle. The true spectacle was about to unfold. Ma Hongjun also assisted Zhu Zhuqing in realigning her dislocated hands, continuing to embrace her as he stood by her side. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing regained consciousness. Her eyes fluttering open to find herself nestled in the arms of a man. The sight of his flowing red hair evoked memories of the events leading up to her unconsciousness. In the safety of his embrace, Zhu Zhuqing could perceive the man's robust presence. From her vantage point, she could discern the contours of his form with clarity. Yet, her strength waned, leaving her unable to muster even the slightest movement. Ma Hongjun had already sensed that Zhu Zhuqing had awakened, yet he deliberately averted his gaze, fixing his eyes ahead as if oblivious to her consciousness. He yearned to hold her a little longer. If possible, he wished to embrace her indefinitely. Zhu Zhuqing's body, soft as cotton, was truly a delight to hold, akin to cradling a kitten, which stirred within Ma Hongjun an irresistible urge to stroke her gently. As Zhu Zhuqing's eyes fluttered, she surveyed her surroundings, attempting to struggle, yet found herself devoid of any strength. Ahem. Ah, you are awake. Ma Hongjun feigned surprise. Put me down, please. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was barely audible. Ma Hongjun continued to feign ignorance, shamelessly shifting her head further into his embrace. He persisted in his audaciously gentle tone. Do not speak. Chapter 81. How shall we survive? The sister is injured, and the brother feels the pain. Tang San is determined to unleash his true power and formally challenge Zhao Wujing. I wish to engage you in a serious duel. Let everything begin anew. Please ignite another incense stick. If I can endure for the duration of one incense, then I implore you to permit the four of us to simultaneously enter Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujing appeared momentarily taken aback. Previously, the four had failed to endure even for the span of one incense stick. Could Tang San alone withstand it? He found it hard to believe that another extraordinary being like Ma Hongjun could emerge. Tang San turned to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, recognizing that he represented the four in this challenge and sought their agreement as a mark of respect for his comrades. Ning Rongrong offered a slight smile to Tang San, saying, Tang San, we are comrades. My father has taught me since childhood that one must never abandon their allies. She then glanced at Ma Hongjun, who was cradling Zhu Zhuqing. With a tinge of frustration, Ning Rongrong declared, at worst, we shall leave together. After all, we have already failed the assessment. Zhu Zhuqing lacked the strength to respond to Tang San's words, while Ma Hongjun tightened his hold on her and addressed Tang San. Xiao San, do not harbor any reservations. Just let loose and employ all the means at your disposal. Showcase your prowess and allow teacher Zhao to truly feel your strength. Ma Hongjun cast a mischievous glance at Tang San, assuring him with a reassuring look. Tang San gazed back at Ma Hongjun, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. Although this rascal had previously pricked him with a needle, he found himself developing an unexpected trust for him. Zhu Zhuqing could only roll her eyes in exasperation. She felt like a lifeless fish, devoid of any strength to move. Internally, she cursed Ma Hongjun for his shamelessness, as his hands incessantly roamed over her body, taking advantage of her vulnerability. Yet, aside from the unfamiliar pangs of embarrassment, she found a rare sense of warmth and protection in the embrace of this man. An impulse to weep surged within her. Truth be told, she was utterly exhausted. No one knew how desperately she longed for a comforting embrace beneath her resilient exterior. Perhaps it was only in such a state of helplessness that she could deceive her own heart. She did not wish to remain in this man's arms. She was not weak, but rather lacked the energy to resist, allowing herself to indulge in this embrace guiltlessly. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing chose to disregard everything else, desiring nothing but to be a little princess within this warm and secure hold. The outside world faded into a whisper. The pressures accumulated over the years relaxed at this instant. Her breathing gradually steadied. Like a kitten, she nestled closer, adjusting herself into a comfortable position, peacefully drifting into slumber. In her dreams, she transformed into a small black cat, frolicking joyously in the arms of a red-haired youth. She was carefree and liberated. The boy's gentle hands caressed her, and she needed to do nothing but close her eyes, surrendering to the blissful ease, languor, and freedom. In the embrace of the red-haired youth, she felt no worries. No pressures, no coercion, only a profound sense of security emanating from deep within. It was as if all her troubles were shielded by his towering presence, leaving her to revel in boundless affection. What a beautiful dream! In her sleep, Zhu Zhuqing's expression softened. The icy facade melted away, her furrowed brows relaxed, and a gentle smile graced her lips. She slept soundly, enveloped in tranquility. Ma Hongjun cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing in his embrace. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing appeared breathtakingly beautiful. Compared to her usual frigid demeanor, Ma Hongjun found himself more enamored by her current smile. When a woman sheds her fade before you, revealing a delicate, feminine side, it evokes a uniquely profound experience, independent of whether one has won her affection. Though his arms grew weary, Ma Hongjun steadfastly held her, like a statue, guarding the sweet dreams of the little cat. Back in the arena, Tang San's aura shifted, as his eyes transformed to a deep violet. It signified the manifestation of the thousand-hand Azura. At that moment, Tang San exuded an air of solemnity and focus. His hands, previously hanging at his sides, gracefully lifted beside his waist. With a swift motion, several beams of cold light erupted from Tang San's fingertips, targeting Zhao Wujia's eyes, shoulders, throat, heart, knees, lower body, and abdomen. Each strike aimed at a vital point, each trajectory distinct. The piercing sound of the air being sliced startled Zhao Wujia. Among all his abilities, agility was his weakest trait, although his speed had increased with the manifestation of his martial soul. His massive frame and formidable defense led him to favor a head-on approach in confrontations. Faced with the sudden and precise onslaught of cold beams, Zhao Wujia reacted swiftly. He raised his bear-like paws, one shielding his eyes, the other guarding his lower body. With a low growl, he unleashed his soul power, activating his immovable king body to its fullest potential. After releasing the beams, Tang San did not linger. He swiftly retreated, employing the ghost shadow perplexing steps. The sound of explosions resonated simultaneously as the beams struck Zhao Wujia's body, yet they were all repelled by the overwhelming golden light, causing him no harm. With a swift pivot, Tang San launched another volley of cold beams. However, Zhao Wujia's defense was formidable, standing firm in his immovable king form. Tang San found his attacks ineffective. Tang San's hands flitted like butterflies, weaving through the air as he discharged a continuous stream of cold light, each aimed at Zhao Wujia's vital points. Zhao Wujia was astounded. It was his first encounter with such stealthy weaponry. Unlike Ma Hongjun, who had been mentally prepared, Zhao lacked the agility to evade these assaults. Were it not for his overwhelming defense, had both warriors been of equal strength, Zhao Wujia would have already faced defeat. Tang San unleashed his hidden weapons with remarkable precision, simultaneously targeting multiple positions, rendering evasion exceedingly challenging. Various concealed armaments, such as the willow leaf blade, locust stone, golden money dart, and bone-piercing nail erupted in a dazzling display from his intricate technique. Some flew straight, others at angles, and some even circled behind. Yet all were aimed at one singular target, Zhao Wujia's body. The very same weapons that had been employed by Ma Hongjun just days prior were now directed at Zhao Wujia. Tang San's agility was unparalleled, moving with ghostly finesse and captivating grace. Faced with such relentless assault, Zhao Wujia resorted to his third soul skill, gravity enhancement, followed by his fourth soul skill, tracking precision. Then, with both hands raised, 6 crossbow arrows were launched. Mechanical hidden weapons were Tang San's lifelong expertise from his previous life. The 6 formidable arrows hurtled towards Zhao Wujia's face, yet they failed to find their mark and were deflected away. Tang San possessed a plethora of hidden weapons, employing an array of techniques and angles that rendered defense nearly impossible to anticipate. Sand shooting shadows. This was a concealed weapon nestled within his chest, activated by his pectoral muscles and laced with poison. The 64 steel needles released by sand shooting shadows finally pierced Zhao Wujia's skin, allowing the toxin to infiltrate his body. With the interference of sand shooting shadows, Tang San surged forward once more. With a flick of his fingers, 10 delicate beams of golden light flitted through the air, so subtle that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Ma Hongjun discerned clearly that these were the dragon-beard needles. 10 golden beams of light forcefully penetrated the defenses of the immovable king, silently converging upon Zhao Wujia's body, burrowing within. Zhao Wujia felt excruciating pain emanating from multiple points on his body. Even with his tenacious nerves, he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, his body convulsing in agony. It was those golden needles. With a sigh of despair, Zhao Wujia glanced towards Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun outside the arena. Ma Hongjun, feeling guilty, averted his gaze, joining Zhao Wujia in astonishment as they looked towards Dai Mubai. The unspoken implication was clear. I know nothing. This is not my doing. It was all Dai Mubai's fault. Dai Mubai, bewildered, raised his hands in surrender, utterly at a loss. Humph, I will settle the score with you later. Zhao Wujie, now incensed, roared, his fifth soul ring shimmering with a profound darkness, a millennium soul ring. Gravitational compression. Enraged, Zhao Wujie was determined to impart a profound lesson to Tang San. However, he was unaware that Tang San still had a concealed ace. In fact, he had not utilized this hidden weapon while confronting Ma Hongjun. Suddenly, Tang San lowered his head sharply, and with a crisp snap, a 7-inch crossbow bolt erupted from his back, hurtling directly towards Zhao Wujie's gaping mouth. To maintain such precision under the control of his opponent was truly astonishing. The crossbow of tight-back flowers, equipped with medium-sized bolts, was launched through the powerful muscles of his back. It was a single strike, but due to the bolt's substantial size and the mechanism's elasticity, its destructive power was formidable, far surpassing that of a sleeve arrow. Simultaneously, Tang San's feet clashed together, revealing blades approximately 3 inches long at the tips. One foot soared towards Zhao Wujie's throat, while the other stealthily targeted his vulnerable lower regions. Even in such a precarious situation, his ability to execute such a counterattack was nothing short of terrifying. The firing speed of the crossbow of tight-back flowers was extraordinarily rapid, leaving Zhao Wujie no time to raise his hands. The defenses of the immovable king were pierced by the powerful bolt, hurtling towards his mouth. In this critical moment, Zhao Wujie displayed the formidable combat experience of a soul saint, remaining calm and composed. He clenched his teeth, successfully catching the bolt in his mouth. The impact of the crossbow of tight-back flowers was exceedingly powerful. Although he managed to bite it, his teeth were rattled loose. Simultaneously, a sweet fragrance emanated from the bolt, inducing a wave of dizziness in his mind. This was the poison concealed within the arrow's shaft. Such was the potency and treachery of Tang's sect's hidden weapons. The onlookers, including Ma Hongjun, were utterly astonished. Tang San's hidden weapons sent chills down their spines, and they were relieved they were not his adversaries. Ma Hongjun could not help but marvel at the fact that concealed weapons truly represent the pinnacle of a sect's mastery. In a life-and-death struggle, even if his strength surpassed that of Tang San, the ultimate victor would remain uncertain. He had believed that the silent wrist crossbow was the most formidable concealed weapon in Tang San's arsenal, only to discover the existence of the more powerful hidden crossbow, the tight-backed flower. It seemed that on that day, not only had he held back, but Tang San had also restrained his full capabilities. Many of the concealed weapons employed against Zhao Wujie today had not been utilized then. Thus, it could be said that little San had shown him kindness. And a sense of guilt washed over Ma Hongjun. Such a fine brother, he ought not to have inflicted harm upon him. Yet, he could not help but exclaim that Tang San was indeed like a hedgehog, a veritable source of concealed weaponry. How could he possibly bear so many hidden arms? Even modified automatons could not achieve such a feat. The silent wrist crossbow in his hand, the blades at his feet, the sandshot concealed in his chest, 64 steel needles. The dragon whisker needles nestled within his nails, and the tight-back flower crossbow upon his back. How extraordinarily grotesque. Ma Hongjun glanced back at Ning Rongrong, who was cradling Xiao Wu in her arms, marveling at the rabbit's remarkable fate. Having spent 6 years with an elder brother who was a master of hidden weapons, did she not fear that a careless touch might trigger a concealed mechanism, thus extinguishing her life as a rabbit that had endured for 100,000 years? Being a woman of Tang San truly posed dangers. Henceforth, intimacy would require utmost caution, for a mere exertion from Tang San could unleash not just the possibility of progeny, but rather needles, crossbows, or arrows. Chapter 82. The unexpected intrusion of Ma Hongjun. Tang San genuinely heeded Ma Hongjun's words, relinquishing all restraint. Merely relying on the tightly strapped crossbow was insufficient. His onslaught was far from complete, and suddenly, a small, ebony hammer materialized in his left hand. After Zhao Wujie's legs were repelled, the hammer was thrust toward his face. Yet, the encounter was not concluded. Zhao Wujie, seething with silent fury, resolved to teach this little hedgehog before him a lesson, raising his right hand to shield his face while his left struck toward Tang San's chest. Of course, he did not exert much force. Having suffered a significant loss, a slight reprisal was a necessity for his discomfort. As he unleashed this strike, he had already retracted his ancient soul skill, gravity compression, for otherwise, Tang San would have been crushed outright. Bang! Two muffled grunts echoed almost simultaneously. Tang Sen was propelled backward by Zhao Wujia's strike, soaring through the air and spewing blood. The seemingly diminutive hammer bore immense weight and power. Despite Zhao Wujia's timely use of soul power, he had underestimated it, believing it to be an ordinary concealed weapon. Coupled with the dual effects of the Mandragora's venom and his own pain, he found himself lacking in strength. The hammer collided with his palm, which then struck his face, causing a torrent of blood to flow from his nose. With a mere brush, he transformed into a grotesque visage, akin to a cloth dyed in colors. Utterly dazed by the blow, the black hammer, having fulfilled its purpose, vanished without a trace. Mubai? Ma Hongjun called out. Dai Mubai rushed over, catching the descending Tang San. With a hint of resentment, Dai Mubai glared at Ma Hongjun, questioning why he did not retrieve his fiancée and instead chose to assist Tang San. Thank you, Tang San said politely, eliciting an awkward smile from Dai Mubai as he set him down. This marked the first intimate encounter between two fated brothers, and Ma Hongjun could not help but chuckle at the scene. The fleeting black hammer had gone unnoticed by Dai Mubai and the others, who assumed it was merely an ordinary hammer. However, Ma Hongjun recognized that only the Haotian hammer, renowned as the mightiest weapon spirit on the Douluo Continent, could have rendered Zhao Wujia so utterly disheveled. This refers to Tang San's second martial soul. Zhao Wujia should be able to sense it, yet it is likely that he cannot immediately fathom the essence of the Haotian hammer. However, this is of little consequence. This is merely a small hammer, and later on, a grander one will arrive to teach Zhao Wujia a lesson in humility. Undoubtedly, the illustrious Haotian Douluo is currently observing this battle from some hidden corner, though his presence remains undetected by those present due to their cultivation levels. Oscar is already preparing sausages and cured meat for Tang San and Zhao Wujia, respectively. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing remain in a state of unconsciousness. After consuming Oscar's sausage, both of them have regained much of their strength. Teacher Zhao, do we pass the test? Inquired Ning Rongrong, the only one among the four who remained unscathed, as she pointed to the extinguished incense behind Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia retorted with irritation, consider yourselves fortunate to pass. Tang San, quickly assist Teacher Zhao in removing the hidden weapons from his body. Ma Hongjun, cradling Zhu Zhuqing, addressed Tang San, then approached Ning Rongrong, who was holding Xiao Wu. He playfully nudged her with his calf and whispered, don't dawdle. Come along swiftly. After taking a few steps, he turned back to the group and announced, Teacher Zhao, I will first arrange accommodations for these three young ladies. He added, Mubai, please ensure that you escort Tang Sen back to the dormitory. With that, he and Ning Rongrong, arm in arm, whisked away the three girls, leaving Zhao Wujia, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Oscar staring at one another in bewilderment. Why did you urge me to leave? One questioned. What purpose is served by lingering here? Did you not notice how flustered Teacher Zhao appeared? His agitated demeanor suggests he is on the verge of exploding. It is best to keep our distance at this moment. Ning Rongrong chuckled gleefully at the thought of Zhao Wujia's disheveled state, her mischievous spirit reveling in the misfortune of others. Ma Hongjun, why do you continue to hold her? Have you not noticed her unconsciousness? Yet, you need not cling to her so tightly. Are you feeling jealous? He teased. Not at all. I care not for you. You lecherous wolf. Now, the Shrek dormitory felt quite spacious. Ma Hongjun settled the three girls in the quarters of Xiang Chengxian, intending to make further arrangements once they awoke. However, he was soon ushered out by Ning Rongrong. Later that night, an exhausted Tang Sen fell asleep on Dai Mubai's bed. Time was of the essence, leaving no opportunity to properly arrange the bedding. Dai Mubai, therefore, had no choice but to return to Samoa City to seek Xiang Chengxian, carrying back Ma Hongjun's message, requesting the Schwanger sisters to summon Xiao Yuanyuan from Heavendo City. In moments of leisure, Ma Hongjun decided to venture into the grove behind the academy to secure a favorable seat for the upcoming performance. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia found himself alone in his chamber, his feet hanging and his chest heaving with frustration. Having suffered a significant setback, he contemplated how to effectively train Tang San and the others once the new term commenced. Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice echoed within his mind. As a formidable soul sage of the 76th rank, Zhao Wujia held a prestigious position within the realm of soul masters on the Douluo Continent. His soul power had grown so potent that it could generate a remarkable aura around him, allowing him to discern even the faintest sounds of leaves falling within a 100-meter radius. Yet, at that moment, he felt no presence nearby, and the voice pierced his ears as if spoken directly beside him. This extraordinary phenomenon heightened Zhao Wujia's vigilance, though he did not recognize the voice. He was certain that the strength of the speaker was at least on par with his own. "Who dares?" he exclaimed, rising abruptly, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. His reputation in the Soul Master community had not been particularly favorable, and he had accumulated quite a few enemies. After years of relative peace within Shrek Academy, he was taken aback by the sudden emergence of a formidable adversary. The presence had already locked onto him, and the voice resonated again. "Come forth." Zhao Wujia was no ordinary individual. As the unmoved king, he had long been a harbinger of death. Provoked by an unknown opponent and fueled by the pent-up frustration of the day, his anger surged forth. With a powerful stride, he swiftly pursued the direction of the aura. In a short while, he found himself beyond the confines of Shrek Academy, entering a secluded forest where the presence seemed to vanish. "Show yourself. I am aware of your presence," Zhao Wujia commanded in a deep voice. Simultaneously, he activated his martial soul, the 7 soul rings encircling his body pulsating with vibrant light. Particularly the 3 black 10,000-year rings, which appeared profoundly mesmerizing. From behind a large tree, a shadow clad in black slowly emerged. The figure was enveloped in dark garments, even donning a black hood, revealing only that he was a tall man. "Who are you?" Zhao Wujia demanded coldly, having completed the manifestation of his martial soul. The mighty golden bear, his entire being radiated a wild aura, exuding an intimidating presence without the need for anger. The cloaked figure did not answer directly, but rather remarked nonchalantly, "It is not every day one encounters the unmoved king in such a modest locale. I merely wish to engage in a friendly spar, as it has been some time since I last exercised my skills." As he spoke, the black-clad figure slowly raised his right hand, and a dark light coalesced in his palm, transforming into a massive weapon. Simultaneously, 9 soul rings quietly manifested around him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. The 9 spirit rings did not pulsate like those of Zhao Wujia's. Instead, they remained eerily still, enveloping the black-clad figure in an ominous embrace. The very existence of these 9 spirit rings was terrifying, particularly the last. A blood-red ring exuding an aura of danger that captivated the gaze. Upon witnessing the black-clad figure summon these 9 rings, Zhao Wujia felt as though a chill had splashed across his face, sending a shiver throughout his body. As a soul sage, he was acutely aware of the disparities that existed among high-level soul masters. At levels beyond 60, even a single level's difference could signify a formidable gap in strength. While superficially it appeared that he and the black-clad figure were separated by about 20 levels, he understood that the chasm between them was even greater than that between Tang San and himself. The words title Douluo escaped Zhao Wujia's lips with great difficulty, his indomitable form trembling slightly. If he was considered a high-ranking soul master, then a title Douluo represented the pinnacle of their realm. Moreover, this was no ordinary title Douluo. The Crimson Spirit Ring symbolized a soul master with 10,000 years of experience, ranked first on the soul master dream list. Contemplating this, dread surged within him like a tidal wave. The previous bravado he had displayed vanished, prompting Zhao Wujia to bow respectfully. "May I inquire which esteemed elder has graced us with their presence? Please do not jest with me. How could I possibly be worthy of sparring with you?" Without exuding any overwhelming presence, the black-clad figure advanced slowly, wielding a massive weapon. With a nonchalant tone, he remarked, "What is there to question your worth? During the day, you bullied those children quite effectively, did you not? I find the sensation of intimidation rather enjoyable. Allow me the pleasure of intimidating you as well. Of course, you may perceive this as me taking advantage of my strength." Zhao Wujia was momentarily dazed, failing to connect that the hammer in the black-clad figure's hand resembled the one Tang San had used to strike him earlier that day, albeit larger. It seemed that after bullying the small, the larger had come seeking retribution. A sudden, inappropriate chuckle interrupted the black-clad figure's advance. He scoffed, causing the enormous tree behind him to snap and crash to the ground. Ma Hongjun lost his balance and fell from the branch, landing unceremoniously on the ground. The figure clad in black was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Ma Hongjun's arrival. He had sensed the presence of another individual trailing behind. But it was not this young man. This implied that the boy had been lurking here all along. Upon recognizing Ma Hongjun, Zhao Wuji's expression grew increasingly anxious. He could hardly fathom that this troublesome brat would appear at such an inopportune moment. What he found even more astonishing was that Ma Hongjun had been waiting here all along, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Ma Hongjun hastily rose to his feet, initially eager to witness the spectacle, but now sensing an air of awkwardness. He patted his backside and prepared to discreetly exit. I seem to have wandered into the wrong scene. Please, carry on without me, Zhao Wujie remarked. Tang San's father, Chapter 83, Ma Hongjun's Grand Aspirations. Ma Hongjun's stride was abruptly halted by an invisible force that rendered him immobile. An overwhelming power loomed over him like a mountain, compelling him to unleash his martial spirit to withstand the pressure. In his right hand, a blue-patterned silver spear materialized. Dark red flames erupted from within him, revealing a pair of resplendent, multicolored wings sprouting from his back. The immense pressure squeezed the very essence of Ma Hongjun's dual martial souls, manifesting his formidable abilities. With fiery red hair, a silver spear in hand, and wings ablaze, Ma Hongjun exuded an undeniable charisma. The sudden emergence of a dual martial soul astonished Tang Hao. He was already aware of Ma Hongjun's silver spear spirit and his yellow and purple soul ring configuration, initially perceiving him as merely an unusually gifted student. He was taken aback by the revelation of such extraordinary talent, which surpassed even his own pride. Tang San. Since he was present, he might as well enjoy the spectacle. Another one could emerge as well. It would make little difference. Tang Hao composed himself and spoke with a calm demeanor. In a flash, another figure appeared beside Ma Hongjun. A pair of enormous wings unfurled from his back, his entire body cloaked in a layer of feathers. His orange-yellow eyes bore slitted pupils and 7 soul rings, mirroring those of Zhao Wujie, materialized, undulating around him. Flinder positioned himself protectively behind Ma Hongjun. Upon Flinder's appearance, Zhao Wujie's expression relaxed somewhat. Boss, this esteemed elder. Flinder gestured to Zhao Wujie, indicating he should remain silent. Faced with the intangible pressure, Flinder too had to release his martial spirit. Greetings, Your Excellency, the Crown of Haotian. Flinder respectfully bowed to Tang Hao. Zhao Wujie gasped in realization. He finally comprehended who this formidable figure before him was. His heart tightened. When had he offended such a terrifying individual? This man was revered as the most powerful title Douluo in the Spirit Master realm. Their martial spirits shared the same developmental path, yet compared to him, Zhao Wujie's strength was but a flickering firefly. Tang Hao coldly remarked, no need for excessive formalities. I am here to seek trouble. The cat-eagle martial spirit, level 78, truly befitting Flinder, the main combatant of the original Golden Iron Triangle. This Shrek Academy is yours. Is it not? Flinder nodded. Indeed, Your Excellency. May I inquire as to what grievance Zhao Wujie has caused you? Tang Hao replied indifferently, less chatter, step aside. Otherwise, you shall face my wrath as well. Zhao Wujie, I offer you a chance. I will refrain from using my martial spirit. If you can endure for the duration of a stick of incense in my grasp, I shall leave without a word. Otherwise, you must fulfill a request of mine. Zhao Wujie chuckled wryly, Your Excellency. I genuinely do not understand what offense I have committed. Could you kindly clarify? His meaning is quite clear, even in death. He desires to comprehend the truth. Ma Hongjun truly feels anxious for Zhao Wujie's lack of intellect. Despite Zhao's clear articulation, the message seems to elude him. However, Ma refrains from offering any reminders, knowing full well that today, Zhao Wujie cannot escape the impending consequences. He decides to simply observe, as the purpose of his presence today is to witness the pinnacle of power in this world and to behold the prowess of the titled Douluo. Ma Hongjun tugged at Flinder's sleeve, signaling him to step back. Flinder, understanding the unspoken message, mercilessly moved aside with Ma Hongjun, clearly indicating his intention to no longer concern himself with Zhao Wujie. Tang Hao let out a cold snort, as if to say, is it necessary for me to elaborate? After the younger one has been struck, the elder must naturally arise to seek justice. This is a matter of fundamental righteousness. Let us engage. In an instant, the colossal Haotian hammer in Tang Hao's grasp, along with the 9 soul rings adorning him, vanished. Yet, the very next moment, he stood before Zhao Wujie. A powerful fist struck Zhao Wujie's abdomen, shattering his martial spirit's manifestation. Subsequently, a barrage of punches, palms, and kicks ensued, a raw, unrefined clash of flesh against flesh, marked by an unyielding continuity. Thud, thud, boom, boom, crash. Tang Hao's method of assault was deliberate. He refrained from targeting Zhao Wujie's vital points, instead opting to loosen his sinews and bones, delivering blows to his limbs, chest, back, and of course, his face, each strike landing with unrelenting force. In Tang Hao's hands, Zhao Wujie resembled a mere puppet, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. His body swelled, his face became increasingly bruised, and his cries grew more pitiful. Ah! This would likely become a memory of excruciating torment that Zhao Wujie would find impossible to forget. His wretched cries echoed through the forest, sending the surrounding insects, birds, snakes, and rodents fleeing in terror. Flinder, with wings outstretched, could not help but cover his eyes and turn his head away, unable to bear the sight any longer. In contrast, Ma Hongjun, also with wings ablaze, widened his eyes, determined not to miss a single detail. Listening to Zhao Wujie's agonized screams, he felt a surge of exhilaration within. His fists clenched tightly, and his blood surged with fervor. This primal melee, this merciless beating, appeared far more thrilling than any action film from his past life. The title Douluo was indeed terrifying. Ma Hongjun could scarcely grasp Tang Hao's formidable power, which loomed like an immeasurable expanse of starry sky. With nothing but his bare hands, Tang Hao toyed with a strength-type soul sage as if he were a mere child. Zhao Wujie could not even muster a defensive movement. Even if he could, it would prove utterly futile. There was no need to light a single incense stick. The entire confrontation concluded within the span of 10 breaths. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, Tang Hao appeared as if nothing had transpired, his black garments showing not a single wrinkle. What a flawless display! Ma Hongjun gazed at the imposing figure, filled with admiration. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Zhao Wujie lay sprawled on the ground, his head swollen grotesquely, both eyes transformed into dark bruises, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he gasped for breath. Zhao Wujie, do you comprehend now? Tang Hao remarked coolly. Only then did Flinder dare approach, assisting the prostrate Zhao Wujie to his feet. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Wujie's face was awash with gratitude as he addressed Tang Hao, saying, "Thank you, His Excellency Haotian, for your guidance." The recent beating administered by Tang Hao, although primarily an act of retribution for his son, simultaneously served to offer guidance to Zhao Wujie, who is also a power-type soul master. This exemplifies the pinnacle of superiority, inflicting pain, yet leaving the recipient with a sense of gratitude. As Tang Hao retracted his aura, Ma Hongjun and the others immediately felt a release. The immense pressure that had enveloped them receded like a tide. Flinder and Ma Hongjun also withdrew their martial spirits. Tang Hao scrutinized Ma Hongjun with mild curiosity and inquired, "From whence do you hail?" Flinder promptly seized Ma Hongjun by the arm, concerned that the inexperienced youth might inadvertently offend Tang Hao with his naivete, and thus hastened to respond, "Your Highness, Hongjun is my disciple from Musu town. He hails from an ordinary family, and his twin martial spirits are both of a mutated nature. His first martial spirit, the Silver Spear, is a variation of his father's wooden spear, while his second, the Evil Fire Phoenix, derives from his mother's mutated colorful pheasant tail chicken. The fortuitous emergence of dual-enhanced mutated martial spirits is indeed remarkable." Tang Hao sighed in admiration and then turned to Ma Hongjun, asking, "Young man, what brings you to the forest alone at this late hour, and why do you seem so pleasantly amused?" This was Tang Hao's perplexity. Could it truly be mere coincidence that he chanced upon this young lad? Certainly, Ma Hongjun could not speak the unvarnished truth. He feigned a tone of bitterness and remarked, "Today, I witnessed the new student, Tang San, displaying remarkable prowess during his duel with Teacher Zhao. His mastery of hidden weapons was nothing short of extraordinary, causing even the soul Saint Zhao to suffer considerable setbacks. Upon reflection, considering my own strength as a soul master, I find myself uncertain of my ability to triumph over Tang San. His hidden weapons are exceedingly formidable. It seems my position as the strongest in the academy may be difficult to maintain. Thus, I am enveloped in melancholy, unable to find solace in sleep, and I unwittingly wandered into the forest, where I gazed at the stars. My thoughts drifted to Tang San, and as I pondered, a smile crept upon my face." Tang Hao, intrigued, interjected with a cold, playful tone, "Oh, what are you thinking? What is so amusing about Tang San?" Ma Hongjun gazed at the sky with longing. Pondering, "I envision a future where Tang San and I become classmates, living together day in and day out. Over time, we shall forge an unbreakable bond as brothers, uniting our strengths to form the most formidable team, destined to dominate the entire Douluo Continent and etch our names into the annals of Soul Master history as legends." This was a profoundly historic decision. The mere thought of partnering with Tang San and embarking on adventures across the Douluo Continent thrilled him, prompting him to laugh gleefully alone in the forest. The three others, upon hearing him, were rendered speechless. This was merely the kind of youthful, fantastical delusion each of them had experienced in their own youth. Tang Hao even suspected that this lad was aware of his relationship with Tang San and was deliberately speaking for his benefit. If circumstances permitted, Tang Hao would have exhaled a frustrated "Ma my pie." Chapter 84. No delicacy compares to dumplings in the grand hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The main seat facing south was a grand chair intricately carved from fragrant wood, its back adorned with a large jade stone. The jade, a deep emerald green, emanated a gentle warmth, truly a piece of exquisite warm jade. Seated upon this ornate chair was a man whose countenance resembled that of a jade crown, with a straight nose and square jaw, exuding a scholarly and gentle demeanor. He appeared to be in his 40s, his gaze soft and approachable, presenting as an ordinary individual. His long, smooth black hair cascaded down his back, creating an air of effortless grace devoid of any pretense. This elegant and refined gentleman was none other than Ning Fengji, the father of the little witch Ning Rongrong. At that moment, Ning Fengji was observing a young man clad in white attire, kneeling before him. This was the same youth who had conversed with Ma Hongjun at the Fairy Garment Pavilion in Soto City. In reporting to the Sect master, the young lady has arrived at Shrek Academy and has successfully enrolled, the young man in white stated respectfully. Ning Fengji nodded, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. It is perhaps good for this little ancestor to venture out and experience the world. Otherwise, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School may find itself turned upside down. What is the situation at Shrek Academy? Please forgive me, Sect Master. There is at least one Soul Sage and several Soul Emperor-level experts within Shrek Academy, and I, lacking capability, could not infiltrate to investigate. However, I have delivered the letter you entrusted to me to the teachers at Shrek Academy, and it will undoubtedly reach the hands of their principal. A smile touched Ning Fengji's lips. Ah, Flinder, you are indeed an idealistic man. I am curious to see how you will educate my daughter. Perhaps it is only by leaving home that this little witch will learn to be more sensible. He then dismissed the young man. However, the young man did not depart, remaining on his knees in the hall, his expression revealing that he had something further to convey. What is it? Is there another matter? Ning Fengji inquired, his tone tinged with impatience. Reporting to the Sect master, there was indeed another incident during the young lady's journey to Shrek Academy, the young man said, his excitement palpable. What incident? Speak quickly. Such behavior is unbecoming. Ning Fengji spoke with evident displeasure, remarking on the unusual hesitation of his typically efficient subordinate. Just as the young lady in white was about to speak, a powerful and resonant voice echoed throughout the hall, reverberating as if emanating from all directions. Fengji, are you truly at ease allowing Rongrong to remain outside alone? Can the education provided by Shrek Academy possibly surpass our own? No, I must go retrieve her. I cannot rest easy with her out there. As the voice faded, an elderly man, his hair and beard white, yet his visage remarkably youthful, emerged from the back room and audaciously seated himself in a chair beside the sect leader, Ning Fengji. The latter displayed a look of resignation. Sir Uncle, given your affection for her and that of Dragon Uncle, I cannot permit this girl to remain within the sect. You indulge her excessively. She has become unmanageable at home. Perhaps some time spent in the outside world will bring about a change. Sword Uncle retorted with discontent. Who claims we coddle Rongrong? You only perceive her playful side, neglecting to recognize her obedient nature. You have numerous sons, yet only this one daughter. Are you truly willing to let her go? Ning Fengji firmly replied, Sword Uncle, regardless of the circumstances, I will not seek her out, nor will you or Dragon Uncle. You need not worry about Rongrong's safety. The head of Shrek Academy is none other than the foremost among the original Golden Iron Triangle. He would undoubtedly recognize the martial spirit of our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. With his protection, Rongrong will be safe. The individual who could address Ning Fengji in such a manner, and was referred to as Sword Uncle, was none other than the esteemed Sword Douluo Continent, one of the two pillars of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. At this point, Ning Fengji suddenly recalled his kneeling subordinate, who seemed to have further information regarding Rongrong. What were you saying about Rongrong just now? Upon hearing this, Sword Douluo Continent's concern was piqued, and he turned his gaze toward the kneeling young man in white. Faced with the formidable aura of Sword Douluo, the young man felt a heavy pressure, heightening his nervousness. What had begun as joyous news had now transformed into an anxious situation. Speak quickly. Sword Douluo Xin did not possess the patience for delay. Matters concerning their precious little princess, Ning Rongrong, warranted immediate clarity. Wuhu infusion. The young man stammered, revealing the critical term. What Wuhu infusion? Sword Douluo pressed further. While in Soto City, the young lady fused her martial spirit with that of a boy. What? This time, it was Ning Fengji who lost his composure. Are you saying Rongrong has undergone Wuhu infusion with another, merging her spirit with the 7 treasures, glazed tile pagoda? Indeed, sect leader. The young man affirmed. Please, elucidate this matter in detail. The young lad, named Ma Hongjun, was also a student of Shrek Academy, possessing the martial spirit of a silver spear. On that day, the young man in white recounted every intricate detail of the event at the Celestial Garment Pavilion to the 2 listeners. Fengzizi, the fusion of martial spirits, heralded wonderful tidings for the 7 treasure glazed tile school, exclaimed Sword Douluo Qinshin with palpable excitement. At last, Rongrong has done a good deed for our sect, remarked Ning Fengji, his face aglow with pride. Sword Douluo Qinshin, bristling with indignation, retorted, Is that how you speak of Rongrong? In my eyes, she is the very blessing of our sect. Ning Jun, gravely aware of the implications for the sect's destiny, firmly instructed the young man in white. This matter is of utmost importance. It must not be divulged without my explicit command. Understood, my lord, the subordinate replied before taking his leave. Once the young man had departed, Ning Fengji turned to Sword Douluo Qinshin, speaking earnestly. Uncle Jian, I am currently unable to attend to this matter. I must trouble you to make the journey. Indeed, it requires a personal visit to ensure peace of mind, Sword Douluo Qinshin replied. It is also a fortuitous occasion for me to take a stroll and see how our Rongrong fares at Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, Daimubai and Xiang Qingxian had returned from Soto City. The 8 students of the academy gathered for their inaugural meal in the dining hall. Oscar busied himself with the preparations, while others sat together in small clusters. Zhu Zhuqing remained aloof, elegantly perched by the window, absent-mindedly sipping from a glass of water. Her gaze fixed outside. Daimubai and Xiang Qingxian engaged in hushed conversation, the former's expression reflecting concern while the latter appeared displeased. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong had blossomed into close friends, linked arm in arm as they whispered secrets, occasionally glancing at Ma Hongjun and Tang San, as if plotting some mischievous scheme. Ma Hongjun sat together with Tang San, engaging in conversation. With a hint of intent, Ma Hongjun inquired about the hammer. Tang San, exhibiting an air of maturity and sophistication, casually remarked that it was merely an ordinary hammer, attributing his adeptness to his childhood experience in blacksmithing. Had Ma Hongjun not discerned the truth early on, he would have indeed fallen for the seemingly honest Tang San's deception. This lad, when spinning tales, shows not the slightest hint of shame. Last night, the Haotian Douluo came to bid farewell, having kept a watchful eye on Tang San all these years. Now that Tang San has arrived at Shrek Academy, he can depart with peace of mind. After revealing his connection to Tang San, he entrusted Flinder, Zhao Wujia, and the ever-reliable Ma Hongjun to look after him. Thus, Ma Hongjun now regards Tang San in the light of a guardian, having pledged to his father to assist in caring for the young man. Soon, Oscar's breakfast was ready, and the 8 of them gathered around the table. The most awkward among them was Daimubai, caught between his fiancée Yi and his current love interest. Since Zhu Zhuqing's arrival, he had yet to exchange a single word with her, both pretending to be oblivious. Xiang Qingxian also felt the tension. She had not anticipated encountering Daimubai's fiancé Yi so soon. However, as her relationship with Daimubai was progressing well, she had no intention of relinquishing the man she had painstakingly trained. That was simply not in her nature. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, was indifferent. Her previous knowledge of Daimubai's romantic escapades had already tarnished her impression of him, and with his current attachment, she felt even less concern. Having long grown accustomed to solitude, at this moment, Daimubai found himself in a most precarious situation. The dynamics among the 3 needed clarification, and it was impossible to maintain the pretense of ignorance. Regardless of whether it was towards Xiang Qingxian or Zhu Zhuqing, an explanation was necessary. It could be said that Zhu Zhuqing had become the source of Daimubai's turmoil. Ma Hongjun, sensing his brother's distress, longed to utter the words, "Fear not, for I shall care for your beloved." Whether in this life or the next, Ma Hongjun has always been a man of loyalty, willing to sacrifice everything, even his life, for his brothers. At this critical juncture, when his dear friend Dai Mubai needed him most, how could Ma Hongjun possibly shrink back? He would go to any lengths to alleviate his brother's burdens. Under Ma Hongjun's diverse culinary teachings, Oscar had learned to prepare many dishes from his past life. In fact, aside from simply stuffing meat into bread to make meat buns, one could also wrap meat within dough to create dumplings. Today's breakfast featured dumplings. And when Oscar brought forth a steaming platter, the aroma wafted through the air, enticing everyone to salivate. Dumplings were Ma Hongjun's favorite from his past life, especially when shared with brothers. Come, everyone, let us enjoy dumplings. In my hometown, we say, nothing is more delicious than dumplings. Come, Dai Lauda, do give it a try. After relishing the delightful dumplings, everyone prepared to rearrange their dormitories, assisting the girls in tidying up their rooms. Dai Mubai and Xiang Chengxian took charge of familiarizing Ning Rongrong and the others with the academy and organizing their arrangements. Ma Hongjun and Tang San were summoned to Flinder's chamber. Ma Hongjun inquired with curiosity, "Teacher, did you summon us for a specific purpose?" Flinder gestured for the two to take a seat, refraining from answering Ma Hongjun's question. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Tang San and asked, "How is your master faring?" Tang San nodded and replied, "He is doing quite well." Flinder, somewhat astonished, looked at him and remarked, "You are his student? No wonder he bestowed upon you this belt. Upon seeing you adorned with it, I inferred it was he who directed you here. Yet, I did not anticipate that you would be his disciple. In the past, he once confided in me that he would someday cultivate a genius soul master destined to astonish the continent. It seems you are indeed his chosen one." As Ma Hongjun and Tang San simultaneously lowered their gazes to their belts, they observed the distinct arrangements. Tang San's belt boasted 24 evenly spaced gems, while Ma Hongjun's featured 7 prominently positioned at the front. However, Ma Hongjun's stones were a size larger than Tang San's, gleaming more brilliantly in their clustered formation. Tang San's belt appeared opulent and understated, exuding an elegant charm, while Ma Hongjun's shone resplendently, capturing the attention of all who beheld it. One could discern the extraordinary bond between Flinder and the master from his words, and when considering the matching belts of Ma Hongjun and Tang San, it was evident that a deep camaraderie had existed between Flinder and the master in the past. Now, both Ma Hongjun and Tang San had been chosen as successors, demonstrating remarkable prowess. Following Tang Hao's visit the previous night, Flinder had learned of Tang San's dual martial souls, and coupled with Tang San's performance, Flinder held the master's discerning eye for selecting disciples in high regard. Nevertheless, his own disciple, Ma Hongjun, had not brought him shame. He too possessed dual martial souls, and his abilities surpassed even those of Tang San. A subtle smile graced Flinder's lips. He and the master were close friends, yet they each held a competitive spirit towards one another. In their youth, they vied for the affection of a woman, forming a golden triangle of romantic rivalry, where Flinder had ultimately conceded to Yu Xiaojiang. Yet today, in the matter of choosing successors, he had outshone Yu Xiaojiang. Since taking Ma Hongjun as his disciple, Ma Hongjun had become his pride. Tang San raised his hand and brushed against the jade belt, producing a letter which he presented to Flinder. Before their departure, the master had instructed him to deliver this letter to the dean after successfully passing the academy's assessment. Upon hearing Tang San's words, a flicker of sadness mingled with a hint of amusement crossed Flinder's eyes. His stubbornness remained unchanged. That was his true nature. This fellow had finally decided to reach out to me. As he spoke, he gradually opened the envelope, extracting the pristine letter within. The duo could clearly see Flinder's hand tremble slightly as he unsealed the letter. They were unaware of its contents, merely observing Flinder's changing expression. At times he appeared elated, at others enraged. A myriad of emotions flitted across his visage. "Ah, you old rascal. Must you prove something? What is there to prove? Do you not realize?" Flinder seemed to spiral into a frenzy, uttering words incomprehensible to Ma Hongjun and Tang San. Suddenly, he lifted his head sharply, fixing his gaze on Tang San. "Since you are his testament, ensure you do not let him down." Tang San nodded solemnly, and Flinder composed himself, tucking away the letter and saying, "You may return now, Tang San." Once Tang San departed, Flinder produced another letter, extending it toward Ma Hongjun. "Take a look at this." Ma Hongjun received the letter and slowly began to read it. After a moment, he finished the contents of the letter, which was written by Ning Fengji to Flinder. The gist of the letter conveyed that he entrusted his little princess to Shrek Academy, hoping that Flinder would assist in her education. He wished for the spirited little witch Ning Rongrong, to be tempered and mature at an early age. What do you think could be done to teach this mischievous little witch? I believe the methods you learned from your devilish teacher would be quite effective, Flinder remarked with great interest. He had quite a few ideas about educating the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, especially considering she was a little witch that even a grand sect struggled to manage. Ma Hongjun pondered for a moment, then his eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "This is simple, teacher. We can do it this way." Upon returning, Flinder gathered all the students to commence the first day of classes. The inaugural lesson focused on the vital role of support within a team. Remember, in your future endeavors, you will invariably have allies of the support class. Hence, the significance of these teammates cannot be overstated. Ning Rongrong, step forward. Ning Rongrong glanced around before taking a step forward. Flinder continued. Each individual possesses their own unique cultivation methods. With varying martial souls, the paths of cultivation diverge considerably. In the Douluo Continent, it is rare to find two identical martial souls. Therefore, what this academy aims to impart is not merely how to cultivate one's martial soul, but rather how to wield it effectively and how to preserve oneself while assisting comrades in battle. Support-type soul masters require the protection of their companions, both in combat and in daily life. Otherwise, survival becomes an arduous endeavor. Ning Rongrong, enlighten me. As a support-type soul master, how can one better safeguard oneself on the battlefield? Ning Rongrong confidently replied, one should stay as far as possible behind their allies, utilizing all available terrain and structures to evade danger and maintain distance from perilous zones. While her experience may have been lacking, the theoretical knowledge she had absorbed throughout her life was extensive. Flinder nodded in agreement and remarked, you are correct, but there is an essential point you have overlooked. A support-type soul master must possess the ability to retreat. A support soul master who cannot escape is not a competent one. And what does retreat require? Stamina. Despite being a soul master with inherent soul power, your physical capabilities are still superior to those of an ordinary individual. However, it is likely that you will encounter foes who are battle soul masters. Thus, as a support-type soul master, physical training is equally crucial. At critical moments, a single additional step could mean the difference between life and death. After concluding the theoretical portion, Flinder nodded at Ning Rongrong and stated, your task for today is to engage in physical training. From now on, run 20 laps around the entire village. Once completed, you may eat. If you do not finish, there will be no meal for you. What about Oscar? He is also a support-type soul master. Why isn't he running with me? Ning Rongrong protested. This is your first lesson. Remember, at Shrek Academy, do not question my commands unless you have bested me or wish to leave, Flinder coldly replied. I can answer that on behalf of the teacher. Oscar does not require such intense physical training at present, as he has already endured even more rigorous training for the past 3 years. Now, he needs to focus on training that aligns with Battle Soul Master standards. Ma Hongjun intervened. For the past 3 years, Ma Hongjun has overseen physical training. Now, Ning Rongrong, commence your run, and Ma Hongjun, you shall supervise. Flinder waved his hand to signal the start. Ning Rongrong was reluctant to move, but was nudged by Ma Hongjun, prompting her to reluctantly begin running. Allow me to guide you. You are unfamiliar with the village's path, Ma Hongjun remarked, as they began to run side by side. They jogged along, Ma Hongjun adjusting his pace to accommodate Ning Rongrong. She, however, chose to ignore him, focusing intently on her stride, yet after a considerable time, they had barely completed a lap. Ma Hongjun, how far is this lap? Ning Rongrong's tone revealed her exasperation. Initially, she was brimming with confidence. Despite being a support-type soul master, her father had always insisted on the importance of physical fitness, echoing sentiments nearly identical to those expressed by Master Flinder. Thus, her physique was not lacking. Although she could not rival battle soul masters, her consistent training had endowed her with robust health and a particular aptitude for running. However, since leaving the academy, under Ma Hongjun's guidance, she had yet to finish a single lap, and quite some time had elapsed. It's not far, just accelerate a bit. Once you cross this stretch of farmland, you'll complete the lap, Ma Hongjun remarked lightly, gesturing towards the expansive fields surrounding them. What? It includes this entire stretch of farmland? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. Such a vast circuit, and I must run 20 laps? At this pace, I may not even have a chance for dinner, let alone lunch. Moreover, her stamina was waning, making it increasingly improbable to maintain this speed. Run faster, complaining will resolve nothing. With a huff, Ning Rongrong summoned her martial soul. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda. Her second soul ring glowed, and a cascade of colorful light enveloped her, instantly enhancing her speed, creating a noticeable gap between herself and Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun smiled gently and quickened his pace to match hers, running side by side. After 8 laps, Ning Rongrong's soul power was nearly depleted, compelling her to retract her martial spirit. By the time 10 laps had elapsed, her stamina had waned significantly. And it was well past noon. I can't run anymore. I'm done. Ning Rongrong crouched down, perspiration glistening on her skin as heat radiated from her body. Don't stop. Get up. Hurry, we still have 10 laps to go. I can't go on, brother. I beg you, let me rest for a moment. Besides, old Master Flender isn't here, so just help me out and let us deceive him. No way. I've called you brother. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong recalled how closely Xiaowu and Tang San were, with Xiaowu also referring to Tang San as her brother. She still harbored some lingering feelings for Ma Hongjun, which she had kept hidden. But now she found solace in the thought that she could also ask Ma Hongjun to be her brother. That way, they could be together openly, without concern for his other romantic entanglements. After all, she would simply be his sister. This notion had crossed her mind when she saw Xiaowu the previous day. Brother, Ma Hongjun, how about you be my brother from now on, just like Tang San and Xiaowu? Ning Rongrong said sweetly. Are you sure you want it to be like Tang San and Xiaowu? Ma Hongjun looked at her quizzically. Yes, is that all right? Then I suppose you'll be my sworn sister. Yes, how does that sound, brother? All right then, I'll still call you Rongrong. Calling you sworn sister feels a bit awkward. You can call me whatever you like. I'll just refer to you as brother from now on. Brother, my legs are sore. I don't want to run anymore. We can't stop. If Flender finds out, we'll be punished. But I can't run anymore, and I'm so hungry. I don't care. You're the brother. You should take care of your sister. Ma Hongjun feigned a moment of difficult hesitation before resolutely declaring, very well, for the sake of my sister. I shall take the plunge. However, he added, it is still early. If we return now, Flandra will surely become suspicious. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Ning Rongrong's eyes as she replied, then we shall not return. I am quite famished. Let us venture to Soto City to indulge in some food, and after we are satisfied, we can return. That sounds reasonable. Brother, my legs are sore and I can hardly walk. You must carry me. That is rather excessive, Rongrong. But please, carry me. Impossible. As a grown man, I cannot carry a woman in broad daylight. It would be utterly improper. Brother, I am your sister. No, I absolutely refuse to carry you. Will you carry me or not? I will not. You could beat me to death, and I still wouldn't. Ma Hongjun. Brother, Rongrong, it turns out you are quite light. Of course, I would never lie. Chapter 86. The Old Silver Coin, a genuine performance in Soto City. Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong strolled the streets, indulging in food and revelry, thoroughly enjoying themselves. The little witch, Ning Rongrong, had completely let go. After acknowledging Ma Hongjun as her brother, her heart was set free, allowing her to joyfully and openly embrace their relationship. Ma Hongjun regarded women as truly peculiar beings. While they struggled to run, they exhibited boundless energy as they strolled through the bustling streets. Even he felt fatigued, while Ning Rongrong, full of enthusiasm, indulged in a shopping spree, incessantly exclaiming about food, with various snacks piling up in Ma Hongjun's hands. As the time approached, having satiated their appetites and enjoyed their leisure, the two began their journey back to Shrek Academy. Unbeknownst to them, in the shadows, an elegantly aged man with white hair followed closely, wielding a sword. Along the way, he watched Ning Rongrong's laughter, stroking his long beard in satisfaction. By the time they returned to the academy, dusk was settling in. On the playground, Flender was engaged in conversation with Zhao Wujia, who sat upon a large stone, while Dai Mubai and the other 6 students lounged casually nearby. Flender spotted Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong approaching from a distance, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, while Zhao Wujia let out a chuckle, his swollen face making the laughter quite unflattering. Gather round, commanded Flender, prompting Dai Mubai and the others to hurriedly assemble in a line. As Ning Rongrong observed the serious demeanor of Flender and the others, an unsettling premonition arose within her. Yet, she felt no fear, for as the little princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, she was confident that Flender would not dare to mistreat her. Teacher, we have returned. Ma Hongjun spoke with a grave expression, with Ning Rongrong standing half a step behind him. Hongjun, has Ning Rongrong completed the run? Flender habitually adjusted his crystal spectacles, his gaze sharp as an eagle's as he scrutinized the duo. An invisible pressure descended upon them. enveloping Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong in a tense atmosphere. Ning Rongrong grasped Ma Hongjun's arm, squeezing it tightly. Zhao Wujia had already revealed a grin, while Dai Mubai and the other 6 looked on with curiosity. Ma Hongjun pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth and responding, "Teacher, Ning Rongrong has completed her run." Flinder chuckled, choosing not to glance at Ning Rongrong as he approached, placing a hand on Ma Hongjun's shoulder and with a vigorous pull, sent him soaring into the air. "Zhao Wujia, he is in your hands." Zhao Wujia grinned mischievously, delivering a powerful uppercut that propelled the airborne Ma Hongjun further into the sky. "Hongjun, Teacher Zhao, brother." Ma Hongjun adjusted his posture in midair, then landed with his bottom first, crashing down with a thud. Ma Hongjun spat out a mouthful of blood. "To lie comes at a price. Do you now recognize your mistake, Ma Hongjun?" Ma Hongjun clutched his chest, a bitter silence enveloping him. Zhao Wuji let out a snort, then abruptly lifted Ma Hongjun once more, preparing to hurl him into the sky. Ma Hongjun, with a mischievous glint in his eye, discreetly gestured to Zhao Wuji with exaggerated expressions, silently pleading, "Don't." The script was not originally intended to unfold this way. According to the plan devised by Ma Hongjun and Flinder, the performance was merely a pretense, a fade to deceive, with Ma Hongjun cast as the unsuspecting foul. However, it seemed Flinder had unexpectedly summoned Zhao Wuji for a role that was never discussed. Observing Zhao Wuji's current demeanor, it was evident he was prepared to turn this charade into a genuine confrontation. Those 2 old rascals. Ma Hongjun seethed internally, yet the performance had commenced, and to abandon it now would render all efforts futile. Once again, Zhao Wuji flashed a grin, mouthing 2 words in silent communication, holding back his emotions. Then, Ma Hongjun was once more propelled into the air. "Damn it!" Ma Hongjun cried out in his heart. "Zhao Wuji, cease your actions." Ning Rongrong rushed over. Ma Hongjun fell once more, blood once again spilling from his lips. This time it was genuine. Ning Rongrong cradled Ma Hongjun's head, resting it against her bosom. "Brother, how are you feeling?" "I am fine, Rongrong." The voice of Flinder resonated once more. "Ma Hongjun, do you now understand your mistakes?" Ma Hongjun remained silent. Flinder cast a glance at Zhao Wujia, who nodded in response. Then, with a forceful stamp of his legs, he created 2 depressions in the ground, pushing Ning Rongrong aside and placing Ma Hongjun into each pit, which sank to the level of his knees. "You mischievous lad. Refusing to acknowledge your mistakes must lead to consequences. If you choose not to speak of the heavens, then you shall face the earth," Zhao Wujia declared, subsequently shattering the massive rock upon which Ma Hongjun had been seated. He selected a stone weighing around 100 pounds and placed it upon Ma Hongjun's back. "Since you enjoy carrying others, you shall train diligently for it, so that you may bear the burden every day." Upon hearing the term carry, Ning Rongrong's face flushed with embarrassment, as she instantly grasped the situation. She and Ma Hongjun had been followed. Ma Hongjun bore his silent suffering, a torrent of frustration coursing through his mind. It was one thing to face adversity, but the severity of the situation was overwhelming. Dai Mubai and the others stood in stunned silence, observing the series of actions taken by the 2 seasoned veterans. The 3 newcomers, Tang San and his companions, mistakenly believed this was the customary demeanor of Shrek Academy, leaving them shivering with apprehension, while Dai Mubai and his friends were left bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding drama. Flandra's voice resonated once more. "Ma Hongjun, do you recognize your mistake? It is I who erred, not him. Why should he be penalized?" Ning Rongrong interjected vocally, not waiting for Ma Hongjun to respond. "Oh, then enlighten me on where you believe your fault lies." "I failed to complete the training you assigned." "Excellent. You acknowledge your fault. You may return and rest." "And what of Ma Hongjun?" "He remains unaware of his transgression. Thus, he must continue to face the consequences." "Why? What wrong has he committed?" "He did not fulfill the task I entrusted to him. I too failed. Why am I not punished?" Flandra surveyed the group and continued. "I sense you all wish to inquire why. You will all be teammates, partners bound by trust. The significance of physical training for a support-type soul master cannot be overstated. Ma Hongjun understands this, yet he allowed Ning Rongrong to falter. Support teammates possess inherently weaker self-defense capabilities, and physical training is crucial in enhancing their ability to protect themselves. In the future, Ning Rongrong will be your ally, and any deficiency in her physical condition could prove fatal. Failing to oversee her training is Ma Hongjun's error. Since he was unwilling to let her endure hardship, he must bear the burden of her suffering, and it shall be doubled. if Ning Rongrong is incapable of self-defense, the responsibility falls upon Ma Hongjun, who permitted her negligence. If he chooses to overlook her, he must possess the ability to safeguard her. Therefore, for every session of training that Ning Rongrong misses, Ma Hongjun shall endure tenfold. Flandre paused, gazing intently at Ma Hongjun, and posed the question, Ma Hongjun, can you protect Ning Rongrong? Ma Hongjun insisted, I can do it. Very well. Then you shall remain like this for the entire night, replied Zhao Wujia. Keep an eye on him. Upon hearing Flandre's words, Ning Rongrong was on the verge of erupting. Quickly, Ma Hongjun interjected, Rongrong, be obedient, do not argue. Flandre approached the 6 members of Dai Mubai's group and stated, your first lesson tonight will take place in Soto City. Now follow me. With that, he took off at great speed, prompting the 6 to exchange a pitiful glance with Ma Hongjun before hastily summoning their martial spirits to catch up. Ning Rongrong crouched beside Ma Hongjun, who was now sweating profusely. She reached out to wipe his brow. Brother, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Do not speak such foolishness. I am your brother. It is my duty to take care of you. However, the teacher is right. I cannot bear to see you suffer. So I must be a bit harsher on myself. Only by growing stronger can I protect you. Brother, Rongrong. Zhao Wujia, standing nearby, was seething, his breath growing heavy as he glared at the 2 on the ground. You 2 stay here. Ma Hongjun, do not lower the stone. Accept your punishment properly. I am leaving. With that, Zhao Wujia stormed off in a huff. He was like a bear, unable to tolerate such trifles. Once Zhao Wujia had departed, Ning Rongrong moved to help Ma Hongjun remove the stone. Do not touch it, Rongrong. This is a punishment I must endure. If I cannot withstand this minor fatigue, how can I protect you in the future? Brother, but you are too exhausted, Ning Rongrong said with concern, wiping the sweat from Ma Hongjun's brow. Ma Hongjun gazed earnestly at Ning Rongrong and gently remarked, exhausted, of course I am. Rongrong, I am aware that you are the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, having been raised in an atmosphere of adoration. However, my dear Rongrong, you must comprehend that growth is a journey that every individual must traverse. The burdens of life, if left unshouldered by you, will necessitate the aid of others. Currently, under the protective embrace of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, with your father and your sect shielding you from life's tempests, you are able to live without a care. Yet, you cannot remain forever beneath the wings of your elders. Ultimately, you shall have to mature and carve out your own path, at which point there may not be anyone willing to indulge you. You must temper your willful and capricious temperament. Otherwise, it may render you friendless. As a support-type soul master, you require companions and allies. The significance of your partners far surpasses the importance you hold for them. Their departure from your support merely maintains their strength unchanged, with minimal impact, while your abandonment of them would leave you bereft of even the ability to protect yourself. What then would you be capable of doing? Ning Rongrong's eyes began to glisten with tears as she beheld Ma Hongjun, whose body was already drenched in sweat, persisting in his earnest counsel. Brother, Ma Hongjun was drenched in sweat, bearing the weight of 100-pound stone while maintaining a horse stance, marking the pinnacle of his recent training regimen. However, it was imperative to seize this moment to impart wisdom to Ning Rongrong. As long as she held him in her heart, she would earnestly heed his words. Rongrong, consider your own capabilities. Although your martial spirit, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, is among the finest within the Shrek Academy, you possess no advantage. One might even say you are at the bottom of the ranks. This is a place teeming with prodigies. Xiang Chengxian stands at level 39 and Dai Mubai at 38, both wielding top-tier beast martial spirits. While they may be older than you, at your age, you may not necessarily match their prowess. Tang San and Xiao Wu, both your contemporaries, have achieved level 29, demonstrating their formidable strength, particularly Tang San, whom you might believe you could rival. Zhu Zhuqing, younger than you, has already surpassed you by 1 level, and her unwavering determination is something you cannot compare to. Moreover, Oscar, who shares your role as a support-type soul master, possesses innate talents that are beyond your reach. Oscar is a food system soul master with full innate soul power. This alone should illustrate his exceptional gifts. An innate full soul power support-type soul master like Oscar is unprecedented, and his future achievements could very well threaten the standing of your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile in the realm of auxiliary support. Therefore, Rongrong, within Shrek Academy, you lack the capital for pride, even when considering your lineage and background. Ning Rongrong's tears began to flow, Ma Hongjun's words struck a profound blow to her pride. Rong. My dear, I share this with you to illuminate the gap between yourself and others. I understand you are a proud little princess, and I wish for you to continue embodying that pride. However, let that pride stem from your own strength. Pride built solely on familial support is not true pride, but mere vanity, for without your family, you are nothing. In the future, heed my words, and together, we shall surpass others. Ma Hongjun had already summoned the power of his martial soul, and his physical strength was waning. Yes, I will heed my brother's words. Brother, I shall assist you. Ning Rongrong pressed closely against Ma Hongjun from the front, extending her hands behind her to support the stone upon his back. This gesture was remarkably intimate, and Ma Hongjun could distinctly sense the maidenly fragrance emanating from Ning Rongrong. This proximity began to stir the malevolent fire within him. Ma Hongjun's head rested against Ning Rongrong's neck, in contact with her fair and luminous skin. He was overwhelmed by an intense impulse to kiss her. The night had completely enveloped them. Should he act on his desire, it was unlikely anyone would witness the moment. However, surprises lurked in every corner, and the darkness did not impede the vision of the elder with a white beard. Unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong, in the shadows above, Douluo Continent observed them like a celestial matchmaker. At that moment, Douluo Continent was seething with anger. His beloved little princess was on the verge of being besieged. Should Ma Hongjun succumb to his desires and unleash his wicked intentions upon the young princess Ning Rongrong, it was highly probable that Douluo Continent would intervene. Confronting Ma Hongjun with the words, "Surprised, are you? Thrilling, isn't it?" Chapter 87, Martial Soul Fusion Technique, The Seven Treasure, Glazed Gun. The nature of desire is a formidable force. It is an instinctual reaction that resonates within all who possess normal physical capabilities. Rongrong, step back. I can hardly contain myself. Ma Hongjun, his face flushed, spoke with great effort. At this moment, he was already drenched, squatting under the weight of 100 pounds. The longer he maintained this posture, the greater the strain on his body multiplied. Although he had called upon the power of the dragon soul gun, it was merely a weapon spirit, providing limited assistance to his physical strength. Now, he had reached the brink of his physical endurance and required the strength of the evil fire phoenix to sustain him. Brother, what's wrong with you? Ning Rongrong stepped back, releasing Ma Hongjun. Suddenly, flames erupted from within him, and iridescent wings appeared on his back, aiding him in lifting the stone. The scorching flames forced Ning Rongrong to retreat once more, her anxiety mounting as she struggled to comprehend the situation in her moment of confusion. She had not realized this was a manifestation of a twin spirit. Brother, why are you on fire? Although the flames enveloped Ma Hongjun, they did not burn him, which made her relax slightly, albeit still puzzled. It's all because of you, Ma Hongjun retorted. Because of me? What did I do? Ning Rongrong was even more bewildered. Because you are so beautiful, your allure has awakened my evil fire, Ma Hongjun confessed earnestly. Ning Rongrong's face turned crimson, and she chided, Brother, I am your sister. At that moment, an elderly man with striking white hair observed Ma Hongjun unleashing the power of the evil fire phoenix. His composure faltered. He had yet to witness Ma Hongjun's silver spear and was left pondering whether he had mistaken the identity of the youth. Wondering if there were two Ma Hongjuns at Shrek Academy. The notion of twin spirits was hard for him to fathom. Such a rare talent seemed unlikely to manifest in an obscure academy. The sword Douluo Continent could no longer contain his curiosity. If this young lad was not the Ma Hongjun with the silver spear, then his earlier close proximity to Ning Rongrong was indeed reckless. He had allowed the two youths to pursue their early romance under the assumption that this boy was the one fused with Ning Rongrong's spirit. With a swift motion, a beam of white light darted across the sky as sword Douluo Continent descended gracefully, fully embodying the demeanor of a master, reminiscent of a sword immortal. With hair as white as a crane and a youthful visage, this old man is truly handsome. If he were to exchange his white locks for black, he would undoubtedly captivate a legion of admirers. Ma Hongjun was astonished by the sight of the sword Douluo Continent descending gracefully from the sky, mistaking him for a celestial swordsman from another realm. Grandfather sword, Ning Rongrong exclaimed with delight. Ma Hongjun also realized, from Ning Rongrong's address, he could deduce the identity of this individual. The sword Douluo Continent affectionately ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair, displaying a tender demeanor. You little rascal. How could you sneak out like this? The sword Douluo then turned his gaze to Ma Hongjun, enveloped in flames, and with a flick of his fingers, a streak of light shot forth, striking the stone upon Ma Hongjun's back and sending it flying. "Come forth, I have matters to discuss with you," Sword Douluo Continent said coldly. Ma Hongjun extinguished the flames enveloping his body and emerged from the two deep pits. "I have encountered the esteemed elder." Ma Hongjun respectfully saluted and inquired, "Is it you, with the silver lance martial soul?" "Indeed, it is I," he replied. "And the flames that enveloped you just now, along with those resplendent rainbow wings, are they also manifestations of your martial soul?" "Yes." Suddenly, Sword Douluo Continent's eyes widened, and his countenance grew increasingly unnatural. The originally questioning and aloof expression transformed, now infused with astonishment and elation. "You possess a twin martial soul," Sword Douluo Continent exclaimed with fervor. This revelation surpassed all his expectations. He had never imagined that, beyond martial soul fusion, one could also possess twin martial souls. As a title Douluo, he was well versed in the powers that govern the continent, and he understood better than any soul master the formidable strength of twin martial souls, particularly the terrifying potential that awaited at their pinnacle. Indeed, upon finishing his words, Ma Hongjun commenced the summoning of his martial soul. With the dragon soul spear in his right hand and wings sprouting from his back, he became enveloped in flames, resembling a demon descending from the heavens, akin to a celestial Neza. "Goodness, I never anticipated that within this modest academy, a prodigy such as yourself would emerge. Senior, this is indeed a monster academy. Indeed, even our 7 treasures glazed sect's most exceptional genius over the past century finds himself at the bottom here. Your academy is remarkable, filled with an array of little monsters. Flender truly possesses something extraordinary." Upon hearing the words of the Sword Douluo, Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances. The old man had been eavesdropping on their conversation, which meant he had witnessed their embrace. "Grandpa Sword," Ning Rongrong exclaimed with a mix of indignation and charm. Ma Hongjun pondered whether the Sword Douluo would be astonished to the point of having his eyes bulge out upon discovering that Tang San possessed twin martial souls. Suddenly reminded of Tang San, he was jolted by the thought of Xiao Wu. After all, Sword Douluo Continent was a title Douluo, and Xiao Wu's essence as a 100,000-year soul beast could hardly satisfy this venerable elder. What was to be done now? With a 100,000-year soul beast spirit ring and the top rank on the soul master dream list, Sword Douluo Continent was indeed a formidable figure. His visit was not solely to see Rongrong. He sought to verify the martial soul fusion technique between the two. "Grandfather Jian, how did you know? Were you following me? Foolish girl, did you truly believe you could slip away unnoticed? We could not trust you to venture out alone. Very well, now, demonstrate your martial soul fusion technique for me." Upon the unexpected arrival of Sword Douluo, Ma Hongjun realized it was indeed related to the martial soul fusion technique, indicating that the 7 treasure glazed tile school regarded this matter with utmost seriousness, even sending Sword Douluo himself. However, Ma Hongjun had yet to showcase their martial soul fusion technique with Ning Rongrong. The last time at the fairy dress pavilion, the venue had been unsuitable, and they had not been able to perform it. "Focus your energies on me as the target for your martial soul fusion technique. Begin." With that, Sword Douluo stepped back a short distance. Ma Hongjun turned to Ning Rongrong and said, "Rongrong, come here." Ning Rongrong summoned the 7 treasures glazed tower. The fusion of their martial souls did not require the same posturing as beast martial souls. However, for the sake of convenience, Ma Hongjun still embraced Ning Rongrong, his left arm encircling her waist. "Brother, do you still need to hold me?" Indeed, the Sword Douluo, too, was perplexed by this necessity, as he had never experienced a martial soul fusion himself. Ma Hongjun retracted the evil fire phoenix, wielding the dragon's soul gun with poise. Ning Rongrong's small tower soared from her hand, seamlessly merging with the gun's tip, just as before. The 7 treasures' glorious spear emerged. The Sword Douluo observed with keen interest every nuance of their soul fusion, while the appearance of their combined spirits remained largely unchanged. The tip of the dragon soul gun had grown slightly larger, adorned with 6 additional sharp blades. At this moment, the 7 treasures' glorious spear was aimed at the Sword Douluo, enveloped in a radiant spectrum of colors. "Go." With a low growl, Ma Hongjun aimed the 7 treasure glazed gun towards the direction of the Sword Douluo. The weapon gradually expanded in the air, its velocity soaring, radiating a brilliant light. In the blink of an eye, the 7 treasure glazed gun pierced the space before the Sword Douluo, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, enveloped by a shimmering white barrier. The colossal tip of the spear collided with the protective screen. Boom! A tremendous wave of energy surged forth, causing devastation to nearby structures, which crumbled under the force of the blast. In an instant, tranquility returned, with the sword Douluo standing unharmed, the white barrier dissipating around him. The 7-treasure glazed gun vanished, summoned back by Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong, reappearing in their hands. This fleeting assault, apart from the distant ruins of the collapsed buildings, seemed to leave no trace, while the sword Douluo remained lost in contemplation at the eye of the storm. As Ma Hongjun wielded the 7-treasures glazed gun, he was acutely aware that its offensive capabilities were limited to a single direction, the efficacy of which remained uncertain. The sword Douluo was not a subject from whom one could gauge the effects of such an experiment, given the current weakness of both Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong. Even with their soul fusion techniques' extraordinary nature, they posed no threat to a titled Douluo. Grandpa Jian, how formidable is our 7-treasures glazed gun? Ning Rongrong eagerly inquired as she observed the approach of the sword Douluo. His expression was grave as he earnestly declared 4 words, capable of slaying soul kings. Chapter 88. The revelation of Shao Wu's identity. Sword Douluo Continent. What had initially appeared to be a casual and unremarkable defense against the soul fusion technique of Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong concealed a profound astonishment known only to Continent himself. When the 7-treasures glazed gun was aimed at him, an overwhelming force ensnared him. He had attempted to break free, but unless he harnessed soul power exceeding level 60, escape from such a confinement was impossible. Moreover, the gun's offensive strength was exceptionally formidable, surpassing that of most soul kings. This signified that anyone below the rank of Soul Emperor could not evade its strike. Had it not been for the defensive prowess of the Soul King, such a shot could have been instantly fatal. This was merely the soul fusion technique executed by a 39th level Soul Master and a 26th level Great Soul Master. Should their powers continue to grow, the potency of their soul fusion technique would become even more extraordinary. The sword Douluo conveyed his impressions of the recent events to the two, his heart swelling with pride. He cherished Ning Rongrong as if she were his own granddaughter and was genuinely delighted to witness her fortuitous bond. Observing the mutual affection shared between the two, he felt assured that their relationship would flourish, and with Ma Hongjun by her side, Ning Rongrong's safety would undoubtedly be secured. Hongjun, what is your other martial spirit? It appears to be a flying beast martial spirit, likely possessing a fire attribute as well. Your flames are no trifling matter, the sword Douluo addressed Ma Hongjun warmly. Having accepted him as a grandson-in-law, just moments ago, Ma Hongjun's martial spirit had manifested only a pair of wings, leaving the sword Douluo uncertain. To be honest, senior, you should call me Grandpa Jian, just like Rongrong does. Yes, Grandpa Jian, Ma Hongjun called out, feeling a peculiar awkwardness, as his utterance lacked the fluidity that Ning Rongrong's voice possessed, making it seem as if he were playfully scolding someone. To be candid, my second martial soul is the Fire Phoenix, which is also a variant martial soul. Upon merging with my body, this flame transforms into a purple hue, exuding an enigmatic aura. I simply refer to it as purple fire. The Phoenix martial soul. The sword Douluo was taken aback. Soul beasts associated with dragons and phoenixes are notoriously formidable, and similarly, martial souls of such lineage are typically of the highest caliber. For instance, the blue lightning tyrant dragon is currently recognized as the most powerful beast martial soul within the realm of soul masters. What, then, is the nature of this purple fire? The sword Douluo inquired. Ma Hongjun cast a somewhat bashful glance at Ning Rongrong, who looked back at him with eager curiosity, her admiration for him evident. The purple fire, a consequence of the phoenix's mutation, embodies negativity, tormenting me since the awakening of my martial spirit at the tender age of 6. This purple fire possesses formidable power, uncontrollable in nature, erupting periodically and saturating every fiber of my being with its fiery energy, hastening my physical development. In truth, I am of a similar age to Rongrong, yet my appearance suggests I am much older, a result of the accelerated maturation brought on by the purple fire. Initially, through relentless training and combat, I was able to suppress this malevolent flame, achieving a body stronger than that of ordinary soul masters. Thus, despite enduring considerable hardship and suffering, I emerged with a strength surpassing that of my peers. Having spoken, Ma Hongjun summoned his dragon soul gun, revealing 3 soul rings of yellow and purple. He continued, stating, This is the consequence of the purple fire's tempering. It endows my body with a resilience far beyond that of the typical soul master, allowing me to absorb soul rings at a level exceeding the usual limits for my rank. However, as I age, the purple fire grows increasingly rampant. Mere training no longer suffices to contain it. Should I unleash the purple fire, its power accumulates within me, severely affecting my temperament, leading to a loss of composure and an inclination towards irrationality and rage. Therefore, I must discover a new method to control my purple fire. Otherwise, when its accumulation reaches a critical point, I risk succumbing entirely to madness, transforming into a bloodthirsty beast, or even perishing in flames of my own making. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong was filled with concern. So, brother, have you found a solution for the purple fire? I have, he replied, and it lies with the Schwanger sisters you know. Ma Hongjun elucidated the concept of the purple fire to the two, subtly conveying his stance, intending to assure Ning Rongrong that he is not a person devoid of principles or a libertine. He also aimed to communicate to Douluo that his affections for Ning Rongrong are genuine. Once all was clarified, Douluo summoned Ma Hongjun aside. Hongjun, are you aware of the Soul Master Dream ranking? Do you know what holds the first position? When Douluo posed this question, Ma Hongjun instantly realized that Xiao Wu's identity had been revealed. Even the title Douluo could discern her status as a 100,000-year soul beast with just a glance. Indeed, I am aware. The top rank is held by the soul ring of a 100,000-year soul beast, who wouldn't desire it. Douluo's expression turned grave as he regarded Ma Hongjun, stating, "It is good that you understand this, and there is no need for me to elaborate further. The rarity of a 100,000-year soul beast lies not only in its strength, comparable to that of a title Douluo, and its difficulty to capture, but also in its scarcity and the challenge in locating one. Given your aptitude, you should be able to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring by the time you reach your 7th soul ring. Presently, there is a 100,000-year soul ring available to you, and acquiring it would require minimal effort." Ma Hongjun was somewhat taken aback. Although it was inevitable for Xiao Wu to reveal her identity, he did not anticipate that the sword Douluo would bequeath this 100,000-year soul ring to him, someone he had only recently met. Logically, the sword Douluo ought to have disciples or successors of his own when encountering a transformed 100,000-year soul beast like Xiao Wu. Such a precious soul ring should rightfully be reserved for the individual he holds in the highest regard. This situation underscores the esteemed position Ning Rongrong occupies in the sword Douluo's heart. He truly dotes on his granddaughter. Consequently, by extension, Ma Hongjun also benefits from this affection. As for the reason it was not bestowed upon Ning Rongrong, it is because the 7-treasure, glazed tile martial soul can only cultivate up to the soul sage level. And given Ning Rongrong's supportive nature, she would be unable to withstand the power of a 100,000-year soul ring as her 7th spirit ring. Unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, the sword Douluo's decision was certainly influenced by Ning Rongrong as a crucial link, but it was also due to Ma Hongjun's extraordinary talent. The mere fact that he possesses twin martial souls makes him an enticing candidate for any sect. Not to mention, both of his martial souls are exceptionally formidable, and his innate cultivation aptitude is remarkably high. Grandfather sword, where is the soul ring from that 100,000-year soul beast? Ma Hongjun feigned confusion, glancing around before inquiring. Upon my arrival at Shrek Academy, I quickly discerned that it is indeed a haven for extraordinary beings, housing a true monster among its ranks. The student known as Xiao Wu is, in fact, a transformed soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years. I am quite astonished that this soul beast possesses such audacity, daring to take human form and venture into civilization. Once a soul beast transforms, it must undergo a rigorous process of recultivation, which effectively seals its powers. At this juncture, eliminating her would be rather effortless. I could capture her and confine her, waiting until your ascension to soul sage, at which point I would slay her and claim her soul ring. Indeed, it is a common tendency among soul masters to contemplate the soul rings of soul beasts upon their first encounter. Not everyone harbors the same benevolence towards these creatures as the Tang family, who would even sacrifice themselves to nurture them. Xiao Wu is in peril. Not every title Douluo possesses a bond with soul beasts akin to that of Tang Hao. In truth, Tang Hao had long recognized Xiao Wu's true identity, discreetly following Tang sent over the years, concerned for his safety. After all, his son shares his nights with a soul beast, a thought that would surely trouble any parent. Yet, after 6 years, the bond between Xiao Wu and Tang San has deepened, akin to that of himself and Yin. Transformed soul beasts are, in essence, human. They too harbor emotions. However, not all individuals are willing to cultivate such connections. When their true identities are revealed, the immediate instinct may be akin to that of a sword Douluo, fixating first on their soul rings. Ma Hongjun felt a tinge of melancholy as he pondered the fate of soul beasts. Chapter 89. The sword Douluo has been here. The sword Douluo is not Tang Hao. He is unfamiliar with Tang San and Xiao Wu, thus he could very well take the life of Xiao Wu to acquire her soul ring. However, there remains a crucial element missing. A person capable of absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring. Certainly, Ma Hongjun could not bring himself to harm Xiao Wu, for she is a soul beast of 100,000 years. Persuading the sword Douluo to spare her life based solely on emotional appeal would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, Ma Hongjun must devise a strategy to convince the sword Douluo. It was indeed surprising to discover that Xiao Wu was a soul beast of such an extraordinary age. However, dear sword master, I wish not to harm Xiao Wu. She is not only my junior, but also a dear friend of Rong Rong. Her innocence leads me to believe that she is no different from us humans. If it truly comes to utilizing her soul ring, I fear I would find it impossible to act against her. Furthermore, such an action would undoubtedly cause Rong Rong great sorrow. The sword Douluo stroked his beard in vexation and declared, Hongjun, you are still young and do not comprehend the immense power that 100,000-year soul ring represents. Even among titled Douluo, the possession of a crimson 100,000-year soul ring marks a profound distinction. One could assert that possessing a soul ring of such age signifies absolute strength among titled Douluo. Ma Hongjun remained unfazed and continued, there are numerous paths to strength. Why choose to harm one's companions? Moreover, there are other 10,000-year soul beasts besides Xiao Wu. If necessary, I could hunt others instead. I would rather forsake a 10,000-year soul ring than kill Xiao Wu. Sword Douluo, in a fit of exasperation, retorted, you are incredibly naive. The 10,000-year soul ring is the aspiration of every soul master. Your refusal stems from your ignorance. Do you really think 10,000-year soul beasts are easily dealt with? Are there so many of them? From Ma Hongjun's perspective, developing feelings for Xiao Wu seemed utterly implausible, as they had only known each other for a mere 3 days. After expressing his stance, he resolved to reason with sword Douluo. However, Grandfather Jian, if we were to capture Xiao Wu now, she would certainly not acquiesce or sit idly by. Soul beasts do not submit to soul masters. I fear that such actions could drive her to take her own life. I doubt you could prevent a 10,000-year soul beast from doing so. Sword Douluo pondered this for a moment, realizing the complexity of the situation. It would likely take at least a decade for Ma Hongjun to reach the rank of soul sage, and those 10 years would be fraught with uncertainty. If they did not capture Xiao Wu and allowed her to cultivate for a decade, she would be close to becoming a soul sage as well. And a 10,000-year soul beast at that rank would not be easily subdued. Ma Hongjun continued to divulge startling revelations, amplifying his voice. Furthermore, the bond between Xiao Wu and Tang San is exceptionally strong. They have been together for many years. What I wish to convey pertains to Tang San's identity. His father is also a titled Douluo, and notably, the youngest titled Douluo in the annals of Douluo Continent. His surname is Tang, and I trust you have heard of his father's renown. Upon hearing this, the sword Douluo was visibly astonished and remarked, Haotian Douluo. The name Tang Hao is well known within the upper echelons of the Soul Master realm. He once clashed with the Spirit Hall and was responsible for the demise of the then Pope, Qian Xuanji. However, this is merely public speculation. The true circumstances surrounding Qian Xuanji's death are shrouded in mystery. Indeed, it is Haotian Douluo. Just prior to you, he had recently departed from Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu's identity would undoubtedly not escape his notice. Since he has not taken action against Xiao Wu, there can only be two possibilities. One is that he, like you, wishes to preserve Xiao Wu's spirit ring for Tang San, refraining from alarming her and allowing her to remain by Tang San's side until he is capable of absorbing the 100,000-year spirit ring. The second possibility is that Tang Hao has acknowledged Xiao Wu, permitting her to stay with Tang San and treating her as a fellow being. I tend to lean towards the latter scenario, given the current relationship between Tang San and Xiao Wu. The likelihood of Haotian Douluo attempting to harm her is minimal unless he first eliminates Tang San. Grandfather Sword, I share this not to incite any harm towards Xiao Wu. I fully comprehend the significance of 100,000-year spirit beast spirit rings. Yet we are human and must not forsake our humanity in pursuit of power. Spirit beasts possess emotions. Should we not, as humans, embody even greater compassion? Setting aside Xiao Wu's identity as a spirit beast, what distinguishes her from a human? Moreover, she has not committed any acts of harm against humanity. If it were any other spirit beast devoid of connection, I would not hesitate. But Xiao Wu is different. She is my friend. The sword Douluo is not a merciless individual. He embodies a chivalrous spirit akin to that of a sword immortal. In the original narrative, his character is portrayed with righteousness and dignity. Hongjun, your ability to articulate these sentiments signifies your maturity. Indeed, what defines us as human is our humanity and emotions. Without these qualities, we are no different from beasts. While strength is undeniably significant, a person's character is equally vital. A true strong individual does not merely attain the pinnacle through external means. Aligning with one's inner self is paramount. Everyone possesses their own principles and path. The journey of the strong must resonate with the heart. Should the act of harming Xiao Wu tarnish your spirit, any transient gain in power would ultimately become an impediment, breeding inner demons that hinder your progress. Very well, I respect your decision. The sword Douluo gazed at Ma Hongjun with a sense of satisfaction. Although there was a hint of regret, it was evident that Ma Hongjun is a person worthy of Ning Rongrong's lifelong trust. He is not a slave to power, and his humanity radiates warmth. Thank you, Grandfather Sword. The sword Douluo cast a glance outside the village and remarked, they have returned. I shall not reveal myself. That soul beast remains far too perilous within human cities. If you genuinely wish to keep her from harm, it is best to let her depart. Not everyone is as accommodating as I am. I have now attained the rank of title Douluo. My soul rings are complete. Had I encountered her during my time as a soul Douluo, I am certain I would not have spared her. Likewise, if I feel this way, the other formidable soul Douluos would be even more relentless. Should they lay eyes upon Xiao Wu, they would undoubtedly go to any lengths to eliminate her and seize her soul rings and bones. As the sword Douluo concluded his words, Ning Rongrong approached. Grandpa Jian, the dean and the others have returned. The sword Douluo glanced at Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong, saying, Rongrong, my arrival at Shrek Academy was discreet. Others are unaware. Do not disclose my whereabouts, for it could jeopardize your father's safety. Hongjun, you may inform Flinder of my visit. With that, the sword Douluo vanished in an instant. Typically, he and the bone Douluo accompanied Ning Fengji for his protection. Should anyone discover that the sword Douluo was absent from Ning Fengji's side, it could provide an opportunity for others to exploit. Ma Hongjun continued to stand in the deep pit, burdened by the stone upon his back. Flinder and the others approached, their laughter and joviality filling the air, especially that of Xiao Wu, who appeared particularly elated. It seemed that their first encounter at the Grand Soul Arena that evening had left them with a myriad of emotions. Upon noticing Ma Hongjun still crouched there, their merriment ceased, and they regarded him with pity. You all should return to rest. Ning Rongrong, you should go as well. Once they had departed, Flinder removed the stone from Ma Hongjun's shoulders. What transpired here? Flinder inquired, gesturing towards the nearby building that had collapsed due to the onslaught of the 7 treasure glazed tile lance. Ma Hongjun gazed up at the sky and then addressed Flinder, saying, the sword Douluo has been here. Chapter 90. A secret meeting with Xiao Wu in the grove. Ma Hongjun recounted to Flinder the details of the martial soul fusion technique shared with Ning Rongrong, elucidating the intentions of the sword Douluo while earnestly requesting Flinder to keep this information confidential. However, he refrained from disclosing the fact that Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year soul beast. Ma Hongjun was preparing to find an opportunity to privately convey to Xiao Wu that when they reached the Stardow Forest, she should return home directly and only emerge again once she had grown stronger. According to the original plot, after Xiao Wu's true identity was exposed, she was relentlessly pursued by the Spirit Hall, culminating in a tragic outcome akin to that of Tang Hao and the Blue Silver Emperor, where Xiao Wu sacrificed herself to become Tang San's 6th spirit ring. Although she was eventually resurrected, the period of her absence was indeed heart-wrenching, and Ma Hongjun was determined to prevent such a tragedy from occurring. Meanwhile, Flinder was in a state of panic. In just a few days, 2 renowned titled Douluos had graced Shrek Academy with their presence. Fortunately, he refrained from punishing Ning Rongrong, merely taking the life of Ma Hongjun's proverbial chicken as a demonstration of discipline. Otherwise, he risked suffering a fate similar to Zhao Wujia's, enduring a severe beating. It is worth noting that both titled Douluos, like him, were fiercely protective of their own. Now, Flinder could not help but marvel at his monstrous students. The 2 formidable tigers possessed a martial soul fusion technique, and now Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong had also developed such a technique. It It was highly likely that Oscar and Xiao Yuanyuan would soon be able to merge their soul skills as well. Moreover, the disciples with twin martial souls were all exceptional, each possessing formidable capabilities. Naturally, Ma Hongjun no longer needs to endure punishment. He is akin to the chicken sacrificed for Ning Rongrong's sake. With Ning Rongrong now absent, there is no necessity to continue this charade. Furthermore, the objective of educating Ning Rongrong has been achieved. Henceforth, she will heed Ma Hongjun's words, allowing her willful nature to be gradually refined. Upon stealthily returning to the dormitory, Dai Mubai and the others were still engaged in conversation, having yet to succumb to slumber. Although there were now 4 individuals present, Ma Hongjun felt no need to separate their sleeping arrangements. In his past life, during his school days, it was common for 4 to 8 students to share a dormitory. Thus, in such a spacious abode, accommodating for was effortless. Sleeping together fostered camaraderie among brothers. The trio was engrossed in discussing the day's soul battles, all having emerged victorious, even in their paired duels. Additionally, there was delightful news. At the conclusion of today's soul battles, Xiang Chengxian had finally reached the 40th level. On the way, Flander had mentioned that he planned to visit the Stardow Forest in the coming days to assist Xiang Chengxian in acquiring his 4th soul ring. Ma Hongjun felt that he was on the verge of breaking through to the 40th level. 2 years prior, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai acquired their 3rd spirit rings. Dai Mubai's spirit ring elevated him to merely level 31, while Ma Hongjun's 7,000-year water dragon spirit ring propelled him directly to level 33. Consequently, over the span of these 2 years, he has nearly caught up with Xiang Chengxian. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai has shed his former flamboyance, focusing earnestly on his cultivation. His rapid progress has led him to level 38. Thanks to his unique talent stemming from his mutated spiritual eye, his cultivation speed rivals that of Ma Hongjun. With their imminent expedition to the Stardow Forest, Ma Hongjun is eager to find an opportunity to converse privately with Xiao Wu. The following morning, the usually lethargic Oscar was the first to awaken. "I've broken through. I've reached level 30. His exhilarated cries roused Ma Hongjun and the others. "Congratulations, Xiao Ao. Goodness, is it because Xiao Yuanyuan is returning that you're so excited you couldn't sleep, practicing secretly at night? Impressive, Xiao Ao. A food systems spirit master advancing so swiftly. Just in time for Chengxian to obtain his 4th spirit ring, you've caught up. This trip to the Stardow Forest will help you secure your 3rd spirit ring as well. Hongjun, Xiao-san, you two should hasten your pace. One is at level 29, the other at 39. Break through during this expedition to the Stardow Forest and acquire your spirit rings all at once. Breaking through is not as simple as you suggest. The closer one gets to a bottleneck, the more challenging it becomes. Though I am merely 1 level away. Who knows when I will achieve this breakthrough?" The bell for Flanders' class rang, signaling everyone to gather at the training ground. Oscar shared his joyous news of breaking through to level 30, receiving heartfelt congratulations from the group. Ning Rongrong felt a pang of melancholy. As an auxiliary systems spirit master, Oscar's exceptional talent means he will soon be a spirit elder. His advancement served as a stark reminder of her own pride, revealing that she holds little superiority here, as everyone around her surpasses her in strength. Ma Hongjun had been discreetly observing Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, and he certainly noticed the changes in Ning Rongrong. Devoted to being a source of warmth for all single women, he promptly approached Ning Rongrong to offer her solace. "Fear not, for I shall accompany you in your cultivation henceforth." In truth, should Ning Rongrong be willing, Ma Hongjun could facilitate an accelerated pace in her training. It is worth noting that the Shuangga sisters had been unable to cultivate prior to meeting Ma Hongjun, with their soul power stagnating at level 2. However, after 3 years under his influence, they had ascended to level 8. Although the progress was somewhat gradual, given the sisters' relatively modest talents, they were immensely satisfied with their advancement. Had it been Ning Rongrong, her innate abilities would undoubtedly have led to even greater achievements. Flinder was equally elated, a smile gracing his face as he announced, "For the next 2 days, we shall refrain from classes and training. Everyone should take this time to rest and adjust their states. In 3 days, we shall embark towards the Stardow Forest to assist Xiang Chengxian and Oscar in acquiring their soul rings." After the dismissal, Ma Hongjun discreetly requested Ning Rongrong to summon Xiao Wu. Although Ning Rongrong was somewhat perplexed, she obliged and arranged for Xiao Wu to meet. Drawn by Ma Hongjun's serious demeanor, Ma Hongjun led Xiao Wu to a small grove behind the academy. Xiao Wu, feeling somewhat cautious, followed him and tentatively inquired, Ma Hongjun, what have you brought me here for? Ma Hongjun gazed at Xiao Wu with a mischievous grin and remarked, little rabbit, what do you think I might do to you? Xiao Wu's rabbit ears instantly perked up as she took a few steps back. You little rascal, she exclaimed. Xiao Wu, do not be anxious. This is not the moment for you to feel uneasy. In truth, Xiao Wu was not frightened. She was merely putting on a facade. Setting aside the fact that she did not believe Ma Hongjun would pose any threat to her, even if he had intentions, she was confident in her ability to escape. After all, rabbits are quite elusive, making them difficult to catch. If you have something to say, just say it. Why go through the trouble of inviting me alone? It seems to me that you are more interested in Rong Rong and Zhu Qing. Do you truly wish to catch my attention? Ma Hongjun reclined against a tree, his hands resting behind his head, a blade of grass delicately held between his lips. He exhaled. Ma Hongjun expelled the grass from his mouth and scrutinized Xiao Wu from head to toe. Xiao Wu nervously tugged at her high-waisted garment. I indeed wish to capture your attention, but alas, I am merely a soul respect now and incapable of absorbing 100,000-year soul ring. Upon hearing the mention of the 100,000-year soul ring, Xiao Wu's complexion instantly paled. What do you mean, Ma Hongjun? What do I mean? Do you not understand, Xiao Wu? Little rabbit? Oh no, I mean, old rabbit. How do you know? You are merely a soul respect. How could I possibly reveal that? Xiao's eyes had turned red, signaling the imminent danger that accompanied the exposure of her identity. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. It is just the two of us here. Even if I wished to harm you, I could not do so alone. Xiao quickly surveyed her surroundings, noting the absence of others, and allowed herself to relax slightly. Can you tell me how you discern my true identity? Xiao Wu inquired coldly. I must say, you possess quite the audacity to venture into a human city so boldly. She continued, silent but observant, awaiting Ma Hongjun's next words. Of course, I cannot perceive your true form. However, yesterday, an uninvited guest arrived at our academy. He came to see Rong Rong, but fortuitously, he also caught sight of you. This uninvited guest is none other than one of the two pillars of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Sword Douluo Continent. Level 96, Title Douluo. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun mention the title Douluo, Xiao Wu's body went limp. Chapter 91, Petting the Cat. Zhu Zhuqing's cattail. As Ma Hongjun observed the delicate demeanor of Xiao Wu, he felt a twinge of compassion and resolved to seize his concealment. Despite having cultivated for 100,000 years, she had only lived as a human for a mere decade or so. At heart, she remained a girl. All right, enough of the jesting. The sword Douluo has departed. To be candid, when he first encountered you, he indeed harbored intentions to eliminate you and seize your soul ring and soul bone. However, his motives were to acquire them for my sake, and I was unwilling to resort to such violence. Thus I implored him to spare you. The sword Douluo is not a malevolent or bloodthirsty individual, so he acquiesced to my request. Nonetheless, he cautioned that your current strength renders your presence in human cities perilous. Should you cross paths with a formidable soul Douluo or a title Douluo, your life could be in grave jeopardy. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, the crimson hue in Xiao Wu's eyes gradually faded. Thank you, Hongjun. Yet, I find it hard to part with Xiao-san. Ma Hongjun rose to his feet, expressing indifference as he remarked, what is there to be reluctant about? A temporary separation does not equate to a permanent parting. You have already spent 6 years together. Is that not sufficient? A brief hiatus can actually enhance your feelings for one another. Otherwise, do you intend to continue this arrangement indefinitely with the third party, without any desire to progress further? Moreover, Xiao Wu, I must be candid with you. Remaining in the human city poses a considerable danger, given your current level of strength. Should you fall victim to someone seeking to seize your soul rings and bones, it would surely spell tragedy. With the nature of the third party, she would undoubtedly risk her life to protect you, resulting in a heartbreaking scenario. At this moment, Ma Hongjun himself was uncertain whether sending Xiao Wu away was a prudent choice. According to the original storyline, as long as Xiao Wu did not falter during the Youth Soul Master Finals, her identity would remain concealed. However, with Ma Hongjun's unexpected involvement, the narrative had already shifted. The arrival of the sword Douluo served as proof of this alteration, making the future trajectory of events increasingly unpredictable. Thus, sending Xiao Wu away was the most prudent decision. Once she reaches the rank of Soul Sage, or when Tang San and Ma Hongjun possess the strength to contend with the title Douluo, it would be far safer for her to return. If she were to remain here indefinitely, it could very well lead to an irreparable tragedy. In truth, the separation should not last long. Once we acquire the strength to confront tidal Douluos, you shall be able to reunite with the third party. I believe this will take no more than a decade. After all, you have endured for 100,000 years. Can you not spare these 10 years? At the very least, this way, there is no risk involved. Xiao Wu fell into deep contemplation, reflecting on the 2 years of intimate companionship with Tang San, which made it difficult for her to part. After a moment, she regained her composure. I understand your intentions, Hongjun. This time, I will not emerge from the Stardo forest. I entrust Tang San's care to you, Xiao Wu said, her eyes brimming with tears. Ma Hongjun solemnly declared, Xiao Wu, rest assured, as long as I am here, Tang San will never have any other girls. In no more than 10 years, you shall be reunited. At that time, whether you are siblings or lovers, it will be for you to decide. In the following days, cherish the remaining moments with Xiao San. It would be wise to clarify your feelings with him, for should you depart abruptly, he would undoubtedly be left heartbroken. Once he had expressed his thoughts, Ma Hongjun felt a profound clarity within, sensing a breakthrough was imminent. Upon returning, he entered a meditative state to cultivate his skills. The next morning, he exclaimed with elation, I have achieved a breakthrough. I have reached level 40. His jubilant cries roused Dai Mubai and the others from their slumber. What? You've broken through? Hongjun. I was merely jesting. You took me seriously? Just one night, and you've achieved this milestone. Should we expect Xiao San to follow suit tomorrow? The prospect of a trio of breakthroughs brought an uncontainable smile to Flander's face. In this instance, Ma Hongjun's fourth soul ring is undoubtedly destined to exceed 10,000 years. Initially, it was planned for Zhao Wujie to lead the expedition, but Flander deemed it prudent to include a few more participants. Ma Hongjun recalled that during their journey to the Stardo forest, they would likely encounter the Dragon King and the Snake Lady, as per the original narrative trajectory. Both Xiao San and Xiao Wu had reached level 29 and might soon achieve a breakthrough, albeit requiring 5 soul rings. Teacher, why don't we have the entire academy embark on this journey? It would serve as a delightful group excursion for the institution. The teacher's haven tea had a chance to unwind for quite some time. Rest assured, I shall cover all expenses. Flander acquiesced, and thus, after all was agreed upon, the entire academy, comprising 5 teachers of 3 soul saints and 2 soul emperors, set forth with 8 students. The departure was scheduled for the following day, with the destination being the Stardo forest. The Stardo forest stands as one of the most renowned habitats for soul beasts on the Douluo Continent. Its vast expanse is nearly equivalent to that of the Barak Kingdom, straddling the borders of the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire. Of its area, 2/5 lies within the Tiando Empire, while 3/5 belongs to the Xinglua Empire. It is an immense primal forest characterized by intricate terrain, including wetlands and marshes. The soul beasts residing therein are exceedingly formidable. The closer one approaches the forest's center, the more powerful the soul beasts become. With the core region housing beasts of 100,000 years, the Stardo forest is indeed a splendid yet perilous locale, serving as a cradle for soul beasts and a favored haunt for powerful soul masters, albeit also a site of significant casualties among them. Located in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, a small portion of the forest borders it, while Soto City itself lies in the southeast of Barak Kingdom, not far from the Stardo forest, merely under 500 kilometers away. To hone their skills, the group opted to traverse this 500 kilometers on foot, encountering a variety of terrains along the way, aside from human settlements and small forests, thus presenting inherent dangers. In recent days, Xiao Wu had been closely attached to Tang San, and their manner of communication remained a mystery. They were notably quiet, no longer addressing each other incessantly as brother and sister. Given Ma Hongjun's extensive experience in the wilderness, he was appointed as the leader for this expedition. Flander and the other 5 teachers would not accompany them on the journey, as this too served as a form of training. As preparations commenced, Ma Hongjun solemnly addressed the 7 companions. The Stardo forest is not a place to be taken lightly. It is teeming with soul beasts, all of whom possess strong offensive capabilities and harbor little fondness for humanity. Each of you must exercise utmost caution. Tang San and Xiao Wu, you shall lead the way. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, follow closely behind them. Dai Mubai and Xiang Changxian, you shall guard our flanks. I and Zhu Zhuqing will bring up the rear. Maintain this formation as we advance, familiarizing yourselves with your positions and understanding your roles. Once we enter the forest, it is imperative to uphold this formation and remain vigilant at all times. Let us embark. The journey is gradual, And such a run demands a significant expenditure of soul power, compounded by the necessity of maintaining formation amidst a practical combat scenario. It is at this moment that the importance of support becomes evident. Oscar's large sausages provide a continuous supply, allowing everyone's soul power to remain above 50%. Ning Rongrong's speed enhancement greatly alleviates the burden of this trek. However, as time passes, Tang San and Xiao Wu, who lead the way, draw closer and closer, ultimately entwining their hands. Ma Hongjun cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, who was intently focused on their journey beside him. Her flowing black hair danced in the wind, exuding an aura of ferocity. Clad in a striking black ensemble, she epitomized elegance and strength, her tail swaying enticingly behind her. As a soul master specializing in agility, she moved with remarkable swiftness, making this expedition a breeze for her. Ma Hongjun followed closely behind her, captivated by her graceful figure and the swaying of her tail, which ignited a powerful urge to pet a cat. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing harnessed the power of her martial soul, leaving him to ponder whether her tail truly housed a real appendage or was merely an elaborate design of her attire, void of substance. Ma Hongjun accelerated and grasped her tail firmly. Indeed, Chapter 92, The Social Rabbit, Sister Xiao Wu requests monthly votes. Cats are capable of scratching. Those who indulge in petting cats generally comprehend that felines are proud creatures, often reluctant to be caressed. When a stranger extends a hand towards them, they are quite likely to retaliate with a scratch. Thus, Ma Hongjun found 3 bloody claw marks adorning his hand. The act of petting a cat comes at a price, particularly before earning its approval. The spirit cat of the underworld possesses a fierce temperament and is undoubtedly a remarkably haughty feline. However, it is precisely such cats that present an intriguing challenge. As you persist in stroking her, she retaliates with scratches. The day she ceases to scratch you, a profound sense of conquest will wash over you. Yet, in truth, the cat may have simply acknowledged you as her servant. As evening descended, the night enveloped the land. After a long day, the members of Shrek had traversed over 400 miles, with only 100 miles remaining to the Stardow Forest. Ahead lay a small town, where Flander and the others leisurely ambled down the main road leading into the town. They planned to rest for the night, recalibrate their conditions, and procure necessary supplies before venturing into the Stardow Forest the following day. Upon entering the town, they discovered it to be far more bustling than anticipated. The town scale was approximately 3 times that of the village housing Shrek Academy. Lacking fortifications, it resembled a small city, with streets lined by numerous shops offering a myriad of goods. The establishments predominantly catered to soul masters, featuring those specializing in weaponry, armor, detoxification, and restorative potions, as well as clothing stores selling specialized garments with multiple pockets, ideal for adventuring soul masters. In essence, it bore similarities to Witsu Town, both situated near soul beast habitats. However, this forest was larger, rendering the town relatively more untamed. Ma Hongjun sighed, reflecting that the saying "rely on the mountains to eat from the mountains, rely on the water to eat from the water" aptly encapsulated the essence of their situation. This quaint town evidently thrived on the bounty of the Stardow Forest, and it was likely that many such towns encircled the forest. However, the remarkable aspect was that this town was nearly 100 kilometers away from the Stardow Forest, yet remained so bustling. It was indeed a spectacle. Flander turned to him and remarked, "You have grown accustomed to the spirit beast forest in the National Reserve. The spirit beasts there are generally more docile and less inclined to attack humans. The circumstances in the Stardow Forest, a habitat for wild spirit beasts, are entirely different. The ferocity of these beasts is considerably greater, and some of the creatures from the outskirts frequently venture beyond the forest confines. If a town were situated too close to the Stardow Forest, the consequences could be dire." Flander casually selected a hotel for their stay. After a long day of travel, they had subsisted primarily on sausages, each person consuming at least 10, if not more. Fortunately, Oscar's spirit power had increased, allowing him to effortlessly produce large sausages. In fact, as his spirit power continued to rise, he could eventually create hundreds in one go. Typically, food-type spirit masters in the military are responsible for supplying provisions for an entire legion. Just like teacher Xiao Xian, who wielded the jelly bean martial spirit, could effortlessly conjure a basket full of colorful jelly beans with a mere flick of his hand. However, after an entire morning of consuming sausages, they were on the verge of nausea, and while it replenished their spirit power, it did little to satiate their hunger. Upon entering the hotel, the teachers gathered at one table while the students convened at another. With a grand gesture, Ma Hongjun encouraged everyone to order freely. They indulged in crispy roasted chicken legs, stir-fried wild mushrooms, and braised beef. Ma Hongjun searched for a considerable time, but failed to find his favorite dish. He fondly recalled the days at the Mu-Su Soul Master Academy when he treated his companions to a lavish feast, a splendid memory indeed. It was during that occasion that Ma Hongjun developed a fondness for spicy rabbit heads. Habitually glancing at Xiao Wu, he noticed that ever since their conversation, she had become less spirited and noticeably melancholic. In the past couple of days, her movements around Tang San had been more exaggerated than usual. Just earlier, when they were checking into their rooms, she had requested a separate room, likely intending to indulge Tang San with rabbit meat tonight. As Ma Hongjun gazed at the endearing visage of Xiao Wu, he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt at the thought of consuming a rabbit. It reminded him of a popular saying from his previous life. How could one eat such a charming creature? As the dishes were served, the group began their meal, engaging in little conversation. Tang San and Xiao Wu appeared despondent, casting a shadow over the atmosphere, which felt somewhat tense and awkward. The restaurant was already bustling with 6 or 7 tables occupied when a group of 8 entered, 1 adult and 7 children. Leading the pack was a middle-aged man, seemingly in his 40s with a handsome countenance. His hair was impeccably styled, and he donned a moon-white soul master robe, exquisitely crafted with silver thread embroidery that shimmered as he moved. Following closely behind him were 6 young men and 1 young woman, all appearing to be around 20 years of age, clad in similar moon-white robes, albeit lacking the intricate embroidery of their leader. Both the middle-aged man and the 7 young souls bore a distinctive azure, circular emblem on their left shoulders, embroidered within which were 2 characters of the same hue, Songhui. Their attire clearly identified them as soul masters, contrasting sharply with Ma Hongjun's group, who were dressed casually and looked quite ordinary. The arrival of this group was quite ostentatious. During the peak dining hours, the restaurant was already crowded. As this new party approached, they rudely shoved aside anyone in their path. Observing their entrance, the restaurant owner hurried to greet them, bowing and displaying an excessive politeness. As previously mentioned, this small town thrived on the patronage of the Stardow Forest, essentially relying on the soul masters for its livelihood. Soul masters not only held a noble status, but also enjoyed considerable wealth, which made the owner cautious in his demeanor. This display of servility sparked discontent among many patrons, yet none dared to voice their grievances, suppressing their indignation. Ahem, Hongjun. Flander coughed lightly, calling out Ma Hongjun's name with a casual tone. Ma Hongjun understood immediately. Flinder had once told them that a timid soul master is not a worthy soul master. As the saying goes, those who fear trouble are mediocre talents. What is the Songhui Academy? Have you heard of it? Ma Hongjun's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, resembling the tone of a typical conversation. He spoke without any hesitation about the 8 individuals who were taking their seats at a distance of 2 tables from them. His words were perfectly audible to those 8. After Ma Hongjun spoke, he exchanged a glance with Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai responded, I have never heard of it. It must be nothing of significance. No sooner had he uttered these words than the 8 members of Songhui Academy turned their attention towards them, their expressions darkening as they teetered on the brink of anger. Say that again. A slightly older young man stood up, pointing an accusing finger at Ma Hongjun. And who do you think you are? Dai Mubai chimed in. It must be nothing of significance. Then what is it? Just consider him as a mere nuisance. Should I let it out or not? We are currently dining. It would be inappropriate to release such a nuisance. Then I shall refrain. Upon finishing his words, Ma Hongjun launched the chopsticks from his hand with a swift motion. Whoosh. Whoosh. Ma Hongjun's technique still lacked refinement, falling short of Tang San's profound mastery. He wielded the chopsticks without employing his soul power, causing them to lightly strike the young man. It resembled an ordinary dispute where someone carelessly flings chopsticks in frustration. You are insulting me, the young man exclaimed in indignation. You are aware of it, yet you still speak of it. Ma Hongjun observed him with a look of bemusement. Suddenly, with an exasperated roar akin to that of a raven, the young man overturned the table and charged forward, ready to brawl. He exuded an intimidating aura, clearly accustomed to physical confrontations. Xiao Wu sprang to her feet, exclaiming, Everyone, stand back. Allow me to handle this. It has been far too long since I last engaged in a fight, ever since she assumed the role of the leader at Notting Academy. Xiao had not had the opportunity to unleash her pent-up energy, leaving her feeling quite stifled. Now, with a wealth of frustration brewing within her, a chance for confrontation had presented itself. Chapter 93. Embracing Tang San on one side, holding Mu Bai on the other, seeking monthly votes. The act of overturning a table effortlessly ignited an atmosphere of confrontation, causing the patrons dining in the hall to scatter. However, aside from the proprietor, no one appeared to be in a state of panic. Living in a town adjacent to a soul beast habitat, the residents were accustomed to the clashes between soul masters. As such disturbances occurred frequently enough to provide them with ample entertainment, provided they remained at a safe distance from the fray. The innkeeper, however, found himself in a difficult position, refraining from intervening in the altercation. He could only endure the chaos, knowing that some soul masters would compensate him with gold soul coins for any damages, while others might take out their frustrations on him. Thus, this locale was characterized by a lack of restraint and rules. The presence of any unruly soul master was indeed a calamity for this border town. The instructor from Songhue Academy did not step in to quell the disturbance, and the elders from Shrek Academy were even less inclined to intervene, as they were no strangers to trouble themselves in their youth. Among the 7 students from Songhue Academy, save for 1 female and 1 male, the remaining 5 surged forward. Xiao Wu leaped forth to shield them. Oscar, noticing that Ma Hongjun and the others remained stationary, urged, "Why are you all still standing by? Hurry up and support Xiao Wu. We cannot let her face this alone." Ma Hongjun interjected, "Since the little third isn't flustered, we need not be either." Tang San indeed remained unperturbed. However, his eyes had transformed into a deep violet hue as he assessed the strength of their adversaries. He refrained from striking, fully confident that Xiao Wu would not come to harm. Moreover, Tang San had already begun to advance. Should anything amiss occur, he would undoubtedly be the first to react and charge forward. Neither side had yet unleashed their martial spirits, and the 5 young men were taken aback to find themselves confronted by a remarkably delicate young girl. Although she appeared youthful, Xiao Wu had already reached a height of approximately 1.70 meters. With her charming large eyes and an innocent demeanor, she approached, causing their morale to falter significantly. The 5 seemed hesitant to engage her, and their leader pointed at Ma Hongjun, preparing to speak. However, Xiao Wu had no inclination to banter with them. Just as the young man raised his hand, a sleek black braid suddenly soared through the air. Before he could react, his neck was ensnared by Xiao Wu's scorpion braid. She crouched and sprang upward, her back to the young man, launching both feet directly toward his chest. With his neck caught, panic set in. As he saw her feet coming, he hurriedly raised his hands to defend. Little did he know that Xiao Wu's feet were not intended for offense, but served merely as a pivot. In an instant, he was propelled away by her forward somersault. Xiao Wu's movements were astonishingly swift, and without a moment's pause, she utilized the momentum of her maneuver to toss one opponent while her feet descended upon another. At this juncture, the remaining 4 young men had yet to fully comprehend the situation. The young man facing Xiao Wu hastily raised his arms to block her second assault, but her agile techniques were nearly impossible to counter. Though he managed to position his arms against her feet, he was astonished to discover that they bore no weight whatsoever. As soft as noodles, with a graceful slip, her feet evaded his grasp and snugly clamped around his neck. In the next moment, Xiao Wu's body, defying the laws of inertia, reversed direction, and the second adversary was hurled away. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Onlookers at the dining establishment witnessed the 5 from the Songhue Academy being effortlessly dispatched by a strikingly beautiful young girl. A teacher from Songhue Academy, witnessing Xiao Wu's method of attack, was taken aback, and in a fit of anger and astonishment, bellowed, "Fool! Use your martial spirits." In an instant, Tang San dashed forward, his form flickering as he positioned himself in front of Xiao Wu, shielding her. Following closely, Dai Mubai appeared at her side. Xiang Qingxian and Zhu Zhuqing also rose, ready to join the fray alongside them. "This is a minor skirmish. You may take your seats. With us boys present, there is no need for you girls to intervene." Ma Hongjun rose to his feet, gesturing for Xiang Qingxian and Zhu Zhuqing to take their seats. Xiao Wu turned her gaze towards Tang San, who nodded in response, prompting her to refrain from further aggression as she calmly returned. Ma Hongjun sauntered over leisurely, squeezing between Dai Mubai and Tang San. He then extended his arms, resting them on their shoulders, presenting a camaraderie among the 3. Dai Mubai and Tang San exchanged exasperated glances at Ma Hongjun, reluctant to disrupt the atmosphere. Thus they acquiesced. Tang San was amenable to his brothers, while Dai Mubai, though somewhat proud, could only sigh in resignation towards Ma Hongjun after all these years, unable to resist. "Are you a dog, treating us as your twins?" Dai Mubai muttered under his breath. He was well aware of Ma Hongjun's antics. When Ma was shorter than the twin sisters, he would wrap his arms around their waists, but now that he had grown taller, he preferred to rest on their shoulders. The previously tense atmosphere was rendered somewhat peculiar by Ma Hongjun's relaxed demeanor, since Xiaowu had not utilized her martial spirit earlier. The two individuals who had been flung away, though disoriented, were not genuinely injured. When the 5 students from Tsanghui Academy regrouped, their fury reached a boiling point, and they unhesitatingly summoned their martial spirits. 3 young boys faced off against 5 young men, and in terms of numbers, Ma Hongjun's side appeared significantly outmatched. Yet, in spirit, the trio seemed to be engaged in a casual conversation, wholly unperturbed by their opponents. The 5 from Tsanghui Academy could scarcely believe that, as elite soul master students, they would falter against these youths. In an instant, various lights erupted forth, revealing that the 5 young men shared identical soul ring colors, one white and one yellow, signifying a 10-year soul ring and a 100-year soul ring. All 5, without exception, were battle soul masters, comprising 2 weapon spirit battle soul masters wielding a spear and a trident, along with 3 beast spirit battle soul masters representing a deer, a sheep, and a horse. Setting aside the quality of their martial spirits, the configuration of their soul rings was indeed a disgrace to an elite soul master academy. Upon observing the lineup before him, Ma Hongjun was suddenly seized by an impulse to express his frustration. In truth, he had approached the elite soul master academy with a degree of caution. What truly bolstered his confidence were the 5 venerable elders seated beside him. However, the lackluster display of strength from his opponents failed to pique his interest. Back at the Musu Junior Soul Master Academy, his companions had begun their journey with yellow soul rings, and the situation was even more pronounced at Shrek Academy. Additionally, with Xiang Qingxian also hailing from an elite soul master academy, Ma Hongjun had previously harbored a sense of reverence for such institutions. Yet, upon closer inspection, his perceptions were thoroughly challenged. While it is said that one should not generalize based on a singular observation, the disparity was glaring. Strategically, one might dismiss their adversaries. Yet tactically, it is imperative to regard them with due seriousness. Is this truly the caliber of disciples from the elite Soul Master Academy? And do they possess 10-year soul rings? My friend, let us demonstrate our own soul rings for their consideration. Ma Hongjun lowered his hands from the shoulders of the two and spoke. Immediately, Tang San and Dai Mubai distanced themselves, preparing to summon their spirits. White Tiger, manifest. A surge of intense pale light erupted from Dai Mubai as he extended his arms outwards and puffed out his chest. His bones crackled audibly, muscles swelled dramatically, stretching the fabric of his clothes. Each muscle became distinctly defined beneath the cloth, and even the air around him appeared to vibrate with fervor. His golden hair transformed into a striking blend of black and white, predominantly white, with a few strands of black standing out prominently, for faint lines emerged on his forehead, arranged in a manner that formed the character for king. His hands underwent the most significant change, swelling to nearly double their original size, covered in white fur. As he flexed his fingers, razor-sharp claws resembling daggers extended and retracted from his palms, each claw glistening with a chilling light and measuring a formidable 8 inches in length. Dai Mubai leaned forward, his eyes morphing into a deep, profound blue, emanating an icy, murderous intent that filled the air with an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Beneath him, 3 radiant rings of light began to rise, 2 yellow and 1 purple, as the soul rings revolved, unleashing a tidal wave of soul power that surged forth. Perhaps due to the inherent clash of their spirits, the 3 spirit masters with beast spirits trembled and instinctively took several steps back upon witnessing Dai Mubai's transformation. Before a tiger, how could a deer, sheep, or horse not feel fear? In stark contrast to Dai Mubai's imposing presence, Tang San's blue-silver grass remained understated, a mere small cluster, insignificant in his palm. This momentarily eased the tension among the 5 opponents. But the subsequent appearance of 2 yellow soul rings caused their expressions to sharpen. The deceptive nature of Tang San's blue-silver grass was notorious. Who could have anticipated that this spirit, long considered worthless, could unleash power comparable to that of elite spirits in his hands? If the prowess displayed by Tang San and Dai Mubai had offered a glimmer of hope to the members of Tsanghui Academy, then Ma Hongjun's spirit and soul rings would plunge them into utter despair. A silver spear, adorned with blue dark patterns, appeared in his grasp, its tip shimmering with a ghostly, icy light. Ma Hongjun, with his flowing crimson hair and strikingly handsome features, wore a mischievous smile at the corner of his lips. 3 soul rings materialized, encircling his form. The yellow and purple hues of the rings radiated, overwhelming the other colors, rendering the white soul ring almost pitiful in comparison. This sight ignited a deep sense of imbalance and jealousy among the students of Tsanghue Academy. Although the trio before them appeared significantly younger, their demonstrated prowess far surpassed that of the onlookers. There was no need for any confrontation. The 5 from Tsanghue Academy found themselves recoiling in fear under the formidable aura exuded by Ma Hongjun and his companions. While soul rings do not wholly encapsulate one's strength, they serve as the most immediate manifestation of power. With 2 soul sages and 3,000-year soul rings, they were nothing short of monstrous. Particularly, the red-haired youth's configuration of soul rings defied their imagination. They could entertain thoughts of yellow. Yet the notion of yellow-purple was beyond their wildest dreams. Chapter 94. True Brothers, Brothers in Need of Votes. Within the hall, the onlookers murmured in astonishment. Even the supervising teacher from Tsanghue Academy lost his composure. The disparity in strength was evident, even in a 5-3 scenario. Cease. The teacher finally stepped forward, gesturing for his students to retreat. Unlike the envy felt by the students, the teacher was profoundly shaken, fully aware that the 3 youths before him were true prodigies. Above all, the central figure, the red-haired boy, appeared no older than 15, yet already possessed 3 soul rings, having attained the rank of soul sage. With a configuration he had neither seen nor heard of before, yellow-purple. The sight of those 2,000-year soul rings was blinding. I am Yijiqiu, the director of the External Affairs Department at Tsanghue Academy. May I inquire which sect you belong to? The teacher approached courteously, positioning himself in front of the 5 students, effortlessly withstanding the pressure emanating from Ma Hongjun and his companions. It was evident that this individual was not to be underestimated. Such a person often preys on the weak. Earlier, he had barged in with audacity, but upon witnessing the display of strength from Ma Hongjun and the others, he now resorted to polite discourse. They had come to hone their skills. There was no pretense of righteousness nor any deliberate bullying. However, as long as the line was not crossed, engaging in a skirmish was encouraged by the academy. With their martial spirits unleashed, it was only natural to move about, albeit not to the extent of life and death combat. Nevertheless, they intended to teach a lesson, ensuring that those who were arrogant understood the consequences of their hubris. You do not deserve that name. You are too unseemly. Ma Hongjun, unperturbed by the inquiry, retorted rather rudely, remarking on the unattractiveness of the middle-aged man, whose spectacles made him appear even more unsightly than Flender. Yijiqiu, a traveler from another realm, reminisced about his previous life as an avid reader, particularly fond of a novel featuring a protagonist bearing the same name. Young man, your arrogance is excessive. Is such rudeness taught in your sect? Yijiqiu replied coldly, for he was a soul king, and in the academy, students typically showed him utmost respect. The blatant disrespect exhibited by these 3 youths ignited his ire. Regardless of their talent, their current abilities were still quite meager. He felt compelled to teach these youngsters the importance of respecting the powerful. Unfortunately, Yijiqiu was not a genius himself, nor did he comprehend the nature of genius. How could one be a genius without a touch of arrogance? Politeness must be measured against the individual, and as for someone like them, they needed to prove themselves before engaging in discourse. Without further hesitation, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he summoned his martial spirit. Mystic Turtle, manifest. A wave of dark energy radiated from Yijiqiu, forcefully suppressing the presence of Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Dai Mubai. His limbs retracted by a third, while a massive shield-like carapace ascended from his back. His entire being shimmered with a black luminescence as 5 soul rings emerged from his feet, spiraling gracefully around him. Among these rings were 5 in total, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. The director of the External Affairs Department of Tsanghue Academy was, astonishingly, a soul king of over level 50. Although Yijiqiu's soul rings were not particularly formidable for his rank, the sheer power of his 50-plus level soul energy was enough to assert dominance over the Shrek Academy contingent. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the dining hall. For soul kings were a rare breed among soul masters on the continent, boasting considerable strength. In certain kingdoms, Such a title could even grant one the rank of Viscount or Count. Witnessing the display of Soul King's prowess, Ma Hongjun and his companions were taken aback. Though their surprise did not stem from fear. Rather, it was the realization that a teacher leading a team from a prestigious advanced Soul Master Academy could be so lacking. Without even a Soul Emperor among them, Ma Hongjun sighed, reflecting that in comparison, their academy boasted not only monstrous students but also formidable teachers, with the weakest among them being Soul Emperors. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Yi Zhiqiu found himself further agitated. However, this only served to reinforce the notion that Ma Hongjun and his companions were of no ordinary background. Feeling somewhat constrained, he reminded himself that he was, after all, a Soul King and should maintain the dignity befitting his rank. Suppressing his fury, he politely remarked, "You youngsters lack understanding. Refrain from speaking recklessly in the future. Bring forth your teacher." Dai Mubai, growing impatient, retorted without courtesy, "With your ancient and decrepit demeanor, you think you can meet our teacher? We are more than capable of dealing with you ourselves. Esteemed Soul Masters, I implore you, please do not engage in conflict within this humble establishment. We are but a small business," the shopkeeper interjected, now compelled to intervene as the situation escalated into a display of martial prowess. With one of the combatants being a Soul King, if he did not intervene, it seemed the entire establishment would soon be engulfed in chaos. Yi Zhiqiu, possessing the Xian Gui martial spirit, held a lifelong aversion to being compared to a tortoise. At this moment, his patience waned. As a Soul King, he could hardly tolerate the insults hurled by a group of youngsters. With a sardonic smile born of rage, he declared, "Very well. I shall impart some wisdom on your teacher's behalf. Let us step outside." He turned to exit, the movement of his dark turtle shell appearing somewhat comical. Yet the soul power emanating from him was profoundly substantial. His martial spirit was that of the Xian Gui, indicating he was a defensive-type Soul Master, with most of his active and passive skills likely designed for protection. Thus, despite his overwhelming soul power, he lacked suitable offensive capabilities, posing minimal threat to his adversaries. Ma Hongjun swiftly elucidated to the two individuals that this Xian Gui martial soul bore a resemblance to the mountain turtle martial soul of the Su brothers during their time at the Musu Soul Master Academy, as both were characterized by a substantial turtle shell on their backs. To contend with him, we ought to exercise caution. It should not pose a significant threat. However, securing victory may prove challenging, as the disparity in soul power is considerable, making it arduous to breach his defenses. I fear he may retreat into his shell and remain there, thus rendering himself nearly invincible. At present, among the three of us, I believe there exists only one method capable of penetrating his defenses. After Ma Hongjun finished speaking, he glanced at the two individuals beside him, and the three of them erupted into a rather lewd laughter. These three were indeed sworn brothers. "Let us unite." The four maidens, led by Xiang Chengxian, approached, their expressions betraying a hint of concern as they faced the Soul King. "Fear not. The three of us are more than sufficient to handle a mere turtle." After Ma Hongjun finished speaking, he took the two of them outside, and the trio appeared quite exhilarated, as such an opportunity to wield needles was rare. The adage remains, while a needle pricking one's own flesh is agonizing, inflicting such pain upon others can be quite exhilarating. Upon stepping outside, they found themselves in a 3-against-7 scenario, with the 7 disciples from Tsanghui Academy on one side, and the 4 young women from Xiang Chengxian on the other. Meanwhile, Flinder and the other 5 elders continued to indulge in their meal, peering through the window. Once more, Yi Zhiqiu inquired, "Which sect do you belong to?" His concern lingered, as he feared provoking the wrath of a powerful Sect's disciples, apprehensive of potential retaliation. Ma Hongjun truly wished to roll his eyes in exasperation. It was evident that he had been bullied enough to gain some experience. Without any understanding of the situation, he felt hesitant to take action. Enough of the idle chatter. "We hail from Shrek Academy." After Ma Hongjun concluded his words, he addressed Tang San and Dai Mubai on either side, stating, "Let us proceed. This fellow is quite verbose." Dai Mubai, seizing the initiative, unleashed his second soul ring, which radiated a brilliant light, condensing into a sphere. A spherical light projectile erupted from his mouth, manifesting as the second soul skill of the evil eye White Tiger, the White Tiger's radiant wave. This could be deemed a remote attack skill. Yi Zhiqiu, still contemplating the Shrek Academy, realized he had never heard of it, suggesting that these individuals likely hailed from a lesser background. As he pondered the opportunity to unleash his full potential, an attack was already upon him. However, being a soul king with extensive experience from leading students into the Douluo forest to hunt for soul rings, his reflexes were exceptionally sharp. A surge of black light enveloped Yi Zhiqiu as he emitted a low growl. His first and second soul rings illuminated simultaneously, and he swiftly spun half a circle, revealing the turtle shell on his back. Concurrently, a stream of black light, imbued with a chilling aura, was released. Yi Zhiqiu activated his two soul skills, the mysterious turtle's protection and the mysterious water's ice seal. The white tiger's radiant wave detonated against Yi Zhiqiu's back. As Ma Hongjun had asserted, the defensive capabilities of the mysterious turtle ranked among the best among beast martial souls. And with his soul power significantly surpassing that of Dai Mubai, the attack yielded no effect. Yi Zhiqiu's body remained immobile. A wave of coldness enveloped the area, intensifying as Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai advanced. The closer they drew to Yi Zhiqiu, the heavier the chill became, as if their very blood was freezing. Their speed diminished. Yi Zhiqiu smirked. Although these three Shrek Academy students possessed remarkable strength, they were still quite young, and their soul power was considerably inferior to his own. He was confident that with the mysterious water's ice seal, released at his level of 53rd rank, he could easily encase them all in ice. Xiao San provided control from a distance, while Mubai continued to utilize the white tiger's radiant wave on the periphery, seeking an opportunity to strike at his adversary. Ma Hongjun commanded, stating that under the influence of Yi Zhiqiu's icy waters, the disparity in soul power was too great. Any closer to Dai Mubai and Tang Xin would result in being frozen. However, he harbored no such concerns, as the opponent's chill infiltrated his body. A violet flame ignited around him. Ice and fire, a dichotomy of opposing forces, now rested upon the strength of their respective attributes. Ma Hongjun had not fully summoned the fire phoenix. Instead, he concentrated all the flames surging within him onto the dragon soul gun. At that moment, the silver spear transformed into a fiery weapon. Those unaware of his possession of a twin martial soul would simply perceive this phenomenon as a soul skill. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun's first soul ring radiated with brilliance as he harnessed the speed enhancement provided by his initial soul skill. With the emergence of the purple flames, the chilling aura had lost its efficacy against him. In the midst of Yi Zhiqiu's astonished gaze, the spear enveloped in violet flames approached him with alarming swiftness. Whoosh! With little time to contemplate, Yi Zhiqiu hastily evaded, retracting his head into the safety of his shell. Tang San's blue-silver grass had already ensnared him. Yet due to the vast disparity in soul power, it proved utterly ineffective. The formidable turtle shell rendered the sharp spikes of the blue-silver grass incapable of penetrating. As for the entangling control, it seemed rather superfluous. Once the turtle withdrew into its shell, it remained steadfastly rooted in place. Ma Hongjun withdrew his spear and thrust it forward once more. The tip of the spear penetrated the tortoise shell, yet it did not breach his defenses. It merely entered a fraction, and that was solely due to the flames. The fire concentrated at the spear's tip, while his shell resembled a formation of profound ice. If Ma Hongjun's fiery spear continued to burrow like this, it would not be long before a hole was pierced through the shell. Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that this youth, whose soul power was leagues beneath his own, could actually breach his defenses. This realization filled him with urgency. Most critically, his profound water ice ceiling seemed to exert no control over this young man. While others might perceive his martial soul as defensive in nature, he was, in truth, a master of control, equally adept in both attack and defense. Now that his control had faltered, he could only adopt a passive stance to defend. He could resort to offensive soul techniques. Huddled within his shell, he began to chuckle coldly. Simultaneously, his fourth soul ring illuminated. Ma Hongjun was drilling into the shell with a gun, the surface resembling a block of ice, requiring the flame of the gun's tip to advance gradually and melt through. Initially, it was assumed that Yi Zhiqiu would retreat like a timid turtle. However, to everyone's surprise, he activated his fourth soul ring. Constrained by conventional thinking, none could anticipate that Yi Zhiqiu was not merely a defensive soul master. The 7 disciples from Tsanghui Academy had already begun to sneer, eagerly awaiting the dismal fate of Ma Hongjun and his companions. They were well aware of the formidable nature of Teacher Yi, who had been selected to lead a team to the Douluo Forest. How could he possibly be just a defensive soul master? Typically, those who faced Teacher Yi for the first time would fall victim to their misjudgment and be defeated by him. Their Teacher Yi possessed 5 soul skills, 1 for defense, 3 for control, and one for attack. Now, with the activation of the fourth soul ring, he unleashed his fourth soul skill, an offensive technique. Ice Spike. 3 white crystalline, pointed spikes suddenly erupted from beneath Ma Hongjun's feet. Old Turtle. Black mist began to seep from under Yi Zhiqiu's feet into the ground. Ma Hongjun was diligently drilling the gun when, suddenly, a chilling breeze surged up from the ground. Whoosh! With a fierce exclamation, Ma Hongjun leaped into the air. At that instant, the scales of the dragon had enveloped his lower body, and 3 ice spikes blossomed like frosty flowers at his feet. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have been pierced by the ice spikes, particularly the one aimed directly at his groin. This was the opponent's Millennium Spirit Ring skill, and given the disparity in spirit power, such an attack could have rendered Ma Hongjun incapacitated from the waist down. It was a close call that ignited a profound fury within him. This misjudgment truly tested his ability to react swiftly. Had it not been for the accumulation of 3 years of practical experience and his first encounter with the Spirit King, he might have been caught off guard. Although he had discerned that his opponent was defensive in nature, he remained vigilant. Nevertheless, the sudden shift from defense to offense took him by surprise. Without the protection of the dragon scales, he would have undoubtedly faced significant peril. While the opponent's ice spikes were sharp, they were still merely a Millennium Spirit skill. While Ma Hongjun's dragon scales derived from a spirit beast that was 7,000 years old. Despite the difference in spirit power, such an attack was insufficient to breach the defenses of the dragon scales. Though he felt the sting of impact, it was merely a dull ache. Even more astonished was Yi Zhiqiu. Although the ice spikes had struck, there was no visible effect. Undeterred, he persisted in using this spirit skill, summoning the mysterious ice spikes once more to appear where Ma Hongjun was about to land. However, with his guard now firmly established, success was increasingly elusive. As Ma Hongjun's second soul ring illuminated, a powerful roar accompanied his display of bravado. The dragon's soul gun descended, gathering a sphere of purple flames at its tip. With a resounding explosion, the purple fire erupted amidst the icy blossoms, sending countless shards of ice scattering in all directions, wreaking havoc on the surrounding individuals. Xiang Chengxian and Zhu Zhuqing were already prepared. As the ice fragments hurtled towards them, they unleashed their martial spirits, deftly deflecting the onslaught with their claws. Meanwhile, the unfortunate members of Tsanghui Academy were caught off guard. Their sluggish reactions and insufficient strength rendered them incapable of evading the flying ice. A chorus of dismay erupted as 4 fortunate students succumbed to their fate. Yi Zhiqiu, in a fit of determination, continued to unleash the Xianbing Earth Spike against Ma Hongjun. Ineffectual, you old turtle. Do you possess no other means? He exclaimed, intensely scanning for Ma Hongjun's landing point. Yet, after employing the Phoenix Playful Birds technique, Ma Hongjun's figure became elusive and unpredictable, making it impossible for Yi Zhiqiu to anticipate his movements. In desperation, he activated his 5th soul ring. Xianbing Rain Curtain. A dense black mist rose around Yi Zhiqiu, coalescing in the air into numerous black droplets that began falling like rain within a 3-meter radius. The torrential downpour of black raindrops was overwhelming, rendering evasion through mere agility futile. With the 100 birds surrounding the phoenix, Ma Hongjun had honed this technique over 2 years, achieving an impenetrable defense. The fiery spear danced in his hands, forming a protective circle enveloped in purple flames. The black raindrops could not breach Ma Hongjun's defenses. However, on the other side, the misfortune fell upon Dai Mubai, who was too close and became ensnared by the droplets. Upon contact, the black rain instantly froze him in place. In a swift turn of events, Dai Mubai found himself encased in ice. At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu's 4th soul ring ignited once more. Little 3, save Mubai. With a resounding shout, Ma Hongjun alerted the battlefield, prompting a swift reaction from Tang San, who stood 3 meters away. His purple extreme magic eyes fixated on the unfolding chaos. As Dai Mubai became encased in ice, Tang San's blue-silver grass ensnared him, and in a swift motion, he was lifted and drawn into Tang San's embrace. At that very moment, as Dai Mubai ascended from the ground, an icy thorn flower manifested at his prior location. Yi Zhiqiu's expression grew increasingly grim. This was his first encounter with such a formidable foe. Despite the opponent's inferior strength, the flame gun wielded by the adversary completely countered his every move. His most potent technique, the ice-sealing control of Xian Shui, along with his 2nd, 3rd, and 5th soul skills, all of which were formidable control abilities, proved ineffective against this little monster. The purple flames emanating from the foe were extraordinarily menacing. And when his icy Xian Shui clashed with the purple fire, it was instantaneously vaporized. At this juncture, Yi Zhiqiu found himself devoid of strategies. It seemed that only his first soul skill, Xian Gui's protective shell, retained some semblance of utility. After a brief moment, the curtain of black rain dissipated, revealing that the powerful area of effect soul skill could not endure for long. Ma Hongjun continued to prod at his shell with the flame gun. Yi Zhiqiu had entirely withdrawn into his protective layer, for should he dare to emerge, Ma Hongjun's weapon would surely embellish his face with gunpowder marks. The chilling aura of Xian Shui was overwhelmingly potent, and within the icy prison, Dai Mubai unleashed his third soul skill, White Tiger's Barrier. Without the ongoing enhancement of the dark raindrops, the might of the ice began to wane. Under the transformation of the White Tiger's Barrier, Dai Mubai swiftly shattered the encasing ice. Brothers, it's time to strike. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu remained ensconced within his shell, and Ma Hongjun's attempts to pierce through would require some time. Here it comes. The first to launch an attack was Tang San. In the previous skirmish, Ma Hongjun had been the sole combatant. Now, he could finally make his move. With regard to his expertise in hidden weapons, both speed and technique would be significantly enhanced. Tang San's fingers flicked deftly, and amidst his 10 fingertips, golden light shimmered as 10 slender dragon whisker needles were shot forth, aimed directly at Yi Zhiqiu. Unlike Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, who dare not conceal the dragon beard needles within their fingertips, they leisurely retrieve them from their storage soul guides before launching them forth. The incessant whizzing of the needles fills the air, accompanied by a continuous clattering sound. At this moment, the true skill in the use of hidden weapons becomes evident. Although Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai possess greater soul power than Tang San, the potency of their launched dragon beard needles pales in comparison to his. Tang San's mastery of concealed weaponry is as intrinsic as Ma Hongjun's marksmanship. He channels his strength entirely and without reservation into each needle, complemented by his astute angles of attack. The turtle shell displays intricate patterns, reminiscent of the spaces between scales, and Tang San's dragon beard needles are expertly aimed to penetrate precisely these vulnerable points. The interplay between Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai was far more chaotic. The dragon beard needles shot forth by Dai Mubai were largely deflected, failing to penetrate their target. In contrast, owing to the harmonious alignment of his soul power and its formidable strength, Ma Hongjun's projectiles exhibited greater potency. Even when not aimed precisely at the intricate patterns, they could still embed themselves within, albeit only partially. The trio unleashed a relentless barrage, and in a short span, they had released over 100 projectiles. Stop. That's enough. Came the command, just as Yi Zhiqiu could no longer sustain himself, and his martial soul state began to fade. Ma Hongjun called for a halt, as continuing to shoot would likely result in fatalities. Yi Zhiqiu, though somewhat arrogant and overbearing, is not a person of irredeemable wickedness. There is no necessity to resort to bloodshed. At this moment, one cannot help but marvel at the formidable defensive prowess of Yi Zhiqiu's tortoise shell. Even the dragon whisker needles, unleashed with full force by the three, could not penetrate deeply into his body. The shell serves as an outer layer of protection. Once the dragon whisker needles breach the shell, they have already lost much of their power and tend to curl up upon making contact with his flesh, devoid of spiritual energy. Thus, Yi Zhiqiu's chest and back bear only superficial welts. This is largely because the trio harbored no intent to kill, refraining from targeting his vital points. Had they aimed for his groin as they did with Ma Hongjun, the outcome would have been far more dire. Ma Hongjun also kept this in mind, halting only after launching over 100 needles. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu was already rolling on the ground, crying out in agony. Yet the more he struggled, the greater his pain became. The 7 students hurried over. "Teacher Yi, what has happened?" A female student among them conjured a lotus flower, which was adorned with 2 yellow soul rings. Her second soul ring illuminated, and droplets of green water emerged from the lotus, cascading down onto Yi Zhiqiu. Under the healing effect of the green droplets, Yi Zhiqiu ceased his struggles, bringing his wretched cries to a halt. At this juncture, he lay on the ground. His eyes rolled back in distress. Ma Hongjun approached, causing the 6 male disciples to hastily retreat in fear, while only the female student stood protectively in front of Yi Zhiqiu. "Teacher Yi is already lost. Must you not spare him? Do not overthink it. I merely came to retrieve a needle. Little San, you should join as well." The agony of retrieving the needle was a tormenting ordeal. For this Yijiqiu was certainly not Zhao Wujia. As Ma Hongjun and Tang Sen flipped him over repeatedly during the procedure, Yijiqiu emitted another round of anguished cries. From now on, do not be overly arrogant. Manage your own people. You shall not stay at this hotel tonight. Your presence unsettles me. After a brief pause, Ma Hongjun cast a glance at the female disciple and continued, You are the exception. The altercation concluded, and they resumed their meal. This battle served as a valuable lesson for all. Situational awareness is crucial. Each opponent should be approached with caution, as their soul skills may surprise you. Who could have anticipated that Yijiqiu's primarily defensive martial spirit would evolve towards control and offense? And who would have guessed that Tang San's blue-silver grass would possess toxicity? Thus, the reiteration remains. One must engage in battle with utmost seriousness. After the meal, due to the formidable display by Ma Hongjun and his companions, they extravagantly booked the entire hotel. The hotel itself was not particularly large, with 13 students and teachers. They barely managed to accommodate themselves, leaving few rooms available. Unlike the boys, who shared rooms, the 4 girls each requested a separate room. Xiang Qingxian and Zhu Zhuqing, both possessing cold and assertive personalities, were accustomed to solitary living. Originally, the inseparable Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were supposed to share a room, but not tonight. That night, late into the night, Tang San and Dai Mubai shared a room, and Tang San stealthily rose from his bed. Dai Mubai, likewise, was not asleep. Little San, what are you doing? Dai Mubai inquired. I'm just stepping out to use the restroom, Tang San replied. However, he did not return for quite some time, prompting Dai Mubai to eventually leave as well. He noticed that Xiang Qingxian's door was slightly ajar and, driven by curiosity, approached to take a look. Coincidentally, Ma Hongjun arrived at Ning Rongrong's door, which was also ajar. The 2 brothers exchanged glances and, with a knowing grin, silently pushed the doors open and crept inside. In the stillness of the night, some were restless and unable to sleep, while others were determinately wide awake. Chapter 96. Seeking the shadow area of Xiaoya, seeking votes. The sun gradually ascended from the east, amplifying the soft hues of dawn as the sky brightened. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of 3 doors opening simultaneously echoed, revealing the remarkable synchronicity of the brothers. Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Dai Mubai stood at the entrance, exchanging glances. Good morning. They greeted each other in unison before turning away, heads bowed, retreating to their respective chambers. Inside, Xiang Qingxian, Ning Rongrong, and Xiaowu had already flushed with a rosy hue. After breakfast, the group set forth, continuing their journey towards the Stardow Forest. Regarding supplies, Xiang Qingxian had completed the procurement with Dai Mubai after dinner the previous night. Since her arrival at Shrek, she had been responsible for the logistical support of the team. Upon leaving the town, their pace quickened. The Stardow Forest lies directly south of the Tiando Empire, spanning across 2 great empires. Given the plethora of soul beasts inhabiting this area, it also marks the least defined border between the 2 nations. From a cartographic perspective, the majority of the forest's expanse resides within the territory of the Xinglua Empire. However, the Tiando Empire has never acknowledged this fact. As one of the 3 major habitats for wild soul beasts, this locale is naturally a coveted destination for soul masters. For each visit signifies an impending advancement in their abilities. The origins of the Stardow Forest within the Douluo Continent remain shrouded in mystery, yet upon entering, the dense canopy that obscures the sky clearly attests to its ancient existence. In the distance, Ma Hongjun sensed a refreshing breeze wafting toward him. Imbued with the fragrant essence of flora, invigorating and indescribably pleasant. Taking a deep breath of the crisp air, it felt as if all 36,000 pores in his body unfurled, offering an ineffable sense of relief. Ahead lay a verdant sea. The boundless expanse of green appeared breathtakingly vibrant, exuding life. The refreshing atmosphere emanated from this very source. At last, they arrived at the periphery of the Stardow Forest, where towering trees surpassed 20 meters in height, merely marking the outermost boundary. The dense thicket offered no clear paths, casting deep shadows that obscured the true nature of the scenery within. Approaching the forest, the air became even more inviting, as if the temperature had dropped a few degrees. The exhilarating scent of damp earth continuously stimulated their senses. Stop! Flander called out to the group ahead. It was noon, an opportune moment to enter the forest. They paused to regroup. Oscar, distribute the sausages to everyone. Each of us must maintain our best condition. I must reiterate, The Stardow Forest is not akin to the Royal Soul Beast reserves. None of us, including myself, can afford to be complacent here. Even a titled Douluo may meet their demise. After a brief respite and indulging in Oscar's delightful sausages, each individual's condition was restored to its prime. Oscar produced numerous small sausages, one for each person. These sausages possessed a 12-hour efficacy, meaning that consuming them within this time frame would counteract any poison. Upon entering the forest, the greatest fear was being bitten by venomous insects, snakes, or ants, as some toxins manifest rapidly. Everyone was reminded to carry their sausages, should they suspect poisoning. They must consume one immediately. Haotian also distributed an abundance of blue jelly beans, which served to replenish stamina. It is essential to differentiate between physical and spiritual energy. While traversing the forest, maintaining both physical and mental alertness is crucial, especially as it significantly depletes one's energy. Thus, the inclusion of jelly beans is quite necessary. This is the advantage of food-type spirit masters, whose contributions are invaluable in everyday situations, proving to be exceptionally useful in minute details. With all preparations complete, the group commenced their journey into the Stardow Great Forest. This time, Flinder and the other 5 teachers did not separate from the 8 students, but advanced together. Zhao Wujie led the way, Flinder hovered above, while Daimubai and Xiang Qingxian positioned themselves on the left. Tang San and Xiao Wu took the right. Zhu Xing navigated the treetops. Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Xiaoxin, and Lu Qibin remained centrally located, and Ma Hongjun and Li Yusong brought up the rear, maintaining their formation. The group progressed swiftly, as the periphery of the Stardow Great Forest was inhabited by spirit beasts under 1,000 years of age. Despite the dense trees and lack of pathways, Flinder, Zhao Wujie, and their companions, having visited multiple times, could generally discern their direction. The habitats of spirit beasts in the wild are akin to human territories, characterized by communal living. Typically, upon discovering a location, one would encounter a cluster of spirit beasts, necessitating heightened vigilance. Furthermore, solitary spirit beasts should be approached with caution, as those capable of wandering alone in the Stardow Great Forest are far from ordinary. Once within the forest, Xiao Wu appeared remarkably at ease, truly feeling at home, contrasting with the tension exhibited by others. In truth, Xiao Wu could be considered the matriarch of the Stardow Great Forest. After 6 years away, she felt a pang of homesickness. After 2 hours of travel, they encountered only spirit beasts under 1,000 years, which they chose to leave undisturbed. Flinder ordered another halt to adjust and ensure their condition remained optimal. Excessive travel could lead to fatigue, thereby affecting their performance. Their objective was spirit beasts over 1,000 years old, necessitating deeper exploration. A task that could not be accomplished in merely a day or two. Haste was unwarranted. Just as everyone settled down for a well-deserved rest, Flinder suddenly fixed his keen gaze on the depths of the forest. Everyone rise. Something approaches. The crowd swiftly rose and resumed their original formation. Here, even a millennium-old soul beast warrants caution, and one must remain vigilant in safeguarding the supporting soul masters. Despite Xiao Xian's formidable rank as a soul sage, the nature of his food-type abilities renders him vulnerable in the presence of century-old soul beasts. Soon, a cold voice echoed from the trees. It appeared to be a flying serpent, albeit one that soared no higher than 3 meters from the ground. Its head bore a fleshy crest, which seemed disproportionately large and was a vivid crimson akin to blood. Its tail was rather unique, shaped like a fan. Flandra had descended from the air, a smile gracing his face. Fortune favored them, for Oscar's 3rd soul ring had manifested. It was the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, an exceedingly rare soul beast. The crest atop its head possesses numerous extraordinary properties. It had developed faint pink wings, measuring approximately 7 meters in length, and was estimated to be between 1,300 and 1,800 years old in cultivation. Oscar, this is perfectly suited for you, Flandre continued. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is non-venomous and is a formidable yet rare breed of snake. It employs a singular method of attack by coiling around its foes to suffocate them, executing this maneuver with remarkable speed. Moreover, its crest contains various nutrients that, in times of peril, can grant a sudden boost in velocity. Should you obtain this soul ring, your next soul skill should undoubtedly pertain to speed. Whether it be augmenting the speed of your allies or enhancing your own swiftness, it would be an excellent choice. Given that the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's offensive capabilities are relatively weak and simplistic, specimens over 1,000 years old are seldom encountered. You are indeed fortunate this time. Upon hearing this, the group was filled with exhilaration. Their expedition had commenced splendidly with the encounter of the first suitable target. It's coming this way. Zhu Zhuqing called out loudly from the tree. Flandre maintained his composure, smiling as he stepped back towards Ma Hongjun and the others. Leave it to you. With a millennium-level beast, there's no need for us old fellows to intervene. The 5 elderly men withdrew to the side, leaving the remaining 8, led by Ma Hongjun, to prepare for the impending encounter. Ma Hongjun glanced at the postures of the 7 individuals beside him and felt an urge to express his thoughts. It was merely a trivial skirmish, yet they were presenting themselves as if preparing for a grand battle. Chapter 97, Ma Hongjun. You interrupt again, Part 1. Ma Hongjun stood at the forefront, taking charge. Zhu Qing positioned himself atop the bamboo tree, ready to provide support and seize the opportunity to infiltrate. Mu Bai and Cheng Xian spread out from both flanks, sealing off the paths on either side. Tang San and Xiao Wu engaged in a frontal assault, while simultaneously safeguarding Xiao Ao and Rong Rong. Everyone remained adaptable, ensuring that he would not elude capture. Ma Hongjun's understanding of soul beasts is, in fact, no less profound than that of Tang San, who has been tutored by the master. Upon arriving in the Douluo Continent, Ma Hongjun's greatest interest lay in exploring the various types of soul beasts. Over the years, he has perused the compendium of soul beasts more than once. He is certainly familiar with the phoenix-tailed cockatrice. Its offensive power may not be formidable, yet its swiftness is remarkable, particularly in moments of life and death when it can soar close to the ground in a brief burst of speed. As the phoenix-tailed cockatrice charged forward, it remained oblivious to the fact that it had plunged headlong into a trap. It appeared startled and exceedingly flustered. Zhu Zhuqing was the first to launch an assault. Leaping down from the tree, her second soul ring illuminating as her claws extended, executing the spectral strike. Simultaneously, Ma Hongjun activated his first soul ring, unleashing the extreme shadow flying dragon spear aimed directly at the phoenix-tailed cockatrice. At that moment, the melodious voice of Ning Rongrong resonated, announcing the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Second, speed. A beam of light descended upon Ma Hongjun. The serpent's head of the phoenix-tailed cockatrice twisted, and it abruptly opened its mouth to spray a vibrant mist towards Zhu Zhuqing. Under the influence of the thick fog, Zhu Zhuqing lost her sight mid-air. Her lethal claws rendered useless as the phoenix-tailed cockatrice swiftly turned, sweeping its tail towards her. Under the enhancement of the dual soul skills, Ma Hongjun's speed surged dramatically. Just as the tail of the rooster-crowned phoenix serpent was about to strike Zhu Zhuqing, the dragon soul lance arrived. The tip of the dragon soul lance, gleaming with a cold azure light, effortlessly pierced through the serpent's tail, while Ma Hongjun positioned himself in front of Zhu Zhuqing, shielding her from the sweeping blow. As the force of the serpent's tail struck, both Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing were sent tumbling down. Before they reached the ground, Ma Hongjun embraced Zhu Zhuqing, spinning gracefully in the air. Ultimately, Ma Hongjun landed first, with Zhu Zhuqing descending upon him. She pressed down against him, her chest resembling 2 fluffy clouds, only to bounce back slightly. The heart of Ma Hongjun was momentarily compressed, yet it brought no pain, and perhaps even a hint of comfort. The vibrant mist it emitted was merely for intimidation, devoid of any venom, so there is no cause for concern. Ma Hongjun addressed Zhu Zhuqing, who was pressed against him. Are you all right? With a distance of approximately 10 centimeters between her face and his, Zhu Zhuqing exhaled softly and inquired, I'm fine, just a minor injury. Although she had been struck by the tail of the coiling serpent, Ma Hongjun's physique, honed over years of rigorous training and fortified by the purple fire body refinement, remained remarkably resilient. Such an assault felt merely like a tickle. Could you please get off me? He said, his hands awkwardly positioned. This is not the time for flirtation. Tang San's blue-silver grass had already enveloped the area where the coiling serpent resided, yet the creature proved to be exceedingly slippery, evading the piercing thorns of the blue-silver grass. Its crimson crest glowed vibrantly, accelerating its speed once more, powered by the energy within. It demonstrated the art of serpentine movement, skillfully weaving through the dense blue-silver grass without becoming ensnared. Xiang Chengxian and Dai Mubai, embodying the essence of the black and white tigers, approached from either side, both unleashing their third spirit abilities, the white tiger's diamond transformation and the black tiger's demonic transformation. The 2 tigers struck down with tremendous force, leaving the coiling serpent with nowhere to evade. With a resounding thud, the serpent, having just lifted itself, was forcefully slammed to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Tang San's blue-silver grass ensnared the coiling serpent, while Xiang Chengxian restrained its head and Dai Mubai held its tail. Binding and entangling. The dual tigers mounted. Thus, the coiling serpent was completely subdued. This entire sequence unfolded in mere moments, and it was only then that Zhu Zhuqing rose from Ma Hongjun's side. "Give me a hand." Upon witnessing the resolution of the battle, Ma Hongjun felt a sense of calm wash over him. Although somewhat awkward, he boldly extended his hand towards Zhu Zhuqing. She regarded him with a cold gaze, hesitating for a moment as the memory of Ma Hongjun shielding her from an attack surfaced in her mind. With a hint of reluctance, she finally extended her delicate, porcelain-like hand. Ma Hongjun had retrieved the dragon soul spear, firmly enclosing Zhu Zhuqing's outstretched hand within his own, palm to palm. Zhu Zhuqing exerted considerable force in an attempt to withdraw her hand, prompting Ma Hongjun to rise in response to her efforts. "Your hands are rather cold. Allow me to warm them for you," he remarked playfully. Zhu Zhuqing once again forcefully shook off his grasp and replied coolly, "How tiresome." Ma Hongjun chuckled, unperturbed. "This little kitten certainly has character. It is settled." A collective cheer of excitement erupted from the group. Oscar, merely 14 years of age, was brimming with enthusiasm, darting towards the coxcomb snake with eager steps. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu stood beside Tang San, her gaze cast downwards, her large eyes reflecting a deep sense of reluctance. "Must we truly hunt the soul beast?" Tang San sighed softly and remarked, "The law of survival is that the weak are preyed upon by the strong. If this serpent were to prove more formidable than us, do you believe it would spare its meal? What are you thinking, Xiao Wu? Not to mention other soul beasts. But this coxcomb snake is, after all, a serpent, and serpents feast on rabbits." Ma Hongjun interjected nonchalantly. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes in response, choosing silence. Yet her head remained bowed, her complexion still somewhat pallid. Flander and the others approached, and Zhao Wujia produced a short blade from his waist, handing it to Oscar. "The night is long, and dreams are many. Make your move. Insert the blade just below its crest, and you will pierce its brain. That soul ring will be yours." Oscar received the dagger with palpable excitement, viewing the Millennium Soul beast before him as a lamb awaiting slaughter. The prospect of acquiring his third soul ring made his hands tremble with anticipation. Just as Oscar was poised to strike, a sudden hoarse voice rang out, "Stop." Almost immediately, two figures emerged from the direction the coxcomb snake had come, revealing themselves before the group. One was an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 60s or 70s. Her white hair impeccably groomed. Despite her age, she radiated vitality, her numerous wrinkles flush and youthful as if akin to an infant's. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence, and she wielded a long serpent-headed cane. Her most striking feature was the 6 soul rings adorning her, oscillating in hues of yellow, purple, and black. Though her physical form remained unchanged, the soul rings indicated that she had activated her martial spirit. Undoubtedly, the serpent staff was her weapon. Accompanying the elderly matron was a beautiful young girl, likely 17, with short hair framing her face, clad in a fitted outfit that accentuated her well-developed figure. Her deep brown eyes were fixed intently on Xiang Chengxian and Dai Mubai, who had subdued the coxcomb snake. She too held a serpent-headed cane, albeit shorter than the elders, and her soul rings were merely 2 centuries old. "Is there a problem?" Flander inquired coolly, adjusting his crystal spectacles. His keen eyes scrutinized the 2 women, contemplating the serpent staffs in their hands. The elderly woman cast a glance at Xiang Chengxian and Dai Mubai, noting that they were the only ones in a martial spirit state, both possessing the 3 rings of yellow and purple. Moreover, the man's age appeared to be less than that of her granddaughter, while the woman seemed to be of a similar age, which astonished her greatly. Glancing at Flinder and his group, comprising 5 large and 8 small individuals, she noticed that 2 of the smaller ones were soul masters, and the 5 larger ones were conservatively estimated to be at least at the level of soul sect or higher. The elderly lady coughed softly, attempting to soften her facial expression. "Greetings, esteemed soul masters. You cannot allow this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to be taken by this child." Oscar looked bewildered and turned to Flinder for guidance. Flinder exchanged a glance with Ma Hongjun, who stepped forward and inquired, "Why not?" At that moment, the elderly lady seemed to have regained some of her composure, retracting her soul rings as she replied, "Because we were the first to discover and initiate the hunt for this snake. Otherwise, how could we have tracked it here?" Oscar, unable to restrain himself, retorted, "How can you prove that you were the first to hunt it? We saw no sign of you when we discovered it." The elderly lady smiled gently and said, "Young man, there is no need to rush. Look closely at the belly of this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. There are 2 wounds inflicted by my king. There are also marks beneath its wings. It simply slipped away from me. My granddaughter has just reached the 30th level and is in dire need of this soul ring. As you can see, she has inherited my weapon spirit, the snake staff, and a high-level serpent spirit is most suitable for her." Xiang Chengxian and Dai Mubai examined the body of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake before turning to Flinder, nodding in agreement with the elderly lady's claims. Flinder, with a hint of doubt, asked to confirm her identity. "Esteemed elder, may I inquire about your name?" The elderly lady humbly responded, "I am but a humble woman named Chao Tianxiang, honored by my peers in the Soul Master community with the title Snake Matriarch. My husband is Meng Shu, known as the Dragon Duke." She then looked at the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and Oscar, continuing, "Our purpose in coming to the Stardow Forest is to find a fitting 3rd soul ring for our granddaughter. I must say, that child does not appear to be someone capable of absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring. Although the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is relatively gentle, it may still be beyond their capacity." In Chao Tianxiang's view, among the children present, the eldest, Dai Mubai and Xiang Chengxian, were already exceptionally talented. She could not fathom that all the children could possess such genius. She held great confidence in her granddaughter's abilities. Finding 1 or 2 who surpassed her granddaughter's strength would already be a remarkable surprise. And she did not believe that any of the children before her could have reached the 30th level sooner than her granddaughter. Upon hearing the elderly lady's introduction, Flinder and the other 4 elders grew solemn. So, it was the esteemed snake matriarch of the legendary dragon and snake. How disrespectful. In the early years, the illustrious reputation of the legendary duo, the dragon and serpent, resonated profoundly within the realm of soul masters. It is inconceivable that the 5 individuals present would be unaware of this formidable couple who embarked on their illustrious journey long before them. Their prowess is extraordinary, particularly that of Lord Dragon, Meng Shu, who had already attained the rank of soul sage prior to Flander's seclusion. And it is highly likely that he has now ascended to the esteemed level of soul de law. Lord Dragon wields a dragon-headed staff, perfectly complementing the serpent-headed staff of Lady Serpent. Together, they possess an exceptionally formidable martial soul fusion technique, which is exceedingly difficult to counter unless one possesses the strength of a title de law. The elderly lady respectfully inquired, "I beg your pardon. May I ask which esteemed individuals you are?" Flanders, maintaining his composed demeanor akin to a carefree wanderer, responded with poise. Despite the formidable reputation of the dragon and serpent, he too had garnered significant renown during his earlier escapades in the world of soul masters, where the fame of the Golden Iron Triangle was equally formidable, capable of standing against a title de law. "I am Flanders, the principal of Shrek Academy, and these individuals are my esteemed students, Zhao Wujia, Xiao Xing, Lu Qibin, and Li Yusong." Upon hearing this, Lady Serpent's expression grew solemn. While she may not have been familiar with the other 3, the names of Flanders and Zhao Wujia echoed resoundingly throughout the Soul Master community. Flanders, the infamous 4-eyed cat eagle, and Zhao Wujia, the unmoving king, both renowned figures of the Golden Iron Triangle, were indeed formidable. Chapter 98, Ma Hongjun, You Interject Again, Part 2, 10,000 rewards for an additional update. Never did she anticipate encountering 2 soul sages, along with 3 other presumably powerful soul masters, on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. With great poise, the elderly lady bowed and said, the 4-eyed cat eagle Flanders and the unmoving king Zhao Wujia. It is an honor to be in the presence of such esteemed soul sages. I apologize for my earlier lack of decorum." Ma Hongjun could no longer bear to watch, as it all unfolded like a scene from an ancient era, with an array of titles and an overly elaborate manner of greeting. It was evident that everyone harbored ulterior motives, yet insisted on engaging in such excessive politeness. Indeed, they were a bunch of old rascals who delighted in theatrics. Flinder reciprocated the gesture. His experience in the Spirit Master realm could not compare to that of the others, and he found such formalities unbearable. "There is no need for such formality, Senior Snake. We have come here primarily to procure soul rings for our disciples." Senior Snake cast another glance at the coxcomb serpent and remarked, "This Millennium Coxcomb Serpent is of utmost significance to my granddaughter, who has just reached the 30th level and requires a suitable martial spirit. We were the ones to discover this serpent first, and even inflicted an injury upon it. but it inadvertently escaped due to a moment of carelessness. May I implore you, esteemed soul sage, to assist us in retrieving this soul beast? This kindness will surely be etched in my heart, and I shall repay it in due course. Ma Hongjun shook his head thoughtfully, letting out a soft sigh. This poses quite a dilemma. The fully matured young woman standing beside Chao Tianxiang could not hold her tongue upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words. What is so difficult about it? She interjected. This Millennium Phoenix tail coxcomb snake was clearly discovered by us first, and it was we who injured it before you managed to capture it. If you cannot absorb it and refuse to yield it to us, do you think the dragon and snake clan can be easily intimidated? As she spoke, she raised her serpent-headed staff, aiming it directly at Ma Hongjun, for she had long held a disdain for him. Adults are speaking. What right do children have to interrupt? I detest being interrupted. She continued. Who says we cannot absorb it? Had you not interfered, we would have commenced the absorption process already. Furthermore, this is the Star Doe Forest, where all soul beasts are considered unclaimed entities. Even if it were true that you discovered and injured this Millennium Phoenix tail coxcomb snake first, it is ultimately we who captured it. To claim it as your possession is nothing short of tyranny. Ma Hongjun, pointing at Oscar and gazing at the mature young lady, resolutely remarked once more. While the coxcomb phoenix tail serpent might be more suited to you, it equally complements my brother Oscar. This relatively gentle yet swift spirit beast would greatly enhance my brother Oscar's martial soul. The coxcomb phoenix tail serpent, being a rare and mild spirit beast, is indeed an exceptional match for Oscar. Its gentle nature allows for easier absorption of spirit rings, which is invaluable for food-type soul masters with weaker physiques. Furthermore, since Oscar provides meat-based sustenance, this beast type is particularly fitting. Additionally, acquiring speed-related soul skills would serve as a vital lifeline for him. Zhao Tianxiang and her granddaughter turned to look at Oscar. Due to the impending return of Xiao Yuan, Oscar had been especially mindful of his appearance, sporting a clean-shaven face that made him appear merely 13 or 14 years of age. The mature young lady pointed at Oscar, her expression one of disbelief. Are you suggesting he has already reached level 30? That is impossible. In our family, I am considered a rare talent in cultivation, yet this boy, who seems significantly younger, is of the same rank as I. What is impossible about that? It merely reveals your narrow perspective and ignorance. Ma Hongjun retorted with a casual glance at the young lady's well-developed figure. While she lacked Zhu Yuqing's fiery allure, she was still impressive. Zhao Tianxiang's aristocratic demeanor faltered. Truth be told, the opposing party possessed at least 2 soul saints, and it would be all too easy for them to harm the 2 of them. If it weren't for their respect for the illustrious reputation of the dragon and serpent family, they would likely have acted without restraint. However, this was also their protective stance. Flander, both parties require the coxcomb phoenix tail serpent. I have no desire for us to clash violently and disrupt the peace. Let us adhere to the conventions of the soul master community and allow these 2 children to decide the ownership of the spirit ring. What do you think? Zhao Tianxiang felt a twinge of indignation. While she could tolerate the fact that the larger of the 2 children with tiger-type martial souls was superior to her granddaughter, she could not accept that this younger one could possibly surpass her. Was it conceivable that a genius from the dragon and serpent family was outshone by the disciples of Shrek Academy? Upon hearing her words, Flander's face displayed evident embarrassment. Elder Snake, I'm afraid it cannot be as you wish. Zhao Tianxiang's expression shifted, her anger rising. Flander, I have already made concessions. What more do you desire? Are you taking advantage of my elderly relative's absence? Humph. Flander chuckled. No, certainly not. The matter is this. My disciple is not a battle soul master. He is merely an auxiliary soul master, a food-type soul master at that. How could he possibly compete with your granddaughter? Zhao Tianxiang was taken aback once more by Flander's revelation. What did you just say? He is a food-type soul master? The very mention of food-type instantaneously altered her perception of Oscar. It is well known that auxiliary spirits are notoriously slow to cultivate. However, the fact that Oscar, at such a tender age, has already reached the 30th level is nothing short of extraordinary, a true prodigy among prodigies. He might very well be the fastest food-type spirit master in the annals of soul master history. At this moment, the matron felt a surge of desire to recruit him. For a family with considerable influence, the allure of a formidable spirit master is irresistible, particularly one with such remarkable potential in the food category. She contemplated how splendid it would be to have someone like Oscar to assist Ming Iran in their family endeavors. With a warm smile and pleasant demeanor, Zhao Tianxiang turned towards Oscar and inquired, Young man, May I ask which sect you hail from? The intent to befriend and recruit was unmistakable, and it was evident that Zhao Tianxiang was quite taken with this genius. This situation left Ma Hongjun feeling quite unsettled. After all, Oscar's future spouse was already affiliated with the Fairy Garment Pavilion, and now Oscar himself was also considered a semi-member. He could not allow this elderly woman to woo him so freely. While he knew he could not outmatch her in recruitment, he certainly did not want her to become overly optimistic. Before Zhao Tianxiang could continue her dialogue, Ma Hongjun interjected, "How about this? We are all brothers and partners of Oscar. It is only natural and reasonable for us to assist him in battle. We can provide soul masters of comparable soul power levels to your granddaughter, and she can select one to compete against Oscar." The fiercely independent young lady, unaccustomed to being interrupted, could no longer contain her displeasure. Having already been interrupted twice by Ma Hongjun, she was not one to be trifled with. Much like Ning Rongrong, she was a cherished princess of her family, which explained why she could command the likes of Dragon Gong and Snake Granny to help her secure spirit rings. With a finger pointed assertively at Ma Hongjun, she declared in an imperious tone, I wish to compete against you." In her eyes, Ma Hongjun appeared to be of a similar age to Oscar, and she assumed his strength would be comparable as well. Zhao Tianxiang did not intervene. She had an unfavorable impression of this impudent youth who persistently interrupted her, and she felt equally uncomfortable. She was curious to see if he dared to face her granddaughter in combat, eager to discern whether this disrespectful lad possessed true ability or was merely eloquent in speech. What neither of the two generations anticipated was that, upon her declaration, the expressions of Shrek's group lit up with amusement. They were stifling laughter, desperately trying to suppress their mirth. Zhao Tianxiang, oblivious to their amusement, snapped, "Flinder, what is the meaning of this? Do not take advantage of us." Flinder exchanged a glance with Ma Hongjun, conveying a silent message, and Ma Hongjun turned to Zhao Tianxiang and her granddaughter, smiling as he replied, "Elder, you misunderstand. Before Ma Hongjun could finish his words, the fully developed girl, who detested interruptions, could no longer contain herself. She pointed her serpent staff at him, and a violet blade of light shot forth as she exclaimed in a delicate yet furious tone, "You interrupted again." Chapter 99. The moment of endurance has arrived in response to the girl's assault. Ma Hongjun effortlessly evaded her advance. Yet, undeterred, she intensified her efforts, unleashing her soul skill as her first soul ring illuminated. From the serpent's head atop her staff, a venomous tongue blade, measuring 2 feet in length, shot forth, swiftly bridging the gap between her and Ma Hongjun. The blade shimmered with a striking blue hue, unmistakably laced with potent poison. However, even the deadliest toxins require contact with flesh to be effective, and Ma Hongjun was not one to grant her such an opportunity. In an instant, a silver spear materialized in his grasp. With a deft flick of his wrist, he executed the technique known as 100 birds leaving the nest. It was a direct clash, where his dragon soul spear utterly dominated in comparison to her weapon. The venomous tongue blade was effortlessly deflected by the spear, allowing Ma Hongjun to employ the agile movements of Phoenix playing with 100 birds, closing in on her. With a swift maneuver, he flicked the spear, driving the tail of the weapon against the girl's hand that clutched the serpent spear, forcing her to relinquish her grip in pain as the spear fell to the ground. Ma Hongjun's right hand had already reached the tender, fair neck, his thumb pressing firmly against it. He grasped her throat, pulling her closer until her toes barely touched the ground, rendering her powerless to resist, and then he leaned his body closer to Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun leaned closer to her ear and softly uttered 3 words. "You have lost." Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. From the moment the girl made her move to Ma Hongjun's counterattack, it was merely the span of a single strike. Only when he grasped the girl's neck and lifted her did the soul rings gradually manifest around him. The 3 soul rings of Huang Ziji danced rhythmically around Ma Hongjun, enveloping the girl as well. Cough, cough. The girl coughed, attempting to strike Ma Hongjun's hand, her eyes beginning to roll back, revealing a great deal of white. The elderly woman, Tian Xiang, was utterly astonished. Their family's prodigy, the granddaughter who had long been their pride, had unexpectedly been defeated in a single move by a boy younger than herself, and her opponent had not even utilized a soul skill. At that moment, the 3 soul rings ascending from him left her momentarily entranced, causing her to forget that her granddaughter was still in someone else's grasp. If 2 tigers could be deemed normal prodigies, then this red-haired youth was nothing short of a monster. With such an extraordinary level of strength and talent, he indeed possessed the audacity to be arrogant and the qualifications to interject. Ma Hongjun gently set the young girl down upon the ground. She clutched her throat, coughing as she retreated, only to then notice the 3 soul rings adorning Ma Hongjun's form. Her expression instantly grew more complex. The spoiled little princesses of these noble families surely needed some discipline. Being arrogant within their own families was one thing, but carrying that same arrogance beyond their walls was quite another. The previous Ning Rongrong had been accepted by Ma Hongjun, who was also endeavoring to temper her disposition. Why the urgency? If she did not desire the rooster-crowned phoenix-tail serpent, she could simply let it be. Why must she provoke me when I was clearly not among her options? Ma Hongjun spread his hands, feigning innocence. The girl dared not speak. Summoning her serpent staff back into her grasp, retreating to stand beside Chao Tianxiang. It could not be said that we of Shrek Academy were bullying others. The disparity in strength was too great in the recent match to consider it so. She then glanced over at Tang San and Xiao Wu, both now comparable in power to the girl opposite them, yet it was only the 2 of them, and Xiao Wu appeared to be out of sorts. Xiao San, you should spar with her, she suggested. Tang San nodded in agreement and stepped forward, performing a salute befitting a soul master. I am Tang San. My martial soul is Blue Silvergrass, and I am a level 29 dual ring battle soul master. Ma Hongjun promptly remarked, we are all soul masters, both at the 2nd ring, with levels 29 and 30. Your blue silvergrass against my serpent spear does not place you at a disadvantage. Should we lose this time? It would indeed be a genuine defeat. The young lady cast a cold glance at Ma Hongjun, refraining from retorting his interjection. She found it acceptable to be interrupted by someone of greater prowess. It could be said that Ma Hongjun was affording her and her grandmother considerable respect. The challenge had originated from them, and they had chosen the first battle themselves. Thus, should they face defeat, the consequences would rest solely upon their shoulders. They were even granted another opportunity, with an opponent who was merely 1 level beneath her. The young lady's expression lost its haughtiness, confronted by such formidable beings. She had no grounds for pride. Therefore, she adopted a composed demeanor and softly introduced herself, Meng Iran, Soul Master of the Serpent Staff, 2nd ring, level 30. The battle commenced anew. Meng Iran took the initiative, launching a probing strike with her serpent staff aimed at Tang San's head. As the serpent staff descended, Tang San executed a swift retreat, employing the Ghost Shadow Misty Step, while simultaneously his first soul ring illuminated. The first skill of Blue Silvergrass, Entanglement, was activated. Without warning, thick, dark blue silvergrass surged from the ground, swiftly ensnaring Meng Iran, who had intended to pursue Tang San. The sharp thorns of the grass protruded, and the paralyzing toxin was instantly unleashed. At this moment, Tang San found himself merely 3 meters away from Meng Iran, observing her ensnared by his blue silvergrass. A faint smile graced his face as he remarked, this contest can be considered concluded. Tang San held a great deal of faith in the capabilities of blue silvergrass. Against a stronger adversary, there might be a chance of escape. However, when faced with an opponent of equal rank, once ensnared by blue silvergrass, liberation was nearly impossible. After all, their soul powers were comparable, and the toxin inherent in blue silvergrass would significantly diminish one's strength and induce paralysis, rendering escape utterly futile. This exemplified the advantage of control-type soul masters among those of equal rank, particularly when their levels were relatively low, limiting the soul skills they could employ. Escaping the grasp of a control-type soul master became an arduous endeavor. The blue silvergrass, endowed with the mandala snake and ghost vine, both of which were century-old soul rings, was not easily escaped from. After all, not everyone possessed the extraordinary strength of someone like Ma Hongjun. Meng Iran and her serpent staff were wholly ensnared within the blue silvergrass. However, she displayed no intention of conceding. With a cold huff, the 2 soul rings adorning her suddenly illuminated simultaneously. Upon witnessing the brilliance of her soul rings, Tang San's expression shifted to one of astonishment. It was well known that once paralyzed by the toxin of blue silvergrass, one could not continue to mobilize their soul power, underscoring the formidable control capabilities of the blue silvergrass. Yet, since Meng Iran was able to activate both her soul rings, it indicated that she had not succumbed to the poison. Her martial soul inherently possessed a potent toxin, granting her a degree of immunity to such effects. Thus, resisting the venom of the blue silvergrass was a perfectly reasonable maneuver. Tang San executed the Ghost Shadow Perplexing Steps, swiftly retreating. An even more astonishing scene unfolded. Meng Iran, ensnared within the blue-silver grass, contorted as if devoid of bones, her body suddenly becoming supple, as if greased, allowing her to silently slip out of the entanglement. With her serpent-headed staff in hand, she directed a fierce strike towards Tang San. From the serpent's head at the staff's apex, a 2-foot-long tongue blade erupted, instantly closing the distance between them, glimmering with a toxic azure sheen akin to that of the blue-silver grass itself. Ma Hongjun simultaneously unleashed 2 soul skills, the first, tongue blade, and the second, snake body. Utilizing the latter, she glided free from the blue-silver grass's grasp. Observing this soul skill, one could not help but admire Ma Hongjun's slender and elongated figure. Her waist delicate enough to be grasped by a single hand, her supple form evoking endless imagination. If even the blue-silver grass could not bind her, one could only speculate on her agility. Ma Hongjun estimated that with her physical advantages, she could unlock all the yoga poses he had witnessed in his previous life. Her serpentine physique prompted Ma Hongjun to consider that such a lithe body would be formidable in battle, displaying a myriad of techniques. The intense battle raged on. Ma Hongjun's first soul skill, tongue blade, unleashed a formidable assault, swiftly turning the tide in her favor. However, she appeared somewhat disheveled at this moment. Although the thorns of the blue-silver grass could not inflict poison or pierce her incredibly slick serpent body, her attire was not immune to the effects of battle. Her outfit was riddled with countless tears, and through the holes, glimpses of her skin could be seen. Whether it was Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, or Oscar, all eyes were fixated on Ma Hongjun, who was undeniably an exceptionally beautiful woman in full bloom. Her tattered garments imparted an ethereal allure. While Dai Mubai and Oscar maintained a degree of restraint, Ma Hongjun found himself overwhelmed by an uncontrollable surge of flames. "Xiao-san, this technique is remarkable," Ma Hongjun murmured. "The blue-silver grass martial spirit of Tang San is indeed quite remarkable. If he had exerted a bit more control earlier, Ma Hongjun might have conceded instantly." The blue-silver grass was rendered ineffective, and Tang San furrowed his brow as the tongue blade materialized before him, its sudden extension of 2 feet catching him off guard. There was no room left for evasion. Tang San shifted his body slightly, refusing to retreat. He summoned his strength, almost brushing against the tongue blade as he charged forward, simultaneously executing the control crane catch dragon technique, targeting the area just beneath the serpent's head on the staff. With a resounding thud, the serpent-headed staff tilted slightly upward, as Ma Hongjun's soul power, more forceful and profound, repelled Tang San. She pulled back the staff, her hands trembling slightly as it transformed into 8 shimmering images, each darting toward Tang San with overwhelming soul power, nearly engulfing all possible escape routes. At that moment, Tang San's eyes suddenly gleamed with a deep, electric purple light, his purple extreme magic eyes. The 8 shimmering images conjured by the serpent-headed staff could be perceived as both real and illusory, their existence sustained by the interplay of reality and illusion. In essence, it was a mirage produced by sheer speed. Yet, for Tang San, endowed with the purple extreme magic eyes, it was utterly ineffective. With a swift motion, Tang San extended his hands, grasping the very body of the serpent-headed staff. Just then, the tongue blade that erupted from the staff descended menacingly, aiming directly at Tang San's right hand gripping the staff. The sinister blade shimmered with a blue hue, and should it strike, it would surely sever Tang San's hand. Nearby, Xiao Wu gasped in alarm and was about to rush in, but Ma Hongjun restrained her, urging, "Stay calm, trust in Tang San." At that moment, Tang San's hands transformed, appearing as if crafted from exquisite jade. This was the Tang Sect's ultimate skill, the Xian Jade hand, rendering his palms as resilient as cold jade, impervious to toxins. Tang San seized the tongue blade, firmly grasping both the serpent-headed staff and the blade, establishing a stronghold on the tip of the staff. The two stood at either end of the staff, locked in a stalemate. Then, a radiant glow emanated from both of them, blue from Tang San and gray from Ma Hongjun, colliding upon the serpent spear. This was a contest of soul power, stripped of any technique, raw and unrefined, a test of endurance. As a supreme technique of a sect, the Xiantian skill possesses a power that far surpasses the rudimentary cultivation methods of this world. At this moment, Tang San's flexibility and inexhaustible soul power recovery speed are significantly superior to Ma Hongjun's. Consequently, as time progresses, Tang San gradually gains the upper hand. The competition of soul power is perilous. Should one side exhaust their energy, the repercussions would be devastating and irreparable. At the very least, they would suffer severe injuries, with most of their meridians severed. A single misstep could cost them their life. Flander and the others, along with Chao Tianxiang, recognized this. And as Meng Yiran began to falter, Chao Tianxiang sighed and turned to Flander, saying, "Let us concede. Shall we strike together?" Flander nodded in agreement. And the two positioned themselves behind Tang San and Meng Yiran, channeling their soul power into both of them. Ultimately, they released their hold, and the serpent spear shot forth. After releasing her grip, Meng Yiran immediately fainted, prompting Chao Tianxiang to quickly harness her soul power to aid in healing. Xiao Xian received Tang San from Flander's hands, infusing him with a surge of soul power and administering several candy beans, which allowed Tang San to regain significant vitality as he settled into a meditative state. "Sister Chao, my candy beans can heal injuries. Please give them to your granddaughter." Xiao Xian's earlier creation of the candy beans had already demonstrated his soul sage prowess, astonishing Chao Tianxiang. "Thank you, esteemed soul sage." Chao Tianxiang accepted the candy beans and fed them to Meng Yiran, who, after consuming them, exhibited a healthier complexion. Truly remarkable for a food system soul sage, Chao Tianxiang marveled. This incident forged a benevolent bond, easing tensions between the two parties. "Oscar, go and hunt the beast for its soul ring." Oscar approached the coxcomb tail snake with a short blade in hand. The snake glared at him, but under the restraint of Xiang Chengxian and Dai Mubai, it could not resist, merely watching as Oscar plunged the blade into the flesh atop its head. A piercing scream signified the end of the coxcomb tail snake's life, and Xiang Chengxian and Dai Mubai finally released their hold. Dots of purple starlight emerged from the snake's body, coalescing above its lifeless form, and a moment later, a purple soul ring materialized. Oscar promptly sat beside the coxcomb tail snake, raised his hand to summon his large sausage, and drew the soul ring into his being, commencing the absorption of his third soul ring. Approximately 10 minutes later, Tang San awoke, and upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed within them. "I have broken through." Flander inquired, "What?" Tang San reiterated, "I have reached level 30. Chao Tianxiang, standing behind Meng Yiran, nearly lost her balance upon hearing this. At that moment, Meng Yiran had yet to awaken. Otherwise, one could only imagine her reaction. Another 10 minutes passed, and Meng Yiran emerged from her meditative state. "Everyone, until we meet again." As Ko Xiangxiang finished speaking, he hastily led Meng Yiran deeper into the forest, a realm teeming with monsters. Half an hour later, Oscar successfully completed his absorption. True to the nature of gentle soul beasts, the process was remarkably smooth and swift. Releasing a long breath, Oscar slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, the soft pink glow surrounding him underwent a transformation, evolving into a vibrant shade of pink, enveloping him in its luminous embrace. This was the hue of Oscar's soul power, a playful pink reminiscent of a young pup. 3 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet. In addition to the 2 original yellow rings, a brilliant purple ring emerged, signifying its inherent strength. Oscar had finally transcended the level of a great soul master, ascending into the realm of soul honor. "Congratulations, little Ao. You are the 4th among us to achieve soul honor. You're catching up to Xiao San." Upon acquiring his 3rd soul ring, Oscar experienced subtle changes. He appeared to have grown taller, radiating a renewed vigor. Most notably, his enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of the energy released by the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake when it intimidated the crowd. Dai Mubai's hearty laughter echoed in the air. "Little Ao, congratulations. Quickly, let us see what your 3rd soul ring skill is." Oscar, undeniably thrilled by the acquisition of his 3rd soul ring, found himself unable to share in the excitement upon hearing Dai Mubai mention the skill associated with it. With a hint of embarrassment, he replied, "Perhaps it's better to discuss it later." Ma Hongjun nonchalantly remarked, "Xiao Ao, what are you afraid of? Are you truly concerned about us mocking you? Surely your 3rd soul skill's incantation cannot be more ludicrous than the previous 2. The brothers have exerted considerable effort for you. Hasten to reveal the results." Oscar, with a resigned nod, acquiesced. "Very well, but you must promise not to laugh at my soul incantation." Everyone nodded in unison, though amusement was already evident on their faces. Oscar raised his right hand and finally uttered his 3rd soul incantation. "I possess a mushroom sausage." Uft. Ha. Goodness. Mushroom sausage is far too vivid. Did we not agree to refrain from laughter? Who could possibly contain themselves? The 4 young ladies blushed and turned their backs, while Flander was the first to stifle his laughter, calling for everyone to cease. Ma Hongjun could not help but retreat behind Ning Rongrong, chuckling at the vivid imagery of the mushroom. It was simply too amusing. Flinder inquired, Oscar, what is your third soul skill? Upon mentioning soul ring abilities, Oscar shed any shyness and instead became quite proud. With a haughty sniff, he glanced at the others and proclaimed loudly, mushroom sausage, third soul ring skill. Effect, flight. He emphasized the word flight as if expelling his frustrations, after which he flaunted his face with a sense of pride. Indeed, the mention of a flying soul skill astonished everyone. While Ma Hongjun and Flinder were relatively unfazed, given that they possessed flying martial spirits, the most surprised were Ning Rongrong and Xiao Xian. As fellow auxiliary soul masters, they understood just how remarkable the ability to assist in flight could be, especially considering that Oscar, a food-type soul master, had acquired this capability with his third soul skill. Typically, most auxiliary soul masters only gain flight abilities after their sixth soul skill. Xiao Xian pondered for a moment and asked, Little Oscar, how long can you maintain your flight? Oscar immediately dropped his proud facade, chuckling in a somewhat mischievous manner. He whispered, 1 minute. Daimubai, mimicking the tone Ma Hongjun had used over the past few years, exclaimed, What? 1 minute? What can one do in a minute? You can't even cross a wide river or a cliff in that time. It seems rather useless. This revelation somewhat tempered the group's astonishment. However, Xiao Xian continued. What about the speed? Oscar's pride returned, and his voice grew a bit louder. Hee, the speed is a different story. You all saw the speed of the coxcomb phoenix tail snake, right? I can maintain that speed for a whole minute. This made sense, with that in mind. His skill transformed from being trivial to extraordinary. How many can you produce at once? Oscar contemplated and replied. This mushroom sausage consumes significantly more soul power than the previous two types. Given my current condition, I can only produce a maximum of 10 at once before my soul power is depleted, and I would need to fully recover to produce more. Very well, Flinder remarked. As your soul power increases, this skill will undoubtedly enhance, potentially improving either the speed, the duration, or both. This skill is quite rare and valuable among auxiliary types. Flinder then called for everyone, stating, Night is falling. We should find a place to set up camp, as we may need to remain in the Stardow Forest for a few more days. With Tang San's breakthrough, alongside Hongjun and Chung Xian, we still need to hunt for 3 more soul rings. As night fell, everyone rested in their tents. Suddenly, Flinder's voice resonated from outside. Everyone exited their tents in haste. As Ma Hongjun was preparing to approach Ning Rongrong's tent, he was abruptly startled by a sound. Once everyone had exited the tent, the 5 elderly men, including Flinder, stood in vigilant readiness, as if facing a formidable adversary. Hongjun, Mobai, if anything arises, you two must lead them to safety, Flinder instructed. Just as his words faded, 2 towering trees began to part silently, revealing an enormous figure emerging from the shadows. Upon sighting this colossal creature, it felt as though every breath was held in unison. Only Xiao Wu regarded the approaching figure with a warm gaze. This being was akin to a mountain, its dark fur shimmering subtly under the dim light of the stars and moon. Though it was on all fours, its shoulders towered over 7 meters. If it were to stand upright, its height would likely exceed 15 meters. At first glance, it resembled a hybrid of an ape and a gorilla. Its entire form cloaked in darkness save for its eyes, which gleamed like lanterns with a crystalline yellow light. In the night, it was nearly imperceptible unless it moved. The sheer magnitude of its physique was astonishing, with muscles more formidable than granite, bulging like small hills across its body. Remarkably, this behemoth moved with an eerie silence, not even betraying the sound of its breath. The forest's sovereign, the Titan giant ape. None among those present were unfamiliar with this soul beast. Akin to the title Douluo among humans, in the realm of soul beasts, the Titan giant ape was a paragon of dominance. Its mere presence in any soul beast forest signified an unparalleled authority, as no soul beast dared cross it, for such an act would lead to certain death. Even a century-old Titan giant ape could contest with soul beasts of a millennium in age. Possessing unparalleled strength and speed, its offensive and defensive capabilities were nearly flawless. Most terrifying of all, it could execute skills akin to soul techniques. The true nature of the Titan giant ape's abilities remains a mystery, as those who witnessed them are long dead. Among soul beasts of the same age, their strengths are distinctly disparate, a matter inherent to their attributes. The Titan giant ape evidently stands as one of the few at the pinnacle of the soul beast hierarchy, instilling dread in nearly every soul master. Countless soul masters have coveted the Titan giant ape's immense power, hoping to slay it and claim it as their soul ring. Yet, all who harbored such aspirations and endeavored to bring them to fruition have vanished from this world. Among the known soul masters, it seems only one has ever successfully hunted a Titan giant ape, and that individual remains singular in this achievement. Not only is the Titan giant ape formidable in strength, but it also possesses an intelligence comparable to that of humans. Within the forest, it reigns as the undisputed monarch. Ma Hongjun was profoundly struck by the imposing figure of the Titan giant ape, recognizing it as Ming, a soul beast characterized by its honest and simple nature. In the original narrative, its fate was tragic, ultimately sacrificed to Tang San, becoming the first soul ring for the Haotian hammer. Aside from Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun, and perhaps Tang San, the others were utterly awed by the Titan giant ape. Though it exhibited no malice, the tension was palpable. Its regal gaze swept over the group, finally resting on Xiao Wu. However, its enormous eyes, coupled with the dim starlight, rendered it nearly imperceptible to them. Flinder was acutely aware that the Titan giant ape of the Stardow Forest was a soul beast of 100,000 years, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary title Douluo, let alone their group. Could it be that today, the entirety of Shrek Academy was destined for demise? Flinder lamented inwardly, never anticipating an encounter with the Titan giant ape so close to the forest's edge. The entire Shrek Academy had ventured forth, only to find themselves at the precipice of danger, a veritable pot being overturned. Respected king of the forest, we harbor no intention of offense. If this is your territory, we shall withdraw immediately. Flinder spoke with utmost respect, hoping to persuade this wise creature. Engaging in combat would yield no harm to the Titan giant ape from their collective efforts. The Titan giant ape, however, ignored him, its attention fixated on Xiao Wu, who, in turn, was looking towards Tang San. Suddenly, the Titan giant ape thumped its chest and let out a thunderous roar. The force of its breath conjured a tempest, causing the others to struggle for stability. Flinder and the others had summoned their martial souls, bracing themselves for what was to come. Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun cast a worried glance at Xiao Wu, speaking in hushed tones. Unperturbed, Xiao Wu leaned closer to Tang San and whispered, "Brother, remember my words." After speaking, she gently pressed her lips against Tang San's. Then, to the astonishment of those around them, she approached the Titan great ape. "Ming, let us return home." Tang San stood frozen in place, his gaze toward Xiao Wu filled with resolve. He did not attempt to intervene. From Tang San's expression, Ma Hongjun understood that Xiao Wu must have revealed her true identity to him. The Titan great ape calmed, gazing at Xiao Wu with a warmth akin to that of a child the size of a mountain. "Dean, teachers, classmates, I am returning home now. Please take care of Tang San for me in the future." Xiao Wu addressed the crowd. "Brother, you must remember me. I will be here waiting for you." At last, she leapt onto the shoulder of the Titan great ape. "Ming, let us depart." The Titan great ape turned and strode into the depths of the forest. As the figures of the Titan great ape and Xiao Wu faded from view, the others slowly emerged from the imposing presence of the Titan great ape. "Xiao Wu," Tang San murmured softly. Ma Hongjun had not anticipated that Xiao Wu would bid farewell to everyone in such an abrupt manner. By uttering those words, her identity as a spirit beast would inevitably be unveiled before all. Unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, however, in the days leading up to this moment, Xiao Wu had already confided her true nature to Tang San. When she revealed her identity, Tang San exhibited no astonishment, as if he had foreseen it all along. Possessing the purple extreme magic eyes, he must have discerned some clues about Xiao Wu during their 6 years of companionship. What troubled Tang San the most was the impending separation from Xiao Wu. Regardless of what she truly was, he had come to regard her as a sister, or perhaps his sole companion, a family member apart from his father and teacher. She was, undoubtedly, the closest person to him. He had vowed to protect Xiao Wu, yet now, the inability to safeguard her forced him into a painful separation, intensifying his resolve to rapidly cultivate to the rank of title Douluo. Xiao Wu had already confessed to Tang San about the arrival of the sword Douluo, revealing that she could not bear to deceive him, nor could she risk endangering herself while remaining by his side. She understood that if peril were to befall her, Tang San would surely sacrifice himself for her sake. Presently, her unrestrained admission of her identity was motivated by her love for Tang San. In truth, her greatest concern regarding her identity as a spirit beast was Tang San, her beloved. She feared that, upon the revelation of her true nature, he might disdain her for being a spirit beast. The thought of losing Tang San's love terrified her. Now that she had laid everything bare, Tang San remained the brother who cherished her deeply, indifferent to her identity. The opinions of others, in contrast, held little significance. In the realm of humanity, she had only Tang San. Ma Hongjun was uncertain of the consequences. Yet in comparison to the tragic fate that befell Xiao Wu in the original narrative, he would much rather endure a brief separation than endure such torment. The primary reason for his apprehension stemmed from the unpredictable variables introduced by his own time traveling, a phenomenon that could lead to even greater uncertainties in the future. The storyline could not possibly unfold in the same manner as before. The arrival of the Sword Douluo marked a significant deviation. Had the Sword Douluo truly been a ruthless individual, Xiao Wu would likely have already met her demise at his hands, with her soul bone seized. Thus, it was unwise to place one's hopes entirely upon the whims of chance or the benevolence of others. Tang San seemed to grasp this reality as well, understanding that continuing down this path would place Xiao Wu in an unknown peril, which is why he refrained from interference, enduring a fleeting separation from her. That night was destined to be one of poignant melancholy. In Chapter 101, Disappointments in Love, Triumphs in Career, Tang San lacked the inclination to elaborate, allowing Ma Hongjun to summarize the encounter with the Sword Douluo and the nature of Xiao Wu's soul beast. The group fell into contemplation, none addressing the issue of Xiao Wu's 10,000-year soul ring. In their interactions with her, she had always been a lively and endearing girl. The notion of her being linked to a soul beast or suffering harm was unfathomable. The tent they had painstakingly erected was obliterated by a single roar from the Titan Great Ape. After tidying up the campsite, the group prepared to travel through the night. Delving deeper into the forest, following the path traversed by the Titan Great Ape, they felt assured of safety. For wherever such a formidable soul beast had recently passed would surely be the most secure route. As for the Titan Great Ape, it resided in the heart of the Star Doe Forest, undoubtedly leading Xiao Wu towards its central region. Furthermore, there was no fear of it turning back, as its intentions would remain benign with Xiao Wu in its company. However, after advancing a short distance, a rustling sound suddenly emerged ahead. In an instant, a colossal black spider appeared before them, its body exceeding 1.5 meters in diameter, with 8 spear-like legs stretching over 3 meters. Its jet-black exoskeleton gleamed ominously, while its slender legs silently pierced the ground with each step, indicating their sharpness. Adorning its underbelly were white patterns that starkly contrasted with its ebony form, forming the visage of a menacing human face. 8 small eyes, shimmering with a faint purple glow, were affixed to its underbelly, though 2 of them appeared to be mangled. A gruesome sight. Even the exoskeleton beneath its abdomen bore several cracks. The giant spider was clearly taken aback, having never anticipated encountering a group of humans obstructing its path. Yet, while the spider was bewildered, Tang San found himself pleasantly surprised. Indeed, while he faced heartbreak and love, fortune smiled upon him in his endeavors. Just as he had lost Xiao Wu, an opportunity for his third soul ring had unexpectedly presented itself, and it was wounded to boot. From the appearance of this formidable spider, one can ascertain its identity. This is a renowned soul beast, known by many epithets, the nightmare of smaller soul beasts. A being that devours life, an object of disdain for all soul beasts, a terrifying and malevolent slayer. These titles aptly describe the elongated arachnid before us, known as the human-faced demon spider. It is one of the target soul beasts selected by Tang San for his third soul ring, and judging by its size and appearance, it is undoubtedly over a millennium old. Among soul beasts, the human-faced demon spider is considered a fearsome entity. While it may not rival the Titan giant ape in sheer might, this creature instills dread even among other soul beasts. It possesses a robust exoskeleton, astonishing speed, and 8 long legs endowed with formidable penetrating power and venom. Most terrifying of all is its web. Unlike ordinary spiders that spin silk, its web is expunged directly, exhibiting extreme stickiness and remarkable resilience, laced with a horrifying neurotoxin. The web spat out by the human-faced demon spider is not only instantaneous, but can envelop an area 10 times its own size, rendering evasion nearly impossible. Even a powerful soul master ensnared by it would require considerable time to extricate themselves. As the onlookers observed the human-faced demon spider, it suddenly pivoted and darted to the left. "Stop it! I need its soul ring." As he spoke, Tang San had already activated the blue-silver grass to pursue, while Ma Hongjun responded with impressive swiftness, summoning his dragon soul gun faster than the others. Control the spear. With the enhancement of his soul power, Ma Hongjun's range of control had expanded, and as he sprinted towards the human-faced demon spider, his dragon soul gun had already soared ahead of it. Zhao Wujia also completed the manifestation of his martial spirit, his fourth soul ring illuminating. Gravitational compression. The speed of the human-faced demon spider was instantly suppressed. The dragon soul lance wielded by Ma Hongjun had already pierced the air before the terrifying face of the human-faced demon spider. However, the creature's reflexes were remarkably swift. Its 8 spider legs, akin to iron spears, intercepted the lance with precision. The clashing of the lance against the spider's limbs resonated with a series of metallic sounds. Although the dragon soul lance struck against the formidable exoskeleton, the hardness of its frontal armor proved to be impenetrable. Moreover, the force exerted by the lance during its thrust was insufficient to breach such a resilient barrier. At that moment, Ma Hongjun had maneuvered to the rear of the human-faced demon spider, while Tang San's blue-silver grass ensnared the creature with tenacity. Ma Hongjun summoned the dragon soul gun back to his hand, transforming its tip into a hammer. With a mighty strike, he brought it crashing down upon the back of the faceless demon spider. There was no need for further assistance. The creature was already subdued by the efforts of the three. The faceless demon spider could expel its webbing 3 times in a single day. Typically, upon spotting its prey, its first instinct would be to unleash its web. However, it had just opted to attack with its long legs, coupled with the injuries it sustained beneath its abdomen. The only plausible explanation was that it had exhausted its capacity to spit webbing for the day. Confronted with a wounded, faceless demon spider, despite its millennium of cultivation, the trio found it remarkably easy to prevail. The others had also completed their martial spirit summons, poised to strike, yet they refrained from unleashing their skills, wary of inadvertently delivering a fatal blow to the creature. The formidable defense of the spider's frontal carapace made it exceedingly challenging to inflict meaningful damage. Ma Hongjun shifted his stance, thrusting the dragon soul lance into the ground and forcefully lifting it against the abdomen of the faceless spider. "Xiao San, flip it over," he urged. Understanding immediately, Tang San commanded the blue-silver grass entwined around the faceless spider to assist, and together with Ma Hongjun's lance, they succeeded in overturning the creature. "Step back, Hongjun." At some point, a black box had appeared in Tang San's hand. The sound of mechanisms clicking echoed as a series of dark shadows swiftly emerged from his right hand, 16 in total. A piercing scream filled the night air, sharp and haunting. As the shadows penetrated the faceless spider's abdomen, its body stiffened momentarily before it began to convulse violently on the ground. The shadows entered through the creature's 8 eyes, targeting its brain, and a blue liquid began to seep from the wound, corrosively eroding the plants beneath it. Tang San had warned Ma Hongjun to move away, fearing the creature's venom might splatter onto him before it perished. After a brief struggle, the faceless spider lay still, lifeless. Soon after, a purple soul ring materialized. "Xiao San, since your martial spirit is blue-silver grass, a plant type, can you absorb beast-type soul rings?" Ning Rongrong inquired. "Indeed, my first soul ring was absorbed from the mandala snake," Tang San replied, promptly explaining the master's theories. He was the first to successfully put them into practice. "What kind of concealed weapon was that you just used?" "It was remarkable," Dai Mubai asked with curiosity. "The Zhuge divine crossbow," Flender interjected, directing Tang San. "First, absorb the soul ring." At that moment, a familiar female voice rang out. "My faceless spider. You. Chapter 102 saw Ma Hongjun caught off guard. Upon hearing the voice, the Shrek group exchanged bittersweet smiles, pondering the coincidence. The voice belonged to Meng Iran, who had just parted ways with them the previous afternoon. Dressed in a fitted dark green outfit, she exuded a striking aura. Upon witnessing the lifeless, faceless spider, her eyes brimmed with tears, feeling as though fate was conspiring against her once more. The first loss could be deemed an accident. This one, however, was a bitter blow, denying her any chance to compete. It was crucial to understand that the faceless spider was an exceptionally rare and powerful soul beast, and acquiring its soul ring was an invaluable opportunity. Her serpent staff martial spirit possessed innate toxicity, making the faceless spider, a creature with formidable venom, ideal for her. Meanwhile, the Shrek group assessed the 3 individuals before them, particularly scrutinizing the elderly man, as they had already encountered both Chao Tianxiang and Meng Iran. Beside them stood a tall, slender elderly man, appearing to be at least in his 70s. Like Kao Xiangxiang, his head was crowned with silver hair, and his face bore the marks of time with numerous wrinkles. In his hand, He grasped a dragon-headed cane, longer than Haotian's serpent staff, gleaming with a bright silver hue. The dragon head at the top of the cane was remarkably lifelike and dazzlingly ornate. Most striking were the 8 soul rings that rhythmically undulated around him, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black. Although the quality of his soul rings was somewhat inferior to those of Flinder and Zhao Waoqi, as he possessed one less millennium configuration, the presence of 8 soul rings clearly indicated that he was a soul Douluo of over level 80. There was no need to ask. Everyone understood who he was. Undoubtedly the husband of the serpent matriarch Haotian and the grandfather of Meng Iran, Longgong, Meng Shu. Grandfather, you must stand up for me. Meng Iran, still merely a 16-year-old girl, could hardly contain her fury as she witnessed the powerful soul ring slipping away yet again. This time destroyed by the very same group. Was it you who killed the faceless spider? Longgong's voice was frigid, exuding a formidable pressure that bore down upon the Shrek crowd. Flinder stepped forward, unfurling his wings from his back and releasing his own soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. He braced against the pressure emanating from Longgong, stating, "It is an honor to meet you, Senior Longgong. We did not intend for this to happen. It was merely a coincidence." A coincidence? Longgong's tone was laden with skepticism, and he intensified the pressure, compelling the entirety of Shrek to summon their martial souls in defense. The might of a soul Douluo was indeed formidable. Even Ma Hongjun felt as though a mountain were descending upon him. However, as the soul rings of Shrek illuminated, both Long and the serpent matriarch widened their eyes in astonishment. There were 3 soul saints, 2 soul emperors, and 4 soul masters. Their astonishment did not stem from the 5 elders, but rather from the 7 younger individuals, none of whom were weaker than their granddaughter. The optimal configuration of their soul rings was remarkable, with one particularly extraordinary setup. In a true battle, even with their martial soul fusion techniques, they would not gain a substantial advantage, likely resulting in mutual destruction. The martial soul fusion technique of the dragon and serpent couple was designed for single target damage. Even if activated, it could only target one opponent, leaving the remaining ones to contend with Longgong. While the serpent matriarch and Meng Iran might prove challenging for Longgong to protect, he would still be hard-pressed. Senior, what has transpired cannot be undone. Regardless of the circumstances, the faceless spider has been vanquished by us, and Tang San requires this soul ring for his advancement, so it is not in vain. As for your granddaughter, we can only express our sincerest apologies. We did not intend to oppose you. It was truly a matter of coincidence. Confronted by the dragon sovereign, Flinder felt the weight of pressure. Should a conflict arise, it was certain that they would suffer significant losses. Noticing the dragon sovereign's unfavorable expression, Flinder continued, "Just moments ago, one of our students was abducted by the forest king, the Titan giant ape. We hastened here only to encounter the faceless demon spider blocking our path, which we subsequently vanquished. I wish to convey, esteemed elder, that this is not the time for discord. You are undoubtedly aware of the Titan giant ape. If we engage in battle here, it would result in mutual devastation. Although we are on the periphery of the Stardow forest, the Titan giant ape has made an appearance tonight. Do you truly believe this vicinity remains safe? Furthermore, there are numerous spirit beasts within the Stardow forest. We are willing to assist in the search for your granddaughter as a form of compensation for these unfortunate incidents. Our current objective does not require spirit beasts under 3,000 years. Thus, there is no conflict between us." The dragon sovereign furrowed his brow slightly before widening his eyes, gazing towards the Shrek contingent. "What do you mean, Flinder? Are you suggesting that there are still individuals among you seeking to advance?" "Indeed, esteemed elder," Flinder affirmed. The dragon sovereign scrutinized the group of youths, seemingly incredulous that anyone among them could still aspire to advancement, then glanced at the 5 elderly men accompanying him. "Who among you requires spirit beasts over 3,000 years for this advancement?" Flinder turned to look at Ma Hongjun and Xiang Chengxian. The 2 stepped forward and bowed, proclaiming, "We pay our respects, esteemed elder." Their presence only deepened the astonishment of the 3 members of the Dragon Snake clan. They had initially assumed that Xiang Chengxian, who appeared to be of a similar age to Meng Iran, had merely just broken through to Spirit Master. They were taken aback to learn he was here to procure a 4th spirit ring, significantly surpassing their granddaughter by 10 levels. As for Ma Hongjun, who was even younger, the realization struck them as extraordinary. At such a tender age, he was already on the cusp of becoming a spirit sect, and with his first 3 spirit rings being of the yellow-purple configuration, It raised the tantalizing possibility that his next spirit ring could very well be a 10,000-year spirit ring. The dragon sovereign and the snake matron dared not contemplate further. Moreover, there were others even younger, albeit at 2 rings, all possessing optimal configurations and significantly younger than Meng Yuran. This indicated that this group of youths surpassed their granddaughter in both strength and potential. Such a revelation was astonishing. When did genius become so commonplace? This Shrek Academy was truly a bastion of prodigies. Observing this promising assembly of juniors, the dragon sovereign was engulfed by a sense of futility. Very well, since you have slain the faceless demon spider, you may absorb its spirit ring. This concession was unavoidable for the dragon sovereign. With the faceless demon spider now dead, his granddaughter could not absorb it either, and given the circumstances, it would be irrational to insist on a confrontation merely for the sake of pride. With the titan giant ape's appearance and the formidable presence of the opposing party, any aggression would be detrimental to his interests. No, grandfather, they have seized my spirit rings twice. Are we to simply let this pass? Meng Yuran remained obstinate, her capricious temperament allowing her to even retort against her grandfather's words, indicative of the indulgence she had received. Silly granddaughter, what more do you desire? The human-faced demon spider has already been slain. Had it survived, your grandfather would have intervened on your behalf. Moreover, their actions were not intentional. These were mere coincidences. Meng Yuran defiantly gazed at her grandfather and declared, "No, this cannot simply be dismissed. What I cannot possess, he shall not have either. Since you are unwilling to advocate for me, I shall take matters into my own hands. Tang-san, if you are a man, let us compete once more." In truth, Meng Yuran felt a sense of grievance. Her long-standing pride had been thoroughly shattered by the Shrek Academy. Tang-san, despite being a level beneath her, had bested her, and she could not accept this humiliation. She yearned for another contest, not one of soul power, but of other skills, in essence. She sought victory to prove that she possessed at least one quality superior to Tang-san. Tang-san furrowed his brow, his mood evidently soured. "You wish to compete again? Have you forgotten that you just became my defeated opponent?" Meng Yuran retorted, "We shall not compare soul power. We will compete in other respects." She glared at Tang-san with determination, continuing, "If you lose, you shall not absorb the soul ring of this human-faced demon spider. If you win, it shall naturally belong to you." Tang-san, possessing a gentle disposition and perhaps not wishing to dwell on the matter further, replied, "Very well, what shall we compete in?" Ma Hongjun must speak a few words for his brother. Alas, wait a moment, this is unfair. As soon as Ma Hongjun spoke, Meng Yuran could no longer contain herself and nearly shouted, "You must not interrupt." With her grandfather present, she felt emboldened. Ma Hongjun. The air fell abruptly into silence. As everyone stared in astonishment at Meng Yuran, even Long Gong and Sheepa gazed at their granddaughter in bewilderment. Ma Hongjun was utterly speechless. This woman seemed to have developed an obsession specifically aimed at him. Fine, I shall refrain from intervening. Come, Mubai, you take the lead." Ma Hongjun spread his hands wide and retreated to stand beside Dai Mubai, pulling him out of the crowd. Then, he whispered softly in his ear, "Let her lose and kiss." Dai Mubai rolled his eyes, reluctantly stepping forward to declare, "Since this is a wager, both sides must stake something. The soul-eating spider is already in Xiao San's possession. If he wins, you cannot obstruct his acquisition of that soul ring. However, if you lose, shouldn't you also contribute something?" Dai Mubai paused to contemplate. Just moments ago, Meng Yuran had targeted Tang San, yet the banter had been exchanged with Ma Hongjun. He found himself in a quandary as to whom he should kiss. Impatiently, Meng Yuran urged, "Just say it already." Casting a glance at the gleeful and mischievous Ma Hongjun by his side, Dai Mubai resolutely stated, "Then you shall kiss Ma Hongjun." Ma Hongjun. Chapter 103 Tang San. I have already made my move. The smile on Ma Hongjun's face abruptly faded, as he had never anticipated Dai Mubai's unexpected move. His fiancée, in comparison to Tang San, why would she choose to kiss me? Of course, this was not an entirely negative occurrence. Ma Hongjun was certainly not the type to be unable to accept such things. However, Dai Mubai, who was supposed to be his fiancée, was not adhering to the script. What kind of reasoning is it to allow someone to kiss me? Truly, this person is remarkably brotherly. I merely wished to interject, yet you have allowed her to silence me. The others gazed at Dai Mubai in astonishment, perplexed by the unfolding situation. Even Tang San looked over, his expression one of confusion towards Dai Mubai, questioning his brotherly loyalty. Meng Yuran glared at Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, her cheeks flushing crimson, breath hitching as her emotions surged. Yet, What shocked everyone further was that Long Gong Meng Shu actually acquiesced on Meng Iran's behalf. Very well, let it be decided thus. Youth must possess a touch of passion. As he spoke, a smile graced the face of the Dragon Lord. Flinder and his companions also smiled, for being seasoned veterans. They could easily discern the intentions of the dragon and snake couple. Ma Hongjun possesses striking good looks and is a prodigious youth, far surpassing his peers in strength and showcasing excellence in every aspect. They must also have plans to prepare for the future. As Meng Iran's family is nearing the time to seek a suitable partner, and Ma Hongjun has undoubtedly captured the hearts of both. Setting aside other considerations, who would not desire to recruit such talent as a son-in-law? Meng Iran was somewhat taken aback by her grandfather's decision, yet she refrained from voicing any objections, for she held unwavering confidence in the combat strategy she was about to propose. The arena was cleared, and Tang San and Meng Iran stood in the center, ready for the contest to commence. Xiao San, give it your all, Ma Hongjun shouted loudly. The crowd. Meng Iran cast a fierce glare at Ma Hongjun before lifting her right hand. On her fair wrist, a ring of mutton fat jade shimmered with a subtle glow. In a flash, a long cloth pouch appeared in her grasp. Evidently, her ring was also a soul guide device. The pouch measured approximately 2 feet in length and half a foot in width. As Meng Iran spread her hands apart, the cloth split into 2 halves. When she turned the cloth around, everyone could clearly see that it was adorned with numerous short blades of varying sizes and identical styles. The short blades lacked handguards, resembling flying daggers. However, the flying daggers in Meng Iran's possession appeared somewhat rudimentary, featuring only 2 blood grooves without any notable embellishments. The handle measured about 3 inches, while the blade was 5 inches long. The material was commendable, glimmering with a faint luster. I possess 36 broken soul daggers, divided evenly between us, 18 each. In a moment, I shall have my grandfather shake a large tree 20 meters away, causing leaves to fall. We will simultaneously launch our broken soul daggers, and the one who pierces the most leaves shall be deemed victorious. However, regardless of how many leaves are struck, the broken soul daggers must remain embedded in the trunk. Those that do not strike the trunk will not be counted in the final tally. Meng Iran confidently articulated her challenge, only to find the members of Shrek displaying the same expressions they had when she previously selected Ma Hongjun for a duel. As the Shrek team stood in astonishment, they could only silently pray that she wouldn't cry. It seemed truly unfortunate for this girl to encounter Shrek. Among the 5 elders, for war relaxed smiles, while Zhao Wuji stared at Meng Iran with a look of sympathy, having personally experienced Tang San's hidden weapons. Ma Hongjun could not help but burst into laughter, instantly drawing the attention of those around him. Dai Mubai and the others exchanged awkward glances with him before distancing themselves. This person is utterly incorrigible. Ning Rongrong stamped her foot and dashed over to Ma Hongjun, delivering a playful punch to his chest. Stop laughing. Tang San, who had been burdened by heavy thoughts, felt his spirits lift at Meng Iran's unconventional challenge, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Shaking his head, Tang San never anticipated that there would be someone in this world adept at concealed weapons, fostering a sense of camaraderie with a fellow practitioner. Miss Meng, I must say you possess remarkable insight, Tang San remarked as he retrieved the broken soul blade from Meng Iran's satchel. Though somewhat puzzled, Meng Iran remained unconvinced and instructed Long Gong to prepare for action. The hilt of the broken soul blade in Meng Iran's hand was entwined with a red silk ribbon, while Tang San's was adorned with a blue one, leaving no room for confusion. Long Gong and Shi Po were perplexed, unable to comprehend why the members of Shrek Academy appeared so assured of victory. Since childhood, Meng Iran had harbored a fondness for various weapons, particularly short-range ones. The 36 broken soul blades were crafted specifically for her by Long Gong Meng Shu after meticulous consideration. Meng Iran held a deep affection for these flying daggers, practicing with them regularly. Within a 30-meter range, she could achieve a perfect hit rate, and she could unleash up to 18 blades simultaneously in a short span, perfectly aligning with her proposed challenge. Grandfather, let us begin. Meng Iran nodded to her grandfather. Long Gong made his move without shifting his position, effortlessly tossing his long dragon-headed cane. A resounding dragon's roar emanated from the cane's tip as it soared like a silver dragon towards a tree 20 meters away. With a dull thud, Long Gong's strength was perfectly calibrated, generating a tremor without damaging the tree itself, causing the leaves to rain down. Meng Iran called out sharply, her hands moving in unison as a flurry of cold light shot forth from her satchel. Her movements were fluid as she hurled all 18 broken soul blades at once. While Meng Yiran focused intently on her throwing technique, Long Gong's gaze shifted to Tang San after the dragon-headed cane was released. The cane served as a weapon spirit. Once thrown, it could be summoned back using soul power without the need for meticulous control. He was curious to see what capabilities this young man, Tang San, possessed that inspired such confidence in his companions. Under Long Gong's watchful eye, Tang San executed an action that left the formidable couple, Long Gong and Shi Pu, utterly baffled. As the dragon-headed cane was launched, he turned his back to the target tree, not facing it at all. The moment Meng Yiran made her move, Tang San's hand gripping the satchel also stirred. In an instant, the cloth pouch unfurled in his right hand, followed closely by a vigorous shake. 18 gleaming blades shot forth almost simultaneously from their original positions. Meng Yiran's soul-breaking blade was naturally launched from the front. But Long Gong observed with clarity that Tang San's blades were curiously thrown in arcs. To throw a flying knife in such a manner requires considerable skill. Yet Tang San did not even use his hands to control them directly. He merely swung the pouch, resulting in all the soul-breaking blades achieving this remarkable effect. Even Long Gong, a seasoned soul Douluo, could not help but be astonished, attentively watching the trajectory of Tang San's blades. The air was filled with the sharp sounds of blades piercing the tree trunk, the leaves fluttering down as the contest reached its conclusion. Meng Yiran turned to Tang San, only to find him turning back as well, and she exclaimed in a mix of surprise and anger, "You didn't make a move?" Tang San shook the empty pouch in his hand and smiled, "I have already made my move." Chapter 104. Tang San, I am no longer untainted. Just as Meng Yiran was momentarily taken aback, the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent, had arrived at her side. Long Gong sighed, remarking, "Astonishing skill, truly astonishing. Yiran, you have lost." Meng Yiran looked at her grandfather in confusion, but Long Gong merely shook his head and said, "There is no need to check the results. You have lost." "No, I refuse to believe it," until she witnessed it with her own eyes. Meng Yiran could not accept that she had been bested by the younger Tang San, especially in her area of expertise, throwing weapons. Ignoring the protests of Long Gong and the serpent, she dashed towards the great tree, unwilling to concede defeat. Long Gong sighed softly, murmuring to himself, "This will likely be a significant blow to Yiran. However, it is not without merit for her to understand that there are always those more skilled than oneself." Upon reaching the tree, Meng Yiran's gaze fell first upon the flying knives she had thrown. All 18 were embedded in the trunk, neatly within a small area. Each blade adorned with at least one leaf, and some even bore 3. They were stronger than her usual performance. Yet, as her eyes moved upward to the soul-breaking blades tied with blue ribbons, she became utterly transfixed. The 18 blue ribbon blades were arranged in perfect order on the trunk, divided into 3 rows of 6, forming the character for 3. Each blade was topped with a neat stack of leaves, and even the depth of their penetration into the tree was identical. The contrast with Meng Yiran's haphazardly placed blades was stark and undeniable. Long Gong's voice reached her ears. "Child, concede defeat. Tang San's technique is something even I cannot claim to achieve." All blades struck simultaneously and embedded themselves in the tree with a single sound, each adorned with 10 leaves. Furthermore, he launched them while facing away from the tree, without even looking. Such a skill can only be described as extraordinary. Meng Yiran slowly turned around to face her grandfather, her gaze no longer vacant, yet she appeared as if her spirit had been lost. She abandoned even her cherished soul blade and took hesitant steps towards her grandparents. As Long Gong had remarked, being defeated in her area of expertise struck Meng Yiran with an overwhelming blow. Within less than a day, she had succumbed twice to the members of Shrek Academy in a manner akin to being obliterated, each time leaving her utterly battered. The members of Shrek remained silent. Recognizing that she was already grappling with her defeat, speaking at such a moment would be inappropriate, and no words would suffice. Ma Hongjun was silenced by Ning Rongrong, preventing him from interjecting. Tang San, unable to bear the sight of such a playful girl feeling dejected, strode confidently to the tree, sweeping his palm at his waist to release a steel needle that deftly dislodged all the broken soul blades from the tree. The needles followed their trajectory back to his hand, and he collected each broken soul blade, wrapping them in a cloth pouch. Having completed this task, he hastened to Meng Yiran's side. "Miss Meng, your broken soul blades." Meng Yiran glanced up at him, her radiant countenance appearing somewhat pale at that moment. "Have you come to mock me?" Tang San shook his head, saying, "No, you need not be disheartened. I have practiced with concealed weapons since I was 3 years old. Although I am not yet 13, I have trained rigorously for 9 years. The use of concealed weapons I demonstrated earlier was my utmost effort. It is the most intricate technique I currently possess. Concealed weapons? Ma Hongjun was subtly intrigued by this novel term. Tang Sen extended the broken soul blades into her hands, explaining, "These are weapons that exert their effects in secrecy. I call them concealed weapons. They should not be used for competition, but are treasures that can secure victory through surprise." When Ma Hongjun proposed a contest of concealed weapons, Tang Sen felt both amused and a sense of kinship. Given the significant setback she experienced today at Shrek Academy, he felt compelled to offer her some encouragement. He hoped she would not abandon her training with concealed weapons due to this disappointment. Ma Hongjun blinked her large eyes, asking, "Then why could your concealed weapons achieve such a level of precision?" Tang Sen replied, "Training with concealed weapons requires a specific methodology. In truth, this flying dagger may not be suitable for you. Its size is somewhat large, and its weight is rather excessive. I believe it would be more effective if you were to transition to flying needles, like this." As he spoke, Tang Sen raised his hand, gliding it over a jade stone on the 24 bridges under the moonlight, revealing a 5-inch penetrating needle that appeared in his palm. He handed the penetrating needle to Ma Hongjun, stating, "I call this the penetrating needle. It measures 5 inches, tapering from thin to thick, weighing less than 1/5 of your flying dagger, yet it can still be shot over considerable distances with formidable penetrating power. Its smaller size makes it easier to carry." Though it was a mere coincidence, they had indeed twice disrupted her chances of obtaining a soul beast. "If you are willing, I possess a method for training with concealed weapons that I could share with you. You might find it more beneficial than merely honing your accuracy." Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback. "You wish to teach me?" Tang Sen responded, "The art of concealed weapons is vast and profound. Are you willing to learn?" Ma Hongjun instinctively nodded. Tang Sen smiled gently, saying, "I did not rely on sight to aim, yet still managed to hit my target. This is a foundational skill in using concealed weapons known as listening for sound to identify location. It allows one to discern the position of a target through auditory cues. In situations where lighting is inadequate or angles are unfavorable, the eyes may struggle to perceive the precise location of a target. Thus, hearing assumes an exceedingly vital role. By honing the skill of discerning sound and direction, one can ensure that their concealed weapons are devoid of blind spots upon release, enhancing their stealth." Tang Sen began to impart some fundamental techniques of concealed weaponry to Ma Hongjun. As he spoke, her gaze towards him gradually transformed, shifting from one of haughty indignation to one of admiration and gentleness, even bordering on infatuation. It bore a resemblance to Ning Rongrong's demeanor after she had set aside her pride in the presence of Ma Hongjun. This exemplifies how two individuals sharing a common interest can effortlessly forge a connection, rapidly intensifying their rapport. The intricacies of concealed weaponry are vast and profound, and it cannot be fully elucidated in a brief period. Should you find yourself intrigued, you may seek me out at Shrek Academy for further discourse. After approximately 10 minutes, Tang Sen paused, aware that he needed to absorb the spirit ring. Any further delay would result in the dissipation of the spirit ring from the humanoid demon spider. "Yes, you should swiftly absorb the spirit ring," Ma Hongjun urged softly, leaving the others utterly astonished. "Alas, there remains an unfulfilled wager." Oscar's voice punctuated the moment inopportunely. Ma Hongjun truly wished to silence the incessant chatter of the little puppy, oblivious to the chemistry blossoming between the other party and the third wheel. Ma Hongjun turned to glance at Ma Hongjun, her expression shifting dramatically. Although Ma Hongjun appeared somewhat more accomplished, she harbored no fondness for him whatsoever, and even felt a slight twinge of fear. During their initial encounter, Ma Hongjun's ruthless demeanor had dealt a heavy blow to her fragile heart. Furthermore, she had an aversion to those who interjected. On the contrary, Tang Sen's gentle, meticulous, and considerate nature resonated with her preferences. Therefore, when it came to any affection towards Ma Hongjun, she was resolutely dismissive. Ma Hongjun certainly did not wish to be kissed by her in this moment. Ma Hongjun had developed so alluringly. Should she bestow upon him a kiss, it would undoubtedly awaken his insatiable desires. It is important to note that Ma Hongjun found himself utterly unable to restrain his overwhelming urges. Although the Stardow Forest served as a battleground for hunting soul beasts, it was fraught with peril, and one could easily be startled by a sudden appearance of a soul beast. Furthermore, Tang Sen was currently engulfed in sorrow due to his separation from Xiao Wu. Perhaps a kiss would alleviate his heartache. Earlier, Mubai had been somewhat muddled and misspoke, suggesting that the competition was against him rather than Tang San. Tang San wagered his soul ring, while I had staked nothing. Thus, I could not take advantage of the situation. Therefore, it would be more appropriate for you to kiss Tang San instead. Ma Hongjun swiftly intervened to ease the tension between the two parties. Upon hearing his words, Meng Iran's expression softened. His timely interjection brought her some comfort. Standing before Tang San, who was of similar height, she found herself perfectly positioned to lean in for a kiss. With her hands gently cradling his face, she pressed her lips to his in a fleeting moment, like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Before anyone could react, the kiss was over, executed with remarkable speed. Tang San's cheeks flushed crimson, leaving him momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by the sense of uncleanliness that washed over him. Chapter 105. Meng Iran. He is still a younger brother. Long Gong and his companions chose not to depart, but instead opted to stay. As Flandra had mentioned earlier, they were willing to assist Meng Iran in finding a suitable soul beast. Long Gong, whether genuinely sincere or not, decided to team up with the Shrek Academy members. You have already stolen 2 of our Iran soul beasts. It seems these creatures, after escaping from us, inevitably run towards you, seeking their demise. This time, we shall join forces, and I refuse to believe we cannot help Iran acquire her soul ring, Long Gong asserted. In truth, Long Gong's desire to accompany the Shrek members stemmed from his curiosity about these peculiar young prodigies. His interest in Shrek Academy had been steadily increasing, though few in number. They had managed to attract nearly all the geniuses from across the continent. Subtly, thoughts began to form in his mind. Long Gong's decision left the Shrek team in a state of bewilderment. Even Meng Iran appeared somewhat puzzled, though it was evident she welcomed the alliance. Most astonished of all was Ma Hongjun. The current events diverged significantly from the original narrative, where the encounter with Long Gong in the Stardow Forest had been far from amicable. In the original story, Long Gong and his companions departed after Meng Iran's defeat by Tang San. However, unlike the original storyline, this time the entire Shrek team was mobilized, and their collective strength was comparable to that of Long Gong and his companions. Moreover, during their first encounter with the Snake Lady, they had shown her due respect. Thus, aside from the unexpected nature of their alliance, there were no fundamental conflicts between the two parties. Additionally, with Meng Iran's kiss on Tang San, the relationships among them had, in an intangible way, begun to deepen, with Meng Iran serving as the bridge. Ma Hongjun increasingly believed that allowing Xiao Wu to depart was a prudent decision, for his time travel had introduced numerous uncertainties, leaving him unable to maintain control over the situation. Just as with the Dragon King, Xiao Wu could not conceal anything from him. Unlike the interest expressed by several boys, including Ma Hongjun, in the mature Meng Iran, the girls exhibited a subtle resistance. Such is the enigmatic dynamic that exists among beautiful women, often tinged with a faint hostility. At this moment, Tang San began to absorb the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider. The azure light emanating from his blue-silver grass martial soul gradually materialized in the palm of his hand. The soul ring of the human-faced demon spider was surprisingly a deep purple-black hue, a rarity indeed. The color of soul rings bears subtle distinctions. Upon absorbing the rings of various soul beasts, one's martial soul gains certain characteristics reflective of those beasts. For instance, the blue patterns appearing on Ma Hongjun's dragon soul gun were a result of absorbing the ring of the water flood dragon, while Tang San's blue-silver grass bore barbs after absorbing the ring of the ghost vine. Similarly, while the primary colors of the soul rings, white, yellow, purple, black, and red, remain unchanged, a slight differentiation can emerge within these primary shades. For example, the yellow ring of the Qingzhu Inshi contains a hint of green, and the purple ring of the water flood dragon has a touch of blue. Presently, the purple-black soul ring of the human-faced demon spider suggested an age nearing 10,000 years. Such coloration typically signifies soul beasts that are 9,000 years old. The current human-faced demon spider could not possibly have reached that age, for otherwise, it would not have been easily subdued by Ma Hongjun, his companions. And Zhao Wuji with a single soul skill, and its size and appearance would reflect otherwise. This anomaly is related to the spider's inherent attributes. The human-faced demon spider is an evil soul beast, predominantly black in nature, as the purple-black radiance made contact with Tang San's blue-silver grass. The onlookers witnessed the rich purple-black light enveloping Tang San's form in an instant. Ma Hongjun could not help but be taken aback by the intense wave of soul power. How many years of cultivation did this human-faced demon spider possess? As the person directly involved, Tang Sen felt this sensation even more acutely. A vast torrent of heat surged into his body, and before he could react, this heat began to sear him like a blazing inferno. The inherent ferocity of the human-faced demon spider dictated the violent nature of the soul ring it produced. The moment this formidable aura entered Tang Sen's body, it began to forcibly transform him. Although the energy contained within the soul ring lacked consciousness, it was far beyond the control of Tang Sen's will. With the intense fluctuations of the human-faced demon spider's soul power, a layer of fine blood beads began to emerge from Tang Sen's skin. As the soul power vaporized into the air, it transformed into a delicate mist of pale red. The expressions of the Shrek Academy members grew serious. Within the encirclement, Tang Sen, seated cross-legged at the center, became indistinguishable from view. The entire being was enveloped in a delicate mist of crimson hue. This red mist was not the glow of soul power, but rather the blood of Tang Sen. His brow was furrowed, his lips pressed tightly together, and his body was in a continual state of convulsion, with beads of blood surfacing beneath his skin, making it evident how excruciating his suffering truly was. The others turned their gazes towards Flinder, seeking an explanation from their leader. Flinder, deep in thought, was still furrowing his brow when Long Gong spoke up. His voice low and grave. The soul ring of this human-faced demon spider is excessively domineering, making absorption a formidable challenge. He must rely solely on himself. The absorption of a soul ring cannot be aided by any external force, lest it produces adverse effects. We can only trust that Tang Sen has the fortitude to assimilate it into his being. This old fellow has indeed been keeping a watchful eye on Tang Sen, treating him almost as a grandson-in-law. Yet, Long Gong felt relieved that Ming Yiran was not tasked with absorbing this soul ring. It appeared that not only was the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider more tyrannical than those of other soul beasts, but it might also exceed the threshold for absorption by soul masters at the third soul ring, which is typically limited. From within the mist, the sound of cracking bones intermittently pierced the air, each instance sending shivers through the onlookers. The anticipated third soul ring that should have manifested alongside the absorption remained elusive, indicating that Tang Sen had yet to fully integrate the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider. Daimubai, filled with concern, leaned closer to Flinder and whispered, "Dean, if this continues, Tang Sen may be in peril." Flinder, equally troubled, shared the sentiment. Tang Sen was a disciple of the master, and to him, he was no different than a prodigy. He, too, wished for Tang Sen's safety. "I understand. However, we cannot interrupt him now. Doing so would exacerbate the situation. We must rely on his willpower. The soul ring of the human-faced demon spider may exceed 2,000 years, coupled with the inherently violent energy of the spider itself, resulting in this predicament. I hope Tang Sen can endure this trial, for only he can fathom the depths of the agony he endures." In the face of the energy emanating from the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider, it felt as if countless blades were slicing through his entire being. Every organ ached, as the overwhelming energy relentlessly tore at his body, subjecting him to unrelenting torment. Indeed, Flinder's words held truth. Due to the rarity of the human-faced demon spider, discerning its true cultivation level from external characteristics is exceedingly difficult. A Soul Master's third soul ring can absorb a maximum soul power corresponding to over 1,700 years. It is only upon reaching the fourth soul ring that one can absorb a soul ring of approximately 5,000 years. The upper limit for the fifth soul ring is around 12,000 years, while the sixth allows for absorption up to 20,000 years. The seventh soul ring ranges from 30,000 to 50,000 years, depending on the individual attributes of the soul master. It is only at the eighth soul ring that one might hope to absorb the soul rings of soul beasts exceeding 50,000 years. Only the final ninth spirit ring possesses the potential to absorb a 100,000-year spirit beast. The human-faced demon spider that Tang Sen vanquished had a true cultivation level exceeding 2,000 years, although it had just surpassed this threshold. It had already transcended the limit of what a spirit master could absorb with their third spirit ring. Tang Sen understood why his mentor, Yu Xiaojiang, despite recognizing the immense assistance the human-faced demon spider could provide to Tang Sen's blue silvergrass, was not particularly supportive of his search for such a spirit ring. An erroneous judgment could lead to peril, much like his current predicament, where the overwhelming power of a spirit ring far beyond the years could potentially shatter him. During battle, Tang Sen had made a simplistic assessment of the human-faced demon spider's strength, yet he overlooked a crucial detail. The creature had already been wounded by the Dragon King. Given the formidable prowess of the Dragon King, the injuries inflicted would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the demon spider's capabilities. Tang San's circumstances differed from those of most spirit masters, as he bore twin martial souls and cultivated the Xiantian skill recorded in the Xiantian treasure record, endowing him with a physical resilience far superior to that of an ordinary individual. Logically, if he were to absorb a spirit ring from a more common spirit beast of around 2,000 years, it would not pose much of a challenge, considering his physical advantages. However, the human-faced demon spider was no ordinary spirit beast. Its inherent ferocity and strength rendered its spirit ring exceedingly domineering, plunging him into a profound crisis. At this juncture, beyond mere physical strength, willpower and conviction could elevate one's limits once again. In this moment, Tang San recalled Ma Hongjun, whose 3 spirit rings had all surpassed the absorption limits of spirit masters. With such an exemplar before him, he suddenly found renewed motivation. If Ma Hongjun could achieve this, so could he. During his encounter with Yi Zhiqiu in the town, Tang San had learned of Ma Hongjun's possession of twin martial souls. He too possessed twin martial souls, sharing similar advantages with Ma Hongjun. He refused to believe that he could not absorb a spirit ring that was merely a few hundred years older. While he did not aspire to match Ma Hongjun's 3rd spirit ring absorption of 7,000 years, he was determined to claim this 2,000-year one. Moreover, he thought of Xiao Wu. To reunite with her, he must attain the strength of a title de law. He must protect Xiao Wu. If he did not push himself, what kind of man would he be? In truth, it was Ma Hongjun who could most deeply empathize with Tang San's feelings at this moment, for he had experienced a similar situation when absorbing the 900-year spirit ring of the Qingzhuin snake. At that moment, Ma Hongjun found himself on the brink of collapse. Had it not been for the assistance of the dragon's soul within the dragon's spear, he might have become the shortest-lived traveler. Thanks to the dragon's soul, Ma Hongjun was untroubled by concerns regarding the excessive age of his soul ring. Nonetheless, one must express gratitude to Tang San for saving your life. The dragon's sovereign observed Tang San enveloped in a mist of blood and spoke solemnly to Meng Iran. With his keen perception, although he could not precisely ascertain the age of the faceless demon spider from its outward appearance, he could sense the energy emanating from the soul ring, confirming it to be over 2,000 years old. A 2,000-year-old faceless demon spider's soul ring was even more arduous to absorb than that of a 3,000-year-old crowned serpent. It could be said that if Meng Iran were to absorb this soul ring, she would likely end up as a mere corpse, or perhaps even worse. Nothing would remain of her. "Grandfather, will Tang San be all right?" Meng Iran asked with concern, her large, watery eyes fixated on Tang San. "It depends on his willpower. If he can endure this, his future prospects are boundless. He may even achieve the rank of a title de law, or perhaps surpass it," the dragon's sovereign remarked. Chao Dianxiang sighed softly and said, "The golden is not merely a creature of the pond. Once it encounters the storm, it transforms into a dragon. It's not just Ma Hongjun and Tang San. I believe those other children are quite remarkable as well. I truly wonder where Flinder found such exceptionally gifted youngsters." Flinder in the Shrek Academy. Why had I never heard of this name before? At this moment, Tang San's complexion had eased, the fine droplets of blood no longer oozing forth, and his previously furrowed brow had relaxed somewhat. The crisis had passed. The dragon sovereign was the first to notice, his face breaking into a reassuring smile. He found Tang San increasingly agreeable. He turned to Meng Iran. "Iran, what are your feelings towards Tang San?" Meng Iran, now 16, was at the age of burgeoning emotions. Remarkably intelligent, and like Ning Rongrong, an open-minded young woman. Upon hearing the dragon sovereign's words, her face flushed crimson. "Grandfather, you wouldn't be attempting to meddle in matters of romance, would you? I am more than 3 years his senior. He is still a younger brother." How could that be? She had just celebrated her 16th birthday, indeed being over 3 years older than Tang San. The dragon sovereign, perceptive as he was, could read between the lines of Meng Iran's reaction and chuckled. Age is but a number. A woman 3 years older is merely a golden opportunity. Chapter 106. The Arranged Son-in-Law. Tang San's absorption completed just as the dragon sovereign's family was casting their attention upon Tang San. He finally completed the absorption of his soul ring. The blood mist dissipated, revealing a purple soul ring encircling him. His blue-silver grass transformed into a deep purple-black hue, becoming even more robust than before. Just when it seemed the ordeal was over, Tang San suddenly let out a piercing scream. Sitting cross-legged, Tang San's body suddenly convulsed violently, his chest thrusting forward as his upper body arched in a terrifying manner. Just as the onlookers were taken aback, a sound akin to fabric tearing echoed through the air, and the garments on Tang San's back were abruptly ripped apart. Ma Hongjun, positioned behind him, could distinctly see 4 bulges, each the size of a fist, erupting from either side of Tang San's spine. The 8 protrusions burst forth, and curiously, the skin on Tang San's back did not retract. Instead, deep purple entities, each as thick as a fist, emerged from these swellings, growing at an astonishing rate. As the 8 bulges ruptured and the deep purple object sprouted, Tang San seemed to relax somewhat, his facial expression softening, although his body continued to spasm uncontrollably. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the deep purple objects swiftly elongated to over a meter in length, continuing to extend at an alarming pace. When their length surpassed 1.5 meters, they paused briefly, developing joint-like structures at their tips. As the deep purple extensions resumed their growth, they branched out in another direction from these joints. The 8 dark purple appendages continued to stretch until they reached over 3 meters, their surfaces gleaming with a radiant sheen. The section closest to Tang San's back was the thickest, tapering gradually as they extended outward, culminating in points as sharp as needles. Were these not the legs of a faceless demon spider? The 8 spider legs of the faceless demon spider had sprouted from Tang San's back, transforming him into a peculiar sight, perhaps even a monster. If the faceless demon spider had a face resembling that of a human, then Tang San had now become a humanoid demon spider. At this moment, dawn had arrived, and the early morning sunlight filtered through the leaves. Due to the emergence of the 8 spider legs, Tang San's clothing had been entirely shredded, leaving not a single piece intact, save for a solitary belt. Ma Hongjun gazed at Tang San in that moment, truly alluring and exhilarating. No wonder he is the pure and pristine Tang San. So radiant. Ma Hongjun sighed. While several young ladies blushed, curiosity piquing their interest in Tang San's 8 spider legs, yet their sense of modesty restrained them from gazing. Xiang Chengxian and Zhu Zhuqing turned away directly, whereas Ning Rongrong and Meng Yiran shielded their eyes with their hands. Even Zhao Tianxiang felt her cheeks flush. Yet unlike the other young girls, she did not turn away or cover her eyes. Instead, she maintained her composure, unabashedly observing, truly a woman of no shame. Ma Hongjun sat beside Ning Rongrong, while Meng Yiran was directly opposite him. From Ma Hongjun's perspective, he could see that Meng Yiran's face was flushed, and her chest rose and fell slightly, as if she were harboring a guilty secret. Upon closer inspection, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "What on earth?" As he noticed that Meng Yiran's fingers were not properly secured, he then turned to Ning Rongrong beside him, feeling a surge of protectiveness, and swiftly pulled her into his embrace to prevent her from gazing at Tang San. This young Tang San, though diminutive, was quite remarkable. At present, Tang San remained in a daze, having just undergone a fierce internal struggle, utterly unaware that he had exposed himself. Ahem. Ma Hongjun cleared his throat, bringing Tang San back to reality. Xiao San, while I must concede that your physique is quite impressive, perhaps you should at least don a pair of trousers. Considering there are young ladies present, Tang San retrieved a pair of pants from his spatial belt and put them on, without any prompt. As soon as Tang San was properly attired, Meng Yiran was the first to lower her hand. Beside them, Zhao Tianxiang nudged Meng Yiran with her elbow, causing Meng Yiran's face to flush even deeper, turning crimson from her cheeks to her neck. Zhao Tianxiang thought to herself, young people are so inexperienced. Indulging in secret affairs often leads to being discovered. Upon observing the situation, Ma Hongjun immediately recognized that this was akin to his own dragon scale armor. Both had undergone a transformation during the absorption of spirit rings, acquiring certain innate abilities from the spirit beasts. The 8 spider legs represented an external spirit bone. Yet they shimmered with a bluish glow, much like that of the faceless spider, and possessed toxic properties. Xiao San, you should attempt to reclaim them, Ma Hongjun advised. After nearly 10 minutes of effort, Tang San successfully retrieved the 8 spider legs. Subsequently, Long Gong, Flanders, and the others engaged in a curious discussion, soon deducing that this was indeed an external spirit bone. This revelation was undoubtedly a delightful surprise. Ma Hongjun's dragon scale armor had set a precedent. Thus Tang San's 8 spider legs, while impressive, seemed less astonishing in comparison. The dragon and serpent couple could only express their amazement further. However, considering that Tang San had saved Meng Yiran's life by absorbing the spirit ring, the acquisition of this external spirit bone became more acceptable. especially in light of Meng Yiran's fondness for Tang San and the subtle matchmaking efforts of the two elderly gentlemen, which diminished any desire to claim the external spirit bone. In truth, if Long Gong were to pursue the matter seriously, seizing this external spirit bone could potentially cost Tang San his life. Unlike spirit rings, spirit bones can be reused. Tang San's third spirit ring skill, the spider web binding, derived from the expertise of the faceless spider in web creation. Fortunately, after Tang San acquired his third spirit ring and took a brief rest, the group set off once more, with Meng Yiran now included. There were still 3 members of the team in need of spirit rings. Their initial search was for Meng Yiran's, which required a spirit beast over 1,000 years old. Thus they did not need to venture too deeply. This time, however, fortune did not smile upon them, perhaps due to the Titan giant ape's previous presence. All the nearby spirit beasts had fled. It took 2 days of searching before they finally located a suitable spirit beast for Meng Yiran. Interestingly, they encountered a familiar creature, the mandala snake. Its dark green, tricolored head and ruby-like eyes were unmistakable. Tang San's very first spirit ring had come from this beast. And during his time at Mu Su Soul Master Academy, a martial spirit named Bansan had also been derived from it. In truth, the mandala snake is rather rare, making this encounter fortuitous. The specimen before them, measuring over 10 meters in length, was indicative of a 1,000-year-old spirit beast. Upon sighting the mandala snake, Long Gong, Shipa, and Meng Yiran all displayed expressions of delight. A top-tier, venomous serpent spirit beast was precisely what they sought for their serpent staff martial spirit. This mandala snake represented a synthesis of the rooster crown and phoenix tail snake and the faceless spider. Indeed, the best was yet to come, and there was no need to rush. Long Gong jested, with his unique insight allowing him to discern that this mandala snake was approximately 1,500 years old. This age fell precisely within Meng Yiran's limits. Although the mandala snake exhibited a certain ferocity, it was significantly milder compared to the malevolent human-faced spider. Confronting a millennia-old mandala snake proved to be a far simpler task, unlike the coxcomb phoenix tail snake, which could glide close to the ground and evade capture in the hands of the serpent lady. Xiao Ao, Xiao San, you two shall take the lead. Having previously seized Meng Yiran's spirit ring, it is now your responsibility to assist her in subduing this mandala snake, stated Flinder nonchalantly. This outing served as training, providing the students with invaluable opportunities to engage, which was undoubtedly beneficial. Furthermore, it offered a prime opportunity to observe Tang San's third soul skill, with the assurance that the mandala snake would not escape, thanks not only to Flinder, a flying spirit master, but also to Oscar's flying mushroom sausage. Tang San extended the blue-silver grass from his right hand, silently creeping towards the ground. The purple-black, barbed blue-silver grass stealthily approached the mandala snake, as Tang San executed the ghost shadow misty step to draw closer. Countless sturdy strands of blue-silver grass enveloped the serpent when it became wary. Though the mandala snake was agile, its considerable size rendered it less slippery than Meng Yiran in her serpent form. Tang San activated his first soul skill, Bind. The blue-silver grass swiftly climbed along the mandala snake's body until the over 10-meter-long serpent was thoroughly ensnared. With his soul power significantly enhanced post-30th level, the efficacy of Tang San's soul skills had correspondingly increased. Moreover, having recently absorbed the human-faced spider's spirit ring, the blue-silver grass had undergone a transformation, becoming even more resilient. The mandala snake found itself unable to break free from Tang San's grasp. However, mere entanglement would not suffice to contain it. The creature was inherently immune to the toxins of the blue-silver grass, and the barbs could not penetrate its slick scales. Thus, it would not remain confined for long. As the mandala snake became ensnared and diminished in size, Tang San's third soul ring, a purple millennium ring, finally illuminated. From his palm, he cast forth a sphere of green light, which unveiled its true form mid-air, swiftly expanding into a vast net that enveloped the mandala snake. The web tightened abruptly, binding the serpent's body with relentless force. Once ensnared, the mandala snake could not escape, regardless of how fiercely it struggled against the constraints of the web. There was no need for Oscar's assistance. With effortless grace, Tang San single-handedly subdued the millennia-old mandala snake, showcasing the formidable power of his third soul skill in its entirety. Miss Meng, the honor is yours. Tang San turned to Meng Yiran and spoke. Excitedly, Meng Yiran approached the subdued mandala snake, summoning her serpent spear. With the activation of her first soul skill, the blade of her tongue pierced through, ending the life of the mandala snake. Following this, everything proceeded smoothly. Ma Hongjun finally obtained her third soul ring, ascending to the status of a three-ring soul master. Logically, with Ma Hongjun's soul ring secured, there was no longer any necessity for Long Gong and his companions to linger. It was time for them to part ways. However, the expressions of the three revealed no inclination to depart. Frankly speaking, having such a formidable elder like Long Gong accompanying them made it difficult for the Shrek gang to feel at ease. One must treat a person of such stature with utmost courtesy. At this juncture, it would be inappropriate to urge them to leave. Since the elder did not suggest it himself, to bring it up would be quite disrespectful. It appeared that Long Gong and his family were unwilling to let go of this opportunity to find a suitable match for their granddaughter. You have assisted our Iran, and we shall help you acquire your soul ring before parting ways. Since we have formed a team, we shall advance and retreat together, Long Gong stated. Seemingly finding her elder's reasoning somewhat tenuous, Granny Snake added, it also provides an opportunity for our Iran to undergo some training. After all, it's not every day one visits the Stardo Forest. Both elders laid aside their pride to pave the way for Ma Hongjun, and how could she possibly decline? She continued, I still have questions regarding concealed weapons that I wish to consult with Tang San about. I fear there may not be another chance. The Shrek group exchanged glances, rendered speechless, while Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar cast amused looks at Tang San. Well, it seems this family has you cornered. Chapter 107. The Earth Ripper, the dark gold terrorclaw bear concerning Ma Hongjun's fourth soul ring. He had yet to determine which soul beast to hunt. Undoubtedly, given Ma Hongjun's current physical prowess, he could withstand a 10,000-year soul ring without issue. However, when it comes to soul beasts exceeding 10,000 years, the selection process is not as straightforward as it is with century-old beasts. In comparison, there are certainly more options among 100-year soul beasts, and even a few thousand-year ones can be chosen with some degree of discretion. Yet, when it comes to 10,000-year soul beasts, they become exceedingly rare. Finding one is often a matter of fate. In the nation's regulated soul hunting forest, the presence of 10,000-year soul beasts is virtually non-existent. Only in larger wild soul beast habitats is there a possibility of encountering soul beasts of such age. Aside from the oceans on the Douluo Continent, the three main wild soul beast habitats tend to have a greater abundance of 10,000-year soul beasts. A group searched the outer circle for 3 consecutive days but found no suitable soul beast for Xiang Qingshen's fourth soul ring. Either the years are insufficient, or the types are unsuitable. There is no further delay on the periphery, as this area has been thoroughly examined. Continuing to search along the outer circle would likely lead us beyond the boundaries of the Tiando Empire into the territory of the Xinglua Empire. In any case, the quest for Ma Hongjun's fourth spirit ring necessitates venturing into the inner circle, prompting Flanders and the others to resolve to proceed inward. The presence of the Dragon King and the Serpent Matriarch brings a sense of reassurance. The delineation between the inner and outer circles of the Stardo Forest essentially marks the boundary for spirit beasts of a millennium caliber. Entering the inner circle poses a mortal threat even to spirit saints, while spirit Duoluos also face peril. Each year, numerous reports emerge from the Stardo Forest, recounting the demise of spirit masters of the Spirit Emperor rank and above, totaling no fewer than 10 incidents. If the outer circle serves as a training ground for Ma Hongjun and his companions, then the inner circle transforms the focus of trials upon all present, including the Dragon King and Flanders. While there is no definitive boundary separating the inner and outer circles, a transitional zone exists, a region typically devoid of settled spirit beasts, where only powerful, roaming entities occasionally traverse. This tranquil area serves as a prelude to the true inner circle. Within the inner circle, the trees, though less dense, still impart a sense of lushness, with each towering tree occupying a circumference of nearly 100 meters. Their branches and leaves are so abundant that they obscure the sky, creating an illusion of spaciousness beneath their canopy. Everyone must tread carefully upon entering the inner circle. No living being should be underestimated. Even the seemingly motionless colossal trees warrant caution. Flanders spoke with gravity, ensuring that Ma Hongjun and all the younger generation remained at the center of their formation. The trees here are predominantly over 1,000 years old, with many reaching the age of millennia. Generally, these evergreens exhibit a gentle disposition and do not attack humans. Yet one must refrain from provoking them. A single branch could deliver a blow that would be insufferable. The Dragon King solemnly concurred. expressing that it had been quite some time since he last ventured into the inner circle of the Stardo forest. Yet the terror of this place lingers in memory. Here, at times, the flora can be even more perilous. Walking with such constant vigilance is indeed a considerable drain on one's stamina, but with Xiaoxian, the food-type soul sage, present, everything becomes significantly more manageable. The density of soul beasts in the inner circle is not as pronounced, even after traversing for quite some time. The group has yet to encounter a single one, perhaps remaining undetected. At the 10,000-year level, the alertness of soul beasts is exceedingly high. After all, those who have survived for millennia possess rich survival experiences. They instinctively understand how to seek advantage and evade danger. As they venture deeper, the prevalence of plant-type soul beasts increases, yet they are not suitable as soul rings for Ma Hongjun's dragon soul gun. Generally speaking, powerful soul beasts possess territories of their own. If a particular area is notably quiet, it does not imply an absence of soul beasts, but rather that one has yet to encounter them within their domain. Wild soul beasts tend to congregate in groups, so upon entering the territory of any soul beast clan, regardless of the level, one can typically spot at least one. The fact that they have walked for quite a while without encountering any non-plant soul beasts indicates that the creatures in this region comprise not a singular species, but rather a solitary beast king. Finally, as midday approaches, the group encounters the beast king of this territory. A deep, resounding roar reverberates before them. It approaches with an air of unexpectedness, momentarily bewildered as it gazes upon Ma Hongjun and his companions, seemingly recalling that this is its domain, resulting in the issuance of a warning growl. This is a remarkably imposing soul beast, its fur shimmering with golden hues in the sunlight, signifying its nobility and distinction. Unlike other 10,000-year soul beasts, it does not possess an enormous physique, yet it commands respect. Even its gait evokes the sensation of confronting a titan. This is the true king of beasts. Though its cultivation has yet to reach 10,000 years, the formidable innate talents bestowed by its species afford it power comparable to that of a 10,000-year soul beast. It is the dark gold terror claw bear, a creature born of royalty, known as the Earth Shredder, and one of the most formidable soul beasts, a ferocious warrior of the forest. In human literature regarding soul beasts, it is often referred to not as a soul beast, but by another designation, the fierce beast. The dark gold terror claw bear before them is similar in size to the 2,000-year exploding bear that Ma Hongjun hunted for his second soul ring. Yet despite both being bears, their appearances vary significantly. A layer of dark golden radiance emanates from its fur, not outwardly displayed, but rather intrinsic to its coat. One can observe that the dark golden hairs bristle sharply, akin to steel needles. This striking and extraordinary exterior unmistakably highlights its dominant status among bear-type soul beasts. Its forepaws rise, and elongated, sharp claws extend from its bare paws. The dark gold terror claw bear is enraged. This group of ignorant humans dared to intrude upon its domain, a place it could scarcely recall the last time it was violated. The only memory that lingered was of the last group being torn to shreds by its razor-sharp claws, including the most formidable among them, a being adorned with 7 radiant rings. As the dark golden clawed bear extended its lethal talons, a faint shimmer of dark golden light was discernible. Dragon Lord, Flanders, and several other venerable elders sensed the imminent threat and promptly unleashed their martial spirits. How could they be unaware of the dark golden terror claw bear's fearsome reputation? This species was not in the least inferior when compared to the Titan great ape lineage. The dark golden terror claw bear was indeed a marvel. Much like the Titan great ape, it excelled in both offense and defense, embodying a paradox. Its dark golden fur boasted exceptional defensive capabilities, while its pair of formidable claws possessed terrifying offensive power, surpassing even that of its Titan great ape counterparts. Its mightiest assault was concentrated within its colossal claws, which earned it the moniker Terror Claw. The ferocity of the Terror Claw's attack was unparalleled, a force of nature capable of rivaling even the mightiest dragon claws. Possessing intelligence, the dark golden terror claw bear scrutinized the individuals before it. This group was evidently more formidable than any it had previously encountered. Although it had vanquished the human adorned with 7 rings last time, it had expended considerable effort to do so. Presently, within this assembly, 3 bore 6 rings. Another 3 possessed 7, and 1 even displayed 8. The few with fewer rings were negligible. These individuals appeared quite formidable, and the dark golden terror claw bear assessed that it might not easily prevail against them. As it brandished its claws, it contemplated whether this display could intimidate the intruders. However, upon witnessing its movement, the humans did not retreat. Rather, they seemed to form a formation. All were alert, preparing for battle. This was the dark golden terror claw bear, its fur glimmering with concealed gold and dark light beginning to emanate from between its claws. A clear indication of its ancient lineage. Dragon Lord fixed his gaze upon the dark golden terror claw bear, his voice rising slightly in intensity. As Ma Hongjun and his companions summoned their martial spirits in the presence of several elderly men from Flanders, they had already manifested their own martial spirits. Observing the anxious demeanor of the old men, it was evident that they were far from the relaxed attitude they had displayed while hunting the man-faced demon spider. Instead, they resembled individuals bracing themselves against the formidable Titan giant ape. In Ma Hongjun's perspective, this dark golden terrifying clawed bear, while possessing an impressive golden exterior, does not compare to the might of the Titan great ape. It evokes a rather endearing impression, perhaps influenced by the adorable black and white creatures from his previous life. Consequently, upon arriving in this world, Ma Hongjun harbors no fear towards bears. With such fortuitous luck, a millennium soul beast, could it not serve as your fourth soul ring? Ning Rongrong exclaimed with delight. Ma Hongjun swiftly covered Ning Rongrong's mouth and drew her behind him, whispering, "In the future, if you do not understand, refrain from interrupting. Observe the expressions of everyone." At that moment, the group appeared solemn. Even those like Dai Mubai, who were unaware of the dark golden terror claw bear, could discern the seriousness etched on the faces of Long Gong, Flinder, and others. "Hongjun, you should lead them to the back. This dark golden terror claw bear would indeed make an excellent fourth spirit ring for you, though I am uncertain if you can obtain it. You cannot intervene in this battle. Step aside and ensure your safety," Flinder said earnestly to Ma Hongjun. The dark golden terror claw bear, observing the group's reluctance to retreat, seemed to sense that its menacing claws had failed to instill fear. Whether it was anger or anxiety, it emitted a low, resonant growl once more. Chapter 108. A perfect offense and defense. The fusion of dragon and serpent. Although it was midday, a chilling breeze swept through the forest. Flinder, Zhao Wujia, Lu Qibin, Li Yusong, Xiao Xian, Long Gong Meng Shu, and Shi Pachao Tianxiang formed an exceptionally well-balanced team, each possessing distinct roles. Lu Qibin's star Luo provided control. Xiao Xian offered support. Flinder specialized in agile attacks. Zhao Wujia stood firm in defense, while Li Yusong, Long Gong, and Shipur excelled in powerful assaults. Flinder, our martial spirits are the dragon serpent staff, focusing on offense. You shall lead this battle, Long Gong stated calmly. His practical experience was no less than Flinder's. Yet such impromptu teamwork necessitated someone well-versed in the martial spirits and soul skills of all members. He briefed Flinder on their respective martial spirits and characteristics, granting him comprehensive command. At their level, explicit direction was unnecessary. Each individual instinctively knew their role, their positions already forming an effective formation. Flinder accepted without hesitation, acknowledging with a nod before turning to Ning Rongrong. "Ning Rongrong, stay at a distance, do not approach. Look for opportunities and utilize your 7 treasures glazed tower to support us as the situation allows. Hongjun, Tang San, ensure her protection." Ning Rongrong possessed the formidable support spirit. The 7 treasures glazed tower, which could enhance attack and speed by 30%, equally beneficial to soul saints and soul Douluos alike. The presence of a soul master with a 7 treasures glazed tower is remarkable. Even if it is only at 2 rings, it represents a significant augmentation. Long Gong expressed his surprise. During her earlier display of power, Ning Rongrong had not revealed the 7 treasures glazed tower, only showcasing her spirit rings. Their family possessed methods of concealing martial spirits, hence Long Gong's astonishment now. Ma Hongjun stood resolutely beside Ning Rongrong, while Tang San summoned his blue silver grass, which swiftly ensnared Ning Rongrong's waist. "Rongrong, to preempt any potential conflict, you won't have the opportunity to assist in battle later. For now, unleash your first and second soul skills," Ma Hongjun urged. Without hesitation, Ning Rongrong activated her first 2 soul rings, and radiant beams of light cascaded into the bodies of the 6 individuals before her. Standing at the rear, Xiao Xian also illuminated his soul rings, 7 rings shimmering incessantly, continuously conjuring jelly beans. One could hear him softly murmuring a litany of names: red jelly beans, green jelly beans, yellow jelly beans, and so forth. Multicolored jelly beans materialized in his hands, which he then tossed to the crowd. The red jelly beans enhanced attack power, The green provided healing, and the yellow augmented soul energy. As Flinder's group prepared their formation, the dark golden terrorclaw bear had lost patience with the standoff. A proud soul beast would not allow itself to retreat. A dark golden radiance ignited as it launched forward, leaping into the air. The dark golden terrorclaw bear extended its right arm, revealing a colossal blade that unfurled in the sky. The blade descended, coalescing into 5 immense claw-shaped shadows. The gigantic claw shadows loomed over the 7 individuals. Scatter. Ma Hongjun hastily pulled Ning Rongrong back. Flinder swiftly lifted Lu Qibin and Xiao Xin, retreating rapidly, while the other 4 also hurriedly withdrew. Zhao Wujia, at the forefront, had no time to spare and immediately activated his 7th spirit ring. The true form of his martial spirit, the mighty golden bear, emerged. Although the mighty golden bear is considered a noble among bears, it pales in comparison to the king of bears, the dark golden terrorclaw bear. A brilliant golden light erupted from Zhao Wujia's body as he braced himself against the claw of the dark golden terrorclaw bear. With a swift motion, 5 deep gashes appeared on the ground surrounding Zhao Wujia, and a gruesome wound marred his chest, stretching from his right shoulder to his left abdomen. Fortunately, Zhao Wujia's formidable defenses held firm. Had it been anyone else, including Long Gong, they would likely have perished beneath that strike. Lu Qibin seized the moment, activating his 6th spirit ring, the Star Luo formation. Pieces flew from his hands, hovering around the dark golden terrorclaw bear, arranged in a precise pattern, their lights intertwining, seemingly binding the bear in place. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Xian sent a green candy bean soaring, guided by his soul power, directly to Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia swallowed it whole, and instantly, the bleeding from his chest wound ceased. This fellow is relentless. Even a typical 50,000-year soul beast wouldn't harm my martial spirit's true form. I never anticipated its claws to be this formidable. It truly lives up to its reputation as a ferocious beast, Zhao Wujia remarked, easing his pain with a grin. Be cautious, do not let its claws strike you, or your lives may be forfeit. Zhao Wujia assessed the situation. Although the dark golden terrorclaw bear was merely a 10,000-year beast, its attack strength was comparable to that of an 80 or 90,000-year soul beast, nearing the power of a human titled Douluo. This exemplifies the advantage of species. Much like the innate superiority of top-tier martial spirits, such as Ma Hongjun's Dragon Soul Gun or Tang San's Haotian Hammer, they can typically contend with opponents of a higher title class. If the dark golden terrorclaw bear's attack had already astonished everyone, its subsequent display of defense was even more unfathomable. Flinder launched an aerial assault, his claws as sharp as those of a cat eagle. Even while utilizing the true form of his martial spirit, his claws scraped against the head of the dark golden terrorclaw bear. Yet, its dark golden fur proved harder than iron. Clang, clang. 2 voices echoed as Flandre swiftly skimmed over the head of the dark golden terrorclaw bear. Daring not to linger, for a mere swipe of the bear's claws could result in his dismemberment. The cat eagle he had transformed into was exceedingly fragile, lacking the robust hide and sinewy flesh of the mighty golden bear. His claws, resembling those of a cat eagle, merely snagged a couple of tufts of bear fur without breaching the formidable defenses of the dark golden terrorclaw bear. Following Flandre's passage, the skills of the others were unleashed. The dragon head staff wielded by Long Gong emitted a resonant dragon roar, and a spectral dragon surged into the bear's being. The serpent staff of Shipu and Li Yusong's dragon pattern staff followed suit, striking the dark golden terrorclaw bear. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant dark golden light erupted from the bear, shattering the pawns surrounding it. It broke free from its restraints, deflecting the barrage of light aimed at it with its dark golden fur. Although the flurry of attacks had not breached its defenses, they had inflicted some internal damage. Its defense was indeed formidable, almost impenetrable, rendering Flandre's claws seemingly ineffective compared to Li Yusong's dragon-patterned staff, which, due to the transmission of force, could indeed rattle its innards. The dark golden terrorclaw bear swung its fearsome claws once more, yet fortunately, it lacked speed, or else it would have been truly invincible. Having learned from the cautionary tale of Zhao Wujia, no one dared to engage the bear in a claw contest. They maintained a safe distance, mindful enough to evade its strikes. However, staying too far away posed its own challenges for attacking, not to mention that long-range soul skills generally lack potency. The 7 of them seemed to possess none at present. With a cry of an eagle, Flandre launched another assault from the air, this time employing a sonic attack. Waves of invisible sound penetrated the ears of the dark golden terrorclaw bear, causing it to pound its head in response. It seemed effective. The enraged bear fixed its blood-red gaze upon Flandre, its eyes blazing with fury and the dark golden light radiating from its form intensifying. Its right paw extended once more, its massive claws shimmering with a dark golden sheen, elongating as it forcefully swiped at the sky. The colossal shadow of its claw darkened the heavens, as if to rend the very firmament itself. A look of terror flashed in Flandre's eyes as he flapped his wings and ascended rapidly. The bear's enormous claws seemed capable of traversing space, swiftly closing in on him, making evasion increasingly difficult. At that moment, Long Gong's expression sharpened, and his seventh soul ring illuminated. The dragon head staff soared from his grasp, enlarging as it flew to Flandre's rear, intercepting the bear's colossal claws. Flandre sustained injuries to his wings from the force of the bear's attack, his martial soul wounded, and his body equally harmed. He had no choice but to retract his martial soul and glide swiftly downwards. Xiao San, catch the teacher. A strand of blue-silver grass shot forth, ensnaring Flandre in midair and drawing him closer. The Dragon Lord's staff bore deep claw marks left by the dark golden terror claw bear, glimmering with faint hints of dark golden light upon his martial soul. The Dragon Lord spat out a mouthful of blood. His martial soul had been damaged, striking at his very foundation. Although he had saved Flandre's life, he had paid a hefty price for it. Are you all right, old man? Xiao Tianxiang inquired with concern. I am fine. I never anticipated that a dark golden terror claw bear, even after 10,000 years, would possess such monstrous power. Its claws are undeniably terrifying, and its attack can indeed rival that of a titled Douluo, the Dragon Lord lamented. It is not just its attack, its defense is formidable as well. Just now, Flandre's sonic skill had some effect, but now that he is injured, although the dark golden terror claw bear has also sustained wounds, we no longer possess the means to threaten it, Xiao Tianxiang replied with resignation. Even the finest soul rings of the dark golden terror claw bear require strength to subdue. But there is no necessity to fight so desperately for something that does not belong to us. She began to waver in her resolve. No, we still have options. The Dragon Lord seemed incensed by the dark golden terror claw bear, willing to exert himself further in this dire moment. Are you suggesting? Xiao Tianxiang began, halting mid-sentence as she looked at the Dragon Lord with excitement. Indeed, my dear wife, it has been far too long since we employed our martial soul fusion technique, the Dragon Lord declared. Chapter 109, External Soul Bone, Terror Claw, Part 1. The roar of the dark golden terror claw bear had lost its former vigor. Although it appeared unscathed on the surface, its internal organs had suffered significant shock. It was now contemplating retreat. While this group could not breach its defenses, it could not harm them either. Zhao Wujia's fourth soul ring illuminated, invoking gravitational pressure to restrict the speed of the dark golden terror claw bear. Lu Qibing's sixth soul ring flared anew, setting up a starry array to control the fleeing beast. The dragon and serpent couple finally merged, their staffs intertwining in the air. Dragon snake staff. As they fused, they grew larger, the combined staff emanating brilliant light. With a resounding crash, it struck the dark golden terror claw bear directly. The massive creature, towering over 3 meters, was sent flying, crashing into giant trees along its path, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Surely it has perished, Dai Mubai remarked anxiously, watching the dark golden terror claw bear soar through the air. The power of the Dragon Lord and Snake Lady's martial soul fusion was immense. Now that the bear was injured, he worried that this blow might prove fatal, leaving Ma Hongjun in dire straits. Fortunately, as the group approached, they discovered the dark golden terror claw bear was not dead. It was struggling to rise. Even now, there were no visible wounds upon its body. What an extraordinary spirit beast! One cannot help but exclaim, yet there is no need for concern any longer. The once formidable shadow gold terror claw bear has reached its twilight, its internal structure likely shattered, and its life force waning. Hongjun, now is your moment, Lu Qibing urged. At this juncture, Flandre and Zhao Wujing lay on the ground, wounded, indulging in Xiao Xian's jelly beans and Oscar's sausages. Ma Hongjun, devoid of pretense, summoned the dragon soul gun and aimed it at the crown of the dark golden terror claw bear, precisely where Flandre had previously struck. With a resounding clang, the first shot failed to penetrate. Undeterred, he continued to fire, and by the 7th shot, the dragon soul gun found its mark, piercing the skull of the dark golden terror claw bear. Ma Hongjun did not hasten to absorb the soul ring. Instead, he approached the Dragon King and Snake Lady. Bowing respectfully, I am grateful to both seniors for your intervention. This kindness, Hongjun shall remember. The Dragon King nodded in appreciation, although some cost was incurred. Befriending this group of peculiar beings was indeed advantageous. In the future realm of soul masters, these children would undoubtedly carve out a place for themselves. And cultivating a good relationship with them now might one day benefit the dragon and snake families. Hurry and absorb the soul ring. It is unwise to linger here. The black soul ring shimmered with a hint of dark gold as Ma Hongjun settled into a cross-legged position, drawing the dark golden soul ring of the dark golden terror claw bear into his being. Witnessing Ma Hongjun absorb the soul ring, the others could not help but feel a surge of envy, setting aside the fact that it was a 10,000-year soul ring. The mere origin from the dark golden terror claw bear was sufficient to incite their admiration. While the quality of a soul ring is primarily determined by its age, the species of the soul beast is equally significant. A powerful soul beast bestows a formidable soul ring, naturally resulting in potent soul skills. However, the absorption process is equally challenging. Truly deserving of its fearsome reputation, the power of the soul ring was immensely vigorous once it entered Ma Hongjun's body. It clashed fiercely with his golden soul power. Both forces shared the same attribute, akin to two kings encountering one another, necessitating a determination of supremacy. The golden and dark golden soul powers raged within Ma Hongjun, akin to a tempest wreaking havoc upon his body. Ma Hongjun also exhibited the appearance of Tang Sen absorbing the human-faced demon spider. The formidable and masculine soul power stirred his entire body's vital energy, and soon, a surge of blood vitality emerged. The transformation of Ma Hongjun has also stirred a wave of concern among those around him. However, gradually, tranquility returned, as ultimately, Ma Hongjun's golden soul power prevailed, and the dark golden soul power was gradually assimilated into his being. Ma Hongjun could distinctly perceive the transformative effects brought forth by his soul power. The potency of the dark golden terror claw bear's soul ring leaned towards the attribute of gold, mirroring the enhancement provided by his dragon soul gun. As the soul ring assimilated, dark golden streaks manifested upon the surface of the dragon soul gun. It was a triumph. Yellow, purple, black. As Ma Hongjun opened his eyes, at that moment, he became the youngest soul master of Shrek Academy. His entire being was imbued with a newfound power. As the dragon soul gun, adorned with dark golden stripes, shimmered resplendently, enveloped in a golden aura that emanated a regal dominance, its might unquestionable. How sharp it was. Oscar observed the dragon soul gun as he circled around Ma Hongjun, and suddenly, he recoiled as he approached the weapon, feeling a sharp sting that pierced his senses. Ma Hongjun sheathed his dragon soul gun and turned his gaze towards the dark golden fear claw bear beside him, a creature replete with treasures. Suddenly, he noticed a glimmering object in its right paw. Ning Rongrong had already begun examining the fear claw bear and exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the golden light emanating from its paw. Xiao Xian approached, his face lighting up with delight. Could we be so fortunate? He remarked, kneeling to grasp the bear's right paw. The others gathered around as Zhao Wujie drew a sharp blade and severed the bear's right forelimb. In just a few swift motions, he dissected it, revealing a peculiar bone. This bone, shimmering in dark gold, radiated a potent wave of soul power. Soul bone? Long Gong and Sheepa voiced their astonishment, uncertainty lacing their words. This bone was unlike any traditional right-arm soul bone they had encountered. It was, in fact, a bone from the paw, resembling the skeletal structure of a hand but with 5 elongated, sharp blades protruding from the front, reminiscent of a miniature fear claw. The dark golden aura flowed over the blades like rippling water, evoking the impression of a formidable weapon. Undoubtedly, this was a soul bone, yet not one of the commonly known 6. It hinted at the concept of external soul bones, especially considering Tang San's earlier acquisition of 8 spider legs. It was easily deduced that merging with this paw bone could grant skills akin to those of the dark golden fear claw bear's fearsome claws. Reflecting on the bear's terrifying attack power, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence, tinged with an underlying chill as they faced the impending dilemma of distribution. There was but a single soul bone, yet the team comprised 2 factions. Flender, supporting his weakened form with Tang San's assistance, struggled to rise. His back bore 5 claw marks, and despite having consumed Xiao Xian's healing jelly bean, recovery would take time. Ma Hongjun, this soul bone should go to Meng Iran, Flender said with effort. Under normal circumstances, having absorbed the dark golden fear claw bear's spirit ring and subsequently integrated its soul bone would have significantly empowered Ma Hongjun. Had Long Gong and Sheepa not intervened, the soul bone would undoubtedly have belonged to him. Understood, teacher. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no pangs of regret, The allure of such a potent external soul bone was undeniable. Yet, he recognized that had it not been for Long Gong's intervention, the dark golden fearclaw bear would have undoubtedly claimed his life, rendering both the soul ring and bone unattainable. Furthermore, Long Gong had sustained grave injuries in the process, and Ma Hongjun had just acknowledged a debt of gratitude to him. In light of both emotional and rational considerations, it was only fitting that the soul bone be entrusted to Long Gong's faction. Additionally, with both Flinder and Zhao Wujie injured, incurring Long Gong's ire over the soul bone would lead to dire consequences for them all. Ma Hongjun received the soul bone from Zhao Wujie and presented it before Meng Yiran. "Miss Meng, this is for you." Chapter 110, External Soul Bone. Fear Claw, Part 2. Meng Yiran hesitated, contemplating whether to accept it when Long Gong swiftly grasped the soul bone in his hands. "Flinder, what do you mean by this? Are you attempting to endanger my granddaughter?" Long Gong remarked with a bemused expression. Ko Xiangxiang continued to elucidate. Yiran's soul power leans towards the gentle, and her martial soul evolves in a toxic direction. The dark gold fear claw bear is the epitome of the sun's might and strength. If Yiran were to absorb its soul bone, it would provoke a backlash. Moreover, this is a millennium-old soul bone. Given Yiran's current constitution, she simply cannot withstand it. In truth, Flinder was undoubtedly aware of this fact. The only individuals capable of absorbing this soul bone were Long Gong and Shi Pe, as Meng Yiran, like Shi Pe, was incompatible with its attributes. Flinder's deliberate remarks were laced with ulterior motives. He intended to reserve the soul bone for Ma Hongjun, claiming it for Meng Yiran rather than Long Gong, hoping to wager whether Long Gong would condescend to retrieve it. It appeared that Flinder's gamble had failed, as Long Gong seemed willing to set aside his pride for the allure of the soul bone. The temptation was simply too great, especially for such an external soul bone. Even Flinder could comprehend this, and although he felt a pang of regret, he refrained from expressing it. After all, it was only fitting for Long Gong to take it, particularly since he had just saved one of his own. Flinder's concern for Ma Hongjun was evident. However, Flinder chose not to elaborate further. He made no suggestion for Meng Yiran to absorb it, merely stating it was meant for her. The more one explained, the more complicated it became. The dark golden, translucent claw bone radiated a faint light in Long Gong's hands as he scrutinized it. He had previously allowed Tang San to possess an external soul bone, as that was a man favored by his granddaughter. Yet, despite his admiration for Ma Hongjun, there was a rift between him and his granddaughter, making him reluctant to bestow this soul bone upon Shrek Academy as he had done previously. Though aged, Long Gong still aspired to ascend to greater heights. His dragon-head staff martial soul bore similar attributes to that of the dark gold fearclaw bear, suggesting a potential for harmonious fusion. However, upon holding the claw bone, he felt a formidable resistance in his right hand. Sighing softly, Long Gong realized that his right hand had already integrated the right arm soul bone, causing a conflict with the claw bone. Typically, the right arm bone and claw bone occupy distinct positions, allowing for compatibility, yet a high degree of affinity was essential. Otherwise, forced fusion could lead to irreparable harm to his arm. The right arm soul bone had been a cherished heirloom of his family, the origins of which were long forgotten. Kid catch. Long Gong tossed the soul bone towards Ma Hongjun. "Flinder, your Shrek Academy is truly fortunate to receive not one, but two external soul bones in succession. Indeed, the probability of soul bones manifesting is already quite low, and the likelihood of external soul bones appearing is even more diminutive. The occurrence of two in succession is truly a stroke of fortune. However, this is also closely tied to the two soul beasts they hunted, the man-faced demon spider and the dark golden terrorclaw bear, both formidable and rare creatures." After expressing his admiration, Long Gong realized that he could not fuse with them. He had contemplated taking the soul bone, as a prominent family could always find someone capable of fusing with it. Yet, among the younger generation of the Longxi family, only Meng Yiran stood out, and all hopes rested upon her shoulders. The fact that neither she nor he could absorb the energy left Long Gong feeling disheartened. Furthermore, witnessing Ma Hongjun's extraordinary potential, who, despite being younger than him, had already reached the rank of a four-ring soul master with an exceptional soul ring configuration, added to his sense of unease. It could be said that Ma Hongjun had begun to flourish. Encountering such talent naturally evokes a sense of admiration. Coupled with the recent establishment of amicable relations with this group, if he were to take the soul bone, it might not outwardly cause any issues, but it would inevitably create a rift between them. Thus, it would be more prudent to enhance the existing rapport, treating it as an investment to further solidify their relationship. You should express your gratitude to Long Gong, Flinder reminded. Upon receiving the soul bone, Ma Hongjun bowed to the esteemed Dragon Lord, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Venerable Dragon Lord. This soul bone indeed suits me perfectly. I owe you a favor, and I shall not be modest. I shall accept this soul bone. With a hint of bravado, he declared, I promise to find a suitable soul bone for Miss Meng in the future. The Dragon Lord chuckled, admiring Ma Hongjun with a glint of approval. Well said, young man. I shall remember this, ha ha ha. Regardless of whether his words would come to fruition, Ma Hongjun had completely won the Dragon Lord's recognition. Soon after, Ma Hongjun began the process of merging with the soul bone. The right palm bone of the dark golden fearclaw bear gradually levitated from his hand, trailing strands of dark golden light. Its initially deep hue softened to transparency, resembling a piece of dark golden crystal. As golden light infused it, the crystal became increasingly pliable, subtly twisting, evoking a sensation akin to a viscous substance. With the infusion of soul power, the right palm bone of the dark golden fearclaw bear slowly melted away. The dark golden, transparent liquid it transformed into began to merge with Ma Hongjun's palm. A wave of exquisite comfort spread throughout his body, enveloping his right hand in warmth. However, this warmth swiftly intensified into a searing heat. The soul power within Ma Hongjun surged rapidly, encasing his right hand in golden light, suppressing the scorching sensation arising from the fusion of the soul bone. Yet, this level of heat was easily manageable for him. Perhaps due to the prior absorption of the dark golden fearclaw bear's soul ring and the compatibility of his own soul power attributes, the merging process, though somewhat painful, proceeded remarkably smoothly. The skeletal structure of Ma Hongjun's right hand exhibited a slight yet discernible enlargement, primarily characterized by the widening of the bones in the fingers at the top and a tapering at the bottom, resembling the shape of a keen blade. The surrounding muscles continuously undulated, adapting to this transformation. A tremendous force gradually compressed within the bones, slowly taking shape. Delicate strands of dark golden patterns filled the fingerprints, lending an elongated and elegant appearance to Ma Hongjun's hand, accentuating its bony structure. Merely half an hour later, the soul bone had successfully fused, a process that bore no resemblance to the acquisition of the dragon scale armor, but rather unfolded like the fusion of a standard soul bone. Ma Hongjun extended his right hand. From his palm, 5 streaks of dark golden light suddenly emerged, each measuring approximately 1 foot and 2 inches in length. These beams, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, resembled the edges of blades. The dark golden luminescence rippled like water, and at the moment of their appearance, the air involuntarily emitted a faint whistling sound. Ma Hongjun's entire right hand had transformed into a dark golden hue. The wounds at his fingertips swiftly healed, merging seamlessly with the blades that extended from his fingers, becoming indistinguishable from one another. These 5 sharp blades appeared as extensions of his very beings, far more pleasing to the eye than the 8 grotesque legs of the spider. The sight of that was truly terrifying, reminiscent of a creature from a horror tale. Oscar leaned in closer to observe Ma Hongjun's dark golden claws and remarked, "You are indeed a peculiar bunch." Meng Yiran chimed in, and her words prompted hearty laughter among the group. The manifestation of this external soul bone bore a striking resemblance to the science fiction films Ma Hongjun had once watched in his past life. Tang Sen possessed spider legs, and his third soul skill was a web, resembling a Spider-Man from another realm. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun's claws could be likened to Wolverine. Chapter 112. The Dragon Soul Gun encounters Luo San Pao. The magic sound lion is a remarkably unique creature, characterized by its disproportionately large mouth. True to its name, this lion emits a bizarre and enchanting sound. After encountering the magic sound lion, Ma Hongjun was finally convinced of the existence of the lion's roar technique. At this moment, 3 days had passed since Ma Hongjun absorbed the soul ring of the dark golden terror claw bear, and they had finally located a suitable 4th soul ring for Xiang Chengxian. This area remained within the inner circle, and the magic sound lions resided as a cohesive group, much like the giant ape king clan that Dai Mubai confronted during his 3rd soul ring acquisition. Here, 2,000-year-old magic sound lions stood guard. Yet under the prowess of powerful figures such as Long Gong and Flander, they were easily dealt with. Not every soul beast possessed the extraordinary capabilities of the dark golden terror claw bear, which could unleash near tidal Douluo strength with merely 10,000 years of cultivation. The magic sound lion's primary attack method was through sound waves, their roars possessing formidable penetrative power, making them difficult to evade. However, in the face of absolute strength, all else proved futile. Flander's sound wave attack effortlessly repelled the group of soul beasts. After some exertion, they selected a 5,000-year-old magic sound lion to serve as Xiang Chengxian's fourth soul ring. This time, fortune did not favor them. It was an unremarkable encounter, devoid of any further soul bones. Thus, their quest in the Stardow Forest came to a close. Upon exiting the Stardow Forest, Long Gong sought a private conversation with Flander. Following this team expedition, Long Gong developed a keen interest in the Shrek Academy. He contemplated the idea of Meng Yiran joining this illustrious institution, such a remarkable group of individuals, with even the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School among them, would surely provide her with substantial growth. From this day forth, Senior Long Gong shall be our guest elder at Shrek Academy. Meng Yiran will study alongside us at Shrek Academy for the next 3 months, and during this time, she will be your classmate. Upon their return, Flander announced a decision that took even Meng Yiran by surprise, given that she was currently studying at the Advanced Academy. Grandfather, I still wish to return to the academy, Meng Yiran expressed, her words a form of rejection, yet her heart harbored a flicker of anticipation. Long Gong offered reassurance, stating, I will speak with your dean at the Exotic Beast Academy, and we shall regard this as an opportunity for you to exchange and study at Shrek Academy. It will only be for 3 months, and upon your return, the preparations for the elite competition of high-level soul masters across the continent will be well underway. Thus, the matter was joyfully settled, and it was apparent to those at Shrek that Long Gong and his companions had their own intentions. On one hand, they wished for Meng Yiran to undergo independent training and grow within this unconventional academy. On the other, they sought to nurture Tang San. The dragon and serpent couple were also eager to witness the essence of Shrek, thus accompanying them back, partially to familiarize themselves with the surroundings for future visits to collect their granddaughter. Along the journey, Ning Rongrong inquired about the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, a topic of great interest to all, for this formidable concealed weapon required no soul power, making it accessible to ordinary individuals while possessing formidable strength. This prospect intrigued Ning Rongrong, as most members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were auxiliary soul masters, rendering them akin to common folk in the absence of companions.